Others transmigrate with a perfect start, but you became a short-lived ant. Just when everyone thought you were doomed, you crazily charged at your own kind, even more absurd. You not only killed your kind, but also went above your level to solo a 5-meter-long saber-toothed tiger. Everyone called you overconfident, saying your behavior was purely suicidal, but what they absolutely couldn't imagine was that you relied on killing to evolve crazily because you awakened the all things evolution system. You looked at your attribute panel and nearly broke down. Transmigrating is cool, and the system you got is flashy, but the ridiculous thing is, you only have 3 hours to live. What the heck? Is this something a human would do? The countdown glowing red on the panel stabs into your heart like needles. Host, Xianxia species, male ant strength, 0 physique. 0 agility, 0 mental power, 0 talent, immense strength beginner, storage space, empty. 32 evolution points, lifespan, 2 hours and 58 minutes. Note, little ant, you're about to die. Newbie tip, congratulations, host, for activating the all things evolution system. The host is destined to become an existence that tramples gods and demons. You can't help but rant crazily in your mind. Trampling gods and demons, with you looking like an ant right now. You can't even beat a chicken, right? But none of that matters. What matters is that in 3 hours you'll be dead. How can you endure this? You finally caught the transmigration wave, just to be a 3-hour short-lived ant. System, get out here. What do you mean? Explain clearly. You stop in the cave, surrounded by darkness. Shadowy figures lurking, but you've no mood to care about them. You frantically shout in your mind, ding, triggered quest, first kill quest. Requirement, kill any living creature. Quest reward, unknown, the quest is here. You immediately retort, what about the newbie gift pack? I'm barehanded here. How am I supposed to kill it? The system doesn't respond at all. Fine. You forgot you don't even have hands right now. You're just a bow ant. Your only trump card is that basic of immense strength, which can double your power. Better than nothing. Who to go for? You look around, dense crowds of your kind, black worker ants, no choice left. Brother, sorry about this. Who told you to be the closest to me? You lock onto the nearest worker ant, mutter an apology, and your 6 little legs suddenly burst into action, charging straight at it. Cleanly and swiftly, you climb onto its back. The unlucky worker ant is clearly stunned, not understanding what this fellow of its kind is up to. Crazy, you're lying on his back too. It's a bit awkward for your superior to come up. What are you going to do? Attack with your antennae or your not so sharp front left leg, or use your mouth to attack? You feel a bit uneasy inside. Although your body is an ant, soul is still human. Actually biting to attack is too strange. But thinking of that damn countdown, uneasy or not, what if the reward is affected? You steeled your heart and immediately launched an attack at that male ant. The intense pain made it struggle wildly, damn, quite strong. Do you have a talent? You were almost thrown off, and quickly used all 6 legs to firmly hook onto his body. He wants to throw you off, but no way. Your attack efficiency is too low. You strike fiercely, yet you still can't land a fatal blow. Instead, you accidentally break one of his antennae. The unlucky guy instantly loses balance, dragging you as he charges wildly around the cave. The scene is rather awkward, however. An unlucky guy is an unlucky guy after all. After a minute or so, you successfully kill this male ant. When it stops struggling, tears stream down your face as you collapse on it. Truly not easy. Kill confirmed. Evolution points 1, fragment of immense strength. Beginner 1, you gain evolution points, activating the evolution function. Completing the first kill mission rewards you with 1 extra day of lifespan. Strength increases by 0.1. A warm current instantly surges into your body, injecting you with unprecedented vitality. You feel yourself growing stronger, but immediately after, your dissatisfaction wells up. Just 1 day of lifespan. The system is way too stingy, but now is not the time to dwell on that. You quickly open the attribute panel, and sure enough, strength has increased by 0.1, and the evolution value has also become 1. What you care about most is the newly activated evolution function. 1 evolution consumes evolution value to transform into something else. A species. After evolution, you carry existing talents. Fusion consumes evolution value to merge with the same or other species. Enhancement consumes evolution value to strengthen your own attributes. Seeing the word evolution, the worry in your heart finally settled. Living your whole life as an ant, you'd die. Being able to evolve is good, and you can even carry talents. Imagine if you evolved into an elephant in the future and paired it with immense strength. How many times would your power multiply? You felt Like you instantly stood tall. System enhancement failed. Insufficient evolution value. Host, keep it up. You who just stood up. Nearly stumbled. Insufficient evolution value. What the? Joke, each enhancement requires at least 10 evolution points. You really want to flip. The sky the bird, but unfortunately you don't have the parts to do it. In the end, you could only vent inwardly. What's so great about evolution points anyway? Humph, you glanced at the clueless worker ants around you, then opened your storage space. In the first slot lay quietly a fragment, tremendous strength fragment, initial grade, 10 fragments can synthesize an initial grade talent. Stone, 10 initial grade talent stones can synthesize an ultimate grade talent stone. Talents can even be upgraded. Your mood instantly turned from gloom to excitement. At initial grade, it doubles your strength. Imagine ultimate grade. How powerful would that be? If only this world had dragons. Then someday I could become a dragon-slaying hero. Just then a quest triggered. Evolution quest, evolve into a soldier. Ant quest reward, unknown, evolve into a soldier ant. You looked around, all you saw were worker ants, not a single soldier ant. Sight, and the system didn't say how, but you could guess that to evolve into a soldier ant, you'd probably have to defeat one first. You took the quest very seriously. You had to. After all, your lifespan was still on the line. You didn't want to find out what hitting 0 meant. There was still over a day left, so you had to hurry. A sense of urgency hit you instantly. To evolve first, you had to push your body to its limit, so the priority was farming evolution points. Time waited for no one. Without hesitation, you charged at another worker ant. This time, it felt completely different. A mere 0, 1 in strength was this powerful. Earlier you had to wrestle and cling onto them, but now you simply pinned it to the ground. It couldn't even struggle. Kid, accept your fate. You were thrilled. Your attack power had also increased severalfold. With a single strike, you easily took down your target. Wow, I'm already this strong. Kill confirmed. Evolution points 1, tremendous strength fragment, initial 1. From start to finish, it took less than 10 seconds. You realized farming evolution points was way too easy. The key was that these worker ants were slow to react and didn't even try to dodge. You began quickly clearing out the surrounding worker ants, taking down 1 every 10 seconds on average. Evolution points dropped every time. But the talent fragment drop rate was a bit low. After taking down over 30 worker ants, you counted your gains, 33 evolution points, but only 9 talent fragments. System enhancement successful, agility 0, 1. Constitution 0, 1, consumed 20 evolution points. Host attributes. Your attributes have reached their limit. Please evolve or fuse. This is the limit. You're a bit surprised, but you quickly come to terms with it. After all, you're just an ant right now. You can't expect to become something great in a single day. Having a djinn of strength is already a miracle. How much evolution value does evolution and fusion require? At least 100 points. That doesn't seem like much, but for now, you need to find the soldier ants first. So you continue fighting to accumulate evolution value. The system's notification sounds ring together in your mind. After 5 or 6 minutes, your evolution value has already climbed to 350 points. The tremendous strength fragments have also reached 100. The system synthesis successful. Obtain tremendous strength beginner. 10. Continue. Synthesis successful. Obtain tremendous strength intermediate. 1. A green stone appears in your backpack. You use it without hesitation. A green light flashes, and the stone turns into specks of light that merge into your body. Tremendous strength talent upgrade successful. Strength doubles. Effect increased to 2 times. You instantly feel your power surge, but before you can fully experience this new strength, the surrounding worker ants suddenly act in unison, all of them standing up at once. Your heart skips a beat. Oh no. Could it be that my actions have been discovered? Are they going to surround me? No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand these thousands upon 10,000s of numbers. If you're truly surrounded, you definitely won't come out on top. But as it turns out, you were overthinking it. The worker ants moved, but not toward you. Instead, they orderly headed toward the cave entrance. It's out. They are heading out to forage. You let out a sigh of relief. But then you notice something strange. The worker ants are not carrying any food back, but are all rushing out. You follow them quietly. Outside the cave, you see a large group of soldier ants gathered. They seem to be preparing for something. You hide behind a rock and observe. The soldier ants are lined up in formation, with a few larger soldier ants at the front, seemingly giving orders. You hear them mention the enemy and attack. It seems a war is about to break out. You feel a mix of excitement and nervousness. This could be a great opportunity to gain evolution value, but also a dangerous one. You decide to stay hidden and wait for the right moment. The soldier ants begin to march forward, and you follow at a distance. Suddenly, a scout ant spots you and lets out a warning cry. Its strength was far inferior to yours, and you easily pressed it to the ground, killing it in 2 moves. Happiness was that simple. Killing the soldier ant granted 2 evolution points, a fragment of immense strength, and 2 level. Just as you were feeling pleased, a sudden sharp pain came from your rear. Oh no, who attacked me? You whipped your head around and your scalp instantly went numb. It wasn't just one, but a swarm of soldier ants, surrounding you with their jaws wide open. You turned and ran, bursting with power and sending a blocking soldier ant flying. If you got surrounded, you'd be dead for sure. Your actions had completely lit the powder keg. A mere palace maid daring to kill soldier ants? How outrageous. A huge swarm of ants came rushing after you, fierce and menacing, as if they wanted to tear you limb from limb. You panicked, your 6 legs moving frantically, barely as fast as a normal person walking. How had you stirred up a hornet's nest? You were furious. Why weren't these soldier ants following the rules? But worse was yet to come. A group of winged male ants suddenly took flight from behind, heading straight for you. You instantly lost your composure. What had started as easy mode had been turned into hell difficulty by your own doing. No matter how fast you ran, you couldn't outrun flying ones. Seeing the male ants closing in, you steeled yourself and stopped running. The mission could still be completed, but your talents weren't fully farmed yet. Slinking away like this, you wouldn't accept it. The next moment, you dove headfirst into the dirt and dug like mad. You can fly, can't you? Come down and chase me if you dare. Once underground, you were king. As you dug downward at breakneck speed, you turned back to counterattack. The leading male ant barely showed its head before you took it out in one blow. Against absolute power, aside from their size, they were utterly helpless before. You felt a surge of pride, but you knew you couldn't let your guard down. The swarm above was still buzzing, waiting for you to surface. You had to think of a way to turn the tables. Suddenly, an idea struck you. If you could collapse the tunnel entrance, you might trap them. You began to dig sideways, creating a network of tunnels to confuse them. The ants above grew restless, their angry hittering echoing down. You dug deeper, feeling the vibrations of their footsteps above. They were starting to dig after you, their mandibles scraping against the earth. You had to move faster. Your legs churned, and you carved a sharp turn, hoping to lose them in the maze. But they were relentless. You could hear them closing in, their numbers overwhelming. You needed a new strategy. You stopped and listened, feeling the ground for the faintest tremor. Then you struck, bursting upward right beneath a cluster of them. You erupted from the soil, scattering ants in every direction. The sudden attack caught them off guard. You took down 3 in quick succession, their bodies crumpling. The rest recoiled, giving you a precious moment of breathing room. You didn't waste it. You sprinted toward the palace wall, your heart pounding. The mission was still on, but you needed to lose this mob first. You spotted a narrow crack in the stone and squeezed through, the ants piling up behind you. Inside, it was dark and cramped, but you could move freely. The ants outside were too big to follow. You let out a shaky breath, your body trembling from the adrenaline. You had escaped, but you knew this was far from over. You took a moment to assess your situation. Your evolution points had grown, but you were still weak. You needed to find a safe spot to level up and plan your next move. The palace was vast, and danger lurked around every corner. You crept along the shadows, your antennae twitching for any sign of movement. The sounds of the swarm faded behind you. Ahead, you saw a faint glow, a chamber lit by some strange light. Curiosity and caution were within you. You approached the chamber slowly, peering inside. It was filled with strange eggs, each pulsing with a soft blue light. They seemed valuable, but also dangerous. You could feel a powerful presence nearby, watching. Before you could react, a massive queen ant emerged from the shadows, her eyes fixed on you. She was enormous, her mandibles gleaming. You were trapped between her and the swarm behind you. There was no way out. But then something unexpected happened. The queen tilted her head, as if studying you. She spoke in a low, rumbling voice. You are not one of us, yet you carry the scent of the palace. What brings a maid here? You were stunned. She could talk? You stammered, trying to explain. You told her about the mission, about the soldier ants attacking you. She listened, her expression unreadable. When you finished, she let out a deep, rumbling laugh. You have spirit, little one. The soldier ants are my children, but they are also fools. They attack without thought. You, however, have shown cunning. She leaned closer, her breath warm. I will give you a chance. Prove your worth, and I will let you pass. Fail, and you will become food for my brood. You gulped but nodded. You had no choice. She gestured to a pile of bones in the corner. Those are the remains of those who challenged me. You must defeat me in a contest of wits. Answer my riddle, and you shall live. You braced yourself, your mind racing. I am taken from a mine, and shut in a wooden case from which I am never released, and yet I am used by almost every person. What am I? You thought hard, the answer dancing at the edge of your mind. Then it hit you. A pencil lead, you said. The queen's eyes widened, then she laughed again. Correct, you are cleverer than you look. Very well, I will let you pass. But beware, the palace holds dangers far greater than me. She stepped aside, revealing a hidden passage. This will take you to the heart of the palace. Use it wisely. You thanked her and slipped through, your heart still pounding. You had survived, but the real challenge was just beginning. The passage was long and winding, leading you deeper into the palace's core. You could feel the heat rising, and the air grew thick with the scent of honey and wax. You were approaching the royal chambers. You emerged into a grand hall filled with golden light. At the center stood a throne, and upon it sat the queen of the palace, a magnificent creature, her wings shimmering with iridescent colors. She looked at you with ancient, knowing eyes. So, you are the one who has caused such a stir, she said, her voice echoing. You have come far, little maid, but your journey ends here. The mission you carry is a lie, a test of your true nature. You were confused. What do you mean? You asked. She smiled, a sad, knowing smile. The mission was never about killing ants. It was about discovering who you are. And now you must choose, continue down this path or forge your own. You stood there, the weight of her words pressing down on you. Everything you had done, every battle, every escape, it had all led to this moment. You took a deep breath and made your choice. I choose to forge my own path, you said, your voice steady. The queen nodded, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. Then go. The world beyond these walls is vast and full of wonder. But remember, you will always carry a piece of this palace with you. With that, she waved her hand, and the world around you dissolved. You found yourself back in the palace gardens, the sun shining down on you. The swarm was gone, the danger past. You were free. You looked at your hands, feeling the strength that had grown within you. The mission was complete, but your story was just beginning. You smiled and took your first step toward a new destiny. As you walked, you noticed a small, glowing object at your feet. It was a fragment of the queen's light, a gift. You picked it up, and it pulsed with warmth. It would guide you, you knew, through whatever came next. You tucked it safely away and continued on. The palace loomed behind you, but ahead lay the unknown. And for the first time, you felt ready for it. You were no longer just a maid, you were a survivor, a warrior, a queen in the making. The path ahead was uncertain, but your heart was steady. You had faced the swarm, the queen, and your own doubts. And you had emerged stronger. Whatever came next, you would face it head-on. You took one last look at the palace, then turned and walked away. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the land. But you walked toward the light, your future bright and full of promise. And so, your journey continued. The world was vast, and you were ready to explore it all. With each step, you grew stronger, wiser, and more determined. The palace was behind you, but the adventure was just beginning. Evolution value reached full and 1,000 points. Host, please evolve into a stronger being. Evolution value reached full and 1,000 points. Host, please evolve into a stronger species. Just as you kept fighting for 5 or 6 minutes, the system notified you that your evolution value was full. You immediately distanced yourself from the ant colony. Evolution, begin evolution. Into ice, you consumed on 100 evolution points. Black light wrapped around you. Body, you suddenly swelled up a size, and in the blink of an eye became your ice form, evolution successful. Quest complete, evolution quest reward, lifespan. Increased by 3 days, ultimate strength fragment, ultimate plus. 13 days of lifespan, and 10 ultimate frag. Ments equivalent to 100 basic fragments, given. Your strength, you didn't hesitate and immediately ordered enhancement. Enhancement successful, strength 0, 1 agil. Iti 0, 1, constitution 0, 1, con. Summed 30 evolution points, a surge of greater power filled your body, outside the system. Are the soldiers already this strong? Host, you are one who will trample gods and demons. Even red-tier creatures cannot compare to you. Nice, I like hearing that. You're getting a bit swollen-headed again. Since you've killed the bear ants and have enough evolution points, what are you waiting for? Evolve, begin evolving into a bear ant. Consume to 100 points of evolution value. Your body swelled again and behind you with a whoosh. A pair of wings, evolution successful, enhancement successful, strength 0, 1. Constitution 0, 1, agility 0. 1, consumed 30 evolution points, feeling the terrifying power of nearly 10 jin. In your body, you were completely inflated. I really must be sick in the head digging this. Deep for what, with your current stats? Why fear those ants ganging up? Just charge straight in. You locked onto the upward direction and started digging madly upward. You wanted to go back and face them head on. Why is this soil a bit damp? Just as you were about to reach the surface, you suddenly felt puzzled. Is it raining outside? However, the moment you burst out of the ground, you froze. You understood why the soil was wet. A giant saber-toothed tiger, 4 to 5 meters long, had just left a puddle of warm liquid where you emerged. You instantly shot into the sky. Your new wings were exceptionally agile. The tiger merely sneezed impatiently, and the gust of air it expelled was like a violent wind, blowing you every which way. It didn't even bother to glance at you, just shook. He shook his body and strode away, a great humiliation. You stared at the tiger's back, shame and anger burning in your chest. This tiger, you just wait. You made a firm vow in your heart. When I too evolve into a top predator one day, I will definitely make you pay. Watching that little tiger disappear without a trace, you grit your teeth in fury. Just then, the system notification sounded. Quest triggered, defeat the bear ants. Return to the ant hole and defeat them. Quest reward, unknown. Good, the anger in your heart had nowhere to vent. This quest came just in time. Perfect, let them see my strength. In the blink of an eye, the group chasing you, the bear ants, just charged out of the hole. Facing this swarm of bear ants, you said not a single word of nonsense and charged straight at them. Though they were also bear ants, physique and strength far surpassed theirs. You had lost to the little tiger before, but dealing with these bear ants was effortless. Your figure turned into a black lightning bolt among the ant swarm. With every move, a bear ant was knocked back. The violence pleased you. Evolution points were few, killing one only get 2 points, but talent fragments dropped plenty. No worthy opponents, however. In just over 10 minutes, you noticed with frustration that no active bear ants remained around you. It wasn't that they fled. All had been defeated by you. Meanwhile, on the ground, the soldier ants and worker ants also began retreating into the cave like a tide. Not one of you gets away, you thought, diving down to chase after them. Fragments weren't farmed enough yet. Not a single one could be spared. As a victor, you re-entered the ant nest. This time, you were the center of the battlefield. Any ant that stood in your way couldn't withstand your assault. The queen ant panicked completely, frantically commanding the ant swarm to charge, trying to use numerical advantage to stop you. But this was exactly what you wanted. You'd been worried about having no opponents. Soon, your evolution points hit the cap. Bear ant body, 3,000 points. System, fragment synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the power of great strength, advanced, all applied. Application successful. Power of great strength talent upgraded to advanced, effect increased to 3-fold, feeling the surging power within you. Defeating these small fry no longer held any interest. It was time to find the queen ant. Given her level, she should drop quite a few fragments, right? The queen ant was easy to find, where the ants were most numerous. This place is his lair. With your current strength, you can advance without any obstacles. The moment you see him, you feel somewhat uneasy. His form is enormous and entirely white. His eyes are like 2 burning coals, fixed on you with an intensity that makes your skin crawl. Despite his size, he moves with a grace that seems almost unnatural. You realize that this is no ordinary beast. It is a guardian of ancient power, and you have trespassed upon its domain. It kept writhing, looking somewhat strange. It sensed your presence and twisted desperately, trying to evade you. You hesitated for a moment then. To complete the task, he had to act, though he had no combat ability himself and could only command in panic. Unfortunately, against your power, this resistance was useless. You no longer hesitated. You approached him and launched an attack, defeating him. Evolution value 5, strength. Immense fragments 10. Completing the task, defeating him, task reward. Immense fragments 10. Completing the task, defeating him, task reward. Immense fragments 10. Completing the task, defeating him, task reward. Reward lifespan plus 5 days. You were somewhat surprised. The reward wasn't generous, but the system then Explain that this species is special and not measured by combat power. You glanced at it. And then let it go, so the question was, should you evolve or not? Your male ant body had already reached its limit, evolution value 1, thinking of the evolved form, you immediately gave up on that idea without hesitation. You shook your head and continued collecting fragments, still over 200 more to go. Just grind them out first. Once you had enough talent fragments, you left without any reluctance. The system synthesized them. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, you obtained tremendous strength. Intermediate tier +1, you looked at the backpacks. Stone used directly, used successful, strength talent. Promoted to high rank, attribute boost increased to 4 times. Triggered. Mission, first fusion mission. Requirement, find another living creature and use the fusion function. Mission reward, unknown. Fusion, you were stunned for a moment. What new function is this? Well, another living creature, surely not these in the academy. Forget it. Leave this place first. But just as you flew out a short distance, a huge green figure lunged at you, a giant dragonfly. It saw you as prey. Giant dragonfly dodge. You tried to scare the opponent off, but it was useless. In its eyes, you were just food. Quite agile, the big dragonfly cried. Twice you dodged it nimbly. You quickly calculated that with your current fourfold strength, you could easily handle it. The question was how to strike. Forget it. Just attack directly. You had speed and power, a direct collision would do. The next second, your speed erupted, like a fast-moving pebble. You slammed hard into the dragonfly's chest and abdomen. It turned out you hadn't overestimated your strength. That dragonfly didn't even react. In time, it only felt a blur before your eyes, struck at its vital point. Its body swayed and quickly lost life, but then sharp pain shot through you as you realized you were also injured. 6 legs, 2 broken, even an antenna snapped off. This place wasn't safe to linger. You couldn't bother to check. The war drum vibrate your wings as you hurried away from the sky. Would this thing attract companions? You couldn't fly in the air, so you dove into the soft earth, quickly hiding yourself. Meanwhile, the one you had gravely wounded large dragonfly flew a short distance before crashing to the ground, completely losing its breath. Ding, defeated dragonfly, evolution points gained. Just as you were digging a pit, you heard the prompt and felt somewhat dissatisfied. Should you go back and find its corpse to fuse? A dragonfly should be possible. Just as you hesitated, you suddenly felt the soil beside you squirming. What was that? You instantly grew alert. In this life, you were especially cautious. Just as you were about to leave, that thing burrowed out of the earth. An earthworm. You looked at that earthworm and lunged straight at it, not out of hunger, but because you thought of the earthworm's ability. The earthworm, terrified, desperately tried to crawl forward, but it was no match for you. Its tail was bitten off by you. You dragged that segment of its body, silently chanting in your mind, system fuse. This fusion requires 500 evolution points. Fuse, 500 points that much. This fusion has a 33% success rate. Begin fusion. You were instantly stunned. There's a success rate, 33%. The system didn't mention that beforehand. Before you could complain, that segment of earthworm body had already turned into light particles, surging into your body. A wave of pain hit you. Ding, fusion successful. Please choose your fusion direction. The pain vanished, and a light screen appeared before you with 2 options, 33%, and it still succeeded. You felt your luck was decent. When you saw the 2 options, you decisively chose option 1. Option 1, obtain the earthworm's special talent, severed branch rebirth. Option 2, on your tail, attach a segment of earthworm body with additional effects. The first one, the first fusion succeeded. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special ability, severed branch rebirth. This special talent cannot be upgraded. Recovery speed is related to physique. The moment you obtain the talent, you experienced its power. Your previously injured body recovered at a visible speed. Recovery speed is related to physique. As an ant, your limbs were tiny, so recovery was naturally fast. Thinking this, your confidence soared. What was a dragonfly? Even a few more wouldn't scare you. First task completed. You've grown used to the system's rewards for completing fusion tasks, no longer caring about them. However, over the next few days, as you patrol your territory, you encounter no worthy opponents. You're in dire need of a powerful foe. Earthworms and small beetles are beneath your notice. If this continues, it won't do. A few days ago, you were full of vigor, but now you're somewhat helpless. As it turns out, waiting pays off. A quest triggers, defeat a mantis. Quest requirement, defeat 1 mantis. Quest reward, unknown. A mantis. Your eyes light up. A mantis, excellent. Its appearance is imposing, and its abilities are formidable. But the question is, where is the mantis? Note, the last line seems incomplete, translating as is. As you look around, without any warning, a huge figure descends from the sky, too Sith-like. Farlegs clamp firmly around you with a crack. It's a rather large mantis. It had long been lying in ambush on a nearby tree, waiting for you to come close. Everything happened too fast. Before you could react, it brought you to its mouth. Seeing its jaws so close, your mind goes blank. The next moment, your head is bitten, but then the big mantis freezes. It thought it had caught a small prey, but didn't expect your shell to be so hard. One bite didn't break through. Unwilling to believe it tries again, crack. Still no break. It repeatedly attacks your body is extremely tough for an insect, and you're still biting, aren't you? You snap back to reality, fury surging within you. If you let him keep attacking, today would be dangerous. You instantly unleash your power, forcibly prying apart the two Sith-like blades with your 6 legs. Then swiftly flip over and agilely climb up his hind leg before the great mantis can even react. You open your mouth and take a vicious bite at the back of its head. The great mantis lets out a sharp sound, instinctively, raising its great blade to slash behind its head, but unfortunately its attack lands on you, utterly unable to break through your defense, and you keep attacking one spot relentlessly, and with a few strikes, you defeat it. This mantis ultimately fell to the prey it saw as beneath it. Defeating the mantis grants 30 evolution points. The task is complete. Defeating the mantis quest rewards 5 lifespan, a special talent sharpness. When using any sharp part of the body to attack, sharpness is increased. This means my attacks are more powerful. Not bad. You are quite satisfied with the reward. Next, you order the evolution into a mantis without hesitation. You order the evolution into a mantis without hesitation. The ant form, you had long wanted to change it. This evolution requires 0 evolution points. Evolve now. You were a bit surprised, but on second thought this was an advanced evolution. Evolution points were gone. But they could be farmed again. Miss this chance and it's gone. Green light spots enveloped you. Moments later, a brand new, more imposing giant mantis appeared. You didn't have time to feel your new body and continued commanding. Reinforcement. Reinforcement successful, consuming 211 evolution points. Strength 0, 7, Constitution 0, 7, Agility 0, 7. A surge of powerful energy flooded into your body. Body grew again, and its color deepened into a profound hue. Your body length also increased. You swung the great blades on your forelegs, feeling the power within. With this body, my strength is formidable. Confidence filled your heart again. You suddenly recalled that little tiger from before. Now that you had greatly increased in power. Humph. If I met that little tiger again now, the outcome would be uncertain. Your territory had already expanded to a radius of 1 li. Any farther and you wouldn't dare roam. Confidence was one thing, but life was still your own. Now you felt absurdly strong. All attributes had surged past 1 point. Base strength was 10 jin, plus the 4-fold boost from your talent. What did it mean for your 20-centimeter body to instantly unleash 50 jin of force? A whole bag of rice. You could lift it, and that was just strength. Your 2 far-leg blades, imbued with the sharp talent, could cut through anything with incredible keenness, sending you to deal with a few small ants was simply overkill, but you still went. No choice. Your evolution points were nearly bottomed out. If you didn't farm more, you'd feel uneasy. You quickly found a nest of ants. You struck a pose and stylishly swept your blade across, kicking up dust. However, you waited a long time, and the system notification made no sound at all. Impossible. You bristled instantly and complained to the system. For a while, what the hell, I knocked down so many with 1 strike. Evolution points, talent fragments, I stopped caring about those long ago. Evolution points are my lifeblood. Killing creatures whose strength is too weak cannot yield evolution points. The system's icy voice doused you like a bucket of cold water. You nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. If there was such a rule, why didn't you say so earlier? Done. You looked at the remaining 790 evolution points, feeling stifled. So that meant you had to find stronger foes to fight in order to level up. Just then, an enemy-triggered mission appeared. Rise against heaven. Mission requirement, slay one of your natural predators. Mission reward unknown, natural predator, a bird. The phrase, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, instantly springs to mind. A bird, huh? Fine, waiting in your territory. You've seen these birds several times before. For the mission, for purification, for eventually defeating that tiger. Your fighting spirit surges instantly. The humiliation of being blown away by that little tiger's breath. You haven't forgotten a single day, so you boldly lie sprawled on a bare branch, using yourself as bait. Come on. You little birdie, if you dare come down, I'll let you taste my big blade. But the bird never came. Instead, you fattened yourself up. You turn your nose up at ants and beetles, but grasshopper hind legs, you devour those with relish. After all, you used to snack on them back before you crossed over. If only you had some fire, a little barbecue would be perfect. You smack your lips. Killing grasshoppers is simple. Each one gives you 10 evolution points. The only downside is they're too hard to find. In 3 days, you've only taken down 10. As for other beetles, no evolution points, so killing them is a waste of effort. As for tougher prey like squirrels or civets, you're a bit wary. You know your attack power is explosive, but your body is as fragile as paper. One touch and it shatters. Sticking to the principle of caution keeps you safe for 10,000 years. You've holed up in this little patch of land for 3 days. Have these birds all become immortals? Don't they need to eat? You lie on the branch, basking in the sun, a grasshopper leg dangling from your mouth as you suck on it noisily, restless with irritation. Plenty of birds fly past, but none spare you a glance. Of course, at your current size, nearly as big as them, who wouldn't be afraid? No, you can't wait any longer. You've been lying here for 3 days, and not a single bird has come near. Could it be that they've all been scared off by your presence? You let out a long sigh, feeling a bit ridiculous. Just as you're about to give up and find another spot, a shadow suddenly looms overhead. You look up and see a massive eagle circling in the sky. Its wingspan is enormous, and its sharp eyes are locked onto you. Your heart skips a beat. This is no ordinary bird. But instead of fear, a thrill of excitement runs through you. Finally, a worthy opponent. You tense your muscles, ready to strike. The eagle lets out a piercing cry and dives straight toward you. You grip your blade tightly, a fierce grin spreading across your face. Bring it on, let's see who's the real predator here. Such immense force, how could a mere bird withstand it? The bird's blade was indeed tough enough to hold against your edge, but its body couldn't withstand the massive impact, instantly costing it its life. Like a torn sandbag, it was sent flying by your strike. That really hurt. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. You weren't feeling great either. A tremendous force surged back through the blade, and your right arm's far leg snapped with a crack. But no matter, regenerating a severed limb is just a bit painful. Slaying the bird, evolution points gained. Quest complete, defy heaven and rise. Quest reward, lifespan increased by 5 days. Special skill, heaven-defying strike. Heaven-defying strike can enhance any attack, increasing its power by double. Note, usable only once per day. Your eyes went wide. Double attack power. Ignoring the searing pain in your broken arm, you quickly retreated into your tree hollow. This skill was practically divine, though it could only be used once a day. With your current strength doubled, wouldn't the power be enough to go toe-to-toe with a grown human? Awesome. But after the thrill faded, you looked at the slowly regenerating broken arm and began to resent your own fragility. This body is still too weak, you muttered. Even a little bird can snap my arm. If I run into something tougher, I'd be done for. You wanted to evolve, but evolution points were far from enough. Evolving into a mantis had cost 2,000 points, and higher-tier creatures would only cost more. Your lifespan had increased by a few days, but living off your reserves wasn't style. No, you had to keep moving. You made up your mind. Comfort breeds corruption. I'm going out to explore. 5 or 6 minutes later, your twin blades finally fully regenerated. You didn't wait a moment longer and immediately left the safe zone you'd called home for so long. Your massive green mantis weaved through the jungle like a ghost. You didn't dare fly too high, instead targeting unlucky insects one by one. The evolution points grew slowly, but something was better than nothing. If only a whole nest would show up. You thought to yourself, as if answering your silent wish. Quest triggered, destroy the hive. Quest requirement, destroy a wasp hive. Quest reward, unknown, perfect timing. Your spirits lifted. You'd already figured out the system's pattern. The quest target had to be nearby. Sure enough, it didn't take much effort to spot a massive hive hanging from a tree, a full half-meter in diameter. Excellent, how many bees must be in there? You were overjoyed. Silently praying. Killing bees grants purification points. You can't contain your excitement and quietly sneak over. Without a second thought, you raise your twin blades and plunge them into the hive. The next second, the entire hive erupts. A dense black swarm of bees pours out like a breached Flood, you had already braced yourself. In a stance, ready to show off your skills, but when you see the overwhelming numbers, you instantly lose your nerve. This is like poking a hornet's nest. Even a human would struggle to withstand this many bees, let alone a mantis like you. Fortunately, you fly faster than them. The swarm chases you menacingly for several hundred meters before you finally shake them off. You hide in the distance, heart pounding wildly. You're inflated. Confidence is completely doused, however. You quickly calm down and come up with a new plan, hit-and-run tactics. You lurk like a hidden assassin in the grass around the hive, specifically hunting down the lone bees that come out to gather nectar. One strike per bee. It's incredibly satisfying because your wish has come true. Each bee killed grants you 3 evolution points. It's not much, but there's no shortage of numbers. You feel like you've found an infinite X farming spot, and you even temporarily set aside your quest. You farm for 3 days and 3 nights straight. When you watch the evolution points break the 10,000 mark, the system chimes again. Evolution points have reached 10,000. System shop unlocked. Current shop. Level 1, host, please check it yourself. The shop, you quickly find a safe spot and eagerly open it. Inside, it's mostly empty, with only a few items, but when you spot one among them, you let out a long sigh of relief. You're set. Life 10 evolution points per day. Beginner healing potion 10 evolution points per bottle. Beginner poison 10 evolution points per bottle. You read the poison's description and your eyes light up. This stuff can be applied to my blades. It's that expensive. You exchange for 1 bottle, spending 10 evolution points, and wince in pain. That's a whole day's worth of life, you mutter, stowing the poison away, deciding to keep it as a trump card. Treasure, never to be used, unless absolutely necessary. You ask the system. The shop has way too few items. Level 1 shop is the lowest tier. When the host's evolution points reach an 100 level 2 shop can be unlocked. Fine, keep farming, you kill more for another day, and evolution points climb back to 10,000. Ding. Evolution points have reached the current form's limit. Cannot continue accumulating. Limit reached. You ponder briefly, then instead of choosing to evolve, you decisively. He ordered the exchange for a day of lifespan. What a joke, with such a good farming spot. Of course he'd max out his lifespan first, but good times didn't last. After farming another 3 days of lifespan, he clearly felt that the bees' numbers were plummeting, almost wiped out by him. He thought it was time to complete the mission. Swaggering, he flew toward the hive. This time, the surroundings were empty. No bees came to block him. Proudly, he landed atop the hive, swung his twin blades, and cleanly severed the hive's base. With a thud, the half-meter wide hive crashed to the ground, golden honey spilling everywhere. A dozen large drones and an even big queen bee were shaken out from within. The queen was furious beyond measure. Her subjects had dwindled drastically, and now even her home was destroyed. She didn't even need to give the order. The dozen drones charged at him. This few wasn't enough to worry him. With a cold sneer, he didn't retreat but advanced instead, his twin blades whirling into a blur. 1 came, 1 fell. 2 came, a pair fell. In the blink of an eye, all the drones were struck down. The queen bee went completely mad, shrieking as she charged at him herself. I admire your courage, he said calmly. So I'll grant you a quicker death. With a swift strike, the queen fell, following her subjects. Fate, enemy slain, queen bee, evolution, nail martial bee stinger plus 1 drop. Mission complete, destroy the hive. Reward, lifespan 5 days, bee stinger. He opened his inventory and saw the faintly glowing venomous needle. The bee stinger had some toxicity and paralytic effects and could be recycled. Recycle. How much would it fetch? Recyclable for 500 purification points. Without hesitation, he refused. No way, this thing was clearly something good. 500 points. To take it back, impossible. With that, the bee swarm battle ended in a complete victory. He'd maxed out his purification points, gained several extra days of lifespan, and the best part was the honey spread all over the ground, all his spoils of war. But before he could even descend to taste it, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently in a rhythmic pattern. Even flying in the air, he could feel that terrifying pressure. Something big was coming. He didn't dare be careless and immediately flew higher. A few seconds later, a massive brown creature entered his view. A brown bear. Damn, this thing was even bigger than that little tiger. He watched as the brown bear charged to the hive, swatted it to pieces with 1 paw, and began feasting. That terrifying physique made him envious. Drooling so much, with your tiny frame, you wouldn't even be enough for it to sit on. Fine, you're tough, you eat first, you're really something when it comes to food. Crouching in the tree, you decide to wait for it to finish this honeycomb. This honey was something you worked so hard to bring down. Not taking a single taste would be a disservice to yourself. You were startled. You even start fantasizing, if you could evolve into a brown bear. Wouldn't you be able to pin that little tiger down and rub its face into the ground? Just as your mind wanders, the one feasting happily, the brown bear suddenly rises on its hind legs and lets out a deafening roar. You're startled. Is it just enjoying the meal too much? Then you realize why it roared, without you noticing, all around the jungle, pairs of glowing green eyes light up. When you see who those eyes belong to, you silently fly a bit higher. Wolves, nearly 3 meters long with bluish-gray fur. Forest wolves, a whole pack dares to challenge a male bear. You find it unbelievable, but the pack proves, with their actions, that they not only dare, but they're quite professional. No standoff, no wasted words, the lead wolf howls, and the pack lunges straight in. Idiots, go for the legs first. What are you lunging at? You shake your head, watching. Sure enough, the first 2 wolves to charge get swatted out of the air by the bear's massive paw, yelping as they crash in the distance, but the bear also leaves an opening from its wide swing. The rest of the pack swarms in, biting hard into its hind legs and body. The bear, in pain, doesn't dare linger. It turns and runs, crashing through the woods. Now that's more like it. You haven't had your fill of the show yet, old man. You're about to chase after and keep watching, but your body suddenly freezes, as if under a binding spell. Your gaze locks onto those 2 wolves the bear swatted away, now twitching on the ground. If you took the chance to kill these forest wolves, who knows, maybe you'd gain a massive amount of evolution points. You might even evolve into a forest wolf, to go from mantis to forest wolf. A bold idea takes root in your mind. The wolf before you, swatted aside by the bear, is clearly badly injured, barely able to move, so you think, with such a good opportunity, you'd look down on yourself for not seizing it. If you have enough evolution points, you could become a forest wolf. The temptation is too much to resist. You leap from the tree and landed on the fallen jungle wolf's neck. Your entire body wasn't even as big as its wolf head, and it didn't take you seriously at all. Until the next second, when your 2 sharp sickles effortlessly sliced through its hide, leaving 2 wounds. The jungle wolf yelped in pain and rolled on the ground, flinging you off. That strike had real power, and you were quite satisfied with your weapon. The jungle wolf stared at you in terror, unable to understand why a tiny bug could hurt it. You didn't care whether it was afraid or not. You raised your blade, having lost its ability to move. It was like a torch before you. You leaped and darted, running and flying, striking with your blade whenever you got the chance. You didn't care where you hit, as long as it dealt damage, just as you were about to wear it down until it lost its fighting ability. The clever beast actually leaned against a large tree, defending with its mouth. You can't bite me, you said, and it was indeed true, but just as you thought victory was in your grasp, a brown bear's roar suddenly came from the distance, followed by the howling of a wolf pack. Damn it. This wounded wolf also began to howl, along, calling for its companions. Once the pack returned, you'd have no chance. You forced my hand, you said without hesitation, pulling the queen bee needle from your pack. Taking advantage of its distraction, you clamped it in your mouth and stabbed it fiercely into its chest. The jungle wolf looked at you with contempt, knowing its companions would arrive soon, and paid no mind to such a small wound. But the next second, it couldn't smile anymore. The queen bee needle's venom instantly paralyzed its upper body, and it completely lost its ability to resist. You leaped onto the back of its neck, grabbed both sickles, and began attacking its neck with full force. Its lower body was still struggling desperately, dragging you across the ground as you tumbled and scraped. You felt like your internal organs were about to be shaken loose, but you clung tightly to its body and refused to let go. Finally, after being crushed several times, you succeeded. With a soft thud, weak wolf blood sprayed all over you. Ding, killed a jungle wolf beyond your level. Evolution points 12,000. Ding, evolution points are full, cannot increase further. Please evolve as soon as possible, host. You were stunned on the spot. 2,000 evolution points, just wasted like that. You didn't have time to feel the loss. You heard the wolf howls growing closer and immediately fled without looking back. You found a safe earthen burrow and landed. System, evolve into a jungle wolf. Ding, evolving into a jungle. The mantis requires 7,000 evolution points to evolve. A dense green light enveloped you. When the light faded, you opened eyes. The world looked different. After being a mammal, a rat for so many days, and an insect before that, you felt like you were finally alive. Again, but soon you couldn't smile. You looked down at your new body, skin and bones, dull fur, the spitting image of a malnourished little wretch. System, strengthen my physique. Max it out first, you said, but evolution points were in sufficient. You nearly stumbled off the mound of Earth, 1 attribute point above base strength. Ending costs 100 evolution points. You felt utterly speechless inside. Then strengthen 1 point of physique, 2 points of strength. You resigned yourself. When the enhancement ended, your body was a bit sturdier, but still thin. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. You began to regret your choice. Suddenly, all the fur on your body stood on end. An intense sense of danger washed over you. You whipped your head around and saw the one who posed the greatest threat to you. It was him, the one who had soaked you and blown you away days ago. That little tiger. Enemies meeting, eyes blaze with fury, but in reality, your heart was racing. Brother Tiger, I surrender. I've used up all my evolution points. You didn't even have the chance to turn into a bird and fly away. The little tiger tilted his head, curiously sizing up you, this scrawny jungle wolf. His eyes were full of curiosity, the curiosity of one about to make you his prey. The next moment, he moved. The desperate counterattack you'd imagined never happened. You couldn't even touch his shadow before 4 deep bloody gashes were carved across your body by his claws. It's over. You were utterly despairing. You couldn't win in a fight. But you had to say something, right? You opened your mouth and let out a wolf howl at him, venting all your frustration and anger. However, just as the little tiger was about to deliver the final blow, several wolf howls echoed from the distance. They were responding to you, and most crucially, you actually understood them. Hold on, brother, we're coming. You were so moved. Tears almost fell, but your body stayed stubbornly frozen, afraid to provoke the little tiger. The little tiger frowned. He wasn't afraid of a lone wolf, but a pack was trouble. A dozen seconds later, the pack arrived with a brown bear's carcass in their mouths. They looked at you, then at the little tiger, and immediately turned to the little tiger. Bared its fangs, just like that, united. The tiger weighed its options, and finally shot you a resentful glare. Then turned and left. Ding, quest triggered. Rival quest requirement, defeat the tiger that keeps causing you trouble. Quest reward, unknown. You nearly fainted from rage. Calling this causing trouble, this is clearly just normal hunting, all right. If anything, the one causing me trouble is you, you stupid system. Before you could finish complaining, the alpha wolf approached. Its gaze was full of intimidation. Lone wolf, where do you come from? Your mind raced. How could you explain that you used to be a mantis? The more you said, the more mistakes you'd make. So you shut your eyes, kicked your legs, and cleanly fainted. When you woke again, you found yourself in a spacious cave. In front of you was a young wolf, only the size of an adult golden retriever, staring at you with curious eyes. While you're awake, you ask knowingly, is this your uncle's den? Where are you from? Sort of. Oh, and call me Big Brother. All right. Big Brother, the little wolf cub's eyes sparkled. Is the world outside fun? Those words echoed in your head. Man, it sure was fun. Almost lost my life having it. You were now as weak as paper, facing this little wolf pup before you. You didn't even have the strength to spare. Little bro, your big bro here can barely hold on. Can you get me some water? You were reminding him. His father told him to take care of you, and that was an order he couldn't disobey. I'll go right away. The little one was sharp and darted off in a flash. You looked around the cave. Besides the two of you, there were no other wolves. Was this the alpha's home, or a private room prepared for you? Either way, it saved you from dealing with other wolves and risking exposure. Ding, quest triggered. Integrate into the wolf pack. Requirement, officially become a member of this forest wolf pack. Reward, unknown. A new quest. You thought you'd have to finish the previous one first. Seems this system is pretty flexible. The little wolf cub soon returned. And it even knew to carry water in a hollowed out stone. Pretty smart. Big brother, drink first. You must be hungry. I'll go get you some food. Anyone else would have put on a show and said they weren't hungry. Unfortunately, your stomach was more honest than your mouth. Gurgle before you could speak. Your stomach answered for you. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment. Luckily, the little wolf cub was simple-minded and didn't care at all, bounding off happily again. You couldn't be bothered with him and buried your head in the food bowl, gulping it down without a care. Not sure if it was because he hadn't drunk in so long, but the water tasted surprisingly sweet. When the little wolf cub came back carrying food, you were still drinking, But when you saw what he had in his mouth, your eyes instantly turned green. Hunger, this was something etched into your genes. An instinct that reason simply couldn't control. Stomach acid churned wildly, saliva flowed without stopping. Luckily you drank a belly full of water, so the saliva mixed with the water dripped down, keeping you from losing face in front of your little brother. Big brother, here's a bear paw for you. The little wolf placed a bear paw bigger than your head in front of you. Forget about keeping up the big brother act. This was a bear paw you wouldn't have even dared to dream of in your past life. The next second, you pounced on it, moving swiftly and powerfully. With a single crunch, you tore through the tough hide of the bear paw. The little wolf cub watched from the side, eyes gleaming. Big brother, your bite is amazing. I bet it'd take me ages to tear open a bear paw, but you did it in one bite. Your sharp fangs were no joke. You devoured the flesh and blood. Evolution points 5. As the meat went down, a warm current exploded from your stomach, surging through your limbs and bones. That satisfaction was pure bliss, right down to your very marrow. Eating could also add evolution points. Well, logically, getting any points at all was good, so you didn't think much of it. Right now, nothing mattered more than filling your stomach. The little wolf cub watched you devour what should have been his food, yet felt nothing at all. That's right, this bear paw was originally his ration. The food the alpha wolf had prepared for him was long hidden away. He had his own selfish reasons. He wanted to hear you talk about the world outside the cave. He figured a lone wolf must have plenty of stories. Suddenly, the wolf cub cried out in shock. Big brother, your wound. The little wolf had been staring at you the whole time, and he saw with his own eyes that the vicious gash on your belly was healing at a visible speed. Don't make a fuss, you mumbled through a mouthful of food, explaining, I was just too weak before. Now that I've eaten and got my blood and energy back, it naturally heals fast. You knew full well this was the work of your limb regenerating ability, but the little wolf cub didn't understand. The look in his eyes was pure admiration. In a wolf pack, everyone gets hurt, but he'd never seen anyone recover this fast. Even his father, the leader of the pack, wasn't this impressive. Big brother, you're amazing. I'm going to go tell my dad. The little guy didn't even give you a chance to react, running off like a kid who'd found treasure and couldn't wait to show it off to his parents. The little brat turned and ran. My heart skipped a beat. Little bro, this move of yours isn't right. You don't want your dad to find out you're awake this soon. You were just pretending to be weak in front of him. It's only been a moment, and you're not only awake but also ate a bear paw. How do you explain that? Would he think your dad is useful? Sure enough, worry was useless. The alpha wolf came. Dad, look, big brother's physique is incredible. His wounds are already healed. From far away, you heard the little wolves shouting. Honestly, you're a bit nervous. This is a wolf den. If they mean you harm, you're in danger today. Soon, a 3-meter-long, majestic giant wolf appeared before you. Really? Recovered, the alpha wolf's eyes were intimidating. Little one, where are you from? Forget it. In front of him, you wouldn't dare act the least bit disrespectful. Forget it. Right? The alpha wolf seemed to notice the little wolf cared about you. Willing to join our family? Forget it. Well, in the alpha wolf's eyes, you were a young coyote with huge potential. As long as you truly join, he'd welcome you. In the wolfpack's world, there are no traitors, only losers. I'm willing. You met his gaze with utterly sincere eyes. Anyway, you were originally going to do this mission anyway. You just didn't expect it to be this easy. Good, welcome. From now on, this is your home. The alpha wolf seemed pleased. Your body is still too thin first. Build up your strength before hunting with us. Until then, if there's anything you don't understand, ask the big one. Losing one adult wolf and gaining this trade isn't a loss, though he'd have to feed you for a while. Fattening up a beast wolf is much faster than waiting for a cub to grow. Being looked down on again. Fine, you're the boss, whatever you say. Being taken care of isn't so bad. You felt a bit smug. That bear paw earlier not only healed your wounds, but also gave you a full 100 points of purification value. If you could eat like this every day, complete the mission, integrate into the pack reward. Lifespan 5 days, triggered mission. The Wolf King demands you become the king of this pack. Reward position. You instantly panicked, you just joined. And the system wants you to become the leader. You're not that kind of king. Well, you consoled yourself, since they treat you well. You'll lead them to eat well and live well in the future. Then you, with a clear conscience, began your days of being cared for. The next day, no way. System, you tricked me again. You're howling in the cave at dawn just because you looked at your stats panel. Constitution, strength, agility, and mental power all went up by 1 point, and you instantly understood. Eating makes you stronger. When your body gets stronger, your stats naturally rise. But the problem is, doesn't that mean the system screwed you over? Taking away your chance to raise stats with evolution points. Big brother, you're awake. Big brother, how come you feel different after just one sleep? The big cub eagerly ran over. You just call him Big Cub without a proper name. He nodded, and you looked at him with pity. Tough luck having an uneducated dad. From now on, you'll be called Lang King. Big brother gave me a name? That sounds great. All right, I'll be Lang King from now on. Lang King was overjoyed, thinking the name had real style. So Lang King. Your big brother here is a bit hungry, you know what I mean. Lang King dashed off in a flash. Hungry. Easy, just eat. The days of being taken care of passed. Quickly, your body changed at a visible rate. The alpha wolf originally thought he'd have to raise you for a month or two, but in just 6 days, you'd grown into something no different from a normal forest wolf. Seeing this, the alpha wolf could only sigh that youth was wonderful. Your body might still have hidden issues, so maybe rest a few more days. Before the hunting party set out, the alpha wolf looked at you with some concern. You insisted today on joining the team, and he couldn't easily refuse. And you truly couldn't stay put anymore. You'd love to just coast along, but your lifespan wouldn't allow it. Don't be fooled. You look as sturdy as an ox now, but your beast life has only a pitiful 9 days left. If you don't want to die, you have to find a way to extend your life. The system panel showed that your remaining lifespan was a stark warning. You knew that relying on normal food wouldn't cut it. You needed something more potent, like the essence of magical beasts. The hunting party was about to head into the deeper parts of the forest, where stronger prey roamed. That was your chance. You had to seize it, no matter the risk. The alpha wolf led the pack, and you followed close behind, your heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. The forest grew denser, shadows lengthening, and the air thickened with the scent of danger. You knew this was the path to survival or death, but you had no choice. The pack moved silently, eyes scanning for any sign of prey. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes ahead made everyone freeze. A massive shadow emerged, and you felt a chill run down your spine. Out the signal, you shot out like an arrow from a bow. I went out. The prey is evolution points. You took it without hesitation. The alpha wolf didn't stop you, but the other forest wolves looked indignant. They didn't think you could succeed, and talapas aren't easy to deal with, fast and strong. One kick could send a wolf flying half to death. Usually they had to hunt in packs, but you didn't think that much. You only wanted to know how many evolution points this antelope would give you. Poor antelope. Before it could react, the shadow of death had already enveloped it. You hugged the ground as you moved, at the optimal distance. You burst out suddenly. The whole sequence was fluid. It didn't look like a novice at all. Kidding aside, you'd watched plenty of nature documentaries, but the next moment, all the wolves were stunned. He didn't open his mouth. When you pounced on the antelope, you didn't even open your jaws. Even the alpha wolf frowned. What are you up to? You curled your lip in disdain. Dealing with an antelope, why would you need to use your mouth? One claw swipe is enough. Other wolves lacked the strength, but you weren't in that category. With the fourfold boost, you had over 500 jin of terrifying power, pinning down 100 jin. Antelope was like child's play. Bang, the antelope's head was pinned to the ground by your claw. Its forelegs kicked wildly, churning up dirt, but it couldn't break free at all. You even shifted to a more comfortable position, your hind leg stepping on its head. Your front claw slid across its fragile neck. Dead. Enemy killed. Antelope slain. Gained 50 evolution points. Only 50 points. You were a bit unsatisfied. Meanwhile, behind you, the wolf pack had completely erupted. No, they should say, truly impressive, too strong. A few forest wolves even lowered their heads slightly toward you. In the pack, strength was everything. Survival of the fittest, that was the law carved into their bones. Your performance just now had crushed every wolf present. Letting you join the pack was my wisest choice. The alpha wolf walked over, his tone full of admiration. Today our harvest will surely be great, to repay everyone for their care these past days. You spoke up smoothly, finding the perfect excuse for the upcoming hunt. I hope today's prey will all be handled by me. Good. The alpha wolf also wanted to see where your limits truly lay. Next up was your personal performance time. After evolving from mantis wolf to forest wolf, to secure your footing in the pack and to replace the 9 wolf king, you kid to show off your skills properly. Ability, after all, you had a god-tier system backing you up. So during a hunt, organized by the current wolf king, you couldn't wait to start your personal show, since the pack had already witnessed Your overwhelming hunting style, this times. Hunting plan was simple. The alpha wolf watched from the sidelines, the rest of the pack searched, and you only needed to instantly kill the prey. Working together, it was flawless. Some wolves even voluntarily acted as porters, huffing and puffing as they dragged the mountain of prey back to the den. The Wolf King couldn't help but praise you from the bottom of his heart, calling you truly amazing. Hunting continued into the afternoon, and you looked at the prey scattered everywhere before finally speaking up. Alpha, how about we call it a day? If we keep hunting, we won't be able to eat it all, it'll go to waste. Waste, the alpha wolf sneered. In these woods, there's no such thing as waste. However much we have, we can eat it all. A bit blunt, but you didn't bother overthinking it, since he said they could eat it all. Then you'd keep hunting. The sound of evolution points landing was the sweetest thing you'd ever heard. As darkness fell and you wrapped up, you calculated that today you'd caught over 200 beasts, from rabbits to black cattle, raking in over 3,000 evolution points. Walking behind the alpha wolf, you felt those she-wolves throwing scorching glances your way, but you couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid, heading straight back to your den. You'd barely lain down when Wolf Xing came darting in, his tail wagging so hard it nearly broke off in excitement. Big brother, even my dad praised you, said you're incredible. Really? Really or not, those words made you feel great inside. After all, this kid was the one who'd fed you bite by bite back then. Being able to have him look at you with such admiration, no matter how many evolution points you earned, it was all worth it. Of course it's true, you said, rubbing his head with your paw. How could you not believe in your big brother's strength? Back then, you saved your own rations for me. Thought I didn't know, you must have been starving. You lowered your voice. Wait here, in a bit. Big brother's treating you to a feast all you can eat. Wolf King's face flushed bright red. A little embarrassed, he said, Big brother, you knew all along? Of course. You didn't move your paw, but your tone turned unusually serious. From today on, you, Wolf King, are my Xianxia's sworn little brother. As long as I have meat to eat, you'll have soup to drink. Big brother, I want to become as strong as you two. Wolf King's eyes were filled with longing. As strong as me? Your heart stirred, and you suddenly remembered that thing in your system backpack, the system synthesis talent. Fragment obtained, talent acquired, superhuman strength beginner 3. A small stone glowing with green light appeared out of thin air before you. You hadn't thought much of it before. But now could this thing be used on the wolf spirit? A bold idea surfaced. Open your mouth and eat this. You pushed the talent stone in front of Wolf King. The wolf spirit froze, looking at the stone, then at you. Eat it. Your tone left no room for doubt. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. He trusted you more than he trusted himself. In an instant, a ring of green light burst from Wolf King's body and quickly receded. You even thought you might have imagined it. Wow, big brother, my strength has grown stronger. Wolf King leaped 3 feet into the air, howling with excitement. You watched him but felt a twinge of regret. If only you'd known this thing could be used on others, you'd have wiped out that ant nest long ago. What a pity. But there's no medicine for regret in this world. What are you so excited about? You changed the subject. Tell me, with all this prey you've hunted, how exactly do you plan to store it? Wolf King wore a what are you talking about expression. No need to store it, we just eat it all. Eat it all? You were stunned. That was a mountain of meat, wouldn't it burst them? Wolf King looked at you like you were some poor country relative, his eyes full of pity and sympathy. Big brother, have you never had enough to eat before? The more we eat, the bigger and stronger we grow, and the greater our power. It's that simple. His gaze made you uncomfortable, so you rolled your eyes. Who needs your pity? Little brother, you'd soon understand what he meant. When food was distributed, your share was piled up like a mountain. You were full after just a few bites. But then you looked at Wolf King. That guy's stomach was practically a bottomless pit. He never stopped eating. So this was the rule of this world. You suddenly felt that this abnormal world was becoming more and more interesting. 3 days later, the pleasant days of racking up points always passed. Quickly, you led the wolf pack sweeping through this area, and the number of prey visibly dwindled. At the same time, the true overlord of these woods, that little tiger, had been hungry for 2 days. Hunger made him restless, and when he discovered the culprit behind the dwindling food was that group he'd never paid any mind to, the jungle wolves, his fury was completely ignited. One mountain cannot hold 2 tigers, let alone a pack of wolves. He had to drive them away or eliminate them all. The little tiger made up his mind. At noon, when the sun was at its harshest, he appeared with a body full of Pride near the wolf den. However, the next second his pride was shattered by the mountain of food piled inside the wolf den. Hunger made his eyes instantly gleam green. Hesitate, why hesitate? He had come to pick a fight anyway. Steal the food first, then drive away the wolves. Perfectly reasonable. Reason was devoured by appetite. The little tiger shot into the wolf den like a cannonball. Those left behind were all the old, weak, and sick. One young wolf responsible for carrying food just bared its teeth when the little tiger slapped it to the ground with a single paw and pinned it down. A tiger's strength was simply no match for a wolf. What was worse? In his fury, the little tiger struck the wolf's vital spot. The scent of blood instantly ignited the entire wolf den. Don't be rash, go find your big brother. An old wolf desperately blocked the wuxia tide. Young wolf, even if all us old bones go up, we wouldn't be enough to fill a tiger's teeth. The only hope now is you. Hurry and take the pups and go. The old wolf's gaze was unwavering. The young wolf shuddered. Yes, he could die, but the pups had to survive. He made the split-second decision and charged out of the den with 4 pups, leaving his back to the 8 elderly jungle wolves. When the pus figures disappeared, the old wolves turned back. In their murky eyes, there was no longer a trace of fear, only the resolve to die together. If you want our food, you'll have to trample over our dead bodies. The old wolves bared their teeth and charged at the little tiger. The little tiger let out a thunderous roar, but the old wolves did not flinch. They knew this was their final battle. The little tiger, though fierce, was outnumbered. He fought with all his might. But the old wolves were relentless. They bit and clawed, ignoring their own wounds. The little tiger felt a sharp pain in his leg. A wolf had sunk its teeth deep. He roared in agony and shook the wolf off, but more came. In the chaos, the little tiger realized he might not win this fight. He had to retreat. Big one, take them and wait here. The wolf turned to look at Wolf Blue, his voice hoarse as if giving final words. If we don't come out, you survive on your own. Wolf Blue grit his teeth, holding back tears. Inside the cave, the scene was horrifying. 8 aged wolf corpses lay scattered on the ground, blood still wet. No howls, no tears, only deathly silence and the frantic burning of strength within it. That little tiger was by the corner, feasting. And only when he saw you did he slowly rise, shaking the blood off his body. This is my territory. He let out a low growl, completely disregarding you. Answering him was the entire pack's silent charge. You didn't stop them. This was their revenge, and you had no right to interfere. The little tiger swung his claws disdainfully, each strike sending a wolf flying and leaving deep wounds. His power was despairingly overwhelming. Just then, you moved. No flashy moves, just the most direct pounce. The little tiger didn't even bother looking, casually swiping a claw at you. You raised your own claw. With a dull crack, your claw suffered severe damage. My body's still too weak, the thought flashed through your mind, but you didn't step back. The little tiger froze. His claw wasn't broken, but his entire arm. He stared at you in shock. That power was actually no less than his. In that split second, the tree-head jungle wolf seized the chance, crazily pouncing on him, biting down with open jaws. Roar. The little tiger flew into a rage, landing a bite on a wolf's vital spot, wildly shaking his body to fling off the fleas on him. He momentarily forgot about you, and that was your golden opportunity. Dragging an injured leg, you looked up at his massive form. From this angle, you could strike his neck, a heaven-defying strike. You poured all 500 jin of strength along with the sharp doubled effect into the single bite. With a squelch, your fangs, like a sharp knife cutting through butter, instantly tore through the tiger's hide, precisely hitting his vital spot. The searing pain drove the little tiger mad. He instinctively swiped a claw, leaving several wounds on you. At the same time, he opened his massive jaws to bite back. You couldn't dodge. Just as you were about to use your final trump card, a figure suddenly charged forward, using their own body to shield between you and the tiger's jaws. The wolf pack is entrusted to you. They didn't look at the tiger, only staring intently at you. Blood poured from their mouth as the tiger's fangs pierced through their abdomen. Warm blood splattered across your face. Your eyes instantly turned red. You truly seek death. A sound not quite human roared from your throat. Your hind legs kicked hard against the ground, and your entire body shot out like a cannonball, slamming hard into the young tiger's jaw. Your wolf fangs embedded once more into his flesh, and this time you bit down on his head. You used all your strength to clench your jaws, even hearing the grinding of his mandible. With a creaking sound, the little tiger went mad. its front claws tearing wildly at your body, but you refused to let go. Wounds were left across you, but you had only one thought: defeat him. Defeating the tiger, an overlevel kill, earned you 0 evolution points. The Nemesis. Mission was complete. Rewards: lifespan 5 days, evolution points 20, the little tiger's massive. Body crashed to the ground, you won. But you didn't spare him a glance, dragging your wounded body. You moved step by step to the alpha wolf's side. His blood was nearly drained. Promise me, take care of them. He looked at you, using the last of his strength. You looked into his eyes and, word by word, solemnly made a vow: I promise you, from now on I will be there. King, the old wolf king fell, with a trace of relief. In his expression, a low growl was forced from your throat, both grief and declaration. In an instant, the entire wolf den was drowned in howls, rising one after another. This was an outpouring of victory and a mourning for the departed. After evolving from a mantis into a jungle wolf, you helped the pack slay an invading tiger and successfully rose to become the new wolf king. In gratitude for the old wolf king taking the fatal blow for you, you decided to, in his place, to grow the pack and one day pass it on to his son Wolf King. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Wolf King heard the pack's mournful howls, and a sense of dread welled up within him when he rushed in frantically and saw his father lying on the ground. The half-grown pup burst into tears. You turned to look at him, then with your 3 remaining good legs, you suddenly pushed yourself up. As wounds dripped blood, your stance stood firm as a rock. From today on, I am the Wolf King. Your voice was not loud, but it struck like stones into the hearts of every forest wolf. An indescribable aura of dominance exploded from you. Oa. Every wolf in the pack, no matter how badly wounded, dropped to its front knees and bowed its head to you, letting out a low, submissive growl. Ding, quest complete, Wolf King, quest reward. Lifespan 30 days. Ding, new quest triggered, expand and strengthen the pack. Quest requirement: grow the pack's numbers. Quest reward unknown. Tip: annexation is the best method. 30 days of lifespan. You muttered the number to yourself, quite satisfied. This life was extended. You turned to the still sobbing wolf pup, your voice devoid of any warmth. Go handle your father's remains. The wolf pup looked up, eyes complex but still nodded. He was still too small. Dragging the old wolf king's massive body was an immense struggle. Sweat and tears mingled together, but no wolf stepped forward to help. This was his right, the final pride of his father that he alone had to bear. You all clean out the wolf den, you ordered the other wolves. Then you grabbed the little tiger's corpse and dragged it back to your own den. Grief was grief, but life had to go on. The pack began to move, burying their fallen comrades and cleaning up the bloodstains. Everything was orderly. Back in your den, you stared at the tiger's corpse, knowing full well that just eating it would be a waste. System fusion. Ding, this fusion requires 50 evolution points, success rate 17 in a fuse or not, 5,000, that's robbery. You cursed inwardly. That was nearly half of your savings, but of course, you didn't hesitate for even a second. Fusing the tiger's corpse, it burst apart instantly, turning into a swirl of green light that crazily drilled into your body. Ding, fusion successful. Please choose a fusion direction, host. 2 options appeared before you. One was your wolf form but with a tiger's head. The other kept the wolf's appearance. What does the second one enhance? You couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. The first choice was hideous. If you really wanted a tiger's head, wouldn't it be better to just evolve into a tiger? Ding, the second choice enhances the host's bone density. That's the one. The next moment, a violent ache shot through every bone in your body. The agony nearly knocked you unconscious. Fortunately, the system's procedures were lightning fast. No matter how much pain, it was over in an instant. Ding, host has finished fusing tiger bones. Strength 1. Constitution 1, Agility 1, Physical Potential 1. 10 evolution value cap increased by 10,000. After fusion, the host's maximum attributes can be further increased by 10 points. Understand, it means this body of yours has a higher ceiling. You lay in the cave, a plan forming in your mind. But you wouldn't give up this wolf body. The mission must be done. The pack must be led, and staying in wolf form lets you pass through. Hunting those weak creatures builds evolution value as fast as gaining experience. Now you need rest. That night, a sorrowful atmosphere still hung over the wolf den. The wolf cub impaired at the spot where his father was buried all night long, but by the next day, the whole pack had recovered its Vitality, the dead were dead, the living still had to fight to survive. The wolf cub stood guard at your den entrance, his voice stripped of yesterday's hildishness, carrying a hard-edged maturity. Big brother, they're all waiting for you to lead. You woke up groggy, all the wounds on your body already scubbed over. It looked truly miraculous, but today you rested. You didn't feel like moving, your body wasn't fully healed yet. The wolf cub, without hesitation, turned and went to relay the order. When he came back, he just stood silently at the den entrance like a statue. This kid had grown up. You didn't comfort him, men don't need that. System, you closed your eyes and called out in your mind, strengthen my physique, pour all my evolution value into it. The wounds healed too slowly, you couldn't wait. As for keeping some in reserve, forget it. With 40 days of lifespan, you felt bold again. The evolution value instantly dropped to 0, leaving only 850 points. But at the same time, your physique attribute surged by 7 points, breaking straight through the 20 mark. A surging power erupted within your body. Your body, like a balloon being inflated, visibly expanded a full size. The wolf cub guarding the entrance nearly popped his eyes out, but he didn't ask anything. He just assumed you'd digested that tiger. In his eyes, a wolf should be like this. Another day passed, and your wounds fully healed, not even a scar left behind. Now, you were 2.5 meters long, 1.7 meters tall at the shoulder, more imposing and mighty than the old wolf king. Today, the hunt began. You walked out of the wolf den and announced to all the members, once you've all grown stronger, we'll go absorb other wolf packs. The moment they heard absorb wolf packs, they instantly became excited, howling wildly. You left 5 wolves to guard the den, then led the main force charging back into the jungle. By mid-afternoon, you were about to lead the pack to hunt a elk when you suddenly stopped in your tracks. You'd spotted a new prey, a wild boar. The thing was grunting and snorting, sleeping in a mud pit, weighing 300 kilograms. 2 long tusks, a demeanor that fears no one. You're a bit annoyed. Isn't this thing taking you, the hunter, too lightly? Don't mess with it, not worth it. The jungle wolf beside you had a trembling voice, but you just grinned, revealing a hint of a smile. When have you ever listened to advice? You watch here. Before the words faded, your figure had already dashed out. That wild boar was still lying on its back, sunning its belly, practically handing its weakness to you. You didn't mind the filth. Instead, you descended from above, 4 sharp wolf claws stomping hard on its soft belly. The boar let out a miserable squeal and flipped over, eyes instantly blood red with rage. Its hind hooves dug the ground like a starting little tank, charging at you with 2 big tusks. Don't move, I'll handle it myself. A low growl stopped the one who wanted to help. Your underling. Then you pushed off with all 4 legs, your body like it had springs, leaping up effortlessly. The boar crashed into empty air, immediately brakes turned, and even backed up a few steps to gain distance for more impact. Low intelligence, you couldn't bear to watch. With a muffled thud, the world went silent. Those 2 long tusks sank 7 inches into the tree trunk. It had successfully hung itself on the tree, its hooves flailing assiduously in there. You expressionlessly stepped forward, 1 kick slitting its throat, ending its struggle. Ding. Overlevel kill wild boar, evolution points 500, thick-skinned fragment. Ultimate 1, this thing can even drop talent fragments. Now you're motivated. You immediately had your underling call the wolves to carry the boar back. Then just the guide wolf commanded it to lead me to find other wild boars. I want to wipe them all out. King, the boar herd has at least 100 members. Your underling was a bit panicked. 100 is even better. You stopped wasting words and followed your underling into the boar forest. You wait here. You ordered, sneaking in alone. Not far in, you saw another wild boar sleeping soundly in a mud pit. You couldn't even be bothered to complain. So the same routine, the same low intelligence. Wild boar, the same smooth charge. Ding. Evolution points 500, thick-skinned fragment. Ultimate 1. You ignored the corpse and continued deeper until the sky darkened. Beneath your feet lay 11 wild boar corpses. Use the system's talent synthesis immediately. You couldn't be bothered to wait. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining heaven. Thick skin and flesh, ultimate passive, increases constitution by 50%. Not bad. Your constitution attribute in that instant directly surged to 30 points. Feeling the explosive power in your body, you looked at the sky. The boar herd was about to become active collectively. Time to head back. Being surrounded by a herd of boars is no joke. You're not strong enough yet to go head-to-head with the entire boar herd. Avoiding their edge for now is your only choice. Leading the wolf pack hastily back to the wolf den, you quickly took stock of Today's gains, food didn't matter, just eat your fill, but the skyrocketing. Evolution points secretly thrilled you, killing 11. Boars netted you 5,500 evolution points, plus the previous. Total all at once surged to 8,360 points. Good, you thought, tomorrow. If I list another 20-second tier 1s, the injured city can be opened, and the wolf pack can eat. Till their mouths drip with grease, fully satisfied, however, just as you were feasting. The atmosphere in the boar's lair had dropped to freezing point. Who killed? This king's subordinates. The boar king roared furiously in the muddy ground where you hunted during the day. His massive body made the ground tremble. 11. Subordinates dead in a single day. This was simply rubbing his face into the dirt. It's the wolf king, a wolf snuck into our territory. We must take revenge, a boar relying on the footprints in the mud gave the answer too bold. The boar king, with fierce momentum, charged and snapped a nearby sapling. Let's go find them. Today we'll definitely destroy their den. But the problem was, when this group of furious boars charged out of their comfortable lair, all the pigs were dumbfounded. Where do those wolves live? The boar king turned and asked the underling beside him. That underling was also stunned. Boss, you ask me, who do I ask? Our group that never likes to leave the house. Once we go out, don't we all get lost? This was awkward. Going back wouldn't work, coming out with such a big show. And slinking back without finding the place. Where would the king's face be? Find them for me, even if we have to turn this forest upside down. We must find them. The boar king gave the death order, so a herd of boars, grunting and snorting, began charging recklessly through the forest. The momentum was like bulldozers passing through. Even tigers, leopards, and bears had to give way. However, this kind of blind, headless fly-like charging was far too inefficient. After struggling for an entire night, until just before dawn, they finally caught one unlucky little monkey. After a round of gestures and threats, the communication finally got through to the unlucky little monkey pinned against the tree, nearly broken. The monkey finally understood what these grim figures wanted. Led by the little monkey, the wild boar army that had been searching all night finally found your wolf den. Meanwhile, still deep in sleep, a cold sound suddenly exploded in your mind. A system notification triggered quest challenge from the wild boar king. Requirement: protect the wolf pack under the wild boar king's attack, keeping more than half alive. Reward: unknown. After evolving from a mantis into a jungle wolf, you suddenly received, in the dead of night, a reminder from the divine grade system. Triggered quest challenge from the wild boar king. Requirement: under the wild boar king's attack, protect the wolf pack, keeping more than half alive. Reward: unknown. The wild boar king's attack had already instantly jolted you awake. Without a moment's hesitation, you let out a sharp wolf howl to rally the pack. Within half a minute, every adult jungle wolf stood before you, eyes wary. The wild boar king's men are attacking. Your voice was low and forceful. Wolf Green, you take the pups to the deepest cave. Don't come out until I give the order. Wolf Green's eyes were filled with frustration, hiding again, only watching. Go now, you're grown. Time to shoulder responsibility. Stop acting like a child, you snapped. Those words hit like a bucket of cold water, snapping Wolf Green back to his senses. He nodded heavily. Big brother, don't worry. I'll take care of them. I'll die before any of the wolves do. With that, he led the four little ones and retreated resolutely into the depths of the wolf den. You nodded inwardly. Wolf Green had the makings of a future wolf king. As for the crisis at hand, evolution points delivered to your door were not to be wasted. You'd planned to save them for the level 2 shop, but you licked your lips, eyes turning cold. Looked like saving was off the table. Plans change. You had to convert evolution points into combat power immediately. Without hesitation, you opened the system panel. System: enhance 8 points of strength. This enhancement requires 80 evolution points. Confirm enhancement. Confirmed. The moment the words left your mouth, 80 evolution points vanished, and an explosive surge of power flooded your limbs and bones. Your strength stat shot straight to 20 points. With your talents fourfold multiplier, one claw swipe now carried a full 1,000 jin of force. Alpha, what do we do? A jungle wolf asked in a low voice, eyes showing no fear, only absolute trust. Your command was their call to fight to the death. Hold the wolf den, and don't let a single boar through. Your strategy was simple and brutal. Take down the legs of any that charge in. You had no intention of fighting in the narrow wolf den, though the terrain favored the pack. The boars were too numerous. A trade of lives was a loss you couldn't afford, so you decided to go out alone and Shoulder everything yourself. King, don't waste words, get ready, you cut it off, then stepped out of the den by yourself. The next second, the sight before you made your pupils shrink sharply. Whoa, good heavens, outside the wolf den. On the open ground, a pitch-black mass, over 100 red-eyed wild boars had already gathered. Their heavy breathing merged into a single sound, thick with pressure. The boar king, flanked by his herd, strode to the front. His frame was a full size larger than yours, and those two tusks, over 30 centimeters long, gleamed coldly in the morning light. Like twin blades drawn from their sheaths, he was about to grandly proclaim your doom, but you were faster. You leaped, landing steadily atop a 3-meter-high boulder before the den. Looking down from above, facing the waning moon on the horizon, you let out a howl that pierced clouds and split stone. Oa, that cry was filled with contempt and boundless battle intent. It was a king's challenge to a king, inside the den. The pack felt your resolve and joined in with earth-shaking howls. The surging battle intent instantly shattered the oppression the boars had brought. The boar king felt publicly slapped in the face, furious beyond measure. Our army presses in, and you not only refuse to fear but dare to provoke first. Fine, today I'll show you what you're up against. The boar king let out a roar, pawed the ground with all 4 hooves, and like an out-of-control heavy truck, charged straight at the boulder beneath your feet. He meant to shatter the stone and send you tumbling off. You hadn't expected this brute to be so headstrong. No words, just straight into action. But did he charge the wrong target? What had the boulder ever done to him? With a thunderous crash, the rock shook violently, and you nearly lost your footing. You leaped straight down from it. A one-on-one duel suited you fine. The moment you landed, you raised your claws and swiped at the boar king's head. The boar king, fearless with his thick hide and tough flesh, violently whipped his head around, meeting your claws with his tusks, trying to trade blow for blow. But you weren't that foolish. Swiftly retracting your claws, you twisted your body, and that steel whip of a wolf tail, whistling through the air, cracked hard against the boar king's neck. Even without any talent boost, that tail carried with 700 or 800 jin of force behind it. The boar king stumbled and nearly fell. I'll ram you to death. After taking that hit, the boar king flew into a rage and abandoned the duel, bellowing the order for a full assault. What were his underlings for if not to gang up on you? In an instant, nearly 100 wild boars charged at once, thundering toward you like a stampede of 10,000 horses. The sight was enough to terrify any creature. The wolf pack guarding the cave mouth felt their hearts leap into their throats. You were a bit rattled too, but you didn't dodge because you'd spotted a fatal flaw. These boars were seriously lacking in brains. There was only so much space in front of you, yet they all swarmed forward in a chaotic mass. Before they could even reach you, they were crashing into each other. And several unlucky ones were trampled on the spot by their own kind, squealing in pain, and those were all evolution points. You couldn't bear the waste. To avoid such squandering, you moved not by standing your ground, but by turning and running, leading the boar herd in wide circles across the open grassland. Don't let him get away, the boar king shouted triumphantly from behind. But you had no intention of fleeing far. After one lap, the herd's formation was stretched thin, and the slower ones had long since fallen behind. The moment had come. You suddenly halted, spun around, and charged back into the scattered boar ranks like a knife slicing through butter. The herd instantly fell into chaos. No one expected you to dare counterattack. Your movements were lightning fast, your claws precisely slashing open one boar's throat after another, killing each with a single strike. Blood stained your fur red, and it also stained the boar king's eyes. He finally realized that the subordinates who died before were all you're doing. The method was identical. Kill him, ram him to death. The boar king's heart was bleeding. Unfortunately, the boar's speed couldn't keep up with you at all. You always used your unpredictable, bizarre footwork to turn their clumsy turns into fatal openings. 1, 2, 10. By the time dawn broke, you had reaped 10 boar lives. The evolution points you'd earned were generously poured without hesitation into the nether realm, making you faster and your movements more graceful. The boar king was nearly mad with fury. Then he suddenly spotted a few jungle wolves peeking out from the cave mouth. And a vicious a thought surged instantly. Fine, you killed my men, so I'll kill your whole family. The wild boar king let out a roar, and half of the boars immediately gave up chasing you, turning viciously to charge toward the wolf den. Seeing the trouble, you shouted from afar, "Get back into the den." Your roar rang out from a distance. The wild boar king heard your shout and grew even more smug, knowing he had found your weakness. You sprinted desperately Back, moving so fast you became a blur of green. Shadow, King, don't worry about us, get out of here. The wolves at the den's mouth let out mournful howls. They were already blocked by the boers. But you still had a chance to escape. Get in there. You cursed, charging behind the giant boulder. And with all your strength, shoved the massive stone with everything you had. The wild boar king saw through your intent. How could he let you succeed? He led 2 elite guards in a triangular formation, charging at you with the boulder. If you dodged, you'd be knocked flying on the spot. If you dodged, the wolf pups would be doomed. Fight, you steeled your resolve. There was no retreat now. The wild boar king's tusks were inches away. He seemed to already envision you being struck down, gravely wounded, just as he was about to hit you. Your hind legs suddenly left the ground like a wuxia kicking back, both paws carrying the force of 1,000 troops, slamming hard into the wild boar kings. Fikaplate, the red boulder, with the combined force of the push and the kick, fell with a crash, sealing the den's entrance tightly. Humph, you can't save them, and you can't save yourself either. The kicked wild boar king wasn't angry. He was utterly triumphant, because his razor-sharp tusks had also carved a deep gash in your shoulder, blood spraying everywhere. You stumbled back a few steps. But a fierce light blazed in your eyes. You think you've won? You growled, your voice low and dangerous. The wild boar king snorted. What else can you do? Your den is sealed, your pack is trapped, and you're bleeding out. Surrender now, and I might let your pups live as slaves. You laughed coldly, blood dripping from your jaws. You've never seen a cornered wolf fight to the death. With that, you lunged forward, ignoring the searing pain, and sank your fangs into the wild boar king's front leg. He howled in fury, shaking you off. But you held on, tearing a chunk of flesh away. The boar guards rushed in, but you twisted and slashed, forcing them back. The wild boar king, enraged, charged again, his tusks aimed at your heart. You sidestepped at the last moment, and as he passed, you bit deep into his throat. He gurgled, stumbled, and crashed to the ground. The remaining boers froze in shock, then fled. You stood over the fallen king, panting, your pack safe behind the sealed stone. They surged toward you, the ground trembling beneath their charge. You had no intention of circling around them again. That injured hind leg was indeed a problem, affecting your top speed. However, your agility was enough to let you put on a spectacular battle among these boers. What? He's not running? The boar king's eyes nearly bulged out. Not only did you not flee, you plunged headfirst into the boar pack. You're insane. The boers didn't care whether you were crazy or not. Their thoughts were simple and brutal: trample you to death. Yet you charged in not to clash head-on. You darted and wove through the gaps between the boers like a phantom, and every time your claws lashed out, they drew a trail of blood. The poison on your claws began to take effect. That was something bought with 1,000 evolution points. The effect wasn't instant kill, but the continuous weakening and searing pain were enough to throw the boers charging formation into complete chaos. Soon, the stampeding herd was forced to a halt, surrounding you in a tight circle. Countless tusks thrust at you, but few could actually reach you. Instead, your claws and fangs had long been dyed crimson by blood. At first, the boar king waited excitedly for you to be defeated, but gradually he realized something was off. It was too brutal. The key point was that all that blood belonged to his underlings. He had a strange feeling that the one who should have been crushed to pieces wasn't dead. Instead, he was growing fiercer with each fight. His instincts were right. You were indeed fighting more fiercely. You discovered that the boost in your constitution had raised your defense as well, rising like the tide. Even if you were occasionally grazed by tusks, it was only superficial wounds. This discovery made you throw all caution to the wind. A bold idea took shape in your mind: defeat them all. That's what you thought, and that's what you did. Every time your evolution points reached 1,000, you unhesitatingly poured them into your attributes, whether it was increased strength or improved agility. Both made you even more lethal in this battle. By the time the boar king finally realized things had gone terribly wrong, the ground was already covered with a thick layer of boar carcasses. The next moment, he went completely berserk, not losing his mind, but knowing that today it was either you dead or him. If he let you leave alive, the entire boar herd would become your prey. With that, the boar king let out a roar and charged straight at you, trampling over those in his path. The underlings scrambled to clear a path in terror, and you had already seen it coming. A hint of disdain even crossed your mind. This kind of straightforward attack was really weak. Just as he was about to crash into your face, and you had already prepared to leap aside, something unexpected happened. The Boar King actually tripped over a corpse, stumbling with a massive lurch and falling flat right in front of you. You had already jumped and nearly choked on the sight. Was this guy here to be a clown? Or what? Actually, the Boar King had intelligence. And the smarter you are, the more you fear death, having watched you defeat over 100 of his underlings when he charged at you. Himself, his heart was trembling, so his feet slipping was only natural, yet this accidental fall became his heaven-sent opportunity. You were midair with no leverage, forced to watch yourself fall toward the spot where he had tumbled down, and all he had to do was raise his head for those tusks to pierce your belly clean through. What luck, you silently cursed. As your body twisted desperately midair, the sound of tusks sinking into flesh. You gave it everything, but in the end, you couldn't fully dodge. One hind leg was viciously pierced by the tusks, searing pain instantly flooding your entire body, but at the same time, you weren't idle. Using the momentum of your fall, you bit down hard on the Boar King's neck and tore viciously. The Boar King, in agony, dared not tangle with you further. He whipped his head and flung you off entirely. You tumbled through the pack of boars, covered in your own blood and the boars like a blood ball. When you dragged your injured leg and staggered back to your feet, those crimson eyes made the Boar King instinctively step back a pace. He was terrified to his core. What kind of gaze was that? It was the most primal, relentless madness of a beast. Defeat him, to mask his fear. The Boar King roared hoarsely, and the remaining boars surrounded you again. With your hind leg crippled, your mobility was greatly reduced. You could no longer dodge and weave. So you'd fight head-on, fist to flesh, claw to blood. How was it possible? He was so badly wounded. Why was he still this fierce? The Boar King panicked again. He realized that even standing still and trading blows, you were still a monster. Your claws with every swing brought down a boar, while those boars' attacks landed on you like nothing more than a tickle. As if it were nothing, and the law of the jungle watched helplessly as you, gravely wounded. The opponent, amidst a field of prey, defeated his own clan's wild Boar King in the final moments. His courage collapsed. He wanted to flee, but found his 4 legs trembling like a sieve. He couldn't move an inch. He was scared out of his wits. When it was your turn, there was no longer a single boar left standing in the field. You dragged your bloody, mangled hind leg step by step toward the king who had completely collapsed. This icy growl nearly scared the wild Boar King senseless. His remaining 2 guards, no longer caring about any kingly dignity, turned and fled, disappearing into the jungle. You didn't chase, to be honest. You couldn't chase anymore, but the wild Boar King didn't know that. He didn't dare run. You walked up to him. When your wolf fangs touched his neck, only then did he, as if waking from a dream, begin to struggle. But the more he struggled, the faster the blood flowed. Filled with confusion, the wild Boar King died. Ding, mission complete. Challenge mission from the wild Boar King. Reward, lifespan 30 days, thick skin and tough flesh shard, ultimate 1. You hud to the ground, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Looking at the 130 evolution points in the system, you decided to save them. To break through to level 2, the system synthesized the talent. Ding, synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, you obtained thick skin and tough flesh. Talent, ultimate 1, thick skin and tough flesh. Talent, advanced 1, without hesitation. You used the advanced talent. Ding, use successful. Thick skin and tough flesh talent promoted to advanced. Passive. Boost, double physique. A warm current instantly surged through your body. You felt your wounds healing faster. Limb regeneration. This talent relied on physique. Doubling your physique was incredibly useful. Just then, a hint of danger made you look up sharply. 2 brown bears you had seen before appeared at the edge of your vision. After evolving from a mantis to a jungle wolf, you had just slain the giant strength wild Boar King, but before you could catch your breath, a hint of danger made you look up sharply. 2 brown bears you had seen before appeared at the edge of your vision. They had been drawn by the thick scent of blood. But these 2 big fellows only glanced from afar at the field of prey, then at you standing in the middle of it, and backed down. Without a word, they turned and ran, deciding to avoid your wolf den from now on. Just as you sighed in relief, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, mission triggered, kill the peaker. Mission requirement, kill the peaker who is food. Leopard, mission reward, unknown. The moment the words fell, a leopard with a sleek build and a proud demeanor emerged from the bushes. He clearly wasn't here to fight, but to share in the spoils. In his eyes, you were already at the end of your rope. A cripple, with so many corpses here, his noble leopard lordship eating one of yours, did you dare to object? You indeed had no objection, but you had a temper. Put it down, you let out a low warning. The leopard cast you a disdainful glance and, without a care, began dragging away a boar's carcass. Oh my heavens, you're in such a sorry state, and still dare to meddle in others' business. Believe me, this leopard will give you a fatal blow. It seemed the system hadn't miscalculated. This fellow wouldn't be scared off. You stopped wasting words and dragged your injured leg, walking toward him slowly but steadily. You walked slowly because every step pulled at your wounds, and it hurt. What? The leopard grew angry. Giving you face, are you? You're trying to drive me off. He bared his teeth at you, lowered his body into an attack stance, and a threatening growl rumbled from his throat. Yet you acted as if you hadn't seen it, still walking unhurriedly. Now the leopard's pride was thoroughly provoked. This wasn't just about a meal anymore, it was a matter of status. You stupid wolf, you really don't know when you're beaten. Just as you stepped into his optimal attack range. In that instant, the leopard moved, lunging at your throat like a bolt of lightning. Heaven-defying strike, you murmured inwardly, and facing his fangs, you unleashed the trump card you'd been holding back. For this strike, you hadn't even used it on the boar king. The leopard's speed was indeed fast. Your claws had barely lifted when his sharp fangs pierced the fur over your ribs, sinking deep in. The skin's a bit tough, was his last thought. The next second, your claws arrived. That wasn't a claw strike, it was destruction. Empowered by immense force, your claws sank deep into the leopard's body, then violently tore outward in both directions. The leopard didn't even have time to feel the agony of death before his entire body was gravely wounded and collapsed, blood splattering everywhere. Ding, killed leopard, gained evolution points to 100, bloodline fragment, ultimate 1, ding. Mission complete, kill the watcher, mission. Reward, lifespan 5 days. Stingy, you spat at the leopard's corpse once. Still, dropping a talent fragment was a consolation prize, since leopards drop fragments, then sorry. From now on, your leopard clan is on my hunting list. Suddenly, you sharply looked up toward the distant bushes. A pack of wild dogs was peeking out cautiously. Then, when your eyes, still stained with blood from just defeating the leopard, swept over them, those opportunists, notorious for ambushing from behind, actually impaired in terror, tucked their tails and fled. When did my presence become so fearsome? You were a bit stunned. In truth, they had just witnessed your entire battle against the leopard and were scared out of their wits. After confirming that no other blind creatures came near, the strength in your body was finally drained, and you collapsed headfirst into the pool of blood, without even the strength to move a single finger. Before falling, you exchanged for a bottle of low-grade healing medicine and gulped it down. I don't know how much time passed, but a sound of digging came from the wolf den. Your pack was frantically clawing at the stone with worn-out paws, forcibly carving out streaks of copper. The moment they saw you, all the wolves stopped their movements. The Wolf King had fought alone on the battlefield until he fell, bathed in blood, while they could only hide in the den. This was a supreme disgrace. Wolf King, eyes bloodshot, charged over. Big brother, take the little ones back. The danger isn't over yet. Your voice was hoarse. You all go guard the perimeter. This isn't the time for sentiment. Big brother, you come into the den too. It's not safe outside. Wolf King, I don't have a den, I'm fine. You refused. Under the dual effects of healing and talent, your body was recovering at lightning speed. Moving now would only tear the mending wounds open again. Watching the wolves at the den entra. Okay, you felt a warmth in your heart. Though they were timid, they were loyal. You knew that if you didn't go back, they would never leave. With a sigh, you slowly stood up, the pain making you grit your teeth. All right, I'll go back with you, you said. Weakly, Wolf King's eyes lit up, and he immediately howled. To the other wolves, they surrounded you carefully, supporting you as you walked toward the den. The moment you entered, the wolves let out low, excited whines. You lay down in the corner, closing your eyes to rest. The healing medicine was still working, and you could feel your internal injuries slowly mending. But you knew the danger wasn't over. The leopard clan wouldn't let this go. You had to recover as soon as possible. Outside the den, the night wind howled, carrying a faint scent of blood. New challenges came one after another, for those eager to see what happens next in the story. Brother Bao can go directly to Kima and search for Rebirth of an Ant. Crazy Evolution, to jump straight to the ending. Also, I, the host, will keep updating. Life isn't easy, thank you for your support. After evolving from a mantis into a forest wolf, you single-handedly took on 200 wild boars, slaughtered the mighty Boar King, and not only dominated the entire 50-li radius, but also unexpectedly obtained a life-extending skill fragment from a leopard. However, your current evolution value is severely lacking and must be replenished quickly. So you return to the wolf den to rest for a night, and the next day you left alone. The wolf pups in the den were still digesting the wild boar meat. They hunted yesterday, each one stuffed with a round belly. But you had no interest in that. You glanced at your status panel. Good, just 1,200 points short. Evolution value, and the level 2 shop would be yours. You started sprinting through the jungle, fast as a black lightning bolt, even without your underlings scouting ahead, hunting on your own. Was a piece of cake. However, when an antelope breathed its last under your jaws, you froze. Damn, no evolution value at all. The system explained that since your attributes far exceeded the antelope's, killing it yielded no evolution value. The system's explanation left you a bit helpless. That far ahead, huh? Fine. You didn't bother to dwell on it. If antelopes wouldn't work, then go for something tougher. Like a leopard, you just killed one yesterday, and that would definitely give a nice boost. But leopards in these woods were indeed scarce. You scoured your entire territory and finally waited by the watering hole, catching 2 unlucky ones, but it was this ambush that led to a new discovery. You set your sights on the big fellows in the water. The only freshwater river in this territory was the crocodile's lair. Any creature that came here to drink had to be ready to be dragged underwater as a snack. But not you. You swaggered into the shallows like it was your own backyard, completely disregarding the crocodiles in the water. Whoa, not small ones either. You spent a whole morning not only killing 2 leopards, but also learning the crocodile's habits inside and out. Standing in the water, you could clearly see those 3 to 4 meter long giants moving beneath the surface, their jaws opened wide enough to swallow you whole. But you weren't the least bit worried, just stood there in the water, making yourself a target. The animals, watching from afar, all thought you'd lost your mind. Every time they come to drink, they act like thieves. The slightest ripple on the water and they bolt immediately. Now look. Crocodiles are swimming right toward you. This wolf, why won't you run? Some of the timid ones have already fled in fear. Dreading a bloody scene, swimming this slow, what's there to fear? You're even starting to get impatient, honestly. Getting the purification pool to refresh is such a hassle, just as your mind wanders. The crocodile pack finally surrounds you at a leisurely pace. But they don't seem to have any intention of attacking. They just want to tell you with their eyes, kid, drink your fill and leave. This is our turf. Too bad you're not here to drink at all. The moment the crocodiles entered the shallows, you moved, your venomous fangs suddenly erupted with power. You carved a white line across the water's surface. Moving so fast, the crocodiles couldn't react at all. They never imagined this wolf would dare to take the initiative and attack. The next second, you opened your massive jaws and clamped down hard on a crocodile's enormous mouth. The terrifying bite force left it without even the strength to open its jaws. Then, you didn't linger in the shallows at all, dragging it. You hauled it toward the shore. That one move sent the entire crocodile pack into chaos. We'll give you a lesson. Letting you drink here was already a courtesy, and you dare throw hands. If we don't teach you a lesson, you won't know who's the boss of this stretch of river. A pack of crocodiles chased you in a frenzy. The clear shallows were instantly churned into murky chaos. Once serious, they moved with astonishing speed, water splashing everywhere. The one charging at the front was the fiercest. Before its jaws even reached you, its whip-like tail came swinging with a piercing whistle, striking hard. But hitting you wasn't that easy. You still had a crocodile in your mouth as a living shield. All you had to do was give a light flick and send the poor wretch in your jaws up to take the hit. That crocodile you'd bitten was practically in tears. Its mouth hurt, and its body hurt even more. Its own companions were striking without mercy, not holding back at all. If it could speak, it would absolutely scream. Where are you aiming? Can you line up your shots? Carrying this 600 jin beast all the way back to the shore was honestly tiring, but at least you succeeded. The creature had been battered by its own kind, finally wounded, and was so weak from struggling. It didn't even have strength left. You silently thought to yourself, friends, give a like for me. To ease your pain, I've decided to send you on your way. On land, your speed is much faster. You put distance between yourself and the crocodile pack, then turned and slammed the one in your mouth hard onto the ground, forcing it into a forelegs up in the air pose. Then you released its snout and bit down hard on its throat. Blood gushed out, and that poor wretch let out a low sound from its throat, full of rage and defiance, but it quickly faded into silence. Ding, overlevel kill crocodile. evolution points. 500, talent, tough skin fragment, ultimate. 1 and an unexpected bonus, 1 more of those and 500 points, then the level 2 shop would unlock. Your heart surged with joy, but the crocodile pack behind you didn't share the sentiment. They charged forward with jaws wide open, looking like they'd swallow you whole. Your heart skipped a beat. These bruddas were even fiercer on land than the boar man had been. If they really caught you in a pinker attack, you'd be torn apart on the spot. Sooner or later, I'll deal with all of you. You grit your teeth inwardly, locking your gaze on one charging at the very front, the unlucky one. This time, you didn't hold back your skill and unleashed a devastating strike. Your razor-sharp teeth combined with doubled bite force dealt heavy damage to the crocodile's head. The scene was so intense it even made you shudder. Ding, overlevel kill crocodile, evolution points. 500, tough skin fragment, ultimate 1. Evolution points secured, fragment secured. After the bite, you turned and ran without a second thought. This devastating attack could only be used once a day. The system's evolution points were enough to level up the shop. Ding, host's evolution points have reached 20. System shop upgrading. Ding, system shop upgrade successful. Current level 2. Next upgrade requires evolution points. Reaching 50. The system's prompt sounded so sweet, you ignored the roars of the crocodile pack behind you and vanished without a trace, finding a safe spot. You couldn't wait to open the system shop. Seeing just those 2 items, your face darkened. The level 2 shop only added 2 things, a and a. One could boost all your attributes by 30 for 3 minutes, then leave you weakened for 10 minutes, while the other only handles low-level poisons. What the heck? I waited all this time and this is what you give me. You feel like you've been scammed. And a wave of anger rises in your heart, but then you calm down and think, well, I'd have to unlock it sooner or later anyway, and if it weren't for this shop's restrictions, I'd have maxed out my stats long ago. By then, killing these crocodiles probably wouldn't yield anything at all. You've already figured out the system's pattern. Only when you're slightly stronger than your prey do you get the most evolution points. Being too strong just means working for nothing. So you decide to hold off on boosting your stats and instead set your sights on more powerful prey. Of course, powerful creatures aren't easy to find in the days that follow. The leopards and crocodiles at the edge of this jungle are in for some serious bad luck. The leopards, running into you is their misfortune. The crocodile pack, on the other hand, you treat as a fixed respawn point. You stalk them every day, making them hunt with constant dread, terrified that any second you'll drag them ashore. After 6 days of relentless effort, your 2 new talents are finally complete. Tough skin, ultimate passive, increases fur defense by 50%. Swift agility. Ultimate passive, increases agility by 50%. Though your stats haven't changed, your strength has undergone a qualitative shift. 5 days ago, you had to be careful around crocodiles. Now you're even a little cocky, willing to take on 2 at once head-on. To test your new talents, you deliberately let a crocodile's tail slam into you. The result was a bit embarrassing. Your fur was fine, but your internal organs were rattled with sharp pain. You wince through grit teeth, having learned your lesson. Back at the wolf den, you look at the wolf spirit with satisfaction. The little guy's been growing fast these days. Here, eat this stone. Thanks to your feeding with high-tier prey, the wolf spirit's body has grown wildly, from a 1-meter pup into a nearly adult 2-meter giant wolf. Big brother, the wolf spirit is completely obedient to you. It opens its mouth and swallows the thick skin ultimate talent you gave it. Big brother, I've gotten stronger. It shouts excitedly. Getting stronger is right. You pat its head. Take the pack and stay nearby. Don't wander off. I'm going out for a few days. You've already killed a third of the crocodile pack. With their numbers sharply reduced, they've all retreated to the deep water. No longer coming near the shore, you have to head far out to find new prey and opportunities. Big brother, are you leaving? The wolf spirit's eyes are full of reluctance. It's afraid you, this lone wolf with a story, won't come back. I'm not leaving, just going out to scout around. You soothe it. Let's see if there's anything else nearby. The wolf pack had a wolf spirit that came immediately. Spirit, my father said that to the northeast there is one much bigger than us. Wolf pack, my father warned me never to go near their wolf spirit. He was very afraid, but now he feels that with you, an invincible big brother, absorbing them is practically a done deal. Matter, northeast direction, a glint of gold flashed in your eyes. All right, I'll go back and check. The pack is in your hands. You pulled out a piece of tough skin, ultimate talent. Eat this tomorrow, you instructed, take 2 pieces a day. I'm afraid you'll get indigestion. After giving all instructions, you, in front of all the wolves, announced that during your absence, everything is to follow Wolf King's command. Then you turned and left the wolf den, heading straight northeast, the system's task of expanding the wolf pack. You had always kept in mind. Half a day later, the new wolf territory, you only took a short half day to reach your destination. The creatures here were generally a tier stronger than where you had been. Before, hiding in the shadows, you had already seen those blue wolves. Their hissiquas were almost the same as the strongest adult wolves in your pack. The entire pack numbered over 100, and their Wolf King was a beast over 4 meters long. A giant beast, charging in headfirst would be suicide. You knew this very well. To absorb them, you'd have to take down the Wolf King first, and the best chance to kill him was when he was alone, so you began to wait, and wait you did for 3 days. Why did this Wolf King always stay in his den, not even stepping out? You were almost out of patience. If you kept wasting time, your pitiful lifespan would run out, just as you were pondering whether to risk a direct assault. The wolf pack finally moved out. Over 100 blue wolves, in a mighty procession through the forest, an imposing sight. You immediately followed silently, keeping your body low to the ground, your speed no slower than theirs. But you soon realized they weren't hunting. They stopped at a massive crack in the earth. The chasm was bottomless, at its widest over a meter across, and from the crack, giant pythons were constantly crawling out. These snakes, the smallest, were as thick as a bucket, and the most conspicuous one coiled at the edge of the crack was at least 6 or 7 meters long. You were stunned by such a huge snake. The blue wolves and the giant pythons faced off, tension at its peak. The new Wolf King seemed to want to negotiate. He stepped forward a few paces and let out a low howl. But just then, a sudden change occurred. A giant python, far larger than any before it, burst out from the depths of the crack. It was a full 10 meters long, its cold serpent eyes devoid of any emotion. It was the true boss of this nest. Before the green Wolf King could even react, the giant python moved. Its speed was utterly disproportionate to its size, like a bolt of black lightning instantly coiling around the green Wolf King. In a single exchange, victory was decided. You hid in the shadows, watching helplessly as that green Wolf King was constricted until its bones creaked. The miserable howls made even you feel a pang of sympathy. You wondered how long you could last if that thing coiled around you. Your bones were indeed tough, but even you wouldn't hold out long under that pressure. The new Wolf King's screams completely ignited the wolf pack. They charged in like mad beasts to avenge their king, but the snake swarm was no pushover either. In an instant, wolves and snakes were locked in battle. The new Wolf King's eyes turned red with desperation. He wanted to tell the pack to run. These giant snakes were simply not something they could handle. If they kept fighting, the entire pack would be buried here. Unfortunately, he could barely even breathe now, let alone give orders. Just as all seemed lost, you moved. Your distinctive pale green fur shot like a bolt of lightning straight into the chaotic battlefield. You didn't touch those wolves, they would all be your soldiers later, and losing even one would pain you, but toward those pythons you showed no mercy at all. Your current physique and bite force made dealing with these ordinary creatures a complete one-sided slaughter. Killing a python earned you 800 evolution points. You were stunned. For a moment, every kill gave this much. You scanned the battlefield. There were at least 100 snakes here. 80,000, a full 80,000 evolution points. That number exploded in your mind, and you were instantly thrilled. You could practically feel those 80,000 evolution points beckoning to you. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. What could you ever achieve by staying holed up in your den? You couldn't contain your excitement and let out a long, triumphant howl to the sky. That howl was majestic and filled with heroic spirit. All wolves fall back, these snakes are mine. Yet the wolves merely glanced at you in confusion. Who's this? Where did he come from? Decent build. But why is he suddenly howling? The melee continued, and no one paid you any mind. Awkward. You grew anxious. Those were your evolution points. If a few more wolves died, who would you even complain to? So you stop wasting words and aim straight for the giant python coiled around the Wolf King. You're like an out-of-control tank, and every python blocking your path is either sent flying by your charge or caught in your jaws and casually tossed aside. You must save the Wolf King only. He can make these creatures retreat. The python's cold, tree-like eyes have already locked onto you. Its forked tongue flicks frantically in front of your face. You can't be bothered with its death glare. You're here to save the wolves. I'll save you, and you immediately lead the pack away. You roar at the dying Wolf King as you charge the python. The new Wolf King weakly nods. But his eyes are full of doubt. Can you do it? The next second, his doubt vanishes. You leap high like a cannonball, and the moment the python lunges to bite you, you twist your head at an impossible angle and bite down on its skull. The movement is fluid and blindingly fast. Its head is locked in your jaws, and the searing pain makes it instinctively release the Wolf King. The massive snake body thrashes wildly as it coils toward you. You bite down on its head and mumble a garbled roar. The freed Wolf King immediately uses the last of his strength to let out a howl, and in an instant, all the wolves retreat without hesitation. See, that's the difference in status. You can howl with all your might, but it means nothing when the Wolf King gives a single call. It's a command. Watching the wolves run off into the distance, you grit your teeth and unleash a killing blow. You held back earlier because you feared that one bite would crush the thrashing snake body and tighten its grip on the Wolf King, but now there's no such concern. A terrifying force erupts from your jaws, and the still frantic snake head snaps with a crack as you crush it. Warm snake blood splatters across your face. You casually spit out the remains in your mouth, looking as fierce as a warrior straight from hell. The surrounding pythons are all frozen in shock. Their king was taken out in a single bite. Snakes are cold-blooded creatures. With their king gone, what they think of isn't revenge, but who will become the next king. In an instant, the snake swarm scatters like birds and beasts. Ding, python slain, evolution points on 1,000, not bad, 200 more than a regular one, but just as you're about to plan how to hunt down those fleeing evolution points, every hair on your body suddenly stands on end. The scattered pythons seem to receive some silent command. They stop abruptly, then orderly turn around and surround you in a circle, leaving only one direction open, that bottomless pitch black. A massive sense of danger instantly gripped your heart as a colossal tree head slowly opened its eyes in the darkness of the rift. Your heartbeat skipped a beat. Was this eye a bit too big? After evolving from a mantis to a jungle wolf, you felt the breath of death for the first time. A python king on the verge of transformation had set its sights on you. This thing was absurdly huge. The snake king you'd just dealt with was 10 meters long and half a meter thick, but this one was at least 20 meters long with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. It even had a fleshy lump on its forehead. Your heart sank. This thing was about to undergo its transformation, wasn't it? Your once-proud jaws, in front of this massive serpent head, were like a child's mouth facing a giant watermelon. Good, only one word remained in your mind: run. This wasn't cowardice, it was wisdom. But where could you run? Behind you was the snake swarm. The only path to survival was the rift it had deliberately left for you. With no other choice, you dove headfirst into a smaller crevice nearby. Scrambling with all 4 limbs, you pressed forward without hesitation. What wolf pride? It was worthless in the face of survival. Behind you, the rock wall exploded with a thunderous crash. That behemoth was carving its way through with brute force. This feeling was exhilarating, like playing a life-or-death escape game. Run faster. You clawed desperately forward, flinging aside obstructing rubble. A system prompt appeared. Quest triggered, slay the Snake King. You nearly choked on your breath. Me, kill that thing back there. I'd barely be a toothpick snack for it. You ignored the quest entirely and kept burrowing forward desperately. Who knew heaven always leaves a way out? The crevice suddenly opened up, and you tumbled into a vast underground cavern. The air was thick with the stench of rot and ancient blood. In the center of the cavern lay a massive, coiled serpent skeleton, its bones gleaming with a faint, eerie light. A system prompt appeared. Hidden area discovered, the serpent's tomb. Your instincts screamed that this place held both danger and opportunity. You cautiously approached the skeleton, noticing a glowing orb nestled between its ribs. The orb pulsed with a rhythm that matched your heartbeat. You reached out a trembling claw, and the moment you touched it, a surge of power flooded your body. The system prompt flashed. Skill acquired. Serpent's gaze, paralyze a single target for 3 seconds. A grin spread across your wolf face. This could turn the tide. But then, a low hiss echoed from the cavern entrance. You spun around, and there it was, the Python King, its massive head blocking the only exit. Its eyes locked onto you, cold and calculating. You had no time to think, only to act. You activated Serpent's gaze, and the Python King froze mid-strike. Seizing the moment, you lunged for its throat, fangs bared. The battle for survival had just begun. They were just surrounding you, none of them making a move. What were they doing? Looking down on me, You burned with anger but quickly calmed down. No, it wasn't that they didn't want to move, they were wary of something. Wary of what? You took a sharp sniff. In the air besides the snake's stench, there was also a faint, barely perceptible fragrance. Following that scent, your gaze swept across the corner. At that moment, it hit you. In the shadow of a pile of rubble grew a small tree about a meter tall with sparse branches and dark green leaves. On its branches hung 3 equally dark green little fruits. This thing was so unremarkable that you hadn't noticed it at all just now. You tentatively shuffled a step toward the plant. And sure enough, all the pythons tensed up instantly. Especially the Serpent King, its forked tongue flicked. Frantically, this thing was extremely important to them. In that instant, you knew where you stood. Your life was safe for now. Then the scene fell into a strange stalemate. You didn't dare get closer to the plant, afraid of pushing the Serpent King over the edge into mutual destruction. The Serpent King didn't dare touch you either, afraid you'd fly into a desperate rage and destroy the treasure. This standoff lasted an entire day. You were starving and frantic. This couldn't go on. Before they even made a move, you'd starve to death on your own. You had to think of something. A risky plan rapidly took shape in your mind. Meanwhile, the Serpent King could no longer sit still. It couldn't keep gambling like this. It had to regain control. It hissed at you, just as you thought it was spouting more of that incomprehensible nonsense. A wisp of extremely faint green mist quietly seeped from its mouth, spreading toward you without a sound. You hadn't paid it any mind, but just then the system chimed. You have been poisoned. Please consume an antidote potion to detoxify. You gave a start and focused your senses, only then discovering the Serpent King's little trick. Good grief, you sneered inwardly, playing dirty with me. Far from angry, you were overjoyed. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? You looked at that self-clever giant serpent, and the corner of your mouth curled into a cunning grin that only a wolf would understand. You want to play dirty? Fine, then I'll play big with you. I'll turn your trick against you. Your plan was to play dead, and now, as luck would have it, the old Serpent King had set the stage for you. So why hold back? Just go with it. But you couldn't actually fake the poisoning for real. Impossible. In a flash, you pulled the antidote potion from your system space and downed it in one gulp. The product's effect was fierce, but that wasn't enough. For the sake of realism, you downed another bottle of rage potion. You weren't trying to fight to the death. What you wanted was the irresistible weakness that followed the rage. That was the key to fooling this cunning old beast. It was also the riskiest step in your entire plan. Sure enough, the Python King's cold, slit-like eyes locked onto you, afraid of missing even the slightest flaw. Just then, the blood energy inside your body suddenly exploded. The Python King's muscles tensed in an instant, and its massive tongue retracted sharply, almost thinking you were about to strike. But instead, you fell flat on your face with a thud and lay there. The Python King's enormous face was written all over with question marks. This wasn't an attack stance. What trick was this little wolf pup trying to play? It didn't move. It waited for you to make a move, but you had no move at all. All you had to do now was wait. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The thrill of the rage receded like a tide, and immediately came the weakness that threatened to drain your very soul. 9/10 of the strength in your body was instantly sapped away. Your blood energy plummeted, and even lifting a paw was a struggle. This feeling was truly awful. You muttered something incoherently and collapsed completely, as weak as a newborn puppy. The Python King also sensed your condition. It stammered, stuttering back and forth. When had its snake venom become so potent? If that leaked out, a little bit of it had already taken down this wolf. It even began to wonder if its venom had secretly evolved. The surrounding young pythons saw you fall and hissed excitedly, eager to move, but the Python King stayed silent. It remained cautious, and instead of approaching, it increased the amount of venom it released. What if this was a trick? Since the venom was working, it would keep defending. Only when this kid was completely incapacitated would it be foolproof. And you, lying on the ground, were laughing inwardly. Right. Any creature with intelligence is bound to be suspicious. Your sudden collapse looked too much like a trap to it. The more cautious it was, the more it wanted to slowly wear you down with venom, and the greater your chance. The Regez side effects lasted 10 minutes, and every second felt like suffering on a knife edge. Fortunately, the Python King cooperated perfectly, steady as an old dog, refusing to come close, just spraying venom at you nonstop. To you, this was no different from taking a sauna. The initial effect of the antidote potion was far more potent than the manual claimed. Time ticked by second. go just before the side effects faded. You were still playing dead, but the next second, that familiar, overwhelming power returned like a volcanic eruption, surging through your limbs and bones. System, max out my strength and agility. You roared inwardly. Ding, this enhancement requires 20 evolution points. Confirm enhancement? Yes, enhancement. Successful. The 20 evolution points vanished in an instant, replaced by a terrifying power that felt like tearing muscles. Your strength and agility both skyrocketed to 30 points. Before you could even adapt to this power, your body had already reacted. First, you lay collapsed on the ground, your body twitching slightly, making a struggling motion as if trying to crawl toward that spiritual Ganoderma. The movement was small, but the Serpent King, whose nerves were already stretched taut, reacted violently. He thought this was your final death throes, that you wanted to destroy his treasure before dying. The Serpent King let out a furious roar, abandoning all caution. His massive body shot forward like a derailed train, but he wasn't lunging at you, he was lunging at that plant, determined to shield it with his body, protecting his very lifeline, and that was exactly what you wanted. As the Serpent King's massive body passed over your head, you, still lying on the ground, suddenly kicked off with all four limbs, your entire body launching like a shell from a cannon, skimming low and rocketing straight toward the Serpent King's exposed fatal weakness. His 7 inches, fast, precise, ruthless. The Serpent King instantly sensed your barely concealed killing intent, so it was an act. What a cunning little wolf cub. Shock and fury churned in his heart, but at this moment, the arrow had already left the string. His instinct to protect the spiritual plant overrode everything else. He could only instinctively coil his body tighter, trying to use his scales to shield that plant, but you had already reached him without any obstruction, pouncing onto his body. Crack, you bit down, your sharp teeth precisely piercing into the 7 inches. The immense biting force from 30 points of strength instantly tore through the tough snake scales, but it wasn't over yet. Your hind claws hooked deep into his flesh, while your front claws viciously attacked the wound, each strike dealing severe damage. To hell with posture, survival came first. The searing pain from the attack made the Serpent King's massive body thrash wildly, but he dared not roll over, terrified of crushing the treasure beneath him. This delighted you. You don't move, then I'll move. Originally, you'd only planned to cripple him and flee, but now this situation was a godsend. Screw mercy. If I don't finish you off today, it'd be a waste of this opportunity. He tried to fight back alongside the Python King, but he couldn't. His body curled up and couldn't reach the treasure on its head. He wanted to roll over and throw you off, but feared crushing the plant beneath him into pulp. Without that plant, even if he survived, life would be worse than death. But he never expected you to be so shameless. A stubborn piece of meat that wouldn't let go once bitten, endlessly persistent. His proud 7 inches were bitten bloody and raw. Hissing, the Python King let out a miserable scream, as if issuing a final order, and the group, still watching from the outskirts, finally snapped into action, surging toward you like a tidal wave. Bystanders are just mortals, you cursed inwardly. Just a little more, give you a bit of time, and you could really gnaw through this big one's body. Seeing that you're about to be drowned in a sea of snakes, you decisively let go and leap down from the Python King, limbs surging like a mad bull, charging straight at the weakest point of the snake horde. Right now, your strength is explosive. These small fry can't stop you at all. You barrel through, and anything in your path. Pythons are either knocked flying or trampled underfoot. The snake Harda's encirclement is forcibly torn open by you. Luckily, the entrance to the snake cave has no snakes. That's your path to survival. Without looking back, you plunged into the snake cave and ran far off, still having the leisure to glance back. At the sight, good heavens, what a multitude, you couldn't help but sigh. As you prepared to flee, behind you the Python King's murderous command sent countless pythons chasing madly into the cave, while at this moment the Python King himself dared not move, guarding that plant fiercely, his cold serpent eyes filled with nothing but endless killing intent, waiting. Wait until this king evolves, I will surely settle this with you. He seared your likeness into memory. The shame and wounds you left him today, he will repay tenfold. 100-fold. Pity you couldn't hear his threats as you sprinted wildly through the spacious snake cave, escaping to freedom. Wait, you suddenly stop. This isn't right. I came to farm evolution points, not to play PUBG. What? Since when does escaping make you this happy? That's way too low of a goal. Your mind races. That giant serpent is heavy and slow. It definitely can't catch up. This snake den is narrow and outside. No matter how many snakes there are, they can only line Up to come in one by one, one-on-one, even one-on-three. Right now, at full strength. Would you be scared? Run? No way. Having reasoned this out, you suddenly turn around. Running is for cowards, a counterattack is for the brave, all right. You admit it, you just can't bear to give up these tens of thousands of evolution points. Soon, the vanguard of the snake swarm caught up and saw you standing there motionless. They froze on the spot. You couldn't help but grin. Indeed, at most 3 could attack you at once. Who are you hissing your tongues at, trying to scare whom? Watching the vast bounty of evolution points deliver themselves to your doorstep, you trembled with excitement. A single claw swipe sent the python flying, leaving a deep, bone-visible gash on its body. Ding didn't even bother finishing it off. Blood loss alone would bleed them dry. You edged back, not because you couldn't win, but to make room for the snakes behind to charge up and throw themselves at you. Minutes later, Ding slew the pythons. Evolution points 500. Your heart skipped a beat with higher stats. Killing gave less experience. Before, each one was 800, your heart ached. But you quickly turned grief into fury, slaughtering with glee. Soon, the system's notification chimes linked into a continuous stream. In your ears, it was the most beautiful symphony. When the music stopped, you realized a serious problem. The snakes were gone. That's it, all killed. You looked at the mountain of snake corpses at your feet, a lingering sense of unsatisfied craving welling up. Checking your stats panel, you grinned. Evolution points nearly 50-0, though the par unit rate was lower. The sheer volume more than made up for it, just a little more to hit 50-0. If you took down that Python King too, you'd have conquered the entire snake lair. You were now utterly inflated, almost forgetting the humiliation of being hunted earlier. You licked the blood at the corner of your mouth. Why not head back and check? You remembered the level 3 shop. Right, go back and see. You made up your mind, stepping over the snake corpses strewn everywhere, retracing your steps. When you returned to that underground space, the site before you infuriated you completely. How dare they treat you with such disregard? What did you see? That Python King, who should have been guarding against you with deadly hatred, was asleep, and around it swirled a faint green glow as if it were cultivating immortality. My God, you think so little of me. You were certain I wouldn't dare pull a counterattack. You darkened your face, glaring intently at it, but then on second thought, you calmed down. Playing tricks, can it be more miraculous than me? You carry a system, after all. What's there to fear from a wolf? You looked closer and made a new discovery. Beneath it, guarded that plant originally had 3 fruits, now only 2 remained. No wonder his wounds healed so fast after eating one. No wonder it glowed. You crept up close to that thing, but it didn't react at all, sleeping like a dead pig. Whether it was the side effect of eating the fruit or the injuries being too severe, it had to go into deep slumber. Forget it. A choice lay before you. Deal with it first or grab the fruit first. You decisively chose the latter, even if you couldn't take down this big guy. Swiping 2 fruits wouldn't be a wasted trip. Then, just as you jumped in front of the plant, the system prompt arrived. Ding, detected immature spirit bone. Collect it. How much longer until the immature spirit bone matures? 15 more days. 15 days, can you wait? Of course. Then let's first deal with this troublesome giant serpent. You leap again to its vital spot, that same old place. The massive wound you gnawed out is healing at a visible speed under the green light. Healing pretty fast, huh? But can it keep up with how fast I destroy? You grin, bearing snow white fangs, and at that fresh, tender flesh, you tear a vicious bite. The Serpent King jolts awake from its sweet dream, and the agony of wound upon wound drives it completely mad. When it sees it's you again, that damned. When he saw it was you, that damned wolf cub again, he completely lost it. Bastard, do you really think I have no temper? Even if it costs me those 2 fruits, I'll kill you. The Serpent King lunged fiercely out, bringing you to the other end of the space. Here, the emptiness was gone, and he could go all out against you, just as well, since you were also afraid of harming those 2 future fruits. While he was sprinting, you weren't idle, tearing wildly at his body again, reaching the open ground. The Serpent King rolled on the spot, his massive body pressing down with the force of 10,000 troops. Smaller. Not so fond of staying on my body now, are you? If you've got the guts, don't come down. I'll crush you to death. You feel like you've been run over by a steamroller, your organs all out of place. But that's all it is. A constitution of 60 points is tougher than you'd imagine. This pressure won't kill you. You dare crush me. The searing pain instead stirs up your ferocity. You dig your claws deep into its flesh. No matter how it thrashes, you refuse to let go. You find its Vital spot and bite down with everything you've got. The Python King sees this trick isn't working and thinks of another plan. It suddenly slams its head into the nearby cliff wall. It's massive. Its massive body began to exert force, as if it intended to forcibly carve out a tunnel through the rock. It wanted to use the narrow tunnel to scrape your belly clean off. Soon you tasted the ferocity of this move. Your wolf face was pressed hard against the rough rock wall, grinding wildly, pain making you bare your teeth. As you watched dawn was about to break, a surge of demonic fire rushed from your chest straight to your head. You let out a low growl, filled with rage, the meaning clear. Python King, you forced my hand. After evolving from a mantis into a jungle wolf, in order to slay the Python King who was about to turn to stone, you were now desperately locked in fierce battle with him. The Python King used its powerful, thick body to press you against the rock wall inside the snake den, grinding you violently, trying to crush your body outright. To survive, you didn't hesitate to exchange for a bottle of primary rage potion in the system shop. After downing the potion, your attributes instantly surged threefold, braving the intense friction of the rock. You forced your wolf head deep into the wound at the Python King's 7-inch vital spot. What followed was an eruption of all-out power in a life-or-death duel. With full-force biting attacks, you completely shattered the Python King's core weakness. The searing pain made the Python King lose all control, dragging you along. It fled wildly across the ground. Your lower half suffered terribly. Your front half was stuck inside its body, unleashing everything, while your rear half was outside, scraped raw by rubble and brush. The fur on your back was nearly worn bald, leaving you a miserable sight. But all this was worth it. With the rage Patyan's power boosting you, every attack you made carried 2,000 jin of destructive force. No opponent could withstand such an onslaught. Before long, that once arrogant Python King finally came to a stop. It wasn't that it chose to stop. It had long since exhausted its strength, its life force nearly spent. The fatal wound at its 7-inch spot sealed its defeat, killing the Python King above your level. Evolution value 50,000, quest complete, slay the Python King, quest reward, lifespan 30 days, evolution value 50,000. Finally done, you collapsed onto the ground beside the Python King, too exhausted to move even a single toe. Then the side effects of the rage potion arrived on schedule. An overwhelming wave of weakness swept through your body, leaving you barely able to stir. It took a full 10 minutes before you slowly recovered. It felt great to kill above your level, but why did the evolution points seem disproportionate to the effort? You started doing the math in your head. On the surface, you got 10,000 evolution points at once, but in reality, to take down that snake, you spent on potions alone 4,000 evolution points, 2 berserk, 1 healing, 1 antidote. So after all that work, your net profit was only 1,000. This deal was a loss to the bone. Oh wait, you couldn't say that. You looked at the Python King's massive corpse and the 2 fruits he'd guarded with his life, and your heart felt a bit more balanced. Plus, with the quest reward of 5,000 evolution points, well, not too bad. System activated. Level 3 shop. Host evolution points reached 50,000. Shop upgraded. Shop upgrade successful, please check it yourself. The system worked as usual. Honestly, you had zero expectations for the level 3 shop, thinking at most there'd be a few new potions. However, when you opened the shop interface, you got a shock. The number of items had increased more than tenfold. Looking closer, the new additions were actually talent fragments, tremendous strength, unyielding skin, thick head, swiftness, and even keen edge and limb regrowth. Your heart raced, but the next second the prices doused you with ice water. Common talent fragments were 1,000 evolution points each, while rare talents like keen edge and limb regrowth had a long string of zeros that made your eyes spin. Keen edge, 500,000 evolution points. Limb regrow, 1,000,000 evolution points. On top of that, the ultimate healing potion also appeared with an equally absurd price, 10,000 per bottle. Good grief, your upgrade was worse than no upgrade. You couldn't help but complain. You damn system, are you just reminding me that I still don't have much to my name? The only thing you had any urge to exchange for was the swiftness fragment, since it was too hard to farm and wouldn't drop easily. But thinking that assembling 1 ultimate talent would cost 10,000 evolution points, your enthusiasm died instantly. A thought struck you. You sell these fragments so expensive, do you buy back the ones I have? This broken system Will recycle beginner talent fragments at 100 evolution points each. You were so annoyed by the system's shrewd demeanor that you rolled your eyes. Selling for 1,000 and buying back for 100, that was way too shady. You simply closed the shop interface, out of sight, out of mind. The numbers on the attribute panel were what actually cheered you up. System, fuse this. How much evolution value does this Python King need? Your current body attributes have reached their limit. If you want to grow stronger, either evolve or fuse. Haven't you had enough of being a wolf king? Evolving into another species is out of the question for now. Fusing with this giant python is the right path. Fusing with the Python King's corpse requires 10,000 evolution points. Host, do you wish to fuse? Fuse without hesitation. This big fellow's corpse would just go to waste lying here. Since it's so strong, fusing must be good. Go. Begin fusion. Fusion success rate, 21%. 10,000 evolution points vanished in an instant. The Python King's corpse turned into countless specks of light, surging into your body. Your face darkened instantly. How could you forget this thing has a success rate of 21%? That's no different from gambling on luck. Fusion failed. The system's voice was cold and merciless. Your face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Fusion carries risk, choices require caution. Only now do you truly understand the weight of those words. 10,000 evolution points gone, the Python King's corpse gone too. A total loss. Fusion consolation prize, Snake King. Gallbladder. A gallbladder appeared out of nowhere in your system backpack. You felt even more helpless. This gallbladder was originally taken by the system from your own belongings and given back to you as a consolation prize. It's almost laughable. How do you use this thing? At least you still had a shred of rationality. Something is better than nothing. The system's words were brief and to the point. You took the gallbladder from your backpack and downed it in one gulp. The taste was surprisingly not bad, with a hint of sweetness. After consuming the Snake King gallbladder, clears the mind and brightens the eyes. Hosts. Vision enhanced, body potential increased. You did indeed feel your field of view becoming clearer, and distant details were now perfectly visible. Yet, mood grew even more melancholic. If a single gallbladder had such great benefits, then fusing the entire Snake King would be incredibly overpowered. That infuriating success rate, you muttered in frustration. Just then you heard movement in the distance. It was that pack of green wolves. You dragged your battered body and swiggered straight into their wolf den. At this moment, the pack of green wolves was in chaos. The Green Wolf King was being carried by his underlings, clearly badly injured. Meanwhile, another unusually sturdy green wolf was snarling at him. This is our home. Why should we leave? We need to drive out those snakes and kill them all. That challenger spoke with fervor, putting on the air of one who would rise to greatness. Looking reckless, cold, and fierce. 2 words escaped your mouth, instantly suppressing all sound. All the wolves turned in unison to look at you. No one cared what breed of wolf you were. They only knew that you had just saved them from the snake pack, though your back was now bald over a large patch covered in blood and gore, a sight too miserable to behold. The aura of one who had fought through countless battles was more oppressive than ever. That challenger of yours, who had been so aggressive just moments ago, the moment he met your icy wolf eyes, immediately cowered. I risked everything to save you all, only for you to go seek trouble. Your voice was low, yet carried an unyielding authority. Perhaps it was because of the snake gall you had swallowed. Your gaze had become intensely predatory. A single look was enough to cow all the wolves. You're back. The new Wolf King stared in disbelief at you. He had thought you were surely dead. He struggled to stand but collapsed again, speaking with deep regret. I'm sorry, I didn't have the courage to save you. I couldn't let the entire pack be destroyed. It's fine. Your choice was the right one. You approved of his decision. If he had truly led the pack into danger and delayed your mission to expand the pack, you would have harbored resentment. I'm sorry. Even so, the new Wolf King still lowered his proud head to you. Unable to get past that guilt in his heart, he then asked, may I ask your name and where you come from? Xianxia from the forest. Your simple answer made the Green Wolf King wish he could crawl into a crack in the ground. He had beaten you, and you turned around to still try to take his territory. What was that about? Suddenly, as if he had made some kind of resolution, Xianxia, the Wolf King, still kept his head lowered, a posture of submission. I have a request, he said. You raised your head, poised and composed. As the Wolf King, I beg you to become the next Wolf King. I hope you can lead the pack to thrive and multiply. With that, he lifted his head slightly, gazing at you with an intensely earnest look. You were a bit surprised. You had been ready for a big fight, to use force to make them see reality. But you hadn't expected it to be this easy. All right, I accept. Mission complete, expand the pack. Mission reward. Reward, lifespan increased by 30 days, another month. With that lifespan in hand, you're feeling pretty pleased. Plus the reward from killing the Snake King earlier. Your lifespan has now exceeded 100 days. Finally, a bit of security. You actually agreed. The new Wolf King was stunned instead. After all, the new wolves and the forest wolves relationship was hardly friendly. Yes, I agreed. Hearing you confirm again, all the new wolves lowered their heads to you. From this moment on, you, a forest wolf, officially became the new wolves king. The former new wolf king, Wolf Mountain, spoke up and asked, "Then should we start preparing to migrate?" "Why migrate?" you asked back. "Those pythons, no need to worry," you said calmly. Interrupting him, "They've all been dealt with. Just go clean up the corpses and have a feast tonight." All dealt with. All the new wolves were stunned, disbelief written all over their faces. This is impossible. Let's go. You couldn't be bothered to explain. Actions speak louder than words. When the pack followed you back to the snake den and saw the ground covered in snake corpses, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Snake blood stained the entire cave red. Every corpse had lost all signs of life, wounds with severe flesh damage. What terrifying combat power. Can a wolf really do this? King, did you do all this? Wolf Mountain even used the honorific Your Majesty. You responded casually. Then looked at him. Your body seems about to give out. Isn't it? Wolf Mountain gave a bitter laugh. Yes, but seeing you lead the pack, I can die with peace. Seeing him on the verge of death, you directly exchanged for a bottle of low-grade healing medicine from the system and spat it out. Drink it. Wolf Mountain was stunned, staring at the bottle that appeared out of nowhere. Though full of doubt, he obediently drank it. Down, the effect was immediate, though still far from bouncing around. His life was saved. You still need time to recover. Come with me. You led him into the deepest part of the snake den, the underground space. When Wolf Mountain saw the 2 fruits on that plant, his eyes instantly turned green with greed. Spirit fruit. His drooling expression immediately put you on guard. If he dared make any wrong move, you'd subdue him yourself. Wolf Mountain noticed gaze and quickly explained, "We've been searching for spirit fruit for a long time, but haven't found any recently, so I got a bit excited." You've been searching for spirit fruit. You caught the meaning in his words. Wolf Mountain sighed. The tone of his voice made it clear. The Wolf Famine Hall demanded that we offer spirit fruits at regular intervals. If we exceeded the time limit, a third of our clan would be taken as cannon fodder. The next offering is due soon. I never expected Wang Ning to find them. Truly heaven blesses our clan. Wolf Famine Hall, offering cannon fodder. A string of unfamiliar terms made you furrow your brow. The things you fought so hard to obtain with your own sweat and blood. Why should you give them to others? Wolf Mountain noticed confusion and continued to explain. The Wolf Famine Hall is the sacred ground of our wolf clan, ruling over all wolf tribes across the entire beast continent. It is precisely because of them that we are able to hold the right to hunt here, the right to hunt. You still need others to grant it to you. Are your fangs not sharp enough, or your claws not fast enough, suppressing the absurdity in your heart? You commanded, "Tell me about the situation on the beast continent." Through Wolf Mountain's account, you finally gained a rough understanding of this world. A top-tier wolf clan called the Wolf Famine Hall endlessly pressed all weaker wolf packs, forcing them to offer their best resources. Otherwise, punishment and death awaited. You found spirit fruits and never thought of eating them yourself? You asked coldly. Wolf Mountain smiled bitterly and shook his head. I wouldn't dare, unless we found a great quantity. Otherwise, even the offering quota wouldn't be met. If we couldn't produce them, the clan would be dragged off as cannon fodder to fight other races. His expression dimmed as he spoke. Just then the system's chime rang in your mind. Ding. Quest triggered. Submit or resist. Quest requirement. Host must choose whether to submit to or resist the Wolf Famine Hall's orders. The system actually gave you the choice. You looked at the 2 spirit grains about to ripen before you, feeling the surging power within your body. A wild feral grin spread across your lips, yet you didn't hesitate for even a second. I choose resistance. Who are you? A being destined to trample gods and demons underfoot. Would bow to mere Wolf Famine Hall? Ridiculous. In your own words, my life is mine to decide. Ding. Quest triggered. Resist. Quest requirement. Refuse all demands from the Wolf Famine Hall. Quest reward unknown. After evolving from a mantis into a jungle wolf, relying on the divine grade system's backing. You prepared to lead your underlings in declaring war against the wolf famine hall, which ruled the entire wolf race. Then you turned to Wolf Mountain and declared, from today onward, we no longer obey the wolf famine hall. Those words nearly scared the soul right out of Wolf Mountain on the spot. King, you must not. His voice trembled. If we submit, we can survive. Resistance means the annihilation of our clan. The wolf famine hall is 10,000 times more terrifying than those snakes. Ha, those accustomed to compromise. A man who can't even stand up needs courage. The weak get bullied, and the more cowardly you are, the more hopeless you become. Your gaze turned cold, leaving no room for doubt. Now that I am the Wolf King, everything follows my command. You couldn't be bothered to waste words on him. Lingshan's face was written all over with sorrow, believing the Azure Wolf clan was completely ruined under your rule. But he didn't dare talk back, only thinking to himself that once you saw the terror of the famine wolf with your own eyes, you'd naturally back down. Then heed my command. Go tend to your wounds. You waved a paw to dismiss him, hoping to make this old wolf rediscover his wolf spirit. Words alone wouldn't convince him. He needed to see hope with his own eyes, and building his confidence started now. You paid no mind to the pack feasting on the giant serpent's carcass, instead standing guard over those 2 spirit bones. 15 days was nothing. You could wait. You'd originally planned to let the pack watch over things during the day, while you went out to farm evolution points, but Lingshan's hesitant demeanor changed your mind. If you left and the famine wolf showed up right after, that guy would hand over the fruit without a doubt, so you decided to guard it personally. Before you knew it, 15 days had passed. During that time, Lingshan's wounds had long since healed, and he'd even led the pack to bring the wolf spirits and your jungle wolfkin over to the serpent lair. When one rises, all rise with them. The jungle wolves were now enjoying VIP treatment. You were quite satisfied with that. You kept Lingshan around because he still had some managerial skill. He made a decent second in command, but Linking was the one you'd truly chosen as the next Wolf King. His bloodline was lowly, but you couldn't care less. A wolf you trained yourself. Even a common jackal could be turned into a true wolf. That was just how unreasonable you were. Boss, what does this fruit do when eaten? The wolf spirit crouched beside you, curiously staring at the 2 fruits about to ripen. In his eyes, no matter how miraculous these things were, they couldn't beat the evolution stones you'd given him. I don't know either. You licked your lips. They're almost ripe. Eat one and you'll find out. And today was the day the mystery would be revealed. Lingshan paced nearby, anxious as an ant on a hot pan. You're really going to eat these fruits? When the famine wolves people come, what will you hand over? By then, even regret will be too late. Just as he was tearing his hair out, you leaped up from the ground. They're ripe. Ding, mature spirit fruit detected. Would you like to store it? The system's voice rang out. Your heart stirred. System, what's the recycle price for these 2? Mature spirit fruits can be recycled for 5,000 evolution points. Not bad, that's a lot. You knew this system's style all too well. The recycle price was at least cut by 90%. That meant if you wanted to buy one from the system store, it'd cost 50,000 evolution points. You glanced at your balance, right? Just 50, exactly enough for one. Thinking this, you didn't hesitate any longer and swallowed a spirit fruit in one bite. Down, sweet and sour with no astringhenki, tasted pretty good. Even the skin and core you chewed cleanly. Wolf King's wide eyes stared dead at you, wanting to see just what effect it had. Ding, spirit fruit absorbed. Host's body potential 5, potential 5. This works, except the evolution value cap didn't increase. You wanted to give the system a bad review. This fruit is somewhat useful to me, so I won't share it with you this time. Before your words even faded, you took another bite of the last fruit. Big brother, you eat it. I'm not craving it, Wolf King said in a simple, honest reply. He didn't overthink it, just thought the fruit looked tasty. Wolf Shan, on the other hand, had completely given up, looking dejected. Even if you gave him 10 or 8 of these, he probably still couldn't stave off hunger. Wolf 1, with a claw, 2 spirit fruits down, body potential surged by 10 points, very strong, adding the 5 from the snake gall earlier. Your attribute cap can now be raised to 45. Good stuff. You smacked your lips. Where can I find more to eat? This thing is way more convenient than wrong. And other creatures. And no risk. However, just as you were thinking about your next spirit fruit meal, an envoy from the starving wolf hall had already stepped onto your territory. In this remote place, you couldn't even find a decent meal. A giant starving wolf, 5 meters long and over 2 meters tall, muttered as it walked, radiating an aura of "keep away" that sent creatures within 100 meters fleeing in panic. He was annoyed at being sent to a place like this, but a mission was a mission. If he couldn't find the spirit fruit, he'd have to grab a batch of cannon fodder to bring back. There's the scent of kin wolves. Almost there, the starving wolf's nose twitched, locking onto the direction. By the time he swayed his way to the snake den, 5 days had passed since you ate the spirit fruit. These 5 days had been a bit frustrating for you. The creatures in this hunting ground were no longer a challenge. Killing a leopard now only gave you 100 evolution points. Grinding was too slow. You felt this place could no longer contain you. Roaming around all day only netted 2,000 evolution points. Meager gains. Wang Ningke was back. Starving wolf, a starving wolf is coming. Just as you approached the snake den, one of the kin wolves came scrambling to greet you, and when it said the word starving wolf, his whole body trembling like a sieve, unable to keep his composure, you gave him a cold glance and strode straight into the snake den. The moment you stepped inside, you saw the scene. That black-furred starving wolf standing arrogantly before the forest, his eyes shifting unpredictably. "The fruit up there?" he asked coldly. Wolf Mountain, standing before him like an underdeveloped help, was crushed by that aura, his legs trembling uncontrollably. We ate it," the starving wolf's voice grew even colder. "Ate it, did you? Indeed you did, but can that be said? Who could withstand his wrath if it were spoken?" Lord Starving Wolf, Wolf Mountain forced himself to speak, trying to change the subject. "With this spirit vein here, the supply of spirit fruits in the future will never run short," but he simply wouldn't take the bait. "I'll ask once more," the starving wolf's voice seemed squeezed through clenched teeth. "Where are the fruits?" The fruits," Wolf Mountain stammered, cold sweat pouring down. "The fruits were eaten by me." A calm yet powerful voice rang out. "You slowly walked out from behind the wolf pack, so you're the one the pack looks to as its heart." The starving wolf turned his head, his fierce gaze locking onto you. "Not the pack leader," you corrected. "I am the Wolf King." The starving wolf paused for a moment, then, as if he'd heard the greatest joke, "Wolf King, a country bumpkin from a border region dares to call himself king? Fine then." He stopped being angry, instead putting on an expression of one looking at a dead man. "Since you ate the fruit, that means you intend to make up the numbers with wolves. This time the demand is large. 70 will do. Lord Starving Wolf, you must not." Wolf Mountain was the first to cry out. "What, you want to resist?" In that moment, a fierce killing intent erupted like stone. You faced that murderous aura, walked up to the starving wolf, and looked straight into his eyes, speaking word by word. "Yes, we resist. What are you going to do about it?" Ding, mission complete. Resist the mission. Reward, lifespan 10 days, evolution points 10,000 evolution points. You were stunned. For a moment, this system rarely gave so generously. You think that eating 2 ordinary fruits gives you the right to resist? The starving wolf's tone was cold as ice. A frog at the bottom of a well. "Today I'll let you die knowing why." Ding, mission triggered. Slay the starving wolf. Mission requirement, kill the invading evil wolf. Mission reward undisclosed. Fine, even without this mission, you'd have to subdue him today no matter what. The starving wolf bared his fangs and suddenly lunged at you. But in that instant, Wolf Essence and Wolf Mountain both stepped in front of you at the same time. In front of you, the wolf spirit's body emitted a threatening growl. The wolf spirit was fearless like a newborn calf, while Wolf Mountain was fulfilling his duty as a subordinate. "A bunch of rebels. Since that's the case, all of you shall fall." The vicious wolf's pounce was awe-inspiring, far fiercer than that little tiger you took down. Watch closely. Never use a flying pounce, it's stupidly ineffective, as you gave the wolf pack behind you a live lesson. You didn't retreat but advanced instead. The moment the vicious wolf leaped into the air, your figure flickered and appeared beneath him, your head slamming hard into his soft belly. The vicious wolf never expected you to attack this way. As searing pain hit him, he was sent flying like a torn sack by your strike, tumbling across the ground. Several times in utter disgrace, shockwaves surged through his heart. What kind of monster is this? Where does such strength come from? What exactly are you? The vicious wolf scrambled up from the ground, retreating a few steps cautiously, not daring to attack again. Those words utterly ignited you. "If we're fighting, fight. Don't throw baseless accusations," you roared with an indescribable fury and charged straight at him. "You're the unreasonable one. Your whole family's unreasonable." Your speed was never slower than his, and with the boost from your life-prolonging talent. You now moved like a gray flash of lightning. The vicious wolf instinctively swung his claws to counter, but the moment contact was made, panic set in. How could he keep fighting? You were faster, stronger, and even. Your fur defense outclassed his by a tier. Your claws left deep, savage wounds on him, while his claws on you only tore out a few tufts of fur, unable to even break your tough skin. After several exchanges, the vicious wolf could no longer hold out. At this rate, he'd be worn down to death. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he decided to gamble on close combat. He'd use his most confident bite force to settle it in one strike. Braving the risk of your attacks, the vicious wolf suddenly opened his bloody maw and lunged for your neck. Get lost, your breath stinks. You'd seen through his intent long ago. The moment he closed in, you slapped him hard across the face, your extended claws raking across it, leaving a grievous wound and destroying one of his eyes. A miserable scream echoed through the entire snake cavern. The immense force sent his attack trajectory completely off course. The ferocious he bit down on nothing but air, and the one-eyed starving wolf rolled wildly on the ground, even more pathetic than before. You watched the tufts of wolf fur scattered on the ground, and your face darkened. These were hairs that had only just grown in a few days ago, and now he'd gone and ripped them out. If you're going to fight, fight. What is this plucking fur? The starving wolf howled a few times, then actually endured the searing pain and rose again, its single eye filled with crazed bloodshot veins as it charged once more. No chance. You no longer wanted to waste any more time, nor lose another strand of fur. The moment it lunged, you shifted your form, dodging away from its front, and at the same time opened mouth. Wolf fangs gleamed, your own fangs flashed a blinding cold light in the dim cave. It's over, he's done for. Wolf King watched from the side, muttering to himself. He knew all too well, when Big Brother opened that mouth, he either stayed silent, or when he struck, it always drew blood and sealed a throat. The next second, you had already clamped down hard on the starving wolf's neck. The immense bite force, combined with the sharpness of your fangs, made the wolf's prized fur defense feel as fragile as paper in that moment. Once you bit down, you gave it no chance at all. You violently whipped your head to the side. The starving wolf's massive body was sent flying by sheer force, and a large chunk of flesh from its neck was torn away by you, skin and sinew together left in your mouth. Too, the meat was coarse and unpleasant. With disgust, you spat out the shredded flesh, your mouth dripping with blood. Your presence was fierce and imposing. Wolf Mountain was completely stunned. He never dreamed that the starving wolf envoy, who was so powerful it made him despair, couldn't even last a single minute under your hands. The starving wolf lay on the ground, a gurgling sound coming from its throat. Before it could finish its words, its head lolled to the side, and it completely lost its life. Ding, starving wolf slain, evolution points on 1,000. Ding, quest complete, slay the starving wolf, quest reward, lifespan 10 days, evolution points 3,000. King, what do we do now? Wolf Mountain finally snapped back to his senses, his voice trembling uncontrollably. You killed one, and an envoy at that. If the starving wolf den finds out, that would be. What do you mean, what to do? You shook the blood off your head and said nonchalantly, if you want to eat, eat. If not, bury it. You paused, then swept your gaze over all the wolves who had entered the cold cicada. Your voice was soft, yet it carried throughout the entire cave. As for anyone who dares to come again in the future, one comes, I beat one back. A group comes, I beat the whole group back. Want to enjoy my protection? Not a chance. You didn't bother with Wolf Mountain's wavering thoughts. The new wolves were feasting on the starving wolf's carcass, celebrating this long-awaited feast, while you slipped back into your den to catch up on sleep. You knew full well that dying one starving wolf was only the beginning. The real trouble, the starving wolf haul, hung over your head like a blade, ready to strike at any moment. Before that, you had to grow stronger. Where could you get more spirit fruits? Fusing the bones of higher creatures was a matter of luck, but spirit bones were different. They were solid, hard currency. You planned to max out your attribute potential first, then pile on purification points. That was the most efficient path to power. After evolving from a mantis into a jungle wolf, you had killed a higher-ranked starving wolf, offending the strongest force in the wolf clan, the starving wolf hall. The underlings were terrified, fearing other vicious wolves would come to a Vinga and wipe out the pack, but you didn't believe it at all. With a god-tier system backing you just needed to grow stronger before the starving wolf hall made its move. Then wipe them out entirely and become their new wolf king, the fastest Method right now was eating spirit fruits to boost your body's attributes across the board. But where to find them stumped you, so you called over Wolf Mountain, as an outsider asking a local. Wolf was the right call. Wolf Mountain, where did you guys find spirit fruits before? The ones we found were all one-time deals. After the fruit was picked, the vine died, couldn't track them. Wolf Mountain answered, but the spirit Ganaderma we're guarding can bear fruit repeatedly. I've observed it. It yields quite a bit each time. How often does it fruit? At least a year, at most 2 or 3. You shook your head. A year? Would the starving wolf hall give you a year, even your own lifespan wouldn't allow it? Is there nowhere else? There is, but Wolf Mountain hesitated. It's very dangerous. Places that can stably produce spirit bones all have powerful guardians. His meaning was clear. If you wanted it, you'd have to fight for it. Good. Your eyes lit up. You know which clan has them. Wolf Mountain saw the look on your face and knew he couldn't stop. He took a deep breath and said, the Yinga mountain range to the northeast. There are many spirit valleys there. He deliberately emphasized the word many. Yinga mountain range, you noted the name, but then you hesitated again. You could certainly leave, but what about these wolves who had just found their fighting spirit? If you left, the starving wolf hall would come. If they come, won't they still end up dead? Wolf Mountain's fierce straightened his back, as if seeing through your thoughts, his voice resolute and powerful. My king, go on your path of evolution. If the evil wolf hall comes again, even if we all die here, we will never bow to them. Good grief, after gnawing on a wolf leg, even his weapons got tougher. Taking the entire pack with you, this thought only flashed through your mind once before you dismissed it. Yinga mountain range sounded like a high-level map. If you went there, you might not even be able to keep your own life. Taking these companions with such weak combat power, wouldn't that just put them in danger? You all stay here. You made the decision. If the evil wolf hall comes, just say you never saw me. That guy, Wolf Mountain, opened his mouth, wanting to say that the evil wolf hall wouldn't be fooled so easily, but seeing your resolute gaze, he swallowed his words back. He couldn't let you leave with worries. I leave today. The pack is in your hands. If that spiritual Ganaderma bears fruit, split it among yourselves. It's good for evolution. You're a man of action. The moment you said go, you left. Ding, quest triggered. Head to Yinga Mountain range. Quest requirement, arrive at Yinga Mountain range within 30 days. Quest reward, unknown. 30 days? Is it that far? You were startled. At your pace, 30 days of running could cross the entire continent. Then something occurred to you, and a cold smile curled at the corner of your mouth. Wolf Mountain, how far is the Yinga Mountain range? At your speed, how long would it take? Barring accidents, 10 days. You smiled. Good, the system gave you a full 20 days of leeway. Seems it also hopes you settle things properly before you leave. That wolf carcass, have you all finished eating it? Ah. My king, wait, I'll go check right now. Wolf Mountain thought you wanted to take rations on the road and turned to confiscate the pick's hidden stash. No need, you called him back. Just bring me that wolf hide. The wolf hide? Wolf Mountain was baffled. That hide had been clawed by you into 1,000 holes, tattered and torn. What use could it be? Though confused, he didn't dare ask more and soon dragged half a ragged wolf hide. My king, this is all that's left. Enough, you casually stored the hide into your system backpack and asked one final question. Where are the nearest other wolf packs? Southeast, 5 days travel. Good, go fetch Wolfkin. Soon Wolfkin arrived. He seemed to have already learned from Wolf Mountain. His expression was unusually calm. Big brother, are you leaving again? Leaving today, you take care. His tone was cryptic. After I'm gone, this place will rely on you alone. You know very well that Wolf King's current strength isn't enough to hold the entire King Wolf pack together. But you believe that one with 3 innate talents, he will eventually stand at the peak. Big brother, rest assured. Wolf King's eyes were filled with absolute confidence. All right, I'm off. The moment the words fell, you turned and left without a trace of reluctance. Watching your fading figure, Wolf Mountain was torn between confusion and reluctance. He nudged Wolf King, who remained completely unresponsive beside him. Aren't you the least bit worried about your big brother? Wolf King glanced at him, a look like he was staring at a fool. Worry? What should be worried about? Are those fellows in Yinga Mountain range? He stretched lazily, his tone as relaxed as if he were going on an outing. Let's get ready too. Don't want to be scrambling when we move to Yinga Mountain range. Wolf Mountain was utterly stunned. He felt his mind simply couldn't keep up with the rhythm of these two brothers. That's Yinga Mountain range? What kind of confidence makes you think it's your own? Backyard, meanwhile, you were sprinting at full speed. Toward the southeast, the system had given you a lead and you didn't want to waste a single second. Along the way, you only stopped occasionally when encountering creatures that could drop talent fragments. The rest of the time was spent traveling. 3 days later, you arrived at the wolf pack territory. Wolf Mountain had mentioned, ding, quest triggered, drive off the starving wolves. Quest requirement, help the wolf pack drive off the starving wolves. Quest reward, unknown, the quest appearing meant you hadn't come to the wrong place. You had planned to redirect the trouble elsewhere anyway, but throwing the starving walrus carcasses to tigers and black bears was too easy for them. These walking evolution points were meant to be harvested by you personally. The best way was to make the starving wolves focus all their attention on you. You no longer hid your presence, following the scent and charging toward the wolf pig's gathering spot. Soon, a thick smell of blood hit your nose, the scent of wolf blood. As the distance closed sharp, wolf howls reached your ears, your heart sank and your speed surged again. The next second, a brutal scene came into view. A massive starving wolf was viciously attacking another pack of wolves. Nearly 20 lifeless bodies already lay on the ground. Corpses. In that instant, you seemed to see the starving wolf charging into your pack after you left. The infuriating thing ignited your rage like an explosion. You shot out of the forest like a black bolt of lightning, the aura around you like stone-hard ice spikes instantly enveloped the vicious wolf, reveling in the thrill of its attack. Every pore on its body suddenly tightened as it whipped its head around. When it saw your appearance, it almost relaxed, but you were already before it. You would soon make it understand. You wasted no words, striking the moment you moved. Your claws tore through the air, and the starving wolf, without even a chance to react, had several deep gashes carved across its face. The sheer force sent it flying, tumbling across the ground several times before slamming hard into a large tree and stopping. The starving wolf was both terrified and stunned, its mind blank. What kind of monster is this? Its build isn't large, but how is its strength so terrifying? What do you want? Are you trying to pose our starving wolf haul? It threatened, its voice trembling with feigned bravado. You hit the mark. You tossed the tattered half wolf pelt before it, your voice cold and devoid of emotion. Take this and crawl back to the starving wolf hall. Tell your leader, the wolf was killed by me, Xianxia. If you want revenge, come find me in Yinga Mountains. The starving wolf saw the claw marks on the pelt, then felt the searing pain on its own face. And its voice began to tremble. You dare, if you don't want to lose your life, get lost and deliver the message. You slowly closed in, your aura spilling out unchecked. Of course, you can choose not to go. I don't mind finding a new messenger. Those words trampled its dignity into the dirt. The starving wolf roared and chose to resist. The result was obvious. After gaining several more bloody wounds and having one hind leg crippled by you, it finally shouldered the glorious duty of being a messenger, tucking its tail between its legs and limping away. Pathetic, you watched its disappearing figure and snorted coldly, though inwardly you felt a pang of regret. Those were all living evolution points. Ding, task complete, drive off the starving wolf. Reward, lifespan 5 days, that's it. You curled your lip. The system was being stingy this time. Only then did the surviving pack members snap out of it. Trembling as they gathered around, they asked who you were. You shook your heads. Nothing, and turned to leave. You had no interest in taking in these packs accustomed to compromise. If the starving wolves came back for a counterattack, they'd sell you out in a heartbeat. After a few steps, you spoke without looking back. If the starving wolf hall comes again, tell them to go to Yinga Mountains and find someone named Xianxia. That was the message you left for Wolf King and the others. As a final safeguard, while traveling, you began to plan your next step. Evolution system. If I evolve into a dire wolf now, will the Tiger Valley I fused before disappear? Ding. After evolution, the host's original attributes, talents, and fused abilities can be selectively retained or discarded. You instantly felt at ease. This selective option was incredibly user-friendly, meaning that even if you evolved into a divine dragon later, you wouldn't have to worry about carrying a crappy Tiger Valley from the newbie village. You're pretty smart, you asked. In a good mood, how many evolution points does it take to unlock the level 4 shop? You currently have 70, 0 evolution points, thinking at most on 100, 0 should be enough. Ding, unlocking the level 4 shop requires evolution points. 500, 0, how much more? You nearly choked on your breath, counting on your claws. The zeros behind it, 500, 0, why don't you just go rob someone? As if sensing your Anger, the system calmly added. A line, ding. The level 4 shop will activate the bloodline exchange. Function, just that one sentence extinguished all your anger. Bloodline exchange, ding. The host currently possesses the common beast jungle wolf bloodline, obtaining a higher level. Bloodline can greatly enhance potential and unlock the corresponding creatures. Evolution path. You knew very well that your evolution points were about to overflow. You had to level up, and immediately. It felt like your phone's storage was down to 1%. If you didn't clear it, it would crash. System, if I have a dragon's bloodline, can I become a dragon? Your heart surged with excitement. Who hasn't dreamed of a golden dragon? Ding. As long as you have enough evolution points, you can, the system's reply was crisp and direct, but it also pulled you back to reality. A dragon? Thinking about that now was pure nonsense. Even if the shop had it, the price would absolutely bankrupt you on the spot. You glanced at your own attribute panel and felt even more annoyed. Over 70, 0 evolution points, just one step short of the AT0 cap, having you use this thing to exchange for lifespan now. You were 100 times unwilling. Your lifespan was still sufficient, but evolution points were hard to come by. How many dire wolves does it take to evolve into a bride wolf? You cut to the chase. Ding, bride wolf 30 dire wolves. 20-0, damn, you nearly choked. Why the huge difference? Ding, bride wolf is a bloodline rating upgrade. Dire wolf is a cross tier evolution. The system's explanation made you understand instantly. It was just a level issue. From bin wolf to king wolf was one level up, to dire wolf was several levels at once. The experience points naturally stacked. You could accept that logic, even though that dire wolf you took down quite easily, but it is indeed the strongest blood creature you've accumulated so far. The bloodline level is the highest, so there's no choice but to evolve into the dire wolf, consuming 20-0 evolution points. Confirm, the evolution points in your body are already about to overflow. A mere green wolf can't satisfy your appetite at all. In an instant, a tearing force surges through your limbs and bones, cracking sounds echo muscles. Rebuild. At this critical point between agony and rebirth, the system interface pops up. Tiger bone, clear vision, keep or discard. No need to ask, the tiger bun is ferocity you've experienced, and clear vision, this snake gulls essence is a divine aid in the darkness. Take them all. Evolution complete. You feel your body brimming with explosive power. Looking down, your frame is a full fist size larger than before, body length shooting up to 5 meters, shoulder height 2 meters. You dare say those 2 dire wolves collecting protection fees earlier would have to call you boss. System, what are the current potential cap and evolution point cap? Potential cap, 75. Evolution point cap, 250. You smack your lips, feeling something's off. When you killed that dire wolf, you didn't think it was all that tough. But then again, you've swallowed spirit grain, fused tiger bone, and completed quests, so your potential cap being higher than a purebred dire wolf's is only natural. Now you have one thought: find an opponent to test your new strength. 2 months after evolving from a mantis into a forest wolf, you've saved up a full 200, 0 evolution points and finally evolved into the dire wolf, holder of the strongest canine bloodline. To test this new body's combat power, you decide to find a target to practice on. Suddenly, your nose twitches. Sharply, you catch a familiar scent. Not far away on a tree branch, a leopard is sprawled out, sleeping soundly. Little leopard, save you, then. With a deep lunge, your foreclaws like hooks, you silently climb up the great tree. The leopard senses a chill and wakes instantly. Opening its eyes, the first thought that pops into its mind is wolves can climb trees. Its second thought never gets a chance to form, because your sharp claws have already torn open its throat. Instant kill. Leopard slain. Evolution points 50. Fate talent shard drop rate 1. Your face instantly darkens. As you grow stronger, rewards from low-level prey decrease. But the one saving grace is that fate talent shards still drop. Looks like you can't boost your attributes further for now. Or killing these small fry won't even yield shards. The purification value didn't matter, but the talent fragments. Those were the real treasure, after all, in the system shop. One fragment cost 1,000 points. The price was outrageous. Fine, you'd grind here. You made up your mind. This jungle became your exclusive leveling zone. Wild boars, crocodiles, leopards. Once they caught your eye, they couldn't escape defeat. For 10 whole days, you moved like a ghost harvester, frantically clearing out the creatures of this area, thick-skinned and meaty, top tier. Passive boost, double constitution, tough skin and hide top tier passive boost, double fur and defense, swift advanced passive, double agility. Thick-skinned and tough, this talent was absurdly strong. Your constitution directly doubled, skyrocketing to 90 points. Now, you were a heavy tank in wolf's clothing. But the swift talent gave you a headache. To grind it to advanced, you had hunted over 100 leopards, yet to reach top tier, you still needed 900 more. 900, that was way too time-consuming. You decided to keep moving. You'd already wasted 15 days, you couldn't delay any longer. However, some things you can't avoid just by wanting to. Just as you were about to set off, an unusually thick leopard scent hit your nose. What the hell? Were they having a party? You knew leopards were solitary animals, so much scent gathered together definitely meant something was off. Driven by curiosity, you followed the scent, sprinting wildly through the jungle. Eventually, you arrived at the edge of basin. This basin looked like a giant crater carved by a meteorite, teeming with life inside, but the leopard scent was so thick it wouldn't dissipate, mixed with another scent you'd never smelled before. One carrying a faint, strange sweetness. Go down and check it out, whatever was down there. Just those dozens of walking talent fragments were enough to tempt you. 1,000 points each, this was all money, inside the basin. The deeper you went, the darker it got, but that didn't affect you at all. Your eyes shone like bright lamps in the darkness. Your black fur let you blend into the shadows, but when you reached the deepest part of the basin, you found those leopards were moving, trying to run. You suddenly accelerated. Your 60 points of agility made you like a black flash of lightning. After more than 10 minutes, you finally caught up with them. You smiled. Over 30 leopards in total, saved you several days of work, but then you saw what they were. Their opponents were lions, over a dozen of them, daring to surround more than 30 leopards, their arrogance utterly rampant. You couldn't care less about their arrogance or lack thereof. You only cared about your own satisfaction, to put it bluntly. Even if these lions and leopards all came at you at once, your eyelids wouldn't even twitch. Perfect chance to test just how tough your top tier resilient skin really was. However, what intrigued you more was what these creatures were confronting each other over. Could they have discovered something? A heavenly treasure? If there really was a spirit fruit, you wouldn't hold back. Just as both sides were at daggers drawn, you swaggered out into the open. Your appearance instantly made you the center of attention. For the entire scene, lions and leopards alike cast disgusted glances your way. Get lost, you mangy wolf, a male lion in the pride roared at you, the threat and contempt in its tone utterly undisguised. That just amused you. You hadn't even shown your power yet, and these beasts were already yipping. Fine, fine, let's settle this all. A decision was made in your mind in an instant. You had no evolution points, no warning, no hesitation. You moved like an arrow loosed from a bow, launching your attack in a flash. The lion pride never expected you to be so direct, a lone wolf daring to charge their formation. 3 of the strongest male lions rushed at you head-on, their sheer force seeming like it would crush you to bits. But who said you had to meet them head-to-head? You favored a one-strike kill. Using your speed advantage, you weaved rapidly between them. The male lions were too massive, their turns clumsy. Within 2 seconds they exposed fatal openings, and you seized them. Just then a quest triggered. Seize the golden crystal beast. The quest required you snatch the golden crystal beast from amidst the leopard pack. Reward, unknown. Golden crystal beast, what kind of thing was that? You halted abruptly, your sharp gaze frantically scanning the leopard pack. This sudden move startled the 3 male lions. What's the matter? Did your allies show up? They nervously looked around only to see empty air. Tricked. The 3 male lions flew into a rage, feeling utterly humiliated. Their earth-shaking roars nearly flipped the entire basin. The roar snapped you back from your thoughts. What are you yelling about? You cursed inwardly, in such a hurry to lose. Failing to find the golden crystal beast left you in a foul mood, and these fools just happened to walk right into the line of fire. The next moment you moved, each strike of your wolf claws steps were extremely cunning. The male lions tried to trade wounds for wounds in their attacks, but against your absolute speed, greater strength, and indestructible claws, their thoughts were laughable. With a tearing sound, the first male lion's throat was instantly ripped open, blood gushing out. With a turn, your claws swept across the second male lion's belly, gravely wounding him and leaving him unable to fight. The third male lion's front leg was snapped by your kick, and he collapsed to the ground with a miserable howl. The whole process to onlookers looked like you only charged back and forth 3 times. 3 charges, and of the 3 strongest male lions, one was dead and 2 crippled. The remaining lionesses were terrified out of their wits. And they turned and fled. You didn't chase, just looked at the male lion corpses and frowned. This was only 500 evolution points, not even a single talent fragment, too shabby. But what surprised you was that the leopard pack didn't run. What gave them such nerve? Could it be that Jing beast was controlling them? You, with doubts, charged straight into the leopard pack. The leopards fought back fearlessly. Pouncing at you, not running. Perfect, saves me trouble. You smiled. A leopard pounced onto you, opened its mouth to bite, and then its teeth shattered. Your top tier. Tough skin was as hard as steel plates. Their fangs couldn't break. Through your defense, at most they'd pull out a few of your hairs. Now you were truly angry. Being bald would look terrible. Your body shook violently, flinging off the leopard on you, then you fully erupted. Every claw strike that landed, whether or not it was cut by your sharp claws, just the terrifying force alone was enough to make the leopards panic. You were like a tiger among sheep. No, a wolf among sheep. Evolution 1, Martial Spirit Fragment 1. Evolution 1, Martial Spirit Fragment 1. The notification sounds kept ringing out, but you soon realized something was wrong. Why weren't these leopards running? Even when facing death, you couldn't find a survivor to question. All 30+ leopards, under your storm-like attacks, had already lost all signs of life. Where exactly was the Jing beast? You stood on the pile of corpses, searching everywhere. The system said it was in the leopard pack, but now there was nothing but corpses. Just then, under one of the leopard corpses, a tiny thing only 8 palm-sized was trembling. After spending a full 200,000 evolution points, you had finally evolved from a D-rank gray wolf into an evil wolf with the strongest bloodline among canines. To test the combat power of this new body, you had sought out 30 leopard hunters, never expecting to not only instantly kill them. He also unexpectedly discovered, beneath a leopard's corpse, a palm-sized Jing divine beast, its eyes tightly shut, as it frantically prayed, don't find me, but unfortunately the gods paid it no heed. It felt the light above its head vanish, and cautiously opened one eye, only to meet a massive, green glowing wolf eye. Mommy, the little thing shrieked, turning to flee. You were stunned. You could actually understand this little creature's cries. This was no Jing beast, it was clearly just a tiny field mouse. Come back or I'll catch you. You didn't rush after it but tested with a growl. The little thing ran, glancing back and shrieking. I'm not going back. Hey, it really could communicate. Your interest peaked. You no longer held back. With a few bounds, your front paw lightly pressed down, precisely pinning its tail. The little field mouse struggled desperately but found it self completely unable to move. It seemed to think of some terribly dire consequence, rolled its eyes, and with a shameless air fainted dead away. Ding, a system voice exploded in your mind. Quest complete. Seize the Jing beast. Reward, lifespan 30 days. Evolution points 10-0, 30 days of life and 10,000 evolution points. You perked up instantly. All your earlier playful intentions were washed away completely. You raised the furry little thing in your claw to eye level, your pair of green wolf eyes staring hard at it. This little thing was worth that much. The Jing beast had just groggily awakened, and the first thing it saw was still a magnified, intimidating black wolf face. It rolled its eyes, about to faint. Gain, wait a moment before you faint. Your voice was low and unyielding. Command, this little thing could faint if it wanted, but it had to explain its worth first before passing out. The Jing beast nearly choked on air. Wait to faint, I can't handle this pressure. Seeing it about to go limp again, you added without mercy. If you dare faint, I'll take you down right now. That worked better than anything else. The Jing beast jolted, instantly awake. More alert than ever, standing ramrod straight with no trace of fainting left. The eyes really are golden, you muttered, looking at its wide-strained eyes. Aside from that, it looks utterly ordinary. You cut to the chase. What abilities do you have? I don't have any abilities. The Jing beast stood on your paw, front claws pressed together, frantically bowing, its golden tears even squeezed out of his eyes. Wolf Lord, please let me go. Look, there's food everywhere around here. You won't miss one bite from me, right? The acting was impressive. You silently gave him credit for it. But your tone was ice cold. Stop playing tricks. Tell the truth or face the consequences. As you spoke, several sharp claws extended from your toes, glinting before his eyes. The cold gleam seemed ready to tear him into shreds at any moment. This finally broke the new beast completely. He shrieked before. I can find treasure. He feared that even a second's delay would make him a ghost under your claws. Find treasure, your eyes lit up instantly. Brighter than ever before, who would turn down good things, even if you couldn't use them yourself, recycling them? To the system for evolution points was a solid win. Spiritual fruits, spiritual herbs, and anything else containing spiritual energy. I can find them all, to survive. The golden crystal beast spilled out all his core abilities like beans from a tube. Of course, he was cunning enough to hide his ability to transmute things, secretly planning that one day, when his mental power surpassed yours, he'd turn the tables. Take me to find them now. You're excited. Voice trembled slightly, as if you couldn't wait to see spiritual fruits piled into mountains. But there aren't any nearby, the golden crystal beast said. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over your head, seeing your face darken instantly. He quickly added, my sensing range is limited, really. I'm not lying to you. He even raised his front claws and stood on 2 legs, making a vow-like gesture, looking both ridiculous and pitiful. You fell silent for a moment, but ultimately chose to believe him. After all, the system's rewards wouldn't lie. Fine, I'll trust you once. What's your name? I'm called Hunjin. The moment the words left his mouth, Hunjin wanted to slap himself. Why was he so honest? What if this guy guessed your second ability from the name? You did feel a flicker of suspicion, but didn't dig deeper. Instead, a more direct and brutal thought surfaced in your mind. System, if I kill him, can I fuse his treasure-finding ability? Fusion success rate, 35%. Confirm fusion. The success rate was that low. You looked down at Hunjin, then thought it over, and gave up. 35% was too risky. If it failed, you'd lose everything. Far better to keep this little thing around as a mobile living treasure detector. Your little life was saved by that success rate. You made the decision for him on the spot. From now on, you follow me. I guarantee you'll eat well and drink well. Huan Jing wouldn't dare object, and honestly, following someone as fierce as you gives me a huge sense of security. How did those lions and leopards lose just now? He saw it all clearly. All right, I'm sticking with you. How should I address you? My name is Xianxia. You can call me easy on the eyes. You unceremoniously elevated your own title. Huan Jing muttered inwardly, how rude. Then you threw out another question. By the way, how can we understand each other's speech? Because I speak wolf tongue. I once controlled the wolf clan, so I can speak it. And I also understand the common beast language, Huan Jing explained cautiously. Beast language, teach me. Your desire to learn came on that suddenly and turnically. Huan Jing was utterly speechless. But when in Rome, do as the Romans do so. Like this you traveled and learned along the way. 5 days later, a vast and majestic mountain range appeared before you. After these few days of crash course, you also learned beast language. For the most part, we've arrived. You stopped in your tracks and Huan Jing on your back nearly got thrown off. Time for you to do your part. The vitality here is clearly several times stronger than outside. The air is filled with a refreshing aura. What is this place? Huan Jing had never been here. 2 mountain ranges. My God, you're crazy, Huan Jing screamed. Do you know how powerful the creatures in here are? Going in means falling into danger. You know this place. That makes you even more interested. Of course I know. After a few days of getting familiar, Huan Jing grew bolder and spoke less formally. Take my advice, let's get out of here. No matter how strong you are, we're already here. Leaving without grabbing some treasures isn't my style. You completely ignored his words and directly started climbing the mountain on all 4s. Less talk, keep up. You climbed incredibly fast. Huan Jing could only cling tightly to your fur, flailing in the wind, feeling like his organs were about to be shaken loose. Slow down, it's really dangerous in here. Huan Jing was about to cry. Why is this wolf so stubborn? Danger. What you fear is never danger, but the absence of it. Without powerful enemies, where would evolution points come from? You babbled on. This place is full of strong foes for you to kill to your heart's content, so you sprinted all the way, completely unrestrained and loud, as if afraid the creatures in the mountains wouldn't know you'd arrived. Huan Jing had given up trying to persuade you. He thought that your fearless behavior surviving to this day was nothing short of a miracle. However, when you crossed the first peak and stepped onto the second mountain's territory, Huan Jing suddenly shouted, wait, there's something. You slammed to a halt. To a halt, movements sharp and clean. Where is it? Follow me. Huan Jing swiftly jumped off your back, golden eyes shimmering as it quickly dashed in one direction. You followed closely, and soon you saw it too. The target, hanging on a giant tree over 10 meters tall, were 3 crystal clear red fruits, Beneath the fruits, a leopard roughly your size was lazily sprawled on a branch, clearly the guardian of these spirit fruits. "Oh, an old friend," you grinned, revealing gleaming white fangs. The leopard glanced at you, its eyes filled with aggression and disdain. "Hungry wolf, this is Yang Valley mountain range. This is no place for you. Leave now." "Hey, this one's pretty cocky." Before you could speak, Huan Jing on your back exploded first, hopping up and down. "Beat him, take his fruits." The leopard didn't even put you in its sights because it knew wolves couldn't climb trees. That height was a death sentence for you. Yet the next second, something it couldn't believe happened. You backed up a few steps, then burst into a sprint. Your front paws shot out sharp claws, digging deep into the trunk, followed by the other paw. You brute forced your way up, climbing step by step like a rock climber. The leopard on the tree shot to its feet, eyes full of disbelief. "Hungry wolf, you're asking for trouble, if you insist on coming up. I don't mind an extra trophy tonight." It let out a threatening growl. "Stop stalling, come over and learn your lesson." You stopped 3 or 4 meters away, coldly replying those words, thoroughly enraged. The leopard, asking for trouble, it roared, leaping gracefully from above, but it was cunning, not attacking directly. Instead, it planned to wrap its limbs around your waist while you couldn't dodge, tearing you off the tree alive. Your 4 legs indeed couldn't move recklessly, or you'd fall. But you had other weapons, just you. The moment the leopard's claws were about to touch your back, your tail lashed out like a steel whip, with a whistling sound, from a tricky angle, striking hard. A dull thud, the iron tail landed solidly on the leopard's exposed belly. A tremendous force erupted instantly. The leopard couldn't even let out a cry before its body was hurled backward like it had been hit by a heavy hammer, flying off from over 10 meters up. He fell heavily from the tree and slammed onto the ground. You retracted your wolf claws and followed suit. Leaping down from the tree, you landed steadily. "Little leopard, don't think you can run. Today you're not getting away." You walked toward him step by step, your gaze icy, just as the two of you colossal beings faced off on the ground. Huan Jing had long since scrambled up the tree amid the chaos, arriving before the 3 spirit fruits. He nonchalantly plucked one, propped his legs up on a branch, and contentedly began munching on it. Finally, he could feel his stomach on the ground. The leopard saw this and trembled with rage, his lungs about to burst. "Those were my spirit fruits, and a damned rat had stolen them." After evolving into a hungry wolf with the strongest canine bloodline, you relied on the divine system's boost and found a treasure hunting Jingjing beast. But just as he helped you locate 3 spirit fruits in the Yinga mountain range, the leopard guarding the fruits flew into a rage. He bared his teeth at you, a threatening growl rumbling from his throat, looking ready to face you head-on. But did that matter? When your claws truly clashed with his, he instantly understood what it meant to be outmatched. This spirit beast's speed might rival yours, but in strength and defense, he was more than a level below you. The outcome was clean and decisive. You didn't even leave him room to resist. Grabbing his forepaws with a crisp crack, you instantly subdued him. With one strike, he lost all ability to move. His breath gone. Like the lions you'd defeated before, he had misjudged your strength. Meanwhile, up in the tree, Huan Jing had long seen through this leopard's strength and knew you'd handle it easily, so he wasn't the least bit worried. He lazily lay on the branch, devouring the remaining spirit fruits, his little mouth chewing rapidly until a shadow completely enveloped him. Only then did Huan Jing reluctantly open his eyes, meeting your glowing green wolf gaze. But this time he wasn't so scared. "There are 3 total. I eat 1, you eat 2. No, wait, I did the work right." Huan Jing squeezed out a few tears, putting on a pitiful act. "Unfortunately, you weren't buying it. You took the remaining 2 fruits and said in an unquestionable tone, 'Fine, from now on, we'll split it like this. Fine, 3, you get 1. If there are only 2, then you get nothing." You were quite satisfied with this arrangement. After all, if you want your partner to put in the effort, you have to give them proper compensation. This Phantom Gold is quite useful, can't keep shortchanging him. Even Phantom Gold himself was stunned. This guy actually really gave him a share. His eyes darted around. If it were anyone else, they'd squeeze him dry. He'd been rushing to eat earlier, precisely because he figured he'd eat first and worry later. Once it was in his stomach, no one could make him spit it out. This decision stirred genuine gratitude in his heart. "Why wouldn't I agree?" He shot him a glance. "Agreed. Who told you're stronger than me?" Phantom Crystal immediately put on a smile and chimed in. "But we need to change the rules. This is what we call a win-win partnership. it should be changed. To, if we don't find 3, you still have to give me 1. What do you say? He was trying to lock in this distribution model. Fine, it's settled. Too lazy to argue with him, you swallowed both fruits in one gulp, a sour astringent. Taste exploded in your mouth. Ding, consumed a ripe. Spirit bone physical potential 2. Ugh, your good mood vanished instantly. Only 2 points for half of it, turns out they weren't ripe. Eating that fast, aren't you afraid of choking? Phantom Crystal watched. You swallow it all in one bite, envy written all over his face. He'd been chewing for ages and only finished half, not choking. Want me to help you finish it? No need. Startled, he quickly hid the remaining fruit behind his back. Eat up, hurry, after we're done we keep going. You licked your lips, your mood lifting. Again, not just because of the 2 spirit bones, but also because of the leopard you'd just subdued. Ding, defeated an elite leopard cat, gained 500 evolution points, continued. Life fragment, ultimates. 1 ultimate fragment is worth 10 basic ones. This leopard was a generous one. If all the beasts in Yinga Mountain range were this giving, that would be fantastic, as you were planning your next moves. On the other side, the starving wolf whose far leg you'd wounded finally limped back to the territory of the starving wolf hall. This was one of the places with the densest life aura on the beast continent, and also the forward outpost leading to the fierce beast continent. In a massive tribe of tens of thousands, a wounded wolf's return would normally go unnoticed, but when he relayed your words, if you want revenge, come find me in Yinga mountain range, verbatim. Up the chain, the wolf pack responsible for that region instantly erupted in chaos. What the hell? The ones under my command. The clan members actually dared to defy the wolf hall. This is open rebellion, and it's all true. That creature is of some unknown breed, with terrifying strength. Absurd, if he hadn't spared me to deliver the message, I would have perished out there long ago. Speaking of that new wolf, even now, thinking of your eyes still makes me tremble all over. A giant wolf, nearly 7 meters long and 2.5 meters tall, stepped forward, its voice icy cold as it asked, where is he? He said he was heading to Yinga mountain range, Yinga mountain. The giant wolf let out a cold sneer. He thinks hiding in there will save him. Come, follow me to Yinga mountain range. The plan exposed. The messenger wolf's legs went weak. He even tried to bite, but before this wolf, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The giant wolf swept its gaze over the surrounding subordinates, its voice as cold as ice, and they all followed. This year's promotion passage is about to open. Whether our branch can secure a spot depends on this. We can't let other branches seize on such a trivial matter as an excuse. Even if he flees into Yinga mountain range, you must capture him. Head wolf, let's go. Yinga mountain range, just right for some training. To take down that arrogant rebel, the wolves were instantly ignited with battle fervor. Their morale soaring, the elite squad of over 100 wolves set out in grand procession, heading for Yinga mountain range. Little did they dream that the target they were hunting was no longer an ordinary forest wolf. Even the messenger wolf leading them could never recognize your appearance now. Of course, you wouldn't foolishly wait for them to find you. Over the next 4 days, you and Hunjin swept through nearly 5 peaks on the outskirts of Yinga mountain range. Your cooperation with Hunjin was flawless. He scouted for the location of the spirit nation while you struck to acquire, achieving remarkable efficiency. Astonishing. Over these past few days, the spirit nation's phantom gold devoured surpassed what he'd had in the past year. And your body's potential has skyrocketed to 90 points. Evolution points have piled up quite a bit, but you haven't rushed to allocate them. Without facing a truly powerful opponent, spending points in a duel against would mean missing out on full evolution value. Too much of a loss. That day, you stood atop the peak of the 5th mountain. You couldn't venture any deeper. I'm serious. Phantom Crystal's tone was unprecedentedly grave. He didn't want this pleasant partnership of yours to be ruined by your recklessness. What? Are you afraid? You gazed deeper into the taller the mountain range asked without turning back. This isn't a question of fear or not. We can wait until we are stronger and come back later. Unfortunately, he simply doesn't understand that the word wait doesn't exist in your dictionary. You're already strong enough now. And with that, you left. The moment your words fell, your figure had already transformed into a black wind and charged out. Huan Jing was about to complain when a mouthful of wind was forced down his throat. As you sprinted, you asked the system in your mind, I've already reached Yinga mountain range. Why hasn't the mission been completed yet? Ding, host has not yet arrived at the heart of the Yinga mountain range. Speechless, you thought. You didn't say we had to go to the core earlier. You muttered to yourself, forget it. There's no point arguing with the system either. 10 days should be enough. Hey, stop quickly, there's a spirit fruit. Huan Jin, who was protected on your back, shouted. In a muffled voice, this phrase that had worked every time before now failed completely. You didn't slow down at all. Hey, what are you doing? Huan Jing grew anxious. I'm going to take a look deeper. You memorize the location first, we'll come back for it later. You finally gave him an explanation. Huan Jing was so angry. He rolled his eyes. Big brother, even entering the 6th mountain could bring danger. And now you want to go to the very depths of the mountain range? Do you know what kind of place that is? If you act recklessly, don't drag me down with you. He truly wanted to let go of his claws and not accompany you, this reckless fellow, but then he thought again, are you really being reckless? If you truly had no judgment, could you have survived until now? Fine, if there's real danger, I can still escape then. With that thought, Huan Jing gripped the fur on your back even tighter. You felt his small movement, grinned, and ran. Even more joyfully, do you know if there's something good in there? You sprinted all the way and surprisingly didn't encounter any real danger. Huan Jing's little mind started turning again, seeing how familiar you were with the path. You clearly came prepared. We're partners in cooperation. So you need to tell me in advance, so I can help you too. Nothing, just going to take a look. I heard treasures are everywhere there. You brushed it off. You couldn't exactly say this was a system mission, could you? Just for a look, you'd go this far. Huan Jing felt he had to give you, this reckless rookie, a lesson in common sense. You actually stopped. You also wanted to pry some useful information out of this little creature. Huan Jing hopped in front of you, cleared his throat, and wore a look of, you don't know anything. Do you know what's deep inside the Yinga mountain range? You looked at him with the eyes of an outsider. If I knew, would I need to run over there to see? I knew you didn't know. Let me tell you, there are fierce beasts in there. Huan Jing's tone was extremely serious. What are fierce beasts? Huan Jing prepared. A whole prepared speech was instantly choked off by your single sentence. Going back, brother, you're a fierce wolf, what's wrong? You don't even know what fierce beasts are. Your wolf clan has fierce beast level beings. Could this guy really have never encountered one? You really don't know. If you really don't know, tell me. With sincerity, Huan Jing had no choice but to patiently explain. You and I are both at the backhand fierce beast level, a whole rank above us. Beings whose strength is unimaginable. The master of the depths of Yinga Mountain is a fierce beast, even the other major clans don't dare provoke it lightly. The two of us going in like this is a near certain death. Fierce beasts aren't the top tier. Right, you ignored what? Risk warning and hit the nail on the head. Of course not. Above fierce beasts are demonic beasts. Huan Jing mentioned demonic beasts with longing in his eyes. This fan beast continent has demonic beasts? What do you mean? Only the fierce beast continent has them, and they're extremely rare. Where is the fierce beast continent? You immediately pressed on. The fan beast continent opens a passage to the fierce beast continent once a year. Get through it and you'll arrive. When's the next opening? Soon. Just a few months. Huan Jing wasn't too sure. As he spoke, he suddenly realized, hey, why are you asking this? He suddenly widened his eyes, staring at you as if he'd seen a ghost. Good heavens, this guy isn't thinking of trying to rush that passage, is he? You indeed were thinking exactly that. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Do you know what kind of experts rush that passage? At the very least, they need strength comparable to a fierce beast's. Because in that passage, the fierce beast continent, there's basically no place where a fan beast can easily stand. Huan Jing desperately emphasized the difficulty to make you give up. After hearing it all, your eyes lit up instead. So that's how it is. Hey, what exactly are you thinking? Huan Jing was starting to fear that look in your eyes. Nothing, let's go. You sped up again. No need to explain further to him. If you told him you planned to use these few months to rush that passage, he'd think you were insane. No doubt, some things don't need to be said, just do them. Still going, Huan Jing was about to break down. There really are fierce beasts guarding that place. You'll face extreme danger. Have you seen one? You only replied with 3 words, never seen one. Huan Jing's momentum instantly deflated. His intel was all hearsay. Perfect, then let's go. See for ourselves. Huan Jing was completely speechless. Fine. Fine, let's go. If anything happens, you'll be the one dealing with it up front. You're helpless too, carrying 110,000 evolution points. In a critical moment, you can instantly max out 2 attributes. What's there to fear? Even if you can't win, you can escape with ease. Saying this to Huan Jing, he might not even stay awake. after running nonstop without rest. Before you, you've finally reached the deepest part of Yinga mountain range. A massive valley appears before you. The vegetation inside is sparse, but what grows is actually all hanging with fruit-bearing spirit fat. Huan Jing instantly lost his voice, stunned by the sight of spirit fruits unable to speak. What a grand gesture. You secretly admired it in your heart. If this entire valley's harvest were all yours, why bother with hard training? Just lie back and wait for the fruits to come. Ding, mission complete. Entering Yinga mountain range. Reward, lifespan 30 days, purification. Value 10,000, mission reward in hand, feeling elated. Let's go. Let's go, we've seen enough, time to retreat. Huan Jing snapped back to his senses and hurriedly urged you. He knew you too well. Afraid you'd get impulsive and charge in to take the bones. I'm not stupid, you shot back at him. Before your words faded, a heavy thunderous breathing sound came from deep within the valley. You followed the sound and your pupils suddenly contracted. It was a massive elephant, a giant standing 7 or 8 meters tall at the shoulder, easily exceeding 10 meters counting its head. This was no ordinary creature, it was clearly a moving golden crystal beast. The giant elephant spoke, its voice soft yet carrying an undeniable authority. It was the Overlord of Yinga mountain range, that legendary fierce beast. We're doomed. Huan Jing's legs went weak. He couldn't understand why, with you standing there like a big wolf, that creature had to single him out. The next second you moved, you stepped forward, blocking in front of Huan Jing. Huan Jing was someone you brought, you couldn't watch him get hurt. Besides, you had confidence in yourself. Even if you couldn't win, you could escape with ease. Huan Jing watched your back and was instantly moved. This was true friendship in times of crisis. You go first, I'll hold them off here. Your voice was soft but exceptionally firm. So what if it's a fierce beast? So what if it looks like a mountain? I'll face it head on, you fool. Huan Jing's eyes welled up. This time he was truly moved. I'm staying too. For once he showed rare courage. He knew that since this fierce beast had called out his name, it wouldn't easily harm him. It was like it had developed some interest in your little show of shared hardship. And finally shifted its gaze away from Huan Jing. Shifted to you. With that single glance he froze. What he saw in your eyes was not fear but fighting spirit. He also noticed that your frame and gaze were completely different from an ordinary starving wolf. You really are something special, come on in. Don't worry, I mean no harm, the Juxiang said, its mountain-like body slowly retreating, without stirring even a speck of dust. This ultimate control over power made your heart tighten. Go on in. Take a look, you said to Hun Jing. Hun Jing was about to go mad. Brother, if he says he means no harm, you just go, and when he tells you to, why don't you listen to me like that? But you had already stepped forward. What else could he do but grit his teeth and follow? The giant elephant led you to the lake at the center of the valley. Then leisurely sank its mountain-like body into the water. You're very different, it said, looking at you and opening its mouth. Your body shouldn't only have this much power. You're suppressing your strength. Being seen through startled you. This beast's eyes were surprisingly sharp. Beside you, Hun Jin also froze, staring at you in disbelief. Suppressing his strength, this guy really was hiding his depth. No wonder he'd been so fearless all along. I suppose so. You admitted ambiguously. Carrying over 100,000 evolution points, wasn't that exactly suppressing your strength? Is it because of insufficient energy, the spiritual light here? You may take it freely, the giant elephant said with extraordinary generosity. What do you need me to do? You didn't believe in free lunches in this world. Hun Jing looked at you with newfound respect. Facing an entire valley of spiritual goo temptations, you could still stay calm and negotiate terms. So composed, how confident are you in charging through that beast passage? The giant elephant asked in return. You didn't even know what the passage looked like, so where would specific confidence come from? But you absolutely couldn't lose momentum. I won't claim I can defeat you, but surviving your attacks that I'm confident in. Good, the giant elephant actually believed you. The passage opens in 5 months. During these 5 months, I need you to retrieve something for me from within the passage. In exchange, the resources in this valley are yours to use freely. Not afraid I'll take the thing and not hand it over. The giant elephant's gaze shifted to Hun Jing behind you, the meaning clear. He stays here. You understand what I mean, a straightforward hostage, but you smiled. This was a win-win all around. You were already going to charge through the beast passage anyway. Now you not only had with a specific time, there's also a beast boss providing you with unlimited resources as backup. This kind of good deal is hard to find. Happy cooperation. You extend your claws, then I won't hold back. Spirit fruits are yours to take freely, but this little one stays. The giant elephant made it clear. Fine, you agreed without hesitation. Huan Jing was frantic with tears. Foolish big brother, you're just leaving your good companion here. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You dropped a parting word before leaving without looking back. Heading toward that forest, you knew well that as long as this general still had something to ask of you, Huan Jing would be safer than anyone, even well-fed and well-treated. Tended to, you plunged into the forest source and began helping yourself to the ripe spirit fruits. Consuming spirit fruits, body potential increased. Consuming spirit fruits, body potential increased by 1. After eating 6 in a row, when your body's potential finally reached the perfect value of 100. The system notification sounded again. Host, current species. Potential has reached its limit and cannot be increased further. Please evolve into a more powerful creature or fuse with a higher level. Bloodline, is this the end? You muttered to yourself. Well, this is the normal growth pattern. You looked at the remaining spirit fruits in your hand and, without hesitation, told the system, recycle them all. Evolution points 50-0, watching. Your evolution points surged to 150-0. You walked out contentedly. 0 support, time to find a place to test your current strength. You looked up, your gaze locking onto a distant mountain peak. Living on it were a group of red shadows within the apricot grove. Let's start training with them. After evolving from a low-tier jungle wolf to a high-tier dire wolf, you decided to claim a mountain as your home. This mountain was occupied by a group of red giant bulls. They were massive in size and had fierce tempers, so fierce that even carnivores dared not provoke them. But in your eyes, this was no problem. Herd animals. Good, you curled your lips. Herding meant a sea of evolution points meant a feast, so you made your move. Like a phantom, you silently approached alone. Red bull, it was still leisurely grazing, completely unaware of the danger. Approaching, 1 strike certain kill, you suddenly pounced, your claws striking its vital spot precisely, instantly completing the kill confirmed. Red bull, evolution points 500. Only 500 points, not even a talent fragment. Fine. You looked around, there were thousands of them on this mountain. Kill them all. Activating the 4th level shop is just a matter of minutes. But reality immediately gave you a resounding slap in the face. You had just taken down 1 bull when the entire herd erupted, amid the earth shaking. Roars, hundreds of red bulls, eyes blazing, charged like a moving wall of flesh bearing down on your position. Hundreds of giant bulls charging together. What kind of scene is that? A terrifying sight that could flatten a mountain. Without a second thought, you turned and ran. Are you kidding? Going head on, you're not stupid, but you didn't run far. Like a patient hunter, you lurked on the mountainside. These herds were split into different smaller groups. As long as you didn't provoke the main force, you had a chance. The next 3 days became a nightmare for the Red Bulls. You staged a textbook guerrilla war in the mountain forest. You struck when they rested, fled when they chased. You mastered the tactics of advance when the enemy retreats, harass when the enemy tires to perfection. Were you just flailing around? Of course not. You had a more direct goal. Drive out all these bulls, seize this mountain, and give your Wolfpack, Wolf King, and the others a new home. In 3 days, over 100 Red Bulls fell under your control. 50,000 evolution points in hand. Your total had soared to 200,000. On the 4th day, you stopped. You hit a wall. The evolution point cap was 250,000. Killing more would just waste the excess. The priority was raising your storage limit. How? By fusing with stronger creatures. These Red Bulls clearly weren't qualified. You turned your gaze toward the depths of Yinga mountain range. Those lone wolves who ruled entire peaks. Each one a formidable figure. Without real skill, could they hold an entire mountain's soul? So you sought out another Red Bull. The beast was lowering its head desperately, trying to charge at you. Hold on, don't charge. You raised a wolf claw to signal it to stop. I'm asking you, which peak has a tough nut? That Red Bull actually slammed on the brakes. Frozen in place, its eyes full of frustration and confusion. You said stop and I stopped. Don't I have a reputation to uphold? Before it could answer, a Red Bull watching from afar shouted at the top of its lungs. I know, from here northwest, the 4th peak, the one there is the most troublesome. This guy clearly had ill intentions, eager to send you into a hornet's nest. That suited you just fine. Northwest, huh? You grinned, your claw pointing at the one who'd spoken. All right, take me there. That unlucky Red Bull's face turned green. Let's go. We support you, under the encouraging gazes of your companions, like the god of plague. Under their looks, he could only wear a mournful face and take small shuffling steps to move beside you, trembling as he began to lead you. In these 3 days, you had already used absolute strength to intimidate them, being able to send you this troublesome burden they couldn't shake off away. They were practically ready to beat drums and gongs, just short of clapping their hands raw. Meanwhile, another wave of uninvited guests arrived at Yinga mountain range, spreading out on the periphery to search, find that jungle wolf and report back immediately. A pack of over 100 starving wolves, the pack leader gave the order. He had heard from the messenger about your appearance. A trash jungle wolf, in his view, dealing with scum like you was no harder than crushing an ant. The wolves scattered in 2s and 3s, fanning out to search for your tracks. They didn't know their arrival had already alerted the true king of Yinga mountain range. Deep in the mountains, by a misty giant pool of water, a pack of wolves came, looking for Xianxia. Didn't they? King Xiang opened his hill-sized eyelids and asked the phantom gold beast beside him. A parrot had just brought the news to him. Phantom Gold was clearly startled. I'm not sure, I haven't seen him contact other wolves. Go call Xianxia back. King Xiang nodded to the parrot. This parrot was the true messenger. With a flap of its wings, it was faster than anything that ran. On the other side, you were following that unlucky red bull up the mountain. You had already stepped onto the territory of that powerful solitary creature. Zhang Yang, a crisp bird call interrupted. You, that parrot descended from the sky and landed in front of you. King Xiang wants to see you. It's about a pack of starving wolves. Are you going back now? Its tone was utterly respectful. It knew very well that even if you swallowed it whole, the young king would probably only ask, how did it taste? The wolves are here. You were a bit surprised. These guys are pretty fast. Yeah, I saw them with my own eyes. About 100 or so. 100, you quickly calculated in your mind. If one was worth 300 points, 100 would be 30,000, plus the points from killing the bull earlier. That would almost fill up 25,000 evolution points. Perfect. Let's go back, you nodded decisively. Just then the system's voice rang in your mind. Ding, quest triggered, annihilate all enemies, quest requirement. Kill all starving wolves that entered Yinga mountain range. Quest reward, unknown. Your heart bloomed with joy. A quest meant lifespan and rewards. This wave wasn't a loss. You turned and left without hesitation, leaving him behind. The Red Bull left behind was completely dumbfounded. Bro, how could you just leave like that? Weren't you supposed to have a heart-to-heart with the boss of this mountain? If you leave, what am I supposed to do? You couldn't be bothered with what a bull thought. On the way back, you looked at the ones flying in the sky. The parrot and felt a bit envious. You once had wings too, and that feeling of freedom was incredible. The little parrot, curious, asked directly, being straightforward. As always, are there big birds in this Yingra mountain range? Big birds? Yes, there are. The parrot replied immediately, with a hint of pride. Because it was quite small itself. The white-headed eagle, though, was totally embarrassed. There was a whole mountain of them, quite a few. White-headed eagles, you silently noted that name in your mental notebook. The plan became clear in an instant. First, take out this pack of evil wolves to fill up your evolution points, then kill the lone wolf of this mountain to raise your limit, and finally go cause trouble for those white-headed eagles to get yourself a pair of wings. As for whether a wolf with wings would look weird, who cares? In this stifling world, you couldn't even max out your attributes. You'd long wanted to go somewhere more powerful. By then, growing a pair of wings would be nothing. When you returned to the depths of the valley, Phantom Crystal saw you, and its eyes nearly welled up with tears. It wanted to pounce on you, grab the fur on your back, and follow you running all over the mountain. Too bad you ignored its longing little gaze and walked straight to King Xiang. King Xiang, I'm here. So those evil wolves came to kill you? Yes, you answered. Bluntly, there was nothing to hide. King Xiang was a bit stunned. That bunch of thugs wanted to kill you. Seems they have no idea how strong you really are. Then they're yours to handle. Don't worry. You turned and left, commanding the parrot, lead the way. Watching your retreating figure, Phantom Crystal stretched out its little paw but only grabbed a handful of air, that promise-breaking guy, it grumbled inwardly in anger. He didn't even say a single word to me. King Xiang also spoke calmly. He's very strong. If you don't want to be left too far behind, work hard to grow. The spirit fruits in the orchard are yours to eat as you please. Hearing this, Phantom Crystal's resentment was instantly replaced by appetite. You're right. Then I won't hold back. 2 days later, under the parrot's guidance, you arrived at the mountain's outskirts. They're around here, all scattered. After saying that, the parrot flew off board. You lurked alone, a cold glint in your eyes. The system mission was to annihilate them all, so not a single one could escape. That's why you didn't start killing from the middle but circled around. A wide circle, to the outermost edge of the Walvis search range. You planned to shut the door and beat the dogs from within the outer perimeter. At this moment the alpha wolf was furious at that unlucky messenger, scolding him so harshly he couldn't lift his head. How come you still haven't found him? Did you even memorize his aura? They'd searched for nearly 3 days, turning the outer area upside down without catching even a single hair of yours. The messenger was about to cry. Alpha wolf, I memorized it. But he's really not here. Could he have gone deeper? Impossible. The alpha wolf cut him off firmly. His head was still decent, unless he was tired of living. I suspect he never even came. Go back to that pack where you got beaten before. Seeing the alpha wolf make his decision. Just as they were about to gather and retreat, you moved. Like a black bolt of lightning, you shot out from the forest, instantly pouncing on 2 wolves lagging at the rear. Not even giving them a chance to raise the alarm. You completed a double kill in an instant. Ding, killing evil wolf. Purification value 300, only 300, cheaper than Red Bull. You curled your lip in disdain. If not for the mission, you really couldn't be bothered. Your sudden appearance and instant kills stunned all the nearby wolves. But then they were enraged by your arrogance. Get him, no matter what pack you're from. You're dead today. The alpha wolf watched you take out 7 or 8 of his underlings, his eyes turning red instantly. He didn't even bother asking who you were, roaring as he charged at you. But you turned and ran, afraid of him. Of course not, you just didn't want to kill him yet. Once the alpha leader died, the remaining underlings would scatter in all directions. And then what about you? Total annihilation mission, so you ran. But you weren't fleeing, you were hunting. Like a whirlwind you charged into the other wolves, clean and decisive. No wolf could withstand even one of your moves, wherever you passed. Opponents fell one after another. The alpha wolf chased madly behind, but in horror realized he couldn't even catch up to you. Altogether, take him down, he roared. Face. What face is there to care about now? Just which pack are you from? The alpha wolf shouted while chasing, trying to disrupt your rhythm with questions. You casually dodged one encirclement, took out another one on the side, and in an extremely sincere tone replied to him, I'm the one you're looking for. That Xianxia. At these words, the alpha wolves, their steps were clearly in sync, completely dumbfounded. Xianxia said, where's the jungle wolf? This thing is a whole size bigger than me, with explosive combat power. You call this a jungle wolf? He didn't disrupt your rhythm, but your own rhythm was thrown off by your words first. You actually lied to me. Monkey wolf didn't shout at you, but turned and let out a deafening roar at the messenger, as if he wanted to devour him alive. The messenger was also stunned. He pointed at you, his voice trembling. You're lying. What I saw was clearly you, regardless of whether they believed it, taking advantage of their moment of panic. You struck again, taking down several in a row. First take out their leader. The head wolf finally snapped back to his senses. His thoughts were grand, but reality was harsh. Their so-called encirclement was like paper in front of you. You charged forward, using the most direct way possible, smashing through gap after gap. Their formation collapsed, screams filled the air, and the battlefields atmosphere grew heavy. When the head wolf realized he should run, it was already too late. Of his 100 underlings dead were all but 4, while you were unharmed and full of energy like an elegant hunter circling slowly around their 5 beaten remnants. Wait, I really am Xianxia. You stopped and tilted head. Any last words before you die? Those 5 were so exhausted. Their tongues nearly hung out, their eyes filled with nothing but fear. Fine. None then, you lost patience. I'll send you on your way. Wait, Monkey Wolf panicked. Who said none? He gasped for breath, using his last strength to roar. You wait. Whoever you are, this isn't over. With that, his neck went limp and he breathed his last, his face even carrying a hint of I've said my piece. You felt nothing, not even the interest to give him another glance. Not over, what else could happen? Ding, quest complete. Quest reward, lifespan 10 days, evolution points 5,000. Humph, you snorted coldly, unimpressed with the reward. Carrying your killing intent, you turned and left, not even bothering to deal with the bodies. Shortly after you left, carnivores at the mountain's edge, drawn by the scent, swarmed in. A feast began. You casually found a puddle to wash off the grime, not even bothering to return to Xianxia, heading straight for the mountain Red Bull had taken you to before. Your current goal was clear: take down this mountain's boss, claim the territory, then get yourself a pair of wings. This mountain was thriving, with abundant resources. The resources here are extremely abundant, and the more you look, the more satisfied you become. This place is far better than Red Bull's barren mountain. You think about asking King Xiang to bring Wolf Star and the others over. As you make your plans, you soon arrive at the mountaintop. It's open and bare, with a clear view in all directions. No one here. You're a bit surprised. Red Bull wouldn't dare lie to you. Such a good place can't be without a powerful guardian. Where is that guy? What you don't know is that while you're looking around, a pair of eyes is watching you from the shadows. On the ground, a creature that seems to be dozing squints its eyes with a hostile gaze. This creature is round and plump, with black and white markings. Looking harmless, a giant panda. It was also awakened by you from its afternoon nap and is feeling annoyed. Do you really think that just because I don't eat meat, you little wolf pups can run wild on my territory? After evolving into the strongest canine bloodline, the hungry wolf, you plan to find a beast one level above you to spar with, and also seize the mountain it occupies. For yourself, following the scent, you soon arrive at the others mountaintop. However, just as you stop and look around, searching, a pair of eyes also locks onto you from the shadows. This creature is called a stone iron beast. It's 4 meters long, lying on the ground like an armored vehicle. Its entire body, except for the soft white flesh on its belly, is covered tightly with spirit armor. Fortunately, you have sharp eyes. It lies there, motionless. If someone with poor eyesight saw it, they might mistake it for a rock. It seems this guy is trying to disguise itself and launch a sneak attack. Seeing this, you can't help but smile. Then say teasingly, "So you're the king of this mountain?" Your words are quite polite. A lone figure who can dominate an entire mountain is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Calling him a king isn't an overstatement, right? Can the stone iron beast understand you? Of course it can. But it simply doesn't want to bother with you. If anyone who climbed the mountain could chat with it, it would have nothing else to do but be a professional conversationalist. So when it realizes you've already noticed it, it attacks without a word. You're delighted at that moment. You like this kind of villain who's fierce in action and sparing with words. One who gets straight to fighting without giving you a chance to make small talk. Such opponents live long. Unfortunately, it ran into you. You're one with a protagonist's halo. But the stone iron beast is indeed ruthless. His attack style is bizarre, body hugging the ground like a rolling stone, darting over in a flash at incredible speed. Though you admire him, that doesn't mean you'll stand there and take the hit. The moment the attack lands, you leap up to dodge, then on his back, you stomp wildly with all 4 paws, claws working nonstop, scratching fiercely, so hard, you're amazed. This spirit armor is truly tough. Sparks fly and the sound is piercing, like scratching real iron. No different at all. But the stone iron beast doesn't wait for your amazement. His tail coils and directly wraps around your hind leg. Your heart sinks. Well, there it is. Now you're caught. The stone iron beast doesn't hesitate, dragging you toward himself. He doesn't bite but raises his claws, those 2 front claws capable of splitting mountains and cracking stone. Off balance. You're honestly not panicked. You've noticed that for the stone iron beast to attack you, he must stand on his hind legs, exposing that patch of pale soft belly. That's the opening the stone iron beast holds the initiative, and you're dragged closer. The next moment, a claw falls, slicing vertically from your back down to your belly, opening a huge gash. It hurts. It really hurts. This is the first time you've taken such severe damage. Your fur and tough skin before the stone iron beast's claws are about as sturdy as paper. If you hadn't dodged in time, that single claw could have cut you in half. The pain is real, but you don't forget to counterattack. You launch your own assault on the stone iron beast's belly. The sound of wolf claws tearing through hide rings out to you. It's pure music. The stone iron beast isn't so pleased. His internal organs are torn up quite a bit. This strike is far worse than the wound you took. Your injury looks terrifying, but your ribs blocked it, so no organs were damaged. The stone iron beast is truly gutted open. He lets out a scream and flings you away. It's not that he doesn't want to continue. It's that he doesn't dare let you near again. As your body is hurled through the air, you breathe a sigh of relief mid-flight. You're already ready to boost your attributes. Luckily, the stone iron beast didn't chase after you. As long as you exchange for one bottle of ultimate healing potion, it's no big deal. We're both hurt pretty badly. It just comes down to who recovers faster. On that, you're confident. High constitution, a limb regeneration talent, and potions. But this time, you've learned your lesson. Without provoking the stone iron beast, that thing's attack power is way too terrifying. You obediently exchanged for it. The ultimate healing potion, then lay flat on the ground and play dead. As long as you don't come at me, I won't move you. I'll bleed and wait to recover. Who's afraid of who? Too bad you underestimated the stone iron beast's ferocity. That thing actually dragged its gutted body charging at you. You had no choice but to get up and got hit. The wound on your stomach burned with pain. Wouldn't it have been better to just lie there and wait to die? Why make a fuss before death? The second round of clash began. You leaped up again and stomped wildly on the stone iron beast's back. This time you didn't use your claws to scratch, but truly stomped wildly. The stone iron beast's belly had already been sliced open. Like a backpack stuffed full of things, if you pulled the zipper open and squeezed it, wouldn't the books inside have to spill out? Your strength was no joke. A few stomps in, the parts inside the stone iron beast's belly started failing one by one. Some even ran out for some air. The stone iron beast couldn't control the situation at all. But it didn't give up attacking. It knew it was done for, but it wouldn't let you off easy. Its tail swung again. This time you saw through it and bit down hard on its tail. Though you couldn't pierce the spirit armor, at least you weren't caught by it. The next moment, your body was hurled high into the air and slammed hard onto the ground. With a loud bang, even the rocks cracked and dust flew everywhere. You let go in time and broke free from its control, but that hit still rattled your organs, blood splattering all over the ground. You rolled on the ground a few times before barely getting up. In the second clash, you took a bit of a loss, but you could still stand. The stone iron beast, on the other hand, had no strength left. Too many parts had run out of its body, its life force draining rapidly. You spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and stood up, looking at the still twitching stone iron beast on the ground. It really was a tough one. You tucked away a bit of your swelling ego. If the stone iron beast hadn't exposed its belly, you couldn't have taken it down. Without further enhancement, these big fellows in Yinga Mountain really did have some skills. The system notification sounded. Ding. You killed stone iron beast transformation points plus 5,000. You were instantly furious. System, this thing was this strong and didn't drop a special talent? Are you serious? A single ultimate healing potion costs 10,000 evolution points. This wave was a total loss. The system ignored you. You sighed and chose to fuse. You had your eye on the stone iron beast's spirit armor, way stronger than tough skin. If you stack that on top, who could ever break through your defense? Ding, this fusion requires 20,000 evolution points. Success rate 40%. Fuse or not, your face went dark. System, can you raise the success rate? Ding. Host, you can use evolution points to increase the success rate. Why didn't you say so earlier? You're about to explode. If you hadn't asked, was the system just not going to mention it? The success rate below 50%, every 10,000 evolution points raises it by 10%. Above 50%, every 50,000 raises it by 10%, up to a maximum of 70%. You want a curse again? A pay-to-win system? If it's going to be one, why can't you pay up to 100%? 70% isn't even that high. But you have no choice. Gritting your teeth, you use it. 110,000 evolution points to pull the success rate up to 70%. Total consumption, 130,000 evolution points. Your evolution points drop straight down to under 100,000. Fusion successful. Only upon hearing those 4 words do you finally let out a breath. Fusion successful. Body potential 10, evolution point cap on 100. 0, you can't wait to open the fusion panel, and then you jump up. Where's my spirit armor? The spirit armor you were most looking forward to didn't even appear in the options. What appeared was a long tail with no armor and a claw, the stone iron beast's front paw. Though disappointed when you see the claw, your eyes light up again. How strong the stone iron beast's claws are. You've tested them with your life. The big gash on your body still aches faintly. You choose the claw. Your front paw begins to ache fiercely, but it ends quickly. You extend your fingernails. And look, damn, these nails look no different from before. You poke at the rock under your feet. The rock is like tofu. A light touch leaves several holes, truly sharp. Even you're a bit scared. Too bad the stone iron beast's claws are only this sharp. You shake your head, a bit regretful. But then you think, if you fuse more stone iron beast parts later, maybe you can get even better claws. You close the panel. And your gaze falls on the evolution points. You've spent a lot, but you still have some left. You decide to keep them for now. You stand up, feeling the new power in your body. The wound on your chest has healed, leaving only a faint scar. you take a deep breath and the air smells of blood and earth. The battle just now was dangerous, but the gains are real. You look at the distant forest where more dangers and opportunities await. You grip your fist, feeling the sharpness of the claws. This time, you're more prepared. You take a step forward, heading deeper into the forest, ready for whatever comes next. The stone iron beast's body lies behind you, a reminder of your victory. The species fusion success rate was heartbreaking, but you weren't panicking. You had evolution points, so you went to find the parrot from Xianxia realm. The parrot's face fell the moment it heard you wanted to hunt the white-headed eagle. But one look from you and it immediately squeezed out a smile. To serve Lord Xianxia is my honor. This guy could lie without even blushing. Lord Xianxia, white-headed eagles aren't easy to kill. And there are many of them, not like the stone iron beast which had only one. Lead the way. You already knew, but when you actually arrived at the mountain where the white-headed eagles nested, you truly understood what sheer meant. A 500-meter cliff, almost perfectly vertical. Flying creatures naturally wouldn't find it a problem. But you were a four-legged crawler. Still, for the sake of wings, you endured. Climbing up, you spotted quite a few white-headed eagle nests along the way, but none held what you wanted. What you were after was eggs or chicks. You had no intention of fighting the white-headed eagles head-on. On this sheer cliff, that would be no different from suicide. All you needed was to grab a chick, and you could force them to fight on the ground, without their aerial advantage. You didn't fear the white-headed eagles at all. The parrot chickened out halfway up. Afraid of earning the eagle's grudge, you didn't force it and continued upward on your own. The eagles didn't pay you much mind at first. But as you climbed higher and higher, nearly reaching the chick nests, they finally lost it. Over a dozen white-headed eagles circled in the sky, blotting out the sun then dove to attack you. Your eyes lit up. It seemed you were almost there. Ding, quest triggered. Seize the chick and slay the white-headed eagles. Quest reward, unknown. The system really loved adding drama, but this sheep liked it. The eagles dove down with force. Claws like hooks, you certainly wouldn't let them catch you, if grabbed and dropped. From that height, you'd be ground meat. You swept your tail and sent the first diving eagle flying. The eagle flock erupted. Well, so you came to steal our young. Too late, you'd already charged into the cave. The chicks were inside. You grabbed one that hadn't even grown its feathers and threatened, don't come in, or this little one is done for. The eagles circled outside the cave, crying mournfully, but dared not enter. Carrying the chick in your mouth, you charged down the mountain, sliding on your rear. The whole way, your thick hide didn't care at all. The eagles followed you all the way to the foot of the mountain. Once on solid ground, you hid the chick behind you and taunted the eagles above. If you've got the guts, come down and get it. Without a word, the eagles dove in unison. With no vegetation to block them, their dive was utterly terrifying, like a helicopter landing. At that moment, the corner of your mouth twitched. You clearly looked down on me. The next instant, your hind legs kicked hard, your body shooting up like a rocket. Soaring over 10 meters high, the white-headed eagle never expected you to be this fierce, daring to strike first. Leave it to me. You all go rescue the little ones and face your. The white-headed eagle shrieked as the others circled around to save the chicks. In mid-air, you revealed your claws, iron hard. Those claws, paired with your sharp talent, were stronger than the originals. The white-headed eagle's talons grabbed at you, but with a single strike, you severed one of its claws as easily as cutting a chicken foot. Before the eagle could react, you had already clamped down on its. Twisting its other claw, it flipped onto his belly and began wildly stomping. The front island pierced one wound after another into the white-headed eagle. Blood holes, blood bursting in the air like a crimson flower. The white-headed eagle couldn't withstand it at all, its body plummeting from the sky. On the ground, the white-headed eagles were all stunned. By the time they thought to save their companion, it was already too late. The remaining white-headed eagles snatched up the chicks and fled into the air. The ground was not there. Home turf, revenge need not be rushed. It soared into the sky without giving chase. You wait. The white-headed eagle beneath its feet was slain, killing the white-headed eagle and evolving. Evolution value increased by 1,000. Mission complete. Lifespan increased by 10 days. Evolution value another 1,000. Still no talent fragment. You're a bit annoyed. How come? The higher level creatures are, the harder it is to drop talent fragments. You recall your weak days when ants, earthworms, and mantises all had talent fragments. If you could do it over, you'd definitely not evolve so much and instead farm more talent fragments first, but dwelling on it now is useless. System fusion. This fusion requires 20 evolution points. with a success rate of 15 fuse, 15, you sneer. Glance at your on 140, 0 evolution points, and use evolution points to boost. The success rate, this fusion requires evolution points. On 100 0 success rate 60, proceeds. At 60% fusion, you almost cursed out loud. You only have on 140 0, not enough to max it to 70, but you dare not gamble. What if it's exactly that 10%? You put the white-headed eagles corpse into your system backpack, planning to go farm. 10 0 evolution points first, then come back. Is 10 0 evolution points easy to farm? Actually, it's pretty easy. Just kill some minor monsters or find 2 spirit fruits, and that's enough. The wings are right in front of you. You don't want to risk losing the on 100 0. Over saving 10 0 evolution points. That's the thing, you're not afraid of spending, you're afraid of wasting money. Next stop, farm evolution points, then come back to gamble on that 70%. Success rate, after a successful fusion, what kind of pair will it be? Wings, you've already started to feel anticipation and hunger. The wolf hall hasn't yet realized you've set your sights on it. A broader sky, as for King Xiang's 0 class support, you smiled. At worst, you'd go help King Xiang clear the field again. Spirit fruits to eat freely, evolution points to farm freely. After all, Xiangyang never does a losing deal. This time you would fly, truly fly. After evolving into the dire wolf with the strongest bloodline of the canine clan, you decided to get yourself a pair of wings to become a sky-soaring wolf, but the biggest problem right now was a severe shortage of evolution points, so there was no way around it. You had to return to those Red Bulls territory, ready to farm a huge wave of evolution points from those unlucky bastards. When the Red Bull herd caught sight of you again, they instantly fell into panic. Who comes to train this often? You showed up every few days to reap a harvest. Even if the herd was massive, it couldn't withstand this kind of drain, but their protests were useless. Now, you had fused the iron-eating beasts stance, your combat power had skyrocketed, and your confidence was brimming, not to mention a few Red Bulls. Even if a small group charged at you all at once, you would face them head-on. Not convinced? Then fight until you yield. Fall back. After another 20 Red Bulls were defeated beneath your feet, you threw your head back and let out a long howl. Your evolution points were finally enough. The Red Bulls, as if pardoned, immediately scattered and fled, quickly vanishing from your sight. They were even seriously considering relocating their territory. Next, without hesitation, you took out the previously preserved white-headed eagle remains and initiated the fusion. This fusion would consume on 150 0 evolution points with a success rate of 70%, confirm fusion. Your heart tightened. This was everything you had saved up, but thinking of that pair of wings that would let you soar the skies. You confirmed the fusion, gritting your teeth as you made the decision. You had to fuse those wings. You silently prayed. The fusion failed. Your eyes instantly flew wide open, bloodshot veins crawling across the whites. A surge of rage shot straight to your head. You heard right, it had actually failed. A 70% success rate, and you'd hit that 30% chance. The last time you were this unlucky was when fusing that Python King with an extremely low success rate. Back then, you accepted it. But this time, the system's probability was way too cruel. You trembled with rage, but the system gave no response. Probability is what it is, 70%. Success doesn't mean there's no 30% chance of failure. You were on the verge of tears. 150,000 evolution points went down the drain, and the white-headed eagle's remains were completely wasted. If only those resources had been turned into talent fragments instead. When you reappeared at the mountain peak, the Red Bulls had just fled from, radiating a heavy aura of gloom. The few remaining Red Bulls panicked instantly. Your usual green eyes were already intimidating enough, but now these bloodshot eyes made them dare not linger for even a moment. They turned and bolted at full speed. What rotten luck. You let out an irritated sigh. Not only had the wings failed to fuse, but even the Red Bulls for farming evolution points had all run off. You'd been riding smooth for too long and almost forgot how cruel this world could be. At least your life was safe for now, with nearly 150 days of remaining lifespan. With no other choice, you could only head back to the spirit plant garden to replenish some spirit bones and settle yourself down. A day later, you returned to the spirit plant garden. The parrot spotted you and immediately flew over with utmost eagerness. Lord Xiangyang, is there anything this humble one can do for you? Without a word, you first consumed 10 mature spirit bones, watching the evolution points rise with such eager service, your mood finally calmed down. A bit, take me to the territory of the violent herds, you said coldly. You needed to make up for the lost evolution points in the shortest time possible. The parrot didn't dare ask questions and immediately led the way ahead. Over the next 10+ days, guided by the parrot, you traversed all the territories of the major violent herds in the Yinga mountain range. The ultimate life fragments you harvested left you quite satisfied, and your evolution points quickly rebounded, approaching 200,000 again, but you didn't rush to seek out another white-headed eagle. Having learned from past mistakes, this time you planned to be fully prepared. You intended to save up enough evolution points for 2 fusions, preferably finding 2 white-headed eagles at once to avoid any more accidents. However, just as you were focused on raising your strength, a scout squad of 10 starving wolves had quietly crept near the territory of the jackal pack, the hunting dogs. Betrayal had ultimately led the starving wolf hall straight to this place. The starving wolf hall has come for revenge. This is bad. Wolves are here, 10 of them in total, the one on watch. The wolf that arrived ran back in panic to report the alarm, and Wolf Mountain's face instantly darkened. Go down, Wolf King. Take 50 Klinsmen immediately to the Sheep Valley Mountains. Find the Wolf King, leave this place to me to hold off. Wolf Mountain made the decision on the spot. 2 vicious wolves, they could barely handle them with all their strength. 10 vicious wolves. Even if the entire green wolf pack fought to the last, there would hardly be any survivors. No, we have to go, go, go. Wolf King's eyes turned red. The Wolf King isn't here, I'm in charge. Go now, this is no time to argue. Wolf Mountain shoved him aside, his tone leaving no room for doubt. You must live, live. Even if you crawl, you must live. Wait for Big Brother to come back and save us. Wolf King bit his teeth hard. Tears welled in his eyes. He knew this was the only way. He said no more, quickly gathered 50 Klinsmen, and without looking back, charged into the dense forest. Watching Wolf King's fading figure, Wolf Mountain licked his cracked lips, his gaze becoming utterly resolute. To live in humiliation. Impossible, I told Big Brother, from now on we stand and live, never kneel. Soon, the 10 vicious wolves appeared in the green wolf's territory. Each was burly and fierce-eyed. What are you doing here? Wolf Mountain led the remaining Klinsmen to meet them. All the green wolves lowered their bodies, letting out wary growls. We smell the scent of our kind. The vicious wolf captain narrowed his eyes, scanning the area. A vicious wolf came through here. Yes, and it's already left. Wolf Mountain answered calmly. Wrong, the vicious wolf captain sniffed the air, pointing at the underground Snake Cave entrance. The scent comes from here. It's underground. Wolf Mountain's pupils sharply contracted. Then go in and look for yourselves. He said it without changing his expression, and the wolf pack parted to make way. The vicious wolves let out a contemptuous snort and walked into the Snake Cave without any guard. In their eyes, these ordinary green wolves posed no threat at all. Just as the last vicious wolf vanished into the cave mouth, Wolf Mountain suddenly turned and gave the order to his Klinsmen behind him. Prepare for battle. Fight with everything to hold this place. He had let the vicious wolves in deliberately to use the narrow terrain of the Snake Cave. No matter the cost, he had to stall these vicious wolves. Moments later, fierce snarls and the sounds of clashing echoed from underground. The vicious wolves had found, in the underground space, that half-discarded wolf pelt. How dare you harm a vicious wolf? We're just protecting our own home. The battle erupted in an instant. Both sides fought with everything they had, without a shred of retreat. 10 days later, at the outer edge of the Sheep Valley Mountains, Wolf King led a weary, battered, and wounded the wolf pack appeared here, gazing at the perilous mountain range before him. His heart was filled with unease. Big Brother, are you really here? Wait for me here, the wolf spirit said to the remaining Klinsmen. If I haven't returned within 10 days, leave on your own and find a safe place to live. He couldn't take the entire pack into danger. With that, the wolf spirit took a deep breath and stepped alone into Yinga mountain range, but he had underestimated the danger here. Before he had gone far, he was surrounded by several hounds. These hounds were the very ones who had reported to the hungry wolf hall earlier, and they were full of pent-up anger with nowhere to vent. Oh, where did this little wolf cub come from, daring to trespass into Yinga mountain range? The hounds closed in with ill intent. Perfect, we'll use you for target practice. Before the words faded, the hounds lunged fiercely, relying on his tough hit as innate talent. The wolf spirit endured several bites, then suddenly rammed one hound aside and turned to flee. But his speed was slow, and the wounds on his body grew more numerous. Just as he was about to despair, a thunderous tiger roar rang out. A saber-toothed tiger with elongated fangs appeared atop a massive boulder. Its overwhelming presence sent the hounds scattering in terror. Immediately, the wolf spirit wanted to run too, but the saber-toothed tiger's gaze had already locked firmly onto him, chasing after him. The saber-toothed tiger had been restless lately. He had been so humiliated by that wolf named Xianxia that he didn't even dare stay on his own mountain peak, having to retreat to the mountains base to lie low. Now seeing a little wolf, he could finally salvage some pride. Little wolf, where do you come from? The saber-toothed tiger asked mockingly, knowing he couldn't escape. The wolf spirit steeled himself and declared loudly, I'm here to find my big brother. His name is Xianxia. The saber-toothed tiger's mocking expression instantly froze, then shifted to shock and finally to deep terror. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. With a shiver, Xianxia, this little wolf cub is actually the younger brother of that mighty one. What did you say? Who is your big brother? The saber-toothed tiger's voice was shaking. Xianxia, my big brother is Xianxia, the wolf spirit noticed his reaction and immediately pressed harder. I have urgent matters to find him. Do you know where he is? Take me to him. My big brother will surely reward you handsomely. The saber-toothed tiger's heart pounded wildly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he bet right, he could latch onto the strongest patron. If he bet wrong, well, fortune favors the bold. All right, I'll taking you to the saber-toothed tiger. He grit his teeth and made the decision. Brother Tiger, why do I feel like you're a bit afraid of my big brother? Walking on the road, Wolf Green couldn't help but curiously ask. The saber-toothed tiger's body stiffened. More than a bit afraid, it was fear from the depths of his heart. Ah, you'll understand when you see him, he vaguely replied. Then when can we see him? I really am in a hurry, very soon. After saying this, the saber-toothed tiger took a deep breath and let out a long, drawn-out roar toward the sky. This roar is sending a message to you, Lord Xianxia. There's a saber-toothed tiger outside looking for you. The parrot immediately relayed the news to him. Oh, let's go see. You're free anyway. Feeling restless, so you went out to check the situation. In less than 20 minutes, you appeared before the saber-toothed tiger. Then you saw the Wolf Green behind him. Wolf Green saw you too, but what he saw was a massive starving wolf. Who are you? What did you do to my big brother? Wolf Green instantly grew wary and bared his fangs at you. You smiled. This guy is quite alert. You didn't shift back to your original form, just spoke in the most familiar voice. What? You can't even recognize my voice? Quite bold, daring to run alone to Wolf Mountain, so confident in your big brother. Big brother, how did you become like this? Wolf Green was stunned on the spot. That voice, that tone, it's definitely you, but this appearance, it's a long story. Did you come alone? You walked up to him and gently rubbed his head with your paw. The familiar gesture from his big brother made Lang King completely let down his guard, and he couldn't help but cry. Hurry, go save Wolf Mountain. The evil wolves attacked our clan. Those words struck your mind like a thunderbolt. Evil wolves. In that instant you understood everything. Your gaze turned cold in a flash, and a powerful aura erupted from you, so strong that even the saber-toothed tiger beside you cowered low to the ground. You turned to the saber-toothed tiger and ordered it to protect the injured Lang King. Then you dashed toward Wolf Mountain without looking back. Protect my brother. If he gets so much as a scratch, I'll rest assured, I will give my all to protect him. The saber-toothed tiger's heart raced with glee. His gamble had paid off. Wolf Star, follow him and go on ahead. Big brother, hurry. You then turned to the parrot that had arrived and instructed, tell King Xiang I've stepped out for a bit, I'll be back soon. After doing all this, you hesitated no longer. System enhancement, max out the agility stat, consuming evolution points, 80,000, agility 80, a surge of unprecedented power flooded your limbs. Your figure instantly transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing into the jungle. At the end, a journey that would normally take 4 to 5 days, you, with your greatly increased agility, only took a day and a half to arrive. From afar, you could already smell the thick scent of blood in the air. The moment you rushed into the snake cave and saw the ground covered with the remains of green wolves, your eyes instantly turned red. You were too late. You charged deep into the snake cave, and then you saw Wolf Mountain. He had already forever closed his eyes, his face still bearing an unyielding expression, his mouth tightly clenching a piece of fur from a starving wolf. He had used his own life to guard the last of the wolf pack. Dignity, at that moment, your heart ached as if cut by knives. Endless. Self-blame and rage nearly consumed you. If it weren't for you, they would never have suffered this disaster. Silently, you stood before him, standing there for a full half hour. Wolf Mountain, well done, you said in a low voice, the redness in your eyes fading, replaced by an icy resolve. With your own hands, you laid all the Kinwavis remains to rest in the underground chamber, then used your claws to completely destroy the snake dens entrance, turning this place into their eternal resting ground. After doing all this, you turned and left carrying. With burning rage, the wolf's corpse was gone. Meaning survivors had escaped back to the main force. You followed the faint scent of blood in the air and began the pursuit. At this moment, the only two survivors of that starving wolf pack, dragging their grievously wounded bodies, struggled to move toward the main force. Damn it. Brothers, when we get back, we must have the wolf king avenge us. Yes, we absolutely cannot let them get away. Supporting each other, they kept cursing. Who do you seek revenge on? A voice suddenly sounded behind them, startling the two. They turned around and saw a wolf even larger than themselves. They breathed a sigh of relief. Which pack are you from? Where's the main force? One of the starving wolves asked. I asked you, who are you seeking revenge against? The voice remained icy. Those new wolves who dared to defy me. I killed them. We lost 8 brothers, so you're saying those new wolves were killed by you? You confirmed again, the chill in your eyes now thick and unshakable. That's right. The two were still gloating smugly, boasting that we are under the command of the Wolf King Deben. The Wolf King's great-grandson was killed in the Yungra Mountains, and the Wolf King is leading an army to avenge him. We are the vanguard. Do you know where the main force is? Deben Wolf King, is Deben a fierce beast level powerhouse? Of course, we have the starving wolf den. Every Wolf King is a killer. I truly don't know your wolf face revealed a cold smile. Because I am not one of your kind at all. The moment the words fell, a flash of cold light, and the two vicious wolves instantly lost their ability to move and collapsed to the ground. This was already merciful. You licked the blood on your claws and looked into the distance. Deben, this debt I will settle with you clearly. Ding, triggered a quest. Quest revenge for Wolf Mountain. Quest requirements, defeat 80% of the wolf packs under the command of Deben Wolf King. Quest reward, you sneered, 80% is too little. I will make them pay the full price for what they have done. After evolving into the strongest starving wolf of the canine family, you, to avenge your younger brother Wolf Mountain, decided to go alone and take down the starving wolf halls. Deben Wolf King and the starving wolf pack he leads, following the scent, you ran at full speed and finally found them in an open area. The starving wolves in the sky merged into a black torrent advancing toward the Yunga Mountains. They charged recklessly, and wherever they passed, not even a chicken or dog was left alive. No living thing could escape their mouths. Good, all these bastards are together, which saves you a lot of effort, without any hesitation carrying murderous intent all over. You crashed like a meteorite directly into the center of the wolf pack. Boom, the starving wolves were instantly stunned by your attack. Are you insane? A starving wolf roared at you madly. You ignored it and struck with your head down, one move after another, clean and decisive. Finally, a lead wolf reacted. And they pounced at you from all directions, trying to use their sharp fangs to stop your assault. Unfortunately, it was useless. Before your sharp claws, these so-called lead wolves were nothing, opponents that could be knocked down with a single move. This time, the wolf pack completely collapsed. They retreated like a tide, forming a huge vacuum zone around you. Even the lead wolves couldn't stop you, and going up meant certain death. Soon, the commotion among the wolves alerted their leader. When Deben appeared before you, your entire body's fur was already stained with dark red traces. Within 10 minutes, over 100 vicious wolves had fallen at your feet. The air was thick with a heavy scent. Who are you? Deben stared hard at you. He was certain he had never seen you. This violent brute actually wants to take you in. What's the point of it all? Surrounding his great-grandson is just an excuse. He only did it for his own pride. Now that he sees your strength, he immediately changed his mind. A powerful right-hand man is far more valuable than a runaway great-grandson. You were angered into laughter by his words. Old man, have you still not figured out the situation? You flicked off the marks on your claws. I've already said that today all of you will stay here. Deben shook his head as if pitying your ignorance. Young man, having a bit of skill and you don't know how high. Arrogant and ignorant. Fine, let me show you what true power really is. The next second he made his move. A dark shadow closed in instantly, so fast you barely had time to utter those 2 words before an irresistible force slammed into your chest. Bang! Your body flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground. He hadn't even used his full strength, clearly still holding the intention of subduing you. He believed that once you experienced the despair of the gap in strength, you would naturally choose to submit. You did fly out, and a sharp pain shot through your chest. You had to admit, at the beast level, its power exceeds your current level, but that's all it is. You flip back up, ignoring Deben, and charge at the wolf pack again. Deben's face darkens. This disregard is the greatest insult to him, so he charges at you once more. You deliberately slow down, letting him catch up easily. Pounce, you're sent flying again. This time, a trace of blood seeps from the corner of your mouth. After all, his strength is indeed formidable. You have to admit that much, but this is where it ends. System, strengthen physique to maximum, you silently chant in your mind. This enhancement requires 0 evolution points. Do you wish to enhance? In an instant, a vast surge of power. Note, the last line appears incomplete in the source, translating as is. Energy exploded within your body, and your frame suddenly swelled, muscles bulging, joints and bones cracking with crisp sounds. The abrupt change even startled Deben for a moment. Enhancement successful, constitution on 110 points. With the top-tier thick-skinned talent's double bonus, your actual constitution has soared to 330 years. You, Deben stammered in shock, staring at you, utterly unable to comprehend what was unfolding before him. You had no interest in answering him. The battle continued, but what irked you was that defeating these ordinary dire wolves no longer yielded any evolution points. It's all that old Debing's fault. If not for fear of him constantly charging at you, you wouldn't have needed to strengthen your physique this early. Kid, I don't care what secrets you have now. Stop. Debing was thoroughly enraged. He felt the situation slipping out of control. This time he went all out. His sharp wolf claws, carrying a piercing sound, swiped at you, but it was useless. His claws raked across your body, leaving only a few shallow white marks, not even breaking your skin. This discovery shocked Debing deeply. How could this be possible? While he was stunned, you had already charged back into the wolf's howls echoed through the wounds of ordinary wolves. Any resistance before you became futile. Deben crazily chased after you, attacking with all his might, even using his fangs to bite you, but in the end only left a few shallow wounds on your body. This bit of injury meant nothing to you. This guy's defense was too strong. The more Deben fought, the more shocked he became, but also the more greedy. If possible, he wanted to take him in as a subordinate. He made up his mind to exhaust him. Even if he had to send the entire wolf pack, he would wear him down until his blade was spent. As long as he wore him down to weakness, he would gain an unprecedented. The moment Deben made this decision, the fate of all remaining wolves was sealed. Half an hour later, of the 1,000 starving wolves, those still standing numbered less than a tenth. You've already consumed too much power. You're too weak now. Deben seemed not to notice the fallen bodies around him. He looked at you arrogantly, as if gazing at something already in his grasp. Even at full strength, you're no match for me. Surrender now. He was certain you were now strong on the outside but weak within. Little did he know, you had long ago secretly used healing potion. Now is everything resolved? You ignore him, murmuring to yourself. The face of Wolf Mountain flashes before your eyes. The one who was timid at first, but ultimately risked his life for you. Brother Wolf Mountain, I've avenged you. You whisper to the air, though. Sending you off with just these underlings seems a bit shabby. Then I'll make up for it with their king. System, strengthen power to the max. This enhancement requires evolution points. 80,000, enhancement successful and unprecedented. Surge of immense power flows through your limbs and bones. You can't help but roar to the heavens. The sound waves materialize into the ring of ki expanded outward, even blowing Deben's eyes half shut. After the long howl, you turned your head, your eyes full of mockery as you looked at him. Just you think you can make me submit. 5,500 jin of immense power, if combined with a heaven-defying strike, instantly breaks 10,000. Deben simply cannot withstand it. You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Deben had no idea of the changes within your body. He roared and lunged at you again, saying, "Well said," you grinned. Indeed, you wouldn't give up until you reached the Yellow River. This time, you took the initiative to meet him. Head-on, wolf claw against wolf claw. With a bang, a ring of air burst outward. Under the horrified gazes of the remaining alpha wolves, the massive figure Deben was forced back, yet you didn't move at all, you moved your. Wolf claws tore through the air, continuing to strike at him. You're a savage beast, Deben cried out in disbelief. This was a clash of pure strength. The weak shall fall, and the weak one was. Himself, it was you who easily slashed through. His skin, the iron beast's claws were razor sharp, and the faint defenses. Surrounding him were like thin paper before you. Wait, I have something to say. Deben retreated frantically, his body instantly covered in several deep wounds. How could you? You couldn't stop, pressing forward with a fierce, relentless assault that left Deben with only the ability to parry, no chance to counterattack. In desperation, he mustered all his strength and bit down on your neck, but the next second, utter despair consumed him. Before he could even exert force, an irresistible force clamped his jaw shut. You unleashed a heaven-defying strike, so overwhelming that he couldn't even muster the faintest thought of resistance. With a crisp crack, you shattered his attack, leaving him powerless to fight back, his eyes filled with endless despair, regret and remorse. But alas, there is no medicine for regret in this world. The vicious wolf that was struck down. Defeated, evolution value 10-0, quest complete. Quest revenge for Wolf Mountain, reward, lifespan 10 days, evolution value 20-0, evolution value. Cap 20-0, triggered quest, the true Wolf King. Quest requirement, defeat all fierce beasts and starving wolves to become the Wolf King of the Starving Wolf Hall. Quest reward, unknown, become the Wolf King of the Starving Wolf Hall. Wolf King, you feel somewhat resistant to this quest. These creatures that only fight among themselves annoy you just by looking at them. However, the system's quests always have their deeper meaning. Fine. First, return to Xianxia mountain range. You didn't think further and turned to leave this chaotic battlefield, not even bothering to glance at Leon Deben's figure. 2 days later, you returned to Xianxia mountain range. Wolf Kin and his pack had already been settled by the saber-toothed tiger. Though this fellow couldn't beat you in a fight, on his own turf, raising a pack of wolves was an easy task for him. Brother Tiger, is what you said really true? Is my big brother really that formidable? The wolf spirit was pestering the saber-toothed tiger, eyes full of admiration. Of course, that's our big brother for you. Let me tell you, even the boss of Xianxia mountain range, King Xiang, has to show our big brother respect. The saber-toothed tiger was boasting with great enthusiasm, completely unaware that you were already standing behind him. Your big brother, I'm no match for King Xiang. Your voice suddenly rang out. Big brother, Wolfkin turned around in surprise, but then asked urgently, you're back, where's Wolf Mountain? You looked at his expectant eyes, and your expression dimmed. Wolf Mountain, he fell in battle. Wolfkin's eyes instantly turned red. Don't grieve, you scolded sternly. Wolf Mountain died valiantly. There's no need for you to weep and wail here. Wolfkin grit his teeth and forced the tears back. You nodded and told him the full story of Wolf Mountain's final moments. The saber-toothed tiger beside him listened, shaken to the core, not daring to breathe loudly. Big brother, I want to become stronger. After hearing everything, Wolfkin's gaze became utterly resolute. It's good to have that ambition. You patted his shoulder. I've already found a place for you all. From now on, you'll live here, grow stronger here. As for getting stronger, take it slow. You turned to the saber-toothed tiger, who was standing there stunned. Brother Tiger, you've been here a long time. Do you know of any place suitable for training? You asked. The saber-toothed tiger snapped back to attention and quickly replied, Big brother, there's a place called the Windswept Gorge to the east. It's full of fierce beasts, perfect for training. Good, then we'll go there tomorrow. You nodded, then looked at Wolfkin. Rest well tonight, tomorrow we begin. The next morning, you led Wolfkin and the saber-toothed tiger to the Windswept Gorge. The gorge was deep and narrow, with howling winds and the roars of beasts echoing from within. This place is indeed suitable for training. You observed the terrain and nodded in satisfaction. Wolfkin, you'll start by fighting the beasts here. Brother Tiger, you keep watch. Wolfkin took a deep breath, then charged into the gorge without hesitation. Soon, the sounds of fierce fighting rang out from within. You stood at the entrance, watching his figure, a hint of approval in your eyes. This kid has potential. The saber-toothed tiger grinned. Big brother, with your guidance, he'll definitely become a formidable fighter. Time passed, and Wolfkin grew stronger day by day. His claws became sharper, his speed faster, and his eyes more fierce. One day he walked out of the gorge, covered in wounds, but his gaze was burning with determination. Big brother, I think I'm ready. You looked at him and nodded. Good, then it's time to tell you the truth. The one who killed Wolf Mountain was not an ordinary enemy. It was a demon cultivator from the Netherworld sect. Your tone turned serious. Wolfkin's eyes flashed with hatred. Netherworld sect, I will make them pay. Don't act rashly. You raised a hand to stop him. Their strength is far beyond what you can handle now. You need more training. Then what should I do? Wolfkin asked urgently. I'll take you to a place where you can truly grow stronger, you said, turning to look into the distance. The Netherworld abyss. The saber-toothed tiger gasped. Big brother, that place is extremely dangerous. Even the strongest beasts dare not enter easily. That's exactly why it's the best place for him, you replied calmly. If he wants to avenge Wolf Mountain, he must be willing to risk his life. Wolfkin clenched his fists. I'm not afraid, I'll go. Good, you nodded. Then we leave at dawn tomorrow. Brother Tiger, you stay here and guard the pack. The saber-toothed tiger wanted to argue, but seeing your firm expression, he could only nod reluctantly. Understood, big brother. That night you sat alone by the campfire, staring into the flames. Wolfkin's figure appeared beside you. Big brother, can I ask you something? He said softly. Go ahead, you didn't look up. Why do you help me so much? Wolfkin's voice carried confusion. We're not even from the same clan. You were silent for a moment, then said, because I once had a brother too. He died in front of me, and I couldn't save him. Wolfkin was stunned, then said firmly, then I'll become strong enough to never let that happen again. You finally looked at him, a faint smile appearing at the corner of your mouth. Good, that's the spirit. Down below, his eyes were full of disbelief. That faint, elusive pressure you carried made even his high-grade bloodline feel a chill. Very strong, isn't it? You grinned, and those words deeply stung. Huanjing's pride, helplessly he covered his head. I need some quiet. You shrugged and stepped past him. You're here to see King Xiang, right? There's something you want to ask. Xiang. King, I'm back. In the small lake, King Xiang's massive body stirred. He opened his eyes, also showing a look of surprise. You're not suppressing your power anymore. I came back because I have something to ask you. You got straight to the point. So what exactly do you want me to fetch for you from the Beast Passage? You'd better tell me now, because I might be leaving Yinga Mountains for a while. King Xiang gave you a long look, then nodded. He knew that with your current strength, you were no longer someone he could control. Yet you still kept your promise. That earned his deep respect. I need you to search the Beast Passage for a certain kind of beast. Beast bloodline, your heart jolted. So this kind of thing wasn't only available in the system shop. I know nothing about this. Tell me in detail. All right, I'll explain. King Xiang. His voice turned grave. After evolving into the strongest wolf of the K9 clan, the fierce wolf, Xiang Wang, was the overlord of the beast-level monsters in Yinga Mountain Range. You help him break through the Beast Passage and, along the way, give him something inside it. In doing so, you can also step onto the Beast Continent and continue evolving and growing stronger. Then he gave a detailed introduction to the Beast Passage. In summary, it was like a level-based challenge game. You had to enter and clear it stage by stage. Each stage cleared came with rewards, and only by clearing all stages would you have the right to set foot on the Beast Continent. After hearing the explanation, you asked the most practical question. Once I get what you need, how do I? I'll send one of my men to follow you. Give the item to him. That's convenient. So what is it you need? The bloodline of the ancient giant elephant. When King Xiang uttered these words, his eyes were gleaming with a barely suppressed longing. Deal. You nodded, then added, who placed the rewards in this passage? You were curious about that. A bloodline couldn't just appear out of thin air, could it? King Xiang looked up at the sky upon hearing this, and his expression turned somewhat unnatural. There are many rumors, but I'll only tell you what I've seen with my own eyes. I have seen something I dared not look at directly. Creatures lurk there. Those rewards were likely just tossed aside by them. Following his gaze, you too look up at the sky. Are these the legendary gods and demons? They treat you mortal beasts and fierce creatures like characters in a game, watching you break through trials and slaughter for their amusement. You snap back to reality and cut straight to the point. I need some spirit fruits just for casual eating. King Xiang waved his hand dismissively. To him, his bloodline had already reached its limit, and the Lin Kingdom had long been useless. To advance further, only a blood exchange would do. As for why he didn't go himself, better to be a rooster's head than a phoenix's tail. Here, he was the Mountain King, going there he'd be nothing but a nobody. The Beast Continent was just a small fry. He simply wasn't willing to idle his life away. He wanted to first obtain the top-tier giant elephant bloodline, so that in the new world he could also swagger around Then he'd go challenge the trials. Fine, you turned and plunged into Lin Xian's ripe spirit fruits. They were simply out of luck. The phantom crystal was still leisurely savoring them while you were like a typhoon sweeping through. The phantom crystals just calmed. Little Heart took another brutal hit. Can't you slow down? He grumbled. As he shouted, you didn't even look back, continuing to devour everything until the evolution value hit the cap of 370, and only then did you stop. And you suddenly spoke up, saying, Phantom Crystal, do you think there really are gods and demons in this world? Phantom Crystal was startled, instantly turning serious. Who told you that? I guessed. Of course, you wouldn't tell him that the system had long since indicated this was a realm of divine and demonic pets. To put it bluntly, you were all just pets raised by others. Your answer made Phantom Crystal's pupils contract. Perhaps on the continent of fierce beasts, there's a chance to see them. So they really exist. This guy knows quite a bit. You didn't press further and change the subject. What if I made all the starving wolves bow at my feet? How about that becoming the Wolf King? Phantom Crystal's eyes lit up instantly. You want to be the Wolf King? Phantom Crystal looked you up and down, a hint of amusement in his eyes. With your current strength, even dealing with a single starving wolf is tough, let alone a whole pack. You smiled faintly, not bothered by his doubt. What if I really did it? Phantom Crystal fell silent for a moment, then said, if you could really make them all submit, then I'd be willing to follow you. Then it's settled. You extended a hand toward Phantom Crystal. Just wait and see. Phantom Crystal hesitated for a moment, then reached out and shook your hand. All right, I'll be watching. After that, you began to prepare. You knew that to make the starving wolves submit, you couldn't rely on force alone, you needed to find their weakness. After some thought, you recalled that the system had mentioned these wolves were most afraid of fire. You gathered some dry wood and lit a torch. Holding it high, you walked toward the pack of starving wolves. The wolves, seeing the fire, instinctively backed away, their eyes filled with fear. You stood in front of the pack, the torch in your hand casting a flickering light. I'm not here to hurt you, you said slowly. I just want to make a deal with you. The wolves looked at each other, as if they understood your words. From now on, I'll provide you with food, and in return, you'll follow my commands. You paused, then added, if you agree, howl once. The wolves exchanged glances again, and after a moment, the leading wolf let out a long howl. A smile spread across your face. Good. You put down the torch and took out the food you had prepared, tossing it to the wolves. They hesitated at first, then began to eat. From that day on, the starving wolves followed you. And Phantom Crystal, true to his word, stayed by your side. Not bad, Phantom Crystal said, looking at the wolves now obediently following you. You actually did it. You smiled. This is just the beginning. Its two paws practically wanted to clap for you. That would be amazing. Leading the wolf pack around with total swagger. And besides, the hungry wolf hall has spirit fruits too. That's what you care about most, of course it does, Huan Jing said confidently, given how many years the hungry wolf hall has been plundering. The spirit fruits they've gathered are plenty. And on a scale definitely bigger than Xiang Wang's, then I'm definitely becoming that Wolf King. You made up your mind instantly, whether it's swagger or not. Doesn't matter, spirit fruits are what count. As for avenging the wolfkin, the chief culprit must die, but there's no need to implicate the whole pack. Among the Wolf Kings of the Hungry Wolf Hall, every single one must die, and the rest can be handed over to Wolf King to manage. Take me with you, Huan Jing grew anxious. He could tell you were incredibly fierce. Your chances of making it through the beast passage are extremely high. He wants to hitch a ride with you to get home sooner. You glanced at him a few times, nodded, and agreed. Bringing him along is more beneficial than harmful. This guy is a living map and can even find treasure. Then let's go. Huan Jin was already eager to move. Not so fast, wait a moment. After saying that, you turned and left. Now that you're taking Huan Jin with you, there's no need to greet the Xiang King. Even if he wants hostages, aren't the wolf elites still there? Right now, you have something more important to do. Fuse the stockpile of king-rank beast corpses you've accumulated, ideally pushing your evolution value cap all the way to 500,000 in one go. This concerns your greatest secret, so naturally you need to find a secluded place where no one can see. You found a hidden cave deep in the forest, its entrance covered by thick vines. After making sure no one had followed, you slipped inside. The air was damp and cool, and the faint glow of moss lit the walls. You took a deep breath, then began to lay out the beast corpses one by one. Each one radiated a dense, oppressive aura, remnants of their former king-rank power. Your heart pounded with anticipation. This fusion would be the biggest gamble yet. You placed your palm on the first corpse and channeled your energy. A low hum filled the cave as the corpse began to dissolve into streams of golden light, flowing into your body. The sensation was both painful and exhilarating, like fire and ice racing through your veins. You grit your teeth and pressed on, absorbing corpse after corpse. The evolution value in your mind climbed steadily. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. Halfway through, your body started to tremble. The sheer amount of power threatened to tear you apart. You could feel your bones cracking and reforming, your muscles rippling with new strength. Sweat dripped from your forehead, mixing with the dust on the ground. But you couldn't stop now. If you did, the accumulated energy would backfire and destroy you. So you pushed through the pain, focusing on the goal ahead. Finally, you absorbed the last corpse. A blinding flash erupted from your body, and the cave shook violently. When the light faded, you collapsed to your knees, gasping for air. But a smile crept onto your face. Your evolution value cap had reached exactly 500,000. You felt stronger than ever, as if you could crush a mountain with a single punch. Yet you knew this was only the beginning. After catching your breath, you stood up and stretched. The cave walls now seemed fragile, almost like paper. You walked out, pushing aside the vines and squint at the sunlight. Huan Jin was waiting nearby, leaning against a tree with a knowing grin. "Done already? You look different," he said. You just nodded, not bothering to explain. There was no time to waste. The beast passage awaited. You and Huan Jin set off at a brisk pace, weaving through the forest. He hittered about the Pisige's dangers and shortcuts, his voice a constant stream of useful information. You listened carefully, filing away every detail. The path ahead was treacherous, but with your new power and his knowledge, you felt confident. Still, you kept your guard up. Nothing in this world came without a price. After a few hours, you reached the edge of the forest. Before you stretched a vast, barren plain, and in the distance, a dark rift tore through the sky, the beast passage. Its entrance pulsed with an ominous energy, and the air around it shimmered with heat. Huan Jin's grin faded slightly. "That's it. Once we go in, there's no turning back." You took a step forward, your resolve firm. "Then let's not waste any more time." As you approached the rift, the ground began to tremble. A low growl echoed from within, and dozens of glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. The beasts were already waiting. You cracked your knuckles and summoned your power, feeling the 500,000 evolution value surge through you. Huan Jin drew a short blade, his expression serious. "Ready?" he asked. You nodded, and together, you charged into the rift. The moment you crossed the threshold, the world twisted and reformed. You landed on rocky ground under a blood-red sky. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur and decay. In the distance, massive silhouettes moved, beasts far stronger than any you'd faced before. But you smiled, because this was exactly what you needed. More corpses, more power. You glanced at Huan Jin. You find a secluded valley and pull out. A black bear king, corpse several sizes, larger than your current form. System fusion initiated. This fusion requires 10-0 evolution. Points with a 45% success rate. Fuse, you're flush with resources. Now, so without a second thought, you boost the success rate to 70. Fusion initiated. This fu. Xian requires on 120-0 evolution points. Fusion begins. It succeeds so fast. You barely feel anything before the success chime rings out. You frown at the two options that pop up. What's the difference between these two? This fusion did not trigger a special fusion reward. There's such a thing. Your face darkens, feeling like you've been played. The system was thrilled, so all this time it was just dumb luck. So what are these two normal rewards? Option 1 can enhance the host's physical potential. Option 2 can raise the evolution value storage cap. Choose. Option 2, no need to ask. Fusion successful. Evolution value storage cap increased by 50,000, cap raised to 420,000. Continue. Without hesitation, you pulled out the second king beast corpse and fused again. Again, you chose to raise the cap. After you ran another zero-duty support trip to top up evolution values and fused the third king beast corpse, your evolution value storage cap finally reached 520,000. But it's still not enough. You also need to bring your current evolution value. After raising it to 500,000, you could activate the 4th level shop. So King Xiang's zero-duty support suffered once again when you finally stuffed the last spirit fruit into your mouth. The moment your evolution value jumped to 500,000. The system's voice rang through your mind. Evolution value reached 500,000. 4th level system shop activated. 500,000. No, the 5th level shop requires 10 million evolution value to activate. That 10 million level number you simply ignored eagerly. Opening the shop interface. Advanced healing potions, ultimate poisons, ultimate berserk potions, all upgraded versions of the old stuff. bloodline. The thought arose, and the shop interface instantly switched to an extremely cool and flashy. The list unfolds before you. Wait, what is this? The Great Sun Golden Dragon, the Five-Clawed Divine Dragon, the Heavenly Emperor. Infernal Flame Beast, each name radiating sheer dominance. Paired with lifelike dynamic images, you nearly drool. These are all divine beasts, right? Are you crazy? You stare blankly, not daring to look at the prices, afraid your heart would shatter on the spot. Yet, fantasy must eventually be shattered by reality, when you can't help but glance at the price. The absurd string of zeros behind it chills your heart completely. Forget permissions, even if you had them, selling the entire fan. Beast Continent Wholesale wouldn't get you the cheapest. Divine Beast Bloodlina's single hair. System, show me something I can afford, you snap. Irritably, the interface scrolls wildly, finally settling, this time no longer the unreachable Divine Beasts, but the Fierce Beast Bloodline Exchange interface. You feel your teeth ache, even Fierce Beast Bloodlines are this expensive. Any random one costs over 1 million evolution points. You, broke as you are, can't even afford the cheapest, but just as you resign yourself to poverty, a bloodline seizes your gaze. The moon-howling sky wolf, large in build, with dual wings, a pet of the night. All abilities boosted at night. Price, 4 million evolution points. 4 million, you stare at that silver-white fur, the moon mark on its forehead, and the pure white wings spread wide. Its majestic form instantly casts the white-headed eagle to the clouds. Fusing that thing, wouldn't it become a mishmash? The moon-howling sky wolf is way cooler. Then, curious, you open the crystal beasts. Introduction, a hallucination. That guy tricked me. This little thing's bloodline price is actually tens of millions, among the top tier of fierce beast bloodlines. Besides treasure hunting, it has a heaven-defying ability, illusion casting. This ability is practically a born emperor's gift. With enough mental power, he could easily control a horde of wild beasts and launch a beast tide. A trivial matter. You break out in a cold sweat instantly. So those leopards back, then were all controlled by him. Your mental power was high enough that he didn't succeed. If you'd been weaker then, you'd already be a puppet of the crystal beast now. System, max out my mental power. You order without hesitation. This enhancement requires 0 evolution points. Confirm. Enhance. The enhancement succeeds. Mental power instantly maxed. Only then do you let out a sigh. You're scared, really scared. These days, everyone's got secrets. You weren't fully open with the crystal beast, so him holding back is normal. Out in the world, those who don't stay sharp have long since fallen. Then you find again. The ancient giant elephant bloodline costs 7 million. For King Xiang, this was already the pinnacle among similar fierce beasts. Pursuing this was understandable. Just then, Huan Jin's impatient voice came through. Hey, what are you dawdling for? We've already run back and forth several times. He stood upright with his front paws on his hips, looking like a debt collector. Done. Let's go. Refill your evolution points to 50. 2,000 and have Huan Jin jump onto your back. The once lush forest garden had now been stripped bare by your rampage. No need to tell King Xiang. No need. Your 4 legs surged with power as you shot forward. Huan Jin, caught off guard, was tossed about in the fierce wind, desperately clinging to your spear, his body bouncing up and down. Meanwhile, King Xiang received a report. King Xiang, Lord Zhangliang has left Yinga mountain range. He merely instructed the parrot to tell that young wolf to take good care of the few wolf cubs. Elsewhere, on the battlefield where Deben the Wolf King was killed, the new Wolf King had searched everywhere, truly no trace of any other creature. A vicious wolf was reporting to the new Wolf King Yang Li. Nonsense, Yang Li growled in frustration. Over 1,000 wolves died just like that. Even Deben was defeated in one strike. Could the killer leave no footprints? Was it a bird? Does the Eagle King even have that ability? These past few days, he'd been treated like a monkey by the beast kings of the lion, bear, and leopard races, and he was already full of pent-up anger. Now that those gawkers had just left, some blind fool had to show up. Just as he was fuming, an arrogant voice rang out from afar. Which Wolf King is in charge here? You with Huan Jin in tow, swiggered over. Yang Li looked toward the sound, saw your size, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. I, Yang Li, am in charge here. And who are you? I'm Zhang Yang. The moment you spoke, you dropped a bombshell. I killed Deben. At those words, dead silence fell then. All the vicious wolves sneered. A mere alpha level brat like you dares to spout such nonsense? You're asking for death. Yang Li was burning with rage. You're practically trying to step on a dead wolf's head. He wanted to toy with you like a fool and vent all his pent-up frustration from these past days on you. "Zhang Yang, get him," Huan Jin shouted excitedly from your back. "Die," you only uttered. One word. The next moment, the ground beneath your feet cracked, and your figure vanished in an instant. Yang Li only saw a flash of cold light before his eyes, the wolf claws you had extended. Before he could make any reaction, his consciousness was plunged into eternal darkness. Instant kill. To achieve the strongest deterrent effect, you had directly used. With a heaven-defying strike, Yang Li collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The surrounding dire wolves were terrified out of their wits. Some even collapsed in fear. "Whoever runs dies," your icy voice froze every wolf that was about to flee. "In place, leave 50 to clean the battlefield, the rest. Follow me to the wolf hall. From today on, you all answer to me," you issued. Your first order, and the dire wolves dared not disobey. Obedience to the strong was etched into their very nature. Surrounded by a pack of dire wolves, you marched grandly toward the wolf hall, soon arriving at a place more. King Xing's territory is even larger with denser forests. The riverside forest guardian appears before you. "Wolf King, this is the place. But only if the other wolf kings agree can you enter," the guide. The starving wolf explained cautiously. Just then several wolf guards of the forest guardian rushed over. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" You couldn't be bothered to waste words, turned back and asked your heart, "If you don't want to kill them, wouldn't that alert the other wolf kings?" The starving wolf trembled in fear, nodding repeatedly, "Yes." "Good." The next moment screams rang out. You deliberately held back to let their commotion spread throughout the camp. Sure enough, your strategy worked. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen imposing wolf kings rushed from all directions, surrounding you. After hearing their subordinates report, the strongest wolf king stepped forward, his tone hostile. "You killed Yang Li? Why? Even if you want to become the wolf king, there's no need to resort to murder. This is a weakening of our entire clan. Do you understand the bigger picture?" He tried to lecture you. Yet you couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid. "Why?" "You don't need to know," you said coldly. "Because you're all going to die too." All the wolf kings froze, utterly insane. Is this newcomer insane? To take them all out? Perfect, we were just about to test your strength. Another wolf king stepped forward with a hint of arrogance. "If you're strong enough, we can forgive your rudeness." You smirked and launched the attack yourself. Your speed stunned every wolf king. Your claws left a deep wound on that loud one. "Stop!" the strongest wolf king barked sharply, but you had no intention of stopping. You spun and struck back, ending him. Wolf blood splattered across your fur. When you released your jaws, that wolf king crashed to the ground. You licked the blood from the corner of your mouth, looked at the remaining wolf kings, and said word by word, "I told you. All of you must die. Damn it, attack together, kill him." The wolf kings finally realized they were not facing a challenger but a madman who intended to wipe them all out. Unfortunately, they gravely misjudged your strength. Under talent amplification, their siege was nothing but a joke. This was not a battle, it was one-sided slaughter. Moments later, the dust settled. Standing among the defeated wolf kings, you gained nearly 50,000 evolution points. You then issued a new order to the ordinary dire wolves, trembling in fear. "Gather all dire wolves. Your new king is going to hold a meeting." After evolving into the strongest dire wolf of the canine race, you single-handedly slew 11 beast-tier wolf kings and beat down all their 1,000 underlings. Looking at the surviving pack leaders, you said bluntly, "Go now. Gather all dire wolves in the dire wolf hall. Your new wolf king is going to hold a meeting." Beneath your feet lay the remains of the wolf kings. His build was smaller than theirs, yet that killing intent weighed down on every surviving pack leader, making it hard to breathe. They exchanged glances, then all the pack leaders knelt on their front legs in unison, their howls filled with submission. No need for them to summon. Hearing that submissive howl from all around the riverbank, a dark, pressing tide of wolves surged forth like floodwater. You leaped onto a high ridge, raised your head, and savored the gaze of 10,000 wolves. "Listen up. From today, I, Zhang Yang, am the only king here." The Emperor-level mission was complete. The true Wolf King mission rewards. Lifespan 30 days, evolution points 50-0, evolution point storage cap 50-0, rewards in hand. You were quite satisfied. All right. Everyone dismissed. Pack leaders stay. The wolf pack had been expecting a long speech, but that was it. The meeting was over. Well, you were the king. Your word was law. The dark, pressing wolf den quickly dispersed. Only then did you quietly let out a breath. Just now, over 10,000 wolves had been staring at you. The pressure was no joke. This was your first time leading so many underlings, and you were afraid of saying something wrong and losing Face, you looked at the remaining pack leaders and directly issued the second order. The rules of the dire wolf hall remain unchanged, but add one more, no longer demand tribute from other wolf clans and no oppressing them. Understood. The pack leaders were all stunned, question marks over their heads. They heard and understood, but couldn't comprehend it at all. If we don't fight for resources, what do we eat? How? Now he hit them. The shop had few experts left and outside. Enemies surrounded them. Wasn't he cutting off his own limbs, waiting to be besieged? They were anxious as fire, but looking at the remains beneath your feet. None dared speak. Forget it, since you were so forceful they'd listen for now. Once you figured out the situation, you'd surely change the rules back. Yes, Wolf King, they answered in unison. Nothing else, then leave. Come find me directly if anything comes up. You waved a paw to dismiss them. After all the wolves vanished, Phantom Crystal jumped onto you. What about these remains? I'll handle it, go eat your fruit. Great, Phantom Crystal was overjoyed. Now the entire spirit source was his all-you-can-eat buffet. He didn't stand on ceremony either. Once he left, you immediately walked to a Wolf King's remains and fused. Ding, this fusion will consume 10-0 evolution points, success rate 78, fuse. Just as expected, you were delighted. Fusing other species had a pitifully low success rate, but since they were fellow starving wolves with basically identical builds, there weren't as many restrictions. Earlier you'd thought these guys had no parts worth taking, but now it was different. Their body attributes were definitely stronger than yours. Fusion successful, body potential 5, evolution storage cap 50-0. Wait, how come? There was no option. You froze. This time it didn't make you choose between two, it gave you everything. Same species fusion grants all fusion rewards. My God, your heart ached sharply with regret. Why didn't you say so earlier? You'd thrown away Deben's remains. That was a living 5 points of potential and 50-0 cap. Heartbroken, you remembered Yang Li, whom you'd defeated earlier. Yang Li's remains were still there. Someone, drag Yang Li the Wolf King's remains over here. You roared at your personal guard. Yes, Wolf King, the guards. Response lifted your mood a bit. Then, like an eager collector, you gleefully fused every Wolf King remains beneath your feet. Once you finished everything, your body attribute cap soared to 160 points, and your evolution cap broke through the million mark. Nice, now whenever you wanted, you could exchange for the lowest tier ferocious beast bloodline, but you had no such intention. No way, you were destined to trample gods and demons. A low-tier bloodline didn't suit you. The key was you couldn't bear to part with those evolution points, barely. After a day, you were lying in the spirit garden with the phantom spirit, when trouble came knocking on its own. At dawn, a mangy wolf scrambled in, crying, "Great Wolf King, disaster strikes. The violent clan is attacking, seizing our territory." Ding, quest triggered, complete the quest. Requirements: lead the evil wolves to seize at least 50% of the violent clan's territory. Quest reward: position. You perked up instantly. The violent clan, just when you needed them, they come rushing to deliver life-extending talent fragments. Your life-extending talent was still stuck at advanced, and you had no idea where to get more. This was like dozing off and someone handing you a pillow. Call half the alpha wolves to follow me into battle. The messenger wolf nearly collapsed in fear. Into battle, my king, how can we win? The violent clan's overlords have all come out in full force. Do you think they'll follow your rules of single combat? If you charge in alone, they'll take you down in minutes. My king, we don't have that many kings now. We can't fight head on. Maybe we should give up some territory instead. You narrowed your eyes, the dangerous signal in your gaze nearly spilling over. Listen to me, or listen to you. You're the king, you decide. That wolf immediately scrambled off to relay the order. Soon, 5,000 evil wolves assembled. But as you commanded them, you spotted the problem. 50 alpha wolves were spread too far apart. Your orders couldn't reach the farthest ones in time. No wonder they needed so many wolf kings before. You understood instantly. One wolf king leading 10 alpha wolves was about the limit. But it didn't matter. You never expected them to get the leopard talent fragments anyway. Only you could do that. You gave the order in advance. When we spread out, surround the leopard pack completely. Don't let a single one escape. Leave the rest to me. The alpha wolves look stunned. Just like that, no tactics, no ambush. You're going in alone. Got it. When they didn't respond, your tone turned cold. Got it. They trembled in fear. But what good was understanding? We can't just stand by and watch you, our only wolf king, take such a risk. The alpha wolves exchanged silent glances and instantly reached a Consensus, we'll follow your orders, but we must stay by your side to protect you, as long as you can quickly defeat the Storm King, we'd win. Of course, you had no idea about their little schemes, because the moment the leopard pack appeared in your sight, you let out a howl and shot forward like an arrow. From a string, your speed was so great the head wolves couldn't keep up. In the blink of an eye, you were already far ahead. Good heavens, all 50 wolves thought at once, 1,000 gold coals burning in their hearts. My king, are you really this fierce? Charging alone at over 3,000 leopards, what? If something happens, stop the chatter, follow and support at full strength, forget the encirclement plan, now we just pray you don't get hurt. And you, at this moment, were excited to the extreme, so many leopards, so many walking. Life-storing fragments, you felt you were about to reap a rich harvest, and you, at this moment, were excited to the extreme, so many leopards, so many walking. Life-storing fragments, you felt you were about to reap a rich harvest, you were the new wolf king, the strongest leopard king in the pack saw you coming alone, and his tone was full of shock and disdain. Who did this wolf think he was? He'd only planned to negotiate and take some advantage. But a newcomer dared to charge straight at him like this. However, you ignored him completely and plunged headfirst into the leopard pack. With a pounce, wolves fell and ordinary leopards dropped to the ground. These ordinary leopards were no match for you. No evolution value, no talent fragments. You were instantly disappointed, all that excitement for nothing. Killing these ordinary opponents yielded no benefit at all. Your gaze immediately locked onto the leader level leopards. Behind you, the head wolves were almost in tears. My king, please don't go deeper. Come back, showing your strength on the outskirts is fine. But you're really charging in, something will go wrong. The wolf pack had already clashed with the leopard pick's outer edge. You sensed the commotion behind you and, irritated, let out a long howl that drowned out all the sounds of battle. The meaning was clear, everyone hold your position. The leopard pack understood too. Arrogant fool, I'll defeat you. One leopard king couldn't take it anymore. This guy was too cocky, even daring to order his subordinates to block my retreat. How could he endure that? He roared and lunged at you. Good, you're here. You excitedly met him head on. Look at this opponent, he actually gave up his speed advantage to face you head on in a direct clash. The leopard king was burning with rage, wanting to make you pay for arrogance. Arrogance must pay a price. After just one clash, the Overlord king regretted it. Your strength was absurd. He was sent flying like a tattered sack, tumbling across the ground. Several times, regaining his senses, he immediately tried to use his speed advantage to create distance. Too late to run now. You gave him no chance, pressing in close, ignoring all the little leopards' attempts to block you. Any that dared stand in your way were sent flying by your charge, losing their combat ability. The Overlord king couldn't dodge, steeled his heart and decided to take your strike head-on, hoping to use your force to create distance. You want to borrow force? You'll have to ask if I agree. Bang, the moment your bodies collided again. Your front paw snapped out and locked tightly around his body. He did fly backward, but he took you with him. Midair, you unceremoniously bit down on his neck. The Overlord king, enraged by the pain, went wild and tried to bite back, but when he bit down, he nearly shattered his teeth. Your hide was tough as old cow leather. The two behemoths rolled on the ground, locked in combat, dust flying everywhere. When the struggle ceased, only one black figure stood up. You shook off the dust and blood clinging to your fur, looking ragged yet radiating deadly pressure. The Overlord king lay on the ground, twitching a few times before going completely still. Ding, beast slain, extreme burst of evolution points plus 5,000, advanced talent fragment plus 1. You had been wearing a haughty expression, but the moment the system notification sounded, your face changed instantly. Pride didn't matter anymore. What replaced it was undisguised excitement. An advanced fragment, defeating one Overlord king, grants an advanced fragment. You suddenly looked up at the other 4 Overlord kings, your eyes filled with anticipation. As long as you defeated all of them, the top tier virtual talent stone would be yours today. The Leopard King was thus defeated, and the Leopard Pack instantly stirred into chaos. Attacked together, the remaining 4 Leopard Kings exchanged glances and leaped out simultaneously. They realized that fighting one-on-one would only let you pick them off one by one. Surrounded by 4 Overlord Kings, you felt not a shred of fear, but rather irritation. How could you keep these guys from running? In a head-on fight, you could finish them off in minutes, but if they scattered and ran, you couldn't chase them all, whatever. Who asked me to be this capable? You had an idea deciding to use yourself as bait, as long as they saw hope of victory, they wouldn't run. Battle erupted instantly. You fought uncharacteristically. Being somewhat conservative, holding back and not attacking, you let the 4 leopard kings viciously tear at you, leaving bloody gashes across your body. You looked utterly disheveled, like a completely different wolf from before. But while they were attacking wildly, your wolf claws were silently leaving several shallow but noticeable marks on each leopard king's legs. Such minor wounds were hardly noticeable in the chaos of battle. Covered in blood, you looked terrible, but in truth they were only superficial wounds that a single bottle of medicine could heal. Meanwhile, the 4 leopard kings, as they fought, began to sense something was wrong. A few minutes later, they all suddenly transformed into missing translation. Almost limping, you sneer inwardly, ready to admit defeat. What? The overlords are stunned, beaten like this, and still daring to say such words, but soon they can't laugh anymore. You suddenly shake your body, and the 2 overlords clinging to you are instantly flung off by a tremendous force. Then, you strike with both hands, 2 mighty lion force claws slamming hard onto the faces of the 2 overlords before you. Haha, they're dazed from the blows, and when they come to their senses, all 4 of them simultaneously realize a terrifying fact. All 4 of them are ghosts. Damn, we've fallen for it. Now you finally realize it, you bared blood-stained fangs. It's my turn to strike back. Expanding to the limit, since we can't escape, then we'll all stay here. Good, you carried your battle aura like an invincible war god, charging at those 4 already crippled leopard kings. One was no match at all, one lost its fighting power, 2 lost theirs, and the 3rd was scared out its wits, desperately trying to flee while commanding its underlings to block your way and buy time, but it was useless. You were like a bulldozer, anything standing in your way. The leopards were all sent flying by you in the most direct way, plowing through them all. That tyrant ran until its legs nearly broke, but still ended up tripping with a thud and falling to the ground. It turned its head and only saw a bloody giant head growing infinitely larger in its vision. You ended its life with 1 strike, didn't even glance at it, and turned toward the last one. That leopard king didn't run, not because it wasn't afraid of death, but because it knew it couldn't escape. It watched you in despair, and ultimately became another loser beneath your feet. Ding, life-extending talent fragment, advanced +1, finally collected them all. Your heart surged with wild joy, but the matter wasn't over yet. Looking at the group that had been scared stiff of the leopards, you let out a roar. All of you come back, I won't hurt you. Point out your leaders, and the rest of you will live. Such a good deal. The leopards immediately pointed out their leaders, those who usually held higher status. Couldn't hide at all. Soon, over 100 leader leopards stood before you trembling in fear, quite a number, enough to form 2 more ultimate talents. You smiled. The outcome was never in doubt. You kept your promise. Didn't harm the ordinary leopards, but instead drove them in a mighty procession toward their lair. The mission was to seize half their territory, and you had an even more important goal, the leopard cleanse forest stronghold. You planned to give it a thorough visit. Not even an unripe fruit would be left behind. The alpha wolves following behind you were utterly stunned. So this is how war could be fought. They stared at your back, their eyes filled with nothing but awe and fervent worship. Your Majesty, how was our performance just now? Several alpha wolves crowded in, wagging their tails eagerly, but you instantly wiped away your smile, your gaze turning cold with killing intent. Who disobeyed my orders just now? The air froze solid. The alpha wolf who had led the charge to support you felt his heart sink, bitterness flooding him. It's over with the new wolf kings ruthlessness. He'd surely be made an example to warn the others. Yet none of the surrounding alpha wolves betrayed him. He took a deep breath, unwilling to drag his comrades down, and stepped forward himself. Your Majesty, it was me. Humph, you dared defy my orders. You must be punished. You stared at him coldly. The wolf's heart grew even more bitter, but he resignedly knelt down. Yes, Your Majesty. Get up, look at you, so pathetic. You watched his resigned expression, then suddenly changed tack. From now on, the leopard cleanse forest stronghold is yours to guard. Take 2,000 fierce wolves and station there. The alpha wolf's head snapped up, stunned. This is the punishment. You looked at his dumbfounded face and rolled your eyes in exasperation. What? You're not satisfied being away from the main pack? The next second, tears burst from the wolf's eyes. He understood. This was a reward, a tremendous reward. He trembled with excitement. I submit with all my heart, after evolving into the strongest. Dire Wolf of the Canine Clan. You finally took the Wolf King's Hall and became the new Wolf King. To establish authority and to make the tens of thousands of starving wolf underlings accept you, you decide to give the most loyal underling during the attack on the violent clan. Reward, something about letting him take over and manage the violent clan's territory. As its leader, this power is practically equivalent to being appointed Frontier Governor. The starving wolf underling is deeply moved. My king, I will surely take good care of the forest for you, he stammers, swearing. His loyalty. Wrong, you cut him off directly, your tone brooking no dissent. It's not for me, it's for yourself. I only want the first wave of supplies. After that, everything in that territory will be yours. Take 10 alpha wolves with you. You say this with extraordinary dominance, then twist your hips and stride forward, not even giving the other alpha wolves a chance to look up to you. All the alpha wolves are stunned and burst into wild joy. Yesterday they thought the wolf clan was doomed. But now how is this doom? With you as the new king, the wolf den is about to take off. See that? This is our king. Robbing your own people isn't skill, robbing others is true dominance. The starving wolf underling you appointed shouts excitedly, trembling with emotion. From this moment on, you are the only one in his heart. Right, this is true dominance. Brothers, I'll help you. The violent clan side surely still has dangers. You shameless bastard. Just say you want to grab some spoils. Hey brothers, count me in. From now on I'm following you. A group of alpha wolves instantly erupts into chaos, laughing and joking, overjoyed to the heavens. Just then a quick-witted alpha wolf's eyes light up and he shouts loudly, don't fight over it. Do you think our king's steps will stop at the violent clan? Today we take the violent clan, tomorrow we can take the tiger clan and the lion clan. Follow the king and there's meat to eat. At these words, all the wolves are suddenly enlightened. Right. That's absolutely right. You come here, you say. Did you hear what he said? I appreciate this kind of clever fellow. He must be rewarded. The one who was singled out is overjoyed inside, scurrying over to your side. You give a slight smile and praise his sharp mind. Next, the spirit support territory will be under your management. Thank you, my king. With this commotion, all the alpha wolves are pumped up, racking their brains to show off in front of you. There are limited slots. Whoever catches your eye can rise to the top in one step. I'm not clever, but I can fight. Next time I'll be the first to charge. I must let the king see me. You don't even say anything, just stay silent and draw a line across the entire wolf pack. His drive was completely ignited. Money doesn't move hearts, and it's the same for wolves. Who doesn't want to be the wolf above wolves? Now the chance is right before their eyes. Whoever doesn't give their all is a fool. Indeed, your tactic of rallying the wolf pack worked brilliantly. Watching your underlings' delighted faces, you felt extremely pleased. But the process of taking over the leopard pick's territory went so smoothly. It almost bored you. The overlords had all fallen, and the remaining leopards ran faster than rabbits. By the time you led your forces to the heart of their land, the entire territory was nearly empty. You had originally planned to leave them half the territory to avoid disrupting the ecological balance, but these fellows were just too cooperative. Of course, some didn't flee. A few quick-witted leopards took the chance to charge into the spirit orchard, guarding themselves, planning to eat their fill. Before running, they didn't dare destroy the spirit orchard because they feared you'd settle scores later, yet they still underestimated your obsession with evolution points, just as they were eating with grease dripping from their mouths. You arrived with a traitorous leopard and blocked off the spirit orchard's only exit, a gap between two cliffs. Behind was a river, on both sides were cliffs, and ahead was a dead end. You let out a wolf howl and the leopards in the spirit orchard had no choice but to line up and walk out obediently. Watching these dozen or so fellows, each with juice dripping from their mouths, your heart ached terribly. These were all your evolution points. Wolf King, spare me. I have important intelligence. Don't kill me. Just as you were about to make your move, a cowardly one raised his voice and shouted, important intelligence? You paused your action, curious to see what he could possibly say. I know why the Leopard King could attack you so quickly. Go on. You were indeed quite curious. You had killed the Wolf King just yesterday. Even if word had leaked, the leopard pack wouldn't have reacted this fast, not even needing time to prepare. It's the white-headed eagle from Yunga Mountains. The white-headed eagle found us. The Leopard King was tipped off by them. Everything is the white-headed eagle's doing behind the scenes. Speaking of this, the leopard gnashed his teeth, clearly harboring deep hatred. For those flying white-headed eagles, you had almost forgotten about them. If not for that bizarre evolution option in the system shop, you would have long since put them out of mind. Who knew these fellows held grudges so fiercely, scheming behind your back? You instinctively looked up at the sky. Nothing at all, it seemed those eagles really had no sense of shame. You narrowed your eyes, plotting how to teach these clueless fellows an even bigger lesson. Climb the mountain, take out their nest. The nest won't work, they can fly. The moment you go up the mountain, they'll move out immediately. That being the case, you take a deep breath, gather your ki, and shout. The sky suddenly roars. White-headed one, get down here now, or I'll destroy your nest. You guess they'd react like this. They're watching you now, probably spying from some corner. You have to threaten them openly and boldly to see if they come out. Yet you wait for a long time, and the sky remains completely still. They won't come out. You thought one shout would scare them off. Now this is embarrassing. You feel those little leopards looking at you like you're a fool. Your face can't quite hold up. You dare deceive me. Your eyes turned cold as you decided to mask your embarrassment with action. Before the leopard could respond, you lunged forward. Your striking speed was like a raging storm, a dozen or so leopards before you weren't even worth an appetizer. In just a few breaths they were swiftly dealt with. This is the price of deceiving me. Having harvested over a dozen ultimate life fragment shards, you finally felt a bit at ease. Meanwhile, on the high cliff above, several white-headed eagles watched with pounding hearts. No, we must unite with the other beast kings to eliminate him, or we will never see tomorrow. They truly were. They were truly afraid. If you had ignored them, this might have passed. But now they've jumped out on their own, successfully drawing all your attention. The white-headed eagles immediately flew away. They're going to stir up more beast kings. If one pack isn't enough, then tigers, lions, and bears. Together, earlier, they watched your battle with the leopard king from high above, but they couldn't see clearly. They thought you won by a narrow margin, barely avoiding defeat, so they're full of confidence. Little do they know this plays right into your hands. You'd love for them to lead all your enemies here, saving you the trouble of hunting them down one by one. You just worry they might panic and destroy the zero support system. The wolf pack merged and dragged the 5 leopard kings' corpses to before you. The size is similar to wolf. Success rate should not be low. This fusion will consume 10 evolution points. Fusion success rate is 65. Will you fuse? The success rate dropped, but it was within your expectations. Fuse, the points you saved. 65 versus 70 isn't much different. Fusion failed. You cursed inwardly. Bad luck, continue. This fusion will consume 10 evolution points. Fusion success rate is 65. Will you fuse? Fuse, fuse. Fusion successful. Options immediately appeared before you: enhance potential or enhance evolution. Storage cap, increase evolution value. Storage cap. Without hesitation, you make your choice. The priority is to raise the cap as quickly as possible to 4 million to exchange for the jumping sky wolf bloodline, potential and whatnot. Can wait. Right now, there's almost no one on this continent who can threaten you. Even if there were, you could add points at any time to boost your attributes. A cap of 160 points is enough to handle anything. 5 tyrant kings, 4 succeeded. Looks like the protagonist halo is still somewhat useful, you think smugly. Over the next few days, you didn't return to the wolf den but stayed in the leopard clan's territory, planning your next target, the tiger clan. You were quite interested, mainly because you were itching to fight there. Tigers, your current bones were still those of an ordinary tiger. If you swapped them for a fierce beast grade set, it would definitely be more thrilling. My king, should we transfer some more brothers over? The newly promoted sharp-witted head wolf sidled up to ask. After all, leaving 2,000 wolves to guard the leopard clan's territory and only taking 3,000 wolves to face the tiger clan sounded a bit confident. No need. You waved a paw. Send scouts out to probe the tiger clan's movements and find their spirit beast reinforcements so they don't catch us off guard. You never actually intended for these 3,000 wolves to fight. Bringing them along was purely for show. If you went alone as a lone commander over there, it would be too embarrassing for the wolf king's dignity. Yes, my king. The wolf clan had now formed an iron rule. They absolutely could not question any of your decisions. Whatever you did was right. Whatever you said was an imperial edict. The wolf clan scouts immediately scattered in all directions. But before half a day had passed, the scouts came rushing back in a panic. All of them, and they brought back news so explosive it even stunned You for a moment, the tiger clan was coming. My king, the tiger clan is attacking in full force, the scale is massive, your head buzzed. For a second, were the tiger clan out of their minds? How could they pull the same stupid stunt as the leopard clan? Then, 3 words popped into your mind. White-headed eagle, you immediately grinned. Awesome. Brother eagle, that was fast. However, joy wasn't over yet. My king, a scout came tumbling back. In a panic, my king, the lion clan and bear clan, are all coming too. They've emptied their nests. The starving wolf reporting was scared. Out of his wits, he'd never seen a scene like this in his entire life. Brother eagle really has some skills. Not only were you not nervous, you were actually getting excited, with your current strength as long as no out of spec. Freaks showed up, a few dozen fierce beasts, however many came, you'd deal with them all. You all. All the wolf pups retreat into the zero support zone and seal off the entrance. Anyone who dares to barge in will be shown no mercy. King, what about you? The alpha wolves grew anxious, though they had witnessed your power. The enemy was 3 races combined, just at the fierce beast level. There were nearly 20 kings. No matter how strong you are, your stamina has limits. Right? Even if they just stood there for you to take down, could you finish them all? Yet they simply didn't understand that running out of stamina was something that had never happened to you, even if it did, at worst. You could temporarily boost your physique. You licked your lips and flashed a sinister smile. Of course, I'm going hunting. Before the words even faded, you had already turned and left the forest. The head wolves exchanged glances. What do we do? Listen to the king's orders. One alpha wolf grit his teeth. The king's decision must be right. Holding this position is the greatest help we can give the king. The others nodded in unison. They wouldn't make the same mistake again. You left the forest and found an open area, standing there casually, as if daring anyone to come. You trusted that your good eagle brother would lead those prey straight to you. Sure enough, not long after, the ground began to tremble violently. The sheer momentum of facing the world alone made the blood in your veins boil. Dust rose as a tide surged in from all directions. On the horizon appeared a dark mass of beasts surrounding you. You caught their intent and sneered inwardly. They really think highly of me. That eagle brother's ability to draw agra was truly impressive. You even felt a slight urge to recruit the white-headed eagle as your underling. The dust closed in. The kings of the 3 races, tiger, lion, and leopard, had all arrived. The tiger king, with a scar across his face, stared at you with fierce eyes. Human, you're bold to come alone. You smiled lightly. Bold? I think I'm being quite modest. The lion king let out a cold snort. Arrogant? Today this place will be your grave. The leopard king, agile and swift, had already circled behind you, blocking your retreat. You remained unfazed, your gaze sweeping over them. Since you're all here, let's not waste time. Come at me together. The 3 kings exchanged glances, then roared in unison, charging at you from 3 directions. You stood still, a faint smile curling at the corner of your mouth. In the next moment, your figure flickered, and you vanished from the spot. The 3 kings' attacks collided in the air, sending up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, you had already appeared behind the leopard king, your hand resting on his neck. Too slow. With a slight force, the leopard king's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed. The tiger and lion kings were shocked, but before they could react, you had already moved again. In the blink of an eye, the tiger king was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The lion king, seeing the situation turn bad, tried to flee. But you were faster. In an instant, you stood before him, your eyes cold. It's too late to run now. Get him? The tiger king roared in shame and commanded his underlings to charge. Over 1,000 tigers surged toward you. The scene was enough to frighten any living being. But you only felt a gentle breeze brush your face, coward. You let out a low growl and instead of retreating, you charged forward, launching a counter-charge at the tiger horde. There's no way this ends peacefully today. You don't want to back down either. These Beast King level Beast Kings won't escape a single one. Ding, quest triggered. Slay the Beast Kings, defeat all invading Beast King level ferocious beasts. I like your style, you quipped to yourself. One line to the system, then you plunged headfirst into the tiger horde. Their numerical advantage was a joke before you. You activated bulldozer mode again. Every tiger in your path, regardless of size, was sent crashing to the ground one after another, watching their underlings get knocked flying like dumplings into a pot. The tiger kings finally couldn't sit still. This one's actually fierce. Really? He's coming right at us. Who does he think he's underestimating? Since that's the case, let's take him down. Then the leopard clans and wolf clans territory will be split among us the most. the 5 Beast King level tigers instantly reached an agreement, roared in unison, and charged. Whoever runs is a coward, you shouted the moment you closed in. The Tiger King's lungs nearly burst with rage. Before the fight even started, you were cursing them to flee. The moment of close combat, your small stature advantage was displayed. To the fullest, you didn't clash head-on at all, relying on your agility. You slid with a low tackle into the gaps of their formation. Like a slippery loach, the Tiger Kings instantly fell into disarray. Some turned around, some raised their paws, some tried to pounce on you, only to nearly crash into their own allies. You moved like a fish in water, ignoring who was in front of you, raising your paw to strike. Every blow heavily wounded your opponent. Within minutes, your body was covered in their blood, yet you remained completely unscathed. The Tiger Kings were utterly dumbfounded. In their hearts, they cursed the white-headed leopard thoroughly. This is what they called almost being killed by the Overlord. How did those leopards manage it? Why did they get off so easy? We can't let this go on. We have to kill him, the Tiger King sensed. Something was wrong. If they kept fighting like this, they would be slowly drained to death. He must have obtained ferocious beast bloodline. We absolutely cannot let him keep growing. The Lion Kings roared and charged forward. Tiger Kings, fall back, leave this to us. The Tiger Kings, hearing this, felt like they'd heard heavenly music. Trying to wear me down in turns? Did I agree? The meat at my lips. You want me to spit it out? No way. System exchange. Ultimate poison. You've decided to use some special means, that's all. You all ganged up on me without a shred of shame. What's wrong with me using a little poison? Ding, consume 10-0 evolution points. Ultimate poison exchange successfully. Used. The sharp claws instantly took on an ominous green glow, but in the chaos of the battlefield, no one noticed. Just as the Tiger Kings retreated, you chased right on their heels, striking continuously, leaving wounds on every Tiger King's body. One unlucky Tiger King lost combat ability on the spot, and the rest were all poisoned as well. You listened to the system's prompts, didn't even glance at the fallen ones, and turned to charge straight into the Lion King ranks. You fools, you look smart but are actually dumber than tigers. Before charging in, you didn't forget to give them a scathing review, rushing in to die on your own. If that's not stupid, what is? The Kings enjoyed. The Tiger Kings didn't get to enjoy the special attention. From start to finish, your continuous attacks lasted less than 2 minutes before they abandoned 3 companions and fled in defeat. This time there were no more scapegoats. The Bear Kings originally wanted to tough it out, but seeing the tigers' miserable state, their legs went weak. In less than 10 minutes, 1 Tiger King fell, 1 Lion King fell, 3 bears fell. At this rate, their group of Bear Kings would be lucky if even one made it back. You shook the blood off your claws, sweeping your gaze around. The Tiger Kings you locked eyes on were so scared they nearly wet themselves. Where was their former arrogance? You didn't bother with them anymore because you knew not a single one could escape. Your gaze finally settled on the trembling Bear Kings. They turned to run, but sadly realized their proud strength was useless against your speed. They couldn't flee, so they had to steal themselves and charge. Their only thought now was to use their thick hides to show you Bear Kings weren't to be trifled with. After evolving into the strongest canine, the starving wolf, you faced a joint siege from the tiger, lion, and bear clans. With the god-tier systems backing, the tiger and lion clans had already been dealt with by you. Now only the bear clan remained. But the moment those Bear Kings clashed with you, they were instantly dumbfounded. They finally understood that it wasn't that the Tiger King and Lion King were too weak, but that you, the new Wolf King of the Hungry Wolf Shop, were truly absurdly strong. They couldn't figure out how such a small frame could hold such terrifying power. In a direct contest of strength, you actually fought the Bear King to a draw. But for the Bear King, a draw was the greatest humiliation. Oh, not bad strength, you said, shaking your numb claws. Inwardly, you were shocked. That blow had actually knocked you back several steps. This was the first time since you started fighting the Beast Kings. To the Bear Kings, your words stung worse than outright insults. It was public humiliation. Several Bear Kings flew into a rage on the spot, their eyes turning bloodshot. But they despairingly discovered you wouldn't fight them head-on. You flashed your figure and began toying with them with speed. You weren't stupid. Knowing they were power-type fighters, why would you clash with them directly? Your goal was to take down every last one of these Beast Kings. The Bear Kings, like clumsy bears, were spun around by you, unable to even touch your shadow. After a dozen minutes, the Bear Kings all fell. The last to step up ended up being the first to be wiped out. Wasn't that hilarious? In martial arts, speed conquers all. And today, you gave them a proper lesson in that truth. But when you finished off all the Bear Kings and turned back to find the Tiger King and Lion King, you discovered they had, oh well. Those guys had no sense of honor at all, just abandoned you and fled. You were furious. You run, then what about my mission? You had to chase them, but the remaining tiger and lion packs swarmed at you like bees, using their flesh and blood to block your path. You were annoyed and swung your claws, scattering them left and right. But they were like flies that couldn't be shooed away, endlessly pestering you. You knew you couldn't waste time here, so you let out a long howl. The sound shook the entire forest, and the beasts trembled in fear. Taking advantage of their moment of panic, you leaped high into the air. You landed directly in front of the Tiger King and Lion King, blocking their escape. Where do you think you're going? You said coldly. The Tiger King and Lion King exchanged glances, both seeing despair in each other's eyes. They knew today's matter wouldn't end easily. Wolf King, we admit defeat, the Tiger King said through grit teeth. But if you want to kill us, you'll have to pay a price. You smiled faintly. Oh, what price? The Lion King suddenly roared, the price is your life. As he spoke, he lunged at you with a fierce claw strike. You sidestepped, dodging the attack, and then countered with a swift kick. The Lion King crashed heavily to the ground, unable to get up. The first one you caught up with was the Lion King. We all admitted defeat and retreated, so why? Did you still refuse to let me go? The cornered Lion King looked aggrieved, even carrying a hint of pleading. They were now covered in green, their whole bodies weak, unable to run fast, and their combat power was halved. How could they fight like this? Just admitting defeat should be enough. You were almost angered awake by him when you all ganged up on me. Did you ever think about leaving me alive? Now that you can't win, you start playing pitiful. Sorry, but I don't buy that act. You couldn't be bothered to waste more words with them. Your figure flickered with venomous lightning as you darted among the few poisoned Lion Kings, each flash leaving behind a trail of attack afterimages. Within a few breaths, all the Lion Kings crashed to the ground, not even having time to utter a proper final word. The system fully merged. You didn't immediately chase after the living ones. What if, while you were gone, these fine materials were snatched away by other beasts? The system said, this fusion requires evolution to 40,000 with a 50% success rate. Do you wish to proceed? A 50% success rate, give me 70. You gave the command without hesitation. The 4 Lion King corpses cost you 400,000 evolution points, though it stung, thinking of the 3 Trebes spiritual aid about to come. This investment was nothing. Fusion successful, please choose host. Was there even a choice? Of course, increase the evolution storage cap. With the Lion Kings done, you wasted no time and charged back to the earlier battlefield. Those lions, tigers, and bears hadn't dispersed yet, seeing you, a ruthless figure, suddenly return. Each one's fur stood on end in terror. But you ignored them. Your target was the Bear King and Tiger King corpses on the ground, right in front of all the beasts. You began the fusion directly. The massive Bear King corpse consumed 200,000 evolution points and ultimately succeeded, adding 300,000 to your cap. You were quite satisfied. Now your evolution cap had reached 1,700,000. However, when it came to the Tiger King corpse, you frowned. The tiger bone, attribute you wanted most, didn't even appear in the options. Ugh, what's wrong with this system? Before, it was like a newbie gift pack. Now it's playing probability games with me. You muttered in displeasure. Ever since the last failed fusion of the Snake King, the system didn't seem as friendly, but for now, raising the cap was key. You didn't. Arguing with the system was pointless. The next second, you followed the scent left by the ultimate poison and chased after it. This time, the remaining lions, tigers, and bears didn't dare make a sound. They had witnessed with their own eyes their king's corpse vanishing into thin air before them. This horrifying sight, beyond their comprehension, completely shattered their spirits. What battle was left to fight? They'd better just head home. But just then, you grew frustrated, because you had lost the trail. The Tiger King's scent had vanished, having been poisoned the least after all this time on the run. The toxins in their bodies had likely been mostly expelled. Without the scent to follow, this beast continent was neither too big nor too small. If 4 tigers deliberately hid, where would you even look? Damn it. The cooked duck had flown away. You were annoyed but immediately thought of a solution. You raised your head and let out an arrogantly provocative wolf howl at the sky. Eagle horses up there, get down here now or face the consequences. Your voice was filled with undeniable dominance. After all, strength was your greatest capital, now that the lion, tiger, and bear clans had all been crippled by you. You were the strongest existence on this continent. High in the sky, several white-headed eagles were panicking, back when Xianxia was wiping out the group. They had been gloating, thinking you were nothing special, but now they didn't think that anymore. You had single-handedly defeated the kings of 3 clans without so much as a scratch. Just how formidable was that? If this powerful figure wanted to cause them trouble, even if you couldn't fly, they wouldn't have an easy time either. So upon hearing your summons, they dared not hide any longer. 3 white-headed eagles circled into your sight but cautiously kept their distance. I am your safety. You narrowed your eyes at those cowardly creatures in the sky. The lions, tigers, and bears, you called them here, didn't you? Your voice was icy, devoid of any emotion, though deep down you wished they'd call even more experience points your way. On the surface, you had to put on a show. No, not us. We were just passing by to watch the excitement. The leading white-headed eagle quickly denied it. Of course, if they admitted it, what if this formidable wolf leaped 50 meters into the air and attacked them? What would they do then? Cowards. You made no effort to hide your contempt. You can't even own up to what you did. Truly pathetic. Those words stung the eagles deeply. Who are you calling a coward? Fine, it was us. What are you gonna do about it? A young, hot-blooded, white-headed eagle couldn't take the provocation and exploded on the spot. But fight you? No way. They couldn't win. You don't represent us without dignity. The corner of his mouth split open, revealing a chilling sneer as he admitted it. The white-headed vulture that had talked back felt a chill run down its neck, almost forgetting that it was still in the sky. You couldn't even reach it. He's fine, still a real man. You shifted tone, since you were wrong. You must accept punishment. Now I'll give you a chance to mend the relationship between us. Will you do it? Your sudden magnanimity left the white-headed vultures stunned, even a little moved. You said to the leader. And the white-headed vulture quickly responded, being able to turn conflict into peace with a formidable figure like you was exactly what they wanted. Help me find the escaped 4 tiger cats. You stated your goal directly, then this matter is settled. Really? I keep my word. You paused, and your tone turned icy again. But if you can't find them, from now on this vast continent, your white-headed vulture clan won't have a single safe nest. A naked warning with no pretense. We can find them, the white-headed vulture answered crisply. We know where they are, follow us. You were even a bit surprised. Had these guys been eyeing the king all along? Whatever. As long as they can find them, lead the way. The white-headed vulture immediately soared to 100 meters, then shot off in one direction. You sprinted at full speed on the ground. Your top-tier life-preserving talent made you run like a lightning bolt, skimming the earth, no slower than the vulture. In the sky, with this sky eye as your lookout, you didn't even need to think, just follow and run. After sprinting for over half an hour, your nose caught the scent of the Tiger King's presence. These vulture brothers were pretty useful. As you ran, you started planning whether you could discuss with them later, having them help you find other culprits. You still had nearly 3 months of time. If you could push the evolution value cap to 4 million, you could exchange for bloodline before entering the beast passage again. Of course, you didn't say that out loud. For now, deal with the Tiger King first. The rest of the road didn't even need the white-headed vulture to guide you, following the increasingly strong scent you quickly found on a mountaintop. The 4 Tiger Kings, who were checking each other's wounds. Seeing you appear, the 4 Tiger Kings were scared out of their wits. The wounds they'd just bandaged nearly burst open again. Xianxia, we were wrong, the leading Tiger King hurriedly begged for mercy. Killing us does you know good. Let's end this here today. Half of our Tiger Clan's territory will be given to your Wolf Clan. We swear we'll never the Wolf Clan as enemies. However, they had been mistaken from the very start. Whether resolving them benefited you, and it was an enormous benefit, so you didn't even bother with a single word of reply, simply raised your head and charged forward. The Tiger Kings had some backbone after all. Seeing that begging was useless, they roared and launched a counterattack. Unfortunately, before absolute power, their resistance was utterly meaningless. 4 minutes later, the battle ended. On average, each Tiger King lasted under your hand for less than a minute. You looked at the corpses on the ground and directly ordered a fusion. Still, there was no 5 grains. You poured 200,000 evolution points into it and gained 20,000 evolution storage capacity. Though a slight pity, you were already quite satisfied. Just then the system's chime rang in your mind. Ding, quest complete. Quest Reward, lifespan 30 days, evolution points on 100. 0, evolution storage capacity on 100. 0, 2 million, hearing the reward your eyes lit up, your evolution storage capacity had officially broken through the 2 million mark, toward the 4 million goal. You'd taken another big step. In high spirits, you raised your head and shouted to the sky, "Little brothers, get to work." The white-headed eagles flattered and flew down. "Our business is settled, 2 Kitias." You waved a paw, exuding the air of a big shot. "Take me to the Tiger Clan's treasury. No objections, right?" "No objections, please follow us." The white-headed eagles dared not object. Replenishing evolution points was the top priority now. The battle just now had consumed over 1 million, and you had almost none left. With the white-headed eagles cooperation, you were in a good mood. After these several collaborations, both sides had built some foundation of trust, laying a solid groundwork for your next plan. You followed the white-headed eagles in the sky, strolling leisurely across the Tiger Clan's territory, even in the mood to enjoy the scenery. However, just as you thought everything was under control, ding, quest triggered, escape the pursuit of a true ferocious beast. Quest requirement, your actions have drawn the hostility of a true ferocious beast. Please flee. Quest reward, location, this sudden quest prompt startled you so much you nearly jumped. Flee, the system actually told you to flee. What did that mean? It meant danger was approaching that you currently had no way to contend with. Where was the danger? You warily scanned your surroundings. All was calm, not even a shadow in sight. Could it be those eagle brothers up to something? You looked up at glance. The few white-headed vultures were still diligently wearing their hoods, looking perfectly normal, just as you raised your head. In that instant, the ground beneath your feet shook violently, and then, before you could react, your entire body was sent flying up, not jumping, but truly being launched into the sky by a tremendous force from underground. Oh, they white-headed vultures above were terrified, screeching frantically. In panic, did they think you were about to attack them? You leaping 100 meters high, what else could it mean but a falling out? If you had the time, you'd really give each of these fellows a big slap, which I saw me jumping on my own. I was attacked, understand, the spot where you were just standing now had a giant pit, nearly 10 meters in diameter. In the pit, a hideous, terrifying head was slowly rising. It was a head, no, more accurately, a scorched head, with 2 steaming giant horns atop it, and a pair of icy, tree-like pupils locked dead onto you in midair. Right, it's my child's eyes. You took my child's life. That mouth opened. The voice rumbled like rolling thunder. The moment it spoke, your heart sank. Halfway, you instantly realized this giant beast was here for revenge. The enemy was the one you had defeated. That Python King. Back then, that thing had a fleshy lump bulging on its head. You never thought it actually had such a formidable father, but it never said so at the time. If it had, you wouldn't have fought that Snake King at all. System, adjust. 30 points of constitution. You were almost roaring in your heart. Ding, this enhancement requires consuming 300 evolution points. Confirm enhancement. Enhance. Enhance, hurry up. Any slower and I'll fall to serious injury. What kind of time is this for procedures? 100-meter free fall from the sky, just thinking about it is terrifying. Ding, enhancement successful, as you felt your body grow stronger. By a notch, the sensation of falling hit you. You made up your mind, the moment you land, no matter what, immediately flee, never go head-to-head with that monster. This move was definitely a great beast with fierce bloodline. Just its head alone was 7 or 8 meters thick. How massive must its body be? It was practically a moving hill. Your plan was solid, but it wasn't about to give you the chance to land, just as you were about to touch down. In that instant, a massive thing thicker than a water barrel lashed out, splitting the air with a howl like a collapsing. A massive building swept toward you, a huge shadow instantly engulfing you. Midair with nowhere to gain leverage, you couldn't even dodge. The real killer was this terrifying. In despair, you exchanged for a bottle of ultimate healing medicine and swallowed it. It wasn't that you didn't want a higher tier, you simply had no evolution points. You regretted it so much your guts twisted. You admitted you'd gotten too cocky. If you'd stuffed your bag with scales earlier, you wouldn't have ended up in this state. Regret was useless. You could only grit your teeth and use all your strength to block. Boom, the giant tail slammed into you. You felt like a golf ball struck by a power swing. In the instant, you flew even higher into the sky. You spat out a mouthful of blood. For the first time, you felt death so close to you, so your so-called strength could only dominate among lesser beasts. Before a true Fierce beast, you were utterly insignificant, enduring the searing pain. You opened the system shop and found the Jia's. Bloodline introduction. Jia evolved from serpents, large-bodied strength-type fierce beast, low evolution potential, no further evolution species. Bloodline. Value 2 million evolution points. This ordinary bloodline you wouldn't even bother to look at could now swat you away like a fly. What could you do? You wanted to slap yourself several times, back when you were weak. You'd suffered from lacking evolution points, and now you'd made the same mistake again, and it looked like it would be the last time. The height you were flying at now was probably close to 1,000 meters. Falling from this height, no matter how tough your body was, the only outcome would be severe injury, unless you could fly. Unfortunately, you had no evolution points left. But you refused to accept it. You hadn't even seen what the fierce beast continent looked like. Hadn't found the person who built this divine demon pet paradise. And now you were about to fall. You even started cursing the system. Back then, it had said you were destined to trample gods and demons underfoot. Now look. You hadn't trampled any gods or demons, and were about to be defeated by a Jia. Strength always has its limits. The Jia had already reached its peak, flinging you 1,000 meters high. Your body began to plummet rapidly. Should they save him? The white-headed eagles above were torn. Saving you meant offending the colossal beast below. One roar from that monster and they'd fall from the sky in fright. You didn't count on those wretched birds anyway. Before falling, you had to at least deal some damage to it. You thought it over. This was the only thing you could do. You exchanged for your last bottle of ready to unleash your. Even in your fall, you had to leave a mark on him with your strongest heaven-defying strike. Your body plummeted rapidly, your focus sharpening. The thicket below was covered in fine blood, and that massive tail had already risen again. Just at this critical moment, a piercing cry that could split metal and stone echoed through the 9 heavens. A massive, dark shadow dove down from the clouds. It was a giant eagle with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Its target was clear. It was coming straight for you. Seeing it, the despair in your eyes instantly ignited with hope. No matter what it was, as long as it could carry you away from here, that was a victory. The Jujia on the ground let out a warning hiss. Think clearly about what you're doing now. After evolving into the strongest dire wolf of the canine lineage, you encountered 100-meter-long Jujia seeking revenge. It was the father of the python king you had slain earlier. Ferocious beast of immense power, utterly beyond what a mere beast like you could contend with. Seeing it open its massive maw to devour you. Suddenly a piercing cry that could split metal and stone rang out from the sky. It was a giant eagle with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Diving toward you at breakneck speed. Clearly, you were its target, and you didn't care whether it was friend or foe, as long as it could get you out of danger. That was enough. Seeing this, Jujia quickly issued a warning. Eagle King, you'd better know what you're doing. But Jujia's massive body couldn't even leap into the air, utterly powerless against the Eagle King. Then the Eagle King spoke. Jujia, this is a matter among us beasts. You're interfering and breaking the rules. The Eagle King's voice came from above your head, betraying not a true ace of emotion. This wolf is my prey. If you have any objections, we can settle this in the sky. Jujia's eyes flickered with rage, but it knew it couldn't match the Eagle King in the air. It could only watch helplessly as the Eagle King's massive claws grabbed you and lifted you into the clouds. The wind roared past your ears as you were carried higher and higher. The Eagle King's voice sounded again. Little wolf, you've caused quite a stir, but now you owe me a favor. You struggled slightly, but the Eagle King's grip was ironclad. Don't waste your strength. I'm taking you to a place where you can truly grow. Below, Jujia let out a furious roar, but it could only watch as you disappeared into the clouds. The Eagle King's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, you were already far away. Where are you taking me? You asked, your voice hoarse from the fall. The Eagle King glanced at you, its eyes sharp. To the place where the strongest beasts gather, the beast god's trial ground. If you survive there, you'll become a true king. Your heart stirred. The beast god's trial ground, a legend among beasts where only the most powerful could enter. And now you were being taken there. Why help me? You asked, still wary. The Eagle King let out a low laugh. Because I see something in you, a potential that even you haven't realized. Besides, I owe your father a debt. Your father? You froze. You had never known your father, only that he was a dire wolf who had died in battle. But the Eagle King's words hinted at a deeper story. Don't ask too many questions. When the time comes, you'll understand. The Eagle King's voice grew serious. For now, focus on surviving. The trial ground is no place for the weak. As the clouds parted, a massive mountain range appeared below, shrouded in mist. At its peak, an ancient altar stood, radiating a faint golden light. That's the entrance, the Eagle King said, descending. Once you enter, there's no turning back. Are you ready? You took a deep breath, your eyes firm. I'm ready. The Eagle King nodded, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it sent you hurtling toward the altar. As you fell, the golden light enveloped you, and the world around you began to spin. Offense? Hardly. The Eagle King's voice carried a hint of contempt. You want him dead, don't you? After taking your blow, he couldn't have survived anyway. I merely took him away to spare you the trouble of finishing the job. Xianxia fell silent for a few seconds, then his massive body turned and sank into the great pit below, vanishing. The Eagle King let out a triumphant cry to the heavens, as if flaunting his victory to the whole world. The newly ascended Wolf King never expected to die like this. The Eagle King's voice dripped with mockery as he clutched. You could clearly feel every twitch of your body. This bastard had been watching from above all along. Xianxia was deliberately lured here by him. What he'd been waiting for was for Xianxia to beat you half to death, then he'd swoop in and reap the spoils. You couldn't be bothered with him, only staring intently at the bottomless pit below, trying to confirm whether that giant serpent had truly left. Rest assured, he's gone. The Eagle King seemed to see through your thoughts. The rules of the fan beast continent aren't for some crawling worm to break. He knows what he's doing. You knew quite a bit. You'd originally planned to deal with him the moment you got free. But now you changed your mind. Getting some information out of him seemed more valuable, and judging by his attitude, he didn't plan to kill you for now, so play along then, not talking. No matter, you'll speak soon enough. The moment the words left his mouth, the Eagle King's wings beat once, carrying you soaring into the clouds. Meanwhile, in a hidden basin somewhere on the fan beast continent, a massive silver wolf, over 30 meters long with fur like moonlight, suddenly snapped open its eyes and rose to its feet. Xianxia, do you think my pack will let you off easily? The silver wolf's voice was cold, carrying a hint of killing intent. It was none other than the Wolf King who had just been reborn. At this moment, he was staring at the distant sky, his eyes filled with endless hatred. Eagle King, you're nothing but a despicable scavenger. One day I'll make you pay for today's humiliation. As he spoke, the silver wolf's body began to emit a faint glow, and his aura grew stronger. Meanwhile, the Eagle King carried you through the clouds, flying for a long time before finally descending into a valley shrouded in mist. The valley was filled with strange flowers and plants, and the air was thick with a strange fragrance. The Eagle King set you down on a flat rock, then looked at you with a playful gaze. Welcome to my territory. Now, let's have a good talk. You looked around, noting the terrain, and then calmly said, what do you want to talk about? The Eagle King smiled and said, I want to know everything about you, especially that power you used to fight Xianxia. His lair was a cave embedded in a sheer cliff thousands of feet high, with no way out except by flying. The wounds left on your body by the eagle's claws were still seeping blood, but you acted as if you felt nothing, gritting your teeth and forcing yourself to stand up, staring straight at him. Are you going to eat me? You asked, your tone as calm as if you were asking about the weather. Eat you? No, your flesh is too tough. The Eagle King paced back and forth, looking down at you from above. I'm quite interested in your bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, you've fused with a savage beast's bloodline, haven't you? He didn't care at all about your devouring of the other beast kings. In his eyes, possessing a savage beast bloodline and being able to devour to evolve was perfectly normal. So what if I have? You said, leaning against the rock wall as you spoke, the power within your body surging restlessly, as if it would burst out at any moment. The ultimate healing potion was taking effect rapidly, the wounds healing, strength returning. What you need is time. Indeed, the Eagle King's eyes instantly blazed with fervor. Tell me, how did you successfully fuse it? He didn't care what kind of bloodline it was, only the method. On the beast continent, beast bloodlines weren't rare, but 9 out of 10 who fused them died. A successful method was priceless. Why should I tell you? He pulled the corner of his mouth, putting on an uncooperative look. If you don't tell me, the Wolf Clan will become famous across the continent from now on. The Eagle King let out. He thought it was a fatal threat, but you almost laughed out loud. Using that to threaten me? What a joke. Do as you please, I don't care, you replied indifferently. But then you changed your tone. If you want to know, fine, but first Answer a few of my questions. The Eagle King was slightly taken aback, then nodded. After all, you're already a turtle in a jar. Indulging your curiosity before you die is no harm. Ask away. That vortex, you lured it here, didn't you? Your first question hit the vital point, and the Eagle King admitted it very readily, like one who had merged with. How much of the beast bloodline remains in you? Your face shows not a trace of anger, only calmness. This surprised him a bit. There are only 8 in the entire continent, so why don't they go to the beast continent? In your view, those at that level could still dominate the beast continent. Let's go, your strength isn't enough. A hint of a smile appeared in the Eagle King's eyes. If you go, you'd just be cannon fodder. Once they feel they have the ability to protect themselves, they'll naturally go. You're puzzled, even those at that level lack the power to protect themselves. What kind of place is the beast continent? Where is the beast continent? To the northeast of the continent, separated by a boundary river. You fly so fast, yet you can't cross it. The Eagle King laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Crossing the boundary river is suicide. That's the rule set by divine power. Whoever touches it dies. All right, you've asked enough questions. The Eagle King interrupted impatiently. Now it's your turn. What method did you actually use to fuse it? Just watch. He looked eager, his eyes utterly sincere. Drink it, what else? For you, it really is just a matter of drinking it. But if it were someone else, that would be hard to say. Are you messing with me? The Eagle King's aura shifted violently as he lunged forward, but you showed no fear. You must have gotten your hands on some bloodline but didn't dare to fuse it. Why not take it out and let me have a look? Mentioning his gains, a hint of pride flashed across the Eagle King's face. He actually produced a red crystal. The crystal was only palm-sized, and inside a liquid slowly flowed, letting you see it. Is no harm, the Eagle King was confident. This bloodline remains extremely tough to this day. Only the corresponding bloodline can activate it. Even if you swallowed it, it would be useless. Once I deal with you, I can take it back. He handed the crystal over. You reached out and took it. The moment you touched the crystal, the system's voice exploded in your mind. Ding, detected beast bloodline, recoverable. Recover or not, this is exactly what you were waiting for. A beast bloodline. How much evolution value is this worth? Recover, you didn't even bother asking the price. After all, it wasn't yours. So no loss. Ding, recovery successful. Evolution value increased by 500,000. 500,000, you quickly glanced at the price tag for the bloodline. A full 5 million. This bird is going to be heartbroken. You were thrilled. 500,000 evolution value in hand. Crisis instantly resolved. System, high-grade healing potion, 1 bottle, downed in 1 gulp. A warm current surged through your body. Searing pain in your organs faded. Flesh regenerated at lightning speed, and even your shattered bones crackled as they mended. System, physique maxed out. Ding, consumed 200,000 evolution value. Enhancement successful. Ki and blood instantly restored. You felt better than ever before. Where is my bloodline essence? The Eagle King was utterly dumbfounded. He watched with his own eyes as the treasure he had schemed so hard to obtain vanished into thin air in your hand. You swallowed it. You're seeking death. The Eagle King panicked. His eagle beak turned into a blur, aiming straight for your forehead. The method no longer mattered. Without the bloodline, what use was knowing the method? It seems you still don't get it. You, sickly and weak. The aura vanished in an instant, replaced by a sky-piercing momentum. The one who should pay the price is you. The next second, you moved faster than him. Before his sharp beak could peck you, gaping maw had already completed the attack. First, you couldn't be bothered to jump and bite his neck. Your target was his claws. It was these very claws that had made you taste the agony of your marrow. Now it was his turn. With a crisp crack, the Eagle King didn't even have time to react. Before one of his eagle claws was viciously bitten off by you, the searing pain stunned him for a moment. He never dreamed that a dying prey would unleash such terrifying power in his own lair. He was afraid. His first instinct was to flee. As long as he left this narrow cave, the sky would be his domain. Claws, forget them. You want to leave. Did you get my permission? Good things come in pairs. How could one be enough? You lunged fiercely again, and the moment he turned, crack, another sound, and his other eagle claw snapped off as well. Ah. The Eagle King let out a piercing shriek. The cave had completely lost his footing. He scrambled and crawled, utterly pathetic, rolling out of the cave and spreading his wings to fly. You stood at the cave entrance, holding an eagle claw in your mouth, your eyes brimming with mockery. If I couldn't jump right now, Hey you don't drop it. Hey you, spit out that claw in your mouth. This thing tastes awful. Focus, can't get it out. This bastard isn't dead. The Eagle King circled in the sky, his voice filled with terror and resentment. He knew he had completely miscalculated and could only pin his hopes on his final ally. Focus, you frowned. The systems task hadn't even been mentioned yet. Could it be that giant serpent had never gone far? The ground began to rumble with a thunderous roar. The entire cliff was trembling slightly. You really are a stubborn ghost, lingering on. Just wait to die, you can't escape. The Eagle King cried out from the air. You looked up, then looked down at the massive figure, rapidly climbing up the rock wall below. You were already prepared to evolve into a white-headed eagle and flee. To deal with this bird, you had to finish him, only then would it be worthy of the 500,000 evolution points he'd gifted you. But just as you were about to make your move, in an instant, a streak shot out, a blindingly fast silver lightning bolt blasted in from the distance. Focus. You truly think my wolf clan has no one left? A furious voice rang out. The next second, that silver lightning had already clamped its jaws onto Faka's tail, then began to whip it around wildly. Yes, whipping the massive Focus was now like a broken whip, being swung by that silver wolf. In midair, the Gale wolf Xianxia was both shocked and furious, trying to counter it. But Yingfeng gave him no chance. Before Xianxia could twist his body around, and he suddenly bit down, tearing off a large chunk of flesh, letting Xianxia's massive body be viciously flung away. A thunderous crash echoed from afar as the giant creature hit the ground. Dust shot into the sky. You watched this scene, and only one word came to mind: satisfying. Purification could wait for now. The helper you found isn't much good, is he? You looked up at the Eagle King in the sky and grinned. Why don't you come down yourself? The Eagle King, terrified, flew even higher, afraid you'd recklessly pounce on him. Coward, you sneered. The little one would have to find his own way out. The one called Yingfeng, the Gale wolf, raised his head and said to you, I'll teach this serpent a lesson. Watch. Eyes filled with curiosity and approval. He had thought you were doomed, that this trip was only to avenge the wolf clan and assert their dominance. He never expected you not only survived, but also crippled that annoying bird. Thank you, senior, you called out sincerely. Since someone came to help you, you naturally had to be light. From afar, Xianxia's furious roar came from the Gale wolf. I'll deal with it. With that, Yingfeng turned into a blur and charged over. You didn't hesitate and turned back into the cave. How to leave? That was a problem for others, but for you, why not try your enhanced claws? They were stone iron beast claws. Digging holes was their specialty. Clanging sound soon echoed inside the nest. In the sky, the Eagle King saw you return to the cave and heard the noise inside, stunned for a moment. He's digging a hole, a wolf is digging a hole. The next second, his eyes shifted. He wants to trick me in there. The Eagle King gave himself a mental pat on the back for his judgment. He decided to stay put and first watch the battle between the two fierce beasts in the distance. As long as the camp was taken, you'd still be dead. However, the battlefield situation chilled his heart. Halfway through, Yingfeng's speed was too fast. Xianxia couldn't even touch him, only passively taking hits. In no time, several deep wounds appeared on his body. Gale wolf, do you really want to offend me for his sake? Xianxia roared in fury. I can't do anything to you, but I can make your life miserable forever. Then come. Yingfeng's voice was firm. Today, if my wolf clan is bullied by you, that would truly be a life of endless misery. The threat failed, and Xianxia began to use tempting. Don't you want that kid's bloodline? You didn't listen further. The fight outside had nothing to do with you. You were focused on channeling your power, carving out a path to new life on this towering cliff. An underground tunnel. This was the most humiliating moment since you evolved into a dire wolf. As a mere mortal beast, you'd been targeted by a level predator. Before him, you had no power to fight back. All you could do was wait to die. But luckily, at the critical moment, a named Yingfeng appeared like lightning. As a fellow wolf, he couldn't bear to see such a promising descendant perish, so he stepped in to save you. And you seized the chance, quickly extending your claws, forged with the essence of the stone iron beast, to bore straight through the cliff and prepare your escape. Seeing this, Xianxia panicked. He roared at Yingfeng, don't you want to know what kind of bloodline that guy got? Don't you want his bloodline for yourself? Xianxia's schemes crackled like fire, trying to shake Yingfeng's resolve. Hearing this, Yingfeng seemed lost in thought. And Xianxia seized the chance to add, Yingfeng, you're a wolf too. His bloodline would benefit you the most. Yingfeng let out a Sneer, his wolf eyes filled with disdain. My bloodline is fast enough, strong enough, and sufficient. He didn't want to talk anymore and issued final ultimatum: no need to test me further. Today, if I don't teach you a lesson you'll remember, this won't end. Before the words faded, battle erupted again. You couldn't even see Yingfeng's movements. He turned into a silver lightning bolt, circling Zhejia's massive frame, tearing into it madly. And that once arrogant Zhejia was now like a torch. Besides taking hits, he couldn't even touch Yingfeng's shadow. Frustrated, utterly frustrated, Zhejia never imagined that a simple trip out would bring him no gains, only trouble, and he'd been made a fool of. 20 minutes later, he finally couldn't take it anymore. His body was covered in wounds. If he kept fighting, he'd be beaten into complete incapacity. Gale Wolf, you wait. After hurling that threat, Zhejia dove into the earth. The wolf fled in panic. Yingfeng didn't chase. He knew well that once underground, that was the enemy's home turf. Chasing would be suicide. Meanwhile, you were frantically digging inside the mountain. That Eagle King was watching you from some corner of the sky, glaring as you got closer and closer to the surface, trembling with rage yet afraid to approach, especially when Yingfeng's terrifying aura descended. The Eagle King was scared out of his wits. He didn't even have the right to watch the show anymore. He could only tuck his tail and fly higher, watching from afar, truly humiliating. 10 minutes later, with a loud rumble, you finally burst out of the ground, seeing the sky again, but immediately after, a tremendous pressure washed over you. Before you, Yingfeng stood 30 meters long, rising 7 or 8 meters tall when upright, while you were barely 7 meters, like a newborn infant next to him. Many thanks, senior, for saving me. You were quick to read the room, your tone respectful. I heard about it. Well done, you've brought honor to our wolf clan. Yingfeng's voice softened. Once you're back, do whatever you want, grow strong as fast as you can. He looked at the nearly healed wounds on your body, assuming it was the work of your mysterious bloodline. His eyes full of approval. Your heart was genuinely moved. Having a powerful backer felt different, and this senior didn't seem to have ulterior motives like King Xiang did. No need for formalities, Junior. I'll be waiting for you to become the pillar of our wolf clan. Yingfeng waved a claw. Go on back. Those outsiders, Yingfeng will handle them. Grateful words you didn't say much of, but you remembered it all. Still, you didn't turn to leave right away. Senior, is your journey this time very dangerous? You had heard from the Eagle King some things about the fierce beasts and knew the waters ran deep. Nothing dangerous, Yingfeng said lightly, but you didn't believe it at all. No matter how fast you are, you can still be swarmed. Senior, eat this. It'll do you good. Without hesitation, you took out a ultimate life-sustaining talent stone from your system. It was one you'd saved up. You'd gotten 2 total from that leopard. The other was reserved for Lang King, but now, with a life-saving debt on the line, you had to show something. Yingfeng glanced at the glittering stone, felt no energy fluctuation from it, and took it for a pretty trinket. He casually replied, all right, I'll take it. He was too casual about it. You saw that immediately. That wouldn't do. Senior, this is meant to be eaten. You stressed the words. Yingfeng paused for a moment, but didn't think much of it. He was a mighty fierce beast. There wasn't much on this continent that could poison him. He opened his mouth. The talent stone was smaller than his thumbnail, and he swallowed it in one go. The next second, searing pain hit. An irresistible, transformative force erupted inside his body, instantly robbing him of control over his own form. Yingfeng was stunned. Could it be that he'd misjudged? Was this brat someone who bit the hand that fed him? An ungrateful wolf trying to harm his benefactor? What is this business? A full 10 minutes of this heart-wrenching transformation before it ended. When Yingfeng regained control of his body, he was horrified to discover he had changed, something born of bloodline. Enlightenment made him instantly understand what had just happened. His speed was already unmatched in the beast continent, and now it had broken through to a monstrous level. This, Yingfeng stared in shock. His old face flushed with embarrassment and shame. How humiliating. He had just been suspecting the man of wanting to harm him, yet the man had gifted him a tremendous fortune. He had racked his brains trying to get benefits from you, and got nothing at all. While you, without wanting anything, had received a heaven-defying opportunity for free. Senior, if you're pleased, that's all that matters. His thoughts were simple. Before you return, no one should be your match. Until you grow strong, this big shot must be your hardest backing. This thing, use it for yourself. I've already used mine. Senior, you cut him off directly. The thing's already in your Stomach, I can't take it back. Very well then. Yingfeng stopped being sentimental and, with soaring pride, looked to the sky and laughed. You go back. And turn this beast continent upside down for me. With this monstrous speed, he now had absolute confidence. As for all the murders, whoever dares not submit, I'll use speed to teach them to behave. You lingered no longer, turned and left. Yingfeng watched figure vanish into the distance, then turned, his eyes gleaming coldly. It's about time I went back to see those old friends. I'm sure they'll be quite surprised. However, you did not know that after you left, another conspiracy aimed at you was brewing in the shadows. Another conspiracy aimed at you was brewing in the shadows. The Eagle King hadn't left. He refused to accept it. He went straight to the Jia's lair. He had figured it out. The reason you survived must be because you devoured his bloodline essence. This ability was too terrifying. If this news got out, all the beasts would go mad. Then not just one Yingfeng. Even 10 more wouldn't be able to protect you. You dare come find me? Jia was healing his wounds and was furious at the sight of the Eagle King. If it weren't for you, that beast would already be dead. Jia, don't be angry first. The Eagle King cut in before he could attack, speaking rapidly in a shrill voice. I have a major discovery. Think about it. How did that wolf manage to withstand your strike and survive? These words struck precisely at Jia's doubt. Yes, how? How could an ordinary beast, not even a fierce beast, how could it possibly survive? Jia's voice was icy cold. If you can't explain yourself, you'll stay here today. It can devour the essence of other species. Bloodlines, the Eagle King extended his bare claws, speaking urgently. What I obtained was the essence of the Lily Eagle's bloodline, but he forcibly swallowed it. Then he recovered in an instant and even bit off my claws. Jia's pupils sharply contracted. Are you telling the truth? Absolutely certain. Otherwise, how could he not have died? The temptation was too great, and Jia's breathing grew heavy. If I could master this method, do you have a plan? Jia's mind raced. Right now, the Gale Wolf is protecting him. You and I alone won't be enough. The Eagle King's eyes gleamed with a piercing light. But if we unite all the other beasts, those few words open a new door for Jia. Not a bad idea. Jia immediately agreed. I'll go contact him. In the meantime, you keep a close watch on him, understand? Don't worry, the Eagle King had been waiting for this, but you need to be quick. I'm afraid he'll break into the beast passage and never return. Then this secret will be lost forever. You and I don't need you to tell us how to do things. Jia let out an impatient low growl. Yes, 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 I'll go keep an eye on him now. The Eagle King dared not say more and hurriedly fled. Oh, you're back. How did you end up so battered? Inside the Riot's forest garden, Honeying couldn't help but tease seeing you covered in grime. Battered, I almost didn't make it back. You dove into the orchard, grabbed spirit fruits, and ate them while running. You must have been starving. What happened? Honeying immediately grew tense at those words. You recounted the events briefly, leaving Honeying stunned. The beast continent still hid so many fierce beasts. He felt his worldview had been overturned. Yeah, this world is far more dangerous than imagined. Hey, 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 Honeying snapped back to reality and scolded you. Don't just devour my spirit fruits. Why not go accept the spirit duties from the other 3 tribes? I'm going now. Are you coming? Not going. I feel like I'm about to break through, so it's inconvenient to move around. Honeying wanted to follow you to watch the excitement, but the feeling in his body couldn't be denied. Fine, you stay here where it's safe. You had devoured 400 spirit fruits, pushing your evolution value back to full. Only then did you prepare to set out. But before leaving, you noticed the Peck's wolves had dwindled by more than half. The wolves have already led teams to the other 3 Trebes spirit duty stations. Those are your spoils of war. They can't be wasted, a wolf said. You explained that when you went to challenge the 3 kings alone. A few of your more clever subordinates, the lead wolves, had already moved ahead to seize territory. You nodded in satisfaction, having a sharp-minded underling really saved you trouble. You all guard the home. I'll go myself. After giving your orders, you set off alone. The reception of the 5 Clint's personnel went smoothly. The number of spirit bones in your pack soared, and when converted to evolution value, it was approaching the 10 million mark. Now that's better. No worries about evolution points for a while. With a cheerful mood, you arrived at the Bear Clan's territory, but when you saw the Bear Clan's spirit personnel, that good mood vanished instantly. Before you was a chaotic battlefield. The Tiger and Lion clans were both badly lost. Discovering the forest apes had been blown up, they quietly slipped away. How dare they gang up? these bastards actually dared to organize an attack on your troops. Your wolf pack was trapped in the forest ape grounds, and many wolves were wounded. They were about to collapse. How could you tolerate this? A bunch of stupid bears dared to touch your people. You'd already been too lazy to bother with these creatures, but since they came looking for trouble, don't blame you for being ruthless. You made no sound at all. Battle was always meant to unfold in silence. Like a ghost, you silently slipped behind the bear horde. All their attention was on the forest ape grounds. They never noticed the danger that had arrived. Strike after strike, every opponent you targeted lost their combat ability before they could even react. One by one, the bears' roars grew sparser. Finally, a bear sensed something wrong and turned to look. And nearly scared out of its wits, the Wolf King is here. That trembling roar exploded like thunder. All the bears instantly turned around, only to see a pair of eyes filled with boundless killing intent. Wolf eyes. It was over, truly over. They couldn't even muster the thought to run, let alone resist. You showed no mercy. A dozen minutes later, the battle ended. All the bears still resisting had lost their combat ability. The king's remaining lead wolf dragged its battered body before you, tears in its eyes. Well done, you exchanged for a bottle of low-grade healing potion from the system and tossed it to him. Drink this. The lead wolf didn't hesitate, bit the bottle open and downed it in one gulp. All of you. One bottle each, you exchanged for over 100 more. Wait, brothers, treat your wounds properly. Pointing at the lead wolf, you gave the order. From now on, you're in charge here. Then you continued on. You left behind a saying that would spread far and wide among the wolf clan. Hold back your tears. This world doesn't believe in tears, only in strength. Having said that, you strode straight into the spirit grove and swept up all the mature spirit bones. With resources in hand, you felt no panic. Without hesitation, you commanded the system, max out my strength, agility, and spirit. Ding. This enhancement requires 5 million evolution points. Enhance. Enhance. A surge of immense power flooded into you. Limbs and bones. The sensation was so exquisite. It made you want to laugh, but just then, out of habit, you glanced at your status panel. A bone-chilling cold shot up from your spine and instantly froze all your joy. The mission, survive under Judgeya's pursuit status, in progress. What? How could the mission still not be complete? Wasn't Judgeya driven off by Yingfeng? A thought that made your blood run cold instantly seized your mind. Something happened to Yingfeng. Or perhaps he simply couldn't hold those bastards back. A powerful sense of urgency flooded over you like a tide. You had no time to hesitate. You had to become stronger immediately. You quickly opened the system shop and recycled the pile of spirit bones you just obtained, bringing your evolution points back up to 2 million. The Wolverine bloodline, worth 2 million evolution points. Strength high, defense excellent, speed somewhat slow. That's the one you decisively exchanged for it. Strength and defense were what you needed most right now. As for speed being slow, with your talent, that was hardly a problem. This bloodline, even if useless later, could be given to Lang King. You mused inwardly, but for now, survival came first. After evolving into the strongest wolfo F the pack, you felt a surge of power unlike anything before. Your muscles rippled with newfound strength, and your senses sharpened to an almost supernatural degree. The world around you seemed to slow down, every detail crisp and clear. But the urgency of the mission weighed heavily on your mind. You couldn't afford to celebrate this transformation. Judgeya was still out there, and Yingfeng's fate remained unknown. You took a deep breath, steadying yourself. The forest around you was eerily quiet, as if even the trees were holding their breath, waiting for what would happen next. I need to find Yingfeng, you muttered, your voice low and determined. If something's happened to him, I'll make those bastards pay. With that resolve burning in your chest, you began to move. Your new speed, though not the Bloodline's strong suit, was still faster than before. You dashed through the underbrush, following the faint scent trail that Yingfeng had left behind. The trail led you to a clearing, where the signs of a fierce battle were evident. Broken branches, trampled grass, and splatters of blood told a grim story. Your heart pounded as you scanned the area, searching for any sign of your ally. Then you saw it, a torn piece of fur, unmistakably Yingfeng's. It was stained with blood, and your stomach dropped. No, this can't be happening, you whispered, clutching the fur tightly. A low growl rumbled from behind you. You spun around, ready to fight, only to find a wounded wolf limping out of the shadows. It was Yingfeng, battered but alive. You're alive, you exclaimed, relief flooding through you. You rushed to his side, helping him stand. What happened? Where's Judgeya? Yingfeng coughed, wincing in pain. Jia, he's gone for now, but he's not alone. He's got allies, strong ones. We need to get out of here before they regroup. You nodded, your mind already racing with plans. We'll head back to the Pix territory. I've got new strength now. We'll be ready for whatever comes. As you helped Yingfeng back towards safety, you couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The wolf clan's future hung in the balance, and you were determined to protect it. The journey back was tense, every rustle of leaves putting you on edge. But finally, the familiar sense of your Pix territory reached you, and you allowed yourself a moment of relief. Once Yingfeng was safely tended to, you stood at the edge of the territory, staring out into the dark forest. The mission still wasn't complete, but you were stronger now, stronger than ever before. Jia, you said to the night, your voice cold and resolute, you may have allies, but I have something you don't, the will to survive. And I'll do whatever it takes to protect my pack. Extremely precious, you carefully stowed the Wolverine bloodline vial into your pack and with a flash of movement, returned to the pack of starving wolves. Leave this to you, I'll send other wolf reinforcements. Rest easy and hold your ground. The alpha wolf's wounds had already healed. For the most part, he lay prostrate on the ground, his tone reverent to the extreme. All right, I'm off. You turned and walked away with a flourish. Next, it was time to head to the Beast Clan forest of origins to check on your fierce brothers. 2 days later, you returned to the Beast Clan territory. At this point, only 3 days remained until the Beast Rift opened. Your carefree days on this beast continent were nearly at an end when you returned to the forest of origins. You indeed spotted those long-missed white-headed minks. Those creatures were as cautious as ever, circling high in the sky, refusing to land. However, seeing you return, they at least showed you some respect, descending one by one to 100 meters above the ground. Any lower, and they dared not go, fearing for their own safety. Lord Zhang Yang, we've come. King Xiang sent us to convey his regards. If you have any requests, just name them. One of the bolder white-headed minks spoke up, though as always, you knew at once that King Xiang was subtly reminding you not to forget the agreement between you. Of course you hadn't forgotten, but you couldn't be bothered with these fickle creatures. Dealing with their kind required a firm stance. Never show them kindness, or they'd easily overstep their bounds. Let's go, take me to all the beast kings on this continent, the pseudo-beast tier ones. You cut straight to the point and gave the order. Yes, Lord Zhang Yang. The white-headed minks were remarkably obedient. They didn't know what you'd been through. They only knew one outcome. You'd escaped unscathed from that terrifying giant beast's attack and shaken off the Eagle King's pursuit. That was simply beyond what any beast on this continent could do. It was precisely because of this clear understanding that the white-headed minks cooperated without hesitation. Whatever you wanted done, they did. As it turned out, these creatures were truly skilled at gathering intelligence. 3 white-headed minks split up. One led the way for you, while the other 2 went to pinpoint the locations of the other beast kings. With their intelligence network, you never took a wrong step. Over the next month, it became your personal training ground. You fought at full strength, your combat power formidable. 20 pseudo-beast tier beast kings, their energy all became your nourishment. Your evolution value storage cap shot up in one go to 3 million, and you were only a mere 1 million away from the howling moon sky wolf. But just then, you received some rather bad news. There were no other beast kings left on the beast continent. Aside from Xiang Wang, everything that could be tempered had already been tempered by you. But you couldn't exactly repay kindness with enmity and go after Xiang Wang, could you? Besides, tempering against Xiang Wang would only give you 50,000. Cap, nowhere near enough for what you needed to advance. What to do? You furrowed your brow. To raise the cap, aside from tempering, there were only quests. But when your gaze fell on the quest panel, you felt a bit helpless. That quest about focus. The related task was still hanging there all alone. You'd been moving smoothly across the beast continent for a whole month now. What exactly was going on with this focus? Not a single sign of movement. If you were temporarily unable to act, at least you could have settled the quest for me. Unfortunately, you couldn't talk to Focus directly. What now? Just wait around for the fierce beast passage to open. Honestly, you were quite looking forward to that passage. It held plenty of fierce beast bloodlines. Even if you didn't use them yourself, trading them for evolution value was a great deal. The more, the better. However, would Focus let you wait peacefully until the passage opened? Of course not, while you were pushing your limits. He hadn't been idle either. He had already contacted all the powerful fierce beasts On the continent and set up an encirclement targeting you from every direction. Meanwhile, Yingfeng was trapped in the fierce beast basin. The strength he displayed after returning was indeed astonishing, but it still wasn't enough to break through the encirclement of those fierce beasts. He could only rely on the terrain to hold on. You knew that if you didn't go help him, he would probably be in danger, but if you went, you'd fall right into Fuka's trap. This was a dilemma. You clenched your fists, a sharp light flashing in your eyes. Since he wanted to play, then you'd play with him. You took a deep breath and immediately set off toward the fierce beast basin. Along the way, you deliberately made your presence known, attracting the attention of those fierce beasts. Sure enough, not long after, you sensed several powerful auras closing in from all directions. A cold smile curled at the corner of your mouth. You had long expected this. You changed direction and led them toward a narrow valley. In that valley, you had already set up numerous traps. As for Focus, he was probably watching all this from somewhere, waiting for you to be trapped. For now, he refrained from verbal sparring, waiting for news of Jujia. The moment he heard the name Jujia, Yingfeng's teeth itched with anger. If it weren't because you were of the Wolf Clan, he might have been tempted too, but the Wolf Clan's intense sense of collective honor made it impossible for him to tolerate his kin being schemed against like this. He knew well that if he broke through now at the cost of severe injury, even if he reached your side, he wouldn't be of much help, but if he conserved his strength, once Jujia moved against you, he could at least seek justice for you. So Yingfeng held back and didn't act rashly. Yingfeng stayed still, but Jujia began to move, having united all the fierce beasts. He was now full of confidence. His 100-meter-long colossal body roamed freely across the beast continent, leaving devastation in its wake. The Eagle King had long noticed his tracks and immediately flew up to him, revealing your whereabouts and leading the way. Jujia was imposing, his eyes brimming with fierce killing intent. This time he wanted to see what tricks you had to escape unscathed. Follow me. The Eagle King had been waiting for this day for a month. He thought of nothing else but settling scores with you. Lord Zhangyang, the Eagle King is here. And that giant beast from a month ago, retreat first. The white-headed Voltura's sharp warning came from the sky, but this time, at least they weren't so fickle. They still thought to warn you. Still, don't expect much backbone from them. Before the words faded, they had already flapped their wings and flown off swiftly. You showed no surprise. At this, instead of retreating, you suppressed all your aura and actively walked toward Jujia's direction. Soon, Jujia's massive form appeared in your sight. Your refusal to retreat and instead advancing left Jujia both puzzled and displeased. He felt his authority was being challenged. In your view, turning and running would have been the bare minimum respect for him. You ignored Jujia and instead fixed your gaze on the Eagle King beside him. You bastard, so you really have been keeping an eye on me all along. Your tone was calm. Yes, I've been watching you all along, the Eagle King admitted openly, his eyes sweeping over you with dissatisfaction. Glancing at his own still unhealed injuries, let's see how you handle this today. You nodded slightly and then turned to ignore him, addressing Jujia instead. The Eagle King was instantly exasperated. You're insane. I've been scheming and tailing you for a whole month just to settle scores with you, and all you give me is that. What kind of lukewarm response is that? Where's Yingfeng? What did you do to him? You stared at Jujia and asked the doubt in his heart. With Yingfeng's current strength, Jujia was no match at all. Now that he dared to swagger out like this, Yingfeng must have run into trouble. Jujia sneered. You still have the mind to worry about that Gale Wolf, but telling you won't hurt. Consider it peace of mind. He's being surrounded by my 8 companions right now. Don't expect him to come save you. The implication was clear. Don't hold out any hope. Today no one can help you. Now I ask you answer. Jujia raised his head high, looking down at you. If your answers satisfy me, I'll let you leave safely. What I'm after is your secret, not your life. Ask away. Jujia didn't make a move and were happy to play along. After confirming Yingfeng's situation, you had already quietly taken out that vial of Wolverine bloodline. Time to use it. You confuse other Rakas bloodlines. How have you done it all this time? Jujia cut to the chase. So that's what you care about. You smiled. What if I said I can't actually fuse? Would you believe me? The moment you spoke, you downed the vial of bloodline in one gulp. Ding. Wolverine bloodline used successfully. Potential increased. Strength 100, constitution on 150, agility on 100, evolution value, storage cap unchanged. The systems Chime rang out, a 2 million value. Item really delivered, attribute skyrocketed. The only thing you found odd was that you hadn't turned into a Wolverine. System, how much evolution value to evolve into a Wolverine? Ding, evolving into a Wolverine requires 4 million evolution value. You nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Why didn't you just say my current cap isn't enough? If I had a 4 million cap, why would I even buy your bloodline? But then a thought struck and your heart sank. One Wolverine costs 4 million, then the sky-leaping wolf must demand even more. You can't fuse it, you're denying it right in front of me. Eagle King suddenly grew agitated. Shrieking, then I ask you, where did my glazed Sakura bloodline go? I saw it with my own eyes. Fine, if you say so, then it is. You admitted it nonchalantly. How does it feel? Feels like I've grown stronger again, so what if I admit it? System, strengthen strength to max. Ding, this enhancement requires 2 million evolution value. Enhance, 200 million, small change. Enhance, ding, enhancement complete. An unprecedented surge of power erupted within you. The sudden 200 strength nearly made you lose control. You could barely control your original on 160 points of strength attribute, which instantly rose to 360 points. With the talents fourfold amplification, your strength value shot straight to 1,800. What does that mean? You sneered inwardly. With your gathering focus, even reaching 1,0 points would be impressive, right? But that wasn't all. The spirit bones in your backpack could still yield 1.6 million evolution points. The system enhanced agility to max. This enhancement requires evolution points. Do you wish to enhance? Enhance, enhancement successful. Enhancement complete. Your strength reached 360 points, agility to 160 points. So, Xianxia, are you ready to face this? You still clearly remembered the tale that Xianxia once whipped across your head. That feeling was truly unpleasant. Even now, thinking about it, your body still ached faintly. If not for Eagle King stirring up trouble, you might have truly fallen into danger back then. Come to think of it, you really should thank him. With that thought, you looked up at Eagle King. This fellow had no idea of the earth-shattering changes within you. He was still excited, since you've already admitted it. Then hurry up and tell me the method. If you speak up, I will plead for mercy on your behalf before Lord Xianxia. You looked at him with a helpless gaze. Plead for mercy. You then glanced at his claws and slowly shook your head. The two of you are unworthy of knowing this secret. The moment those words fell, Xianxia grew displeased on the spot. If you'd only insulted Eagle King, he wouldn't have minded, but you included him too. That was intolerable. It seems you still haven't figured out the situation. Then let me wake you up. Xianxia, completely unaware of the changes within your body, confidently lashed out his massive tail, sweeping toward you with a howling gale. If the strike connected, even a mountain peak could be severed, yet you didn't even glance at the ferocious attack. You stomped hard on the ground, using the surrounding tree trunks as footholds, shooting into the sky like a black bolt of lightning. Your target was Eagle King, who hovered about 30 meters above the ground. That distance was the perfect range for you to unleash your ultimate attack. Eagle King never imagined such a turn of events. He thought you would counter or dodge Xianxia's attack, but he never expected you to ignore Xianxia entirely and instead come at him. This was an insult. Overreaching, Eagle King roared, frantically beating his wings to stir up gale after gale, trying to block your advance. Unfortunately, this bit of wind power was nothing to you now. No more than a tickle. The difference was that by the time you rushed before him, the Hawk King only reacted, but it was already too late. However, this fellow was quite decisive this time, surprisingly not dodging. He didn't want to show a weak attitude before Xianxia. He would meet your strike head-on. He only needed to block this one time, and the one behind. Xianxia would make a move against you. The Hawk King crossed his wings before him, ready to receive the impact. Unfortunately, he misjudged your strength. Your sharp wolf claws, like cutting through tofu, easily tore apart his proud steel feathers, ripping open a massive kungzi without pausing, directly drilled through that hole, and in an instant appeared before the utterly stunned Eagle King. The Eagle King was completely shocked. His feathers were comparable to crystal. How could they be torn apart so easily? But he quickly reacted. Since you've already gotten into my embrace, don't think about leaving. Die. The Eagle King prepared to attack you with his eagle claws, while both wings fiercely closed in to trap you. Your speed is too slow, and your strength too weak, you said calmly. That's why you will lose. Before the Eagle King could retort, you moved. In this cramped space, you suddenly raised a palm and struck fiercely across his face. With a smack, the Eagle King was sent reeling by your blow. Dizzy and seeing stars, but this wasn't over. Smack, 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 you stepped on his wings as if treading on flat ground, and continued to strike, a flurry of attacks leaving him unable to find his bearings. The Eagle King was completely overwhelmed. The onlookers on the ground were stunned as well. He stopped his attacks because he could no longer manage to harm the Eagle King in that state. He attacked thinking, how did this guy suddenly become so much stronger? Could devouring the bloodline really have such a massive change? Jia's heart suddenly burned with urgency. He had to obtain this. Just as Jia was making up his mind, you were already preparing to go with the Eagle King. Exchanging for the ultimate potion, a bottle of potion was exchanged. Directly smeared it on the wolf claws, which instantly turned a ghastly green, and then a rapid series of attacks followed. Cuckoo, the Eagle King's body instantly bore countless marks glowing with green light. He let out a miserable cry, unable to hold on any longer, his body like a kite with a broken string, plummeting straight toward the ground, and you stepping on his body. Just as the Eagle King was about to hit the ground, you fiercely kicked off him several times. With a loud boom, the earth trembled, and as the dust cleared, his gaze focused on the Eagle King, who was embedded in the ground, utterly helpless and disheveled. You gracefully descended from the air, landing steadily on the ground without a scratch. You turned your head and watched him with a wary gaze. Next, it's your turn, you said, looking at the Eagle King's miserable state without a word. The Eagle King hadn't lost his ability to move, but his head was ringing, his whole body limp, and he didn't even have the strength to pull himself out of the dirt. You hungry beast, how dare you threaten me? In front of him, I hope you can stay this tough. With a furious roar, his tail lashed out again with immense force. Though you had absolute confidence in your current strength, you weren't foolish enough to clash head-on with him. In agility, you had him completely beaten. You shifted your form and easily dodged. The tail slammed into the ground, blasting out a huge crater, but it didn't even touch a single hair on you. This truly shocked the Eagle King. How much time had passed, even if you had devoured a blood essence, you shouldn't have grown this unreasonably strong. He had no idea that this method of instantly boosting strength through evolution points was, in the eyes of beasts who relied on time to accumulate power, an extremely special existence, not just fast, but strong too. You grinned, and before the words even faded, you had already pounced forward, stomping on the Eagle King. Bang, truly. Wherever you stepped, a mark was left. The Eagle King's tough hide under powerful palm was utterly fragile. You simply used his 100-meter-long body as a moving arena, swiftly traversing it, unleashing all kinds of attacks, claws and blades, leaving deep bone-deep gashes. The Eagle King was driven mad with pain, his massive body beginning to roll wildly on the ground, trying to shake you off. In an instant, sand and stones flew, trees toppled, and the scene was terrifying. You lightly leaped away, landing at a distance, watching him rolling on the ground. Rolling won't help, you said, arrogantly flexing your claws. Continue. The Eagle King stopped, staring in terror at the wounds on his body. Those marks were no joke. The piercing pain told him that your power had already grown to terrifying levels. Who exactly are you? The one who dealt with you was the starving wolf. You couldn't be bothered to waste more words with him, and charged again. This time the Eagle King wanted to dodge, but his massive body simply couldn't dodge your pursuit. Not daring to strike his vital points, you didn't care, wherever you went. Whether it was grabbing or biting, the ultimate Patian's effects hadn't worn off yet. Every attack you made deeply injected the medicinal power into his body. Seeing his own wounds growing more numerous and his body growing weaker, Jia finally grew afraid and thought of retreating. As long as you remained on Fanzhou continent, he couldn't escape your pursuit. Just you wait. After throwing out that harsh threat, Jia dove headfirst into the ground, trying to flee. But did you get my permission? You had long grown tired of that mission. Today, you would turn the tables and take control. Just as Jia's half-body burrowed into the ground, you lunged forward like lightning and clamped down hard with your jaws on his tail. Jia felt his tail tighten and realized he was actually being dragged, unable to move an inch. This was like a tug-of-war, and his strength was actually losing. Let go, Jia roared wildly underground. You not only refused to release him but began to exert force, forcibly pulling him out, feeling his body being dragged toward the surface. Jia nearly cried. Not letting him leave, how unreasonable. Since that was the case, he'd give it everything. Jia suddenly Stopped fleeing, his massive body like an arrow released from a bow, carrying immense force as it shot backward, combined with your outward pulling force, the two powers stacked together and slammed hard. Into you, boom, this was underground and your back came into close contact with the hard rock layer. Xianxia was trying to trap you alive. Underground, but he was dreaming. With a powerful strike, you unleashed your full strength and the ground around you shattered. The rock layer cracked open, and you broke free from the underground prison. Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought that this move would at least buy him some time, but you were already on him again, your claws digging deep into his scales. The pain made him let out a miserable cry. He had never felt so helpless. He was the mighty Xianxia, feared by all. Yet now he was being toyed with like a mere plaything. I'll make you pay, he roared. But his voice was trembling. You didn't even bother to respond. With a final, decisive strike, you ended the battle once and for all. To defeat a fierce beast, a full major rank above him, he focused his power into a heaven-defying strike, and with his sharp dual talents, he used his claws to tear open a huge hole in it. You were going to crawl into its body and slay it from within. The beast was writhing in agony, but the burrow it was in was too small. No matter how it thrashed and rolled, it couldn't force you out. Helpless, it gritted its teeth and slammed its head through the hard rock, bursting above ground, then continued to roll and thrash wildly, trying to shake you out. The violent tremors sent you tumbling inside it. Things were indeed dire, but you were like a nail driven deep into its flesh. Bracing against the impact, you pushed with your legs step by step, continuing to bite upward. Large chunks of tissue were flung from the wound. At its rear, the beast knew that at this rate, it couldn't hold out. It was time to sacrifice part of its body to survive. It actually prepared to abandon its lower half. Damn. I'll remember this grudge today. Its roar was full of unwillingness. No need to remember. Your voice slowly emerged from within its body. Because you have no future. You immediately sensed the change in its body. The tissue in the rear half was rapidly losing vitality. Don't want the tail? Fine, if you don't want it, I'll take it. You stopped in your tracks, just waiting quietly. When the damage to its body reached an irreversible point, you moved. You suddenly reversed direction, forcing a new path through the lifeless tissue, heading straight for the outside. This was more than 10 times faster than before. With a squelch, you burst out from its flank. Before it could react, you lunged like lightning onto its front half, your claws slashing rapidly, opening another wound. Seeing you about to close in again, the beast completely lost control. It threw all caution aside and whipped its head around, opening its jaws wide to swallow you whole. You quickly retreated, barely dodging, but just as you tried to advance again, your body suddenly tightened. You couldn't move. A long, slick tongue wrapped around you like a rope. You don't want this tongue either. Do you? Your head could still move. Your eyes turned fierce. Fine. I'll help you out with that, Yang. You opened your mouth and bit down hard on that tongue. Fluid sprayed across your face instantly. What should have been a kiss had been turned by you two into something savage. The beast roared in pain. Before the tongue could be bitten clean through, it desperately tried to drag you into its mouth. Unfortunately, halfway through the pull, the rope snapped, freed. You took the initiative to leap before him. Before he could open his mouth again, you had already jumped up and landed steadily on his head. You two big light bulbs, I've been wanting to get rid of you for a long time. You gave him no chance at all. With a putchy sound, your claws directly attacked his eyes. Both eyes injured. The focus pain drove him mad. Carrying you, he began to charge around wildly, completely losing direction, but you were tougher than him. You let him carry you, crashing through and breaking several trees, your body's defenses resisting all the impact. Your goal, however, was extremely clear. Subdue him. You even seized the opportunity to snap off the horn on his head with a single claw. This frenzied collision lasted nearly 10 minutes. Finally, the focus of the massive body crashed to the ground, the earth trembling from the impact. Ding, beast defeated. Evolution value on 100. Evolution value cap on 100. Ding, mission complete. Escape the focus of the pursuit. Mission reward, lifespan 30 days. Evolution value to 100. Focus 1 cap. You were quite displeased that the mission reward didn't include an evolution value storage cap. However, the defeat reward wasn't bad. Now your evolution value cap has reached 1 million. Still 100, short of exchanging for the Howling Sky Wolf blood. Lineage system fuse the focus body. Ding. This fusion requires on 100 evolution points. Success rate. 20. Fuse. The success rate is too low, but you have plenty of resources. Raise the success rate to 70 for me. Fuse. Ding. Consume 230 0 evolution points. Success rate 70. Still fusing. Ding. Fusion successful. A pop-up window appeared before you, the focus of the massive body instantly turned into specks of green light and vanished without a trace. Option 1. Increase physical potential by 10 points. Option 2. Increase evolution value storage. Cap buy on 100 0. No need to hesitate. You instantly chose the second option. One beast can provide at least 100 0. Cap, the focus. Didn't he say he had 8 companions? You calculated in your mind. As long as you defeat 3 or 4 more, the cap would be enough. So where are those fellows? You swept a glance over the messy battlefield, and then your gaze locked onto a mound of dirt that was trembling violently. The Eagle King, that guy, still had his head buried in the dirt, in his heart. He was frantically chanting, "Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me." Unfortunately, memory was excellent. Come out and get some sun. You walked up to him, those 8. He was dug out of the dirt, the Eagle King lying on the ground trembling all over, wishing you would shove him back in. I ask you, looking down at him with an icy tone, where is the murderous beast basin? The Eagle King originally didn't want to say a single word, but when he met your utterly emotionless eyes, he instantly caved, speaking at least meant a quicker death. Southeast in a basin, they're mostly all there. You nodded. And the next second, Wolfclaw wuxia finished him off cleanly. No need to torment, no need to let a tiger return to the mountain. You're in a hurry now, having fused the Eagle King's body. Your evolution cap increased by another 100,000, reaching 3 million. You took out the system rewarded focusing. System, how much can this thing recycle? Recyclable evolution. Value 100,000. Only 100,000? You curled your lips and tossed the focusing pill into your mouth, taking the focused gallbladder pill. Perception 1, though it wasn't listed on the stat panel, you could clearly feel your vision growing farther and sharper. Then, without a moment's pause, you flashed back to the hungry wolf hall like lightning, sweeping up all the mature spirit bones to stock up. Then you rushed without rest to Yinga mountain range. You mean to let Wolf Star enter the passage? When King Xiang saw you, his eyes were full of shock. Your aura had already grown to level he couldn't see through at all. You said tersely, the ancient giant elephant bloodline you need. I'll have him bring it back. All right. I understand. What else could King Xiang say? Now you completely towered above him. I won't go to the wolf essence side anymore. You came and went in a flash. Time was down to 2 months. You had to raise the cap to 4 million, then head to the murderous beast basin to rescue Silver Wind, besieged by those 8 beasts. Meanwhile, within the Dao clan's spirit residence, Huan Jing suddenly opened his eyes. His body swelled to double its size, his golden pupils filled with majesty. Where is Xianxia now? My king is heading to the murderous beast basin. The king said to wait in peace. A fierce wolf replied respectfully. How can such fun be missing? Me, Huan Jing stood up. Lead the way, take me to the murderous beast basin. Just then, above the Fanshao continent, 10,000 meters in the sky, 3 men and 2 women appeared out of nowhere. They looked down at the ravaged land below, brows furrowed. How did the Fanshao continent get reduced to this state? One young woman said irritably, as if it were her own backyard. One can neglect one's own little greens, but never tolerate bugs gnawing on them. It seems some have forgotten the rules. A young man spoke coldly. Should we clean it up? Another's words were even more shocking. Forget it. Too troublesome, just toss those troublemaking creatures into the passage. They were the masters of this divine demon pet paradise. And you, unaware of all this, were eagerly making your way. Suddenly you stopped, looking up toward the direction of the fierce beast basin. Suddenly you stopped, looking up toward the direction of the fierce beast basin. In the center of that basin, Silver Wind was surrounded by 8 massive fierce beasts. You arrived. Why are you here? Focus. Silver Wind was shocked to see you appear alone. I've subdued them. You said it lightly. I heard you needed help, senior, so I came. At these words, the whole scene fell dead silent. Subdued them. He must be bragging, but if not, why hasn't Focus returned? For a moment, the 8 fierce beasts were all hesitant and uncertain. Help, kid, you're too arrogant. One of the beasts, an enraged leopard, roared and lunged at you. The beast clan had been bullied so badly by you, it couldn't stand it. You glanced at it, sneering inwardly. With just one, you dare come up to die, but just as you were about to make your move. In that instant, the entire world seemed to have a pause button pressed. You suddenly looked up and saw In the high sky, those 3 men and 2 women, divine demons passing by. The world, you had never seen beings in this form on this continent before. They looked down from above, overlooking all living beings. Then a cold voice came from the heavens. It seems you have forgotten what rules mean. All of you, go take a trip through the fierce beast passage. As the words fell, you and all the fierce beasts present felt your bodies completely uncontrollably lifted into the air. The next second, the surroundings twisted and warped in an instant. You were directly thrown into the fierce beast passage, a full 2 months earlier than the scheduled time. In the blink of an eye, you found yourself standing in the center of a massive arena with no one around. Neither the stands nor the field had anyone but you. Alone, high above, those divine demons were conversing. Hey, which of you has taken a liking to this little wolf? To train it alone, it was me, the one who first spoke. The irritable girl snorted coldly. The fierce beast continent became like this all because of him. I don't like him. That sentence is basically a death sentence for you, all right. You're happy, that's all that matters. Everyone else doesn't care. The chief supervisor. Just then, the system's voice sounded in your mind. Ding, quest triggered. Quest requirements: defeat the divine demons. Pet to obtain the qualification to enter the beast continent. Quest reward: unknown. The divine demon's pet is fighting you, and you're cursing inwardly. What kind of nonsense is this? Didn't the Xianxia say divine demons rarely appear? Could it be that because you're too outstanding, even the behind-the-scenes boss got lured out? Forget it. Since things have come to this, there's no use dwelling on it. The only thing is 13 days, you're trapped in this empty dual tower, like being imprisoned, just draining your lifespan. Finally, on the 13th day, first opponent appears, a phantom figure slowly materializes in the arena. You focus completely, both nervous and expectant, yet when the figure becomes fully clear, your face instantly falls. How could it be? The one appearing before you is actually that beast that pounced at you. The fierce leopard. It's all your fault. The leopard's eyes are bloodshot, filled with resentment toward you. Resentment, my ass, get out of my way. You're even angrier than it is, being locked up for over 10 days, and they send this many weaklings. Who are they looking down on? You lunge forward. Though the leopard is fierce, it's nowhere near enough to match you. Its bloodline is the cheapest kind in the system shop. While you're on the leopard level tier, high in the sky, that little wolf has some skill. This leopard is actually being suppressed. I can't tell what his bloodline is. Seems like ordinary reverse hand. That leopard's about to lose. Only that irritable girl bites her lips, saying nothing. In her view, you're not obediently admitting defeat is a slap to her martial pride. The next moment, after you easily repel the leopard, the girl's fury reaches its peak. Damn little insect, how dare you defy my will? Before her words even fade, 2 new phantom figures appear before you simultaneously. You haven't even had time to fuse the leopard's body yet. Fine, that was just a warm-up. You've already stretched your muscles. Your gaze turns razor sharp. System: enhance physique to maximum value. This enhancement requires 5 million evolution points. Do you wish to enhance? You carrying the massive evolution points plundered from the hungry wolf hall and the Xianxia have long since had no issue with resources. Enhance, ding, strong. Enhancement successful. Physique instantly increased by 150 points. Your body suddenly emitted a series of crackling sounds as your height skyrocketed from 7 meters to 10 meters. This sudden change left the 2 fierce beasts, who had been staring dumbfounded on the spot. A mad lion and a giant black gorilla breaking through mid-battle. What kind of trick was this? Yet they still pinned all their hatred on you. You two are no match in your inflated state. Your aura blazed outward as you took the initiative to charge. Boom, you were sent flying by a heavy punch from the giant gorilla. That thing's strength was terrifying, and it was far more agile than it looked. You crashed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, a token of respect for its fist. But you didn't lose out this time, because in that brief clash just now, you had already used your terrifying bite force to snap the mad lion's neck in one bite. The giant gorilla watched its companions body fall, a chill running down its spine. It knew the mad lion's strength, yet you had defeated it in a single exchange. This was utterly terrifying. You spat out the blood from your mouth and slowly stood up. Defeating the mad lion added an 100 to your cap, leaving 500 to reach 4 million. Next, it's your turn. You gave the giant gorilla no chance to catch its breath and lunged at it. Again, the giant gorilla was utterly terrified, desperately dodging and daring not to let you get close, but the arena was only so big. Where could it run? Its fists sent you flying time and again. yet every time you immediately got back up, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood at most, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, its own body was being covered by your attacks with wound after wound. As injuries accumulated, its speed grew slower and slower, and its strength weaker and weaker. In the end, you could even withstand its punches without taking a single step back. Then, with a reluctant roar, the giant gorilla's massive body finally collapsed before you. High in the sky, the irritable young woman's face had turned livid with rage. Just then, the others once again revealed shocked expressions. The three fierce beasts' corpses on the dueling ground vanished into thin air right before their eyes. They hadn't even seen how you did it, and you were in a great mood right now, because that giant gorilla had given you a pleasant surprise. It alone provided to 100,000 evolution value storage cap. The 4 million storage cap had been reached. Feeling the surging power within you, an uncontrollable thought surfaced: should you evolve into Wolverine right now? Evolve into the strongest of the canine family. After the dire wolf, you finally accumulated enough evolution points to evolve again. The currently available evolution target is the level Wolverine, but you're a bit hesitant. What you've got your eye on is the winged howling sky wolf, not some Wolverine. Maybe switch to the howling sky wolf's bloodline first. This thought was barely born before you snuffed it out. Are you kidding? After exchanging for that bloodline, evolution points would hit rock bottom, and what's left wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. It's like finally saving up enough money to buy the sports car of your dreams, only to find you can't afford a single drop of gas. Buying it just to display it, how infuriating. While you were agonizing over this, a phantom figure appeared before you again. You thought this time there'd be at least 3 or 5 of them, since the previous 2 were nowhere near enough, but it was just one, and you immediately felt something was off, indeed very off, because this was the ultimate move thrown out by that irritable girl, her spirit beast. In the stands, her companions were shocked. Is it really necessary? Being this serious, how could it not be? That kid messed with our Xianxia, so he's got it coming. Another girl snorted. Once, I don't want him to pass. This girl named Xianxia spoke softly, but her voice carried an unyielding resolve. She knew the rules here were that 3 consecutive kills meant passing, and she couldn't change that rule. But she could cheat, releasing her own spirit beast was the biggest cheat of all. In their eyes, you were doomed. A level spirit beast might not sound like much, but it was still a spirit beast, nothing like what a wild card like you could match. The phantom dispersed, and you focused your eyes. A little rabbit, you were stunned. What appeared before you was just an ordinary little white rabbit, gleaming white and seemingly harmless. Given your current size, you felt like swallowing it whole wouldn't even fill your stomach. What's this? Did it think you were too strong and deliberately go easy? You didn't rush to act, instead curiously sizing it up, but this rabbit's eyes were actually purple. Quite unique. However, the pet in your eyes had no mood for flirtation. The order it received was to take you down. The little rabbit merely extended its pink tongue and licked its own little paw. The next moment, it moved fast, a speed you couldn't comprehend at all. In your eyes, that little white rabbit instantly transformed into a streak of white light tearing through the air, so fast that your dynamic vision was left with nothing but a blur. Aftermage, you had no time to react. Bang, a tremendous force slammed hard into your chest. You felt your sternum let out a pained groan under the strain. Your whole body, like a kite with a snapped string, was blasted away and slammed heavily into the light barrier at the edge of the arena. This scene was utterly absurd to the extreme, like an ant headbutting an elephant and sending it flying. The sheer visual impact was so overwhelming that you began to doubt how this little rabbit in the wolf den could be this ferocious. The little rabbit didn't have your inner turmoil. It was quite satisfied with the effect of this strike. In the next moment, the white light it had transformed into shot into the sky. It's too powerful. Hind legs tensed, its target locked on you, still dazed on the ground after being knocked down. Crap, you snapped to attention, every hair on your body standing on end. Given the force of that collision, if this kick landed solidly, your head would absolutely be sent flying. You scrambled and rolled out of the way. Boom, the rabbit landed, and the entire arena shook violently several times, as if a small earthquake had struck. What exactly are you couldn't help but exclaim, not a curse, but pure shock. If all rabbits on the beast continent were like this, did any other creature even stand a chance? The little rabbit was a bit annoyed by your question. You're the weird one, your whole family's weird. In response, it launched an even more ferocious attack. The style was simple and crude, but combined with that freakish speed, it was practically unstoppable. You dodged with extreme difficulty, battered and what? To do several close calls, and the dodging not only failed to give you an opening, it was breaking your morale more and more. At this rate, dodging forever would just mean death. System, evolve into a Wolverine, no other choice. I have to gamble. Your body's current potential has hit its limit, further enhancement won't help. Exchanging for the Howling Sky Wolf bloodline can only raise the ceiling with no stat boosts at all. Distant water can't quench a nearby fire. Purification, the only way out is purification. This evolution requires 4 million evolution points. Do you wish to evolve? Evolve, you nearly shouted. Don't waste time, that white light is charging again. In that instant, an irresistible, overwhelming power erupted from within you. Your body was instantly pinned in place, unable to move a muscle. The next moment, the white light slammed hard into your body, but this time you didn't budge an inch. Instead, it was the little rabbit that seemed to have crashed into a wall of divine glue, rebounding violently from a far greater force. Back in the air, tracing a parabolic arc, it clumsily slammed into the light barrier on the other side. This scene stunned not only the rabbit but also the few people in the stands. Oh, what now? How many more unbelievable things can happen to this guy? Xixi bit her lip, her eyes full of heartache. That was her favorite pet, no contest, but everyone else's attention was already locked onto you. Look, he's transforming, he's evolving into a fierce beast. But how could it be this fast? Shouldn't it be a gradual change? Your evolution completely overturned their common sense. The system's efficiency was just that absurd. The modification of your body took no more than a dozen seconds. Evolution successful. Wolverine fierce beast. A string of attribute boost notifications rang in your mind. Strength, agility, and physique surged across the board. Host Zhang. Yang species, Wolverine fierce beast strength, 500. 60 cap, 1060 physique, 400. 10 cap 710, agility 310 cap 510. Looking at this brand new attribute panel, you were thrilled. You never expected evolution to directly add attribute points, and the potential cap skyrocketed too. It seemed this Wolverine wasn't so bad after all. You looked down at your current form and nodded in satisfaction. Body length 30 meters, height 8 meters, a coat of gleaming golden fur as hard as steel needles, flashing with metallic luster. You were now a genuine steel giant. In comparison, that rabbit was now smaller than one of your fingernails, but even so, you didn't dare underestimate it. Sure enough, the little rabbit stood up, its purple eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Clearly, it was injured and now attacking you seriously. It let out a sharp cry, and its body began to swell rapidly, turning into a giant rabbit over 10 meters tall. Its fur stood on end, crackling with electric arcs. Humph, even if you grow bigger, you're still just a rabbit. You sneered, and claws gleamed with a cold light. You were about to strike when the rabbit suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of purple lightning, which struck your chest with a loud crack. You felt a sharp pain, and your body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the light barrier. Damn, that hurts. You grit your teeth and stood up, looking at the scorched mark on your chest. This rabbit was far more powerful than you had imagined, but you weren't afraid. Instead, a fighting spirit burned within you. Interesting, very interesting. Let's see what other tricks you have. You charged forward again, your claws aimed straight at the rabbit's throat. The rabbit doesn't know the rules. This is absolutely cheating. You got up in fury from the ground. Even someone with a system isn't this ridiculous. How can a rabbit be like this? So the system quest target is him, but how are you supposed to fight him? You can't keep up with his speed, and all your brute strength is useless. The little rabbit clearly won't give you time to think. Turning into a bolt of purple lightning, it unleashes a storm of slaps right at your face. Smack, 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 smack. You're spun dizzy, but you quickly realize that despite the mess, you haven't taken much serious damage. Your top-tier thick skin and tough hide talent make you incredibly durable. Being tough is also a skill, but you can't just be a punching bag forever. It's too humiliating. When that purple light strikes again, you suddenly tuck your head. You can't dodge it, but you can hide your face. The next moment, the little rabbit's in trouble. Its Sherwin slap lands solidly on your neck, where your fur is the longest and toughest. With a muffled thud, the sound of sharp claws piercing flesh. The rabbit's claws haven't even touched your skin before they're pierced straight through by your steel needle-like fur, and even its body is dragged by momentum into a crash. instantly getting several wounds torn into it. Now's your chance, kill it. You seize that opening, spin around. In an instant, open your jaws wide and lunge at it. But that rabbit is a spirit beast after all, though in agony. It still manages to dodge at the last possible moment. Your pounce misses, Xianxia's heart twists in the stands. Watching her beloved pet get riddled. With wounds, she can't hold back any longer. Her figure appears directly above the arena. Jin Gang Wolf, stop. She can't enter, so she can only watch helplessly from outside. You stop and look up to see the legendary God Demon, a girl who looks no older than 16 or 17. I command you now, don't resist. She speaks in a tone of absolute authority. You were about to enjoy the show, but hearing this, you lose all interest, utterly unreasonable. Seeing you ignore her, Xianxia's face turns pale with rage. If not for the rules, she could crush you with a single slap. Humph, she snorts coldly and begins personally commanding the little rabbit in battle. With its master's direction, the little rabbit's attacks indeed become more organized. It slows down. Speed, no longer seeking a one-hit kill but instead using lightning flashes to keep moving, searching for your openings. But did you act? No, you knew your speed was a fatal weakness. A reckless attack would only expose even bigger flaws, so you simply resorted to being shameless. With your massive body, you flopped onto the ground, tucked your head into your chest, and curled yourself into a giant golden hedgehog ball. Come on. You even let out a provocative roar. The meaning clear, do whatever you want. If I move even an inch, I lose. At that moment, you felt that this body of steel needle-like fur was just perfect. The little rabbit charged forward but hesitated to strike. Your golden fur made its heart tremble. Xianxia was stunned too. He had thought of countless tactics, but never imagined you'd use such a shameless move. The little rabbit's constitution was too weak. That was a fatal flaw, and it simply couldn't break through your defense. Dragging things out wouldn't work either. The little rabbit was bleeding, and if this continued, the first to die would definitely be it. If you surrender willingly, I'll give you benefits. Finally. Xianxia set aside his pride, his tone softening, as he tried to negotiate with you, but the words still sounded so awkward. If the person's dead, what use are benefits? You rolled your eyes, ready to tease him. Why not give me some benefits right now? Xianxia's face stiffened. He simply couldn't send anything into the arena. If not, then forget it. You buried your head again, letting him keep attacking. I won't fight back even if I lose. Please, I'm begging you. Okay, Xianxia's voice carried a sobbing tone, tears welling up in his eyes. He was truly desperate. Oh my, that tear-streaked look was actually quite endearing. Too bad you weren't falling for that. Cry a couple of times and expect me to go die. What a dream. You remained unmoved, but the little rabbit was provoked. Seeing its master cry for it, its pupils instantly showed signs of turning crimson. Master, don't beg him. The little rabbit let out a roar that didn't match its size. That was a roar on a spiritual level. It didn't want its master to grovel for its sake. For its master's dignity, it would risk anything. Don't come back, Xianxia cried out shrilly, yet for the first time, the little rabbit defied its fate. It resolutely transformed into a determined purple lightning bolt and charged forward. Truly a devoted master and servant, you sighed. Then buried your head even deeper. Come on, I can take it. The little rabbit knew well that the wolfclin's weakness was the waist. He leaped high, channeling all his strength and lightning into his small body like a purple meteor hurtling straight for your waist. This was a mutual destruction move. With a dull, heavy thud, as if a heavy hammer struck steel plate, searing pain shot through you as you felt your lumbar vertebrae crack. But only crack. Your severed limbs had regenerated. Think about it. Back then, when your waist bones were severely damaged, you recovered. What was this minor injury? Harming the enemy 1,000, losing 800 to oneself. No, little rabbit, this was losing 10,000 to oneself. He failed to gravely wound you, but was instead utterly pierced through by your rock-hard fur, completely losing his vital signs. Ding, killed spirit beast rabbit. Evolution points 500. Obtained 100 clip waist and a D rank core. Quest complete, breaking the deadlock. Lifespan 50. Evolution points 500. Hearing the system notification, you felt elated. Meanwhile, outside the arena, heart-wrenching sobs echoed. His little rabbit was dead. You wanted to look up and see how that little girl was crying, but unfortunately the arena teleported you out directly. With a flash of light, you found yourself in a massive plaza. The first challenger to clear may choose 3 bloodline mirrors, a grand voice announced. Piles of bloodline mirrors materialized before you. If it were anyone Else they'd probably grab blindly like opening blind boxes, but you had the system. You strolled around, and the system automatically identified them for you. Soon you locked onto several top-tier beast bloodlines worth millions in recovery value, including 2 Wolf Clan bloodlines. Without hesitation, you took the ancient mammoth bloodline like a king's medicine, and pocketed the other 2 wolf bloodlines. One for your wolfkin, one for yourself. You were about to fuse them on the spot to boost your potential cap, but the system prompt made you freeze. Ding, current bloodline fusion success rate 11 proceeds with fusion. You were startled. Fusion had a success rate, the system issued. Adamantium wolf bloodline never showed such a prompt. Why was there a success rate now? Ding, system products are always top tier. Good grief, this system really wasn't modest. What's the penalty for failed fusion? Host, there is no penalty for failed fusion. No penalty. Then you immediately understood. It meant other creatures would face severe penalties for failed fusions. Severe indeed. No wonder Eagle King and the others were so enthusiastic toward you, so that's what it was about. If you directly gave the blood essence to Wolf King, wouldn't that be sending him to his death? Do bloodlines purchase from the shop have any restrictions for other creatures? Ding, no restrictions, 100% success rate. Hearing this, you instantly relaxed. Actually, the Wolverine bloodline isn't bad either, you muttered. A line, then decisively ordered the system to reclaim those 2 bloodlines. The blood Esenkis were worth a couple million evolution points, but before you could even enjoy them, you spent most of them, exchanging for Wolf King. A 100% success Wolverine bloodline, the leftover. You didn't keep either, you traded it all for healing pills and a high grade. Tremendous strength talent. Since you were leaving, you had to leave Wolf King some life-saving resources. After preparing everything, you hit a snag. How were you supposed to deliver the items? Can I leave this place? You asked tentatively. The next moment, 2 doors appeared before you. One leading to the Beast Continent, one returning to the previous passage. The choice was quite user-friendly. Satisfied, you stepped through the back door to find Wolf King. However, when you returned to the passage and began searching for Wolf King, your face darkened like the bottom of a pot. You'd been tricked. It must be that unreasonable. Little girl, you cursed viciously. You realized this so-called trial passage wasn't just a single arena scene. There were several more levels ahead. Others had fought through each level one by one, earning rewards at every stage, while you'd been thrown straight into the final boss fight. All the earlier rewards, those blood Esenkis, those evolution points, you'd missed out on entirely. You swore that if you ever got the chance, you'd make that little girl pay. Just then in the Pusages first level, you finally found Wolf King. He was with Wan Jin, and when they saw you, this massive, golden-furred, terrifying beast suddenly appearing, both of their faces instantly turned pale. Wolf King's trembling voice cried out, "Oh no, what kind of monster is this? We're going to die." After evolving into the strongest canine bloodline, the dire wolf, you finally underwent another evolution. This time, you chose the Wolverine bloodline, which carried beast blood. Gotta say, a higher tier body was just stronger. Not only did you use it to defeat a spirit beast level territory lord, you also successfully broke into the beast Pusages second level. On the way through the passage, you encountered Wolf King and Huan Jin coming to find you. They had no idea that at this moment had already evolved and changed appearance. Seeing your terrifying size and fierce beast exterior, Wolf Star's legs went weak on the spot, muttering under his breath, I'm dead, but beside him, Illusion Crystal was fearless. Dead my ass, you haven't even found your big brother yet, what are you talking about? Dying, he sounded confident, clearly having great faith in his mental control abilities. After all, you now looked like a Wolverine, appearing to be nothing but a brute force. Dumb big guy, how strong could your mental power be? Then an invisible force tried to burrow into your mind. However, the moment it touched your consciousness, it was like slamming into a steel wall and was instantly bounced back. Illusion Crystal's tiny body jolted violently, his face filled with disbelief. Ah. Failed, he can't be controlled. Can you do it? Wolf Star's voice was full of worry, clearly doubting Illusion Crystal could handle a behemoth like you. Illusion Crystal's face fell, already figuring out how to break the bad news to Wolf Star, preparing to bid farewell to this world together with him. Just then you spoke, your voice low and familiar. How did you two end up together? In an instant, the air froze. Wolf Star and Illusion Crystal both stiffened, then suddenly looked up toward the voice. Big brother, Wolf Star tested the name cautiously. The kid was quick to react, having already seen You transformed from a jungle wolf into a dire wolf. This time, though the change was bigger. It wasn't unacceptable. Xianxia, illusion crystal also snapped too. Realization, you became a wolverine. You nodded. Looking at the two of them, finally letting out a sigh of relief. I thought I'd have to search a while longer, didn't expect. You two to be together, did you clear the trial? Illusion crystal immediately asked the most critical question. There was a small hiccup, but yes, I succeeded, you admitted. Your gaze fell on illusion crystal, instinctively. Comparing him to that rabbit you'd taken down. Looking at it that way, illusion crystal seemed utterly pathetic. Illusion crystal instantly bristled. Clearly reading the meaning in your eyes. Hey, what's that? Look for, if it weren't for taking care of you, little brother, I'd have cleared the trial long ago. That was mostly bragging. Taking care of Wolfstar was true. But clearing the trial on his own, not quite. Then I really must thank you. You said sincerely, then turned to Wolfstar. Wolfstar, come. Here, I need to tell you something. Will close, and you must have his affairs settled before you leave. Wolf King, wagging his tail, ran up to you, looking up at your massive form with eyes full of admiration. Big brother is truly a big brother now, mighty and impressive. The next second, you conjured a pile of things out of thin air like a magic trick, leaving Huan Jin dumbfounded. These stones are for eating. This is healing medicine in red bottles. Use these when injured. These green bottles are poison. Don't put it on your claws to fight enemies, and never drink it. You paused, picked up the last bottle, and handed it over. This is the Wolverine bloodline. Drink it now, and after that you'll be a Wolverine. Just like your big brother. Wolf King had no doubts, whatever big brother gave was good. He swallowed it in one gulp and immediately howled with excitement. Big brother, my power has grown stronger. Drink this one too, you urged. Huan Jin wanted to speak up and stop him, thinking that fusing bloodlines was never this reckless. It could kill a wolf, but he was too late. Wolf King had already tilted his head back and gulped down the Wolverine bloodline. Like it was a drink, it was over. This will kill him, Huan Jin muttered to himself, yet to his astonishment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Wolf King's body began to change drastically. His fur quickly took on a golden hue, and his size visibly grew. A full circle. He didn't need to accumulate evolution points like you. The bloodline entered his body and took effect instantly. It actually worked, Huan Jin felt. His worldview had been shattered. When others fuse bloodlines, they're always cautious. Spending years preparing is normal, but you two, in just a few sentences, got it done. Then a sour feeling rose in his heart. Good grief, you two are putting on a show of brotherly love here, handing over a pile of treasures to Wolf King. So what am I, just a sidekick? He felt his emotions deeply wounded. Huan Jin was about to shut down when you called out to him. Huan Jin's spirits lifted. Finally, it's my turn. At least this dead wolf has some conscience. You took out the blood essence of the ancient mammoth and handed it to him. This is what I promised to find for King Xiang. Give it to him when you return. Huan Jin took the blood essence and stood there stunned, waiting for you to continue. But he waited a long time, and you made no further move. That's it. He stood in the wind, utterly bewildered, a surge of killing intent rising in his heart. You instantly understood, with a look that kept shouting, stop, don't mess around. Your Yang's body isn't something just anyone can touch. Careful you don't get yourself killed. This guy is also your companion, of course you haven't forgotten him. The phantom crystal was almost crying from anger. Is there such bullying? Don't get excited. You took out a few stones, one a day to eat. These were what you exchanged for his talent. Besides one basic strength talent, the rest were all ultimate. Anyway, he wasn't a brawler type. Strength didn't matter. The phantom crystal thought you were fubbing him off with junk, and sulkily picked one up and bit into it. But once the stone entered his mouth, he realized what he'd missed. This stuff of yours is the real treasure, but it wasn't over yet. You took out the one you'd gotten from that rabbit and tossed it back with a shout. Not that you were really that generous. Mainly because this thing, you currently couldn't use it at all, and the system only recycles it at level 5 shop, rather than letting it mold. Better to give him a favor. This shout left the phantom crystal completely bewildered. This thing could cause a bloody storm even in the beast continent, and you just gave it away with the wind. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Though he was thick-skinned, this gift was too hot to handle. Our bond, you just shut him down with one sentence. Back, the phantom crystal was moved on the spot, beyond words, and then you pointed at Wolf King and revealed your true purpose. If you're strong, you can also look after this little guy. Back then, if not for him, I might have died in the tiger's jaws long ago, so I'll entrust him to you. Time was short. You briefly recounted your past with Wolf King. Hearing that without that pack of wolves, you'd have long become a tiger's meal. The phantom crystal fell silent, just as you finished your parting words. On the other side, Xianxia and his 3 male, 2 female companions were already waiting at the entrance to the beast continent. Xianxia, don't worry, a girl comforted, he's fused with beast blood, he can't go back to the spirit beast continent. He will definitely come here, let's just wait right here. This guy, could he be too scared to come out and hiding? A young man guessed, he can't avoid it. Another young man analyzed, once the passage closes, no matter where he is, he has to come out. Xianxia remained silent the whole time, his eyes burning with rage. The little rabbit's death. Misery replayed in his mind, he would never let you die so easily. Never. At the same time, inside the passage, you received a notice that the passage was about to close. I have to go. You looked at Wolfkin and Huan King instructed, you two stay put in Finshao continent. If your strength isn't enough, absolutely don't attempt the trial. If you do make it through, come find me immediately. Wolf Jing's eyes were full of reluctance. Huan Jing's heart was also heavy. He actually really wanted to go with you to the beast continent, but reality didn't allow it. Take care of yourself too. Huan Jing turned around to remind you, the beast continent is far more dangerous than here. Don't act rashly when trouble comes. I've always had a question. You didn't answer him. Instead, looking at him with a curious expression. Ask away, Huan Jing urged. You always seem so secretive. You finally voiced the question that had been bottled up for a long time. You're not a female, are you? Mainly because he was so small, you never felt comfortable flipping him out. To check me, Huan Jing pointed at you then. At himself and finally gave up all pretense. So what if I am? So you really are a female rat? The words slipped out before you could stop them. Xiangyang, I'll kill you. Huan Jing exploded instantly, his noble bloodline being linked to a rat was worse than death. To him, he lunged at you like a madman. But he missed the moment your body vanished. The world split apart, you were teleported to the beast continent, while he and Wolf King were sent back to Finshao continent. Zhang Yang, you just wait. Huan Jing clawed at the now closed passage entrance, a string of vicious curses spilling out as he trembled with rage. Sister Jin, shall we go? Wolf King asked cautiously, holding the beast skin pouch you'd left behind, since the gender was now known. The dress naturally had to change. Let's go back and cultivate, in a year. I'm going to the beast continent, Huan Jing said through grit teeth. But beneath the fury was far more worry. For you, meanwhile, on the beast continent, you had just landed and hadn't even had time to take in your surroundings. When the system's voice exploded in your mind, ding, quest triggered, strive to survive, objective, survive 30 days, reward unknown, a survival quest with no clear reward. Your heart sank. This didn't sound like anything good. Before you could think further, a cold, sneering face appeared before you. It was Xianxia. He had been waiting for you for a long time, ready to enjoy death. His voice carried no emotion, only bone-chilling killing intent. You want to say you're not ready, but you know he wouldn't give you a choice at all. Sure enough, he merely waved his hand lightly, and a crescent-shaped blade of light appeared out of thin air. You saw it but couldn't dodge it. An incomprehensible, terrifying force pinned you in place. Even blinking was a struggle, let alone moving. This was the power of a god or demon. Overwhelming and despairing, the blade of light swept past, bringing a searing pain. You looked down and saw your front leg had been severed from your body, falling to the ground. This is your punishment, enjoy it well. He waved again, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more blades of light flashed by, and the next moment your 4 legs were all gone. Blood spurted like fountains from 4 massive wounds. Under the squeeze of that mysterious force, the blood loss accelerated. Agony and weakness instantly swept over you. Without hesitation, you downed a bottle of high-grade healing medicine. Seeing your miserable state, the anger in Xianxia's eyes subsided a little. But this was far from enough. Blood, he waved again, and body vanished from where you stood. The world spun and tumbled, and you found yourself thrown into a dark, damp underground cave, an ant nest. Enjoy your final moments of life here. A thin, sneering voice echoed in your ears, filled with vicious glee. Enduring the agony, you mentally noted this down in your little book. This debt, this account, young Master Yang would repay tenfold, 100-fold in the future, but for now you could only endure. Being thrown into an ant nest could take your young Master Yang's life. What a joke. This young Master Yang built his start in an ant nest. Soon, the master of the cave appeared, When you saw these so-called ants, your understanding was completely overturned. These things were not ants at all, each one was 2 meters tall and over 4 meters long, practically monsters of the Fan Shao continent. They were flesh-devouring ants. You lay on the ground, unable to move, and could only threaten them verbally. You'd better think carefully before biting down. Once you make a move, there's no turning back. These giant ants surrounded you in a circle, clearly not taking words seriously. All right, damn it, can you bite a little lighter? One flesh-devouring ant bit down on your body. Pain shot through you, your proud fur defense was as fragile as paper before their sharp teeth. But you were no pushover either. If they dare bite young Master Yang, they'd better be ready to be bitten back. Realizing the scheme, it opened its bloody maw wide and bit down on the head of an axe ant charging straight at it, crushing it to pieces. Killing an axe ant, evolution points to 1,000. Not a bad haul, come on. Little ants, let's see who's fiercer. You're not worried about your own safety. That little wench's plan is to let you be slowly gnawed to death. But she miscalculated one thing: you have the talent of severed limb regeneration. Combined with high-grade healing potions, your limbs are slowly recovering. Hundreds and thousands of axe ants charge forward fearlessly. You can't move a muscle, relying only on your mouth and a tail to fight back wildly. Luckily, that little wench left you a tail. You flick an ant away while thanking your luck. The evolution points you gain from kills, you don't dare use them to boost attributes, instead exchanging them all for healing and antidote potions. These ants attacks are relentless and numerous. You must ensure your recovery outpaces the rate of injury right now. Aside from a bit of pain, everything else is fine. Your limbs are slowly regrowing, and the balance is roughly maintained. Little ants, if you know what's good for you, get lost now, or your whole nest won't survive. You spew threats while slaughtering, but unfortunately, they're utterly unswayed by intimidation. Instead, they grow even more frenzied, not even sparing their fallen comrades, dragging them off and tearing them apart. The sight makes you nauseous. 10 days pass. You've gone over 20 days without food, water, or sleep, your spirit worn to the breaking point, held up only by sheer will. 2 days remain. You stare at the mission countdown on your status panel, counting the day by day, each moment feeling like an eternity. The ants show no sign of letting up, their numbers seemingly endless. You grit your teeth, forcing your regenerating limbs to move, even as fresh wounds open faster than they can close. The pain is a constant companion, but you've grown numb to it. Your only thought is survival. To last these final 2 days, the little wench's laughter echoes in your mind, mocking your struggle, but you refuse to give her the satisfaction. You'll endure, you'll fight, and you'll emerge from this hell alive. The ants swarm, but you meet them with a snarl, your tail lashing out like a whip, sending bodies flying. Each kill buys you a few precious seconds. You're running on fumes, but you won't stop, not now, not ever. The countdown ticks down, 1 day left. Improved, soldiers, you've become utterly ferocious. How can this prey get more spirited the more it's cut? The next day, the Ant King arrived. What then? Just when the mission was about to be completed, you had to raise the difficulty for me, didn't you? The Ant King is bigger and stronger, providing even more evolution points. One alone is 10,000 points. To you, killing one Ant King is no different from killing one worker ant. Just finish it. You were killing with gusto, but the Ant King's intelligence was clearly higher. After several rounds of charges, they discovered your weakness. Although your limbs had reground before you fully recovered, you couldn't move at all. Your range of counterattack was only your head and tail. Attack his head and tail, hold him down. The Ant King gave the order, and in an instant, a massive swarm of worker ants and soldier ants charged madly at your head and tail, while the Ant King swarmed in and, targeting the middle of your body that couldn't fight back, began a frenzied tearing assault. Now it was your turn to be displeased. Damn it, playing dirty, are you? Your body was instantly torn open with countless wounds, blood gushing wildly. Don't get angry. 1 day left, just 1 day, hold on. You encouraged yourself. As long as your limbs could move, these bastards would be nothing but a plate of food. You crazily used your head and tail to kill the surrounding flesh-eating ants, relying on the evolution points you'd accumulated earlier to tough it out. Time ticked by, and under your gaze, the mission countdown finally hit 0. Ding, mission complete, strive to survive. Mission reward, evolution points to 100. 0, evolution points. Storage cap 00, activated enhanced wild function. Please host. Check it yourself. Fang Fan, after being devoured by the starving wolf and evolving into the fierce beast Wolverine, you, in order to step onto the fierce beast continent and continue growing stronger, were clearing stages within the fierce beast passage, but just as you eliminated the giant lion of the second stage, a function on the system panel activated that you couldn't understand. The enhanced hidden function, you were completely stunned. Evolution points and the cap were both given, but lifespan wasn't. Instead, it activated some kind of derivative function. What the hell is this? You didn't rush to act first, glancing at your attribute panel. When you saw clearly what this so-called enhancement function was, you almost knelt to the system on the spot. The current enhancement could not only add to base attributes, but also individually strengthen every part of your body, claws, teeth, skin, and everything. System. How many evolution points does it cost to strengthen one part? Ding, first enhancement. Costs 10,000 evolution points. So cheap, you almost laughed out loud. The system gave. I'll have my skin, teeth, tail, claws, and bones. Plus my eyes, nose, and ears, all of it strengthened at once. The evolution points I'd just gotten were spent in an instant. Enhancement successful, skin defense 1. Teeth, tail, and claws attack 1. A string of notification sounds sent you soaring with joy. You could clearly feel your every inch of flesh cheering, growing stronger. Continue. Enhancement failed. Host evolution points insufficient. Wait, that's not right. You were stunned. Isn't it 10,000 per attempt? Enhancement 2 requires 100,000 evolution points. Your eyes nearly popped out. This enhancement cost multiplies by 10 times each level. 3 would be 1 million, 4 10 million. You dared not think further. That number was practically astronomical. Though expensive, enhancement is permanently inheritable, meaning even if you evolve into another species later, these enhancements follow you. That's way too expensive. You couldn't help but complain. The system couldn't be bothered to respond this time. Too expensive, don't use it then. Who's forcing you? Countless creatures fight tooth and nail to grow stronger. A single spirit bone that can enhance claws could spark a fierce dispute, and here you are, whining over some virtual numbers. Fine. It's just evolution points. I've got plenty of ways. You suddenly stood up. This was the first time in a full 30 days since losing your spikes that you rose again. The scene instantly stunned the stone axe-wielding creatures nearby. This dying Wolverine, how did it just stand up? Its legs were broken. They couldn't see your newly regenerated limbs, which had been curled beneath the tree. If you'd revealed them earlier, they'd have been gnawed clean the moment they grew back. Your sudden rise sent the group into chaos. The Ant Kings, still feeding on you, retreated in terror to their original spots. Oh, this nest of yours is quite spacious. You're activated. Spirit, you're 30-meter long. Body felt cramped in this cave. Since you've recovered, leave at once. You're not welcome here. One Ant King, mustering its courage, shouted. A smile curled at the corner of your mouth. Not easy. Earlier, when I tried to chat with you all, you played dead. Now that I'm standing up, you want me to leave. Your gaze turned icy cold in an instant. What a joke. You've been gnawing on me for 30 days. I don't ask for much. Let me gnaw on you for 3 days. That's fair, isn't it? What do you think you're doing? Our Fuyi isn't someone to mess with. His aura is restrained and profound. Even he felt guilty saying that threat out loud. You lie down. They couldn't even bite you to death. Now that you're standing, what's the point of that threat? Not to be trifled with. One step and the entire cave trembled. Then let's try it. A ding triggered. Quest, destroy the master ant nest. Quest reward unknown. He also grinned, revealing stark white fangs. Look, even heaven won't tolerate you. The next second you moved. You, striking first, and you, taking hits passively, are two completely different beings. You're like an out-of-control heavy tank charging into a group of helpless prey. Your speed was insane, your strength absurd. One stomp and a whole patch was mush, killing a huge swarm of food ants. Under Yi Wang's command, they still tried to fight back, but their so-called formation before you was like paper scattered at the first charge. The ground was littered with ant remains, guts, and mud mixed together, the stench piercing. Yi gave a command, and they scattered like bees in all directions, trying to use the complex terrain to limit you. Too bad they underestimated you. Claws, doubly strengthened by talent and evolution points, could tear through mountains like a game. A mere dirt wall, one swipe, and it was a huge hole. Don't run. You chased behind, the constant ringing in your ears, the most beautiful music you'd ever heard. These were all evolution points. You suddenly remembered something. Why didn't the system give lifespan for this quest? Ding, host has left the newbie. Period. Lifespan rewards cancelled. Please exchange On your own, 10,000 evolution points per day. You almost choked to death on air. What a joke. Now you had to buy lifespan yourself. Grief instantly turned to power. You poured all your rage into these ants, plowing through everything unstoppable. Finally, in a more spacious cave, you found the one, a creature twice your size. Seriously, why did an ant have to grow this big? You were furious and launched a fierce attack. It had almost no ability to fight back and was killed by you in no time. Ding, kill confirmed. Evolution. Points 20-0. Ding, quest complete. Destroy the stone ant. Nest, reward, evolution points on 100-0. Evolution points. Storage cap on 100-0. Received malice from Xianxia. Huh, what was that second half of the reward? Who was Xianxia? You didn't know, but the dead one would know later. He used his last strength to send a message before dying. A message went out that Wolverine wasn't dead, and had even trashed her home base. Meanwhile, far away at the Divine Demon Academy, Xianxia's phone buzzed, and the moment she saw the message, she completely exploded. Damn it. Bastard, Xianxia flew into a rage, startling her best friend beside her. Xianxia, what's wrong? Going to the academic affairs office, and applying again for the spirit beast defense, but reality gave her a cold shower. No, you have to wait until next year. Xianxia was so furious. She nearly ground her teeth to dust. The thought of that bastard who killed her rabbit getting to live another year made her whole body itch with rage. And you are just as miserable right now. Ding, quest triggered from the furious maiden. Kill quest, requirement, evolve into another creature within 1 month to avoid the hunt. Reward, unknown. Another forced quest. You immediately realized that this Xianxia was the owner of that rabbit. The mere thought of that woman made your scalp tingle. With a casual wave, she severed all 4 of your legs. She was on a completely different level. If you met her again, you had no doubt you'd die an ugly death. Evolution points still weren't enough. You glanced at your evolution points, having survived the entire ant colony. You only had a bit over 2 million. The number looked substantial, but it was still far from evolving into a sky-soaring wolf. Just exchanging for bloodline alone required 4 million, and evolution itself needed tens of millions. Worse still, your evolution cap was only 3 million right now. The system gave you 1 month, no time to dawdle. You smashed through the ground and charged out, seeing for the first time the true face of this beast continent. This place was way too big. Mountains were giant mountains, trees were giant trees. The bare peak near you was easily several thousand meters tall, and the trees at the mountain's base were often over 100 meters. At your 30-meter size thrown in here, you actually looked pretty normal. No wonder the ants were so huge. It turned out this place's scale was just off. Suddenly your nose twitched. This scent, Yingfeng had succeeded too. Your spirits lifted. Running into a familiar face in this godforsaken place was a stroke of luck. Let's go find my brother. You immediately followed the scent, gleefully chasing after him. Meanwhile, Xianxia also got a turn of fortune. What? That little wolf is still alive? Her best friend asked in surprise. Xianxia bit her lip, eyes full of hatred. Don't worry, next month the Outer Academy is going to the spirit realm for practical training. We can tag along. Really? Xianxia's eyes lit up instantly. Of course. Xianxia clenched her small fist. Then let him live 1 more month. Going to cultivate? You have no idea, you only have 1 month left to live, and you're still working so hard to climb the mountain. This guy sure ran far. On the other side of the mountain, Mi Gao Gao Mountain. To you, this is nothing. Soon you reached the summit, but when you saw what was on the other side of the mountain, you froze completely. The mountain was still that bare mountain, but at the foot of the mountain was an entirely different world, a dense forest, but every single tree was a strange dark green, black and glossy, reeking of death. What the is going on? Ding, quest triggered. Rescue Yinfeng. Quest requirement, rescue Yinfeng, bound by giant spider silk. Quest reward, unknown. Ding, quest triggered. Rescue Yinfeng. Quest requirement, rescue Yinfeng, bound by giant spider silk. Quest reward, unknown. Yin Feng is in danger. Your heart tightened, and you immediately spread all 4 legs and crazily charged toward that dark forest. As you rushed in, you quickly opened the system shop. Giant spider, worth 3 million spirit crystals, large build, strong defense, average attack power. I don't believe it. You couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Even more expensive than the Wolverine bloodline. You say its attack is average. Still, you charged in with strong confidence, whatever spider it is, with your talent. How could you be afraid? The forest was eerily sinister. It was absurdly huge, yet there wasn't a single living thing. Further you ran, the more unsettled you felt. Soon you saw Yinfeng. No, that wasn't Yinfeng. that was a cocoon hanging from a tree, wrapped tightly in white spider silk. A giant cocoon, trapped inside, Yinfeng also sensed your presence, and his heart filled with despair. I couldn't even handle a giant spider, and now a wolverine shows up too. I'm dead today. The giant spider clearly noticed him too, trembling with excitement. What a lucky day, a meal and then another one. It didn't even bother with a single word of nonsense, brandishing two skithers as big as truck doors, and charged at you. Your pupils shrank, so this is large build. It really is no ordinary size. This spider was a whole size bigger than you, its 8 legs like spears. As it ran, the ground shook. Yinfeng, hang in there, you roared, calming your brother, ready to face it. Hearing your voice, Yinfeng was stunned at first, then excitedly howled, good Zhang Yang, run, you can't beat it. He had personally experienced the power of this thing. Even speed was toyed with. If you go up there, you're just throwing your life away. Impossible, the mission can't be abandoned, and emotionally, you could never leave him behind. Your words enraged the giant lotus pearl. As he charged at you, his rear suddenly jerked, and a thick strand of spider silk shot toward Silver Wind's arrow. The silk wrapped around it tightly. The giant lotus pearl twisted his rear, and the arrow on the tree was instantly squeezed like a ball of thread, pulled even tighter. Zhang Yang shouted, quick, run, Silver Wind's voice grew weaker and weaker, clearly about to be snapped in two. Seeing this, you knew it had to end quickly. You took the initiative to meet him head on, but the next second, you experienced Yinfeng's despair. Facing him directly, those 2 giant lotus blades swung. With no gaps, you couldn't even get close. You tried to use your claws to force through, but with a loud crash and sparks flying, your claws failed to shatter the opponent's skithers, instead being shaken back repeatedly by a tremendous force. System, this is what you call average attack power. As you complained, the giant lotus pearl was also startled. How could this little wolf cub have so much strength, actually making his skithers feel pain? Can't fight head-on, need to outsmart him. Your mind raced. Your goal was to save people, not to fight a life-or-death battle with a spider. You immediately changed tactics and started circling around. However, reality slapped you hard. You underestimated the freakish speed of those 8 legs. No matter how you dodged and weaved, he always blocked you at the first moment, his 8 legs churning like crazy, sealing off all your escape routes. With 8 legs like that, not using them for farming is such a waste. As you were forced back while complaining, if this dragged on, Yinfeng would really be gone. You had no choice, you had to go all in. This time, you not only used your claws but also opened your mouth. Your bite force far exceeded your claw strength. You refused to believe you couldn't bite through it. You clamped down hard on one of his giant skithers, your teeth grinding against his shell, producing a grating, teeth-aching sound, but still no breakthrough. The giant lotus pearl was completely enraged. You dare bite him? He suddenly raised the scythe you were biting, and with your entire body, slammed you hard into the ground. With a booming crash, the ground was smashed into a large pit. Intense pain shot through you, but you refused to let go. Not for these 2 skithers, you couldn't even reach his vital points. The giant lotus pearl, seeing his strike fail, thrust his other long legs like poison spears viciously at your abdomen. Your pupils shrank. In the nick of time, your limbs suddenly exerted force. Using the pull of his tug, you released your bite, lowered your body, and successfully slipped under his beneath its abdomen. But the giant lotus pearl reacted swiftly. Before you could strike, it suddenly leaped upward, and you lunged at empty air. But the opportunity was right there. If you couldn't bite its belly, you could still bite its leg. You too leapt high into the air, and mid-flight, you clamped your jaws onto one of its legs at the joint, the weak point. Crack. When you landed, there was already a severed spider leg in your mouth. Julian's let out a piercing, shrill scream. Seizing the moment he was distracted by pain, you shot toward the tree branch like a bee. The chance had come, but Julian's wouldn't let you have it so easily. His rear end aimed at you again, and white spider silk shot out like a torrential rain. This silk was disgusting. You dodged at the limit while cursing it. Fast as the silk was, you could still manage to keep going. At this rate, you were sure you could save Yingfeng, but just as you were halfway to that shrinking figure, an icy system notification blasted in your mind. Ding, mission failed. Yingfeng is dead. Boom, you felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, dead, just like that. That brother who had tanked the 8 great beasts for you. He died so silently, without a sound. You stood there, mind blank. And in that very moment, the spider silk that had never once hit you finally wrapped around your body, Xianxia suddenly spun backward, and you were dragged like a ragged doll. Back toward him, helpless, he wanted to take his time finishing you off. When you were dragged before him, he raised one sharp, long leg and, without hesitation, stabbed it into your abdomen. Pft, blood seeped from the wound. The searing pain snapped you back to reality, but the pain in your heart was 10,000 times fiercer. I want you dead. Your eyes turned bloodshot as you glared at Xianxia, a look that even made him feel a chill in his heart, but he didn't stop. His second leg came down again. In that moment, you roared in your mind. System, use the ultimate frenzy potion for me. Ding, use successful, host. All attributes increased by 50% for 3 minutes. Your body swelled to full size, and an unprecedented, terrifying power exploded within you. You bit down on the second leg he thrust down. 3 minutes, you only had 3 minutes. If you didn't kill him then, you were the one who'd die. The side effect of the frenzy potion, the 10 minutes of weakness afterward, would be more than enough for this Xianxia to tear you into shreds, but that beast didn't know your trump card. He thought he could press the advantage and finish you off. But when he lunged at you again, he was utterly stunned. How had you gotten so much faster? Of course, part of it was the Patian's effect, but the other part was that he had crippled himself. Both legs were crippled, and his abdomen was blown open, so you set your sights on his back. His back was a perfect target. His legs couldn't turn, and those two great skithas couldn't reach. His own back, the chance had come. You moved, wicked as a black streak of lightning circling him endlessly. That massive, monstrous body spun in dizzying circles, completely unable to keep up with your rhythm. Now, you seized a gap in his turning, darted suddenly to his flank, leaped with all your might, and landed firmly on his broad back. The next second, you threw all caution to the wind, clinging desperately with all 4 limbs locked like iron pincers around his waist, trying to shake you off. No way. But just holding on wasn't enough. You opened your blood-soaked maw, and the berserk force, every ounce of it, came down in one strike. All of it pressed into the single bite. Damn it, whether you're alloy armor or not, I'll bite through you. A shriek, twisted and agonizing, exploded out. This time it wasn't rage, it was pure bone-deep agony. That single bite of yours carved out a meter-wide crater in his back. Beneath the false shell, pale, tender flesh rolled out, and green blood gushed like a fountain. You glanced at it with disdain, but still took a taste. Hey, not bad actually, no fishy smell, just a strange fragrance. What followed was pure torment. You clung to his back, tearing into him like a madman, while he thrashed like a beast gone insane, shaking you every which way. But you refused to let go. There was no time. You only had 2 minutes, and every second had to carve off a chunk of flesh. Half a minute later, the giant lotus pig, struggling, visibly weakened, but its vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. Even so, it still refused to give up, its massive body twisting and turning, trying to throw you off. But you were like a leech, stuck fast, your teeth sinking deeper with each shake. The green blood sprayed everywhere, staining your fur and the ground beneath. You could feel its muscles twitching, the life draining from it, yet it fought on with a stubbornness that bordered on madness. You didn't relent, you couldn't. Every second counted, and you had to finish this before the time ran out. Another minute passed. The giant lotus pig's movements grew sluggish, its roars turning into weak, gurgling sounds. You had torn open a massive wound on its back, exposing the pale flesh and organs beneath. The green blood pooled around its feet, and its legs began to buckle. You knew it was dying, but you didn't stop. You couldn't afford to. With a final, savage bite, you felt something give way, a tendon, a bone, something vital. The creature let out a last, shuddering cry and collapsed, its massive body hitting the ground with a thunderous thud. You pulled yourself free from the carcass, panting heavily, your mouth and claws dripping with green blood. The 2 minutes were almost up. You looked at the fallen beast, a grim satisfaction settling in your chest. It was done. You had won, but there was no time to celebrate. You had to move, to find cover, to prepare for whatever came next. The fight was over, but the war was far from finished. You wiped your mouth with the back of your hand, tasting the strange, sweet blood on your lips. It was an odd flavor, not unpleasant, but it lingered. You shook your head, clearing the thought. There was no room for distraction now. The battlefield was quiet, save for the distant sounds of other battles. You took a deep breath, steadying yourself, and scanned the horizon. There was still work to be done. The giant lotus pig's body lay still, its massive form a dark silhouette against the blood-soaked earth. You walked around it, checking for any signs of life, but there were none. It was truly dead. You let out a long, slow breath, feeling the tension drain from your muscles. For a moment, you allowed yourself a brief respite, closing your eyes and listening to the wind. Then you opened them, and the world came rushing back. You knew you couldn't stay here. The scent of blood would attract other predators, and you were in no condition to fight again. You gathered your strength, ignoring the aches and pains that screamed through your body, and began to move. Each step was a struggle, but you pushed on, driven by the instinct to survive. The night was long, and the shadows were deep, but you would find a place to rest, to heal, to prepare for the next battle. As you walked, you couldn't help but think about what you had just done. You had taken down a creature that had seemed invincible, a monster that had terrorized the land. It was a victory, but it felt hollow. There was no glory in this, no honor, just survival. You spat out a mouthful of blood and kept moving, your eyes fixed on the distant horizon. There was no time for reflection, only the next step and the one after that. The ground beneath your feet was soft and wet, soaked with the blood of the fallen. You stepped carefully, avoiding the worst of the muck, but it was impossible to stay clean. Your fur was mitt, your claws caked with gore. You didn't care. You had a purpose, and nothing would stop you from fulfilling it. You pushed through the underbrush, ignoring the branches that scratched at your skin, and emerged onto a small clearing. In the center of the clearing, there was a fallen tree, its trunk hollowed out by time and weather. It would do. You crawled inside, the cramped space offering a semblance of safety. You curled up, your body aching, your mind racing. The events of the past few minutes replayed in your head, a blur of violence and instinct. You closed your eyes, trying to shut it out, but the images lingered. You knew you wouldn't sleep, not yet. But at least you were hidden, at least you were alive. You lay there, listening to the sounds of the night. The distant howls of other beasts, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the steady beat of your own heart. It was a strange comfort, knowing that you were still alive, still breathing. You touched the wound on your side, wincing at the pain. It was deep, but not fatal. You would heal. You always did. You just needed time. Time, that was the one thing you never had enough of. You thought about the mission, about the goal that drove you forward. It was still out there, waiting. You couldn't afford to rest for long. But for now, just for a moment, you allowed yourself to close your eyes and drift into a light, uneasy sleep. The world could wait. You would be ready when it called. When you woke, the first light of dawn was creeping over the horizon. You stirred, your body stiff and sore, but the rest had done you good. You crawled out of the hollow tree, stretching your limbs, feeling the strength returning to your muscles. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of morning dew and distant smoke. You took a deep breath, filling your lungs, and set your gaze forward. There was still a long road ahead, but you were ready. You had survived the night, and you would survive the day. One step at a time, one battle at a time. That was the only way. It was a final flash of light. That great Sith drifted down slowly. You sneered inwardly. At this speed, who are you trying to insult? You rolled aside with ease, dodging it, but then another razor-sharp leg stabbed at you like lightning. This one was too fast. No dodging it now, you had spent your last shred of strength. Since you couldn't dodge, you just tank it. You want to stab me in the head? Come on, you even thrust your skull forward on purpose. Copper head, iron tail, bean. Curd waist, you think this head of mine is just for show? That feeble. Spike struck your forehead and didn't even scratch your skin, that's all, with the last of your strength. You roared and slammed your head into his. Sith, the force wasn't great, but he was already at his limit. This strike became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The massive body of the giant lotus spider crashed to the ground, unable to rise again. But it wasn't dead yet. Its compound eyes stared at you unblinkingly. You didn't look back at it. Your gaze had already turned toward, not far away, the one bound tightly in spider silk. Facing the wind, a wave of sorrow surged through you. Time ticked by. Second after second, the 10-minute weakness period felt like a century. The giant lotus spider thought the two of you would die together, waiting for the other beasts outside the forest to clean up the mess. But it didn't wait for its old rival. Instead, it witnessed a miracle. You stood up. Not only stood up, but moved with ease, as if the waste from moments ago was never you. What happened? Its compound eyes were filled with confusion and fear. You walked step by step to its side, your voice icy. You're about to die. Before it could make a sound, you bit down on its remaining good leg and mercilessly dragged it. You would drag the scum to Yinfang's presence and kill it with your own hands, using its blood to honor your brother. Claws slashed wildly, instantly tearing off all the spider silk on your body. The giant lotus spider was shocked. This prey that had been caught still dared to resist, but you no longer cared about its reaction. You only had 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, either it died or you did. Long Fan, starving wolf, evolved into a fierce beast, a wolverine. After using every trick you had, you finally Slew the giant beast, the giant lotus spider. Ding, killed giant lotus spider. Evolution points on 100, 0. Evolution point storage cap on 100, 0. The system notification rang out, but your heart felt no ripple at all. The giant lotus spider had lost its life force. You had crippled all its limbs, leaving it there as you watched. It gradually lost its vitality until you buried Yinfeng's corpse in the lake, and only then did the giant lotus pearl finally lose all signs of life. But even so, the anger in your heart remained hard to quell. Yinfeng died right before your eyes. I'm still too weak. You clenched your claws. Yes, it's precisely because you're too weak that you couldn't even protect the one you wanted to protect. You couldn't bear it, and spoke word by word to the small grave mound. Rest well here. Wait until I've turned this continent upside down, then I'll come back. Grief was certainly there, but you knew clearly that now was not the time to wallow. You still had things to do, so you dragged the massive body of the lotus pearl and walked away without looking back. You didn't turn around, but the coordinates of that patch of land behind you were etched deep into your mind. You didn't notice at all that after you left, Yinfeng's corpse in the soil began to writhe eerily, as if still alive. System fuse, you ordered the system as you walked. The lotus pearl's body can't be wasted. That thing was so troublesome, the cap it provides shouldn't be low. This fusion will cost 50,000 evolution points, success rate 10%. Fuse. This success rate is far too low. Raise it to 70% and fuse. You didn't hesitate. Consumed 210,000 evolution points, success rate 70%. Beginning fusion, fusion successful. 2 options popped up. One special option nearly left you speechless. On the sides of your mouth, 2 giant skithas would grow. How would you face people like that? Regardless of whether it was useful, you didn't want to carry that thing around everywhere, so you decisively chose the other one. Fusion successful. Evolution point storage. Cap increased by 100,000, only 200,000 from 1 kill. The cap was still 5,500,000 short, meaning you'd need to kill about 30 more. You quickly calculated in your mind. Killing 30 in a month didn't sound like an impossible task. Strengthen strength by 100 points, agility by 100 points. This strengthening requires 2 million evolution points. Strengthen, the efficiency was as fast as ever. 2 million evolution points vanished in an instant, and a surge of powerful strength flooded your limbs. You thought clearly, to quickly gain evolution points, you had to become stronger first. Otherwise, you'd risk your life every time. Dealing with 1 lotus pearl was already this exhausting. What if you ran into something stronger? Strengthen must strengthen. Wolverine's body defense was tough enough, no need to worry about it for now. Strength and agility are what you need most right now. After the enhancement, you'll still have 500, 0 evolution points in reserve, which should be enough. As for lifespan, you still have over 100 days. Just survive through next month first. Still, you've managed to figure out a bit more of the system's rules. Tasks that appear are all very dangerous, and those that don't appear have no penalty for failure, like that time you saved Yingfeng. The moment you think of Yingfeng, the energy you just mustered fades again. Keep going, but before that, you need to find a place to wash up. You quickly pull yourself together and look down at your own beautiful golden fur, now completely soaked through with the green bodily fluids of the Xianxia, sticky and uncomfortable. Fortunately, outside this pitch black forest there's a river, not big, but enough for a bath. You're quite cautious. Before jumping into the river, you observe the bank for a good long while, confirming there's no danger before diving straight in. The icy river water washes over your body, also clearing your muddled mind quite a bit. Where to go next? Places too high level are definitely out. Those powerful beasts could tear you apart. With your current strength, you can only survive among beasts worth 1 to 2 million. But the problem is, you have no idea how the beasts are distributed. You don't even know where you are, just as you're worrying. A deadly sense of crisis suddenly explodes. This is your body's instinct warning you, and you trust it 100%. Without a second thought, you dive straight into the water. You've been soaking here for a while and are sure there's nothing in the water, so the danger might come from above the surface, almost at the very moment you dive under. A massive figure sweeps past just above the water with a roar. If you'd been half a second slower, that thing would definitely have knocked you half dead. No doubt it's a beast. You burst out of the river, shake off the water, and look at the one who's already charged to the opposite bank. The sneak attacker, blood-sucking, worth 3 million. The system shop's description is simple: 5 suck attack, strong speed. Medium defense, strong attack, versatile, 2 strong, 1 versatile, clearly. Not someone to mess with. You're worth 3 million just because your appearance is too bizarre. You stare at the thing and say without courtesy, in your eyes, this creature's form is extremely strange, 50 meters long, but only 2 to 3 meters tall, completely crawling along the ground. The body proportions are utterly bizarre, with the tail taking up half of its total length. Even stranger, its bones don't grow inside its flesh but hang outside the body, as if covered in a layer of exoskeleton armor, small eyes, a big mouth like a crocodile's enhanced version, as you sized him up. He was sizing you up too. He had clearly smelled the lingering blood scent of the giant lotus pearl in the river water. You killed the giant lotus pearl, 5th Western. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. You bastard want to avenge him? You narrowed your eyes. Well, so he's an accomplice of the giant lotus pearl. Then today's matter won't end peacefully. Blame yourself for being connected to that dead spider. Revenge? No. Guzai actually shook his head. I'm his sworn enemy. Speaking of which, I should thank you. It's just, how did kill him? You grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth. I don't believe you. Thank me with a sneak attack? If you hadn't dodged just now, you'd already have a hole in your body. Since you're connected to him, then you'll have to stay. You couldn't care less about whatever love or hatred they share. All you know is that this one before you can become your evolution points, and that's enough. Seeing your attitude, the old man grew displeased. You think killing that spider means you can handle him? He was quite confident in himself. This young wolf had just been through a fierce battle, surely exhausted. And he himself was at full strength. Let's see. Without saving, he knew. Before the words faded, his 4 limbs suddenly pushed off the ground, his body turning into a golden flash of lightning as he charged violently toward Guzai, so fast that you could actually step on the river water and sprint, with water splashing only up to your ankles. This scene, worthy of being called the water-walking art, truly startled Guzai. It wasn't like he'd never seen a golden wolf before. How could a golden wolf that hadn't even matured possess such astonishing speed? How are you so fast? What did you eat? Some special spirit bone? A greedy flame instantly burst in Gux's eyes. Special spirit bone? What's that? He lost. He knew that your actions were a response to him, facing your assault. Guzai showed no weakness and chose to confront you head-on. You looked down from above at his small frame, raising your claws for a fierce barrage of attacks. Crack, crack. After several exchanges, the outer shell of Wux's head was scratched with several deep marks by your claws, but it didn't shatter. He took a bit of a hit this round. But he didn't care, because his goal was achieved. The next moment, you finally experienced what it meant to have unpredictable attacks. You really have no sense of martial honor. As he spoke, Wux's absurdly long tail coiled around you like a snake. The cold, slippery touch made you uneasy. At the same time, Wu Zai opened his massive maw and bit straight at your back. His mouth held no giant fangs, but rows of dense, saw-like teeth. Getting bitten by that thing would definitely not feel good. Your combat experience was vast, sensing the threat at your back. You didn't hesitate. Your whole body crashed to one side, trying to use your weight to crush him, but Guxi had no intention of letting go, letting you fall while his mouth still clamped down hard. A small amount of liquid splattered, but the bleeding wasn't much. How could this be? How was this guy's defense so strong? Guxi was fierce. When he'd dealt with Wolverine before, one bite was enough to tear open the carotid artery on the neck, dealing fatal damage directly. But now his full power strike couldn't even break through your defense. Having your neck attacked felt terrible, both painful and suffocating. The moment Guxi opened his mouth to tear again, you lowered your head, and both front paws suddenly pushed off, claws sinking into the exoskeleton on Gux's head. His head was now firmly in your grip. You tried to pull him off your body, but that tail was coiled too tightly. The harder you struggled, the tighter he squeezed, crushing your bones until they ached faintly. What now? For the first time, you understood the frustration Xianxia had felt. Can't reach the enemy on your back. It's unbearable. At least you could still control his head. No matter how he snapped and bit wildly, he couldn't reach you. Guxi, in a frenzy, kept opening and closing his mouth, making clicking sounds. The noise annoyed you to no end, so you steeled yourself and rolled straight into the nearby river. No other choice. I'll hold you underwater and let you sober up. Trying to drown me? Dream on. Let's see who gives out first. Guxi wasn't panicked at all. His tail's constricting force would only grow stronger until it squeezed your internal organs right out of your belly. He was confident that process would be faster than him drowning. You paid no heed to his words. After rolling into the river, you desperately kept your own head above water. As for Gux's head, sorry, it stays underwater. Xianxia, of course, wouldn't stay still and thrashed wildly, but in a pure contest of strength, you had the win. Though your stats weren't maxed, your talent was formidable. Your build wasn't as large as an adult Wolverine's, but your strength had long since surpassed his by a wide margin. The two behemoths in the river. The two colossal beasts thrashed in the river, churning waves everywhere from the very start. At first, Guxi was confident, as a fierce beast, holding his breath. For a while was nothing, but as time ticked by, Wuxia began to panic. He no longer had time to wonder why this Wolverine hadn't been strangled to death yet. All he wanted now was a single breath of fresh air. Unfortunately, you had his head firmly locked, giving him no chance to gasp for air. Honestly, after subduing him, you even felt a bit relaxed, your mind wandering. This talent didn't seem quite enough. You wondered if there were any better new talents to acquire on this continent. If you had a few more powerful talents, this guy wouldn't have lasted this long. One kick would have done it. Good friend Ding killed him. Evolution value on 100 0. Evolution value storage cap on 100 0. How disappointing, you couldn't help muttering. The so-called talent system is really uncooperative. Hearing your host's thoughts, shouldn't it immediately arrange one? If you, the victor, were unhappy, Guxi was even more so. To the very end, he couldn't figure out how he was pinned underwater by a wolf and lost his life. You didn't care whether he felt wronged. Dragging his body up, you wondered what surprise he could give you. System fusion, ding. This fusion requires 20 0 evolution value. Success rate 20, will you fuse? Boost to 70, fuse. Ding, consumed on 170 0 evolution value. Fusion begins, ding, fusion successful. There really was a surprise. Fusing, Guxi brought up special options. First, generate a layer of bone armor on the body surface. This thing could boost defense, but didn't the appearance look a bit odd? Forget it. Pick the second option. You gave up. Ding, fusion successful. Evolution value storage cap on 100 0. Looking at the increased cap, you felt a bit wistful. After these two battles, the evolution value you consumed was more than what you gained. At this rate, your reserves would soon hit rock bottom, right? Didn't that guy just say there were spirit fruits here? Thinking of spirit fruits, you missed the phantom crystal again. If that guy were here, finding spirit fruits would be a breeze. Forget it. Let's sleep first. You were exhausted. Since being trapped in the ant hole, you hadn't had a good rest. Now, after two big fights, your eyelids were already drooping. You found a safe tree hollow and crawled in. You went in and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, you woke up feeling refreshed and energized. The creatures on this beast continent were truly few and far between. It was pitiful. Over such a vast area, you had only encountered two creatures. You left the tree hollow and followed the river where you had bathed yesterday, continuing to stroll. You figured that by staying near a water source, creatures would eventually come to drink. This was better than your aimless wandering. Your idea was good, but reality was harsh. You walked along the riverbank for an entire morning without seeing a single creature, just as you were feeling disheartened. Some massive footprints appeared on the muddy ground of the riverbank. This discovery instantly excited you. Well, it wasn't just one, it was a whole group. The riverbank was densely covered with footprints, each 1/2 meter in diameter. However, you weren't the least bit worried. Your own feet weren't too shabby either. The footprints stretched all the way to a vast grassland in the distance. Whether to go or not, that wasn't even a question. You had to go, so you immediately followed the footprints at a sprint. Just as you entered the grassland, the footprints disappeared. But that didn't matter. You had already memorized the scent they left behind. Following the scent, you chased for nearly 2 more hours before you finally spotted your target. It really was a big family. You immediately opened the system shop and found this group of unfortunate creatures. The wild bull, priced at 2 million evolution points. The description only had 2 lines: powerful charge and strong defense. Isn't this just an enlarged version of a regular cow? But this physique was no joke. It was bigger than you by a full 2 sizes. At this moment, this group of 12 members of the big family was leisurely grazing. You lowered your body and crouched in the grass, starting to think of a strategy. One on one, you definitely weren't afraid, but they were a group. If they all charged together, you recalled the embarrassing experience of being chased by a herd of cattle before. This thinking lasted 2 hours. Seeing that the sky was growing dark, you were getting a bit irritated. Just then, a turning point appeared. A wild bull actually left the herd on its own, staggering toward another direction. Your eyes lit up, and you immediately quietly followed it. As long as it got far enough from the herd, it definitely wouldn't escape today. Perhaps even the heavens took pity on you. That wild bull walked quite far, showing no sign of stopping. It didn't stop, so you didn't make a move. The farther from the herd, the better for you. What was that? You kept following behind the wild bull. The sky had grown somewhat dim, and with your excellent vision, you saw something in the distance ahead of the wild bull. A miracle, a vine, and on the vine hung fruits that faintly glowed in the night. No need for gold appraisal to know these were definitely spiritual items. This brute ox intended to enjoy them alone. You felt a hint of contempt for him. This was your chance. You lowered your body and darted swiftly through the grass. Though crawling, your speed was no slower than that brute ox. Seeing the ox about to eat the spiritual fruit, you grew anxious. In your eyes, those spiritual fruits were already yours. How could you let it get them first? So, just as the ox was about to claim them, you burst out of the grass in that instant. The huge commotion made the ox turn its head in alarm, but its movements were far less agile. It only saw a golden shadow flash by like lightning. Then a sharp pain shot through its hind leg. You've learned to be clever now. Attack its legs first to limit its movement. Good. Your bite force, combined with your sharp talents, was made to counter thick-skinned brothers like this. The ox's defenses were nothing before you. Not nearly enough. Running into me is your bad luck. You bit deep into its rear, causing severe damage, and inwardly gloated. Now let's see how it runs. But that brute ox had no intention of running at all. Its eyes instantly turned bloodshot. On this grassland, no one dared provoke their ox clan. The golden wool ox roared, and its injured hind leg suddenly kicked high backward, slamming hard into your chest. Bam! You migloat were sent flying by that unexpected kick. A surge of blood churned in you, and you forced it down. Are you an ox or a donkey? A donkey. You were shocked and furious. Isn't that backward kick a mule or horse move? Who did you learn that from? The ox paid you no mind. It had already turned around and, while you were still in the air, launched a charge, its two sharp horns aimed straight at your body. Good thing you were cautious enough. Midair, you clearly saw the ox limping. The leg injury severely hampered its speed. That's better. The moment you landed, you decisively assumed an offensive stance. While its speed hadn't built up yet, you'd engage it in close combat. Right. An ox charging head-on. The ox, its speed not yet at full, was caught off guard. A golden wool ox daring to clash with you. I'll ram you to death. The two massive figures were about to collide, but you weren't foolish enough to meet it head-on. You'd watched bullfights. You knew when an ox charges it. Turning is very difficult. You timed it perfectly and suddenly dodged to one side. But you underestimated him. He's a wild bull, not an ordinary fighting bull. He actually twisted his direction with sheer force. The horns grazed past your body. You were careless. Empiricism kills. You paid the price for your negligence. As your body was sent flying once again, your side was slashed open with 2 deep wounds. You didn't dare be careless and immediately used a bottle of ultimate healing medicine. When the wild bull charged again, you were surprised to see that the wounds on your body had already stopped bleeding, but he didn't think much of it and kept charging. This time, you learned your lesson and jumped far away. Even if he can turn, he can't defy the laws of physics. The wild bull made a wide turn. By the time he tried to ram you again, you had already circled around to his rear. Cripple another leg and see how you move. You attacked his injured hind leg again, while unleashing your once-a-day heaven-defying strike skill. Boom! The wild bull didn't even have time to react before his other hind leg was also severely damaged. His massive body crashed to the ground, carving a long trail across the grassland. You wouldn't miss this chance. You leaped forward, pounced on him, and launched a flurry of attacks at his neck. Fearing a desperate last-ditch counterattack, you jumped back to the side after a few strikes. With only his 2 front legs still functional, the wild bull struggled but couldn't get up no matter what. Wolverine, you'll come to bad end. Knowing he was doomed, the wild bull uttered his final curse. Don't worry, I'll make sure your companions come to keep you company. You sneered. Plenty of people have tried to make me lose. Who do you think you are? It won't be long before it's there turn. Like a victor, you chatted with him lazily. The wild bull clearly didn't want to say more. He gave up, struggling on the ground, but you weren't done. Hey, what are those glowing fruits? You can try eating them. The blue bull's voice carried a hint of malice. Ah. But I advise you not to. those are spirit fruits we eat year-round. If you eat them, you'll carry our scent and then the whole herd will hunt you down. You won't escape. You detected a hint of nervousness in his tone. What do I have to fear? The blue bull was still talking. Not afraid, huh? Then I'll be the first to taste them. You ignored him and turned toward the glowing vines. Seeing you actually go for the spirit fruits, the blue bull panicked completely and used the last of his strength. With all its strength it charged at you, but before it could take 2 steps, it collapsed to the ground again, completely losing its life. Without even turning your head, you plucked a spirit fruit and stuffed it into your mouth. Ding. Consumed spirit fruit, physical potential 10, evolution value 50 0. Wow, so powerful. Your eyes lit up. On the beast continent, a single spirit fruit could only grant 50 evolution value. System, what is this? Spirit bone. Ding. Pectoral muscle, ordinary spirit bone, recovery price 50 0. This system really knows how to calculate. You silently scorned the system. This is such a bad deal. Eating it yourself is so much better. Not only do you get evolution value, but you also get potential. You roughly counted the vines. There were about 100 fruits on them, of which a third weren't ripe yet, just as you were eating. Happily, the system notification for the wild bull's death sounded. Ding. Killed wild bull. Evolution value on 100 0. Evolution value storage cap on 100 0. Impact fragment ultimate 1. At first you didn't feel much. But when you heard the last few words, you opened your mouth in shock. The fruit in your hand forgotten. In your mouth, heaven fragments finally got you. You looked up to the sky and sighed, so excited you almost cried. How long has it been since I last saw this thing? You immediately opened your backpack. A fragment was quietly lying inside. Impact increases damage. Any attack has a chance to trigger knockback and knockaway effects. Affected by strength and physique. Ultimate talent trigger. Chance 10. Nice. You gleefully open the system shop, planning to use evolution value to upgrade this talent to a higher level. After all, you just made a small fortune from eating spirit fruits. However, when you saw the price of the impact fragment, you almost choked, wanting to complain to the heavens. System, do you have to be this greedy? Talents like strength of 1,000, a basic fragment only costs 1 0 evolution value, but this impact fragment costs 10 0 each. This is simply a lion's mouth wide open. Synthesizing the ultimate talent costs 1 million, and the advanced one even 10 million. Forget it. I'm not buying. You silently closed the shop. Can't afford it, really. Can't afford it. System fuse. You turned your attention to the wild bulls body. Ding. This fusion requires 20 0 evolution value. Success rate 25 raised to 70. Fuse. Ding. This fusion requires on 170 0 evolution value. Begin fusion. Ding. Fusion failed. Failed. Sigh. It was supposed to be double happiness, but the system turned around and dealt me 2 blows. Forget it. I'll just count it as bad luck. You could only you comfort yourself, turning back to continue eating the spirit bone. Cooked or not, you eat it first. As you eat, you start calculating how to take out the remaining herd of wild bulls in one fell swoop. Now, in your eyes, they aren't just evolution points, they're a bunch of walking talent fragments. Eating. As you eat, you think of a good way to deal with the herd. Will this plan work? You sit on the ground, a cunning gleam shining in your eyes. Meanwhile, in the distance, the wild bull herd begins to grow restless. He's been gone so long. Why hasn't he come back? Usually he'd have returned by now. But now the sky is completely dark. He's probably resting somewhere. Wait a bit longer. Gotta say, these wild bulls really have thick skins. Though they sense something's off, they don't take it to heart. After all, on this grassland, there's nothing that dares to challenge them. After evolving from a fierce beast, the evil wolf, into a fierce beast, the wolverine, you decide, in order to gain more evolution points, to set up traps to wipe out a herd of fierce beast-level wild bulls. It takes a full night as you dig out massive pits on the grassland, your meticulously designed masterpiece. You're feeling pretty pleased. Dozens of meters long, 20 meters wide, 20 meters deep. This amount of work is enough to give those wild bulls a real headache. Time was still too tight, or you could have dug deeper. You think the pit is your plan, the bait is the leftover spirit bone. You know full well that for the sake of a bite to eat, those guys would do anything. Sure enough, just as you use the dug up dirt to pile a small hill, they arrive. 11 wild bulls, whole families in tow, charging in with ferocious momentum. When they see the dried bloodstains on the ground, their eyes instantly turn red. Their companion's corpse is gone, but the blood splattered everywhere already says it all. Not a single Word of nonsense, anger is the best. Pre-battle declaration. Today, they're going to smash you into. Meat paste, you're getting anxious now? Don't be, the big stuff is still to come. You have no intention of staying long on this grassland, so that vine that can bear fruit is useless to keep. Like a magic trick, you pull out the vine and contemptuously hold it in your mouth. In that moment, the wild bull's speed picks up even more. This is blatant provocation, unforgivable. The chase begins, anger completely burns away. Their reason, no one thinks about how that dirt mound under your feet came to be. Their eyes were fixed only on you and the vine in your mouth. Steady. You smiled inwardly, saving yourself the trouble of further provocation. You turned and sprinted along the predetermined route. Your speed was faster than theirs, but you deliberately held back, keeping them at a dangerous, yet tantalizing distance. Soon the first large pit, a mere dozen meters for you, was cleared with an effortless leap. But for the wild bulls, this was a chasm. Do bulls jump? Even if the lead one could, his brothers behind wouldn't have the chance. With a dull rumble, the bull charging at the front vanished entirely below the horizon. Then came the second, the third, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. The pit even caused a stampede. Take it easy, don't hurt them too badly. You even felt a twinge of pity for the injured ones. Each one was your evolution points. Fortunately, the wild bulls were big enough that two filled a pit completely. Those behind simply trampled over their companions' backs and charged across. That was a bit of a waste of my effort. You dug too many pits. You pursed your lips, feeling your hard work wasn't being respected. But these wild bulls were truly reckless, watching their companions fall into pits. They didn't even slow down, still charging headlong. That played right into your hands. All you had to do was leap back and forth over the pits, like playing an exciting game of hopscotch. In just over 10 minutes, the thunderous pounding of hooves and vines behind you fell silent. 11 bulls, not one left, all fallen into the pits. The plan's success exceeded all expectations. In the end, it came down to you exploiting their greed for the forest fruit. Stop your bellowing. I'll send you down to reunite right now. You heard their furious, frustrated roars from the pit bottom and replied with just that. In the pits, all they could do was roar, nothing else. Trying to dig their way out with horns and hooves. Dream on. To prevent any complications, you began the harvest. You nimbly jumped onto a wild bull's back. It couldn't even turn around, let alone attack you. Without hesitation, you aimed at its nape and struck. Instant kill. Wild bull slain, evolution points gained. As you worked through them one by one, the first bull you'd attacked had already lost all vital signs. Ding, wild bull slain. Evolution points 100, evolution points. Storage cap increased by 100. Charge fragments, ultimate 1. System. The notification sound was simply the most beautiful music in the world. You swiftly harvested and fused the corpses, and while at it, gave the one lying below a few extra hits. By the time all 11 wild bulls were fully processed, the sky hadn't even reached noon yet. Handling 11 was easier than handling 1 yesterday. See, May, this is wisdom. You spoke to the empty pit. This lord said he'd send you to reunite, and he never breaks his word. The system synthesized the talent. Ding. Synthesis of the impact talent, ultimate, succeeded. You activated the control talent, impact ultimate. Though your body felt nothing particularly special, you knew this thing would only show its true worth in battle. Having fused 10 wild bulls, your evolution value storage cap had skyrocketed to 6 million. Completing the task didn't seem so hard after all. Your mood was great, but soon another worry crept in. Sigh, still poor. Strengthening the body was a bottomless pit. Just the goal of evolving into the school music sky wolf alone gave you a headache. Where could you get more forest fruits? You walked off without looking back. As for these big pits, kill but don't bury. Carrying your craving for forest fruits, you set off. Eating fruits not only increased evolution value but also boosted potential. What a deal. After nearly 100 forest fruits, your potential value surged by over 700 points. Your strongest strength potential had skyrocketed to 760. Now you carried 4 million evolution value. You didn't stint on yourself and directly spent 3 million to strengthen strength. An advantage must be forged into an absolute advantage. Strength attribute shot straight up to 960 points. You felt that now you could stomp pits into the ground just by walking. Originally, this was a great thing, but a few days later you couldn't smile anymore. This grassland was too vast. The key issue was there wasn't even a shadow of a living creature. You wandered the Grassland for days without even spotting a rabbit. You were deeply irritated. Only then did you realize the systems. Task might not be so simple. What to do? Go check out that mountain over there. At the edge of the grassland stood a large mountain, vaguely visible. You figured fierce beasts like to claim mountains as their territory. Even if there were no beasts, such a big mountain should at least grow some fruits, right? With no other choice, you headed toward that mountain. Running toward the mountain was like flogging a dead horse. It looked close, but you ran a full 3 days. When you checked the task progress, your entire wolf self felt awful. Only 20 days remained, and time passed so fast. Just then at the mountain's foot, you ran into a deer blocking the road. No, a real tiger, a fierce one, lazily lying there sunbathing. The moment it saw you, that ease vanished. Where did this little wolf cub come from? Scram, you sized up this fierce tiger. Its bloodline was only 1,000,000 evolution points. Aside from looking fierce, it was nothing. Oh, this thing can talk. You didn't rush to act. You desperately needed a local to fill you in on the situation. Let me tell you, this isn't a place for you to run wild. The fierce tiger stood up, smaller than you, but with quite the presence. If you don't listen, you'll die a miserable death. What is this place? You asked directly. You don't know? Now it was the tiger's turn to be surprised. You've already made it to our doorstep. And you're still asking? Then the next moment, its eyes went wide. You came from the Finchao continent. You were a bit stunned. How did this guy guess you carried the aura of the newbie village? In truth, this place was already the closest to the newbie village. The grassland you were in before was basically a buffer zone. Stepping out of there was when you truly entered this fierce land. Looks like I guessed right. The fierce tiger suddenly grew enthusiastic, acting familiar, as if it wanted to be brothers with you. Come, come, come. Brother, from now on we're family. It was excited. Probably because someone of similar strength had finally arrived to keep it company and watch the gates together. You, look at me, I got so caught up in excitement, it didn't give you a chance to speak, launching into a bragging spree. This mountain is called Dragon Blood Mountain, and our boss is Dragon Blood Ape. Under him are 6 brothers, and within 100 li, we're the absolute overlords. You wanted to laugh hearing that. Within 100 li, there seemed to be only this one mountain, so of course they were the overlords. But was there useful info? Yes. This mountain had 7 fierce beasts in total. Good news, another big wave of evolution points. But when you opened the system shop and saw the price for the Dragon Blood Apes bloodline, the killing intent in your heart instantly cooled. 7 million with dragon blood in its veins. If the other party was an adult with your current strength, forget fighting head-on, even playing smart. You'd get sent flying by a single palm. Is your boss an adult? You still weren't giving up. Of course, brother, you came at just the right time. Come on, I'll take you to meet the boss. Its chest puffed with enthusiasm as it pulled you to head up the mountain. Should you go? You suspected this guy might be trying to trick you, lure you up the mountain as a meal. You didn't move. What are you worried I'd harm you? It slapped its forehead. Fine, then wait here. Our boss loves receiving newcomers. Don't worry, we've got food. Not eating. He didn't wait for your answer, just threw his head back and let out a long roar. You braced yourself to bolt at any moment, but the moment the roar faded, a sound came from the mountain. A cataclysmic rumbling, like the sky and earth were splitting apart. Boom, boom, boom. Like a massive earthquake, the next instant, a colossal shadow descended from the sky. You looked up, and your heart jolted violently. It was a giant ape, 30 meters tall, with dark red fur all over and arms thick and long. It just sat there half-crouched, tapping the ground with its fingers. Every tap made you feel the earth tremble beneath your feet. With strength like this, even if you chugged a berserk potion, you wouldn't escape. A werewolf? No, a giant ape. The giant ape spoke, its voice like rolling thunder. Not bad, just a bit scrawny. Fine, this king accepts your request. You may join Dragon Blood Mountain. It was a real freeloader, not even asking questions, just taking you in. What? You don't want to? The Dragon Blood Apes tone turned icy in an instant, a killing intent washing over you. You knew full well that in this situation, you had no right to refuse. Ding, quest triggered. Claim the mountain as king. The quest requires you to become one of the top 3 enforcers of Dragon Blood Mountain. Reward, unknown. The system's voice chimed in at the right moment. You agreed. Faster than anyone, you told yourself this wasn't death, this was following the system's arrangement. Dragon Blood Mountain seemed quite satisfied. From now on, you're the 8th brother of my Dragon Blood Mountain. Come to the peak tonight to get Acquainted with this brother here. With that he swiggered off, came fast, left fast. Great, from now on we're brothers. The chest tiger was happier than anyone. Finally, he wouldn't have to guard the mountain gate alone. You couldn't be bothered to mock this hasty initiation ceremony. You started asking the chest tiger for information. Once the chest tiger's floodgates opened, there was no stopping him, rambling here and there, saying whatever came to mind. You put in a lot of effort to piece it together. Simply put, Dragon Blood Mountain was a minor bully in this area, with its main enemy being another mountains. Another dragon blood ape. As for the heart of the beast continent, according to the chest tiger, with your strength, going in would just be feeding the beasts. What do you guys usually eat? I don't see any living creatures on this mountain. You asked the key question, fruits. The chest tiger said proudly, the boss won't let us go hungry. Don't underestimate us gate guards. But the mountain has its own territory, and there are spirit fruit trees in the orchard. That's our food supply. They even hand out grain with the land. That's a pretty good deal. You'd better perform well tonight. Fierce Tiger warns you, if you do well, the boss will definitely give you a good spot. You can tell that tonight's meeting isn't going to be simple. When night falls, you meet those few bad-tempered fellows Fierce Tiger mentioned. 2 oxen, a chicken, a pig, and a honey badger, each one bigger and tougher than the last. Looking at Fierce Tiger's cowardly demeanor, you can't help but feel sorry for him. After all, he's a tiger, yet he's being pushed around by these herbivores. This is our Dragon Blood Mountains. You remember the Golden Wolf Dragon Blood Ape, who cheerfully introduces you. But those fellows look at you like you're just a roadside stone. No different. In their eyes, you're at best on the same level as Fierce Tiger. Just another target to bully. Looks like they've got a new plaything. I'm sure you've felt everyone's warmth by now. Dragon Blood Ape says with a straight face, this is your mountain initiation gift. Later I'll take you to your territory. You didn't feel any warmth at all, but you're quite interested in that spirit fruit. Come on, catch it. This is a special spirit fruit. Fierce Tiger watches from the side, drooling with envy. You've heard of this thing before, never thought you'd get one yourself. Thanks, boss. You say. Dragon Blood Ape laughs heartily and tosses the spirit fruit toward you. But before you can even reach out, that big rooster suddenly flies out, charging straight for the fruit, trying to snatch what's yours, Yang. Your temper flares instantly. If this fruit gets stolen, you'll never hold your head up on this mountain again. You burst into motion, far faster than that wobbling, flapping iron feathered chicken. You beat it to the punch, snatching the spirit fruit into your mouth and swallowing it whole. Absorb special strength type spirit fruit. Strength attribute 50. Evolution value 50,000. Oh, you're in luck. Direct attribute boost, saving you 500, 0 evolution value. For this alone, Dragon Blood Mountain is worth staying on. Iron Feather Chicken goes berserk. I honored you by wanting your stuff, you newbie. And you dare refuse me? Its feathers instantly flare out, each one razor sharp, spinning as they slice toward you. You don't even bother lifting a claw. A single wolf-tail whip lashes out like a steel chain. Bang, sparks fly as the spinning iron feathered chicken spins out of control like a runaway top. Like a top, you sent it spinning away with a solid hit from your tail. It screamed and flew off, a newcomer. Don't be too arrogant. One of the 2 oxen stepped forward to block your path. Bullying newcomers is their tradition. Jifeng, you looked at the spirit-armored ox before you and shook your head. What a pity, not a real ox-blood lineage. Its value is 3 million, focused on defense. If you're asking for a beating, I can oblige. You knew very well that here fists are the only truth. The Dragon Blood Ape watched from the side, with no intention of stopping it. What he wanted to see was exactly this. The scale-armored ox, enraged by your words, snorted white steam from its nostrils and charged at you with its head lowered. Even if I can't gore you to death today, I'll make you lie in bed for months. It snarled viciously. Fine, you sneered coldly. Your figure flickered aside, dodging the sharp horns. Your wolf claws, gleaming with cold light, struck directly at its hind legs. The scale-armored ox prized scales were as fragile as cardboard before you, pierced. Blood gushed out. The scale-armored ox was instantly stunned. How could the wolverine's claws be this sharp, just as you were about to cripple its 2 legs? The other spirit-armored ox charged up in fury. How dare you hit my mate? The scene instantly turned into a brawl. You, utterly unflustered, spun around and lashed your tail at the incoming female ox, planning to deal with the male in front of you first. What you didn't expect was that this tail strike actually triggered the impact talent with a loud bang, as if a basketball had been popped. the massive body of that female ox was actually sent flying by your tail strike. Its 4 hooves leaving the ground, spitting blood, flying off like a cannonball. Wow, you're strong. At that moment, you clearly felt a surge of power erupt from your tail. Now everyone was stunned. The dragon blood ape suddenly rose from his seat. His eyes filled with shock and admiration. He thought he'd just picked up an ordinary strong hand, but he'd found a treasure. The injured male ox also went red-eyed, but before it could go berserk, a massive figure landed between. You two, all right, that's enough. The dragon blood ape stepped in, his big hand pressed down on your head, and you instantly felt as if a mountain were crushing you, unable to move. So strong, you thought to yourself. The dragon blood ape separated. You two, then announced in a booming voice, from now on, the Wolverine ranks 3rd on Dragon Blood Mountain. From a mortal beast, an evil wolf evolving into a fierce beast, the Wolverine. For the first time, you felt the terror of the beast continent for the first time. This blood ape before you used only one hand to easily pin you to the ground, unable to move. You knew full well that it was fortunate you hadn't clashed head-on with this blood ape. Just then the system's voice rang out, ding, quest completed, claim the mountain as king. Successfully entered the top 3 of the Dragon Blood Mountain combat ranking. Quest reward, evolution points. On 100-0. Evolution point storage cap raised to on 100-0. The reward was mediocre, but then again, the quest wasn't hard either, so you let it go. Why haven't they come to pay respects to your 3rd king yet? The blood apes. Pressure instantly enveloped the entire scene, with a single command. No matter how dissatisfied those beasts were inside, they all had no choice but to obediently gather before you. You pretended not to see the resentment in that scale-armored ox eyes, and accepted their greetings with ease. Honestly, this kind of harmless pleasantry meant nothing to you. If you had the chance, you would rather defeat all of them and exchange them for evolution points. All right. Everyone has met the 3rd brother. Come, 3rd brother, let me show you your territory. If you're not satisfied, we can switch. The blood ape was extremely gracious toward you. What he needed right now was exactly a powerful fighter like you. He could tell you hadn't fully grown yet, and your potential was immense. He felt that with you around, suppressing the other mountain peaks was within reach. Yes, big brother, you immediately followed along. Territory didn't matter much. What mattered was what was on it. If there were enough spirit fruits, that would be absolutely wonderful. Even if there weren't many, it didn't matter. They could rob fierce beasts, and naturally, you could rob them. Meanwhile, the moment you and the blood ape left, the faces of that scale-armored ox couple turned black on the spot. If you hadn't butted in, the Dragon Blood Mountains 3rd seat would have been theirs. Now it was all ruined. 2nd brother, big brother's move was really unfair. The scale-armored ox sidled up to flathead brother and began fanning the flames. That guy might have some strength, but he can't just become the 3rd brother the moment he arrives. I think his mutation is severe. In the future, he might even dare to challenge your position. These stupid oxen couldn't beat you themselves, so they wanted to use Flathead Brother as a pawn. But Flathead Brother wasn't stupid. Get back and tend to your wounds. He couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid, and one sentence left the scale-armored ox couple speechless. Then the beasts dispersed. Bear Tiger felt like he was dreaming. In a daze, he raised his hand and slapped himself. How had you suddenly become the 3rd king? Thinking about how he'd have to serve you from now on, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Guarding the gate, his heart ached. They were clearly similar in build, so why was he so powerful? On the other side, the honey badger watched those fellows leave, growing irritated. That stupid ox. Words were indeed many, but what he said was right. The dragon bloodline could see your potential. How could he possibly not see it? If that guy really climbed over his head, then the honey badger's reputation would be ruined. He really needed to find a chance to knock some sense into that fellow. The honey badger made up his mind. Soon, Dragon Blood Ape brought you to a treasured spot halfway up the mountain. Looking at this place, a flicker of pain crossed his face. He hadn't originally planned to give such a good place to you, but the potential you showed today forced him to spend heavily to win hearts. 3rd brother, from now on this is your territory. He pointed at the 3 trees laden with fruit, putting on a generous air. These 3 trees can produce spirit energy and help you grow faster. Since he was giving things away, he couldn't leave a stingy impression. When you saw those 3 trees, your eyes lit up. Hanging from them were over 100 spirit fruits, most of them ripe. This was a huge wave of evolution points. Thanks, big brother. What's there to thank? We're all brothers now. Dragon Blood Ape felt better hearing your thanks. If there's anything else you want, just tell your big brother. What's with your polite personality? Of course, you weren't being polite. You didn't even know if you'd survive. 20 days, what was face worth then, since he was saying that you naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. Big brother, those spirit fruits you gave me earlier. Do you have more? I feel like they helped my strength improve a lot. The moment you finished speaking, dragon blood appears. Face twitched. Once his heart bleeding, those were special spirit fruits, how could they not be beneficial? He wished he could slap himself, showing off indeed came with a price. There are 2 more. Tomorrow I'll have Fierce Tiger deliver them to you. This time he didn't dare to pretend anymore. Special spirit fruits were his precious stock, definitely more than 2, but if he gave more, he feared he really couldn't take it. Thanks, big brother, I told you. We're brothers, go get some rest. After saying this, Dragon Blood Ape practically fled. If he stayed any longer, he feared he'd show off again and lose even more. You watched his pained expression, your heart unmoved. However, if this fellow was truly useful to you, you could give him a stroke of fortune later. A few low-grade talent stones were nothing to you. It's a barrel of furry dragon blood, how could you have the heart to rest? You directly shot up the tree and swept all the ripe spirit fruits clean. Only what goes into your stomach counts. Listen. The ding-ding-ding notifications in your ear, you're flying with joy. But when you eat halfway through, the potential value stops increasing. This Wolverine body of yours has reached its potential cap. Strength mixes out at 260 points. Physique and agility are slightly weaker, and mental power is the worst, capping at just 300 points. Should you use evolution points to max out your stats directly? The thought barely surfaced before you suppressed it. No, gotta save them. This continent has special spirit fruits that, when eaten, boost attributes, saving a huge amount of evolution points, though your evolution points are nearly full now. Evolving into the school Sky Wolf still needs a full 7 million. You decided to save at least 14 million before considering upgrades. Tomorrow I'll have to borrow some more fruits. You licked your lips recalling that honey badger's displeased face. Speaking of which, should you evolve into a honey badger too? Done. The next day, just as dawn broke, Chest Tiger came knocking at your door. Third King, I'm here. Here, this is what the boss asked me to bring you. Chest Tiger carefully handed over 2 spirit bones, the same kind he'd been craving yesterday. Drooling over them, but even with his guts, he wouldn't dare pocket them. Good, thanks, you had a decent impression of this cute fellow. Chest Tiger had never been treated like this before. On Dragon Blood Mountain, everyone barked orders at him. Being thanked nearly brought tears to his eyes. You didn't care whether he dared or not. You took the fruits and humped them down in 2 bites. That was 100 strength points, worth 1 million evolution points. Tiger's worldview shattered again. Why you just ate them. Special BB bones, DD don't you and need half a day to digest them. Ding, special spirit bone used, strength on 100. Third King, wait, what about the fruits on those trees? Tiger only then noticed that behind you, on the 3 fruit trees, not a single ripe spirit fruit remained. How can the territory the boss gave you not even have a ripe fruit? That's too unfair. Oh, those, I ate them all. You wiped your mouth. Just call me Xianxia from now on. Third King is way too tacky. All eaten. Tiger was stunned. He stared at you, his heart waging war within, hesitating for a long time before finally gathering the courage to speak. Xianxia, if you ever get hungry, you can tell me, I'll share some spirit fruits with you. He was moved by your bold appetite and decided to skimp on his own meals just to give you one. You, on the other hand, it was somewhat unexpected. This foolish tiger couldn't even feed himself, yet he still thought of sharing with you, as if you'd lack for anything. Come, take me to those 2 dumb oxens territory to have a look. Why go to the spirit armor oxen's place? The tiger was startled. I didn't even have time to react, and you're offering yourself up, of course, to take their spirit fruits. Your words seem to carry a strange magic. Don't you want to taste what it's like to take their things? Take that ox things, the tiger's breathing instantly grew rapid. What are you standing around for? Lead the way. All right, follow me. The fierce tiger suddenly became eager. Unbelievable, just thinking about those 2 oxen having their things taken away. He couldn't help but want to laugh. Under the fierce tiger's lead, you sprinted for half an hour and finally arrived at the spirit armor oxen's territory. The 2 oxen were licking their wounds and comforting each other. What are you doing here? The moment they saw you, the 2 oxen tensed up, their fur bristling. I warn you, the boss said. Fighting is allowed in the mountain, but no killing. The cow shouted, her voice trembling. It's true, the fierce tiger whispered beside you. If you break the rules, Long Xian will be very angry. Who said I came to hurt you? You grinned, showing a row of white teeth. This king has taken a liking to your spirit fruits and wants to borrow some. See how cultured that sounds, taking things put so elegantly. The bull was about to flare up, but the cow stopped him. She knew when to yield. Third king, how many do you wish to borrow? Not many. You held up one claw. The bull thought, leave some behind. 3 days worth of rations. I'll take the rest. The two oxen's eyes nearly popped out. This was simply extortion on a grand scale. Unwilling, you stepped forward and your entire aura erupted in an instant. At the critical moment, the bull stayed calm. He knew that today, whether he liked it or not, he had to give. Since Third King needs it, help yourself. It's over there. Fierce tiger, go collect it. You gave orders without any hesitation. Remember, don't leave more than 3 days worth. Only then did the fierce tiger understand why you had him pick big leaves on the way. They were for wrapping. He rushed over excitedly and in no time collected 51 spirit fruits. What a harvest. You've got sense, fierce tiger, let's go. You swiggered off with your spoils. Not even leaving any ow. Just like that, he took them away. The cow trembled with rage. What else could we do? Fight him head on. The bull's eyes turned vicious. Let's go find second brother. This newcomer has gone too far. If the boss won't handle it, second brother has to. Xianxia, should we go back? The fierce tiger's voice trembled with excitement. Go back? What are you thinking? You glanced at him and headed toward that rooster. That one's mine. Zhang's heart skipped a beat, then a surge of warmth welled up. He understood. Xianxia was standing up for him, getting back at those who'd bullied him yesterday. Xianxia, you really don't have to do this. Zhang, who felt shy, thinking if only he were stronger, he could repay him right now. Seeing his pathetic look, you got goosebumps all over. Damn, this guy isn't misunderstanding something, is he? Less talk, move it. You slapped his butt to hurry him along. All right, with you backing me up. Zhang, who felt like he'd truly stood tall. When you reached the rooster's territory, the guy was preening his prized iron feathers. The moment he saw you, he bristled. Feathers dropped right off. Third king, why have you come? The rooster instantly put on a fawning smile. I came to ask a favor, you said bluntly. Name it, name it. If I can do it, I won't hesitate. You definitely can. I want to borrow your scales. Don't worry, I'll leave you 3 days worth of rations. Oh heavens, the rooster's smile froze on his face. You'd already said he could definitely do it. If he dared refuse, he'd probably get a beating on the spot. Fine, he grit his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. Zhang, who smoothly collected another 28 scales. Good, your performance pleases me. You patted the rooster and turned to leave. The moment you were gone, the rooster's face twisted viciously, lowering his voice to complain with all his might, but only dared mutter in place. Are we still going to the boar's place? Zhang, who, still excited, didn't forget to remind you, that boar is pretty close with the second king. Go, we must go, just need 20 odd more and 5 million evolution points are mine. Then your total evolution points will exceed 12 million. Who needs that honey badger? But when you reach the boar's territory, you found the honey badger already waiting there. Those 2 dumb oxen sure move fast. Third brother, quite leisurely, aren't you? Scouting the terrain, the honey badger said with a fake smile. Not really, just came to borrow something from you, brother. Borrow what? Your second brother here is pretty well off. I can lend it to you. The honey badger started showing off, implying, I'm richer and higher rank than you, so this isn't anything special. You just replied, I'll head back, that's all for now. Lacking spirit bones, second brother, if you don't mind lending me 100, how about it? Fladid's face instantly darkened. He hadn't expected your skin to be this thick, daring to ask for 100. I'm afraid you can't stomach them. His gaze turned extremely dangerous. This was a slap to his face. Whether I can stomach them or not is my business. Second brother, lend them or not. Lend, of course I can. Flathead grinned, revealing stark white teeth. But that depends on whether you have the skill to take them. The next second, the atmosphere froze. War was about to break out. You couldn't be bothered with more words. Chest tiger, hand it over. You snatched the big leaf from his chest. The dozens of spirit bones inside were dumped all at once into your mouth. Flathead was stunned on the spot. What is this? Courting death? Eating so many spirit fruits at once, aren't you afraid of bursting? But what shocked him even more was yet to come. Your aura began to surge at a visible speed. System enhancement. Strength to 100 points, constitution on 100 points, agility on 100 points. This enhancement requires 4 million evolution points. Enhance. Enhancement successful. Your body instantly swelled to full size, muscles bulging. A terrifying aura swept outward. He absorbed it already. Flathead was completely stunned. What kind of monster is this? Even dragon blood origin wouldn't dare play like this, right? But Flathead was Flathead. Life and death are trivial. If you don't submit, you fight. Even if you've grown stronger, he wouldn't back down. Come on, let me see what the third brother is made of. With faces torn, you had no interest in more words. Step on, Brother Flathead. Flathead let out a low growl, about to make his move. But just then, an even more terrifying aura suddenly erupted from behind him. The pressure was so immense that even Flithid's movements froze. He turned his head in disbelief, only to see a figure slowly walking out from the shadows. It was the eldest senior brother, who had been silent all along. His eyes were cold as he looked at you, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Third brother, you've really surprised me, but this is where it ends. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and appeared right in front of you. A palm strike came down, carrying a terrifying force that made the air tremble. You instinctively raised your hand to block, but the impact sent you flying backward. You crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of your mouth. Too weak, the eldest senior brother shook his head, a hint of disdain in his eyes. With this little strength, you still want to compete with me? You struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from your mouth, a fierce light flashing in your eyes. Is that all you've got? If so, then don't blame me for being ruthless. As your words fell, your aura suddenly surged, and a powerful force erupted from within you. The eldest senior brother's expression finally changed, a trace of shock appearing in his eyes. With such a fierce fighter, of course we have to take him out to show off and boost our prestige. All. The Flathead gave a cold snort without even glancing at you. You know full well that today's grudge is set, and sooner or later we'll have to settle it. Mission issued, eliminate the threat. Mission requirement, defeat Dragon Blood Mountain. Mission reward, unknown. You thought to yourself, I knew it. This wouldn't be so easy. Soon, the chest was brought over. 100 spirit souls. You unceremoniously stored them in your backpack. Dragon blood ape led. You and the Flathead straight off, heading toward another mountain peak. When you arrived at the foot of that mountain, Dragon blood ape bellowed at the top of his lungs. Yuan, second brother, get your ass down here. The roar was like thunder, echoing through the forest. Before long, atop the mountain, another ape of similar size leaped down from the peak in a few bounds. So the big brother came to deliver himself as a meal. That dragon blood of his opening words were dripping with hostility. Today I'll let you have the upper hand in words. Your boss looks utterly disdainful. Same rules as always, 2 matches, 1 match, 2 special spirit bones each. So 2 matches, how do we decide the winner? The opposing dragon blood ape swept his gaze. You and the Flathead with utter contempt. 2 matches are enough. Your boss is overconfident that you can win even one. That's what you said. Of course, the dragon blood ape turned and said to you, when it's your turn, give it everything you've got. Any spirit bones you win are yours to keep. Don't worry, boss, you grinned, as long as the opponent's strength doesn't exceed. Second brothers, I definitely won't lose. At those words, the Flathead beside you darkened even further. You mean to say that even against him, you wouldn't lose? He said nothing, but silently added another mark to your death list. The opposing dragon blood ape laughed. Well said, so it's this little wolf that gave you courage? Fine, let's see what he's really made of. He waved a hand behind him. Whoever wants to go, pick one. After the dragon fan beast evolved from a wolf into the fierce beast Wolverine, the new leader, Dragon Blood Ape, decided to test your strength by sending you to fight his sworn enemy, Yuan, second brother. The rules were that as the leaders, both Dragon Blood Ape and Yuan, second brother, would each send one subordinate to battle. The victorious side would receive special spirit souls. The opposing Yuan, second brother, let out a roar, and behind him the mountain immediately came down 8 beasts, among them a wild bull whose size was larger than any of the ones you had dealt with a few days prior. Yuan, second brother. He thought he could use it, so he turned and pointed. You send the brood ox out to fight. The ox let out an impatient snort. He called a small cub from the ranks, his eyes full of disdain, having a top 3 powerhouse of this mountain deal with little help like you was overkill, using a demon blade to kill a chicken. But you had no intention of acting like a help. Seeing that brood ox, only 3 words flashed through your mind, talent fragments. Boss, without looking back, you asked, can the dragon blood ape handle it? You had to figure out whether this was a deliberate setup or a life or death match. If you recklessly went for the kill and upset the dragon blood ape, your Spirit fruit supply would be ruined. Of course I can, the dragon blood apes. Voice was steady and firm, as long as you've got the skill. With permission granted, your eyes changed instantly. This ox had to stay today. On the other side, Flathead was already locked in combat with his opponent. As the top general under the dragon blood ape, his opponent was naturally the second in command of the other mountain. Unfortunately, that guy was no match for Flathead. His combat power fell short, and every time he got ground into the dirt by Flathead. But even when Flathead won before, this blood mountain always lost more than it won. It couldn't be helped, the teammates were too pathetic to carry. Today, the dragon blood ape was clearly dead set on using you to turn the tide. Little wolf cub, you're way too green. That brute ox charged from far away, the rumbling sound like a steamroller. The bastard was cunning. With that long running start and a full power charge, he could definitely send you flying. Too bad you were no longer the you of before. With your speed boosted by 100 points, dodging this kind of straight line charge was child's play. With a light sidestep, you avoided the deadly impact, but then your heart tightened. The speed at which he turned was unnaturally fast. You had no chance to circle around and strike his leg tendons. That was getting annoying. Fine, I'll give you a chance. The moment you dodged again, your back leg exploded with force, slamming hard into the ox's flank. Unfortunately, the talent didn't trigger. Can't bite, then kick. With that little skill, you can't beat me. The brute ox's voice was full of confidence. He had seized control of the attack rhythm, forcing you to scramble within his charge paths. This new little wolf isn't much. Boss Yuan from across the way watched you dodging and began a taunt. To his surprise, the one who usually loved to argue with him, Long Xian, today was surprisingly silent, just quietly watching. What was he plotting? Long Xian, I don't know what you're up to. Either, maybe he'd settled things before, and you're just waiting for that 10% trigger chance. In theory, 10 tries should hit once. And you refused to believe your luck could be that bad. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 6 kicks, just as you planted your 7th. On the brute ox, a familiar and wild power suddenly surged with you. By now the brute ox had been worn to fury by your dodging and was about to unleash an even fiercer charge to crush you. But when the head-on clash he'd been craving truly arrived, he was utterly dumbfounded. Your seemingly unremarkable intent suddenly erupted with world-shattering force. A booming crack, followed by the crisp sound of bones snapping, made every beast person's heart clench. The brute ox's massive body no longer surged forward but, as if struck head-on by a battering ram, flew sideways in a bizarre stagger and slammed hard into the ground. Several broken ribs pierced through his skin, clearly visible. The scene fell into dead silence. All the watching beasts were stunned. How had the picture of certain victory from a moment ago changed so abruptly? Could that brute ox be putting on an act? But the cost was too great. Bones broken like that, that's way too dedicated. The next second, you silenced all their wild speculation with action. You lunged forward, giving the brute ox no chance to catch his breath. Your sharp fangs instantly sank into his throat, and your claws slashed open his belly. The brute ox gaze shifted from shock to agony, until only utter despair remained. Even in death, he couldn't fathom how he'd been taken down so pathetically. Just like that, done and dusted, the dragon blood ape excitedly thumped his chest, then turned to the one across from him, grinning wide. From today on, I'm Yuan Lada. Any objections? Yuan Ladi asked, where did you find such a freak? Yuan Ladi ignored his taunt, his gaze locked firmly on you. Don't worry about that, you lost. Time to honor your promise. Yuan Lada was overjoyed inside. On this side, things were going smoothly too, and he'd finally achieved his ultimate state and talent fragment rank. Too bad, with so many beasts around, you can't directly fuse the wild ox corpse. Boss want us to take them all out. He licked the corner of his mouth, his heart starting to swell again. Anyway, with Boss Yuan covering us, taking out these few will let your evolution cap surge another notch. No need. Long Q Yuan quickly called out to stop him. Winning is one thing, but what are you talking about? Don't you know he and second brother Yuan are brothers from the same mother? Arguing over who's first or second is just daily banter. Neither ever thought of actually harming the other. You can only express deep regret. On the other side, the honey badger also won easily. Boss Yuan claimed victory in the bet and smoothly took over the spirit bone. You got a share of 2 special spirit bones that boost agility. Swallowing them in one gulp saved a million evolution points. To celebrate, Boss Yuan decided to show off on his own brother's turf for A few days provoking him relentlessly, but just 2 days. Later, that leisure was shattered, a blood-soaked, fierce tiger stumbled in, bringing shocking news. What happened? Boss Yuan's face darkened as he appeared before the fierce tiger, seeing the tiger's miserable state. He knew something big had gone down. It's the three-tailed foxes. Not long after you left, they charged up the mountain. Boss Yuan's mind buzzed. With a single sound, three-tailed foxes, he knew there was a small den nearby, just 4 or 5 of them. Their strength in his eyes was nothing, and he didn't care. But the subordinates left guarding the base couldn't hold them off, thinking of his hard-earned territory being ravaged by those foxes. Boss Yuan's heart ached so much. He trembled. What are you standing there for? Kill them. It was second brother Yuan who stayed more clear-headed, shouting out. If we rush back now, fast enough, we might still catch those foxes on the mountain. If we're too late, there won't be a single hair left. Do they know you came to report? Boss Yuan snapped back and asked urgently. No, I slipped out through a small path. Good. A fierce glint flashed in Boss Yuan's eyes. Then we have a chance to corner them. Second brother. Let's go first. Before the words faded, the 2 dragon bloodlines activated simultaneously, like 2 shells fired from a cannon, vanishing into the forest in an instant. That speed, you could only watch in awe. Before leaving, Boss Yuan deliberately turned back to the honey badger and instructed, take them and follow up. That was said to the honey badger. But his gaze swept over you. Clearly, he trusted his own turf, but had some doubts about you, the newcomer. Afraid you might run off halfway. Don't worry, boss, the honey badger said in a muffled voice. Forget the memories, let's go. Let's head back too. Flathead turned and gave you a deep look. His eyes carried a hint of malicious coldness. Once the elder left and no one was watching, on the way back, wouldn't it be convenient to take care of this dark-eyed fellow? Flathead wasn't exactly the forgiving type. Take care. You met his gaze and sneered inwardly. Fate, huh? You want to settle this? Funny. I was thinking the same. You and Flathead walked one ahead of the other. The injured chest tiger followed behind, clearly sensing the tense atmosphere. The air itself seemed frozen, watching you leave. Those fierce beasts also caught on. These 2 have a grudge, right? Whatever. Hope they settle it. Stay alert, the three-tailed foxes. Behavior is unusual. We can't afford trouble on our side. You take the chest tiger and cross the mountains. About an hour later, just as you stepped out of the jungle at the mountain's foot, you suddenly stopped. Tiger, you go back on your own. Without turning your head, you ordered the tiger behind you. I have some business with second brother. That fierce tiger had roamed the mountain for years. Strength hadn't grown much, but his instincts had been honed to perfection. Hearing this, he knew exactly what you 2 were up to. He didn't even dare ask, just acknowledged with a yes and bolted. Flathead stayed silent the whole time, just watching coldly. Only when the tiger's figure had completely vanished did he finally speak. Today, I won't make things hard for you. Leave on your own and I'll spare your life. With no outsiders around, he didn't even bother to fake it. You feigned surprise. I thought you'd strike first. Not willing, of course not. Bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Come on, let's fight. Settle victory and defeat, and life and death. You acted even tougher than Flathead, throwing around life and death casually. You didn't want this either, but the system mission was right there. For those generous evolution points and cap rewards, you had no choice but to send Flathead off. Fine. Fine, Flathead laughed in anger. I'd like to see where you get such confidence. With words at this point, any more was just noise. Time to fight. You'll find out soon enough. The moment the words left your mouth, you both moved at once, 2 massive figures crashing hard into each other. You charged fearlessly, using your strength advantage to plow through, hoping to trigger a collision talent and end it in one blow. But Flathead was far more cunning. He'd seen with his own eyes. You send the iron feather strike flying with a tail swipe yesterday, and kick down the reverse bind today. Against you. He was already wary of your killing moves, so he fought with extreme caution. As the collisions grew more frequent, the Flathead gradually let his guard down. In his eyes, your strength was nothing special, barely better than his. But you weren't worried at all. Every punch landed on flesh, every claw drew blood. Soon, both of you were covered in wounds. You silently downed a bottle of healing medicine. Cursing your bad luck inwardly, you'd been fighting alongside this mixed blood for ages. Yet not a single collision talent had triggered. Perhaps the heavens heard your complaints. Just as you were distracted, that familiar power finally surged within you, the heaven-defying strike you'd been waiting for. This was the moment, when the collision talent's power combined with the heaven-defying strikes Raging energy, what terrifying force would it produce? The flathead was in the middle of enjoying this battle of hard men. But when your claws landed on him with what seemed like the same force as before, his eyes instantly bulged wide. This power. The scene seemed to freeze for an instant. The next moment, the flathead's body was struck like by an invisible cannonball, utterly unable to resist that overwhelming force. He was sent flying backward, and midair, a wound on his abdomen burst open. So they really could stack. You felt reassured. Now your trump card was even more lethal. Look at this adult flathead, worth 4 million evolution points, crippled by a single strike. But a flathead was still a flathead. He crashed heavily to the ground, yet seemed not to feel his injuries. Without even pausing after landing, he charged at you again with bloodshot eyes. Damn, that's the flathead for you, treating life and death as nothing, refusing to accept defeat. A flicker of admiration crossed your mind. But admiration was admiration. You wouldn't show mercy. Since he refused to admit defeat, then let him die here. You charged forward again, your claws gleaming with cold light. The flathead roared, meeting your attack head-on. Another collision, another burst of power. This time, the heaven-defying strike didn't trigger, but the collision talent did. A violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact. The flathead's body trembled, blood spraying from his mouth. He finally realized the gap between you two. But it was too late. Your next strike was already upon him. With a dull thud, his chest caved in. He stared at you in disbelief, then slowly fell backward. The flathead was dead. You let out a long breath. You looked at his corpse, feeling a mix of emotions. 4 million evolution points, that was quite a harvest. You quickly collected the spoils and left the battlefield. Behind you, the flathead's body slowly dissolved into light. The system notification sounded. Evolution points 400. You smiled, feeling the power surging within you. This was just the beginning. There were more challenges ahead. With a final strike, the secret ring was slain. Evolution value 15. Evolution value storage cap on 150. Quest complete. Quest complete, slay the Dragon Blood Mountain secret ring. Quest reward. Evolution value on 100. Evolution value storage cap. On 100, system fusion. This fusion requires 20 evolution value, fusion success rate. Here fuse, increased to 70. Fusing is just spending evolution value, right? You've got plenty of resources now, you can afford it. Fusion successful. 2 options appear before you. Instinctively, you want to pick the second one, but as your gaze sweeps over the first option, you freeze. It's a honey-un orb. A bead radiating a peculiar glow. What is this? You look closer and gasp. Sharply, heavens above, a special talent finally appeared. You nearly tear up. It's been so long since you've seen one of these. Choose the first option. Host gains special talent, fearless, the limit of courage, unaffected by any external aura. A great talent, you can't say anything beyond a single great. This is a special talent with no rank. Getting it at the top tier means from now on, even facing dragon blood origin, you won't feel that bloodline born pressure, even before the legendary divine dragon. You can stand tall, that's fearless. You glance at the talent's price tag, 50 million. Ridiculous, you mutter, but it doesn't matter, you already have it. Now should you return to Dragon Blood Mountain, with the flathead overseer gone, you could just slip away. But then again, Boss Yuan treated you decently, go back and check. In the end you make the call. Honestly, you're still thinking about Dragon Blood Mountains. Special spirit pools, and with such a big upheaval there, sure. What does it matter? At worst, Yuan's feelings can be soothed later. Just give him a few talent stones afterward like candy, he'll be delighted, just as you changed direction and charged fiercely toward the second Dragon Lair mountain. A great melee was erupting fiercely on that mountain. 3-tailed foxes, how dare you? Do you really think Dragon Lair Mountain is easy to bully? A pack of foxes was pushing the mountains. Fierce beasts back step by step. These foxes were utterly cunning. After sweeping through Yuan's stronghold, they deliberately released that fierce tiger to stir things up, and took down the 2 strongest. Lured away the dragon blood ape, then immediately struck toward this second mountain peak. Their clan was far larger than Elder Yuan had assumed. A full 10 of them, led by an existence that had already evolved 5 tails. A formidable being. Whether you're easy to bully isn't for you to decide. The fox, noticeably smaller in build, yet with 5 tails drifting behind it, sneered coldly. Leave on your own and I'll spare your lives, otherwise, none of you will leave. A 5-tailed fox, this was already an existence evolving toward the demon beast level. The fierce beasts naturally refused to leave. This was their If they won't leave, then they can all stay here. At the five-tailed fox's command, a chaotic battle erupted. On the second peak, the fierce beasts were at a disadvantage in both numbers and strength, and were beaten. Back step by step. They wanted to retreat and wait for their leader to return, but reality was cruel. They simply couldn't hold their ground, especially against that five-tailed fox. Its speed was ghostly fast, specifically picking off the enemy's strong ones, the second peaks. Second in command, the one who had been defeated by the flat-headed brother. Couldn't even last 10 minutes under the five-tailed fox before being beaten to the ground with more breath out than in, on the verge of death. Soon, defeat came like a landslide, and quickly the fierce beasts of the second peak. The fierce beasts lay neatly sprawled across the ground, just like their second in command, pinned down by a three-tailed fox. Fierce Tiger's heart was filled with despair. He thought he had escaped death, but who knew he had only leapt from the tiger's mouth into the tiger's den. Seeing victory within reach, the five-tailed fox smugly laughed. Just then a lazy voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, why is it so lively here? Fierce Tiger, how did you end up here?" "You're here." Fierce Tiger heard your voice and it was like hearing heavenly music. He was so moved. Tears streamed down his face. Xianxia nodded at the fierce tiger. "Since I've seen this, I can't just stand by." The one holding the fierce tiger. Before the three-tailed fox could react, it felt a tremendous force strike. It didn't even have a chance to harm the fierce tiger. The moment you nodded, you moved. The three-tailed fox didn't even catch a glimpse of your shadow before its body flew off like a cannonball. Even without triggering your talent, your ordinary strike was more than it could withstand. Head down the mountain. This time, don't get caught again. You kicked the fierce tiger's rear. "Can you make it?" The fierce tiger looked at you, then at the pack of foxes glaring hungrily across from it. Especially that five-tailed fox. "Remove the kata from your mind," you said with confidence. Beyond measure, ding quest triggered. Slay the five-tailed fox. Quest requirement: kill the five-tailed fox that came to plunder Dragon's Lair Mountain. Quest reward: position. Very good, you have keen insight. You were quite pleased with this well-behaved system. The fierce tiger, seeing your confidence, turned and bolted without a second word. Wolverine, don't meddle in others' affairs. The five-tailed fox jumped out, face dark. The cooked duck was about to fly away. Of course it was upset, but having witnessed your earlier move, it dared not act rashly. "Don't meddle," you smiled, your tone utterly chilling. "Not only am I not leaving, but none of you will leave either. These are all walking evolution points. Not a single one gets away." The moment you finished speaking, you moved, but your target wasn't the five-tailed fox. Like a bolt of black lightning, you charged straight into the midst of the three-tailed foxes, a wolf among sheep. Your claws and fangs became the most terrifying harvesting machines. One heavy kick, one snapped neck. The fox pack erupted in screams. One claw, one kill. The five-tailed fox panicked. It chased you frantically from behind, its claws scraping sparks across your body, yet unable to even break your skin. You ignored it completely. You kept killing since you weren't bleeding anyway, but if it dared to leap onto you and bite, you'd unceremoniously reward it with a tail full of ashes, forcing it to retreat in disgrace. The beasts lying on the ground all watched in shock. The three-tailed foxes, utterly helpless, were so fragile before you that a single strike felled them. In just a few minutes, the three-tailed foxes were down. 3 dead, 2 gravely wounded, half their numbers gone in an instant. "Wait!" The five-tailed fox finally grew afraid. It conceded. "The spirit grain from 2 mountains, I'll split half with you. Half, your actions were your answer." Another three-tailed fox let out a shrill scream beneath your palm. "Damn you, don't push me." Seeing you unmoved, the five-tailed fox grew utterly frantic. Knowing its attacks couldn't break your defense, it decided to resort to cunning. Relying on its small, nimble frame, it darted to your side again, scratched a few times, then suddenly you duck under him and instantly feel a chill below, a cold sensation shooting straight to your head. This guy actually tried to strike your vital point. You're so startled that you immediately abandon your attack and leap backward. Getting hurt anywhere else is fine, but if this place is ruined, what about your future happiness? You vicious, underhanded bastard, you're burning with rage, a beast-like roar tearing from your throat, your eyes turning blood red in an instant. This guy's despicable tactics have completely ignited your killing intent, but you misjudged again, just as you leap. The tailless creature follows closely, but its target isn't vital point, but rather the equally vulnerable part behind you. After evolving from an ordinary beast, the starving wolf, into a fierce beast, the Wolverine, you Came to the fierce beast continent to train. The great fierce beast before you, the extremely tailless fox, took advantage of your unpreparedness and launched sneak attack on your back. However, you were midair with no place to gain leverage. Even changing your posture was a luxury. It's over. Your heart skipped a beat, your lower back was doomed. Even if you wanted to stomp on that five-tailed fox, its body was far more agile than yours. You instantly realized that jumping up just now was the biggest wrong. You only felt a chill at your lower back. Luckily, it wasn't a bite. The moment that thought crossed your mind, excruciating pain engulfed all your senses. It felt like being slashed by several red-hot knives. The pain in your lower back was so intense you nearly lost consciousness. Blood immediately gushed from the wound. Fortunately, the five-tailed fox had dodged, or it would have been splattered all over. By the time you crashed to the ground, your lower back throbbed and both legs went weak. You could barely stand. You barely uttered a word before the five-tailed fox struck first with harsh words. Now even if you want to leave, you can't. 3 of his underlings were killed by you. This grudge is set. How could he possibly let you go? In his eyes, your lower back is severely wounded. Your speed has dropped greatly. You're already a dead man. Unless you're not afraid of pain, but is that possible? He doesn't believe you could leave anyway. Your gaze is cold as ice. Your originally weak legs suddenly stand straight. Pain before your fearless talent. This thing is nothing but trash. Think back when Brother Flathead suffered severe injuries. He could still fight you head-on for a full minute. You merely got a scratch on your lower back, shed a bit of blood. This can affect you, but grief and indignation are certain. You never imagined that the first time you'd suffer such a huge loss would be at the hands of a fox. The five-tailed fox was clearly startled by your reaction, but it didn't give you a chance to continue your threats. Seizing the moment while you were down, it launched a fierce assault. But this time, you'd learned your lesson. You refused to jump, standing as steady as Mount Tai, your tail firmly guarding your back, leaving it no opening to exploit. The first ambush was an accident. You wouldn't let it succeed again. System: strength to 100, constitution to 100, agility to 100. This enhancement requires 600 evolution points. Proceeds. You chose to proceeds with the enhancement. A surge of power coursed through your body, and you felt your muscles tighten and your senses sharpen. The fox, sensing the change, hesitated for a moment, its eyes narrowing with caution. But it didn't retreat. It circled you, looking for a new opening. You stood your ground, your tail swaying slowly, ready for anything. The air grew tense as both of you waited for the other to make the first move. The fox lunged again, this time aiming for your legs. You sidestepped, using your tail to deflect its claws. The impact sent a jolt through your body, but you held firm. You countered with a swift strike of your own, catching the fox off guard. It yelped and stumbled back, shaking its head. You pressed the advantage, advancing with a series of quick, precise attacks. The fox was fast, but you were faster now. Your relentless assault forced the fox to retreat further. It snarled, its tails flaring out behind it. Then, without warning, it unleashed a burst of energy from its tails, sending a wave of force toward you. You braced yourself, digging your claws into the ground. The wave hit you like a hurricane, but you didn't budge. When it passed, you saw the fox panting, its energy visibly drained. This was your chance. You charged forward, closing the distance in an instant. The fox tried to dodge, but you anticipated its move. You struck its side with your tail, sending it tumbling across the ground. It struggled to get up, but you were already on it. You pinned it down with your paw, your claws hovering over its throat. The fox's eyes widened in fear, and it let out a whimper. You had won. You hesitated for a moment, looking at the defeated fox beneath you. It was no longer a threat, but you couldn't shake the feeling that this was too easy. You released your grip and stepped back, allowing the fox to scramble to its feet. It gave you a wary look before turning and fleeing into the forest. You watched it disappear, wondering if you'd made the right choice. As the fox vanished from sight, a notification appeared in your mind. Quest complete, defeat the five-tailed fox. Reward, 500 evolution points, 1 rare item. You felt a mix of relief and satisfaction, but before you could celebrate, another message flashed. Warning, a stronger presence approaches from the east. Prepare yourself. You tensed, your tail bristling as you turned to face the new threat. From the shadows of the trees, a massive figure emerged. It was a 9-tailed fox, its fur gleaming like silver in the moonlight. Its eyes locked onto you, and you felt a chill run down your spine. This was no ordinary foe. It radiated power that dwarfed the 5-tailed fox you'd just defeated. It spoke in a deep, resonant voice. You've bested my kin. Impressive, but now you face me. You knew you couldn't win this fight head-on. The 9-tailed fox was on another level entirely. You needed a strategy, a way to outsmart it. You remembered the terrain, the rocky cliffs to the west, the dense forest to the north. If you could lure it into a narrow pass, you might have a chance. You feigned weakness, stumbling back as if exhausted. The fox smirked, taking the bait and advancing slowly. You led the nine-tailed fox toward the cliffs, your heart pounding with each step. It followed, confident in its superiority. When you reached the narrow pass, you stopped and turned to face it. The fox laughed, its tail swaying behind it. "Nowhere to run," it said. But you smiled, revealing a hidden trap you'd set earlier, a series of explosive runes buried in the ground. With a flick of your tail, you triggered them. Reinforce, a mere 6 million, you can afford it. Today, you must hold on to. The grudge of that sneak attack. Reinforcement successful. As the words faded, your body suddenly swelled, your physique growing. With the boost in constitution, instantly gaining the build of an adult wolverine. 45 meters tall, 10 meters wide, this sudden transformation stunned the surrounding beasts into silence. What's going on? A live transformation, the five-tailed one felt it most directly, because he noticed that after your transformation, your speed was actually faster than before. How could it not be? Your agility shot up from 410 points directly to 610 points plus the talents. Doubling boost, it's simply unreasonable. Strength has skyrocketed. What's left are the three-tailed foxes. They originally came hoping to escape, but now they're completely despairing. Not only that, everything they looted from the #1 Dragon Cave Mountain has now become your spoils of war. When you killed the last three-tailed fox, a leather bundle fell to the ground, scattering spirit fruits all over. Your eyes instantly turned red. How many were there? Over 300 of them, and the key thing was, there were even 4 special ones among them. Spirit fruits, that was a full 200 points of strength value. Too lazy to overthink, he willed it and stored everything into his backpack. Meanwhile, the five-tailed fox's heart ached so much it nearly bled. Those spirit fruits were the key to its advancement as a demon beast, especially the 4 special ones. Watching the spirit fruits scatter all over the ground, it feared you, bastard, might trample them. But what troubled it even more was yet to come. Right before its very eyes, the spirit fruits on the ground vanished into thin air. After all, beasts have no spatial equipment. My spirit fruits, the five-tailed fox ignored the eerie event. How did you? How he did it, he just wanted to know where his spirit fruits had gone. Those were fruits he'd offended 2 dragon-blooded clans to snatch. You just took this much. After collecting the fruits, you actually seemed dissatisfied. After searching the mountain for half a day. Just this little, you underestimate the dragon blood of his family. Actually, you misunderstand. The five-tailed fox didn't dare go too far, only taking the ripe ones. It was afraid the dragon blood ape would fight it to the death. Give them back, the five-tailed foxes. Rage was like a beast whose food had been stolen. Its eyes turned red. Fool, you scoffed back. 2 words, want back what's in your hands, dream on. After robbing someone and then insulting them, the five-tailed fox completely lost its mind and charged at you like a madman. You didn't care about its mentality at all, directly kicking it flying. The sneak attack. Grudge, now it's time to run. The moment the five-tailed fox was kicked away, you immediately chased after it, but unexpectedly after landing, it dodged in a flash with astonishing speed. You found you couldn't catch up, no matter system. Strengthen agility by 300 points. Can't catch up, then speed up. After all, you're loaded now. Over 300 spirit bones recycled for 1,000. 500,000 evolution points, more than enough to splurge. This enhancement requires 3 million evolution points. Enhancement successful, agility instantly shot up to 910 points. At the same time, you popped those 4 special spirit bones like candy, strength up another 200 points. Your speed was already nearly equal to the five-tailed foxes. After this enhancement, you directly overtook it. Now it was the five-tailed fox's turn to suffer. With your current stats, killing it would take no effort at all. But to avenge that sneak attack, you deliberately didn't go for the kill. You caught up, grabbed one of its tails, you sneak attacked me once, I pull one of your tails. Fair enough, right? The five-tailed fox was frantic. The tails it had painstakingly evolved were being torn off by you. Blood kept seeping out, but this wasn't over. Every time you caught it, you pulled a tail. Soon the five-tailed fox became a bald-tailed fox. After pulling them all, you actually regretted it. The grudge was avenged, but this thing was incomplete now. Would it affect the fusion? If the five-tailed fox knew what you were thinking right now, it would probably die of anger. To test your theory, you stopped playing around with your current Strength 1 stomp pinned it dead to the ground, unable to move. Then, you extended your claws and cleanly ended its life. The five-tailed fox died, feeling wronged but without much pain, and soon breathed its last ding. Killed five-tailed fox. Evolution points 200. 0 evolution value storage cap, increased by 200. Mission complete, killed a five-tailed fox. Mission reward, evolution value 100. Evolution storage cap 100. Delightful 1 five-tailed fox. Is worth 2 ordinary beasts. The system began fusing, seizing the moment, afraid the corpse would vanish before the system acknowledged it. This fusion requires 20, 0 evolution points, success rate 30, boost success rate to 70, fusion initiated. This fusion requires on 150, 0 evolution points. Fusion begins, success, not bad. Another 200, 0 evolution points in storage, raising the cap. Just then, the beasts lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Those 2 mountain beasts were anything but calm. What had they just witnessed? Where was the five-tailed fox? Where was the corpse? When they looked at you, the look on their gaunt faces was priceless, written all over with shock. If you'd eaten the five-tailed fox, they could accept it. But you made the corpse vanish outright. That defied their understanding. You all saw it. You whipped around, voice cold, staring at the fallen beasts. They'd only been struck down by the three-tailed fox and were still alive. But you had no such concerns. You weren't leaving a single one of them. Kill them all, and you'd have enough evolution points to evolve into the howling sky wolf. And nothing, we saw nothing. The beasts shook their heads frantically. The way you were acting, it was clearly a massacre to silence witnesses. Saw nothing, spouting lies to your face. Damn it, you grabbed any excuse and struck. For the strong, does killing need a reason? No, please, our 2 dragon lair mountains are one family. The 2 mountains. Second in command, facing death, screamed in despair. Whose family with you? You replied with a single line, then pinned him to the ground with your foot and ended his life with a swipe of your claws. Cries rose one after another. The remaining beasts wailed, scrambling to crawl away, but it was useless. Seeing escape was hopeless, they began cursing you out, a torrent of filth filling the air. You filtered it all out, tuning out the noise, not listening, not watching. When no breath remained on the mountain, you felt a surge of accomplishment. Time to fuse immediately, no delays in case the dragon lair bloodline came back for revenge. The fusion process went without a hitch. In the end, your evolution storage cap reached 12 million. Evolution points hit 10 million. The level 5 shop unlocked. Open shop purchase rights. You glanced at the cheapest item, a box costing 20 million. You shut it down immediately. Why look at things you can't afford and upset yourself? System, purchase moon howling sky wolf bloodline. Purchase successful. A small bottle similar to a healing potion appeared in the backpack, worth 4 million evolution points. Use the howling moon heaven wolf bloodline. Use successful, and then nothing happened. You were stunned, remembering the last time you used the Wolverine bloodline. It gave you potential and attributes. Host's potential has reached the limit of an ordinary howling moon heaven wolf. Please fuse with a fierce beast to enhance your potential. You were speechless. Well, it wasn't hard to understand. Your potential had long surpassed an ordinary Wolverine. Reaching the howling moon heaven wolf's limit was also normal, but you still felt like you didn't get a good deal from the system, feeling a bit annoyed. Forget it. Collecting spirit fruits was the priority. The fierce tiger came up the mountain, trotting along, seeing the bloodstains everywhere. Its eyes widened. What happened? Here, it could accept that, but where were the corpses? It still couldn't see them. Looking at your body, which had expanded a few sizes, the fierce tiger swallowed hard. This was way too impressive. Those guys were all killed by the three-tailed fox. The three-tailed fox took the corpses and fled down the mountain. You made up a random excuse since you couldn't tell it the truth. The fierce tiger clearly didn't believe it, but it was smart enough not to ask. So what do we do now? Of course, collect the spirit bones. Remember, the spirit fruits on this mountain were also taken by the three-tailed fox. Go quickly. You take a share. You were generous since your evolution points were already enough. Hearing there were benefits, the fierce tiger immediately became energetic. Don't take the unrepe. One's a fine. The fierce tiger felt a bit regretful. Regret my ass. If you anger the dragon bloodline, it won't do you any good. Hurry up. The fierce tiger rolled its eyes. 5 hours later, the fierce tiger brought back nearly 300 spirit bones. The harvest far exceeded that of number 1 mountain. You were still searching the mountaintop. It had no intention of keeping any for itself. Instead, it started rolling on the ground, creating drag marks. When you returned at nightfall, this was what you saw. Hey, are you crazy? Farming land, do you have a grudge? Not crazy. Boss, they'll definitely come back to investigate. Your excuse won't fool them. This should be enough now. You looked at the fierce tiger, feeling a bit moved. This guy was pretty loyal. Eat all these spirit fruits quickly. I won't take any, or the boss will find out. The fierce tiger spoke again. You looked deeply at it. You deserve to benefit. Kind people always get rewarded. Fine, I'll trade you for something else. Don't say I'm greedy with your stuff. You collected all the spirit bones and searched through the system mall. You originally only wanted to give it 2 basic talent pills, but it was so. Since you're being so considerate, I can't be stingy either. 1/10 of the spirit bones adds up to 2 million evolution points. So you simply added another million and picked out for him a bloodline, the Crimson Gold Tiger. Strong power, average physique, weak speed. Medium evolution potential, can evolve into a fire-type demon beast. Eat this. You tossed the Crimson Gold Tiger bloodline to him. The fierce tiger, without a word, gulped it down in one go. After drinking it, his whole body burned hot, wounds split open, and he looked extremely pained. You didn't bother with him. System products won't kill anyone. Next, you started studying your own evolution. You had more than enough points. Even if you evolved now, you'd still have 11 million left. But if you evolved, when the dragon bloodline came back, how would you explain it? Who cares how to explain it? I can fly now, what's there to fear? At worst, I'll just cut ties and move on. You made up your mind. System, evolve into sky-soaring wolf ding. This evolution requires 10 million evolution points. Evolve, you anticipated it. Ding, evolution begins. Countless green lights burst forth from your body and converged back within you. When the light faded, a brand new body was born. Ding, evolution successful. Sure enough, no attributes or potential were added. You said, what a pity out loud, but your body felt amazing. You sensed the wings on your back. Who are you? Xianxia, is that you? The bloodline in his chest had also finished converting, before he could even feel the power of his new body. He was startled by the sight of you. Whole body silver white fur, wings growing from the back. Build about the same as before, but with an extra flashy crescent-shaped purple mark on the forehead. This wasn't Wolverine at all. It was clearly a laughing moon sky wolf. Wasn't Zhang Yang right in front of him? You spoke. You thoroughly enjoyed the envy and jealousy in his eyes. The fierce tiger recognized your voice and was too shocked to speak. You. Even you can transform. Shocking. Why can't I become a howling moon sky wolf? How's the new body? You looked at him. This guy had turned from a mess of feathers into light red, and his eyes had become flame red too, much better looking than before. The fierce tiger couldn't argue back. Yeah, he himself had changed, so why couldn't someone else change? Fine, but what if Elder Yuan and the others don't believe it? They will. Eat this. You took out a beginner Herculean strength talent fruit. The fierce tiger ate it. This time there wasn't much pain. You, robust as ever, took out 2 more talent fruits and had him keep eating. In the end, the fierce tiger obtained Herculean strength, thick skin, and life-saving, 3 beginner talents. The fierce tiger was so excited he couldn't speak coherently. You've earned this. You patted him. Don't head into the mainland for now. Wait until you evolve into a demon beast first. With that said, your wings shot into the sky. After so long, the feeling of flying was truly exhilarating. You spent a long time by the lake admiring your handsome new look before finally feeling satisfied and flying back to No. 2 Mountain. Early the next morning, Boss Yuan and second brother Yuan indeed came back and saw the mess everywhere. Second brother Yuan was heartbroken. It's over. We've been tricked. Let's go up and see. When they reached halfway up the mountain and saw you and the fierce tiger, without a word, they were about to make a move. Wait, boss, it's me with the fierce tiger. You quickly spoke up. Third brother, Boss Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He could still recognize the fierce tiger, but your change was too drastic. How did you become like this? I don't know either. When I was fighting the 3-tailed fox, I just changed. You lied without changing your expression. What about the 3-tailed fox? When we came back, they had already killed the culprit here. We couldn't beat them, and they fled with the corpse. Second brother refused to accept it and chased after them. You spoke half-truths, but they all understood the honey badger's personality. You stay here and watch. I'll go chase after him. The impulsive second brother Yuan immediately ran down the mountain, but Boss Yuan stayed behind, staring at you with a complicated look. Moon howling sky wolf, this thing is almost extinct in the beast continent. He knew. More inside information. This kind of flying and good-looking beast, once it appears, will basically be captured by gods and demons. On the spot, well, be careful yourself in the future. Don't let the gods and demons discover you, boss you on side. Why, you were stunned by his words. Flying beasts are very rare on the continent, especially the moon-howling sky wolf. If discovered, it will be captured to become a lord. A damn crossed your mind, unsure whether to say it out loud. Boss, why didn't you tell me earlier? I've already finished evolving before you said anything, but then again, I'm not too afraid. As long as Xianxia doesn't find me, that's fine. The next time the gods and demons descend in large numbers is still about a year away. That's enough time for you to evolve a few more times. A few days later, second brother Yuan returned warily, having found nothing. Afterwards, you all went back to one mountain. You had become especially obedient, counting your fingers, waiting for the mission to end. Soon the countdown reached 0. Ding, mission complete. From the irritable girl Xiayi. Mission reward, evolution points 500 0. Evolution points. Storage cap 500 0. The mission was complete. But you still didn't dare move recklessly, because you hadn't felt Xianxia's descent yet. Meanwhile, at the Demon God Academy, to have Miss Xianxia accompany me the whole way is truly my honor. A man named Cheng Wu, a male student, was fawning over the stunning beauty beside him. Their group of 5 was about to be teleport to the Beast Continent. I'll do my duty, Xianxia said, her expression cold, but inwardly she was thinking, if you knew how much he thought of you, you wouldn't be happy. With a flash of white light, they landed on the Beast Continent. Miss Xianxia, we'll need you to lead the way. Xianxia nodded and directly brought them to the beast gathering place at the center of the continent. Release your spirit beast here. Remember, no human interference. That's the rule, I understand. Good, then handle things yourselves. I have something to attend to and will return soon. With that, Xianxia turned and left. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He wanted to find you and kill you with his own hands, to avenge his little rabbit. Manhwa stared at Xianxia's retreating figure, stunned. She said she'd accompany us, and now she's just leaving. He then understood and felt even more delighted. Could she be hinting that I should approach her myself, letting her pick a scenic spot? My God, beautiful women really know romance. He decided to set out as soon as he settled his spirit beast. He still had 10 days to spend time with this beauty here. Go, Manhwa said to his spirit beast. Go fight to your heart's content. Little wolf, you're lucky. You don't have to brave the passage to reach the Beast Continent. This blatant threat, you didn't believe it at all. Being thrown to the Beast Continent was no different from suicide. But you simply refused to yield. Come on, throw me. Who's afraid of who? Student Manhwa, I think we should give him some time to consider. In the end, it was Xianxia who softened. Oh, Manhwa smiled smugly. Since Miss Xianxia's play is to speak for him, I'll give him a chance. He turned to you, his eyes cold. But remember, if you fail to summon a spirit beast within 3 days, you'll be thrown to the Beast Continent without any mercy. You clenched your fists, your heart burning with anger, but you had no choice but to nod. Fine, I'll do it. Xianxia glanced at you, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. Then she turned and walked away. The other students looked at you with pity, as if you were already a dead man. You took a deep breath, forcing yourself to calm down. You knew that panicking wouldn't help. You had to find a way to summon a spirit beast, or at least survive these 3 days. As night fell, you sat alone in the training ground, thinking about your options. Suddenly, a faint glow appeared in the darkness, growing brighter and brighter. The task requires traveling to the Beast Continent within 3 days, with unknown rewards. Well, you let out a helpless sigh. It seems the system doesn't support my thoughts. Traveling to the Beast Continent within 3 days, unless you have Cheng Wu throw you over. There you have no other choice. What were those 2 cultivators going to do? The fierce tiger only dared to run over from afar. Then nothing. I wanted to say I'm a spirit beast, and my temper's bad, so I didn't agree. You said it lightly. You didn't agree, and they didn't even hurt you. The tiger was shocked. Stunned, you didn't say more, but quickly explained the aftermath, asking him to keep an eye out for anyone who might pass by here. Jin and Lang King. You'd only been on the Beast Continent for 2 months, and now you had to leave. You felt a bit wistful, like going on a trip, and being shooed to the next scenic spot, just as you reached the entrance. Late that night, Xianxia indeed sneaked back quietly. He found you sleeping like a dead pig, and couldn't help but feel both annoyed and amused. This guy's heart was too big. But then, when the enemy blocked the door, he instantly woke up, all his fur standing on end. This little wench wants to kill me, I know you can understand. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. Xianxia immediately lowered his voice. He stated his purpose. You stayed silent, wanting to see what trick he was up to. Tomorrow, you can pretend to agree to that bastard first. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice even more, but his tone was utterly sincere. Don't worry in the end. I'll take you away, I'll treat you well. You felt looked down upon. What a joke, like you'd live off someone else, really. When the time comes, you can eat whatever you want. Seeing you unmoved, he added. Another line, you glanced at his figure, and a thought crossed your mind. This condition isn't bad, so will you agree or not? Say something, his voice carried a hint of coaxing, almost against your will. You reluctantly nodded. You agreed? Really? Great, Xianxia was overjoyed. Then I need to leave quickly. So that bastard doesn't find out. It's settled then. With a cheerful mood, he quickly disappeared. Into the night, fine, you rolled over and continued sleeping, not caring if he misunderstood. The next day, the two came together again. Xianxia had resumed that cold, aloof look, making you think of a saying, beautiful women are the best liars. Smiling moon sky wolf, have you considered it? Cheng Wu got straight to the point. You responded with action. Hey, you spat a bloody wad toward the ground where he'd been arguing. The attitude in his spit was already clear enough. You really don't know what's good for you. Chen Wu flew into a rage on the spot, raising his fists and charging forward. Another beating, and you were already numb to it. There was only one thought in your mind, hurry up and hit me. After you're done, throw me to the beast continent. Already, you couldn't wait either, the person beside. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. This wasn't what was agreed upon. He watched you being beaten black and blue, biting his lip anxiously. 10 minutes later, Chen Wu was tired of beating you. And you still hadn't lowered your head. Fine, you've got guts, he panted, heavily pulling you up into the air with a wave of his hand. I'll see how tough you can be on the beast continent. Chen Wu, are you really going to throw him over there? Xianxia panicked. What, you want to save him? Chen Wu's temper flared up too. Even 9 oxen couldn't pull him back. Too late. Today, I want to see how he can still act tough with me over there. You thought to yourself, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Chen Wu dragged you and flew without looking back toward the border of the continent. He refused to believe that once you truly reached a dangerous place, you wouldn't cave. However, he underestimated you. Along the way, you didn't even blink, let alone beg for mercy. Soon, you arrived at the river separating the fierce beast continent from the beast continent. This is your last chance, Chen Wu said coldly. You didn't say anything, but the contempt in your eyes said it all. A grown man, why are you so wishy-washy? Chen Wu was completely provoked by you. You've wasted a good appearance, but your brain is so useless. Since that's the case, then go. Wait, just as he was about to make his move, Xianxia spoke up. He walked to your side and, with a wave of his hand, broke the power Chen Wu had over you. This move made Chen Wu's pupils contract. Why are you so stubborn? Xianxia sighed and raised his hand to pat your head gently. Forget it. Take care of yourself, just as he withdrew his hand. At that moment, you felt a small object being slipped into your fur. You can continue. Xianxia stepped back, and the look he gave Chen Wu was ice cold. Chen Wu felt a chill in his heart and didn't want to cause more trouble. He snorted once and wrapped you in his power again. Without another word, he hurled you forward fiercely. Whoosh, like a cannonball, you were thrown out, flying toward that unknown continent. You looked back. One last look at Cheng Wu's furious face and aura, searing it into memory. Old man, just you wait. When I come back, I hope you can still be this arrogant. The next second, the system's notification sounded. Ding, mission complete, head to the beast continent, mission reward, evolution points 50,000. 0, evolution point storage cap 50,000. 0, 1 top-tier lightning beast core. You crashed hard onto the beast continents. Land, without even checking your surroundings, you immediately opened the system shop. Top-tier lightning beast core, priced at 100 million evolution points. Jackpot. System, I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you stingy before. You excitedly almost shouted out. Ding, mission triggered, beast mission. Requirement, host must within 30 days fuse with the beast core and master at least 2 types of lightning techniques. Mission reward, unknown, another reality mission. Fusing should mean absorbing, right? Without ever thinking, you opened your mouth and swallowed that beast core whole. Before you could even taste it, the beast core automatically flew to your brow. Then a terrifying suction force erupted from the beast core, crazily draining the blood energy from your body. Ouch. This was completely unexpected. Others condense their own beast cores, but you were doing it in reverse. Using blood energy to feed the beast core, letting it merge with you, you felt your body rapidly shrinking, blood energy pouring out in large amounts. System exchange for high-grade healing medicine. You immediately exchanged for the medicine and chugged it like water. Luckily, you had enough evolution points, or you'd really be done for. You quickly found a hidden spot, lay down, and entered the painful yet crucial evolution process. However, the commotion caused had already attracted the attention of nearby beasts. A few low-level lightning wolves cautiously approached, their eyes gleaming with greed. You grit your teeth, enduring the pain. As your body continued to shrink, the beast core in your brow pulsed like a second heart, greedily devouring your blood energy. Just as the wolves were about to pounce, a sudden roar echoed from the distance, scattering them in fear. A massive shadow descended from the sky, a lightning eagle, its wings crackling with arcs of electricity. It landed beside you, tilting its head as if inspecting you. Then, to your shock, it gently nudged you with its beak, as if trying to help you up. You realized this eagle was not hostile but seemed to be protecting you. The ant nest of the food mansion was empty, just as when you left, but nothing was there. Both were empty and desolate. Sure enough, he had fled. She grit her teeth, her pretty face filled with anger, but that didn't matter. In his eyes, he was nothing more than a newcomer to this world. Where else could a newcomer run? Yet he had done it. He circled the newcomer zone twice, sweeping his spiritual sense like a radar over every inch of the land, but he couldn't find even a trace of you. Impossible, he had entered the beast continent. She muttered to herself, unwilling to believe it. Just as she stubbornly prepared to expand her search, a man came over. Cheng Wu, Miss Xixi, so you're here, looking for something. Hengwa wore a self-assured smile as he glanced around the area. Xixi wouldn't tell him the truth and replied coldly. Just taking a stroll. I think the scenery here is nice. Why don't we chat? Hengwa felt this was his chance. The beauty had even picked out the spot for a date. If he didn't make a move now, he wouldn't be much of a man. Chatting, Xixi just wanted to roll her eyes, frowning. She said, I don't have time. Hengwa, you'd better keep an eye on your spirit beast. If anything happens to it here, the academy won't be responsible. With that, she turned and walked away. Flew deeper into the beast continent, too lazy to say another word. Cheng Wu was stunned on the spot, then a strong sense of unwillingness surged up. He had already gotten the person out here, how could it? And at the final step, his mind raced, and he immediately thought of the problem, a gift. That's right, it must be that he hadn't given a gift. Thinking of this, he immediately chased after him, calculating in his mind. What to give? Something too cheap she wouldn't fancy, something too expensive he couldn't bear to part with. After all, what he wanted was just a 10-day fleeting romance. A losing deal wasn't worth it. Just then, they had barged into the territory of Dragon's Lair Mountain, and he kept his spiritual sense extended, searching for Xixi. Suddenly he stopped. He had found you. A moon-howling heaven wolf, and a fully grown one at that. Heavens, such quality. The moon-howling heaven wolf was the perfect spirit companion. The loss of his little rabbit instantly felt like it could be healed. His heart stirred, thoroughly stirred. As he stopped, Cheng Wu behind him followed his gaze and saw it too. In that instant, Cheng Wu's eyes went wide. This look, this aura, it was something that captivated both men and women alike. A social magnet. He immediately, self-assuredly saw through everything. So he had been looking for this moon-howling heaven wolf. Opportunity had arrived. Miss Xixi, so you were looking for him. Cheng Wu's voice was filled with confidence. In that case, I'll capture him and give him to you. How about that? The moment those words were spoken, Xixi's breath caught for half a beat. As his companion, she had no right to privately take a spirit beast, but Cheng Wu was an exchange student, so he had that right. This offer was practically handed to him on a silver platter, striking right at his heart. Reason told him he shouldn't casually accept such a precious gift, but that silver white fur and that proud, aloof bearing made it impossible for him to refuse. Cheng Wu, seeing that eager yet conflicted look on his face, was already confident. Miss Xixi, wait a moment, I'll go capture him right now. Before the words even faded, he had already dashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he landed right in front of you. You of course saw him too. Damn it, even here he found me, you cursed inwardly. This little wench just won't let go, and this time she even brought a man along. She's determined to kill you. You tensed every muscle in your body, ready to fight to the death. Strangely, the system didn't issue a mission this time. Jumping Sky Wolf, not bad, come with me. Cheng Wu issued his command to you like a king. He didn't make a move, you looked up. At Xianxia in the distance, had that little wench changed her ways, given her style, shouldn't she be screaming for blood? Seeing you lying on the ground without moving a muscle, Cheng Wu grew annoyed. If still not moving, you stood up and stretched your body, you're smooth. Muscle lines and majestic, awe-inspiring bearing made Cheng Wu a bit regretful, wondering whether giving you away was a gain or a loss. Go with you, who are you? You decided to test the waters, feeling something was off. Who am I? I am a cultivator, Cheng Wu. He raised his chin with an arrogant look. From now on, follow me and you'll eat well. And drink well. He didn't even take out a contract. Of course not, this was meant to be a gift for Xianxia. If he signed it himself, what would that even mean? But those words sounded to you like an attempt to enslave you. Eat well and drink well at the cost of losing your freedom. Being ordered around like a dog, you wouldn't stand for that. Why aren't you coming over? Cheng Wu's patience was wearing thin. Look at this is a heaven sent blessing. Right now, you should be rushing over like a lapdog to fawn over him, but you only gave him a cold stare. What, you're unwilling? Cheng Wu's gaze turned icy, radiating a dangerous aura. At that very moment, the system's voice rang in your mind. Ding, mission triggered, resist stubbornly. Mission requirement, resist Cheng Wu's attacks. Mission reward. Unfinished line. Unfinished line. Position, what is this supposed to be? A mission, 1,000 alpacas stampede through your mind, but the mission also reveals a key piece of information. He doesn't seem to intend to harm you. As long as your life isn't in danger, fine, just hold on to your stubbornness. Like a needle, it stabs deep into Cheng Wu's pride. He'd finally put on a show in front of the beauty. And you, this little prop, dare to refuse to cooperate. Fine, aren't you beasts all about the strong ruling? Then let me show you the power of my fists. Cheng Wu made his move. He threw a punch, and you instantly felt a strange energy surge into your body, excruciatingly painful. This force was similar to a shout, but far more condensed. Your current body simply couldn't withstand it. The pain made you almost cry out, but you held it in desperately. You knew full well that the moment you spoke, Xianxia would absolutely recognize your voice. You couldn't fight back either. That would only make him worse. You could only endure punch after punch, each one making your organs feel like they were shifting out of place. But strangely, there wasn't a single scratch on you. Damn it, you cursed inwardly. In the distance, Xianxia watched, her little face scrunched into a ball, her eyes full of heartache. She wanted to help, but not like this. Cheng Wu, watch your strength. Don't forget what the instructor said. She finally couldn't hold back, but cleverly used the instructor as a shield. Don't worry. Cheng Wu, hearing her speak, only grew more excited. Thinking she'd taken the bait. I won't hurt him. Instructor and student, those two words made your mind reel. Could it be that these guys were still students? Then what kind of world were you in now? The moment you got distracted, the pain seemed to lessen, and outwardly, you became nothing but a slab of meat. No resistance, no reaction, just letting him hit you however he pleased. That finally drove Cheng Wu over the edge. You don't appreciate kindness, do you? Are you going to agree or not? He kept attacking you for a full 10 minutes until his fists felt numb, yet you still stared dead at him, silent, still staring. Are you mute or something? Cheng Wu finally noticed something was off. He switched tactics. Nod for yes, shake your head for no. In the air. Xianxia wished so badly you'd nod. She couldn't bear to watch you get beaten anymore. But you didn't even move your head. This wasn't for the mission, it was your pride. If you knelt and played the servant after a beating, then you should be grateful, but you can't. Fine, truly impressive. Cheng Wu laughed in fury. He had seen many fierce beasts, but one with your nerve was truly the first. The murderous intent in his eyes grew thicker. You braced yourself to strike at any moment, ready to leave a mark on him, even if it meant getting hurt. Hey Cheng Wu, if he's unwilling, let it go. Let's leave. Xianxia, unable to watch any longer, shouted. Leave where? Cheng Wu had already stepped off the challenge platform. This is the gift I wanted to give you. If I can't deliver it, where will my face go? Hearing this, you couldn't help but roll your eyes at Xianxia. Sure enough, it was that little wench's fault. Your glare struck Xixia's heart like an electric current, making her miserable. Was she being treated as an accomplice now? Cheng Wu, I warn you, I don't accept any of your excuses. He immediately made his stance clear. He had no right to treat him like this. Cheng Wu grinned, completely tearing off all pretense. Treat him like this? No such thing. How about I don't act and let my spirit beast do it instead? Xianxia was so angry she pointed at him, speechless. His Spirit beasts were all at the demon beast level, any one of them could tear you to shreds. Chen Wu's gaze grew hot and greedy. Miss Xixi, if you want to help him. That's fine too, agree to one request of mine. What request? Be a heavenly maiden for 10 days, how about it? Now even you understood what he was after. Impossible, Xixi refused without a second thought. Then fine, Chen Wu's face darkened, turning back to you. This matter is none of your concern. I won't take his life, I'll beat him senseless, then throw him into the beast wilds to fend for himself. As his words fell, he struck harder, a clear crack. You could distinctly hear the sound of your own bones breaking, followed by the bones in your wings being shattered inch by inch. Agony instantly flooded your nerves. You grit your teeth, hatefully wanting to lunge forward and tear him in two, yet Xixi remained silent. She couldn't plead for you, showing that she cared would only make Chen Wu more smug. Not pleading meant watching you get beaten. She could only disguise herself with coldness, but her tightly clenched fists betrayed her. Watching her reaction, you mentally filed her back under the category of vicious women, sacrificing you to save her own skin, huh? You shook your head, casting off that thought. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. Chen Wu grabbed you by the hair, lifting you like a ragged sack. Little wolf, lucky you, no need to brave the passage, you can head straight to the beast continent. You lurked in the ferocious beast continent, thinking you'd quietly hunt down one ferocious beast to solve your survival problem. Suddenly a familiar bloody scent drifted through the air. You looked up, a fire leopard cat appeared in your field of vision, flames blazing across its body, baring its fangs as it stared at you. It was truly fierce, far more formidable than that little rabbit before. Wild beasts and artificially raised spirit beasts were simply not the same thing. Your heart tightened a little, and you braced yourself for a fight. But this creature had already struck its pose yet refused to move. You were puzzled. What was it playing at? The fire leopard cat was equally stunned. It had just sensed a familiar aura, one from a deity or demon. This wolf cub must have been sent out by a deity or demon to train a spirit beast, surely very powerful, right? Damn it, it had been chosen by a deity or demon to serve as a whetstone. Its heart was filled with sorrow. A deity or demon's chosen training target would never be too much stronger, because it was training, not a death sentence. It felt doomed. You and the fire leopard cat stared at each other, neither daring to strike first. Who knew what tricks the fire leopard cat had up its sleeve? As for the fire leopard cat, it was already thinking of fleeing. But it figured that once marked by a deity or demon, escape was all but impossible. Hey, are you going to fight or not? You finally grew impatient. This beast only knew how to strike poses. If it wanted to fight, fine. If not, it should leave. You had no time for it. The demonic energy within you was stirring. The fire leopard cat was caught off guard. It felt a surge of terror. This wolf cub's demonic energy was far more intense than it had imagined. It had no choice but to brace itself, ready to face the coming storm. You saw its hesitation and sneered. Since you won't make a move, I'll go first. With that, you lunged forward, claws extended, aiming straight for its throat. The fire leopard cat barely dodged, its body trembling as it realized the gap in strength. It knew it couldn't win, but it had no way out, so it had to fight to the death. You exchanged a few blows, each one sending sparks flying, the air crackling with heat. Despite its fear, the fire leopard cat fought with desperate ferocity, its claws leaving deep gashes in the ground. You were impressed by its tenacity, but you had no intention of letting it off easily. With a sudden burst of speed, you closed the distance and delivered a powerful blow to its side. The fire leopard cat was sent tumbling, crashing into a nearby rock with a sickening thud. It struggled to rise, blood dripping from its mouth, but its eyes still burned with defiance. You paused, a flicker of respect crossing your mind. This beast had spirit. You've got guts, you said, stepping back. I'll let you live. Go and don't cross my path again. The fire leopard cat stared at you in disbelief, then slowly limped away, disappearing into the shadows. Put it in your backpack, it might get lost. After doing all this, you collapsed again. The process of absorbing blood energy isn't easy. You figure it'll take at least 10 odd days. 9 days later, on the other side, Xixi left with Manhwa. The divine demon beast hadn't slept yet. Back at the academy, Xixi gave Manhwa a thorough scolding. Manhwa's face was dark the whole time. You tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice, didn't get the kiss, and on top of that, you earned a load of complaints. Though he didn't care, it still felt really irritating. Xixi, did you find that wolf? The friends immediately surrounded Xixi as soon as they saw her. No, I didn't, Xixi answered curtly. 9 days later, she'd already forgotten about finding that matter because she was too busy keeping an eye on Manhwa to stop him from going to the demon beast continent. For the remaining 9 days, that's all she did. No, then why are you still so happy? Donglin was puzzled. This isn't like Six's personality at all. Donglin, let me tell you, I found a moon-howling celestial wolf. Cixi spoke as if showing off a treasure, extremely excited. What? A moon-howling celestial wolf. Quick, call it out and let me see. Donglin was also thrilled. Girls can never resist beautiful things, though their academy did have a moon-howling celestial wolf. It belonged to someone they hated, so they couldn't get close to it. I didn't bring it back. Donglin looked at Cixi as if she were an idiot. You didn't bring it back? My goodness, if you don't bring it back this time, next time it might become someone else's spirit beast. Donglin was heartbroken, but I've already reserved it. Let's go ask around now. If anyone else is going to the beast realm, what exactly happened over there? Donglin was completely stunned. Cixi didn't hide anything from Donglin and told her the whole story of meeting you, even exaggerating and harshly criticizing Manhwa's wrongdoings. At length, Donglin was nearly moved to tears listening. How could he do that? How could he treat him like that? Donglin had never even met you, yet she'd already grown fond of you. Hearing how Manhwa bullied you, she was furious. She wished she could charge over right away. No, I'm going to settle this with him. Donglin was even more agitated than Cixi, rolling up her sleeves to go find Manhwa. Oh, don't bother, he's already run off. Let's hurry and ask about the important matter. Though I gave the jade token to him, there's no guarantee he won't be attacked by other demon beasts. We need to move fast. Cixi grabbed Donglin. Right, I'll go now. Donglin ran off swiftly in a frantic hurry. Cixi watched. After Donglin ran off, he muttered to himself, Little wolf, you must not get into trouble. Just thinking about you made Cixi's face flush slightly. Donglin's connections at the academy were quite good, but an hour later he came running back. There is, in another 20 days there's one. Let's go, hurry and apply. Dong Lin returned, without even stopping to drink water, grabbing Cixi and running off. Though this kind of guiding task wasn't exactly a great assignment, it had to be applied for in advance. If someone else snatched this opportunity, they would have to wait for the next time. The Academy's moon celestial wolf was in high demand. What if someone catches you? That would be trouble. Just imagining a beautiful Academy moon celestial wolf passing him by. Donglin felt awful. Just after returning, Cixi again rushed off to the academic affairs office. Little did he know how heartbroken Cixi was over your situation. After nearly 10 days of effort, your body had shrunk considerably, 3 meters in length, 1.5 meters in height. However, the demon box was still absorbing blood energy, with no sign of stopping. How am I supposed to comprehend this secret manual? This had been troubling you for days. If you didn't comprehend 2 secret manuals, the task wouldn't count as complete. Could it be that you had to wait until absorption finished before comprehending? Anyway, you had no clue at all, feeling utterly lost. No good, this demon box really was a devourer of evolution points. How many bottles of healing medicine had you bought already? Speaking of evolution points, your heart ached. A high-grade healing potion cost 100,000 evolution points per bottle. At the absorption rate, you'd burn through 5 bottles a day. That's 50,000. It didn't seem like much, but you couldn't afford it lasting so long. 10 days would be 5 million. You had originally carried 12 million evolution points, and now only 7 million remained. If it absorbed for another 8 or 10 days, you'd become a pauper again, and sure enough, your guess was right. You waited a full 10 more days before you felt the demon box absorption power gradually weakening. You almost cried, brother. I thought this little body of mine couldn't satisfy you. You finally remembered to let me off the hook. How could you not sigh? Originally, your build had been quite imposing. But now, though you still look the same, your body length had shrunk to 1 meter, and you were a little thing only 50 centimeters tall. Back when you encountered the fiery cat, you'd somewhat looked down on that creature for its small size. Now looking at your own build, you weren't much bigger than it. Neither should mock the other. The demon box seemed to have heard your inner thoughts were no longer absorbed, but instead burst forth with a powerful surge of lightning energy. Absorption complete. Congratulations, host, you have evolved into the demon beast, purple lightning flying wolf. Strength potential limit increased by 4,000. Physique potential limit increased by 5,500. Agility potential limit increased by 4,000. Mental strength potential limit increased by 2,500. Demon power potential limit increased by 10,000. Strength increased by 800. Physique increased by 1,500. Agility increased by 500. Mental strength increased by 800. Demon power increased by 4,000. System shop activated. Secret manual purchase permission. System shop activated. Secret manual purchase. Permission, currently available for purchase. Lightning type secret manuals. This series of ringing sounds left you stunned, and at the same time, a powerful force surged through your body instantly. You felt as if you possessed world-destroying power filled with unprecedented confidence. What is this demon power? You opened your attribute panel to check. Host, Xianxia. Species, purple lightning flying wolf demon beast. Strength, on 1,950, 6,060. Physique, 12,000 on 110, 7,000 on 110. Agility, on 1,410, 5,410. Mental strength, 910, 12,800. Demon power, 4,000, 10,000. This attribute panel was practically luxurious, especially the potential values, which looked very satisfying. Wait, why is the demon power decreasing? As you observed, the demon power suddenly dropped a little. This is related to the electricity you are currently discharging. Having suddenly gained such powerful demon power, you cannot yet control it well, so naturally, releasing demon power consumes it. You can understand this as the mana. In a game, waste is shameful. You began to try to control the power within your body. This control is done through the demon core within you, just like your thoughts are transmitted to the brain, and then the brain commands the limbs to act. It was very easy to manipulate, without the slightest sense of lag. You developed a playful mood. Lightning continuously burst from your claws, just like a child who had gotten a new toy, playing happily. However, after playing for a while, you remembered that the system had also activated the secret manual purchase permission. When you opened the system shop, you saw the newly added secret manual option. The system was still the same system you knew, too money grubbing. You had thought it was finally being generous for once, rewarding you, but it seemed you were wrong. It was just stimulating consumption. You will never change your money grubbing nature. Might as well just call you money grubber from now on. Your originally good mood was almost ruined by the system, mainly because these secret manuals were too expensive. A top-tier secret manual costs over 100 million evolution points. High-tier ones, tens of millions for mid-tier, millions for low-tier. Sorry, the system doesn't sell them. That's right, you read correctly. It simply won't sell them. Even the system has its principles. It won't sell you low-tier stuff. You looked at what you had left of evolution points and wanted to cry. You felt you'd been played by the system. Because your evolution points just happened to be left with 2 million, exactly enough for 2 ultimate secret manuals. So, which manuals to buy? You checked what you could afford. Mid-tier manuals. It wasn't that high-tier or top-tier ones were bad, but looking at them, you couldn't afford them anyway. Take the top-tier 9 Heavens Thunder Jade, for instance. It was truly formidable with world-destroying power, but they sold it for as much as 500 million evolution points. Could you afford that? Out of sight, out of mind. If you can't afford it, don't look. High-end stuff you can't buy, so just get something practical and be done with it. There were no long-range attack manuals. After scanning through the Thunder-type manuals, you felt even worse. You'd originally thought you could master a long-range attack method, but as it turned out, there were no mid-tier manuals like that at all. Thunder Flash, Thunder Clone, you finally chose 2 Thunder-type manuals, both related to survival. Thunder Flash, using the power of thunder to move at extreme speed. Thunder Clone, using Hunder's power to create a clone with a portion of the original's attack power. The demon beast continent was dangerous, so you had to protect your own life first before thinking about anything else. Thunder Clone successfully activated. Evolution points drained, but that didn't make you happy at all. Learning the manual. Thunder Flash successfully learned. Thunder Clone successfully learned. Quest completed. Demon Beast quest reward. Evolution points 100. Evolution point storage cap 100. Demonic power 10. Finally, you recovered some losses. You let out a sigh of relief. A penny can stump a hero. Without evolution points on hand, it felt awful. When Thunder Flash was successfully learned, you naturally knew how to use it. You saw your figure turn into a bolt of lightning, speed pushed to the extreme. Your attack target was a massive tree that would take 4 or 5 people to wrap around. When you collided with it, it snapped in the middle, and the entire tree turned pitch black, as if it had truly been struck by lightning. then Thunder Clone, your figure suddenly split into two, looking at the other figure that was exactly like you. You were utterly amazed. And you discover that you can also command the Lightning Clone to fight for you. This is quite formidable. This secret manual actually has levels. You see on your attribute panel that the secret manual has beginner written after it, and a proficiency bar appears, indicating that using the skill can raise its level. Raising the secret manual's level increases its power. Impressive. Isn't this just skill proficiency? You claim to be quite familiar with this. Just use the skill more often, and the level will go up. It's just a bit costly on demonic energy. How does the system restore demonic energy? After leveling up, the system provides demonic energy recovery potions. Currently, the host can only absorb demonic cores to restore their own energy. What about the system shop? When will it level up? When the evolution value storage cap reaches 50 million, it can rise to level 6. The system shop seems a bit far off. Your current evolution value storage cap is only 14 million, and that's after completing several major quests. The system's level. Can the system demonic cores be recycled now? Yes. Hearing the system's reply, you feel relieved. Although you've come to a rather dangerous place, it's more suitable for development. The value of demonic cores is extremely high. What the system shop sells isn't cheap, but what it buys back has a higher value. A demonic core that sells for 20 million evolution points has a recycling price of 2 million. In other words, if you defeat a demon beast, just from the demonic core alone, your income can reach 2 million. Thinking of this, your heart burns with excitement. You wonder if that fire leopard cat has run off. You've set your sights on that fire leopard cat, if possible. You'd very much like to defeat it. Did the fire leopard cat leave? It had left, but before long it came back, because it had no good place to go. First, it wasn't willing to become a subordinate to other demon beasts. So many good places were off limits to it, and other places were basically occupied by demon beasts. It didn't dare go there either, because going would mean a fight. The fire leopard cat's strength wasn't that great, and it didn't want to clash with other demon beasts, especially when it was on the verge of comprehending a secret manual. The fire leopard cat felt it was about to comprehend a secret manual. If it truly could, then even if its demonic energy wasn't too deep, it could still find a better territory. It was precisely because of these considerations that the fire leopard cat returned back to his original territory, pondering. That spirit beast should have left by now, right? But upon returning to his territory, the blazing cat happened to run into you, who had come looking for him. With your group, this was a bit awkward. You're that spirit beast? The blazing cat never expected to run into you, especially with your greatly changed form. Although your appearance hadn't changed much. Your fur was still silver, wings still there, but it was obvious you had evolved into a demon beast level spirit beast. He was furious on the spot. That was the greatest insult to you. Insulting who? I'll deal with you. Your whole body flashed with electric light. For your first battle against a demon beast, you had to go all out. Thunder Flash appeared, Thunder Clone appeared, you even prepared to use Heaven-Defying Strike. Heaven-Defying Strike was incredibly powerful, no matter what attack you used. Its power would be doubled, so Thunder Flash also enjoyed this treatment. The blazing cat was instantly brought down by your barrage of moves. Ah, brother Flying Wolf, do you have to go this far? Against a small fry like me, do you really need to use 2 secret arts? The blazing cat was about to cry. He hated himself for coming back. Wasn't this just walking right into a trap? I haven't even mastered a single secret art, and this guy has at least 2. This is just too unfair. Why isn't this guy making a move? Is he too confident in his defense? You noticed the blazing cat wasn't moving against your attack, so you became even more serious. However, when your lightning-clad claws landed on the blazing cat's body, you froze. This guy's defense didn't seem all that impressive. The lightning you unleashed broke through the flames burning on the blazing cat's body, and then your claws landed on him. The result was that your claws left a long gash on the blazing cat. If your claws had been sharper, you could have split the blazing cat in 2. This was far from what you had imagined. The gap was too big. Were demon beasts really this weak? If the blazing cat knew what you were thinking, he would definitely argue. It's not that demon beasts are weak, it's clearly that you're too strong. All right, normal demon beasts. Demonic power gradually rises from beginner to peak level. But you, on the other hand, directly obtained peak level secret arts. What about things like that? Not to mention secret arts, just from the name, you know they're incredible Combat skills. Ordinary demon beasts can't even comprehend or master them. You mastered 2 at once. Your demonic power was peak level. And you mastered secret arts. If that's the case, when dealing with this kind of demon beast and a beginner without any secret manuals, you still have to struggle, then you might as well just buy a piece of tofu and knock yourself out with it. The blazing fire cat is feeling terrible right now, the wound torn open by the claws. Hurts badly, but the most critical thing is the thunder-type power that has already invaded its body, causing its body to go numb. It can't move anymore. The damage the thunder power does to the blazing fire cat's body, the blazing fire cat can temporarily ignore, but this paralysis is too deadly. The next moment, your lightning clone appears in front of the blazing fire cat. The beginner level lightning clone possesses 50% of your main body's attack power. That's actually not weak at all. The key point is that the lightning clone itself is made of lightning, so it naturally carries lightning attack abilities. Anyway, this kind of ability the blazing fire cat doesn't have, none of it. You make your move again, and just the lightning clone alone is enough to defeat the blazing fire cat. Isn't this too weak? You're almost shocked, speechless. Could it be that this fire-spitting guy was deliberately holding back? You've activated thinking mode. Defeated demon beast blazing fire cat. Reward. Evolution points 300 0. Evolution point storage cap 300 0. Fire type beast slot 1. Who cares if it's weak or not, since you defeated it? As long as it gives you stuff, that's fine. With the reward in hand, you're happy. You didn't even look at what it was and just chose to let the system recycle it. Now the evolution points are truly back, this time adding a full 2 million. System fusion activated. This fusion requires evolution points 300. Fusion success rate 15. Please confirm, do you wish to fuse? Price went up. Previously the fusion base evolution point requirement was 20. Now it's become 200. Sure enough, it's a greedy one to raise it to 70. How many evolution points would it take for fusing demon beasts? The success rate below 50. Every 10 evolution points can increase the success rate by 1. For success rates above 50, every 50 evolution points can increase the success rate by 1. After hearing this, your face turns dark. Even this pay-to-win system has upgraded along with everything else. If you wanted to raise the fusion success rate to 70, how many evolution points would that take? Over 1 million? If you really had that many evolution points, you'd be better off strengthening your body parts instead. Success rate raised to 50. Fusion activated. This fusion requires 250 evolution points. Fusion success rate 50. Still, the fusion failed, and your face turned black from frustration. You grit your teeth, wanting to curse. 25,000 evolution points just went down the drain like that. The system strengthened your eyes, ears, nose, claws, fangs, skin, and tail up to level 2. Before, you were too poor to waste evolution points. But now you're not that poor anymore. Higher level enhancements you still can't afford. However, raising level 1 enhancements to level 2, you can still manage. Because strengthening each body part to level 2 only costs about 100,000 evolution points each. Ding, enhancement successful. Enhancement requires 700,000 evolution points. Do you wish to proceed? Ding, enhancement successful. Vision 1. Hearing 1, smell 1, claw sharpness 1. Fang sharpness 1, skin defense 1, tail defense 1. With all the points spent, the system definitely handled things for you clearly and properly. You were satisfied with the system's performance. Are the claws and fangs sharper now? That needs to be checked later, but right now you can sense that your vision has grown stronger. You can hear farther, and your nose is more sensitive. This wasn't wasted money, the system. If it's enhanced to level 9, would it be really powerful? Just adding 2 is already this strong. If it adds 9, it would definitely be even stronger. Ding, when a body part reaches 4 enhancement, a special trait will appear. Please work hard, host. This was a blatant temptation. 4 gives a trait. Fine, time to go farm evolution points. You flapped your small wings and flew up, even though the wings had shrunk in size. It didn't affect flight speed, short but capable. Let's clarify something. Although the system renamed you Dian Flying Wolf, you're still in the form of the Howling Moon Sky Wolf. Just that your body size is much smaller. Also, the crescent moon mark on your forehead has turned into a lightning bolt symbol. There are still many demon beasts on the demon beast continent. Every small area has a lord, and in a larger region there's also a beast king, the one you're in. The minor lords in this area are just unlucky. They keep getting harassed by you. Low-level demon beasts don't even have the right to resist in front of you. Don't underestimate yourself. You're just a demon beast, but what you control is top-tier demon power. When releasing the same demonic energy, the power you unleash is stronger than other demon beasts, and what you control is the domineering lightning, dense and overwhelming. All those you've targeted can hardly withstand it. Boss, this is bad. A divine demon spirit beast is causing trouble in our area. This region's Demon King's cave has been decorated beautifully, with many spirit herbs planted inside that look to be growing well. The spirit beast Flame Hound, as the boss of this cave, is the minor demon king of the nearby area. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, he looked confused, because the divine demon had only just left not long ago. Why would it return? And even if a divine demon descended midway, it wouldn't come to the demon beast continent. At this time, there would still be spirit beasts on the demon beast continent. Yes, it's a spirit beast. I want to see it myself. It truly carries the aura of a spirit beast. It has already defeated some lone demon beasts. I think it's only a matter of time before it comes for us. How strong is it? Flame Hound is 5 meters long and 1 meter tall, with no fur on its skin and many flame patterns on its body. It is quite powerful itself, having already nurtured a mid-grade demon core within. And it also masters 2 secret arts. If it were an ordinary spirit beast, Flame Hound wouldn't care, but seeing how nervous his subordinate is, it's clear the opponent is no weakling, quite strong. Flame Hound's subordinate then said just 2 words, be more specific. Flame Hound stood up from the ground. His subordinate wouldn't speak carelessly. A lightning-type spirit beast that can fly. From the look of it, it should have evolved from a moon-howling sky wolf. Its appearance is the same as a moon-howling sky wolf. Its demon core grade, that I'm not sure about, but it has mastered at least 2 secret arts. At these words, Flame Hound knew why his subordinate said the spirit beast was strong. Lightning type, can fly, 2 secret arts. This already surpasses him, because Flame Hound can't fly, and if the other truly comes to cause trouble, it would naturally stand in an undefeated position. Let's go meet it. Flame Hound wasn't one to be passive. With someone causing trouble right at his doorstep, as the master, he naturally had to go out and see for himself. Whether he could fight or not, he still had to let the other know his stance. You, on your side, were making quick progress. Within a single day, you defeated 3 demon beasts and obtained 3 demon cores, which you exchanged for 6 million evolution stones. As for demonic power and such, there was no need to replenish it for now. You still had over 3,000 points in your body. Originally, this pleasant process would have continued like this, but you didn't expect a Flame Hound to appear halfway, so you really are a spirit beast. You've come here to train. Flame Hound spoke first when he saw you. The spirit beast aura on you couldn't be faked. At this, it was helpless too. You had already placed the token from Xianxia into the system backpack, but that token had been on you for 20 days, and it had already left behind a scent on you, causing these creatures to mistake you for a spirit beast. That was truly a very unpleasant matter. You're unhappy, then things become very simple. Whoever makes you unhappy, you defeat them. Good, without another word, you made your move. You had no intention whatsoever of conversing with the flame dog. The battle erupted abruptly. Even the flame dog hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Your body skimmed close to the ground at high speed. Your use of lightning flash had already become very flame slash. The flame dog also used a secret technique. Flames spread across its body surface, and a great blade formed of fire materialized out of thin air. The moment this flame great blade appeared, it immediately made a slashing motion. The one being slashed was, of course, you. To be honest, you were a bit envious. This creature had actually mastered a ranged attack method, quite formidable. The demon beasts you had encountered before didn't know secret techniques. They could only use the demonic power they controlled to enhance their combat abilities, which was the correct way of utilizing demonic power. In terms of power, it certainly couldn't compare to secret techniques. Lightning clone, your figure split into 2 in midair, flanking the flame dog from left and right. Its attack could only target one, inevitably allowing one of you to get close. But the flame dog wasn't flustered at all, who here didn't also control 2 secret techniques. Flame outer garment, the flame dog used another secret technique. The flames on its body suddenly erupted, then condensed and actually transformed into a flame battle armor, resembling an exoskeleton. After evolving into a level purple lightning flying wolf, you encountered An even stronger opponent, a level. Flame Dog, you sent out your clone to meet the flame battle. It unleashed, then your main body rapidly closed in. It radiated intense heat, but you weren't afraid at all. Did you think that just because the temperature was high, your Lord Yang would be scared? You thought to yourself, naive, you didn't take this so-called flame battle armor seriously at all. Raising your claw, you directly swiped at it. Sparks flew everywhere, and with a tearing sound, that layer of flame battle armor shattered on the spot. No joke, your claws weren't for show. With innate sharpness plus system enhancement, ordinary defenses were like a sheet of paper before you. However, that flame battle armor wasn't useless either. A piercing, burning pain suddenly shot up from between your claws. Damn it, this high temperature even managed to. Even your lightning couldn't withstand it, and you could even smell the stench of burnt fur. You and the flame hound separated at once, and you looked down at your own claws. Completely ruined, that beautiful silver-white fur of yours. Now the tips of your claws were a charred black mess. How could you endure this? This was absolutely unforgivable. At the same time, the flame hound was stunned too. He couldn't believe that even with flame mantle activated, this lightning thunder wolf could still wound him. That last strike had torn through his battle armor, ripping open his flesh and skin with a gash. As a demon king of his domain, how long had it been since he last took a wound? The scent of blood instantly ignited his frenzy. Yet you, in your rage, paid him no more mind, instead turning your gaze toward his two underlings. The next moment, you moved. Those two demon beasts, still watching from the sidelines, cursed inwardly. What the hell? Our boss challenged you to duel, you fight him, why are you coming after us? They wanted to flee, but before this ancestor who could fly and flash with lightning, could they possibly get away? Before they could even dart very far, your attacks came crashing down. The flame hound could block your attacks, but that didn't mean his two underlings could too. The demonic energy shields they raised were nothing before you. The lightning power, with unreasonable force, surged through and shattered them in an instant. Their bodies were directly exposed to your claws. They couldn't withstand even a single blow. With a piercing sound, your claws struck with precision, hitting their vital points. They instantly lost all combat ability and collapsed to the ground, watching his own subordinates corpses twitching on the ground. The flame hound completely lost it. He roared and charged after you, wanting to fight you in close combat. His plan was quite simple. He didn't even need to bite you, as long as he got close. With this flame mantle, he could burn you into severe injury. System, power, constitution, agility each strengthened by 100 points. Having just taken down two demon beasts, you were now flush with wealth, over 10 million. Evolution points, spending 6 million was nothing. This enhancement requires 600 evolution points. Enhance successful. The feeling of enhancement surged through your body instantly. The flame hound's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He could clearly feel your aura skyrocketing by a whole level. In the middle of battle, your strength surged. His mentality was starting to crack. He was already struggling to match you, and now you were leveling up mid-fight. Isn't that just cheating? You couldn't care less about that. He burned your fur. This bastard had to pay the price. Lightning flash, lightning clone, but this time, you'd learned your lesson. You wouldn't use your real body to touch his flame armor again. With a single thought, the lightning clone charged forward fearlessly. After all, a clone was just lightning. It wasn't afraid of high temperatures. Now it was the flame hound's turn to be frustrated. His flame slash was utterly useless, too slow, only able to chase your shadow and strike empty air. Meanwhile, your lightning clone moved fast as a ghost. He couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. Lightning and flame clashed violently, bursting not with sparks of love, but with energy shocks that stung him again and again. Though the lightning clan's damage to him wasn't high, it kept grinding him down relentlessly. At this rate, he'd be whittled to death. Just a few minutes in, the flame hound began to think about retreating, trying to leave in front of this goat lord. You saw through his intention at a glance and gave him no chance, but you weren't in a hurry to finish the fight either, because you were pleasantly surprised to find that during battle with this creature, your lightning mastery proficiency was growing. At lightning speed, the progress bar was visibly surging forward. This was the perfect training dummy. Spirit beast, don't get too cocky. If something happens to me, even if you're a spirit beast, you won't leave the demon beast continent alive. The flame hound started making threats. Oh, you have relatives. You raised an eyebrow, so if you beat the small one, the big one would come. My big brother is already a high-tier demon beast who commands 3 secret arts. You're no match for him. If anything happens to me, he will definitely kill you, the flame hound spoke. With full confidence, he owed everything he had to his brother. Just one brother, you. Curled your lip in disappointment. I thought you were going to bring out your elders. Still. A hint of anticipation stirred in your heart. If this guy was a mid-tier demon beast, then the demon core inside him could sell for 5 million evolution points. The flame hound was left speechless. By your retort, the battle continued. He had no idea he'd already become your skill training tool, otherwise he'd have spat blood. In fury, but every sandbag eventually gets beaten to pieces. After less than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the flame hound's demonic energy gave out first. His flame slash vanished. In a puff, he poured all his remaining demonic energy into his life-saving flame coat. Big brother, I was wrong. Spare my life, I'll give you all my wealth, the flame hound begged. Earlier he'd thought that even if he couldn't win, he could at least run, never imagined it would come to this. Too late for mercy. You sneered coldly, and that's not your wealth, it's mine. Are you kidding? Using this goat lord's future? Bribing me with wealth, do you take me for a fool? After you die, won't your things all be yours? You found him with that nose of yours. His old den is a piece of cake. The flame dog trembled with rage. My things, how did they become yours? Seems you've got nothing left to offer. Any last words? Want me to pass a message to your big brother? You decide, send him off. You crave evolution, but he never understood me. My big brother will definitely kill you. The flame dog let out a final roar, ignoring the lightning Klena's attacks, charging madly at your main body. From the start of the fight, he hadn't touched your main body even once. He had to land a hit somehow, but sadly his speed was as slow as a snail in your eyes. A lightning bolt easily dodged, and a backhand slap landed on his head. I hit you this. Clumsy, even you were stunned by the slap. What terrible luck. Your main body had only attacked him twice, and the second time triggered the collision talent. With your current attributes, the collision talent's power was ferocious. With a dull thud, half of the flame dog's face was severely damaged, and his body flew out like a torn sack. Before the corpse even hit the ground, the system notification sounded. Ding, killed flame dog. Evolution points 500 0. Evolution point storage cap 500 0. Mid-grade. Flame demon core 1, not bad. You were quite satisfied with this haul. And immediately absorbed that mid-grade demon core. Sure enough, another 5 million evolution points. Next, you began fusing the corpse to enhance body potential and evolution point storage cap. You decisively chose the former. The cap could be raised anytime, but body potential was the foundation. Fusion successful, each potential increased by 100 points. This deal was a huge win. You fused all the corpses and used the leftover evolution points to boost your attributes, keeping only 1 million in reserve. After all, with your 6 to 7,000 potential cap and attributes barely over 2,000, the gap was too wide. After the enhancement, you felt refreshed and followed the flame dog sent straight to his lair. This sense of smell was a treasure hunting tool. You were delighted. Without this ability, you might have had to negotiate with him, wasting time and effort. Nowhere near as satisfying as walking right in to inherit his estate. What a thrill. This guy's pretty loaded. The moment you step into the cave, you see it. A patch of cultivated lingxi, though only a dozen or so. Fruits are ripe, but you're not picky and you don't care if the attributes match or not. Zhang Bi starts eating them on the spot. Fire attribute demon beast. Spirit gathering evolution value 500,000. Strength potential 50. One fruit alone is worth 500 0. You're stunned. This is way faster than killing monsters for money. At this rate, on the divine beast continent, a single tomb could net you 5 million. Your mind immediately starts racing. Even a bold idea crosses your mind. Why not seek some excitement and have Xianxia, that little girl, toss you over to the divine beast continent? You've only been on the demon beast continent for a few days, and already you're yearning for the divine beast continent. If anyone found out, they'd call you crazy. No doubt, but of course, it's just a thought. You quickly strip the place of all the lingxi, pat your butt, and get ready to leave. You've no interest in claiming this mountain and guarding this little stash. Living off it would be too slow. Better to seize someone else's turf for faster gains. Yet what you don't know is that while you entered the cave, a pair of eyes was watching you from the shadows, fixed and unblinking. It was a flame hound, the one left to guard the den. A lackey. When it saw you strut out so boldly, it nearly scared its soul out. Oh no, the boss didn't come back, but this formidable guy did. Something must have gone wrong. It bolts with not a shred of thought of avenging its boss. After you leave, it scrambles away, stumbling and rolling. But it's not fleeing for its life, it's going to report to its bosses. Big Brother. Almost at the same moment, a voice rings out in your mind. The systems, ding, quest triggered, revenge from the flames. Quest objective, kill the flame hounds. Big Brother within 5 days. Quest reward, location. 5 days, do these two brothers have some kind of spiritual link? One dies here and the other knows right away. You carry your doubts and continue on your way. But this time, when you find a demon beast, you don't rush to attack. Instead, you have a friendly little chat with the poor sod, mainly to ask where the flame hound's big brother's turf is, rather than wait for them to come to you. Better to go to them first. Under the threat of death, the beast cooperates readily. Too bad you can't let go of any evolution value. After the talk, you casually reap it. A day later, you've already crept to the outskirts of the flame hound's big brother's territory. This guy's doing pretty well for himself. You watch the cave, with beasts coming and going. And you're practically drooling. These are all living, breathing evolution points. But you don't act rashly. You haven't yet gotten your hands on something that can sweep through everything. At that moment, the one who had fled from the cave mansion finally arrived. The underling said, "You say my brother is dead." The great demon king on the throne in the cave mansion was far more imposing than the one you killed. His body was a full size larger. And the flame patterns on his body were denser. Yes. Great king, our boss went to warn that outsider. Thunderkey flying wolf, but the boss never came back. Instead, that flying wolf showed up. At that point, the meaning was already clear. The great demon king's eyes instantly blazed with flames. He and his brother were extremely close, and at this moment, the rage within him could no longer be suppressed. Let's go, he let out a furious roar and, with all his underlings, was about to swarm out to avenge you. But after taking a few steps, he stopped again, angry as he was. He hadn't lost his reason, an outsider spirit beast appearing at this time was definitely no simple matter. His brother was already dead. That was a lesson. What if the other party truly had the strength to contend with him? With that thought, he changed his mind. You guard the home, I'll go myself. He wasn't going to duel you one-on-one. He was preparing to seek reinforcements, calling 2 more great demon kings to kill you. A mere spirit beast would be a matter of minutes. He left alone. However, he didn't know that the moment he stepped out, you had already locked onto him. That's him, your eyes fixed on the target, that aura, that appearance, no mistake. He went out without even bringing his underlings. What an opportunity. You had been wondering how to find a chance to strike, but he was so cooperative. You quietly followed him, relying on your keen senses to trail him from a great distance. Once he was far enough from his lair, that would be your best moment to strike. You followed for half a day, and when you judged the distance was right and the time had come, you appeared without warning from the sky, striking with a lightning flash ambush. Lightning tore through the sky. The flame dog, focused on its journey, never expected an attack from above. Caught off guard, it couldn't dodge in time. And you viciously raked its rear, leaving several wounds so deep the bone was visible. The lightning still crackled and sizzled in the wounds. The flame dog whirled around, opening its massive maw to bite at you, but it couldn't even touch your clothes. The strike missed, so it immediately changed tactics. Flame slash. The same move, yet its power was worlds apart. The moment the massive blade of fire appeared, the surrounding vegetation was scorched, withered, and yellow by the searing heat. A bit fierce, huh? You realized a high-rank demon beast was indeed different, and there was worse to come. The flame slash howled toward you with astonishing speed. It could match your flight speed, but in your lightning flash state. Before you, this speed is still nothing. You easily dodge the flame slash and close in again, but you don't dare attack recklessly. This guy definitely has the flame coat too, and that thing can scorch your fur. You don't want to experience that again. However, the flame hound has no intention of defending. Right in front of you, a second flame greatsword appears out of thin air. What the? You're stunned for a moment, glance back at the first sword still there. Die. The flame hound doesn't give you any time to think, controlling 2 flame greatswords from 2 tricky angles to launch a frenzied assault on you. Is this some kind of secret art upgrade? You look at the 2 greatswords with identical power and have a guess. Since that's the case, a lightning clone is such a good sparring partner. You instantly change your mind. As long as he doesn't call for help, you don't mind having a good fight with him and grinding some skill proficiency on the side. The flame hound sees you use a secret art too and shows no weakness. the flame coat deepens instantly, and his flame coat is far stronger than his brother's. The outer layer of the armor even emits eerie blue flames, clearly not to be trifled with. But you have no intention of going in yourself, just send the lightning clone to harass him. A tug of war begins. Is that all you've got? After exchanging blows for a while, the flamehound's confidence soars. He finds that your two secret arts are mediocre in power and can't pose any real threat to him. Instead, his attacks force you to dodge carefully. One hit and you're dead or injured. You're nothing special, you talk tough, but inside you're overjoyed. The lightning flash proficiency bar is filling up fast, and you feel your control over the skill becoming smoother and smoother. Just then, the flame hound suddenly opens its mouth and spews a huge wave of flames, like a mobile flamethrower. Fire poison detected. Host, please detoxify immediately. What? Using a dirty trick, this fire poison works through breathing, hard to defend against, and can directly burn internal organs. Exchange for the ultimate antidote potion. You sneer inwardly, such a petty trick. Antidote potion down the hatch. A wave of coolness spreads through your body, and the fire poison is instantly cleared. Spit it out. Spit it out, pretty to watch actually. You taunt him, but the flame hound just sneers and ignores you. In his eyes, you're already a dead man. Let you be arrogant. A little longer, the battle continues. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, you dodge more and more easily, but the flame hound grows more and more unsettled. Where's the fire poison? Why is this guy completely fine? What's going wrong? Of course, you wouldn't tell him the answer. You were busy grinding proficiency. Thunder Flash's progress bar was almost full. Ding, secret manual, Thunder Flash proficiency maxed. Upgrade. You didn't hesitate. The next moment, lightning erupted from your body as your speed suddenly surged a notch. Thunder Flash Ultimate, unleash the power of thunder. Increasing speed by 5 times, the flame dog's pupils contracted. He thought you couldn't hold out and had finally used your trump card. Even if you used your trump card, it wouldn't matter. He was extremely confident in his defense, yet the lightning on your body soon vanished again. Ultimate Thunder Flash's demonic energy consumption doubled, and your remaining demonic energy was already scarce. You also plan to upgrade Thunder Clone to Ultimate. This move, however, gave the flame dog immense confidence. He thought your demonic energy was running out. He felt you were about to be finished, but no matter how he attacked, those two great blades just couldn't touch your shadow. Instead, your Thunder Clone buzzed around him like a fly, darting about annoyingly, driving him mad. What are you doing? If you've got guts, fight me honorably. Buzzing around like a fly, you've shamed your spirit beast's face. After another 10 odd minutes, the flame dog's mentality shattered. This fighting style was too suffocating. No rush, you weren't worried at all. Because ThunderClan's proficiency was also nearly full. Ding, secret manual, Thunder Clone proficiency maxed. Upgrade, upgrade, ding. Secret manual, Thunder Clone level up. Thunder Clone Ultimate, using the power of thunder. Create 2 clones. Each clone possesses 60 of the originals. Attack power. Oh, buy one get one free. You thought it would just boost power, never expecting to create an extra clone. With a thought, 2 identical Thunder clones appeared on the field. Surprised, you flashed the flame dog a grin. The flame dog wasn't surprised, he was horrified. What the hell, how did he get stronger again? He sensed his own nearly depleted demonic energy, then looked at you full of vigor. A feeling of being toyed with surged through him. He chickened out. Spirit beast, don't get cocky. I can't hurt you, but you can't kill me either. After hurling those harsh words, the flame dog turned and fled. You were completely stunned. This shift was too fast. He just ran like that. Chase or not, you sensed your own nearly bottomed out demonic energy and decided to let him go for now. Forget it. There was still time on the mission. You decided to replenish your demonic energy first. Where to replenish? Did you even need to ask? The monk can't escape the temple. You turned around and flew straight toward the flame dog's lair. This time, you made no attempt to hide, swaggering in openly. He flew straight in through the main gate, and the few underlings guarding it were all stunned. Who is this? Oh no, he's going for the spirit fruits. Now they panicked. If the spirit fruits were taken, the great king would skin them alive when he returned. 7 or 8 demon beasts scrambled over each other, charging into the cave abode. Only the one who had reported earlier had a quick mind. This formidable guy dares to act so arrogantly. Could the great king be here too? The more he thought, the more terrified he became. So while his companions rushed in, he turned and fled. He had barely run a short distance when blood-curdling screams came from the cave, scaring him into running even faster. Inside the cave, you lazily ate the spirit fruits while 2 lightning clones easily blocked. All the enemies, the great demon king's stored fruits were plentiful, and you ate. With juice dripping from your mouth as evolution points skyrocketed. You bastard, get out here, the beasts at the cave mouth were still raging impotently. You now, fully satisfied, casually flipped through the system shop and found a long-range attack manual, Thunder Severance, combining offense and defense. Not bad. Though it cost 10 million evolution points, for you. Now that was pocket change, you exchanged and learned it directly. Whoa. This thing costs 100 demonic power per use. You looked at the skill description and decided to test it on the guys at the cave mouth. Thunder Severance, with a low shout, a bolt of lightning appeared in the air above those demon beasts, and the moment it fell, it transformed into a horizontal thread of lightning, like a laser that swept across in an instant. 2 unlucky demon beasts were struck in vital spots and lost all signs of life. After the lightning thread hit the ground, it didn't vanish, instead, it formed a 3-meter wide wall of lightning that blocked the cave entrance. This power was comparable to a laser cutter. Shocked by the display, the remaining demon beasts were terrified. Some, with reddened eyes, charged forward, while others began to flee. Unfortunately, those who charged didn't take the thin layer of light wall seriously. When they slammed into it, they instantly learned what high-voltage current meant. Struck by the lightning, they lost consciousness on the spot and collapsed, unmoving. All right, time to harvest. You charged out with your 2 clones, and the 3 thunder wolves slaughtered everything inside and outside the cave. In less than 2 minutes, the battle was over. You happily obtained 8 demon cores and immediately began absorbing them. The system absorbed the demon cores. Absorption successful. Demonic power on 1,000, demonic power cap on 100. The system absorbed the demon cores. Absorption successful. Demonic power on 1,000, demonic power cap on 100, plus more. You frowned. 1 demon core recycle was 2 million evolution points, yet the demon power cap only increased by 1,000. Still, better than nothing. You absorbed them all, and a series of notification sounds rang in your mind. 7,000 points of demon power surged into your body, and the cap rose by 700 as well. Still a loss. You curled your lips. With this much evolution points, I could have boosted several attributes. Too lazy to dwell on it, you turned your attention to the corpse on the ground. Fusion success rate raised to 50%. Ding, this fusion requires 210 million evolution points, success rate 50%. Proceeds with fusion. The moment the words fell, the demon beast corpse on the ground vanished, replaced by 5 light options before you. 3 failed. Not bad, still made a profit. Without hesitation, you tapped all the successful options into increasing potential. 500 points of potential bonus. Besides demon power, the growth ceiling for other attributes rose another notch. With that done, you turned and lunged for the spirit arbs in the cave. Truly worthy of a great demon king's lair. Mature spirit arbs, a full 100 or so. That's 50 million evolution points. Unfortunately, your evolution point cap was only 18 million, nowhere near enough to hold them. But no matter. You never planned to hoard evolution points anyway. They're meant to be spent. You immediately launched into a flurry of operations, keeping 1 million in reserve for emergencies. The rest of the points were all dumped into attributes: strength, physique, agility. Watching the numbers on the panel surge in unison, you nodded in satisfaction. If I raid a few more great demon king slayers, my attributes might just max out. You felt smug. You simply set up camp right at the cave entrance, acting as a stubborn nail. You refused to believe that fire hound wouldn't come back. Of course, you weren't idle either. After your mental power grew to 1,910, the daily recovered demon power rose along with it. You didn't waste the excess demon power. Thunder Flash and Thunder Clone didn't gain proficiency outside of battle, but Thunder Sever was different. As long as you used it, proficiency would grow. So whenever your demon power was full, you'd unleash a Thunder Sever at the open ground, treating it as daily training. Meanwhile, while you were peacefully grinding skills, the escaped Firehound had also reached its destination. It had come out to seek reinforcements in the first place. Running into you was pure coincidence. Now it naturally would. He proceeded with the original plan, fully confident in the helper he was seeking. Because that fellow was his old rival, Battle Nut, a soldier who countered both fire and lightning. In his view, Battle Nut was born to be your natural nemesis. Ice simply doesn't conduct electricity. Your lightning attacks are a joke to Battle Nut. Battle Nut come out, on a snow-capped mountain far higher than his own homeland. The flame hound shouted at the top of his lungs. Below the mountainside, it was still lush and green. But above it was all ice and snow, the environment he hated most. Flame hound, daring to come to my territory, you've got some nerve. Battle Nut's voice boomed with irritability, exploding straight from the mountaintop. What's the matter? Someone's come knocking at my door. Fine then. Today I'll show you what me turf, Myralus really means. With the environmental advantage on his side, Battle Nut was brimming with confidence. Nonsense, Flame Hound roared back the moment Battle Nut appeared. I'm not here to fight, I've got serious business. He didn't want to waste more demonic energy. That fight had already drained most of it. He'd need to rush back later, and Mei Lan could only watch helplessly. Oh, what serious business could you possibly have with me? Battle Nut asked suspiciously. In the past. Whenever they met, it was kill or be killed. When had they ever chatted? A spirit beast has appeared. The moment those 3 words left his mouth, the bloodthirsty look on Battle Nut's face vanished instantly, replaced by extreme gravity. Really? No kidding, that thing is right now on my turf. A lightning type, I just fought it and lost. Let's join forces. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. Flame Hound and Battle Nut never got along, but their conflict was set aside for now. Battle Nut narrowed his eyes, pondering. A lightning-type spirit beast, that's rare. How strong is it? Strong enough to beat me in a direct fight, Flame Hound admitted through grit teeth. If we team up, we can take it down and split the spoils. Battle Nut let out a cold laugh. You think I'd trust you? You'd stab me in the back the moment we win. I swear on my demonic core, Flame Hound said solemnly. If I betray you, may my core shatter. That was the heaviest oath a demon could make. Battle Nut's expression softened slightly. Fine, but if you try anything, I'll freeze you solid and leave you on this mountain forever. Deal, Flame Hound nodded. Let's move now before it gets away. The 2 former enemies set off together, their footsteps crunching in the snow. Neither spoke, but both knew this alliance was fragile at best. Yet for now they had a common goal, and that was enough. As they descended the mountain, the air grew warmer, and the snow gave way to green. Where exactly did you see it? Battle Nut asked, scanning the forest below. Just ahead near the old ruins, Flame Hound replied, pointing. There, let's go, and remember we do this together. When he saw Flame Hound, he was stunned for a moment. He thought Flame Hound had already been defeated by you. Oh no, boss, it's over. It's all over. This guy was so scared he started crying. Pitifully, what's wrong? Stand up straight and talk. Flame Hound was furious. Am I dead or not? Playing around, that guy went to our cave. Those words hit Flame Hound like a nuclear bomb. What good could that bastard be doing in his lair? Boom, Flame Hound's flames instantly surged, 3 feet out of control. Calm down, Battle Nut said, keeping his head. If we go back now, we can still catch him. How long has it been? How many spirit fruits can he take? But he had no idea. About your appetite. Ripe or not, all the spirit fruits had already gone into your stomach. Right, let's hurry back. Flame Hound was frantic. Once we deal with that spirit beast, his corpse is all yours. He didn't care about anything else now. He just wanted to get back and teach you a lesson. Fine, Battle Nut agreed readily. A spirit beast's corpse was a great tonic that could boost his strength. But the 2 of them never once considered whether the 2 of them together could even take you on. So when the 2 of them, along with that little coward, appeared before you, Mile, not bad, you even got a buy one get 2 free deal, you remarked. Flame Hound gave you a genuine compliment. Your time of death has come, seeing you standing there so casually in his lair. Flame Hound was about to explode with rage. It felt like his home had been forcibly taken over. You couldn't be bothered with idle talk. Dead or not, we'll see after we fight. Your waist was fully satisfied. And you weren't scared at all. 3 enemies, even 7 or 8, you'd still charge in. That's just how confident you were when you could fly. Whoosh, your lightning clone shot out, one going straight for the trembling little coward, another to greet the newcomer. Battle Nut, while your main body faced Flame Hound. With your enhanced physique, your defense was no longer what it used to be. Perfect chance to test this guy's flames. Not bad, burning fiercely. Facing 3 enemies alone and still daring to attack first. Looks like you don't want to die fast enough. Flame Hound roared, unleashing a flame slash, his flame cloak enveloping him. As for the fire poison, he didn't dare use it. That stuff didn't discriminate between friend and foe. If you were fine, his 2 helpers would get poisoned first. When the little coward heard, facing 3 enemies alone, he was completely terrified. Big bro, can you not count me in? This place is too dangerous. I want to go home, but you didn't give him this chance. Your lightning clone, possessing 60% of your attack power, came with built-in lightning paralysis and overwhelmed him in a single exchange, pinning him down completely. However, an unexpected turn occurred with Binling. Your lightning clone was actually shattered by him ramming into it headfirst. Oh, not lightning attacks, you're a bit surprised. You then shout at him, this helper of yours is pretty capable. Hey, I mean, we're all born from the same root. Why be so hasty to fight? You deliberately sigh, saying we're all living beings, so why must we fight and kill? Binling immediately spat on the ground and said, who's from the same root as you? I'm a spirit beast, you spineless coward. Oh, and he even spat, disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. You lightly dodged the flame palm, while also evading an ice spike that Binling shot over. Good grief, so even spitting is an attack skill. You can ignore my lightning, but let's see if you can withstand my strength. You suddenly change direction, bypassing the flames entirely and charging at Binling. Frost armor. Binling's entire body was instantly covered in ice, looking like a crystal sculpture. Quite pretty, but pretty doesn't matter. What matters is being tough enough to take hits. Your strength found its mark, with the dual boost of your talent and lightning flash. Your speed was so fast he couldn't react. That ice armor did indeed nullify lightning, but against brute force and strength palm, it was as fragile as glass. Bang, you didn't even use your claws to scratch. Just the force of your paw striking was enough to make the crystal ice armor on his body explode instantly, as if hit by a giant hammer. Binling screamed as he was flying backward, crashing heavily into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. You retracted your paw, looking at him with a hint of disdain. Is that all you've got? Binling struggled to get up from the dust, his eyes filled with unwillingness and shock. Impossible, how could you break my frost armor so easily? He growled. You shrugged, a faint smile curling at the corner of your mouth. Strength isn't everything, but it's enough to deal with you. You took a step forward, ready to finish this. But just then, a strange fluctuation came from the distance, and the air around you began to twist. You frowned, sensing an even greater threat approaching. Binling also noticed the change, and a flicker of fear crossed his face. This is the Elder's aura. You narrowed your eyes, your body tensing. Elder, looks like this isn't over yet. The twisted air suddenly burst open, and a figure slowly emerged from within. It was an old man with a long beard, his eyes sharp as knives, scanning you and Binling. What's going on here? Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? His voice was deep and imposing. You stood your ground, meeting his gaze without flinching. I'm just here to take back what's mine. The elder raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Oh, and what might that be? The ones that had been chasing right behind you. The flame slash, unable to stop due to momentum, landed squarely on Betel Nut's body. Boom, the ice spikes shattered, the flame blade went out, and the flame dog was completely stunned. Betel Nut was stunned too. Wait, friendly fire wasn't disabled after all. You hovered in midair, feeling utterly delighted. I thought you guys teaming up could ignore ally damage. Guess I was played. The two of them had grim faces, but neither blamed the other because they knew you were the one behind it all, just in time taking the two of them as practice dummies. You watched the progress bars of lightning flash and lightning clone start growing again, and you made up your mind. As long as these two didn't run, you wouldn't kill them first. Having them help you train your skills isn't too much, right? As for that little clever one, too weak. In no time at all, it had already been beaten by your lightning clones to the point of being unable to take care of itself, about to breathe its last. You even kindly flew over and rewarded it with a claw to send it off. The evolution points and storage cap were yours, and your mood improved even more. Then, two new lightning clones appeared, this time both charging at the flame dog, while you personally played with Betel Nut. Betel Nut, terrified by your power, didn't dare let you get close and could only frantically fire ice spikes at you from afar. Unfortunately, its speed couldn't keep up. Like an agile fighter jet, you weaved around it madly. It swung until its arms were sore, and still couldn't touch a single hair of yours. On the other side, the flame dog, harassed endlessly by the two lightning clones, if it fought. As soon as it shattered one, a new one popped out. If it didn't fight, getting scratched still hurt quite a bit. It felt like every punch thrown with full force landed on cotton. How stifling. Wear him down by attrition. Betel Nut came up with a strategy. I don't believe a mid-tier demon's energy can outlast two high-tier ones like us. The flame dog found it reasonable too and put away its flame palms, starting to use its bare hands to smash the clones. Hearing this, you almost wanted to give these two a thumbs up. Isn't this just training partner mode? So considerate of them. Of course, you couldn't show it on your face. You had to give them some hope. So they'd keep putting in the effort. So you immediately put on a look of grief and indignation. This is the conduct of high-tier demon beasts. How disgraceful. Your verbal provocation didn't make them angry. Instead, it delighted them, seeing you so worked up. Meant their strategy was working. Humph, dealing with a cunning one like you. Beasts don't need to worry about face. While firing bone spikes, the wolf retorted. Then you first explain why you're putting on such airs. He fiercely attacked the bone wolf, but every time he was forced back by the bone spikes. The wolf was delighted inside. Seeing you look so defeated made him feel great. A wolf's life is like a play, it's all about acting. He admitted his acting skills were average, but he had a good audience. The fierce battle continued for 10 minutes, and the area outside the flame dog's den was already in chaos. But you three are still full of energy. He can't hold on much longer. The flame dog shattered another lightning clone to boost his spirits. If I don't comfort myself a bit, I really can't hold on. My demonic energy is nearly depleted. The wolf thought the same. But why does it seem this spirit beast still has no awareness of being worn down? Another 10 minutes passed, and the flame dog finally couldn't hold on. My demonic energy is almost gone. No more dragging this out, he shouted at Binlung, whose brows were tightly furrowed. He didn't want to drag it out either, but now it seemed this situation wasn't up to them to decide. You're done this fast. Hearing the flame dog's words, he didn't hide his contempt at all. The flame dog's face instantly swelled to a liver-colored shade, nearly losing his temper on the spot from the sting of those words. But before he could move, you moved first. Since your demonic power was gone, there was no use anymore. To prevent them from fleeing separately, you decided to first deal with 1. A thunderbolt struck down. A thin thread of lightning appeared above the flamehound's head, falling without warning. An extreme sense of crisis made the flamehound's scalp tingle. He couldn't care about anything else and bolted, but it was too late. Though he reacted in time and wasn't severely wounded on the spot, one of his hind legs was badly hit. The flamehound tumbled to the ground, the pain in his body far less than the shock in his heart. How could he have ever imagined you still had such a long-range killing move? This was the high-level secret manual, made Binling scream in terror, completely frightened. The high-level secret manual, even they hadn't mastered it yet. Now wasn't the time to wonder why you still had demonic power. But whether he himself could block this strike. He looked at the miserable state of the flame hound. The answer was obvious. He couldn't block it. Then sorry, old friend, the thought just flashed through Binling's mind. As he turned and fled without a word. I'll deal with you later. I'll let you run 10 minutes first. You've already memorized his scent. Not panicking at all, the flame hound watched Binling's retreating figure, its heart sinking completely. He knew he was going to lose. I'm your real training target this time, aren't I? He asked in despair. What training target? Not a spirit beast? Tell me the truth. Having said that, you couldn't be bothered to waste more words on him. To show respect, you gave him a dignified ending. Another bolt of lightning, clean and decisive, defeating him. The system notification rang in your mind. The rewards were generous, and you even got a useless manual for free. You recycled the high-tier demon box and ordered the system. This thing could be exchanged for 5 million evolution points, far more cost-effective than restoring demonic power. Fusing the corpse failed, and you couldn't help but complain a bit. Well, risk is normal. The flame dog's corpse vanished, and you turned toward the direction Betel Nut had fled, chasing after him. You would never let this walking evolution value go. By rough estimate, this guy could contribute at least 6 million. Betel Nut thought he had escaped, since he hadn't seen you chasing after him for a long time. He even mused about going to the flame dog to express his gratitude for stalling time before his death. Just then a voice dropped down from above his head like a ghost. You run pretty fast. Betel Nut jerked his head up and saw you lazily flying in the sky, the pair of silver-white wings on your back crackling with electric light, almost forming a phantom of thunder. What do you want? Betel Nut was completely panicked. He feared nothing more than your freakish Hunderbolts. To defeat you, you said succinctly, and then you struck. A bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air above Betel Nut's head. He began to dodge desperately, but he didn't expect a second bolt to follow right behind. You're being unreasonable, Betel Nut roared, his body suddenly swelling, and a layer of golden light enveloped him. I'm going to fight you to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot up like a cannonball. Charging straight at you, you sneered, and the thunder wings behind you flapped lightly, instantly dodging his attack. Too slow. Battle Nut's eyes were bloodshot, and he swung his fist wildly, but every punch only hit empty air. You were like a ghost, always one step ahead of him. Is this all you've got? You taunted. Battle Nut was furious, and his speed suddenly increased, but you still easily avoided him, since you're so eager to die. I'll grant your wish. You raised your hand, and a bolt of lightning condensed in your palm, emitting a terrifying crackling sound. Battle Nut's face changed drastically, and he tried to retreat, but found himself trapped by an invisible force. No, he let out a desperate scream, but the lightning had already pierced through his chest. Just as Zai Gang was about to fulfill his duties as the team leader on the Beast Continent in the West, that annoying woman spoke up. You all go ahead and do as you please. I have some private matters to discuss with this beautiful lady from the Divine Demon Academy. Ling Long, don't go too far, a companion reminded her. They all knew Ling Long was here specifically for Zai Ling. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ling Long flicked her hair, but her tone was anything but measured. The others dared not speak up, fearing they'd get caught in the crossfire and soon dispersed. What do you want by keeping me here? Zai Ling said coldly, once everyone was gone. Did you bully my brother Henghua a few days ago? Ling Long got straight to the point. Henghua, Zai Ling naturally remembered. That bastard, he's the one who threw your Howling Moon celestial wolf into this place. Stay out of it. Just tell me yes or no, Zai Ling snorted. And couldn't be bothered to deal with her, turning to leave. Bully my brother Henghua and still think you can walk away. Ling Long's aura exploded, and behind her appeared a massive red fire bird radiating divine might. Ling Long's divine fire bird? Zai Ling frowned. This was a top-tier spirit beast that could evolve into the divine beast phoenix. What do you plan to do? Teach you a lesson. The moment the words left her mouth, the divine fire bird lunged forward. Zai Ling wasn't one to be trifled with either, and immediately summoned her trump card, the Ice Crystal Celestial Horse. Ice countered fire. One-on-one, who's afraid of who? You've got some skill. Today I'll turn your horse into a loser horse, Ling Long said with a sneer. The clash of ice and fire erupted instantly. However, the divine fire bird held the aerial advantage, and the Ice Crystal Celestial Horses attack struggled to land, quickly falling into losing position. Zai Ling's heart burned with anxiety. Just then, while you were looting the place, you noticed the sky in the distance, a battle of interweaving red and blue. A treasure must be involved. Your heart leaped with joy, and you immediately beat your wings and flew toward the commotion. Before you arrived, Zai Ling had already caught your scent. You still carried a trace of his aura. He's here. My little wolf is still alive. Zai Ling's worry instantly turned to relief, but when you flew closer, she froze again. You've already evolved into a demon beast. You were also staring wide-eyed. Truly, enemies always meet on a narrow road. This girl who threw you into this godforsaken place just wouldn't leave you alone. Little wolf, you evolved. The lizard bird, as if oblivious to your wariness, happily ran to your side and reached out to pat your head, looking at you like you were an adorable pig. You were caught off guard. Hey, we're not that close, are we? Meanwhile, Ling Long saw the scene and was extremely. The flames flared up instantly. There are quite a few at home. Why does she get to contract 2 beast level spirit beasts? Jealousy drove the woman mad, and she immediately ordered the divine fire bird to go all out, instantly suppressing the soldiers and horses into retreat. Not good, Zai Q gasped, watching from the side. Without saying a word, that divine fire bird was indeed formidable, a cut above the flame hound by more than one level. Today all your spirit beasts will lose, including this wolf by your side, Ling Long pointed at you and said viciously. You were instantly annoyed. You fight your battles. What's it got to do with me? I'm just here for the show. Little wolf, run, Zai Q urgently stepped in front of you. You can fly too, get far away, it can't catch you. Your heart stirred, so you still held some grudge against this girl, but her words truly moved you, so he wasn't so bad after all. Still thinking of running? Dream on, Ling Long commanded the divine fire bird, and a ball of orange red fire came howling at you. You were about to use lightning to teach it a lesson, but Zai Q, without a second thought, spread her arms wide and shielded you with her delicate body. You dare hurt my spirit beast, but do you dare hurt me? She shouted at Ling Long. You watched her back, your expression slightly dazed. Ling Long indeed didn't dare. hastily ordering the divine fire bird to retract its attack. Harming a classmate was a responsibility she couldn't bear, but seeing Zai Q protect you like this, the fire in her eyes nearly burst out. A more vicious idea surged in her mind. Fine, you want to protect him, I won't let you, she pointed at. You and gave the divine fire bird the order to attack with full force, since you care so much about this wolf, I'll defeat it right in front of you. You did nothing else, just threw your head back and let out a wolf howl, then lunged at that divine fire bird. A lousy bird dares to strut before your Lord Yang. If I don't deal with you today, my face is done for. Quest triggered, kill the divine fire bird. Quest requirement, slay Ling Long's high-tier spirit beast. Quest reward, location, little bird, you're dead. The divine fire bird saw you charging back at it and felt its dignity insulted. After all, your size was deceiving. You looked like a mid-tier beast level little wolf, a mid-tier provoking a high-tier. This was an utter outrage. In an instant, the divine fire bird let out a piercing shriek and spat a stream of flames at you, intending to turn you into a roasted suckling pig on the spot. But Zai Q beside you was stunned, not because you recklessly charged forward, but because of that wolf howl you just let out. He had heard that sound before. It was the Wolverine, but the size difference was just too great. Xianxia was completely bewildered. But you had no time to be confused. Har's lightning clone, 3 lightning-wreathed figures suddenly appeared in midair. Crackling with electric light, 3 lightning wolves lunged at the divine fire bird from different directions. The bird couldn't tell which one was real at all. But that didn't matter, it chose to attack all of them. The temperature was quite high. On your charging path, you could already smell the stench of your own fur burning. But that couldn't stop your advance, just as you were about to close in on the divine fire bird and deliver a killing blow. In that instant, its wings flapped violently, and 2 small fire tornadoes materialized out of thin air before you, slamming into you at astonishing speed, swallowing both you and your clone whole. You were too close, there was no time to react. You had thought you could easily break free, but you had underestimated the power of this high-tier technique. No matter how you used Har's power, you were just tossed around inside the tornado. Dizzy and disoriented, let's see how long this little wolf can hold out. When you come out, there probably won't even be bones left, Linglong said smugly. Laughing, a mere little wolf caught in the divine fire bird's ultimate move. How could it possibly survive? What do you gain from doing this? Xianxia finally snapped back to her senses, momentarily forgetting about the wolf howl and glaring instead at Linglong. No gain at all. Who told you to cling to my brother Manhwa? Serves you right, you ungrateful thing. Next time, watch who you set your eyes on. Xianxia was nearly furious. This woman was completely unreasonable. How could she have provoked someone like that? She wanted to argue. But then she remembered you had already been swallowed by the fire tornado. What was the point of arguing? You were already dead. Since the other side wouldn't listen to reason, there was nothing left to discuss. You dared to scheme against me today. Tomorrow I'll pay you back double. For my little wolf, I'll have my revenge. Fine, Xianxia will remember this. Let's see whose methods are better. Linglong curled her lip in disdain, about to mock her, when a voice suddenly cut through the air. This wolf isn't dead yet. What are you doing? I'm not dead yet, and you're already rushing to avenge me. This girl has quite a few thoughts in her head. Linglong followed the sound and burst out laughing on the spot. Came out laughing so hard, swaying like a flower in the wind. Honestly, the way you look right now is just too hilarious. All the fur on your body has been burned off. The originally beautiful silver-white wolf has turned into a charred black, bald wolf. Little wolf let out a startled cry. The overwhelming joy of having you back alive made him want to rush straight to your side, but Linglong stepped in and blocked his path. He wanted to pass. But did you ask for my opinion? The 2 women confronted each other on the spot. Zai was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, yet there was nothing she could do. Here no one could make the first move. You really think I'm a pushover? You shook your charred body and spoke, your voice full of confidence. Little firebird, I was going to let you show off a bit longer, but since you're asking for death, don't blame me. The divine firebird's high-tier secret manual is indeed powerful, but it's still far from enough to instantly kill me. Of course, the fact that you secretly drank a bottle of high-grade healing potion didn't need to be mentioned to him. The divine firebird was also stunned, unable to figure out how this thing was still alive. But no matter, if one burn doesn't kill it, then burn it a few more times. However, you were no longer planning to give him that chance. Thundernet appeared without warning. a massive net woven from countless threads of lightning, took shape above the divine firebird's head in an instant. No one expected that you had also mastered a high-tier secret manual. The most shocked person was Zai. His little mouth parted slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was now 100% certain that you were the golden wolf from back then. In such a short time, from an unremarkable counterarticle, you had evolved into a demon beast capable of using high-tier secret manuals. This was no ordinary demon beast, it was a monster. Ling Lang's face changed drastically, and she let out a scream. The thunder secret manual's power was already more violent than fire-type techniques. The divine firebird absolutely couldn't withstand it. But her shout came too late. The divine firebird had just begun to gather its next fireball and had no time to react. By the time it sensed the threat of death above its head, the thunder net had already fallen. The entire process took less than half a second. The divine firebird didn't even let out a mournful cry before its body, amidst the dense lightning, lost all life and plummeted straight down from the sky. My divine firebird, Ling Lang watched with her own eyes as her precious darling was defeated. Her heart ached as if cut by a knife, and she flew into a rage on the spot. That was a being with the potential to evolve into a divine beast, a phoenix. And now it's gone just like that. You'll pay for my divine firebird. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Zai, clearly driven mad with fury. Head lowered, this time it was Xix's turn to smile. Do you think that's possible? Spirit beast duels are to the death, no exceptions. Dream on. Gaining the upper hand, Xix's sharp little mouth was like a knife. Ling Lang was left speechless. He had originally been planning the same thing, but now he was the victim instead. How could he swallow this? Fine, Xixi is it. I'll remember you. And you mangy wolf, just you wait. Ling Lang didn't want to stay any longer. Staying here even a second longer was humiliating. He glared fiercely at you once, then directly activated the token on him. A flash of white light, and he vanished in an instant from the spot. As soon as Ling Lang left, Xixi immediately turned around, her eyes hostile. Looking at you, now shouldn't you give me an explanation? You ignored her completely, happily sorting through your gains. Killing a high-tier spirit beast directly gave you 2 million evolution points and a cap increase, not counting the high-tier demon box. Then the mission reward also arrived, adding another 3 million to evolution points and cap, including the energy from the demon box. This wave netted a cool 10 million, but just as you were secretly thrilled, you felt Xix's almost murderous gaze. Damn it, your heart skipped a beat. You'd promised not to reveal yourself in front of her. Now you were done for. Would this little girl try to fight you? Honestly, you really didn't want to fight her right now, especially since she had genuinely wanted to avenge you earlier. Here, this token is yours. From far away, you tossed the token over, not daring to get close. What if this little girl lost it and struck you? Would you fight back or not? Forget it. Discretion is the better part of valor. Xixi caught the token and also sensed your deliberate distance. Disappointment instantly filled her eyes, seeing you turn to run. Her heart sank completely, utterly dejected. She knew why you were acting this way. Back on the beast continent, she had nearly taken your life. Heaven knows what you went through to survive. Now you didn't kill her and even saved her ice crystal horse that was already going above and beyond. But the loss was still unavoidable once you completely disappeared from her sight. Xixi collapsed weakly onto the ground, actually starting to sob. You owe me, my little rabbit. She poked the ground with the token over and over, like a helpless child, but with your powerful hearing. Xix's suppressed crying reached you without missing a word. Reached your ears. When you turned around, you could even see him sitting on the ground, looking so pitiful that it tugged at your heart. Unconsciously, that small figure shielding you and blocking the fireball flashed through your mind again. Damn it, you cursed under your breath, spun around, and rushed back at top speed. When you appeared before Zai again, he froze completely, tears still streaming down his face. Tell me, how do you want me to accompany you? You said domineeringly. As long as you can think of it. I can give it to you. I want you, Zai blurted out almost instinctively. The moment the words left his mouth, his face turned crimson. You're too greedy, aren't you? You said annoyed. What a joke. What do you take me for? How could I, of my status, ever become someone's spirit beast? I'm not asking you to be my spirit beast, Zai hastily explained. I want you to stay with me, whatever you need. I can provide. He knew that a proud demon beast would never accept being contracted. That would mean losing freedom. No need for me to be your Spirit Beast, you were tempted. You really did want to go see his world to find out if it truly was the one in your memories. Zai Zai nodded eagerly, tears flying everywhere from the motion. As long as you stay with me and don't run off, that's fine, but to outsiders, you'll have to say you're my spirit beast or else people will try to capture you. Fine, then this goat will reluctantly agree. You agreed. Zai Zai was so happy he nearly jumped for joy. Let's go right now. Sure. Actually, let's wait until tomorrow. You suddenly changed your mind with your current charred, bald appearance. Going out would just be embarrassing. You decided to recover first. One day was more than enough. After downing a few bottles of high-grade healing elixirs, your charred skin began to peel off, and fresh fur grew at a visible speed. Zai Zai watched from the side, utterly stunned, falling head over heels for how amazing you were. He even had the impulse to release the ice crystal horse and contract you instead. The next day you had fully recovered, a sleek, glossy, silver-white coat, exceptionally majestic. Zai Zai stared at you, his eyes turning into sparkling stars. I wonder if he'll like me, he thought shyly. He really wanted to reach out and pet you. So handsome, let's go. You felt a little creeped out by that look. It was like he wanted to devour you whole. All right, let's go. Xianxia had already put the ice crystal horse into the beast's space and went over to save it. Benying was afraid of a little girl like you. You just left. The moment she reached him, Xianxia suddenly hugged him tightly. Around your neck, a sudden attack, every hair on your body nearly stood on end. Don't move. You can't enter the beast's space, so I have to use this method to take you away, Xianxia said while stroking your smooth fur, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. A miscalculation. You wailed inwardly, feeling that this little girl had taken a huge advantage of you. It should have been you taking advantage of her. Instead, how did it turn out the other way? Haven't you had enough hugging? Why aren't you leaving yet? You were getting impatient. This little girl's hands had gone back and forth over your body a dozen times. Let's go then. Xianxia was a bit reluctant but didn't dare to anger you. With days and nights together ahead, she feared no chance would be missed. She immediately activated the token. The next moment, white light enveloped both you and her. Before you could even feel the white light, it vanished. Xianxia, why are you back so soon? Is this your new spirit beast? A guard at the teleportation array instructor recognized Xianxia. My newly contracted spirit beast, Xianxia said without changing her expression, hanging her jade token around your neck, letting you carry her aura to pass off as real. You can already contract 2 demon beasts. Very impressive. In the academy competition a month from now, your ranking should improve a lot, the instructor said with satisfaction. Looking at him, Ding triggered Quest Academy first. Quest requirement, help Xianxia achieve first place in the academy competition. Quest reward position, thank you instructor, then I'll be going. Go ahead. Xianxia held you all the way back to her own dormitory, never letting go the entire time. Along the way, countless gazes fell on you, making you want to resist but find no opportunity. Little girl, just you wait. Benying will get this advantage back sooner or later, you vowed silently. But this world really did look quite familiar. Wide roads, towering buildings, groups of male and female students, except some people had spirit beasts beside them. This place was basically a university town. Could it be that Benying had traveled to thousands of years later? With doubts, you were carried by Xianxia all the way into her dormitory. It was a 2-person room. The other bed belonged to Donglin, but he wasn't there at the moment. Hey, we're here. You can let go now, right? You've had enough. Hehe, look, you're all dirty. Let me wash you. Xianxia proposed this as soon as she got back to the dorm. You were stunned on the spot. How did I get dirty? Without giving you a chance to explain, she pushed you into the bathroom. Your heart was pounding wildly, almost too much to bear. To be honest, Xianxia was indeed pretty, and now this girl you'd taken a liking to actually wanted to bathe you. In 2 lifetimes you'd never. Wait, hold on. No, Zhang Yang, stay calm. This is a sugar-coated bullet. But when Xianxia walked back into the bathroom, you still felt uneasy. She'd changed into light Langawir and came over holding the shower heat. Here I come, the water temperature is just right, you don't need to move. When her hand touched you, your body gave a slight tremble, water droplets splashed gently, and you turned your head away awkwardly. Fine. You win. You silently decided in your heart. From now on, you belong to me. That #1 spot in the academy, you're taking it. Then you simply closed your eyes and started to enjoy it. You really didn't dare open them. An hour later, the bathing process finally ended. You go out and wait for me, okay? I need to wash up too. Xixi pushed you out of the bathroom, clean and fresh. You lay on Xix's bed, your heart unable to settle. The sound of rushing water from the bathroom simply wouldn't let you calm down. No, you can't keep thinking about this. You quickly open the attribute panel to analyze the system. Strengthen. Power 500 physique, 500 agility, 500. This strengthening requires 15 million evolution points. Strengthen, yes, strengthening successful. That was too fast, you couldn't help but start browsing the system shops. Bloodline section, researching your opponents. Just then, the dorm door opened. Your acquaintance Donglin appeared. Wow, whose little wolf is this? So handsome. The next second you watched helplessly as Donglin, with both feet off the ground, flew into a pounce and crashed onto the bed, slamming straight into your arms. Man, that was way too enthusiastic. Hey, go easy, don't hurt her. Xix's little head poked out from the bathroom. Hair tip still dripping wet. Fresh out of the bath. Hurt her, what are you talking about? Even if you two came up here to mess around, I wouldn't. Frown, that night you truly experienced a lively evening surrounded by two girls. Neither woman was willing to let go, and they chatted until late into the night before falling asleep. You were quite partial. She shifted closer to Xixi, letting her lean more comfortably, simply because the little girl was still talking in her sleep, first apologizing for what happened before, then muttering about getting some cute treats. The next morning, Xixi stretched lazily in front of you without any restraint, looking especially energetic. Today I'll take you home. After waking up, she immediately made a decision. Your heart raced, meeting the parents already. Isn't this moving too fast? But it turned out, she just wanted to take you home for some good food and a trip. She treated you well, and you learned her family ran a fairly large pet beast shop in Qianlin City, with considerable wealth. On the way, Xixi told you that only upon reaching level 6 could you fly, and only then did you understand. In less than 20 minutes, you arrived at Xiji Pet Beast Shop. The shop was bustling with business. Xixi didn't linger in the hall and took you straight to the backyard. Mom, I'm back. She pushed open a bedroom door. As you entered, you immediately understood why Xixi was so beautiful. Her mother Xiji looked exactly like her sisters. Hey, what's this? A spirit beast? Xiji's eyes lit up when she saw you, and she rushed over, immediately examining you from head to toe. A Munhowl evolved into a lightning-type spirit beast, able to comprehend high-level secret arts in the middle stage. Xiji's professional expertise was top-notch, and she saw through your extraordinary nature at a glance. Her gaze grew fervent, and she immediately decided, my good girl, take her to the warehouse quickly. Spirit fruits and beast elixirs, whatever she wants, eat as much as she likes. Xixi stuck out her tongue and pulled you toward the warehouse. What do you like to eat? Our family's spirit fruit reserves are plentiful. Anything works, just pick the cheapest spirit fruit. You felt your appetite was too large and needed to restrain yourself, lest you eat them out of house and home. This speech moved Xixi deeply, and she felt sorry for you. No way, no way. If you're going to eat the most expensive ones. Her attitude was firm, and she refused to listen to you. However, just as Xixi was about to pull you into the warehouse, a sudden commotion and screams came from the front hall. Someone was causing trouble. System notification, triggered quest, resolve the trouble. Quest requirement, help. Xiji Pet Beast Shop, resolve the trouble. Quest reward, location. Ding, triggered quest, resolve the trouble. Quest requirement. Asking for help at Xiji Pet Beast Shop to resolve a problem. Quest lowered its location. You hear Xixi let out a shout, someone's causing trouble. The next second, his long legs were already sprinting out. Naturally, you refuse to fall behind and follow closely. Strange, it's his family's pet beast shop that's in trouble, so why did the quest trigger on you? The moment you step in, you see a burly, bare-chested man roaring. Those rippling muscles look like he just walked out of a gym. He's agitated, spittle flying everywhere. The people around keep their distance, afraid of getting hurt on the spot. You all take a look. This is the beast I spent 500,000 nurturing. And now you tell me, what exactly did my pet beast gain? As an extra ability, sir, we made it clear from the start that nurturing results aren't guaranteed. The shop employee has good composure. Not intimidated by him, still explaining patiently and politely, but the burly man won't listen. Nonsense, my money can't just go down the drain. If you don't give me an explanation today, this shop won't stay open. Just then you step forward. Your voice isn't loud, yet it cuts through all the noise. Where did this troublemaker come from? Get out. At those words, Xixi whips around, staring in shock. At your back, wow, that's so manly. The look in his eyes instantly sparkles with admiration. As for the troublemaker, he doesn't even bother to glance. At him, with your single entrance, the entire noisy crowd falls silent. Since when does Xiji pet beast hall? Let a spirit beast run the show. Who said who should get out? It's you, the burly man is thoroughly enraged. On Blue Star, humans hold supreme status. Now a spirit beast dares to call him out publicly. That's absolutely intolerable. Are you looking for trouble? Of course not, since the system triggered the quest, it means this guy is definitely here to cause a scene, not some legitimate consumer seeking proper redress. Since you already know what kind of person he is, why bother giving him any courtesy? If I'm not mistaken, your pet beast is of the fire attribute. You don't trade insults with him, though violence could solve the problem. It would hurt the shop's business. Your woman's shop is your shop. You've got to protect it. What do you mean? I mean the money you paid is too little. You speak with a hint of mystery. We have a million-tier nurturing service that guarantees your pet beast will comprehend a secret technique, if your budget allows. If you can't afford it, don't embarrass yourself here. Good thing there's still one in your backpack. A flame mantle. Secret manual perfectly tailored for this situation. Hami broke, ridiculous. He looked like a cat with its tail stepped on. Fine, today I'll give you $1 million. If you can't pull it off, I'll smash this shabby shop of yours on the spot. His confidence was overflowing, the money wasn't even his. Behind him was precise collection. You gave terse orders, directly commanding Zai. Zai, the shop staff wanted to stop you. How could they hand the shop's fate to a spirit beast? But Xianxia of all people listened to you without question. All right, do well, there's a reward. He shot you a flirtatious glance, his eyes full of trust. In his eyes, you were the man who could work miracles. That look sent a jolt through you. Your whole spirit surged, every fiber of your being energized. The burly man paid without hesitation, but those shifty eyes roamed over Xianxia without restraint. Look anywhere else again and I won't be polite. Haha, before he could speak, you'd already exploded. The burly man grit his teeth, veins bulging on his clenched fists, being mocked repeatedly by a spirit beast had long shattered his composure. But he swallowed his rage, waiting for the training to end just to see you make a fool of yourself. There's gotta be a time limit, can't make me wait forever. Heh, what's the rush? You sneered, stable training is fast. Even if your beast's aptitude is mediocre, no problem, come with me. You directly ordered the spirit beast. Surprisingly, the creature was quite impressed. It didn't get angry at being called mediocre. You smoothly led it toward the training area. Xianxia curiously followed along. You didn't mind, after all, it was his own little lamb. What's a secret or two between friends? Wouldn't it just make him admire you more? The moment you entered the training room, your aura exploded. You growled at the spirit beast. Close your eyes, dare to open them, and don't blame me for being rude. This pressure, forged through countless trials in the demon god paradise, was nothing a house-raised beast could withstand. It cowered instantly, obediently shutting its eyes. Then, without hesitation, you lightly slapped its head. Smack, the beast was knocked dizzy, tumbling across the floor. Fortunately, you'd held back, no harm done. Stop playing dead. Get up, use flame mantle. You'd already slapped the manual from your backpack. Straight in, system issued flawless. The beast, dazed and reeling, staggered to its feet, and sure enough, a technique had appeared in its mind. It was even more eager than you, and on the spot. He immediately wrapped himself in a layer of flame armor, using the flame cloak technique. The effect was exactly the same as the flame dog's. Xianxia beside him stared wide-eyed. My god, you actually awakened it with a single palm strike. Hey, you smirked proudly. Let's go see what else that troublemaker has to say. But when you brought that flame-covered spirit beast back into the hall, gasps rose one after another. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. Who would have thought you'd return so quickly, and actually succeeded? This is too perfect. You walked up to the burly man, eyes cold, and said with your spirit beast, get lost. From now on, never show your face in our shop again. We don't welcome troublemakers with ulterior motives, understand? The burly man pointed at you, unable to speak properly. How could this ordinary quality spirit beast of yours actually comprehend secret manual? Still not leaving? Lightning crackled around you, your aura unbridled. You said, waiting for more. This isn't over. The burly man fled in utter disgrace, dragging his spirit beast along, running as pathetically as possible. Ding, mission complete, resolve the pet shops trouble. Reward, evolution points 500 0, evolution point storage cap 500 0, attribute Density purchase permission unlocked. The moment the burly man left the hall erupted, wow. A 1,000,000-point cultivation program. Brother Wolf, give me. 1. I want to cultivate my pet. 2. No. Shortage of money here. Spending money to let your pet learn a secret. Manual, who wouldn't want that? These days, pet trainers have no shortage of money. As long as their pets get stronger, they can venture into more dangerous otherworlds and haul back better treasures. Ding, mission triggered, top pet shop, mission. Requirements, help Details Pet Shop rise to become the #1 pet shop in Light Blue City. Mission reward, location-based long-term. Mission, you like the idea, being someone who depends on others. Is comfortable, but too much of it dulls your edge. Now that you could earn your own keep, you were more than willing. Everyone, hold on, you stepped forward to control the crowd. Our shop's program has just started and isn't mature yet. When the time is right, we'll definitely let everyone know. If you hadn't spoken up, Xianxia and the others wouldn't have known how to handle this explosive scene. Brother Wolf, you keep your word. I'll be waiting. Right, we're all waiting. All right, everyone, wait for the announcement. With that, you grabbed Xianxia and ran to the backyard. If you didn't run, you'd be drowned by this crowd of enthusiastic people. Even then, Xianxia still felt like she was dreaming. How could this be? What's wrong? Don't look at me like that. Seeing his dazed expression made me a bit embarrassed. I said it works, so it works. I want to earn my own money and support myself. That 1,000,000 today should count as mine. My labor earnings. The next moment, Xianxia suddenly struck, wrapping both arms around your wolf head and planting a big kiss right on your forehead. I love you to death. You were stunned on the spot. That was way too sudden. But inside, you were absolutely thrilled. Still, on the surface, you had to keep up the cold, aloof persona. Get it? Go exchange all that money for the cheapest spirit bones. Oh, and leave 300 for the shop as a cut. From now on, do it like this. Okay, wait for me. He ran off in excitement like a happy little rabbit. This deal was an absolute jackpot. A top-tier secret manual costs no more than 1,000,000 evolution points, and even the cheapest demon-grade spirit bone provides 500 evolution points. So the cost is just 2 spirit bones. After deducting the shops cut, you net 12 spirit bones. Amazing, if this business expands. And you still need evolution points later. You were already scheming that. Besides secret manuals, the cost of talent awakening would be even lower. Making this shop the #1 in the city would be a piece of cake. Lingaha arrived. Xianxia came back quickly, carrying nothing but carefully selected Thunder-type spirit bones, over 20 of them. You glanced at him and thought to yourself, not raised in vain. From now on, no need to pick the expensive ones. Just get the cheapest. We can't let anyone have leverage on us. You patted his hand. Stick with me and make big money. Okay, Xianxia smiled. Even sweeter. That clearly meant he saw you as one of his own now. Right? Meanwhile, on the other side, Linglong was fuming with rage. That burly man today was sent by her. Who could have imagined that what came back was news like this? You're lying. Who can guarantee 100% that a spirit beast will comprehend a secret manual? Even our strongest breeder can't do that. Linglong simply didn't believe it. Her shop was the top-ranked pet beast store in Qianlin. How could some shabby shop have this kind of skill? Young miss, what I said is all true. The burly man felt wronged. Useless thing, get out. Linglong irritably kicked him out. This wasn't over. Her eyes turned sinister. I want to see how you handle this. You like bragging, don't you? Fine, I'll help you spread the word myself. She immediately used her connections to spread the news of Xiji pet beast shops on 100 cultivation secret all over the city, before you and Xianxia could even leave the shop. The outside world was already buzzing with the news. Someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. Xiji and Xixi's mother, a shrewd woman, saw through the other party's scheme at first glance. Little one, are you really confident? His sharp gaze fixed on her. Mother, let your candle dragon come out and see for yourself. You'll know Xianxia has a plan. In the end, Xiji still had to make the final call. Xiji was puzzled, but couldn't resist the woman's coaxing. All right, come with me. When you arrived at the trial grounds, Xiji released his spirit beast, the bamboo dragon. Damn, when that beast, nearly 20 meters long, wreathed in flames, looking like a giant python, yet able to fly, appeared, the fur on your entire body instantly stood on end. Xiji released his spirit beast, the bamboo dragon. Damn, when that beast, nearly 20 meters long, wreathed in flames, looking like a giant python, yet able to fly, appeared, your entire fur instantly stood on end. Danger, this was a threat to your life. Danger, so this was a divine beast? Terrifying. You stared hard at it. But in his eyes, there was nothing but longing. The bamboo dragon also glanced at you, its gaze contemptuous, as if looking at an ant. Little Xianxia, did you miss me? He was quite affectionate toward Xianxia. Uncle Bamboo Dragon, I've got something. Good for you, Xianxia enthusiastically. Pulled out a ultimate strength talent stone. Eat it. The bamboo dragon didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. The next second, his expression changed drastically. A massive surge of energy erupted from within his body. A pained roar echoed across the entire trial grounds. But before he completely lost control, he suddenly pulled back, afraid of hurting Xianxia and her daughter. Will he be all right? Xianxia asked nervously. It's fine, you remained calm. To transform such a powerful divine beast, how could it be possible without enduring some pain? Xianxia, meanwhile, gave you a deep look, his eyes filled with scrutiny and a hint of wariness, but out of trust in his daughter. He didn't act immediately. 10 minutes later, the roaring stopped. The bamboo dragon collapsed weakly on the ground. Bamboo dragon, are you all right? Xianxia instantly appeared beside him. I'm fine, I'm great. The bamboo dragon's voice was filled with undisguisable shock. Xianxia, what is this thing? My power has grown immensely. Really? Haha, this is Xiangyang's stuff. Xianxia puffed out her chest proudly. The bamboo dragon suddenly soared into the air, his massive body stopping right in front of you. Then he slowly lowered that noble head. I'm sorry, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. This scene left even Xianxia stunned. His bamboo dragon had never bowed to anyone before. This showed just how much he had gained. Senior, you flatter me. From now on, we're family. Don't you dare slack off in front of him. What? Now do you believe it? Xianxia excitedly shook Xianxia's arm. Good. A golden gleam flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Now it was the turn of those scheming in secret to have headaches. He immediately approved. Plan, only asking for a 30% cut, with the rest all going to you. The deal was settled. You followed Xianxia back to her boudoir, lounging comfortably on her soft big bed, waiting for her to return. You lazily asked, how did the talk go? Great, let's quickly make a plan. He wouldn't admit to being coaxed for info by his mom, excitedly pouncing onto the bed to scheme with you. The next day, Xianxia's pet beast shops new business officially launched, instantly igniting the scene. Countless top-tier figures waited outside the shop, seeing those beaming success stories. They couldn't sit still any longer. Linglong's father, the Lin clan patriarch, immediately ordered an investigation. Has some cultivation master come to our Qianan city? Spare no cost, dig them out for me. Meanwhile, you were in your room counting spirit fruit trees until your hands cramped. These 2 days of frantic business had earned you a massive amount of evolution points, mixing out your stats. Only potential and bloodline still needed raising. But this explosive popularity also brought trouble. 2 days later, Sister Zai found Xiaoyang. This won't do, we've become a target for everyone. She looked grave. How about we raise prices and only do business 2 days a week? What do you think? Fine, I'll listen to Auntie. You agreed immediately. You understood the principle of steady, long-term gains. You couldn't overwork this money tree. When the news broke, countless spirit beast shops wailed in despair, while other pet shops breathed a sigh of relief. Elsewhere, Linglong was so furious upon hearing the news she nearly smashed her room. His carefully prepared plan had become a complete joke. Damn it, it's actually true. I can't swallow this. I must teach him a lesson. Just then Cheng Wu walked in. Seeing his furious state, he quickly came over to soothe him. Forget it, darling, it's not worth getting angry over someone like that. He deeply grasped Linglong's hand. I can ignore that woman, but her spirit beast must pay the price. Linglong's eyes were full of resentment. Wait a few days and I'll go to the Divine Demon Academy to find her. She had already scouted out a spirit beast capable of countering yours, ready to give you a surprise. In the academy dorm, hey, all those spirit fruits I fed you, where did they all go? Xianxia in loose pajamas, curiously watching you. These past few days, the spirit fruits you've been devouring every day. Your storage is practically a bottomless pit. Fine, keep your secret. Not sleeping next to you tonight. She huffed and lay down, yet secretly peeked at you from the corner of her eye. She didn't even last 2 minutes. Aya, you're so boring, just joking, come to bed. She patted the spot beside her. You smirked and slipped under the covers. Man and beast slept side by side, but you didn't sleep. One thought lingered. Should you bring Huan Jin, that fellow, out too? When it came to treasure hunting, he was a true expert. The next morning, you shared the idea with Xianxia, the golden crystal beast. Are you sure? The moment Xianxia heard it, she leapt straight off the bed. Even more excited than you. Right, what's wrong? We're rich, we're rich. You have no idea how valuable the golden crystal beast is. She grabbed you excitedly. Ready to run? Let's go, right now. And she bolted out in that outfit. You shot her. A glance, the view beneath that loose sleepwear wasn't for others to see. Hey. You're pretty good at guarding your food. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly changed clothes. The two of you raced to the dean's office. Thanks to Six's status as the young mistress of the pet beast shop, you easily obtained a special pass to the divine demon paradise. But just as you were about to set out, an uninvited guest blocked your path. Linglong, he's here again. Heard your family business has been booming lately. He swiggered with a sneer, but your luck won't last much longer. Behind him followed a celestial horse formed entirely of ice crystals, with wings on its back. Radiating extraordinary spirit, what do you want? This is the Divine Demon Academy. Xixi was annoyed just seeing him. I represent the Qianlin Spirit Beast Master Academy, challenging you to spar. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Linglong had already dug the trap, waiting for you to fall in. The crowd gathering to watch grew larger. Just as Xixi hesitated, the system's prompt rang in your mind. Ding. Quest triggered, defeat the Ice Crystal Celestial Horse. Quest requirement, defeat the top-tier beast, the Ice Crystal Celestial Horse. Quest reward, location. Without hesitation, you told Xixi accept it. After 2 days of business, your evolution value was already maxed out, and your stats were fully stacked. You'd been wondering where to raise your potential and bloodline caps. This was practically delivered to your door. Fine, I accept, with your support. Xixi immediately agreed to the duel. Haha, see you at the arena. Hope you don't run off. Linglong laughed and turned away. The Ice Crystal Celestial Horse spread its wings magnificently, making Xixi tense up like his horse. You noticed her envy. Xixi nodded instinctively, and you smiled faintly. That's easy. In a few days, I'll give you one. The Ice Crystal Celestial Horse spread its magnificent wings, and Xixi stared in awe. How do you like his horse? You noticed his envy. Xixi instinctively nodded, and you smiled faintly. That's easy. In a few days, I'll give you one. Sending Xixi an Ice Crystal Celestial Horse was, to you, just a matter of a fleeting thought. You glanced at the system store. The Ice Crystal Celestial Horse's bloodline was priced at 30 million evolution points. Your current evolution point cap was only a little over 20 million, still short. But this small matter wouldn't stump you. Once online, you could grind it out quickly. All right, you said it, no going back. Xixi's sparkling eyes were full of trust. He knew how miraculous you were, since you'd made the offer. He dared to accept it. No going back. You nodded, then reminded him, be careful today. That woman is clearly targeting you. Her ice attribute just happens to counter mine. A bit of a counter. Fine. You sneered inwardly. Even if she countered you, so what, you know? We're far stronger than when you'd defeated the divine firebird. More than a whole tier above, a mere ice Crystal Celestial Horse wasn't enough to make you nervous. Hey, are you two done dawdling? Is this the style of your Divine Demon Academy? Linglong twisted around up front. For a while, only to find the crowd's attention drifting to you two. She grew annoyed. The moment she spoke, she pinned the matter on the academy. That sharp, sarcastic edge made people frown. Some around them felt displeased, but seeing the majestic Ice Crystal Celestial Horse behind her, they swallowed their curses. That woman's strength is too solid, better let a stronger senior handle them. Soon, you arrived at the venue, buzzing with noise. Everywhere spirit beasts were locked in fierce battles. However, most were low to mid-tier, yet when Linglong's top tier Ice Crystal Celestial Horse appeared, the entire arena fell silent. Linglong clearly relished the feeling of being the center of attention. She raised her voice, carrying it across the arena. No need to guess. Today I'm here to spar with your academies. Pride Xixi, the higher you lift them, the harder they fall. That woman's heart is rotten to the core. The Lin family is challenging the Zai family. The Lin family's #1 pet shop. Reputation can't be lost. Too bad, pretty Xixi is about to become a sacrifice, a passerby. His analysis was spot on, though he guessed wrong about the motive. But one thing Linglong knew clearly, Xixi today must be the sacrifice. Daring to compete with her for a man was pure suicide. Enough nonsense, let's get started. You directly cut off his solo show. No kidding, after handling things here. You still had to pick up that guy from the illusion realm. No time to listen to his rambling. Before the words even faded, you had already leaped into an empty arena. This place couldn't be seen from outside, but inside. It was a small arena, plenty of room for top-tier beasts to run wild. You little wolf seeking death on your own. Linglong's voice turned sharp and venomous. In her eyes, you, this wolf, deserved death even more than Cixi. Without you, what could Cixi use to fight her? The ice crystal sky horse entered the arena, but before it could show off, a bolt of lightning formed above its head. The next moment, the ice crystal sky horse's horn flashed with blue light, and a solid pillar of ice shot up into the sky, barely managing to hold against your unstoppable lightning. Not cut through. You were slightly surprised. It turned out that ice pillar was continuously draining your lightning power. Linglong smiled smugly from outside the arena. Since she dared to come, she had done her homework, specifically choosing a spirit beast that countered you, and countered you thoroughly. The ice crystal sky horse's wings beat violently, and countless massive ice spikes appeared out of thin air, whistling toward you. What was even more disgusting was that these ice spikes kept splitting in midair, and by the time they reached you, they had become a sky-covering barrage, ice crystals dancing wildly. This move was clearly meant to cripple your lightning flash and lightning clone. A bit troublesome, huh? You said that out loud. But inside you were as steady as an old dog. You thought this would be a fight settled in minutes. But now it seemed you'd need to put in more effort. Still, the outcome wouldn't change. System enhancement, claws, eyes, tail, nose. You decided to use the stealth enhancement you'd been saving all along. This ice crystal sky horse's shell looked pretty tough. If your claws weren't strong enough, that would be embarrassing. This enhancement requires 700 evolution points. Enhance enhancement successful. Continue enhancing claws and fangs. This enhancement requires 12,000 evolution points. Enhance, you winced in pain. Sure, you made money fast, but this spending speed was ridiculously brutal. Enhancement was like an arrow already loosed, no turning back. Claws and fangs enhanced. +4 successfully triggered trait, sharpness +1. You looked down at. Looking at his own claws, he could clearly feel that power to tear everything apart. The sharpness at the tips of his claws even shimmered with a faint cold gleam. Strengthen eyes, you still have the reward from your promotion of 10 million, might as well use it all at once. This time, strengthening requires 1 million evolution points. Strengthen, eyes, strengthen successfully to 4. You can now see weak points on a few enemies. Instantly your eyes also emitted a faint golden light, divine and extraordinary. However, the audience outside the arena was entirely focused on the sky full of ice spikes, so almost no one noticed your change. You won't be in trouble, will you? Cixi said nervously outside the arena, her palms sweating. Attribute disadvantage plus this kind of large-scale attack, it's practically leaving you no way out. Trouble, you answered with action. The one in trouble was that horse. You ignored those attacks, braving countless ice spikes like a black bolt of lightning, charging fiercely toward the ice crystal sky horse. Others didn't know, but the ice crystal sky horse facing you directly felt it all too clearly. That terrifying aura rushing toward it made even this top-tier beast sense a fatal danger. The next second, your claws landed on its body, its proud ice crystal defense before your claws was as fragile as paper, shattered at the slightest touch. It wasn't its fault. Your claws already had the sharpness talent, and with the 4 enhancement stacking another layer of sharpness, let alone ice crystals, even steel plates could be clawed through now. This is impossible. Linglong outside the arena let out a piercing scream. It was clearly a sure win, so how did it suddenly reverse? How could that stinking wolf ignore the ice crystal Dinkez's attacks? Of course you didn't ignore them. You were just enduring them with your body. Those scattered ice spikes were too dispersed to deal you fatal damage. Nothing impossible. Cixi smugly raised her chin, watching you suppress the ice crystal sky horse with a continuous barrage of attacks, feeling utterly delighted. You, Linglong furious, pointed at Lynx's nose. I demand the beast tamer step down. Why should I agree? Cixi tilted her head at him. That smug look nearly made Linglong explode with rage. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of me for life? From start to finish, you've been the one causing me trouble. Now you're asking me? Cixi sneered. Once, if you really want a blood feud, then let it be. Who's afraid of who? While they were arguing, the ice crystal sky horse in the arena let out a mournful cry. Its body was already covered in dense spiritual energy wounds, its soul core completely shattered. It had become a torch. You returned to the edge of the arena with a fierce battle-worn aura, claws still stained with the ice crystal sky horse, the ice crystal crime. I've sworn a death feud with you. Who do you think you are? You said indifferently. Glancing at Linglong, that top-tier demon beast had already turned into 3 million evolution points in your system. And 2 million mission rewards. The corpse wasn't wasted either, directly stored into your backpack. All right, when the academy gives you a big reward, I hope you don't cry. Linglong's face turned green. Tossed out a parting remark, tucked her tail and slunk away. In disgrace, today this place has lost all face. Let's go. Don't just stand there, you nudged the still smitten girl with your mouth, who was staring intently at you, eyes gleaming. The claws and eyes, the system's hidden glow effects can be turned off, but can you stand Six's gaze, yet the surrounding onlookers, eager to swarm in and pry. Their stares make you utterly uncomfortable. The glow turned it off, wasting power. You grab Xixi by the back and dash off in a flash, heading straight for the divine demon pet paradise. Only after you leave does the crowd truly erupt. A dark horse, this is definitely the biggest. Dark horse, did you see that? The claws and eyes both glow so cool, I bet this time in the Academy Grand Competition, Sister Xixi can enter the Xianxia stage. Meanwhile, you've already taken Xixi back to the Finchao continent. You've already brought Xixi returned to Finchao continent. Honestly, you still prefer the atmosphere here. When you appeared before Hunjing, that little thing, startled by the demonic aura radiating from you, burst out, "You, kill me instead. Even if I die, I will never become your spirit beast." Hunjing stiffened its neck, looking utterly defiant and preferring death over submission. "What, so eager to die already?" You looked at its stubborn old ways and couldn't help but want to laugh. "Zhang Yang," Hunjing froze. Then fury surged, "You wicked bastard, I never thought you'd be so spineless. You actually became his spirit beast." You watched its pained and heartbroken expression and decided not to tease it further. "I'm not your spirit beast, so be straightforward about it." Announcing this is Xixi, my woman. Xixi instantly blushed. Hunjing felt his heart ache even more. This is worse than telling you he became your spirit beast. Hey, you're not going to welcome me like this, are you?" You look at him rolling his eyes, afraid he might choke on his breath. "You're the one who dies first. Why did you come back?" Hunjing recovered and directly jumped onto your back, grabbing the fur on your nape, and glanced at Xixi defiantly. Xixi didn't even treat this little thing as a rival, directly ignoring it. "Come on, I'll take you to see the outside world." You explained your purpose, and Huan Jing agreed without hesitation. He had long wanted you to go see Lang King. After giving detailed instructions, he still brought Huan Jin and Zai Zai along on the return journey. The outside world was too dangerous for Lang King. Staying here was the best choice. Back at the Divine Demon Academy, your head ached not only because of the two beside you, who had been bickering the whole way, but also because outside the telepartitionary, the crowd that had rushed over upon hearing the news was fanatically sarcastic. The moment you showed yourselves, you were surrounded completely. Brother Lang, your claws are glowing. Is that move something you trained in the shop?" Right, no matter the cost, we're going with these guys. The focus isn't on how fierce you are, but on your enhancement and service. Isn't the trait just glowing? Is it really that cool? You think smugly to yourself. But out loud you shout, "This shop doesn't offer that service for now, but other services will surely satisfy you." Early weekend morning, Kuaying you say, then carrying Xixi, amid a chorus of screams, you soar into the sky and flee the scene. Back in the dorm, the atmosphere turns awkward again. That small figure, like a forceful, precise presence, stands between you and Xixi, dashing Xixi's wished cuddle you to sleep. How did it come to this? To quickly get demon beast corpses, you couldn't be bothered with these romantic matters. The priority was improving your strength. There's the arena, Phantom Crystal whispered in your ear. "Arena, let's go check it out tomorrow," you decided at once. "Great," Xixi came along too, full of enthusiasm. "The Dong family runs the arena, right? Speaking of which, he hasn't been back for days." Just as you said that, a system notification suddenly rang in your mind. Ding. Quest triggered, help Donglin. Quest requirement, help Donglin solve his problem. Quest reward, location. The next morning, as you urged everyone to get up, Xixi once again enjoying the treatment of writing you out, so delighted that bubbles rose in her heart. Under Xixi's direction, you soon found the largest arena in the entire Qianlin Coliseum. "I'm here to find Donglin. Where is she?" Xixi, familiar with the place, asked the burly man at the entrance. "Miss Donglin is in the observation room. Follow me." At that moment, inside the observation room, Donglin was gnashing her teeth, staring at a golden-haired handsome man in the arena, her eyes red with anger. "Damn it. Even if you win, don't think you can marry me." The golden-haired man turned round and said affectionately, "Donglin, this was decided long ago. Why are you so resistant? Why can't I resist? Why? Why can't I pursue my own happiness? Donglin said. And as he spoke, tears fell. He had been treated by his family as a tool for marriage alliance, betrothed to this heir of a great family from the first-tier city of Shenlin. All right, don't cry. I'll give you time to think. The golden-haired handsome man gracefully withdrew from the observation room. When Xixi found Dongling, he was crouching on the ground, shoulders heaving as he sobbed. Dongling, what's wrong? The moment he saw Xixi, Dongling could no longer hold back and threw himself into his arms, wailing loudly. You watched this scene and sighed inwardly. Fine then. Since I pity you, my embrace is yours to use. Your gaze fell upon the spirit beast in the arena that hadn't been taken away yet. It was a peacock-like spirit beast with red, blue, and yellow colors. It actually possessed 3 attributes. After hearing Dongling's tearful account, Xixi exploded. What? Your family wants to marry you off to Kang Yaoi, that man of bad character. So that golden-haired handsome man, Kang Yaoi, had a notorious reputation in Shenlin City, being an evil cultivator who specialized in absorbing female spiritual power to cultivate. The women involved with him all met extremely miserable ends. As long as my spirit beast can defeat his, I won't have to marry him, Dongling cried as he revealed his only hope. But was it possible? Kang Yaoi's 5-colored peacock was exceptionally powerful, having already evolved 3 colors and mastered 3 elemental arts. So it's this guy, huh? Leave it to me. You stepped forward. This task you accepted. Can you do it? Dongling and Xixi asked in unison. Of course. You're enhanced. Eyes had already seen through the weakness on that flashy peacock's body. Led by Dongling, you met Kang Yaoi again. Oh my Donglin, have you come around? Kang Yaoi smiled like a gentleman, but his gaze lingered on Xixi beside you. No, I want to fight for one more chance. Fine then, I'll give you one last chance. Kang Yaoi suppressed his impatience and pretended to be generous as he agreed. You smoothly entered the arena. The 5-colored peacock across from you remained as arrogant as ever, while you grew even more inflated. What? Beast dares to be your opponent? You used lightning flash clone, but that flashy peacock was even more dazzling, directly splitting into 3 bodies of different elements. You were a bit annoyed. You charged forward to get close, but were forced back by its storm-like barrage, water, fire, and earth, 3 elemental forces mixed with bullet-like projectiles struck you. Though they couldn't hurt you, they simply wouldn't let you advance. Damn, this is getting troublesome. You noticed that the arrows that guy shot out Ling Yu could actually be recycled and reused. It was simply endless. Lei Duan, you no longer waited. The lightning threads shot straight at the peacock's head, yet a earthy yellow flash of light suddenly appeared, forcibly blocking your attack. Lei Duan, you simply stopped attacking and directly laid out a 3-meter-wide lightning light barrier in front of you. All incoming Ling Yu, the moment they touched the light barrier, were instantly turned to ash. Now let's see how you recycle them. You were pleased with yourself. You kept releasing Lei Duan, leaping between the lightning light screens, step by step compressing. The 5-colored peacock's space to move was shrinking, panicked and protective of its feathers. It dared not fire recklessly and could only dodge awkwardly. Just then, Lei Duan reached full mastery in the secret manual. Prompt, upgrade, upgrading the manual. Lei Duan's level rose to ultimate. Each use consumes 200 points of demonic power. Demonic power consumption doubled. He wanted to see if the power would double too. He used Lei Duan again. A 6-meter-long bolt of lightning appeared above the peacock's head. It tried the same trick, raising an earth wall to block, but this time the wall only held for a moment before being crushed by the ultimate Lei Duan, sinking lower and lower until with a bang it pressed the 5-colored peacock beneath it, unable to move. Your thoughts were a bit unclear. You shook your head and charged over. Little did you know that peacock was just waiting for you to come. When your claw struck toward its head, its beak would strike like a bolt of lightning toward your palm. Oh, playing tricks, huh? You sneered inwardly. Trying to match speed with your brother Yang, you must be overthinking it. You withdrew your front claw in a flash, then your hind leg suddenly surged with power, and you stomped hard onto the 5-colored peacock's neck. You withdrew your front claw in a flash, then your hind leg suddenly surged with power, and you stomped hard onto the 5-colored peacock's neck. Are you kidding me? Little peacock, your brother Yang saw long ago that your neck is your weak point, just waiting for you to stretch it out for me to step on. Your eyes, strengthened to the 4th tier, can see through some people's vital points. This 5-colored peacock's neck is as glaring to your eyes as a searchlight in the dark night. You know that flashy peacock himself naturally knows it too, so when he saw your claws already above his neck, he immediately opened his mouth, but he didn't open it to beg for mercy. Instead, he spat fire, trying to burn you to ashes. Naive. Back then, even the high-grade flames of the divine fire bird did nothing to you. Now with your physique, even if you let these little flames burn you freely. Too lazy to dodge. Oh, quite cunning, you just ignored it outright. That ball of flame and stomped down, but your foot landed on nothing. Bang, your foot was blocked by a wall of earth that suddenly sprang up. Hey, you have to admit that wall was sturdy. You put some force into it and still couldn't break through. It did manage to save that peacock's sorry life, but only for the moment. As for staying alive, that five-colored peacock was clearly scared out of its wits. It quickly yanked its head back. No longer daring to clash head-on with Lei Duan, it turned to flee. It figured it out. Its master, Kang Yaoi, was right there. With his support, fighting you is hopeless. Even surviving counts as a win. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Kang Yaoi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He never imagined that his pride, the five-colored peacock, would actually lose to you, this unknown Eagle King. What a formidable wolf. He grit his teeth and spat threats into the air. Donglin, you win this time, but just you wait. My Kang Yaoi's feelings for you will never change. One day you will be mine. With that, he gloomily left the observation room. Just as he reached the exit of the arena, he saw his own bedraggled five-colored peacock. Without a word, he kicked it over without a second thought, and the pitiful peacock didn't even dare to dodge. Instead, it even rolled on the ground several times on its own, looking utterly miserable from the kicks. Useless thing, Kang Yaoi vented at the peacock, releasing all his humiliation and anger through the outburst. Then turned and walked away. He had lost face here today. He needed to quickly find someone to ask about this situation, which was completely different from the script they had agreed upon earlier. Ding completed the task, helping Donglin solve the trouble. Task reward, 500 0 evolution points, evolution point storage. Cap of 500 0, and access to the water system secret manual purchase. You didn't go after that peacock. To be honest, that Kang Yaoi guy looks like trouble, and you couldn't be bothered to offend someone like that for Donglin's sake. Still, the mission reward was quite something. With this, the jobs you could take would only increase. As your business scope expanded, your hidden pouch naturally grew fatter too. The moment you returned to the observation room, a fragrant body threw itself at you, sobbing. Wow, you're amazing, so amazing. Thank you so much, Donglin exclaimed, choked with emotion. Wrapping her arms around your neck, her whole body trembling. She was so worked up. She nearly kissed you right then and there, beside you. Hunjin wore the look of someone whose prized cabbage had just been rooted up by a pig. With a hurt expression, truly annoyed that the little wolf she'd set her eyes on was too outstanding. It was impossible to guard against. Just as she drove off one suitor, another came, but seeing how this newcomer girl had just cried so pitifully, today she'd lend her neck for the hug. For a bit, after all, none of them had ever cared about your feelings, you fool. You deliberately coughed twice to break up the sickly sweet atmosphere. Don't just say thanks with words, show something real. You're one who values practicality, all right? Donglin's face instantly turned red, her body squirming as her voice turned soft and meek. What do you want? Just say it. That expression seemed to say, whatever you want. I'll do my best to satisfy you. I want to participate in the beast fights, you stated your goal directly. No way. The moment you spoke, Dongling refused without a second thought. Blunt and decisive. Xixi, he doesn't understand, but don't you? What kind of place is this? The matches are dangerous. Donglin isn't ungrateful, she genuinely worries for you. Real beast fights are high intensity competitive duels. Two spirit beasts clash, and the outcome is often brutal, sometimes even mutual destruction. More crucially, during beast fights, the beast tamer can personally enter the arena to assist. Xixi is just a trainee. What kind of proper support can he give you? If you force it, bringing along a partner with such insufficient supportability will be very dangerous. Xixi's face flushed slightly. He wasn't just weak at support, he was fundamentally unable to support, because you weren't his contracted beast at all. But could he say that? Obviously not. I know that's why I have to go. You understood. Donglin was well-intentioned, but sometimes good intentions lead to bad outcomes. If you don't agree, I'll go find another arena. Donglin fell into hesitation. Do you really have to do this? What do you need? I'll just give it to you directly, okay? She bit her lower lip, looking troubled. What you needed was plenty of real combat opponents. The arena had them, but given his status, he couldn't get them at all. so you changed. Your approach, I want to hone my strength, just arrange some weak opponents for me, that's all. Getting you real combat resources, he couldn't do it, but having him arrange a few matches for you, with his status as the arena's young miss, was still within reach. Do we really have to do this? Donglin was still reluctant. Oh, just listen to him, Xixi finally spoke up. He's got his own plans, and he's confident. He's full of faith in you. In his view, even without a beast tamer backing you up, you'd never be in danger. Fine, Donglin finally relented, but whoever he fights, he must follow my arrangements. He agreed. He figured that under his arrangements, he could at least keep you safe. At worst, he'd give you a weaker opponent and raise the betting odds a bit so the arena wouldn't lose too much. All right, go make the arrangements quickly. You couldn't wait any longer. Fighting in the arena not only boosts evolution value and limits, but also genuinely improves skill proficiency. Lightning Flash and Lightning Clone, these two skills need real combat to level up. Who would ever think their ultimate moves are strong enough? Got it. You all wait here for me. Donglin acknowledged and turned around, running off. After asking around, he realized he had been sorely mistaken. How much excitement he'd missed. So you were already this famous? In the circle, you'd earned the title of Brother Wolf. Those who wanted to go to West Side Pet Store to raise beasts, who wouldn't greet you with full respect and call you Brother Wolf. Everyone knew you weren't a trainer, but you clearly had a deep connection with that master behind the scenes. Why else would other staff not be sent, but you, a wolf, specifically came to handle things? So he was really that impressive. After hearing all the tales about you, Donglin felt much more at ease. Plus, seeing how cleanly you handled that peacock earlier, he figured there weren't many in this arena who could truly threaten you. Little Wu, come here. Donglin called over a minor arena boss. Miss Lin, what can I do for you? The man immediately scurried over eagerly. I want to arrange a beast fight. Bring me the list of recent contestants. All right, just a moment. Little Wu ran off quickly. Such a trivial matter didn't even require asking his superiors. He could handle it perfectly. Soon, the list was brought over. Those who came to compete in this kind of high-intensity arena were either thrill-seeking fighters or contestants desperate for prize money. Neither type was easy to mess with. You, of course, understood these rules. You leaned close to Xix's ear and whispered to her, when I go up later, you take the chance to grab a bit. Don't be polite with Donglin. Anyway, with such big business, it won't be his in the future. We might as well take what we can. You were afraid the girl would be soft-hearted and end up betting wrong. That would be a huge loss. All right, I know what to do. You're such a money grabber. Xixi shot you a glance, but her eyes were full of excitement. The feeling of getting rich overnight, doesn't it sound amazing? Soon, Donglin had arranged everything for your first opponent. He was initially dissatisfied because the match process was set and the sudden change made him suspect foul play. But when he heard about your spirit beast's accident, he immediately relaxed. He had confidence in himself, and even more confidence in his spirit beast. Can he do it? Although the match was arranged by Donglin and the opponent seemed weak, he was still nervous. No, Xixi was nervous too. This was your first time participating in a battle with a spirit beast as support. Meanwhile, the phantom gold standing on Daming's shoulder remained calm. He sneered inwardly. How naive. Two women, what's the problem? This guy isn't stupid. Without confidence, he wouldn't do it. But in another observation room, Kang Yaoi's face was still as dark as the bottom of a pot. Brother Yaoi, this is that wolf beast. A woman who bore some resemblance to Donglin but was more mature and alluring spoke with a smile. Her name was Dongzhe, Donglin's elder sister, and also the one who had offered Donglin to Kang Yaoi. Humph, Kang Yaoi squeezed out a word through grit teeth. Oh, Brother Yaoi, you wrong your little sister. This isn't my girl's spirit beast. It's that wolf beast from Xiji's pet beast hall, which has been quite famous lately. Dongzhe's tone was full of grievance, as if she, not someone else, had just been scolded by Kang Yaoi's thunderous rage. So what? Kang Yaoi said coldly. Anyway, this matter has already been ruined by him. If you don't give me an explanation, don't expect me to help you. Oh, Brother Yaoi, don't be anxious. A dangerous glint flashed in Dongzhe's eyes. He may act tough outside, but this is my Dong family's territory. A dragon must coil, a tiger must crouch. Don't worry. I'll definitely let you vent your anger. She sneered inwardly. Do you really think I'm made of clay? I'd even scheme against my own sister. What are you? Kang Yaoi caught the thread in her words and frowned slightly. Fine, then I'll see what you can do. Don't worry, I'll arrange it. Dongzhe turned and left the observation room. At this moment, the beast fighting arena was buzzing with noise. You stood in the center of the field, indifferent to the surrounding clamor, but the guy across from you was flashy as could be, constantly blowing kisses to the crowd. Is it now the trend for losers to show off before a match? You muttered to yourself, "Hey, you there." The flashy guy clearly didn't know you and looked at you with a pitying gaze. Is your master not confident in you, sending you here alone? Perhaps you lazily lifted your eyelids. Listen closely to what they're all shouting. Many in the stands had already recognized you. They came to see if the spirit beasts, bred by Xiji Pet Shop, are truly formidable. Your performance will tell. Oh, you little show-off finally noticed something odd about the cheers around you, but you couldn't make out what the crowd was shouting. You just snorted. Once, no matter who you are, since your master didn't come along, you'll have to. Before you finished, he released a wind attribute spirit beast resembling a civet cat, standing on its hind legs. It was small but fierce-looking. Defeat it, the little show-off commanded. Buffs for strength, speed, and defense instantly fell upon the wind civet, boosting its combat power severalfold. The wind civet, as if injected with adrenaline, roared and lunged at you. You merely turned and flicked your tail with flair, not even using a technique. Who do you take me for? You even found it a bit boring. The wind civet couldn't dodge your tail at all, getting whipped and sent spinning dizzily in the air. Should I just defeat him outright? The thought crossed your mind. Someone like this fighting you probably wouldn't even add skill proficiency. Forget it. Let's end this quickly and not waste time. You raised your paw and a familiar surge of power began to gather. This was the charged talent about to erupt. Struggle all you want, you deserve to lose. You shook your head. The next moment your paw landed on the wind civet's body. The civet's form froze in midair for a split second, then was instantly blasted away. With a thunderous crash, it slammed hard into the edge of the arena, losing its fighting ability. The entire arena fell silent for a second, then erupted into thunderous roars. That move just now was way too thrilling. One claw sent the opponent flying out of the ring. My God, how much power was that? You slightly regretted it. If you'd used a single strike, could you have sent him flying even farther? That would have been even more spectacular. You were satisfied, and the crowd was satisfied too. Xianxia was even more delighted, happily collecting the winnings. Only the little show-off in the arena was completely dumbfounded. How had his spirit beast lost before the fight even really began? It was too fast, too direct. The key point is that he had staked his entire fortune on this. You have to compensate me, you have to compensate me. The little peacock went mad. He actually abandoned all reason and charged forward shouting. It looked like he wanted to fight you to the death, but you just frowned. The arena has rules. Beasts cannot actively attack their beast mares. Do you still want to keep playing? You can't afford to be disqualified, so you just disdainfully flapped your wings and flew straight up into the air. In jest, the ram didn't want to be touched by you either. What could you do? If you've got the guts, fly up too. The little peacock raged below, cursing loudly. All sorts of obscenities filled the air, and even the spectators outside couldn't stand it anymore, shouting at him, "Can't afford it? Then get lost, scram. We still want to see the next match. Our brother wolf can attack you, but we're not restricted. Believe us, we'll come down and teach you a lesson." The crowd's curses finally brought back a shred of reason to the little peacock. He was scared. He'd lost everything. But he could earn it back. If he lost his life, that was truly gone. Just then, a voice rang out in your mind. Ding, quest triggered. Become the king of the arena. Quest requirement, become the king of beasts and combat in the beast arena. Quest reward, location yo. Another quest. You loved quests. Quests were your direction, so you hovered midair and declared to the entire arena, I can keep fighting. Anyone is welcome to bring their beast and challenge me. Your words were arrogant beyond measure, but the crowd didn't despise you. Instead, they were completely fired up. In the observation room, Dongzhu had been thinking of some underhanded trick to make you lose, but he never expected this wolf to be so reckless. Did you really think the arena was a place for you to farm achievements? Fine, a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. The arena approves his gauntlet request. Go arrange it. Soon, the big screen displayed the gauntlet match information. Your arrogant words left the opponent list completely blank, full of uncertainty, and this kind of thrilling gamble was exactly what the audience loved most. You looked at the big screen and silently gave Donglin a thumbs up in your mind, thinking he was really efficient. However, the Donglin you were praising was on the verge of tears right now. Xianxia, it wasn't me who arranged this. He grabbed Xiaxia's hand, a bad feeling churning in his heart. Who cares who it was? It doesn't matter. Xixi was carefree, pulling him along. Donglin started taking bets. Hurry, we still don't know who the opponent is, so the odds are highest, without Donglin even knowing. Xixi had already boldly bet all the money in his card. On him, the next few battles were without suspense. You won cleanly and decisively, giving your opponents no chance at all. For a time, your reputation grew louder, and more people bet on you. Of course, your odds plummeted. On the other side, Deng's face grew uglier and uglier. This won't do, the arena has lost too much. He grit his teeth and ordered his men to arrange some tough opponents for him, not letting him reach the 10th round. So, after the audience finished placing their bets again, a man who made the entire arena gasp walked into the arena. The lead spirit beastmaster's rank was high, reaching the 6th tier, with over 100 battles under his belt and only 4 losses, and those were from his early days. In nearly 100 recent battles, he had never lost once. Your odds instantly skyrocketed from near 0 to over 3 times. You look pretty strong, you stared at Ghost Hand and said calmly, not bad. Ghost Hand's voice was surprisingly gentle, forming a stark contrast with his fierce appearance. If you could give me a cultivation slot, I might choose to lose. That won't do, you refused flatly. Business is all about integrity. Then what a pity, Ghost Hand sighed. If I defeat you, that cultivation master definitely won't take my business, he said it as if it were true. You were amused by him. Come on, let me see your skills, you beckoned with your claw. All talk, no action, let's see you try. Fine, Ghost Hand agreed. With unusual enthusiasm, he instantly buffed his spirit beast. Massive black python, its scales gleaming with a cold light. The python's eyes were like torches, staring at you with a fierce glare. This is my partner, Black Scale, Ghost Hand introduced it. It's been a long time since I've met an opponent worth taking seriously. You nodded slightly, your gaze fixed on the python. It's indeed a good beast, but it's a pity. You shook your head. What's a pity? Ghost Hand asked, frowning. It's a pity that you're going to lose today, you said calmly. Humph, we'll see about that. Ghost Hand sneered, then commanded, Black Scale, use Venom Fang. The python lunged at you with lightning speed, its fangs bared. You sidestepped, narrowly dodging the attack, and then struck back with a swift claw. Draw. The master who trained you behind the scenes is truly formidable, Ghost Hand exclaimed in awe. Go try it yourself and you'll find out. You lunged again forward, but you might need to switch spirit beasts and find a new one. Collisions kept exploding, sparks flying everywhere. That fur of yours is quite tough, huh? You scratched at the monkey several times, but couldn't break through its skin. That was the monkey's proud retort. Just then, its claws suddenly turned a gleaming metallic color. This was a metal-type dense steel body. This guy actually took advantage of the chance while chatting with me to sneak attack. But who are you? If it weren't for grinding skill proficiency, you'd have already pinned it to the ground and rubbed it in the dirt. The next moment, you were blasted away by this sudden force. However, that monkey wouldn't let up, having no intention of letting you land. It chased wildly behind you, and while your body was still midair, it leaped up suddenly, targeting your wings. Oh no. This is bad, Xianxia is in danger. Donglin's palms were slick with cold sweat. He's clever, nothing will happen. Huan Jing remained calm. In the nick of time, your mind stirred, and countless lightning serpents descended from the sky, blocking the monkey's path. But that monkey was unusually decisive, instantly using Earth-type dense earth armor to cover its body, enduring the lightning and charging through. When it revealed its eyes again, they were filled with battle fury. It had already extended its claws, about to strike your wings. You watched its body blaze with lightning. Your previously blasted away body twisted with a shackle, tracing a bizarre arc in the air. You really are aggressive, you smiled. But aren't you underestimating me a bit? Your wings were right there, yet that spirit monkey lunged into empty air. Its mind completely short-circuited, unable to figure out how you suddenly accelerated. Simple, your lightning flash had leveled up. Speed was the most direct proof, honestly, even if it had caught you. So what? With your build, it wanted to snap your wings. Dream on. Of course, you wouldn't give it that chance to get cocky. Time to shatter your turtle shell. You focused your mind, and 3 lightning clones appeared instantly, each containing 70% of your power. Just these 3 clones alone would be enough to completely defeat that spirit monkey. But you didn't like that kind of dragging approach. What you wanted was utter dominance. So you struck personally, and besides, you had to conserve your waist strength. After that, who knows how many more weak points there are. As your speed surged, That spirit monkey in front of you was like a slow motion wooden post. It relied on its small size to barely protect its vital points, but getting hit was unavoidable. As your palm swept past, the layer of earth armor on its body shattered and scattered across the ground. Even its metallized body was carved with several deep wounds. That thing was tough though, it didn't bleed at all, probably planning to undo the metallization before treating its wounds. The spirit monkey panicked. It couldn't even touch a single hair on you, only passively taking hits. Its mentality completely collapsed. On the other side, its master, Ghost Hand, was also at a loss. His mind racing to figure out how to limit your speed. He didn't want to lose. This dual attribute spirit beast was his trump card. Treasure, if it died here, most of his skills would be wasted. However, while Ghost Hand was still in the middle of his brainstorm, you had already nearly beaten his spirit monkey to cripple. You didn't believe in that damn metallization nonsense that could ignore all attacks. A few scratches you could endure, but what if it scratched you hundreds of times until you were covered in wounds? And then your heart stirred. You had been attacking for so long, and that 10% trigger rate. Impact talent finally deigned to show itself. The process was no different from before. Your claws once again grabbed onto the spirit monkey's body. Honestly, the monkey had almost gotten used to it. It was just a few claw marks, right? Scratch away, no big deal. But this time the result was worlds apart, an irresistible, immense force didn't act on the surface but instead directly erupted violently inside its body. That single blow claimed the monkey's life. Its exterior was indeed iron, but its internal organs were still flesh. Bones snapped and tendons broke. The spirit monkey flew off like a torn sack, tracing a miserable arc through the air. Blood spraying from its mouth. The battle was over. That strike of yours not only broke through its metallization, but the internal injuries shaken out by the impact talent, combined with those deep scratches on its surface, all erupted the moment its body slammed into the ground. 1 second it still looked pretty sturdy, and the next, the spirit monkey completely lost its life force, collapsing to the ground without moving a muscle. The leader was utterly stunned. He was still here thinking of countermeasures, and before he could come up with a single hair of an idea, his ace was gone. Killing a dual attribute spirit monkey actually granted 3 million purification value. Storage cap increased by 3 million. Top tier earth demon box +1. Top tier essence demon box +1. 2 demon boxes. You were overjoyed inside. Killing 1 and getting 2. This deal is too good to be true. You even regret it a little. If you'd known, wouldn't defeating that 5-colored peacock have been? But you're not planning to exchange them for the painting. You'll keep them to boost your demonic power. That's the smart move. In an instant, the whole venue erupted in thunderous cheers. No one expected you to end Ghost Hand's 100-match win streak. Truly, in the VIP room, Dongzhu crushed the wine glass in his hand. His face ashen. He hadn't expected Ghost Hand to lose either. That move you just used, even he hadn't seen it clearly, but that didn't stop him from thinking Ghost Hand's strength was lacking. I'll go myself. Xianxia stood up. The 5-colored peacock lost to him before, and that had already annoyed him greatly. Now seeing you steal the spotlight like this, he's displeased. He wants to step onto the stage himself and take back the face. The peacock lost with his own hands. Are you serious? Dongzhu was surprised. Of course. Xianxia's eyes burned with fervor he craved. The cheers you're enjoying right now, and even more so, the adoring gazes of the spectators below after victory. The thought of freely absorbing their spiritual power made him tremble with excitement. All right, come with me. Dongzhu immediately led him to register. Meanwhile, in another observation room, Zai Zai was staring at the balance in her card, her big eyes turning into symbols of money. Oh my, Donglin looking at his own account also gasped. He'd been dragged by Zai Zai into placing a bet as well, money aside for now. All he could think about was where Zai Zai had found someone like you. Such a treasure. Do you have any siblings? I need to get one for myself too. With your strength, top 3 in the academy tournament is a lock. Ah, don't talk. Zai Zai didn't even look up as she cut him off. I'm counting my money, you're messing up my rhythm. Donglin was speechless. Huan Jing kindly reminded him, you should check yours too. He used your front money to bet earlier. Donglin snapped back to reality. Quick, quick, quick. Zai Zai pulled the still dazed Donglin along. Hurry, support before the betting closes. Suddenly, wait, support. The odds changed. Donglin snapped back and nodded frantically. After the two of them placed their bets, they looked up and realized Kang Yaoi had already entered the arena. Both their hearts sank. This was bad, they'd seen the 5-colored peacocks. Strength before. And Kang Yaoi himself was no pushover. Though his character was shady, he had deep resources and knew many special enhancements, both numerous and powerful. The support rates came out. On one hand, your support rate is absurdly high. After all, you just proved yourself. And Kang Yaoi, nobody knows him, in the lounge. Principal Dangsa, this time the arena is making a huge profit. As long as Kang Yaoi wins, all those betting points placed on you winning will belong entirely to the arena. Little wolf, we meet again. Kang Yaoi ignored the cheers from the crowd. In his eyes, those voices would belong to him sooner or later. We meet again. So what can you do about it? Your arrogance hasn't changed. Kang Yaoi isn't qualified to make you hold back. System, exchange for the ultimate poison. You silently recited. That fear beast is no pushover, and it already knows your combat patterns. You need something new. Ding. Exchange successful. Defeat you. Kang Yaoi chuckled and spat out 2 words, his face showing not a trace of killing intent. A classic. Smiling tiger, try me, but this time, I don't plan to let your little peacock off the hook. Your claws flickered with an eerie green light. Are you ready? Kang Yaoi's mouth twitched. Anyone can brag. You need to open your mouth and respond with something more direct. He charged forward himself. You can't even protect your own spirit beast, yet you dare to talk tough in front of me. If you've got the skill, prove it with real strength. Don't waste time with useless lip service. Kang Yaoi was about to lose his mind. A demon beast dared to speak to him. Like this, he nearly roared it out. Defeat him. The 5-colored peacock charged up. With blazing fury, the enhancement Kang Yaoi gave it was incredibly potent. Attribute boosts were just the appetizer. The real killing move was called Face Slip Air. Special spirit technique that gave spirit beasts a chance to trigger a linked combo when using secret arts. The 5-colored peacock rose into the air. It wanted revenge. Last time you nearly snapped its neck. This was an irreconcilable grudge. Ice shards formed in an instant, and then 2 blazing fire dragons roared out. My God, who is this guy? He opens with 2 high-tier secret arts. It's over. It's over. Are we going to see an upset? I put all my betting points in. The audience's hearts leaped to their throats. Donglin, even more nervous, grabbed Xix's arm. Xixi, look, Zhang Yang is being suppressed. Ah, I see it. It's fine, but Xixi looked regretful. Ah, too early, I should have bet later. After Kang Yaoi came on stage, the support rate changed again. I could have made so much more money. As for you losing, I never even considered it. Hunjing calmly added, he won't die, don't worry. Donglin was so annoyed by these two that he rolled his eyes. Couldn't they show a little urgency? Still, thanks to their interruption, Donglin wasn't as nervous. On the field, you're being suppressed, but there's no real danger. Ice spikes, fire dragons, and such. You can dodge when possible, and when you can't, just tough it out with Thunder Sever. If the arena were bigger, you could run far and kite him to death. I wonder how long you can keep dodging. The 5-colored peacock has gotten smarter too. Every time you use Thunder Sever, he uses Pudge's big brick to smack you. It costs demonic energy, but it's safe, and anyway, he has Kang Yaoi behind him as a power bank, so he's not worried. The audience figured it all out. If you keep dodging like this, you'll eventually slip up and lose all your points before you know it. Go on, stop hiding, Wolf Brother, defeat him. Some viewers were getting anxious. To the point, they were practically pointing at your nose and shouting. But they couldn't see that you had already made your move. Each of your 3 lightning clones had a bottle of ultimate poison in its mouth, and under the cover of the lightning's glow, they quietly charged forward. The 5-colored peacock was so proud. It didn't even regard your clones as a threat, focusing solely on defeating your main body. In the end, 2 clones managed to get close. Body, the flashy 5-colored peacock disdainfully flicked out 2 fire dragons. At such close range, the clones had nowhere to dodge, but they had no intention of dodging either. The Hunderclip clone, on the 5-colored peacock's head, was shattered by the fire dragon. 2 medicine bottles fell with a clatter, precisely smashing onto its hard skull. Crack, the bottles broke. How does it feel to wash your head with poison? You asked from afar, your heart brimming with glee. Colored liquid streamed down. The 5-colored peacock even instinctively stuck out its tongue and licked a bit. The taste seemed tolerable, but the moment the poison seeped into its eyes, the 5-colored peacock went utterly mad. The searing pain instantly overwhelmed its reason. Now he only wanted to vent. Only venting could lessen even the slightest bit of pain. Ice spikes danced wildly. Fire dragons shot into the sky, targetless. Frenzied attacks began. Ouch, this one's good, you're over there watching the fun without caring about the trouble. Suddenly, 4 fire dragons burst out. That was Kang Yaoi's technique, and the passive effect triggered. The smile on Kang Yaoi's face froze. Dong's expression froze, and his face turned pale. He knew the 5-colored peacock was finished. The moment he thought of the points the arena would have to pay out, Dong Zhu went frantic. His voice became shrill and piercing, immediately top-tier beast level. Missing translation for id 3000 on 120. The spirit beast stone, now immediately, if he doesn't plug this hole, he's finished. Inside the arena, the 5-colored peacocks. Demonic power was draining rapidly. Misfortune had already spread throughout its body. It was about to give out, and the god of death was already striding steadily toward it. Little wolf, have you thought it through? Kang Yaoi spoke, his voice icy. This peacock was tied to his future advancement. He couldn't bear to lose it. What, don't you know the arena's rules? You grinned at him. Dong Zhu came out. Kang Yaoi directly called for him, wanting him to come out and break the rules. Dong Zhu appeared. He didn't want to, but Kang Yaoi was someone he'd brought. He had to take responsibility. Little wolf, Dong Zhu steeled himself and spoke. Consider this a favor to Dong Ming, let the 5-colored peacock go. How? You'd never seen someone so unreasonable. He'd just used his sister as leverage, and now he was using her as a shield again. Sir, are the arena's rules really so easily changed? You countered. Dong Zhu grit his teeth, about to say more. Follow the rules, follow the rules. The crowd refused to let it go. We paid to watch you sell favors. We want to see a fair match. Dong's face turned ashen. He could only force himself to say, the final decision is mine. What I said was only the arena's stance. Can you speak for the arena? You decide to screw him over again. Of course he couldn't. Dong's words were cut off as a resounding male voice rang out. A tall and imposing man made a powerful entrance, striding straight to Dong Zhu. Big brother. Dong's eyes darted away. The next second, a crisp slap echoed through the arena. Smack! The man slapped Dong Zhu across the face. The entire arena fell silent. What Dong Zhu had done was only his personal conduct, not representing the arena's position. The man's voice boomed. The arena is still the same. Arena rules won't change for anyone. Even if the king of hell himself came, it wouldn't matter. You may continue. With that, he dragged the dazed Dong Zhu and left without hesitation. That was the Dong family's eldest young master, Dong Honggung. If he hadn't come, the arena's reputation would have been ruined. The crowd's murmurs made you understand the gist. Now it seemed no one could save your spirit beast. You couldn't help but smile. Kang Yaoi's face was dark. You'd never seen him so furious. He'd come to win cheers, but now he was met with nothing but mockery. He stared at you and instead grew calmer. Down came his gaze, filled with venom. Make your move. I watched as, in his eyes, you were already a corpse. Afraid of him? Don't be ridiculous. You didn't hesitate and ended it with one kick. The 5-colored peacock's life. Kill confirmed. 5-colored peacock slain. Evolution points 4 million. You didn't hesitate and ended the 5-colored peacock's life with one strike. Kill confirmed. 5-colored peacock slain. Evolution points 4 million. Evolution point storage cap 4 million. My system. Top tier. Demon Beast 1. Top tier Earth. Demon Beast 1. Top tier soldier. Demon Beast 1. Want this corpse? You even kindly asked. If not, I'll take it too. Answering your question was Kang Yaoi's cold snort and his resolute departing figure. He would send his guards to retrieve Lanshi. He would make you pay. The battle ended, and you found yourself without opponents. What about the promised round robin? Why is no one coming? Come on. Keep going, you taunted from the arena, and the crowd joined. The jeering, they had just won betting points and wanted to keep supporting you. Just then, the host came on stage. Given that no challengers remain, the battle arena temporarily bestows upon you the title of Arena King. Do you accept? This was certainly a glorious honor. And also a fact, having slain a 3-element top tier spirit beast, you are now unmatched at the demon beast level. Who would still come up to throw their life away? You were annoyed. This task was completed far too easily. Fine, I accept. Ding, quest complete. Arena King. Quest reward, evolution points 2 million. Evolution point storage cap 2 million, potential cap 500. It even added potential cap. Alright, not a loss. The moment you left, the entire arena's audience went wild, rushing straight to the West Beast shop, making it the hottest living advertisement. You had just returned to the observation room when a fragrant body pounced on you. Wow, love it, love it. Adorable sheep, you're amazing. Xixi hugged your head and kissed you nonstop. She was a bit over the top, you could barely hold on. You rolled your Eyes in exasperation, thinking this girl had no sense of restraint, she'd knocked off several of your hairs. Zhang Yang, thank you, Dongming red-eyed. Handed you her card, take all of this, I heard you need money. Keep your money for yourself. You refused with great magnanimity. This sheep doesn't lack cash, right? We don't lack cash. Xianxia wrapped her arm around your neck and proudly shook her own card with tens of millions in funds. But if you really want to help me, you shifted your tone. I do have something to ask of you. What is it? Tell me, Dongming answered swiftly. I need demon beast corpses. Do you have any here? Danglin looked a bit troubled. They're Ina's corpses all come from fixed supply channels. I'll do my best, okay? Fine. Just then Dong Hunggung walked in. Little Donglin, don't worry. He first comforted his younger sister. Dongzhu has already been punished by me and sent home to reflect. That Kang Yaoi won't cause you any more trouble. Donglin was moved to tears, then Dong Hunggung turned to you with an appreciative gaze. Everything you just said, is it true? You couldn't be bothered with their sibling bond and only cared about your own matters? Of course it's true. No need to do your best. Dong Hunggung waved his hand generously. However much you need, you can take it at a 20% discount, then fine, you didn't stand on ceremony. First, give me 20 million worth. You've got quite the appetite. Fusion, are you serious? 20 million is nothing, you said to Dong Hunggung with an airy tone. That amount of money was to him a drop in the bucket. After all, your earth-shattering battle in the arena just now had cost his family far more than that. Remember, I don't want the ones with the howl. Just the corpses, you emphasized. The price difference between howling and non-howling corpses was like heaven and earth. Right now, your demonic energy was abundant enough that you didn't need that stuff yet. Fine, Dong Hunggung smiled. Like a sly old fox, you're Little Lin's friend, so you're a friend of the Dong family. Come visit often in the future. After a few pleasantries, he rose to take his leave. His purpose in coming today was clear, just to get familiar with the Donglin connection. There'd be no shortage of chances to win you over later. Once he left, you glanced at Donglin beside you. Your big brother is quite something. My big brother is amazing. He's already an A-rank spirit beast tamer. Donglin's eyes were full of little stars, her face full of admiration. Forget it, she left. Take Brother Yang to pick out the corpses, all right? With Dong Hungung's word, things went unusually smoothly, to put it bluntly. Even Donglin's father in this arena didn't have as much pull as one word from Dong Hunggung. Soon, 20 non-howling wolf beast corpses were in hand, as you and Xianxia dragged the goods away. You couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Money came fast and went even faster. Zhang Yang, why do you need so many spirit beast corpses? You're not actually going to eat them, are you? Xianxia imagining. You gnawing on raw meat went pale. What are you thinking? Your brother Yang is that kind of shallow wolf like that. You gave him a glare, and as soon as you returned to the pet shop entrance, the crowd lined up, stretched as far as the eye could see, nearly drowning you. Most of these people had followed you all the way from the beast arena, each one bursting with enthusiasm. Brother Wolf, you've worked hard. Brother Wolf mighty. You got a bit carried away by the spectacle, mimicking a leader on inspection, nodding to each one in turn, full of swagger. Of course, among the crowd there were also plenty of hostile gazes, mostly spies sent by other pet shops. They too stood in line, their purpose being to figure out just how this pet shop managed to nurture spirit beasts. Among them, a few stares were venomous enough to devour you whole. No need to guess, it was the Linglong family's people. Let you be arrogant for a couple more days, one fellow spat under his breath. You simply ignored all that noise. In this life, you can't make everyone like you. As long as pretty girls do, that's enough. Finally, you and Xianxia squeezed into the empty cultivation room, ready to begin your demonstration. Curious what I'm about to do? Watch closely. With a thought, the 20 wolf beast corpses from your storage pouch instantly piled up across the floor. These were gifts from the shop owner. The storage pouch had plenty of space. Carrying a few corpses was no trouble at all. Xianxia and the phantom whale on her shoulder both widened their eyes, staring intently. They had expected you to pull off some gruesome, blood-soaked spectacle, but you silently chanted in your mind, fusion. Success rate, push it to 70%. Ding, this fusion requires 6 million evolution points. Proceeds with fusion. The moment the word fuse left your lips, the system's notifications sounded in your mind. You didn't hesitate and directly confirmed. The next second, a dazzling light burst from the pile of corpses, and the 20 wolf beasts began to merge together, their forms twisting and contorting. Xianxia gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, while the phantom whale on her shoulder let out a startled cry. The light gradually faded, and a brand new creature appeared before them. It was larger than any ordinary wolf, its fur gleaming like silver, and its eyes burning with a fierce golden flame. This is, Xianxia stammered, unable to believe what she was seeing. You smiled with satisfaction and said, "This is the fusion beast, a silver flame wolf. Its strength is far beyond that of an ordinary wolf beast, the phantom whale." Xianxia's shoulder swam around excitedly, as if it could sense the power emanating from this new creature. You turned to Xianxia and said, "Now, let's see how this fusion beast performs in battle." While he was gleefully calculating that, Zai on the other side was frantic. Where did they go? Where did all the corpses run off to? He paced anxiously around the cultivation room, thinking it was haunted. Absorbed, you look pretty pleased with yourself. He puffed out his chest. This is my special ability, my exclusive secret. I'm telling you to, don't go spreading it around. The feeling of sharing a secret instantly brought you closer to them. Xianxia's face flushed red at the words. Her heart felt like it had eaten honey, sweet as can be. Huan Jin, on the other hand, rolled his eyes hard. Sharing is fine, but why brag about how amazing you are? Shameless, fine, I won't tell anyone. Zai nodded solemnly, as if she had accepted some sacred mission. Meanwhile, at the neighboring pet shop, the atmosphere was grim. We've investigated for days and found nothing. Yes. Patriarch, they're tight-lipped. Threats and bribes didn't work. Humph. I don't believe they're an impenetrable wall. How's the arrangement? Rest assured, Patriarch, our people are at the front. If they dare open the door, they'll fall right into the trap. In the blink of an eye, the much-anticipated week arrived. Before dawn, television station vans had already arrived, and the queue was packed into a long dragon with no end in sight, though everyone knew only 20 orders were taken a day. Everyone still held a sliver of hope. What if someone ahead found the price too high and backed out? Word was the cultivation price was about to change. What if they got lucky? Some had even started buying spots at the front of the line for high prices. At 6 in the morning, with the sky fully bright, Zaiji's pet shop opened on time. Those in the back, please wait, one at a time. Anyone who disrupts order will be blacklisted and permanently banned. The clerk's voice was loud and clear. As soon as those words were spoken, the restless crowd fell silent immediately. You, lounging around like a big shot, just stayed in the cultivation room, never showing your face. Pricing was Zaiji's full responsibility. You just do the work. The first customer came in. I don't need to comprehend manuals. My retail speed is too slow. Can it be improved? Release your retail and let me see. Zaiji smiled and welcomed him. The customer waved a hand, and a massive rhinoceros appeared in the shop. Its clumsy look made you anxious just watching. Top-tier retail, stonehorn rhino. Cultivation speed, 5 million per time. Acceptable. Fine. The customer nodded eagerly and swiped his card without hesitation. Soon, the stonehorn rhino was brought before you. Zhang Yang, this is the cultivation speed. Zai will handle the handover. This is Zaiji's decision. No outsider is to contact you directly. This is to protect you. Speed, you found. Xianxia glanced at it, thinking this big guy, if given a beginner talent, it probably wouldn't even show any effect. Oh well, lucky you. Get in there. You pointed at the cultivation pod, and Xianxia obediently walked in. The pod door closed, liquid poured in, and he quickly fell into slumber. The next moment, without hesitation, you tossed a ultimate training talent stone into the pod. Speed increased by 50%. Inside the pod, Xianxia's eyes suddenly flew wide open. The pain made him want to scream, but his body couldn't move. The modification process lasted only 10 minutes before his gaze returned to calm. The liquid drained, the pod door opened. Done, get out. You waved a claw, and Xianxia looked at you with eyes full of awe. Though he didn't know what had happened, he could clearly feel himself faster. When he reappeared in the front hall, he instantly became the center of attention. He's out. Oh my god, only 10 odd minutes. Quick, check the results. The television reporter shoved the camera into Guka's face. Wow. Success, it really worked. Amazing. Big Zai, let's go home. Xianxia's owner, through telepathy, already knew the result and was so excited. He was stammering. He mounted Xianxia and, like a gust of wind, shot off. That speed, anyone with eyes could see it was faster by more than a little. Wow, even a clumsy thing like that can get a speed boost. Sister X's pet shop is incredible. The rest of the people in line went completely wild, wishing it were their turn right now. The following Business went smoothly, one customer every 10 minutes, each leaving satisfied. Of course, Sister Zai also raked it in minimum 5 million, maximum 10 million. Soon it was the 13th customer. The 13th customer was a middle-aged man with a big belly, holding a chubby orange cat. Sister Zai, my cat is a bit special. It's a bit slow, so I want it to be faster. You took a look and said no problem, but when you checked the cat's condition, you frowned. This cat's body was extremely weak, and its talent was already at its limit. If you forced a speed boost, it might not be able to handle it. You told the middle-aged man this cat can't handle a speed boost. If you force it, it might die. The middle-aged man was stunned, then his face turned gloomy. What? Can't do it? I spent money to come here, and you're telling me this? You're a scam, aren't you? You frowned. It's not that I won't do it, it's that it really can't. If you don't believe me, you can find another pet shop. The middle-aged man suddenly slammed the table. You think I'm easy to bully? Today, you either do it or you don't, but you have to give me an explanation. The dog from the cultivation chamber seemed to know exactly why it was there. Its eyes seemed to reveal a hint of hesitation. The process was the same as always. It fell into a deep sleep as you casually tossed in a pill. Its skin absorbed it naturally, and 10 minutes later it was done. The spirit hound stepped out of the cultivation tank, clearly feeling its defense power surge. By a huge margin, its eyes were full of shock. Don't be so surprised, routine work. Get out. You waved a claw, and the spirit hound snapped back to reality, nodded, and prepared to leave. But the next second, something bizarre happened. Right under your Xianxia's watch, that dog vanished into thin air. Not through the door, not taken away, it just whoosh disappeared. Where did it go? Xianxia looked at you, and you looked at him. You ask me, I ask who, staring at each other. Damn, we've been played. You realized it in an instant. The next moment, a powerful spatial fluctuation came through. The bamboo dragon beast's figure appeared instantly in the cultivation room. What happened? There's a spatial fluctuation here. The moment he appeared, he nervously checked if you two were safe. You quickly recounted the events. In a few words, the bamboo dragon beast's face darkened upon hearing it. Trouble is brewing. You two stay here, don't go anywhere. With me around, he won't come down. With that, his massive body turned and headed straight to the front hall. He knew the show was about to begin. What do we do now? Xianxia was starting to panic. Just then, the phantom crystal emerged from the spear around your neck, its small eyes flashing with a strange light. Don't panic, I can see the trail of where he went. You agreed without hesitation. Whoever dares to mess with Brother Yang, no matter what kind of dog it is, must be caught and brought to justice. Through the back door, Zai immediately led the way. You carried Xianxia on your back and followed the phantom crystal's guidance, shooting out like an arrow from a string. The mess in the front hall was beyond your control, but as long as you caught that dog, all problems would be solved. Northeast direction, the phantom crystal was like a little radar, guiding you with precision. Your eyes are a real treasure. What time is this to be joking? Hurry up and chase, the phantom crystal said irritably. Right, you replied. Got it, whatever you say. With a flap of your wings, lightning flashed and your speed hit its peak. That spirit hound was at that moment strolling leisurely on its way home. It had just completed an ultra-long-distance teleport and couldn't do it again for a short while. It thought it had gotten away unseen, never imagining no one would catch up to you. That guy's probably still dumbfounded. The spirit hound was overjoyed. Too bad it didn't know a killing intent was closing in at a terrifying speed from behind. Inside West Sister's pet shop, chaos had already erupted. What did you say? My spirit beast is missing? Ridiculous, I paid $1 billion for it. My spirit beast disappeared, just like that on your watch. The hired stooge from the Ling family was putting on a frantic performance. It's you must have coveted my spirit beast and kept it for yourselves. The surrounding customers and reporters were stunned. Could this shop really be that shady? Compensation, you must compensate me. I paid $1 billion for it. Plus training costs and emotional damages. Today, if you don't pay me $2 billion, the reporters from the evening news followed along like a swarm, hoisting cameras and snapping wildly. If this went live, West Sister's pet shop would be closed for good tomorrow. Yet West Sister remained eerily calm. She had already learned the truth through her bamboo dragon beast. Stop performing here. Have the person behind you come out, she said coldly, staring at that jumping clown. Even if I really did take out $2 billion, would you dare to take it? The man flinched under West Sister's icy aura, and his outstretched finger quietly withdrew. Just then a sarcastic voice rang out. this young lady is right. His spirit beast was indeed sold from our Ling family. Wes sister, what do you mean by this? The Ling families. People finally stepped forward. Enough talk, Wes sisters. Lips curled into a cold smirk. Let's follow the spirit beast master's rules. Today I was blind, and I admit it. But if you don't dare to take the money, then fight. If you win, my shop is yours. If you lose, then get the hell out. Wes sister is indeed straightforward. In that case, we have no choice but to oblige. The Ling family man put on a show of being forced into battle. A truly hypocritical act. Wes sister waved her hand, and in an instant, a massive independent battle space formed above the shop. Go. The bamboo dragon beast shot into the sky, its wild draconic might-making. Many people's legs go weak. A fourth-rank divine beast, the bamboo dragon beast, but from the Ling family's side came a burst of mocking laughter, a Warharse wreathed in hellfire. Peered out of thin air, its presence even more terrifying than the bamboo dragon beast, the infernal Warharse, a sixth rank divine beast, the crowd gasped. This was the Ling family's second strongest divine beast, renowned throughout all of Light Blue City. It was a full 2 ranks higher than the bamboo dragon beast. Everyone believed this battle was a foregone conclusion. Boss Xiji had acted rashly. Indeed, how could this fight work? But Xiji remained unfazed. Others didn't know, but he knew full well that today's dragon beast was no longer what it used to be. This battle would be a perfect hard-hitting advertisement. The infernal battle horse began its charge. The battlefield gaze was full of contempt. A beast of impure blood dares to act so presumptuously. Surrender now and you might still keep your life. The bamboo dragon beast responded directly with action, merely a mount yet daring to speak such arrogance. In an instant, the two divine beasts clashed into a melee. Over here. The battle was no longer your concern. Under the tracking of the illusion crystal, you sped along relentlessly until on a road you spotted the figure of that spirit hound. There you locked onto your target and dove down without hesitation. Hey, whose spirit beast is flying recklessly in the city? That'll be a fine. Someone on the roadside shouted at you, but you couldn't care less about that. The one who screwed over your brother Yang, you wanted to catch him. Your voice rang out like the death god's verdict exploding behind the spirit hound. Hearing it, the hound was scared out of its wits and instinctively tried to teleport, only to find the ability was still on cooldown. With no other choice, it could only run. But how could its 4 legs outrun your pair of lightning crackling wings? Still trying to run? Thunderbreak. A bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, striking precisely in front of it, sealing off its escape route. The next moment, before it could detour, your kite gleaming with electric light descended from the sky. The spirit hound still held a sliver of hope. Its defense had just been upgraded. Blocking one hit shouldn't be too much, right? But when luck runs out, even drinking water gets stuck in your teeth. Your move not only triggered the collision talent, the immense force directly shattered its defense and poured terrifying impact into its body. Ah! With a scream, the spirit hound, like a kite with a snapped string, tumbled and flew out, smashing through 3 parked cars in a row before coming to a stop. The car owners, who had wanted to get out and curse, saw you covered in crackling lightning and radiating murderous intent, and immediately swallowed all their insults. Back down, the scene fell into dead silence. The spirit hound lay sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth, body limp, completely losing its ability to resist. It couldn't understand. They were both top-tier spirit beasts, and your rank wasn't even that high, so how had it been instantly defeated? This one wasn't running anymore. You looked down from above, walking up to him with an imposing presence. Got any rope? You asked, turning to the one on your back. Yeah, here, came the reply. You took the rope and quickly tied up the spirit hound. Tied it up tight around the neck, even adding a neat knot. Dignity? When you were scheming against Brother Yang, you didn't care about dignity. Now you remember it, too late. You dragged the spirit hound through the air at breakneck speed. That pale blue streak was a unique sight, mainly because the dog's blood-curdling screams were too much. By the time you returned to the beast taming hall, the battle was nearly over. That arrogant infernal Warharse was now lying on the ground, battered and weak, while the bamboo dragon beast, which it had looked down on, circled in the sky, letting out a long roar, declaring its victory. My God, how could it win? It was actually the bamboo dragon beast. The Lin family members' faces turned ashen. They had planned everything except this outcome. Now, do you have anything else to say? Xiji's voice was cold. The battle space vanished, and the infernal Warharse was taken back by its master. Humph, so what if you won one round? The Lin family's lead representative tried to change the subject, pointing at the spirit hound you had dragged back. Now I'd like to hear how you explain beating it like this. Everyone's gaze turned to you and the half-dead dog at your feet. Explain, you spoke directly in front of everyone. Shouldn't you ask the stooge you sent to explain? What do I need to explain? I sent my spirit beast here for training, am I in the wrong? That guy was still being stubborn. Fine, you don't want to talk, you sneered. Do you know there's something in this world called truth serum? The man's eyes clearly showed a flicker of panic. What truth serum? Don't try to scare me with that nonsense. Oh, really? You pulled out a small vial from your pocket, the liquid inside shimmering with a strange light. This is a specially refined truth serum. 1 drop and you'll spill everything you've ever hidden. The man's face turned pale, and he instinctively took a step back. You wouldn't dare. This is the Lin family's territory. Territory? You chuckled coldly. The beast taming hall is neutral ground. Even the Lin family has to follow the rules here. Besides, you added, if you're innocent, why are you so afraid? The man's lips trembled, but he couldn't find the words to retort. Let me ask you one more time, you said, uncorking the vial. Who sent you to sabotage the bamboo dragon beast? Sweat dripped from the man's forehead. He looked around desperately, but no one came to his aid. I'll talk, just put that thing away. He finally broke down. It was the Lin family's elder, Lin Hu. He ordered me to do it. A gasp ran through the crowd. The Lin family's lead representative's face twisted in fury. You traitor, he roared, lunging forward, but was held back by the others. So the truth comes out, you said calmly, recapping the vial. Now, does the Lin family have anything else to say? The Lin family members exchanged helpless glances, their earlier arrogance completely deflated. A spatial-type spirit beast, the howling spirit hound, possesses the ability to teleport. This secret, today, letting you know it is your undoing. As the words fell, the entire venue fell silent, the television stations. Reporters were stunned. Is this guy an idiot? How can he say something like this in public? The beautiful female host was the first to react, shouting at the cameraman, stop filming. What are you still filming for? Stop now, today's footage must not be leaked to anyone. The cameraman was about to cry. Sis, have you forgotten? You arranged today's event, it's a live broadcast. The host's eyes went dark at those words, and she fell straight to the ground in a faint. You looked at the woman who had fainted, knowing she was completely finished. Because her last words had already been transmitted. Live across the entire network. Damn it, the Lin families. Leader's faces turned green with rage, veins bulging one by one. Roaring at the air like a group of furious monkeys. Humph, Westside Pet Beast Shop really has some nerve. Using your own store to frame us, I've never seen such audacity. The facts were right there, but the Lin family refused to admit it, treating the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room like fools. But did this even need any thought? The cause and effect were crystal clear, yet the Lin family was stubborn as a dead duck with a hard mouth. Without solid proof, we won't admit it. What can you do? Oh, you sneered and spoke again, every word like a knife. So, you're saying you don't acknowledge he's a member of the Lin family, and this spirit hound has nothing to do with the Lin family either? Of course it doesn't, they almost roared it out. At this point, admitting it would be foolish and would only bring shame upon themselves, but they had no idea that their words had already fallen into your trap. You smiled and said, good, since you deny it so thoroughly then. I'll have to show you some real evidence. As you spoke, you took out a recording device from your pocket and pressed play. A voice came through clearly. Remember, when the time comes, just say the spirit hound was stolen by someone else. Don't let anyone know it's from the Lin family. Got it? The voice was unmistakably that of the Lin family's patriarch. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. The Lin family's faces turned ashen, and they could no longer maintain their composure. This is fake, you forged it. They stammered, but their trembling voices betrayed their guilt. You smiled coldly. Forged? Then why don't you explain why? Your patriarch's voice is on this recording. The Lin family was speechless. No one can control a spirit beast. Your foot landed precisely on the psychic hound's neck. I'll ask one last time, really. This has nothing to do with you. You paused deliberately, like a meticulous executioner who always asks before acting. The Lin family members were furious, grinding their maulers nearly to dust. They were certain you were deliberately humiliating them. You had calculated that they wouldn't admit it. An old man grit his teeth and said, fine, then he could step aside. You suddenly exerted force with your foot. A dull thud echoed through the microphone, spreading across the entire live stream. The The psychic hound's body convulsed violently. A few times, then went completely limp, no signs of life, killing the psychic. Hound, evolution points 200. Evolution point storage cap 200. Space type top tier shout 1. Space type intensive purchase. Qualification unlocked, teleportation your heart stirred. This was a good thing, but now was too early to think about it. Someone from the Lin family finally couldn't hold back and wanted to rush up to argue, but as soon as he moved, the person beside him grabbed him tightly. Rushing out now would just confirm it. Is this dog yours? A fool, you didn't look at the lifeless dog again. Turning around, you walked step by step toward the Lin family member you had taken down. You looked down at him from above, the coldness in your eyes making him instinctively shrink back. The beast used to cause trouble has already received its punishment, but you haven't. You slowly crouch down. Hurting you definitely won't do, but you must compensate. I just won't. What can you do to me? That guy still tried to talk tough, certain you wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. In broad daylight, I can't do anything to you. You smiled in a way that made his hair stand on end. That is, labor in lieu of compensation. Let me think. You pretended to ponder for a moment. Got it. Reputation damages, mental distress, lost wages, added up. Let's round it to 500 million. At an ordinary shopkeeper's salary, you'd probably have to work here until you die, even after you pass away. It's not too late. Don't worry, afterward your direct relatives will repay it on your behalf. Rest assured, we will strictly follow relevant regulations and fulfill the obligations once they come of age. What do you think? This plan is quite compliant, isn't it? That guy's legs were trembling, half from anger, half from fear. I'm a proud member of the Lin family. I have to work here to pay off debt until I die, and even drag my family into it. 500 million, you're asking for the moon. You opened your mouth and poisoned all his escape routes with a single sentence. Today, if I don't strip some martial arts off you, my surname isn't Yang. I'll pay. He finally cowered. 500 million is a lot, but it's about the value of one spirit-link dog. The dog's already gone, so the family probably won't mind losing another 500 million, right? Just then, an old, hoarse voice cut in. Hold on. If this old man isn't mistaken, this young friend is under the illusion of a golden crystal beast. Words spoken in a hallucination can't be taken as truth. The old geezer from the Lin family still won't give up and wants to stir things up. Does this elder insist on meddling? You whipped around, your gaze fierce enough to devour someone. They already said they'd pay. What's the point of you butting in? You're delaying your Uncle Yang from making money. That's a big problem, understand? Young man, watch your tone. The old man narrowed his eyes, and the aura of a beast tamer sycophant pressed down instantly. I just can't stand you bullying an ordinary person. If not for considering that unfathomable candle dragon on Xiji's side, I'd have long since taught you what respect means. Which eye of yours sees him as ordinary? You shot back, even more arrogant than him. He can bring a spirit beast worth $1 billion to a fight. Does that sound like an ordinary person? You clearly haven't figured out the situation. Wanting to stand on a moral high ground to lecture your Uncle Yang. You still got a bit of an edge. The old man, rebutted by your string of arguments, nearly had a heart attack, unable to squeeze out a single word, because everything you said was pure fact. You ignored him and turned to stare at that coward. So, are you paying or not? The man swallowed hard, glanced at the nearly furious old man, then looked again, grit his teeth. Okay. If he stayed any longer, he'd probably be scared out of his wits by you. He quickly transferred the money, then turned and ran without looking back. The old man watched this scene, his face ashen, but he couldn't say anything. He could only glare at you hatefully, then turn and leave with a flick of his sleeve. You watched his retreating figure, a faint smile curling at the corner of your mouth. This old man really thought he could bully you just because he's older. But you didn't bother to dwell on it. You turned and walked toward the depths of the martial arts arena, ready to continue your training. Just then, a voice called out from behind you, "Young friend, please wait." You turned around and saw an old man with a kind face walking toward you. This old man is the elder of the beast taming sect. I saw your performance just now and was deeply impressed. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining our sect. You raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest flashing in your eyes. Joining the beast taming sect? That's not a bad idea, but I have my own plans. The elder smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated your answer. He took out a token from his sleeve and handed it to you. If you change your mind, come find me with this token. You took the token and examined it. It was carved from a strange material with a lifelike beast pattern on it. You nodded and put it away. The elder nodded with satisfaction, then turned and left. You watched his back, a thoughtful expression on your face. After the elder left, you continued your training. You practiced for a full 3 hours before finally stopping, drenched in sweat. You sat down to rest, taking out the token to examine it again. This beast taming sect seemed quite interesting, but you weren't in a hurry to decide. You put the token away and stood up, ready to head back. Just then, your communication device buzzed. It was a message from the sect. The message said that a large-scale beast tide was about to occur in the nearby forest, and all disciples were required to participate in the defense. You frowned slightly. A beast tide? That was no small matter. You quickly replied, saying you'd be there right away, then hurried toward the meeting point. When you arrived, many disciples had already gathered. The sect leader was giving a brief speech, his expression serious. The beast tide this time is unusually fierce. We must hold the line and not let a single beast break through. The sect leader's voice was loud and clear. You listened quietly, your eyes scanning the surroundings. This was your first time facing a beast tide, and you felt a bit nervous but also excited. After the sect leader finished speaking, everyone dispersed to their posts. You were assigned to a relatively remote area, with only a few disciples guarding it. The sky gradually darkened, and the roars of beasts began to echo in the distance. You gripped your weapon tightly, ready for battle. Soon, the first wave of beasts appeared. They charged forward like a tide, their eyes glowing with ferocity. You took a deep breath and met them head-on. Your movements were swift and precise, each strike taking down a beast. The disciples around you were also fighting fiercely, but you could tell they were struggling. You glanced at them and decided to help. You moved like the wind, weaving through the battlefield, taking down beasts left and right. With your help, the pressure on the other disciples eased significantly. They looked at you with gratitude, and you just nodded slightly. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours before the beast tide finally receded. You were covered in blood, but your eyes were still sharp. The sect leader came over to check on everyone's condition. When he saw you, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Not bad, young friend. You have real skill. You smiled modestly. It's nothing. I just did what I could. The sect leader nodded, then turned to leave. After the battle, you returned to your residence. You took a shower and changed clothes, then sat down to rest. You took out the token again, thinking about the elder's invitation. Maybe it was time to consider joining the beast taming sect. You made up your mind. Tomorrow, you'd go find the elder and accept his invitation. With that thought, you closed your eyes and fell asleep. No, it's you. Well, it was me, you admitted openly. There was nothing to deny about it. Come back with me now, and we'll discuss compensation. The female officer's tone was calm. The public facilities you damaged, along with the damage caused to others' vehicles, all require compensation. Fine, we'll cooperate, you agreed. Readily, it's just money, isn't it? Your grandpa Yang here is worth a fortune now. What's a little cash? Zai Zai also breathed a sigh of relief. Anything money can solve isn't a real problem, as you followed the female officer out. She turned back to reassure the waiting customers. Don't worry, everyone. Those with appointments today will all be rescheduled later. Put away your spirit beast, the beautiful female officer, Xianxia said. Zai Zai looked troubled. He wanted to comply, but he couldn't. Miss, you spoke up to help Zai Zai out. I can run on my own. I don't like confined spaces either. Xianxia's lips curled into a faint, amused smile. Then even better, fleeing is a serious crime. You looked at her. Smile, but your heart skipped a beat. Why? Did you sense a hint of danger? The police car sped off, its tires nearly smoking, but this speed was just a warm-up for you. Yet the more you ran, the heavier your unease grew. You sent a thought to Hunjing. This woman is off. I feel it too, Hunjing's voice echoed in your mind. But do you dare run? If she wanted to take you down, it'd be easy. He was right. You didn't dare, you sighed. Let's go see what this is about. If it's a blessing, it's a blessing. If it's a curse, you can't avoid it. It was clearly the neighborhood police headquarters. You and Zai Zai were separated for questioning. You received treatment reserved for heavy criminals. Your interrogator was none other than Xianxia herself. Her opening question nearly caught you off guard. Tell me, what's your relationship with Kang Yaoi? Kang Yaoi, so that's why. You'd felt danger from her, in an instant. Everything clicked into place, your tone turned sharp. So you're with Kang Yaoi. Anyone who'd associate with a man of such poor character can't be any good. Answer my Question, Ruxin pressed. No relation, you replied. Without hesitation, if anything, we're enemies. What? Are you going to abuse your power for him? Come at me, leave Zai Zai out of this. You straightened. You're back, looking ready to take on the whole world. You're quite loyal to your friend, Ruxin said. The next sentence nearly made you explode. He said friend, not master. How dare you deny it in front of me? I saw through it long ago. What do you want? You were truly unsettled. Who was this woman and why? Did you feel you had no standing before her? Nothing much. We welcome demon beasts and humans being friends. Don't be nervous. If you were in my shoes, you'd be nervous too. What you fear most is being forcibly bound by some powerful figure. Seeing you still on guard, Ruxin sighed and changed the subject. Actually, you didn't commit any major offense this time, just the compensation issue, compensating Kang Yaoi's spirit beast. You still thought he did it for Kang Yaoi? No, Ruxin shook her head and revealed an answer that shocked you. My relationship with Kang Yaoi is not what you think. Quite the opposite, I'm also his enemy. What? Sister, are you playing with me? I'm not teasing you. Let me tell you a story. Ruxin spoke slowly. He was originally from the Deep Blue Division. Because he secretly investigated Kang Yaoi's criminal evidence, the Kang family noticed and used their connections to demote him to the Light Blue City. I heard Kang Yaoi came to Light Blue City and clashed with you. You probably don't understand him. He holds grudges to the death. As far as I know, he's already mobilized his strongest guards to come here. Their purpose is to strike hard at you and your friend. He paused, and his tone turned icy. You might suffer severe injuries, but do you know what will happen to your friend? He held his phone in front of you and played a video. In it was a girl in terrible condition, dazed, with graying hair. Finally, he said she was one of those ruined by Kang Yaoi. One of them, he suffered severe physical and mental damage, lost all his spiritual power, and finally lost his life. Ruxin turned off the video and looked straight into your eyes. Guess what would happen if your friend ended up like this? Don't threaten me. You fell silent for a moment, then raised your head, your gaze already cold. Tell me, what do you want me to do? You're clever, I like that, Ruxin revealed. Approving smile. You looked at her mature, charming face, and your heart inexplicably raced. A little. Young man, do you like older women? Ruxin teased. Seeing you glare, if any man dared to look at her like that, he'd have been punched flying long ago. Let's get down to business. You can't handle his enthusiasm, stubborn one. Little one, Ruxin chuckled and regained his composure. I need your help, he explained. Kang Yaoi's guards are strong, even Xiji can barely handle them. He'll give you a tracker to secretly protect you and Xix's safety. In exchange, he needs you as bait, an enemy of his. Enemy? Why me? I'm not protecting you, I'm protecting your friend. Ruxin's words were blunt. As for you, you need to help me with something in return, like helping me nurture Lingsheng. This woman really guessed something. I can put in a good word for sister, but I can't guarantee the outcome. You're shrewd, immediately deflected. Clever. Little one, Ruxin smiled. Quest triggered, cooperation quest, requirement. Reach a good cooperative relationship with Ruxin and gain his approval. Quest reward, location tracker. Where do I put it? You asked. Ruxin took out a thumb-sized button. It must be worn on your person, so I can receive the signal immediately if there's danger. You thought for a moment, pointed at your own tail, and broke it off. Ruxin moved to act. His warm little hand tied the tracker around your tail, making your heart race again. Done. He clapped his hands. Now let's talk about compensation. The shift in tone was so fast you were stunned. He pulled out 3 slips. These are the 3 car owners' compensation demands, totaling over 2 million. Press your fingerprint here. Sister, we're partners now. No need for this, right? One thing at a time. You helplessly glanced over. 2 million, no big deal. You pressed your fingerprint without hesitation. Soon, Xixi was brought in. He paid the money, came in for a cup of tea, then paid and finished the process. At the police headquarters entrance, Xixi nervously patted you down, afraid you'd been wronged. I'm fine. What about you? I'm fine too, but something happened. You can't hide it from me. Xixi saw your expression was off. When we get back, I'll tell you. You decided to come clean. He had to know about Kang Yaoi's danger, and while you were returning to the pet beast shop. On the other side, Kang Yaoi had already sought out the Lin family. He saw everything in the live stream. Following the principle that an enemy of an enemy is a friend, he decided to cooperate with the local power, the Ling family. When he arrived at the Lin family pet beast shop with 2 guards, He saw Linglong talking to a man named Cheng Wu. The man was furious, even slapping him in public. Oh, whose young lady is this with such a temper? Kang Yaoi looked at the stunningly beautiful Linglong, his eyes lighting up, when Linglong learned he was from the Kang family's Shenlin branch. Her attitude did a complete 180, instantly becoming coquettish and alluring. Actively pressing herself against him, Kang Yaoi reached out and placed his hand on her waist. Cheng Wu was burning with rage and shouted, "Take your hands off her." But before he could finish, he was shoved aside by Kang Yaoi's guard and fell to the ground. Linglong, far from minding, laughed even more happily and linked arms with Kang Yaoi as they walked inside. Cheng Wu, sprawled on the ground, had eyes full of venom. "You too, just you wait." You returned to the shop and told Xianxia everything about your conversation with Si Ruxin. Xiji's face turned grim after hearing it, and he decided that until the academy competition, neither you nor Xixi could leave his sight. In the days that followed, you began burning money like crazy to boost your strength. The 500 million the Lin family paid was spent like water. All of it used to pre-order Wolf Beast carcasses from the arena, stacking up attribute points to evolve. Your strength skyrocketed every single day. Thunderbreak was trained from beginner all the way to advanced, with attack range surging to 10 meters. The only worry was that the money was almost gone again. The day before the academy competition, you and Xixi returned to the Divine Demon Academy. "Zhang Yang, do we really have a shot at first place?" Xixi asked nervously, sweating. You looked at him with a confident smile. "Of course, no problem. With your current attributes and talents, you don't even need any top tier spirit beasts. With me here, first place is yours for the taking." You patted your chest and assured the nervous Xixi, "Don't worry, with me here, first place is locked in. After all, your physical condition now rivals top tier spirit beasts. Honestly, if you factor in those monstrous talents, even the strongest spirit beasts are nothing before you. Even if your opponent has spirit beast master skill buffs, you wouldn't even bother lifting an eyelid." "But I'm just nervous." Xixi fidget, rubbing his hands almost raw. "Don't be nervous. You'll have to get used to being number one from now on," you casually reassured him. But just then a lively figure bounced in. "Oh, you're both here. I thought you weren't coming back." The moment Donglin shook off that fellow named Kang Yaoi, she immediately reverted to her usual boisterous self. He had just returned from gathering information outside. "Come on, Donglin, tell us quickly what's really going on tomorrow." He grabbed Donglin's arm like a drowning man, clutching a lifeline. "Oh, our big dark horse, what's gotten into you?" Donglin teased with a wink. "Word outside is that this year's champion is all but decided, and that's no idle talk. Your record in the arena has long been dug up by those in the know. Turned inside out, that title of king of the arena still hangs over your head. No one dares to challenge him. Stop joking, just say it." Xixi used her coquettish trick. Who can resist a beauty acting cute? Donglin immediately surrendered. All right. Stop shaking me. Tomorrow's preliminaries teleport us to Nether Plane for a free-for-all. The last 100 survivors make it to the top 100. Xixi immediately caught the key point. Doesn't that encourage people to form alliances? Exactly, the academy said. It's to train coordinated combat ability. So this time I'm counting on you. Donglin said, winking at you wildly. You took it in stride. Don't worry, getting you into the top 100 is no different from protecting one or two for you. Then this little lady will repay you with her body and blood. And with a cheer, he pounced directly onto you, rubbing and squeezing you. He hadn't seen you for days and missed you so much. Xixi, seeing this, smiled and joined the wolf petting brigade, though you said no. Your body was honest, staying perfectly still as you enjoyed it. In the corner, Hunjing rolled a big eye roll and in the end could only helplessly join in. However, unlike Xixi and the others' gentle strokes, his little claws deliberately went for the soft flesh at your waist, truly a mix of pain and pleasure. Meanwhile, outside the dorm, a scheme targeting you was brewing. Boss, are we really going to hand over first place just like that? One of his lackeys said indignantly to Xianxia. This time, the first place reward is a divine beast cub. The words divine beast cub made everyone present hold their breath. It was not only a symbol of strength and status, but also a gateway to the path of the strong. I don't want to either, Xianxia said with a gloomy face, but that wolf of Xixi's, you all saw it, even the five-colored peacock was pinned to the ground and rubbed. Who has a way? The lackey's eyes lit up. If you can't win in a one-on-one, then we'll gang up. The preliminaries are a free-for-all, boss. Let's team up with the others and take Xixi down first. Eliminating him is a vicious plan, but Xianxia is tempted. He's already a fourth-year student, this is his last chance. Will they agree? Xianxia has doubts. Those who can make the top 10 are all proud and arrogant. Asking them to gang up on a freshman would be a blow to their pride. Boss, leave it to me, the lackey patted his chest. If you give the word, I guarantee I can pull in at least 5 people, 5 top 10 experts are enough to kick Xianxia out. Of course he was eager, he'd already taken money from someone else specifically to handle this. Fine, go do it. Xianxia ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the divine beast cub. Dignity and pride meant nothing in the face of absolute benefit. Sure enough, that underling using Xianxia's name ran around everywhere. Things went surprisingly smoothly, except for 2 girls of the 7 boys from the previous life. 6 agreed, 7 top-tier students joining forces just to snipe you and Xianxia, the biggest dark horses. Late at night, the underling rushed back excitedly to report, boss, it's done, we've agreed to join forces tomorrow to eliminate Xianxia first, then each fight for first place on our own. Xianxia was deeply moved. He patted the underling's shoulder. Don't worry, once this is done, I won't forget you. He could already see that divine beast cub waving at him, but the underling secretly thought, big brother, I'm doing this for money. It has nothing to do with our friendship. The next day, the blazing sun shone high. The academy's grand plaza was packed with people. Thousands of students were rubbing their hands, ready to show their skills in the big competition. Outside the arena, even more spectators were cheering for you and Xianxia. Zai, senior sister, will definitely shine. Look, she's looking at me, looking at you. The goddess is clearly looking at me. You scoffed at these fangirl comments and quietly stayed by Xixia's side. Without wasting words, the instructor hosting the competition was concise. The preliminaries only take the top 100. No need to worry about lives. The jade tokens will automatically teleport you out if you're in mortal danger. Students went up one by one to receive their tokens and stepped into the massive teleportation gate. You followed Zai, Xianxia and Donglin, stepping into the light in one stride. A flash of light, and you found yourself in a desolate alien plane. Find a corner and hide. You made the call immediately. You judged that Xianxia and Donglin were your weakness, so their safety had to be guaranteed first. As long as they weren't eliminated, you'd have unlimited room to maneuver. Soon, you spotted a cave with only one entrance. Move aside, classmates, we're taking this spot, you said bluntly to the students who had occupied it earlier. The student was annoyed at first, but the moment he saw it was you and Xianxia, he backed down immediately. He even tried to get chummy. No problem, I'll give it to you. I'll be nearby. If you need anything, just call me anytime. He wanted to stay and form a team, but one glare from you that said, get lost or be eliminated, froze him right out. You two go inside, don't come out, leave the rest to me. You stood at the cave mouth like a gate god, radiating an imposing aura. Xianxia and Donglin hid inside the cave, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety. Xiaoying, go get him. Donglin gave you a new nickname, Thunder. You nearly stumbled. You silently cursed, deciding to settle the score with her tonight. Just then, the instructor's voice rang out across the entire plane. All personnel present. The preliminary round begins in 3 minutes. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Not far away, Xianxia's arrogant little clique had gathered, radiating a stay-away vibe. From another direction, a figure walked toward you. It was Duanyang, last year's runner-up in the grand competition, and the only one who had rejected Xianxia's invitation. Xianxia, look, it's Duanyang. Donglin instantly turned into a fangirl. Wow, he's really handsome. Xianxia also poked her head out. You two foolish women, get back in the cave. You were annoyed praising another man right in front of you. Fine, going in, no need to be so jealous. Donglin rolled her eyes at you, but still pulled Xianxia back inside. You shook your head, focusing your gaze on Duanyang, who was approaching. He stopped a few steps away, his eyes calm. I saw your fight earlier, impressive. Wanna team up? With you guarding the cave, we can hold this position easily. You raised an eyebrow. What's the catch? Duanyang smiled slightly. No catch, I just hate wasting talent. Besides, with Xianxia's group around, we'll need all the strength we can get. You considered it for a moment, then nodded. Fine, but you take the left side, I take the right. Deal? Duanyang turned and walked to the left, taking a defensive stance. The 3-minute countdown ended. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The preliminary round has begun. The instructor's voice boomed. Immediately, chaos erupted across the plane. Students scattered, some charging, some fleeing. You stood firm at the cave mouth, eyes scanning for any threat. A group of students charged toward your position, weapons drawn. You smirked, cracking your knuckles. Let's see who's brave enough to try. Your figure had already turned into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Xianxia's 7-man squad. Your figure had already turned into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Xianxia's 7-man squad, of quite arrogant. We didn't go looking for him, yet he delivers himself to our doorstep. Don't hurt him, just eliminate Zai Zai. No need to make a lasting enemy. I'll deal with him first. A student charged out on his own, clearly trying to make a name off you. Underestimated again. You sneered inwardly, sending just one person. This is looking down on me. Fine, I'll start with you. Lightning clone, an identical copy of me. You appeared instantly, lunging at the opponent from different angles. A groundhog spirit beast, you think this can deal with me? How naive. The student shouted, and a yellow-brown light enveloped his spirit beast, forming a defense, yet before your true body, this defense was as fragile as paper. With a crack, the yellow light shattered, and your claws tore straight through the opponent's spirit beast, so strong, that's shocking. But he immediately grinned viciously, daring to get close to my spirit beast. You're asking for death. Earth prison, 4 yellow-brown pillars of light rose from the ground, closing in around you instantly and contracting rapidly, attempting to seal you completely. Is that all? You chuckled. With a crackle of thunder, a terrifying lightning blade over 10 meters long appeared out of thin air, its power several times stronger than what you had in the arena. Before everyone's horrified eyes, the lightning blade cut through the earth prison like tofu, splitting it in two. The earth element dispersed, and lightning blazed. You instantly closed in, your 4 limbs and claws locking tightly onto the still stunned groundhog. Still trying to trap me? Dream on. You couldn't be bothered with idle talk. Front claws extended. Hind claws pushed off, waist surging with force. Bang, with a dull thud, the top-tier spirit beast's energy shield completely shattered, turning into a flash of white light and dissipating. This highly impactful scene instantly stunned the entire field. The groundhog's master's eyes nearly split open. You gave him no chance to react. One word burst from your throat. Eliminated. You lunged at the student, and milky white light instantly enveloped him, teleporting him out. First elimination. Attack together. This guy is too strong. Xianxia finally realized the severity of the problem. The remaining 6 immediately released their main battle spirit beasts and surrounded you, yet you weren't afraid. You were excited instead. Besieged by 6 top-tier spirit beasts, your lightning flash and lightning clone proficiency were skyrocketing. This free sparring, this rare opportunity is not to be missed, your body crackling with lightning as you weave effortlessly through a storm of skills. Strolling at leisure, wearing him down. How much longer can his demonic power hold? Xianxia ordered them to attack cautiously, no one wanting to be the second one eliminated. But they miscalculated. Your bag was full of demonic potions. Demonic power was an inexhaustible energy source for you. Not only did you not fear consumption, you grew stronger in battle. How was he still so full of vigor? Xianxia and the others were losing their composure. Their spirit beasts had used up over half their demonic power, yet you were like nothing was wrong, putting pressure on them. Someone shouted, forget him, our target is Xianxia, let's just eliminate Xianxia directly. At those words, everyone's gaze turned to the distant rock cave. Shameless bastard, your beast taming match is doomed. You heard them, discussing how to deal with your people right in front of you. The rage in your heart boiled instantly. The one who made that suggestion, his spirit beast would be eliminated today. System upgrade, secret. Manual lightning flash, lightning clone upgraded successfully. Lightning flash top tier speed increased 4-fold. Lightning clone top tier creates 4 clones with 80% of the original's attack power. The main body can switch freely between any clone. Monstrous, you defined yourself, though the consumption was immense, the effect was simply outrageous. You shameless bastards. Duan Yang finally couldn't stand it anymore, stepping forward to block Xianxia and the others. Duan Yang, get lost. We'll do the dirty work, you just pick up the spoils. The one you'd called out roared. Let's see who can get past me. Duan Yang refused to yield. His face was turning ugly. He no longer cared about dignity. For the divine beast cub, he had to tear off all pretense. Duan Yang, since you're so blind to reason, we'll send you out too. He actually released a second spirit beast, a rare 3-element beast. In that moment of standoff, one of your clones had already silently appeared at the cave entrance, taking over the guard duty. Your people must be protected by your own hands. With that done, your counterattack officially began. Top-tier lightning flash made you so fast you were a blur in the enemy's eyes. You were simply an uncatchable phantom. Your clones lunged at different targets while your main body appeared beside one whose clone was bound by a blue light rope. Before the ox-type spirit beast, your true body attacked here, countless skills instantly pouring down upon that old ox. Dream on. A smirk curled at the corner of your mouth as your body instantly shifted, and the next second your true body appeared out of thin air before the spirit beast you had singled out. Shifting your body at will was just that. Unreasonable. That fellow was still going all out attacking the clone before the old ox. Completely unaware that the crisis of elimination had already descended. With a thud, your sharp claws struck precisely at his energy core. That spirit beast let out a muffled grunt, light scattering from its body as it completely lost its combat ability. Impossible. Everyone was stunned. The old ox couldn't understand it at all. He had clearly bound your true body. You're next, the old ox declared in a cold voice, pronouncing his elimination verdict. Surviving too stubbornly sometimes wasn't a good thing. Xianxia was truly desperate now. He knew full well that relying on those ordinary spirit beasts alone couldn't hold you back for long, so he had to go all out and gamble big. Then Danyang's spirit beast was instantly overwhelmed by Xianxia's three-element spirit beast. Jaha, that was a three-element spirit beast, extremely powerful. Danyang's prize spirit beast couldn't even block, being beaten back. Step by step, Danyang's face darkened like ink, but he still grit his teeth and stood like a door god blocking the cave entrance. He figured since he'd already done the good deed, he might as well see it through. Word would spread as a fine reputation. Giving up halfway would sound far too shameful. Unfortunately, a single spirit beast's combat power was inherently limited. One Danyang facing the combined assault of Xianxia and Jiha was simply no match. His spirit beast was sent flying, crashing heavily into the cave wall, and Danyang himself was forced back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still refused to yield. His eyes blazing with determination. I won't let you pass, he shouted, his voice hoarse but resolute. Xianxia sneered. Then die here. With a wave of his hand, Jiha gathered a massive ball of elemental energy, ready to unleash it. Just then, a cold voice rang out from behind. Xianxia, have you forgotten about me? Everyone turned to see you standing there, your true body radiating an overwhelming pressure. Xianxia's expression twisted in fury, but he dared not act rashly. The old ox, however, stepped forward, his eyes locked onto you. Your opponent is me. The atmosphere grew tense as the two sides faced off, the air thick with killing intent. Existence, before your true body, all spirit beasts are nothing but ants. Moreover, this cave is only so small. When you lunge forward, you become an insurmountable wall. Then, cries of the spirit beasts rang out one after another, short and panicked. When Xianxia and the others heard this commotion, they were all stunned. What's going on? Could Sixie still be hiding some trump card? They heard it clearly. The sound came from their spirit beasts, but the sound came and went in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the beasts that charged into the cave fell silent. Dead silence. The contract is broken. My spirit beast was defeated. One fellow's eyes bulged wide, his face full of disbelief, but there was no need for him to say more. The dazed, lost expressions on those around him said it all. They had all suffered the same fate. All spirit beasts wiped out. Just then, you walked out of the cave entrance bearing a few traces of battle, yet your aura descended like a war god. You stepped out of the cave entrance bearing a few traces of battle, but your aura was like a war god's arrival. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. That was his true body. This group was utterly shaken. How is this possible? Weren't you just showing off your skills on the other side? How did you get to the cave in the blink of an eye? Compared to your elusive moves, the minor scratches on your body are nothing. Indeed, you took on that round of attacks from those ordinary spirit beasts, suffered a few wounds, lost a few hairs, and shed a little blood, but that's all. Your current physical defense is already incredibly formidable. How did you get hurt? Does it hurt? Her soft voice was full of concern, her eyes reddening, as if you losing a single hair would break her heart for ages. Those words warmed your heart. Well, this little girl does have a conscience, 100 times better than that Dong Lin who always sides with outsiders. It's fine. You shook off your fur, your voice brimming with authority. With me here, no one can harm you. These words carried weight, and no one present dared to refute them, because what you said was the ironclad truth. The next moment, without hesitation, you sent out several more lightning clones, but this time, target was not Xianxia and his group. Wanna leave This easily, dream on, you had to make them. Remember the lesson, make them forever remember what happens to those who mess with you. This time, you would defeat all their remaining spirit beasts. When the lightning clones were in position, his main body vanished again at the cave entrance, and sharp noises rose and fell in succession. Unbroken and continuous. This time, Xianxia and the others finally snapped back to reality. Not good, he's going to defeat all our spirit beasts. Panic swept through everyone. Complete panic, whose spirit beast wasn't raised with countless effort and money. Without their spirit beasts, what were they still? Star students. By the time they raised another top-tier one, it'd be too late. I'm done, I'm out. Finally someone couldn't take it and crushed their token, rank, who cared compared to their precious spirit beast, what was a ranking worth? Streaks of white light flashed one after another as people forfeited and left. Only Xianxia held on desperately. His eyes full of disbelief. He'd had a chance to win the championship. Chance to obtain that divine beast's right hand, but now it had all turned to bubbles. He knew that even with his 3-element spirit beast, he was absolutely no match for your monster of a opponent. Then I'll fight for second, Xianxia suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. This time I was wrong, I beg you to recall your spirit beast. The academy tournament isn't the end, we still have to represent the academy to compete for the city rankings. Without strong teammates, our academy won't get good results. He actually started using academy honor to pressure you, to be honest. Xianxia wavered. She knew what Xianxia said was true. You saw her expression and sneered inwardly. Humph, if you make a mistake, you face the consequences. You didn't hold back. As you shot back, a spineless coward like you, who goes after a girl the moment something happens, can represent the academy. When you people laid hands on Xianxia, why didn't you think about academy honor? Now that I'm about to clear the field, you suddenly remember. Done. Xianxia, being pointed at the nose by one of your spirit beasts, turned green with rage. Xianxia obediently stood behind you, silent, with you around. Of course you called the shots. She just enjoyed the sense of security you brought. Besides, every student gets one free chance to cultivate a spirit beast at the West Festival pet shop. I'm throwing out the trump card, so I don't need spineless people like you. You naturally knew Xianxia's concern. This divine demon academy had been good to her. You didn't mind making the people you cared about shine even brighter, so bringing the divine demon academy nothing but first place, you were happy to do it. One sentence left Xianxia speechless. He was starting to regret it. Even if I couldn't get first or second, I'd still be safe. Now nothing's left, just watch. He's still dawdling over there. His eyes turn cold. Fine, not leaving, then don't leave. Those 3 spirit beast cores of yours, I'll take them. He smirks as he watches you charge at his spirit beast with fierce momentum. Xianxia, however unwilling, can only crush the token. Watching helplessly as his beloved treasure is defeated, he can't bear it. A flash of white light, and Xianxia and his spirit beast vanish together. Thought he had more guts than that. You pout, a bit annoyed. 3 fine spirit beast cores gone just like that. You lazily lie at the cave entrance, enjoying Xianxia's gentle touch. You feel you've been a bit too relaxed lately. You've actually grown fond of this girl's service, like having a full body massage every day, quite comfortable. On the other side, Dunying's eyes are full of shock. He feels he was being presumptuous before. With a powerful spirit beast like yours guarding Xianxia's first tail, Mount Lete, why would she need him as some flower-protecting knight? A wave of dejection washes over him. This world is so unfair. You're pretty good. You lazily glance at him, seeing through his thoughts. Keep it up. Your spirit beast, I'll help you nurture it well. This guy's character isn't bad, and his attitude has improved. You don't mind giving him a hand. Dunying's eyes instantly light up at your words. All right, thank you so much. What's there to thank? We're all family here. Donglin immediately sidles over and grabs Dunying. Brother Dunying, come here. You roll your eyes but can't be bothered to argue. You have no interest in Donglin anyway. The one you care about is Xianxia. If Xianxia ever acted like that, Dunying's handsome face wouldn't survive today. That's just how unreasonable you are. You stretch lazily, feeling the warmth of the sun on your skin. The days here are peaceful, almost too peaceful. Xianxia's hands move skillfully, her touch gentle and soothing. You close your eyes, letting out a soft sigh of contentment. Master, are you comfortable? Xianxia's voice is soft, tinged with a hint of shyness. Keep going, you reply lazily, not even bothering to open your eyes. Suddenly, a rustling sound comes from outside the cave. You frown slightly, your senses sharpening. Someone's coming. You say calmly, sitting up and patting Six's hand to stop her. Sixie immediately stops, her eyes turning alert. She steps back, ready to act at any moment. A figure appears at the cave entrance. It's a middle-aged man with a stern face, his aura powerful. Who are you? You ask, your tone indifferent, not the least bit intimidated. The man looks at you, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I am the elder of the Latte sect. I've come to see the one who tamed the spirit beast. Oh, and what business do you have with me? You raise an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on your lips. The elder's gaze sweeps over you, then lands on Xixi. That spirit beast, it's yours. That's right, you nod, not bothering to hide it. The elder's expression turns serious. I've come to invite you to join the Latte sect. With your strength, you'd be a great asset. You chuckle lightly. I'm not interested in joining any sect. I'm quite content here. The elder's face darkens. You'd refuse the Latte sect's invitation? Do you know how many would kill for this chance? I don't care about that. You wave a hand dismissively. If there's nothing else, please leave. I'm busy. The elder's eyes narrow, a cold light flashing. You're being too arrogant. The Latte sect isn't one to be trifled with. Is that a threat? You stand up, your aura suddenly sharp. I don't take threats lightly. The elder takes a step back, feeling the pressure from you. He grits his teeth. Fine, you'll regret this. With that, he turns and leaves, his figure disappearing into the distance. You watch him go, a cold smile curling at the corner of your mouth. Regret? We'll see about that. After an hour, when only 100 people remained on the field, the competition finally ended. You and Xixi became the center of everyone's discussion, without a doubt. Duan Yang, little Yang Yang, I promise you, let's go to the pet beast shop right now. This way, your chances of getting second place will be greater. Dunglin had completely fallen into a state of fondness for Duan Yang. Is this really okay? Duan Yang was still hesitating. Oh, what's wrong with it? Little Yang Yang, you're very generous, right? Dunglin looked at him with a pitiful expression. Yeah, I'm not stingy at all. What else could you say? Dunglin grabbed Duan Yang and ran off in a flash. Afraid you'd change your mind. Back at the pet beast shop, you really didn't hold back. You directly gave 2 talent stones plus a high-level secret manual to Duan Ying's spirit beast for a luxurious upgrade. Duan Yang was so excited. He couldn't even speak properly. After Dunglin sent him off, Dunglin said to you with a serious face. Little Yang Yang, don't think I'm bullying you. This is for your own good. You were so angry. Your chest hurt a bit. I spent so much evolution value on this, and you say it's for my good. Don't disbelieve me. Do you know what Duan Ying's family does? Their family has the largest pioneering group in Qianlin. Oh, you really didn't know that. See, I wasn't lying to you. Dunglin said proudly. You need wolf beast corpses, and they can get a lot more than my family's beast farm. And in the future, when you go pioneering, their first-hand information is something you can't buy with money outside. Oh, there's such a good thing, you were instantly tempted. Wait, something's off, you caught the key point. Xixi said his family background is similar to yours, and he doesn't have much status at home. Then it depends on Yura. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 et. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 et on. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 et toi. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 et 3. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 et 4. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 et 5. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 et 6. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 et 7. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 et 8. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 et 9. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 nineti. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 ninetiane. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 ninetitwa. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 nineti3. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 nineti4. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 nineti5. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 nineti6. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 nineti7. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 nineti8. Missing translation for id, 4,000 on 100 nineti9. Missing translation for id, 4,200. In the hotel room, Kang Yaoi had just finished showering and saw the bath towel. Seeing Linglong come in, he stopped. Linglong hitered on. And recounted your performance today. In full, Kang Yaoi listened while feigning comfort. But in his words, he offered a solution. Plan, keep an eye on him. Once he wins first place and gets that divine beast cub, we'll make our move, then the divine beast cub will be yours as a gift, all right? Really? Brother Wei, Linglong's eyes lit up. You little clever one, don't worry, I keep my word. Then great. I'll go watch him. If you're sincere, come to my house and propose. Linglong giggled, broke free from his embrace, and left with a teasing remark that left him restless. Kang Yaoi watched. Her backhand sneered coldly. Propose, she's not worthy. He spoke to the air. Once the Demon God Academy tournament ends, we move. Yes, young master, the two guards. Voices drifted over. Little did you know, a crisis was already waiting. For you, you were still discussing with Xianxia about the divine beast cub about to be obtained. My spiritual power isn't enough to contract the divine beast yet. Xianxia waved her hands. That's fine, keep it in the shop. Until you're ready, aren't you jealous anymore? Xianxia tugged at her clothes and whispered, it's not male. Why would I be jealous, then, if it were male? You'd be jealous, right? Xianxia caught the loophole in your words. Of course, you're someone I, Zhang Yang, care about. Xianxia couldn't out-argue you. This young lady is awake. Finals day, you lay on the arena board. Out of your mind. After yesterday's battle, you'd made a name for yourself. Now anyone matched against Xianxia would immediately surrender without a word. You'd planned to defeat a few more spirit beasts for evolution points. But no one gave you the chance. The boring day passed. Without fighting a single match, you helped Xianxia secure first place, task complete, Academy Tournament first place, reward, evolution points 5 million, evolution storage cap 5 million, unlock win-type secret manual purchase. Rights, new task triggered, Qianlin first, requirement, win first place in the Qianlin City Spirit Beast Academy Tournament, reward, location of Zhangyang, quick look, it's a dragon beast. Xianxia held the championship prize, excited and nearly jumping for joy. No one expected the Academy to go all out this time. The flesh prize turned out to be a young dragon beast. A mad dragon can reach 8G when fully grown. A powerful dragon beast, so what? What's there to make a fuss about? Look at that thing, thin as a little snake. Its cry sounds like a kitten. The young dragon pouted, and Xianxia hugged it like a treasure. Let me see, I'm a bit jealous though compared to Brother Yang, you're far off, you snorted proudly. Once jealous, Xianxia left heading home. Xianxia saw through your little scheme and pulled you toward the pet beast shop. You didn't know a deadly crisis was waiting halfway there. You had walked the road between the academy and the pet beast shop several times, but this time the road was eerily quiet. Dusk had just fallen, yet not a single pedestrian was on the street, and the shops on both sides were all closed. This was too abnormal. Something's wrong, be careful yourself. If there's danger, warn me immediately. Xianxia instantly snapped out of her joy and nervously nodded. You didn't immediately summon Xianxia. What if you were wrong? That young lady would get angry. Just then watch out, too terrifying. Or as suddenly erupted, two spirit beasts, divine beasts, emerged from the shadows of the street, exhaling, moving at extreme speed. These were beings of even higher rank than the bamboo dragon beast. You only had time to shove Xianxia aside, not caring about force or posture. Survival was key. Then searing pain hit. Two terrifying forces slammed into you. You violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Your body blasted like a cannonball into the ground. Zhang Yang, Xixia's heart-wrenching cry rang out, tears streaming down. She had never seen you beaten this badly. Don't come over, you roared with all your might. Xianxia bit her lip hard, grabbed her phone, but found not a single bar of signal. You wait for me, hold on. She didn't lose her mind, turned and ran toward the lit places. She knew staying would only make you a burden, yet the figures of the fat and thin guards appeared like ghosts, blocking her path. Meanwhile, in your heavily wounded body, a frenzied thought roared. System, exchange ultimate berserk potion use. Ding you. Successful, hosts all attributes increased by 50 for 3 minutes. Enhance all attributes to max. Ding, this enhancement requires 3 for 100 evolution points. Enhance, you cursed inwardly now of all times. It asks, ding, enhancement successful, enhance skin defense. Ding, this enhancement requires 10 million evolution points. Enhance, ding, enhancement successful, skin defense 4, triggered trait toughness 1. Continue strengthening to swallow the big. Marin's evolution value is topped up again. This strengthening requires 1,000 evolution points with a 50% success rate. Will you strengthen? There's still a chance. Rate strengthening failed, again, strengthening failed, you're furious. And keep going, strengthening succeeded. Skin defense 5, toughness 1. Done. This series of operations happened in an instant within your mind, as you slammed heavily into the ground, cracking it with a web of fissures. Your body had already been reborn. Oh, you're pretty tough. The fat guard looked at you rising from the pit. Somewhat surprised, a single strike from his 5th rank Tang snake actually failed to defeat you, but being tough is useless, the guard laughed. Once, let's see how many hits you can take, the Tang snake roared. And struck again, lightning clones, several clones, burst apart instantly, scattering in all directions to buy you a moment to catch your breath, but the Tang snake didn't bother chasing them, it spoke in human tongue. And a yellow light blazed from its body. The next second, the ground rumbled as pillars of yellow light shot up from the earth precisely, imprisoning each of your lightning clones in an instant. Your expression couldn't have been uglier, so divine beasts really aren't to be trifled with. Lightning Sever, you tried to use Lightning Sever to break open that damned earth prison, but it was useless. The yellow light pillars didn't budge, the trapped lightning clone he landed his face in, buzzing like a fly, back when you defeated my 5-colored peacock. Did you ever think this day would come? Weren't you so arrogant? Now let you know what true power means. You ignored him, and with a thought in your mind, you shouted at the system, exchange for the ultimate poison and use it. Exchange successful, use successful, even if I can't hold on today. I'll tear a piece of flesh off him. What's wrong? Not talking, where's that arrogance? Can't even speak, crushed down. Kang Yaoi walked up to you, looking down at you from above. Young master, be careful, the guard beside you warned you. He always felt you were a wolf not to be trifled with. If he could still admire him, then I'd truly admire him, Kang Yaoi sneered. Once, then you'd better admire him well. You suddenly raised your head and spat a mouthful of highly toxic dark blood at his smug face. Kang Yaoi reacted quickly, instinctively, raising his hand to shield his face. The next moment, he let out a miserable scream. Sizzle, his hand was like it had been splashed with strong acid, skin rapidly swelling, festering, and emitting white smoke. Damn it, damn it. Finish him, Kang Yaoi went completely mad. The intense pain twisted his face. The vine serpent beast received the order, and its massive tail swept toward your head with a piercing whistle. Bang, the force of this strike was astonishing. Half of your wolf face took the heavy blow, flesh and blood mangled, nearly losing consciousness. But you stubbornly held on. Clinging to one last breath, Xix's tears silently fell, her face long since streaked with tears. She knew you couldn't hold on. Who can save you? She collapsed to the ground, her voice trembling. Don't hurt him, I'll serve you, obey your every command. Please don't hurt him. For you to survive, she would give up anything. On the other side, the beast guard had already taken out medicinal ointment and applied it to Kang Yaoi's hand. A cooling sensation came, and Kang Yaoi's screams rang out. He heard Xix's words, and a flicker of greed appeared in his eyes. Such a beautiful woman offering herself up, why not take it? She was already scheming to train this girl into a servant who would obey only him. But just as he was about to speak and agree, you used all your remaining strength to roar out, nonsense, you are my woman, Zhang Ying's woman. How could you be defiled by this villain? Your voice was hoarse, yet carried an unquestionable dominance. It's my fault for not protecting you well. Even if I can't hold on, I won't let her touch a single hair on you. Your heart is filled with worry. Time weighs heavy on your mind. That woman is almost here. As long as she arrives, Xixi will be safe. No, I won't let you give out. I won't let you give out, Xixi cries. Heart-wrenchingly, the whites of her eyes bloodshot. Stop crying. Do you want me to give out with no peace of mind? Your tone softens instantly. Seeing him cry, your heart aches. If you give out, what will I do? Xixi demands in a hoarse voice. You stay silent. Get up. Aren't you supposed to be strong? Get up and take care of them. Xixi suddenly rises, shouting at you like a madwoman. She wishes you could stand up and show your skill like before, but you truly have given your all. What a fine show, Kang Yaoi sneers. Cutting you off. Too bad this young master has no time to play with you. Since you want to give out, then go. He gives the fat guard a look. The guard nods, and the peng snake beast lashes its tail again. Watching Xixi, your eyes are full of reluctance, but at that moment, Xixi forgets everything. She rushes at you like a madwoman, using her own body to shield you from that fatal blow. I'm returning it to you. She runs and cries, shouting, I owe you my life, I'll give it back to you now. Next life you be a man, and we can be together. She still remembers when she threw you into that pit. That deed has always been a thorn in her heart. Now she can finally repay it. Fool, you fool, get away now. You use every ounce of strength to shout a string of words, each one like a bullet, only wanting to wake her and call her back to safety. She runs incredibly fast, her speed surpassing the serpent's tail. Strike, but none of that matters. Wait. Don't hurt him, Kang Yaoi suddenly speaks. Such a good person, he can't bear to let her die so easily. The serpent's tail forcibly retracts the blow, about to land on Xixi's back. Xixi rushes to your side, looking at your battered form, yet she smiles, tears flowing even harder. Look at you, hurt this badly. And you still have strength to talk. Does it hurt? She wants to touch your face but fears hurting you. Her hand trembles midair. Fool, why didn't you run? You could have lived. You're still talking. What are you doing? Get away. Suddenly Kang Yaoi lets out a furious roar. It's the phantom crystal, that tiny body had somehow already crawled onto Kang Yaoi's neck, using it still not quite sharp. His teeth desperately tearing, dare to hit Xianxia. I'll bite you. He threw it off. But it came back. Kang Yaoi grabbed it but couldn't pull the little thing off in time. It was dead set on biting him. Fool, you're a fool too. A tear slid from the corner of his eye. In the end, Huan Jing was still yanked off by Kang Yaoi and hurled away. Its small body tumbled across the ground several times, coughing up a mouthful of blood. You're all fools. Your heart ached as if twisted. Kang Yaoi clutched his bleeding neck, feeling today was utterly cursed. Damn creature, I won't let you go. He was thoroughly enraged. Deal with those two. Keep this woman. The serpent shook off the cold. Its target was Huan Jing, who had just staggered back to his feet. See, Ruxin, if you don't come soon, I won't hold out. You shouted your final roar at the sky. 2 minutes passed, and you felt deceived. You could fail to hold on, but you couldn't watch Huan Jing get hurt before you, nor bear the serpent's tail sweeping toward Huan Jing. Huan Jing looked at you, deep reluctance in its eyes. I hope there's a next life. You'll come find me again, got it? It whispered. You wanted to nod but couldn't move. I will. I will. You felt your heart about to shatter. The serpent's tail finally arrived. You didn't dare watch, and in agony closed your eyes, just as the tail was about to gravely wound Huan Jing. A crisp, slightly teasing female voice rang out like heavenly music. Oh my, looks like I'm not too late after all. You snapped your eyes open. Huan Jing was still alive. A majestic humanoid spirit, beast in ancient battle armor, stood before it, steadily catching the serpent's attack. Live well. Still alive. You said good twice, and a smile finally spread across your face. See, Ruxin, holding up her skirt hem with sweat on her brow, walked over. Behind her followed several guards. Looks like I missed something. Why are you all crying so? Sadly, she had pushed herself to the limit to get here. That Kang Yaoi had set up a hidden battle space. Finding it had cost her considerable time. See, Ruxin, why are you here? Kang Yaoi instinctively stepped back at the sight of her. This woman was someone he feared from the bottom of his heart. Did I interrupt your little business, committing violence in the street? Kang Yaoi, you really never change. Her tone was icy. Kang Yaoi trembled in fear, and the two guards immediately stepped in front of him. In front of Kang Yaoi, as if facing a great enemy. Obviously, you also want to meddle in this, Kang Yaoi said unwillingly. I am, he shouted. You say I'm meddling? See, Ruxin's aura fully unleashed. Now, will you come with me to the headquarters yourself, or shall I capture you, Miss Ruxin? Said as the guards steeled themselves to speak. Today's matter, even if your friend is injured very badly, delaying any further. Are you threatening me? See. Ruxin's face darkened. Let them go, you suddenly spoke up. Your voice was weak but firm. My revenge must be repaid in full. My revenge must be repaid in full. You've been beaten this badly, and Xixi and Hunjing were nearly hurt because of you. This debt must be settled by your own hands. Ding triggered the quest, personal revenge. Quest requirement, defeat Kang Yaoi's fat and thin guards in person. Quest reward, location. The system notification sounded, but your targets were not just these two guards, Kang Yu Wei, and that one called Linglong behind him. None of you will get away. See, Ruxin glanced at you, then nodded. Fine, since he said that, can you leave now? He knew very well that with the Kang family's influence, even if Kang Yaoi were arrested, he'd only be held for a few days. Better to do you a favor. Kang Yaoi's face was ashen. Today was a huge loss. But with Si Ruxin here, he didn't dare act. Let's go, he grit his teeth and left a harsh parting line. Si Ruxin, you'd better keep protecting him. Next time they won't be so lucky. Kang Yaoi, you better restrain yourself a bit. Si Ruxin was even harsher. Some things once done, even the Kang family can't protect you. Kang Yaoi snorted coldly, didn't dare argue further, and led his men away in disgrace. Once Kang Yaoi left, the crushing pressure on Hingxie also vanished, and at that moment, the side effects of the berserk potion suddenly hit. Already severely wounded, now only a breath remained, it looked like. He was about to collapse. Of course, you knew you had a high-grade healing potion, drink it and be reborn, and you'd be fine. But Xianxia didn't know that. She screamed and pounced, pressing your battered wolf head against her face, not minding the filth at all. You can't give out, you hear me. She gently stroked your head, her movements tender. Beyond words, sister, please find him a doctor, she cried. Pleading with Xianxia, no need, I'm fine, you said weakly. Listen to him, Hunjing jumped to your side, he knew you best, under your claws appeared a bottle of high-grade healing potion. Drink this, you said to Hunjing. Hunjing didn't hesitate, picked it up and drank, but he was too small. Barely a few sips and I'm full. Don't waste it, finish the rest. Jing Jin handed the bottle to Zai Zai. You didn't stop her. Zai Zai wasn't attacked, but when she rushed over just now, the Karsa's legs left quite a few cuts and scars, which didn't look good. The three of you take care of each other, passing the potion bottle back and forth. Xianxia felt like a 1,000-watt light bulb. How about I leave first? She probed. No way, his answer was firm. Are you kidding? You have no combat power right now. If he leaves, Kang Yaoi might come back for surprise attack. What are you doing? Don't tell me you expect me to be your bodyguard forever. Xianxia stared wide-eyed, seeing right through your intentions. Otherwise, you just carry Xianxia out yourself. I can hold on, but would you bear to see Xianxia fall into Kang Yaoi's hands? Xianxia was momentarily speechless. Don't worry, it won't be long before I won't need your protection. You promised that once you had the strength to defeat that vine serpent beast, you naturally wouldn't cling to him anymore. Fine, Xianxia sighed. It's not like I have anything else to do lately, but what's in it for me? Don't worry, miss, your reward won't be lacking, that spirit beast of yours. Leave the strength to me, just watch. That human-shaped spirit beast of Jianping Immortal General said with confidence. I guarantee I can increase Jianping Immortal General's strength. You said it yourself. Don't lie to me, this Yang never lies to young ladies. Listen. Seeing you still in the mood to joke, Zhao Xianxia finally felt relieved. Knowing you were definitely fine, but then he fell silent, he sensed it. His own weakness. Today, aside from worrying in vain, there was nothing he could do. He made up his mind to grow stronger and raise the wind dragon cub as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Kang Yaoi was furious. That woman named Linglong, being quite perceptive, had already slipped away using some excuse. After Kang Yaoi smashed things around the room in a rage, he shouted at his guards, go find me 2 people. I need to vent. 20 minutes later, when you returned to Xiji's beast shop with a battered look, Xiji rushed over anxiously. What happened? The flesh on your face hasn't even healed yet. It looks horrifying. Were you ambushed? Xianxia, are you okay? Xiji immediately checked on his daughter. I'm fine, but Zhang Yang Xiji said. Zhang Yang, what happened to him? Xiji's expression turned serious. He went to find Kang Yaoi alone to settle the score. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. You took a deep breath, feeling a headache coming on. That fool, he's no match for Kang Yaoi. We need to go help him right away. Xiji nodded and quickly grabbed some healing supplies. Let's go, I know where Kang Yaoi usually stays. The 2 of you hurried through the streets, arriving at a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the city. From outside, you could hear the sounds of fighting and Zhang Yang's angry shouts. You exchanged a glance with Xiji and kicked open the door. Inside, Zhang Yang was being pinned down by 2 guards, his face bruised and swollen, but he was still struggling and cursing. Kang Yaoi stood nearby, a cold smile on his face. Well, if it isn't the little Brit's friends. Perfect timing, I was just getting bored. Let him go, you shouted, stepping forward. Kang Yaoi laughed contemptuously. And who do you think you are to give me orders? Since you're here, you might as well stay and watch your friend get taught a lesson. Xiji, however, had already quietly moved to the side, her hand reaching into her pocket. Kang Yaoi, you've gone too far this time. The Beast Taming Association won't let this slide. Kang Yaoi's expression flickered slightly at the mention of the association, but he quickly regained his arrogance. The association? They wouldn't dare touch me. I have connections they can't afford to offend. Just as he finished speaking, Xiji suddenly threw a small object at his feet. It burst open with a flash of light, filling the room with thick smoke. Now, she shouted. You rushed forward, grabbing Zhang Yang and pulling him away from the guards. The guards were momentarily blinded, and you took the chance to drag Zhang Yang out of the courtyard. Behind you, Kang Yaoi's furious roar echoed. You think you can escape? Chase them. You ran as fast as you could, Xiji following close behind. After several twists and turns, you finally lost the pursuers in a narrow alley. Panting heavily, you leaned against the wall, looking at Zhang Yang's battered face. Are you out of your mind? Going after him alone like that? Zhang Yang spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned weakly. I couldn't just let him get away with what he did to you, but I underestimated him. He's got more tricks than I thought. Xiji sighed and began tending to his wounds. You're lucky we got here in time. Next time, don't be so reckless. Zhang Yang nodded, then looked at you with concern. What about you? Are you hurt? You shook your head. I'm fine. But we need to figure out how to deal with Kang Yaoi for good. Xiji finished bandaging Zhang Yang and stood up, her expression thoughtful. Kang Yaoi has been causing trouble for a long time, but no one has been able to touch him because of his connections. However, I've heard that he's been secretly dealing in illegal beast trafficking. If we can find evidence, we can report him to the association and have him stripped of his license. Your eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Do you know where he keeps his records? Xiji nodded. He has a secret warehouse on the east side of the city. I've seen him go there late at night with suspicious packages. If we can sneak in and find proof, we'll have him. Zhang Yang clenched his fist. Then let's do it tonight. I'm not letting him off the hook. You looked at the two of them, a determined smile forming on your face. All right, let's rest up first. Tonight, we'll pay Kang Yaoi a visit he won't forget. As night fell, about to cry again, Xiji comforted his daughter then. Turned to look at Xiruxin, his expression far less gentle. Miss Ling, can you give a reasonable explanation for today's events? Xiji auntie, you spoke up. To help Xiruxin out, it was I who asked to let the other party go. When it comes to revenge, it's better to do it yourself. Your pride, Xiji couldn't refuse. He immediately pulled her aside. Go have the shop's medical staff check you. The results surprised everyone. Your body had recovered remarkably well, needing no treatment at all. Xiruxin watched. You itching with curiosity. Damn. Guy didn't even give me a bottle. He had already decided he had to get his hands on that miraculous drink of yours to study it. After confirming that you and Xixi were safe and had Xiruxin and the spirit well as close protection, Xiji finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when he learned from Xiruxin that the other party was Kang Yaoi of the deep blue Kang family, he was utterly stricken. The Kang family, even the spirit police, were powerless against them. For the first time in years, Xiji felt helpless. His spirit beast, the bamboo dragon, transmitted to him, if it doesn't work, contact him. After all, Xixi is his daughter. Not yet, it's not time. Xiji's expression turned pained. In Xixi's boudoir, he didn't mind your bloody state at all, letting you lie on his bed, gently massaging you with his soft hands. Does it hurt anywhere? How about you massage me? Of course not, it's not that I'm in pain. I just want to use this to make him feel useful, to help him rebuild his confidence. All right, I'll help you. He really fell for it. Xiruxin stood to the side, feeling like she was glowing with a silliness. Am I a bit superfluous here? Not at all, not in the least. You can't leave. The next day, Xixi had dark circles under her eyes, exhausted, while you were radiant. The skin and flesh on your face had healed, just missing the fur. It's great, you said deliberately. If not for Xixi's help, I definitely wouldn't have recovered this fast. Hehe, of course. Xixi was indeed pleased. You had her rest well, and after she fell asleep, you quietly left with Hunjin and found Xiruxin, who was visiting a pet beast shop. She was curious about the place, or rather, curious about how you raise spirit beasts. Xiruxin was direct. Put your divine beast into the cultivation tank. You're not wasting words either. Agreed, then today it is. You plan to help him improve his strength first, which also adds a layer of insurance for yourself. So fast, no need to prepare anything. Xiruxin is surprised. No need. What direction do you want to improve? Strength or speed? Top-tier secret manuals I can't get my hands on. For now, strength and speed will do. Xiruxin is already quite satisfied. You have him summon his divine beast, Jianping Immortal General. That fellow has an imposing aura, looking even fiercer than the current bamboo dragon beast. Senior Jianping, please go ahead. You tell the Immortal General. Jianping Immortal General nods and enters the cultivation chamber. Please, Jianping Immortal General, do not resist, or the effect will be much worse. You say it half-truthfully, mainly afraid he might discover your secret. Once Jianping Immortal General falls into deep slumber, you give Xiruxin the boot. Miss, please leave now. Xiruxin's expression turns a bit wistful. Quite mysterious, huh? Fine. But you can't do anything excessive to my divine beast. Your face darkens. What is this woman even thinking? Xiruxin smiles, leaving the mess to you and turning away. It's all yours. He doesn't care about your secret. As long as you can make his divine beast stronger, anything goes. The result needs no doubt. Whatever the system produces is top tier. He treats divine beasts and demonic beasts alike, but the next Second, things spiral out of control. That divine beast called Jianping Immortal General, even in slumber, is racked by the excruciating pain of the talent master reshaping its body. That pain isn't something it can control. The agony is a tearing at the depths of its soul. It goes mad. With a bang, the cultivation chamber shatters, glass shards flying everywhere. Damn it. This thing's about to tear the place apart. You're stunned on the spot. If it wrecks the hall, that'd be a real disaster. In the nick of time, Ruxin, who just left, rushes back in, clearly sensing the energy fluctuation. Miss, quickly. Restrain it, you shout at her. Anyway, you can't clean up this mess yourself. Ruxin furrows her brows and, without a word, casts a temporary battle space. A beam of light instantly envelops the rampaging Immortal General, isolating it from the cultivation chamber. Watching that divine beast wreak havoc inside the battle space, you finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then your face darkens as you point at the mess on the floor and start tallying the damages. Hey, all of this was your divine beast's doing. You have to pay up. The fine cultivation chamber is smashed to pieces. You help for free, and he goes and wrecks the place instead. Does he think he's a husky? Ruxin is amused by your brazen attitude and laughs. My, the divine beast was worn down by you in no time. Half dead, and you still dare ask for compensation. Don't worry, it won't die. This is a normal reaction. You cut him off before he could speak. Let's first tally how much you owe. Don't think just because you're a spirit well, you can dodge the debt. As long as Jianping is fine, I'll pay whatever it costs. Ruxin stared at the battle space, her eyes full of tension. You said it yourself. You were overjoyed inside, so what if he's a spirit well? When it's time to swindle, never hold back. What you lack most right now is money. Every step of strength improvement requires a mountain of funds to fuel it. Ruxin shot you a glare, too lazy to argue, and vanished into the battle space to check on things. You weren't foolish enough to follow in. What if that guy lost all reason and struck you? Who would you complain to? Luckily, the enhancement process wasn't long. 10 minutes later, Ruxin came out with an expression of utter amazement, casually stowing away the battle space. Jianping the Celestial General was nowhere to be seen. Your heart skipped a beat, sensing you were about to be swindled by this girl. Where's Jianping the Celestial General? You asked outright. If she dared say something went wrong, your friendship ship would capsize right back into the spirit storage space today. Ruxin's eyes gleamed with startling intensity. He asked me to thank you. His improvement is tremendous. How exactly did you do it? She couldn't contain her curiosity. In just 10 minutes, his Celestial General's strength had made a qualitative leap. It was simply miraculous. I thought you were going to weasel out of paying. You deliberately changed the subject. The secret of nurturing was something you'd never reveal. Since he's fine, let's talk about compensation. I sponsored the nurturing out of goodwill, but these 8 cultivation pods you'll have to pay for. Fine, I'll pay. Ruxin agreed with surprising ease. The damage to Jianping the Celestial General's domain was his responsibility. That guy probably couldn't face you right now anyway. After all, you helped him out of kindness and he went and wrecked your shop. Not bothering with costs, you named an outrageous price. 1 cultivation pod, 100 million. 8 total. 800 million. You didn't care about the actual cost, you just wanted to rake in a fortune. Even trash like the Lin family could casually fork over 500 million. A powerhouse with 6th-rank divine beast couldn't be poorer than the Lin family, right? But to your surprise, Ruxin's face flushed instantly. This is way too expensive. It wasn't that she didn't want to pay, she genuinely couldn't afford it. She'd run away from home in a fit of anger, cut off from financial support, with just her meager spirit stone salary. She couldn't repay this in a lifetime. Expensive, this is a premium. The materials are priceless. Do you think what we have in our shop is the same as those ordinary goods outside? You're so excited. Spitting everywhere trying to sell, not a chance. I don't have that much money. You black out. No money? Are you kidding me? How much do you have? 30 million. My God, that's way too far off. You point at him in disbelief. You're carrying a 6th-tier divine beast and telling me you're broke. Ruxin looks sincere and quickly explains her financial situation. You're stunned, listening. You really have no money? After hearing it, you still don't believe it, really? His face doesn't even flush, with a look of being ready to risk it all. You feel uneasy, the words at the tip of your tongue. The fat was about to fly away, so you rolled your eyes. A plan came to mind. No money, so work off the debt instead. Ruxin was stunned on the spot. Work off the debt? He instinctively glanced at you. then looked at himself, and his cheeks grew even redder. From today on, you're my bodyguard. You cleared your throat and announced your decision. Monthly salary of 100 million, 8 months to pay off the debt. This wage is way higher than your neighborhood cop job, you thought. Your little scheme clicked away in your head. This way, not only would you not owe him for protecting you, but he'd owe you instead. The employer-employee relationship was justified and bold, and he directly bound him by his side for 8 months, enough time for you to grow strong enough to go head-to-head with Kang Yaoi's group. That won't work, will it? Ruxin clearly hadn't thought about becoming a bodyguard. He originally figured Kang Yaoi wouldn't stay long, so protecting you for a month at most was the limit. Now it's been extended to 8 months, and he can't quite accept it. Why not then tell me how you'll repay the money? It's clear, either pay up or work off the debt. Going home to ask for money? With his stubborn temper, he'd rather die than bow his head to his family. Fine, I agree. Ruxin grit his teeth. He was a decisive person after all. It's just 8 months, right? I'll head back to Linjing headquarters now to request an extended leave. I'll grant you half a day off, go. He immediately put on the boss's airs, and SRXN nodded, feeling quite satisfied. She turned and left. Aren't you worried she'll run off? This girl's principles are still reliable. After she left, XG came out from the inner room. What's going on? He clearly didn't want you and SRXN to fall out. XG, it's nothing. Her divine beast was damaged in a few cultivation halls, and I've already made her compensate. Compensate what? Just 100,000 for one. Why ruin a good relationship over such a small matter? XG thought it through clearly. Right now, we still need SRXN to protect you. Huh, only 100,000. You felt a bit guilty, so I told him 100 million. XG's eyes instantly went wide. 100 million, you. He really dared to report that, and he actually thanked him. He's not really going to go gather the money, is he? Siji was starting to panic. If his family found out, they'd definitely come knocking. Not at all. He had no money, so you naturally said. I told him to work off the debt. Be my bodyguard for 8 months, month by month to pay off the debt. Siji was completely speechless. It took a while to digest this information. He imagined a whole drama. Ruxin must have seen your difficulty and took this opportunity to get close on her own. It must be so. Thinking of this, Sister Zai suddenly felt a bit of a crisis but didn't say much. All right. You young people know how to have fun. I'll have someone clean up here, go rest. Got it, Auntie, don't let it slip, just say our cultivation tank is a celestial cloud stove. Don't worry, Sister Zai smiled and shook her head. You slipped away in a flash to check on how Xixi was sleeping. On the other side, Ruxin's leave was approved surprisingly smoothly. It was obvious that no one at the Linjing headquarters dared to give her a hard time. This young lady not coming to work actually made things quieter for them. After finishing the paperwork, she returned to the Beast Palace with a blush on her face, not having money to compensate and having to work off the debt. Saying that out loud was too embarrassing, but he really didn't doubt the price of the cultivation tank, equipment that could strengthen Xianxia to that level. For 100 million didn't seem too outrageous. When you learned he was back, you directly ordered him to return to his room and stand by. Being this boss was truly comfortable, why you were comfortable. Kang Yaoi over there was furious to the point of going mad. Last night's anger hadn't subsided, it was burning even hotter. He touched the uneven scar on his face, his eyes fierce. Going at him head-on definitely wouldn't work. That guy definitely had defenses. A flash of inspiration hit him, and a vicious thought emerged. It was all because of that woman, then he'd start with her. He thought of Donglin using that woman's life as a threat. Not afraid you wouldn't obediently come save her, he ordered his beast guard beside him, find a chance to grab that woman named Donglin. For me, young master, that Dong family's Dong Hungung isn't easy to mess with. The guard reminded, forcibly grabbing someone might bring big trouble. It's not like I'm going to do anything to her. I'll return her after I'm done, just a tool. Kang Yaoi waved his hand impatiently. The Dong family wouldn't turn against me over something this small. He really didn't plan to harm her. He wasn't stupid enough to offend a future powerhouse with unlimited potential over a woman. Yes, I'm going. Fatty, stay and protect you, the guard acknowledged. Go now, I can't wait a single moment longer. Kang Yaoi urged, then added an line, oh right, have that girl Linglong come. See me, I was hurt this badly because of her, she owes me some compensation. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, Linglong refused with disgust, I'm not going. Her father Kang Yaoi. Yesterday he couldn't even handle a female guard. And in his eyes, she'd probably already been downgraded from a promising son-in-law to a useless fool. Now, going to see him would be like throwing meat buns at a dog. I'm supposed to trade this engagement for a divine beast cub. How could I let Kang Yami get off so easily? What does he want from me? My status, Linglong demanded loudly. Her father's face turned ashen, and in the end he could only sigh. Fine. I'll go turn him down. Don't leave the house for the next few days. That was practically house arrest. Humph, even if you told me to go out, I wouldn't. Linglong stormed back to her room in a huff, but the one suffering most right now was actually that newly acquired Mad Wind dragon. Think about it, with his divine beast bloodline. Anywhere else he'd be treated like an ancestor. Yet here he was completely ignored. Yesterday he'd followed them and nearly gotten killed, and after coming back, Xianxia was so completely absorbed in you that she just left him forgotten. In the corner, baby's hungry with nowhere to find food. It's a hopeless dragon's life. Baby's hungry with nowhere to find food. A hopeless dragon's life indeed. Luckily, Xianxia noticed him. Little one, are you hungry? Want a wind-type spirit fruit or wind-type demon beast meat? I want wind-type demon beast meat. The wind dragon didn't stand on ceremony. After all, they were family now. Xianxia brought it over and watched him wolf it down, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. With an appetite this good, his potential was definitely underestimated. By mid-afternoon, Xianxia stretched lazily as she woke up, but her expression wasn't great. He dreamed you died. Luckily it was just a dream. He stroked your soft fur, it smelled nice, like you'd had a bath. Zhang Yang, rest up and heal well. I'm leaving. He got up to go. You immediately lunged. Whoa. Big sister, you just got here yesterday. Where are you off to now? What are you looking at? I'm going to cultivate. Xianxia was full of fighting spirit. I can't let you leave me in the dust. As long as she contracted the wind dragon, she could help you. Well, with that kind of drive, you couldn't exactly pour cold water on her. After Xianxia left, Xianxia came back in. How's the recovery? Almost there. You answered truthfully. A few bottles of high-grade potions later. The injuries were mostly healed. Good. About the wind dragon. I need to tell you something, Xianxia's. His expression turned serious. This time, the Divine Demon Academy's rewards were highly unusual. I felt the dean was deliberately trying to win your favor. You frowned slightly, thinking about your identity. Don't doubt it, a powerhouse of his level could easily see your relationship with Xianxia. Fine. It seems Aunt Xianxia knows too. Don't worry, as long as they're righteous people, they won't mind. But be careful of someone like Kang Yaoi, who's dark inside. Xianxia warned, if he finds out. Even Xianxia can't protect you. Yeah, I won't run around until I can protect myself. You nodded in agreement. Human society is too dangerous. When you have time, go to the Divine Demon Academy, Xianxia suggested. The dean's goodwill should be accepted. If he's willing to protect you, then no matter what happens, no one can touch you. I'll go now. For something like this, there's no time to waste. You stood up but didn't walk out immediately. How can you go on business without bringing your newly hired bodyguard? Can't let him earn his salary for nothing. You walked to Xianxia's door and, without any courtesy, banged your head against it. Little C, let's go, stop sleeping. Whether he was changing clothes or not, whatever, but the door opened. And Xianxia was fully dressed, just staring at you with displeasure. This little wolf cub is asking for a scratch. Hey, what are you looking at? I'm your boss now. You felt a bit guilty under his gaze and immediately put on your boss act. The boss is going out on business. Boss, Xianxia said in a voice so gentle it could drip water. That nickname, let see you'd better change it. Haha, Sister Ruxin, just teasing you. Don't mind. You immediately backed down. All right, boss, where are we going? He gave a sweet smile, clearly satisfied with the title. The Divine Demon Academy. Walking on the road, you absentmindly scanned around, wary of Kang Yaoi's men. Don't worry, with me here. He wouldn't dare come out even if he had the guts, Xianxia said confidently. Better safe than sorry. You're not that carefree. Even a cornered dog will jump the wall. That madman Kang Yaoi would do anything. All right. You're the boss, you call the shots. Xianxia shrugged, then you couldn't help but complain. By the way, Sister Ruxin, are you sure it's okay to dress like that? A mini skirt, a slim waist, and a tight half sleeve. A few sizes too small, it outlines her figure perfectly. A 300% turn rate. You're the brightest guy on the street, and all the attention's been stolen by her. What's up with that? That's how I dress when I'm off work. Isn't it sexy? She shot you a flirtatious glance, seemingly enjoying your gaze. Hey, but it also draws a lot of attention. Isn't that great? She proudly puffed out her chest. You silently resolved to have a fully covered bodyguard outfit, custom made for her later. This kind of sexiness should only be for you alone to admire. Wow, isn't that Xix's spirit beast? Who's that girl beside her? So pretty. Oh my god, from today on, she's my new goddess. Get lost? I wish I could become that wolf. The academy students' chatter rose one after another. Look, they're all envying you. Siruxin, with her keen hearing, grinned and said to you. You felt smug inside but let out a disdainful snort. This is nothing. Once you have 8 or 10 beauties around you later. These mortals would envy you to the point of vomiting blood. Of course, you envied them too, being a wolf after all lacked many pleasures. But no rush, once you take human form, heh. At the academy gate, Siruxin proactively stopped a male student and asked, "Excuse me, how do I get to the dean's office?" The male student, catching her scent, was instantly intoxicated, eyes glazed, almost drooling. Hey student, Siruxin waved her hand and found him completely spaced out. Oh no, is he brain dead? She panicked a little. Just then, you couldn't stand it anymore. A faint crackle of electric current passed through, precisely striking the male student's hair. A burnt smell instantly spread. Let me ask you, where is the dean? You said coldly. Siruxin was someone you'd claimed as your own, even if still on probation. This guy daring to daydream right in front of you, a little shock was getting off easy. The tingling on his scalp snapped the male student back to reality. Ashamed, he lowered his head. I'll take you there. Boss, are you jealous? Siruxin leaned in close, her voice carrying a hint of teasing. You snorted coldly. Jealous, me? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get to the dean's office. But deep down, you had to admit that seeing that guy drool over her had made you feel a bit irritated. Siruxin giggled, clearly seeing through your act but didn't call you out. She just walked ahead with light steps. The male student led the way, occasionally stealing glances at Siruxin, but whenever he met your gaze, he quickly looked away. You followed behind, feeling both amused and annoyed. This girl really knew how to cause trouble. Soon, they arrived at the dean's office. The male student knocked on the door and said, "Dean, someone's here to see you." A deep voice came from inside, "Come in." The male student opened the door and gestured for them to enter. Then he quickly slipped away, as if afraid you might zap him again. Siruxin stepped in first, and you followed. Inside, an old man with white hair sat behind a desk, looking up at them. So, you're the new students. I've heard about you too, the dean said, his gaze lingering on you with a hint of curiosity. Dean, I'm Siruxin, and this is my partner. We're here to report, Siruxin said politely. The dean nodded. I know, your situation is special, so I've arranged a separate dormitory for you. It's more convenient that way. You raised an eyebrow. A separate dormitory? That was unexpected but not unwelcome. Thank you, Dean, you said, your tone calm. The dean smiled. No need to be so formal, just call me Old Mo. Now, let me show you to your dorm. He stood up and led them out of the office, walking through the campus. Along the way, Siruxin chatted with Old Mo, while you silently observed your surroundings. The academy was larger than you'd imagined, with ancient buildings and lush greenery everywhere. Finally, they stopped in front of a small, secluded courtyard. This is your place, Old Mo said, handing you a key. It's quiet and private, perfect for your needs. You took the key and nodded. Thanks, Old Mo. He waved his hand. All right, get settled in. If you need anything, just find me. With that, he turned and left. The bodyguard lingered for another second, and the male student slunk away. Boss, let's go up, Siruxin said with a smile. However, just as you were about to ascend the stairs, a figure had already descended from above. It was none other than the dean of the Divine Demon Academy. The moment he saw you, his brow furrowed. You're injured. What kind of person is he? The moment you entered the academy, he sensed it, but it wasn't until you reached the foot of the building that he detected the injuries on you. Clearly, your recovery speed is terrifying. Xianxia greets the dean. You bowed your head slightly, while Siruxin obediently retreated behind you, instantly slipping into the role of a bodyguard. No need for formalities. The dean's gaze was sharp as a blade. How were you injured? On the way back yesterday, I was ambushed, you answered truthfully. Come walk with me upstairs and tell me the details. The dean's expression darkened as he suppressed the anger in his heart, the things he had sent out. How dare someone try to intercept them halfway? This was a complete disregard for him. He was determined to handle this matter. Upon entering the dean's office, you immediately stated your stance. Thank you for the Dean's concern. In the future, should there ever be a need for this junior? Please do not hesitate to ask. The dean nodded, then turned to see Ruxin. Young lady. Wait here for a moment, I'll take him to get checked out. He was uneasy about your injuries. If any after effects remained, he wouldn't be able to answer to whatever forces might stand behind you. See, Ruxin replied respectfully, knowing full well she had no ability to stop the dean. My injuries are actually already healed. No, you must be examined. The dean was resolute. This matter arose because of me, and I must see it through to the end. You wanted to explain that this had little to do with him. It was Kang Yaoi who had picked a fight on his own, but the words caught in your throat. The next moment, an irresistible, overwhelming aura enveloped you. You had no power to resist and were directly taken away by the dean. After a series of the most precise instrument examinations, the conclusion surprised even you. You were perfectly healthy, even healthier than before the injury. When the dean learned that your attackers were Kang Yaoi and a 5th-rank divine beast, the Tang snake, he was stunned. Speechless, at your level being struck head-on by a 5th-rank divine beast and still surviving. That alone was a miracle, let alone the fact that you were now full of vigor. Near-death severe injuries healed overnight? Unbelievable. Wait here a moment. The dean looked at you with a grave expression. I'm still not at ease. I need to personally verify the data. With that, he turned and hurried away, intending to take all your test records. He knew very well that this document itself was a secret worth a fortune. The dean looked at you with a grave expression. I'm still not at ease. I need to go verify the data myself. With that, he turned and hurried away, intending to take all your test records. He knew very well that this document itself was a secret worth a fortune. When the dean, Shenmo, saw the test data of your body, only 2 words came to mind. As expected, the numbers on that paper made his eyelids twitch. Skin defense, fang and claw. Strength, reaction speed, every single metric was at the level of a divine beast. Your base attributes weren't top tier, but talent, that thing defies all logic. Though it was only at the level of an ordinary 1st or 2nd-rank divine beast. It was enough, more than enough. Add to that your masterful secret arts. Dean Wang Meng's gaze toward you was no longer that of a teacher looking at a student, but of a man looking at a walking treasure. A miracle, simply a miracle. Wang Meng returned to your side and, right in front of you, burned the data report in his hand. With a single, clean motion, he stared at you, shock and barely concealed elation in his eyes. You were gravely wounded yesterday, and today you've recovered. Your origins I won't pry into. From now on, if anything happens in the shallow blue zone, just report my name, Wang Meng's. Even in the deep blue zone, this old face of mine still carries some weight. You understood immediately. This was an investment, a show of goodwill. This old man certainly had his own calculations, but what you feared wasn't someone with an agenda, it was someone without one. Unexplained kindness was the most dangerous thing of all. Thank you, Dean. I'll remember your kindness. If there's ever anything I can help you with, I won't hesitate. You climbed the pole as he offered it. Why be so formal with me? Wang Meng pressed his advantage, patting your shoulder. Plenty of people and beasts become friends. Don't let it weigh on you, if you don't mind. Just call me Uncle Wang. He was cementing this relationship for good. Once the so-called backer behind you appeared, his status as Uncle Wang would naturally be secured. That's wonderful. A grin spread across your face. Uncle Wang, I have no family here. Having you as such a powerful pillar of support is my fortune. In your heart, you knew perfectly well you had no backer at all. Your greatest backer was yourself. Even the system counted for only half. Yesterday I was almost defeated, and the system didn't make a sound. Now with Sister Bei as a 9th realm spirit beast master uncle. Only a fool would refuse. Wang Meng laughed heartily, clearly pleased with your cooperation. Once the academy competition ends, I'll announce this news. Let's see who dares to touch my Wang Meng's nephew. The name Wang Meng sounds like a ruthless one. You immediately said, Uncle, I have nothing much to repay you. How about this? You bring your divine beast friend to my shop, and I'll strengthen it. I guarantee a pleasant surprise. Wang Meng's eyes lit up instantly. Well, all right, with Uncle Wang's divine beast being an 8th rank one, he naturally knew about pet beast shop, but hadn't taken it seriously before. The ones you strengthened were all low-tier demon beasts, completely different from his 8th rank divine beast. Of course it works. You nodded confidently. Wang Ming's heart pounded hard. He was one step away from the divine level. If the divine beast could awaken that spiritual energy, the feedback would be enough to push him into the divine Realm, once he became a god, that would be a whole other world. All right, it's settled. Once the competition ends, Wang Ming's voice trembled with excitement. If he could really break through, uncle, I should also go into seclusion to charge toward the divine level. Ha, today is truly a double blessing. Come, nephew, Uncle Wang will escort you back. Wang Ming now looked at you like a stock that had just doubled in value after purchase. The surprise came too fast. With Uncle Wang personally escorting me, I'll be safe. Don't worry, I'll handle the Kang family matter if they dare not show respect. I'll pay them a personal visit. Wang Ming's domineering aura, you felt it. This is what it's like to have backing. But when you followed Wang Ming back to the pet beast shop, that good mood instantly vanished. At the shop entrance, Duan Yang was pacing like an ant on a hot pan. Six's eyes were red. The moment she saw you, it was like grabbing a lifeline. Zhang Yang, you're back. Something happened. Xixi rushed over directly, completely not noticing the courtyard beside you. What happened? Your heart trembled. Let me speak. Duan Yang cut in, his voice shaking. Donglin was taken by Kang Yaoi's people. It turned out they were on the street, discussing how to help you get the wolf beast corpse when Kang Yaoi's guards appeared out of nowhere and snatched them away. The other side made it very clear, they said. They named you specifically to go alone to rescue them. Duan Yang clenched tightly. His fists clenched so hard his nails dug into his palms. If you don't go, or if you bring back up, they'll do something very bad to Donglin. The words very bad, everyone present understood what that meant. Duan Ying's face turned purple with rage, hating himself for being too weak to even protect his girlfriend. You frowned deeply. You had to save Donglin. She was your friend and Xix's best friend, but how? Kang Yaoi had clearly set a trap. If you really charged in alone like a fool, not only would you fail to save her, you'd be caught too. Lawless bastard, I'm going with you, Si Ruxin said, her face full of fury. Her righteous indignation was about to explode. You shook your head inwardly. He was a great fighter, but someone as extreme as Kang Yaoi would do anything. When cornered, what if he didn't care about consequences and hurt the hostage first? Then everything would be lost. Ding triggered a quest, rescue Donglin. Quest requirement, save the kidnapped Donglin. Quest reward, location. The system was also getting in on the action, but just giving a quest without a plan was useless. Just as you were at a loss, the man beside you, Wang Meng, let out a cold snort. Help, he patted your shoulder and a steady strength flowed through you. Uncle Wang will go with you. It's time to let that Kang kid know that my Wang Meng's nephew isn't someone anyone can trample on. You just acknowledged him as family. And already someone was looking for trouble. Not taking down the Kang family would be a waste of the opportunity they handed you. Uncle Wang, can this really work? You were still worried about Donglin's safety. If your Uncle Wang can't handle it, then no one in this Qianlin city can. Wang Meng had barely finished speaking when Xiji walked out of the shop. When he saw Wang Meng, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, but it quickly turned into warmth. Dean Wang, we meet again. I've been troubling you to look after my nephew. Wang Meng had fully slipped into the role of an elder. Dean Wang, you flatter me. This place is his home. Xiji cut off the pleasantries. Let's skip the small talk. Saving the girl comes first, right? Snapping back to focus, you immediately asked Duan Yang where they were supposed to go. The city park. All right, let's go. Before the words even faded, Wang Ming's spiritual energy surged, and he swept you up into the sky. That speed was like a bullet leaving a chamber, far faster than your lightning flash by more than a tear. The moment you left, Dong Honggung arrived. Not long after Xixi finished her call, he came down from the sky like a bolt of lightning, his aura sharp and unrestrained, his overwhelming murderous intent on full display. Furious Xixi, tell me the details. Where is Donglin? At the city park, but Zhang Yang has already gone. Dean Wang of the Divine Demon Academy went along too. Dong Honggung was stunned. He could understand Zhang Yang going to save someone, but why would Wang Meng tag along? What was that about? For an ordinary student, the dean personally going, that was too much. But he had no time to think. Even with Dean Wang there, he wasn't reassured. He had to go. He couldn't leave his sisters' life in someone else's hands. I'm going too. Duan Yang gathered his courage and stepped forward. Dong Honggung glanced at him and nodded. Good lad, you've got guts. Come along with that. He grabbed Duan Yang and turned into a streak of light chasing after them. At the shop entrance, Xixi looked pitifully at Xiji. Sis, can we go too? Please, please. Xiji waved her hand. Let Ruxin take you. There, he knew that with Wang Meng there, it was settled. He couldn't be bothered to join the commotion, so Si Ruxing led Sixy, with a sky whale hopping onto his shoulder, and they too headed toward the city park. Kang Yaoi had wanted to fish for one fish, but ended up attracting a school of sharks at the city park, desolate. As an empty lot, go on ahead, Wang Ming's voice sounded in your ear. He had concealed himself. Go boldly. Uncle Wang will cover you from behind. I want to see what tricks that Kang kid is trying to pull. You understood. This was letting you go up first to put on a show, and he'd come out to finish. The rhythm felt great. You took a deep breath and strode out. Donglin was tied to a bench, clothes still intact, looking like he hadn't suffered much. You breathed a slight sigh of relief. Kang Yaoi, I'm here. Your voice wasn't loud, but it hit like thunder, making everyone's eyes snap to you instantly. You little wolf cub, you've got guts. Kang Yaoi stepped out of the shadows, a mocking look on his face. Your wounds healed that fast, and you're already bouncing around. He wanted to start with idle taunts, completely forgetting how you'd turned his attack against him yesterday. Can't you see? See for yourself, you shot back. With a backer, you're afraid of nothing, huh? What about that hand of yours? That was a clean cut. Hope it doesn't leave a scar. Someone like you, so obsessed with appearances, cares most about your own image, right? Kang Yaoi was stunned by these words. He'd heard people call him a villain, an irresponsible man, but this kind of talk, this was the first time. How? If that won't work, keep pressing the attack. I only have top-grade wound medicine that leaves no scars. That kind costs 10 billion a bottle, sold? No. Kang Yaoi laughed in anger, his mouth sharp. Quite impressive. Let you have your fun, since you're about to die anyway. Now kneel to me, or I'll lay hands on this girl. He felt he had to seize control of the pace. Kneel. Just you, he sneered. Even if your father came, he wouldn't dare make me kneel. Your Kang family can't bear that consequence, understand? Damn you, you're asking for death. Kang Yaoi was thoroughly enraged. Cursing him was one thing, but dragging in his father too. He suddenly turned and walked toward Donglin. Donglin struggled desperately, her gaze passing over Kang Yaoi to look at you. She was signaling you to run, this foolish girl. Kang Yaoi walked up to Dong. Lin turned back to look at you, and found you still calm, even with a hint of amused detachment. He panicked. The script wasn't supposed to go like this. Shouldn't you be begging on your knees? Don't you care whether this woman lives or dies? Forget it. Kang Yaoi, humiliated and enraged, moved to finish it. He couldn't let this guy enjoy a good show before dying. He abandoned his plan to humiliate you and directly issued the attack command. It was that vine serpent again, its massive figure appearing with yesterday's oppressive weight. Your heart wavered a bit. Was Uncle Wang really reliable? What if he didn't make it in time? But panic aside, you couldn't lose face. Little snake, think carefully before you act. You spoke up, putting on airs first, but the vine serpent beast cared nothing for that. Its master's command was everything. Its enormous tail, with a howl that tore the air, lashed viciously toward you. Donglin cried out, tears flooding down. Kang Yaoi's face twisted into a gleeful sneer. Get back in formation and die. Yet just as the tail was about to strike your body, it stopped, hovering motionless in midair. You'd already been ready to unleash a lightning clone to flee. But luckily you'd moved half a beat slow, perfectly preserving the composure of a master. Little snake, you're not much either. You couldn't resist a taunt. The vine serpent beast was about to explode with rage. It strained with all its might, but its body felt like it was filled with lead, unable to move. What was going on? It couldn't fathom it, but it still had a backup move. The secret art, mountain-crushing pressure. Yellow light gathered above your head as a massive mountain phantom appeared once more, carrying a suffocating pressure, but before it could fully descend, that great mountain burst with a poof into a shower of light specks, dissipating completely. The vine serpent beast was utterly dumbfounded. Had it activated some invincibility cheat? The next second it knew the answer. A colossal horn formed of spiritual power materialized out of thin air, carrying unstoppable force as it slammed brutally into his body. Boom. The vine serpent beast was sent flying like a cloth sack. And while still midair, it was engulfed by an even greater surge of spiritual power, suspended there, frozen, daring to bully my nephew Wang Meng's kin. Your audacity is truly something else. Wang Meng's figure slowly emerged, spiritual power coalescing behind him into a giant over 5 meters tall, wings spread. The pressure made the air in the entire park freeze solid. 9th rank spirit beast master Kang Yaoi's voice trembled, the arrogance on his face instantly turning into fear. The beast guardian immediately stepped in front of him, but his legs were already shaking like sieves. If I don't make you pay a price, Today, people might actually think I, Wang Meng's banner am a pushover. Wang Meng stood with his hands behind his back, his voice icy cold. He hadn't even summoned his own divine beast. The moment he spoke, the massive spiritual hand enveloping the vine serpent beast suddenly clenched. The beast let out a pained screech, the faint sound of bones snapping, echoing S senior. The fat guard trembled in terror. That was his spirit beast. You got a problem. Wang Meng shot him a glance, and the fat guard immediately shut his mouth, not daring to utter another word. Taking the chance, he ran to Donglin's side, clawing through the ropes and dragging him to safety. The vine serpent beast cries grew weaker and weaker. Minutes later, this fifth-ranked divine beast was completely silenced, dropped like a pile of mud onto the ground. What a shame, he muttered. If I'd beaten it myself. How much evolution value would that have been? You, from the Kang family. Wang Meng's gaze turned to Kang Yaoi. Why yes, if you ever dare touch my nephew again, death will be your fate. I, Wang Meng's words carry weight, even if you're Kang families God-tier experts come to beg for mercy, it won't matter. Understood. He listened, blood boiling. You understood. Kang Yaoi didn't dare say no. Let's go. Wang Meng finished and turned to leave with him. But just then, another violent aura descended from the sky. Dong Honggung arrived with Duanyanda. He first gave Wang Meng a slight nod of acknowledgement, then his gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Kang Yaoi. Kang Yaoi, did you take my Dong Hongung's words as deaf ears? Kang Yaoi saw Dong Honggung and his legs nearly gave out. He started getting nervous again, but his words remained stubborn. I didn't do anything to him. I just invited him over for a chat. Is that not allowed? Not allowed. Dong Hongung's reply was simple and direct. With a flash of his figure, he appeared before Kang Yaoi. The skinny guard blocking the way was kicked flying by him. What are you doing? Kang Yaoi panicked. Teaching you a lesson. Smack, a crisp, resounding slap. Kang Yaoi was spun half a circle on the spot by the blow. Two teeth flying out mixed with blood and foam. He had just steadied himself before he could even react. Smack, another backhand slap, a symmetrical strike. Return your deep blue bloodthirst. After finishing, Dong Honggung put his hands behind his back, his eyes cold. Want revenge? Come find me anytime. I'll be waiting at the deep blue chamber soon. With that, he turned around gracefully, not even bothering to look back. He couldn't be bothered to glance at Kang Yaoi again. Kang Yaoi's guards scrambled to help him up, not daring to utter a single harsh word, fleeing in disgrace. You stood to the side, feeling a bit hurt. Why? Is it that everyone here loves showing off like this? Are you all trying to steal my protagonist's spotlight? No, I must get stronger fast. Next time, this kind of triumphant gesture has to be done by your own hands. It's already over. Xianxia arrived late, just missing everything. Missed a great show. Donglin, are you all right? Xianxia rushed over and hugged Donglin. I'm fine. Luckily, Zhang Yang arrived in time, Donglin said gratefully. Looking at you, you've finally regained a bit of presence. Mission complete. Rescue Dongling. Mission reward, evolution value increased by 3 million. Evolution value storage cap increased by 3 million. The system's notification sound was the most beautiful sound you'd ever heard. With the matter resolved, Dong Honggung generously treated everyone to meal. At the dinner table, you ignored the others and directly pulled Duan Yang aside. The matter of the wolf beast corpse must be put on the agenda. This is your fastest path to power, Duan Yang patted chest, agreeing readily. You saved his girlfriend, so you're his great benefactor. Never mind getting some corpses, even if you asked him to risk his life, he wouldn't bat an eye. The next day, Duan Yang's efficiency showed itself, a full 10 fresh wolf beast corpses were delivered to your shop. He also promised that from now on, all the wolf beast corpses his adventuring group obtained would go to you first with a 20% discount. You nodded in satisfaction. You weren't short on money, but saving where you could was wise. Now everything was in place. Next came the frantic, devouring and frenzied evolution. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Before we knew it, the day of the light blue grand competition had arrived. You have certainly kept busy these past 2 weeks. Devouring wolf beast corpses every day, your strength has shot up like a rocket, nearly 10,000 points of attribute potential cap, and with evolution points in ample supply. You breezed right through it. You calculated that in a few more days, the evolution cap would hit 100 million. By then, once the level 6 shop opened, enhancement levels could rise. Along with it, you really treasured that enhancement ability. If not for it, when that snakehand sneak attack came last time, I'd probably have lost. Today is the day you all compete for their academies. Glory, Big spender Wang Meng gave his usual pep talk, spit flying, saying good results would bring not just rewards, but also a chance at the other plane. But whether you go and what good spots you can secure, all depends on your own abilities. Dean, we've got confidence. The top 10 of the Divine Demon Academy were all pumped up like they'd been injected with chicken blood. No wonder their spirit beasts had all been through your devilish training and surged in power. If they didn't take first place, they feel ashamed themselves. Only you stood aside, looking bored. First place, that's it, no big deal. With your current attributes, even hard countering a third-tier divine beast is child's play. A single academy competition, what could possibly turn it upside down? Wang Meng saw your attitude and didn't say much, just humbly told the crowd, confidence is good. Individual results matter greatly to you all. All right. Let's head out to Light Blue Academy. He waved his hand grandly, and the team set off in full force. The Light Blue City competition had always been held at Light Blue Academy. After all, they were the old established school with deep pockets, their battle arena other academies couldn't even come close. Zhang Yang, perk up will you? Don't look like you just woke up. Xixi whispered beside you. You glanced at him and shot back. They're all a bunch of weaklings. How am I supposed to get excited? If anyone else said that, it'd be bragging, but one look at your attribute panel and it was pure honesty, though the system note still had that condescending tone. Keep struggling to survive. Kid, but you figured you were already pretty impressive now. Honestly, you were almost losing interest in wolf beast corpses. The cost performance was too low. Once you raised your devour skill to level 6, you plan to start hoarding demonic energy in bulk to break through to the divine beast realm. The only problem was money not keeping up, you mused inwardly, wondering if this competition's first place prize included cash. If only they'd offer something practical. You might perk up a bit. I need to find a chance to get into the divine beast business. I was secretly calculating the plan for the Western District. The pet beast shop is still small time, not making much. But if I could cultivate divine beasts, those clients would all be loaded. They'd definitely pay well, however. This still has to wait until Wang Meng's strength reaches the divine level. Otherwise, without a big shot backing us, no one would dare make any moves. What are you thinking about? So lost in thought. Speak of the devil, Wang Meng had somehow come up beside you. He was more and more satisfied with you, his young nephew. Your cultivation speed was so fast. He couldn't even understand it. Nothing much, just thinking about making money. You can talk to him now. No need to hide anything. If you're short on cash, just tell Uncle Wang. No way you refused outright. A man should spend money he earns himself. That brings peace of mind. Wang Meng burst out laughing at that. Well said. All right, I'll go stir up those old fellows and get them to fork over more money. As rewards, thanks Uncle Wang. The moment you heard money, your eyes lit up instantly. Meanwhile, at Qianlei Academy, Wang Meng's idea of using money to motivate people. What do you mean, you're adding more prize money? The old dean of Qianlei Academy, a white-haired but spirited divine-level beast tamer, pointed at Wang Meng jokingly. If you want to squeeze money out of us old bones, Wang Meng, just say it directly. You said it yourself, we're old fellows. What are we keeping money for? Better to reward the younger generation. Wang Meng grinned. Besides, I never said I'd give it all to first place. What are you in such a hurry? The old dean flashed a sly smile. No problem, even if it all goes to first place, that's fine too. Oh, Wang Meng saw his expression and knew something was up. You old fox, what trick did you pull? You guess right, the old dean stroked his beard. You Divine Demon Academy want to take my Qianlei's first place title? That depends on whether I'll allow it. I'm really curious what you're up to. The old dean's smile turned playful. Shenlin Academy has sent quite a few people. Even their strongest one came. Wang Meng was stunned, then understood. Shouldn't they have been invited by you? What's going on? You know me pretty well. Those fellows came uninvited, saying they wanted to test your young nephew. The old dean reminded him. It was all that Kang family kid who helped spread the word. Wang Meng frowned, instantly realizing it was Kang Yaoi, that loser. He's really a troublemaker. So it was him, no matter. Wang Meng was straightforward. My nephew will have to go to Shenlin City eventually. Might as well meet those folks there early. Hey, are you still adding bonus money now? Of course, even if my nephew doesn't get first place. Getting into the top 3 is a piece of cake. That said, Wang Meng still felt a bit uneasy inside. Deep Blue City is a first-tier city, and the talents it produces. Tiante is no small matter, especially that number 1 Word has it he's already a 7th rank beast tamer and has contracted. A divine beast with unfathomable potential. After some friendly negotiation, several deans pooled together and directly added 10 billion in prize money. A moment later, Wang Meng found you and relayed the news he'd just heard in full detail. The number 1 from Deep Blue Academy has also come. His name is Fang Yushin, a 7th rank beast tamer with a divine beast. Wang Meng's expression turned serious. Your Uncle Wang doesn't ask you to take first place, just do your best. Don't push yourself too hard. He was worried that your competitive nature might make you act rashly in the heat of the moment and do something you'd regret. Hearing this, instead of getting nervous, your eyes lit up, adding difficulty at the last minute. Perfect. You wouldn't even enjoy it if there were no challenge. What's with the excitement, kid? Wang Meng genuinely couldn't understand you. Anyone else would be cursing about the rigged game, having the first place snatched away like that. Who could take it well? Of course I'm excited, you grinned. What's the fun without a challenge? Uncle Wang, do you think that guy really has a divine beast? He definitely does. And since you're not a beast tamer, you'll be at a bigger disadvantage against him. If you run into him, it's fine to concede. We can just take second place. No shame in that. Wang Meng kept earnestly advising you. But to you, for you, the word second doesn't exist in your dictionary. With you, Yang Yi, in any event, how could you settle for second? Fine, I'll see how it goes. You brushed him off, not wanting your elder to worry. Good, as long as you know what you're doing. Wang Meng patted your shoulder and turned to attend to other matters. The moment he left, Xianxia sidled up with a gossipy look. Quick, tell me, what did the dean say? You said casually. Nothing much, just that Deep Blue Academy sent a few people to help Qianlin Academy compete. The moment those words left your mouth, the students from Shenma Academy who'd been eavesdropping erupted. How can this be? Qianlin Academy is cheating. First place was supposed to be ours. Quiet, Duan Yang stepped forward and said in a low voice, there's no such thing as absolute fairness in this world, just work hard and face the challenge. You nodded in agreement and spoke up to calm everyone down. Duan Yang's right, nothing to fear, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Just then, the opening ceremony began. Under the spotlight, a popular female singer, Wang Jiixin, walked onto the stage, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a black pencil skirt that hugged her hips. Her sweet voice drew cheers from the audience below. You felt nothing about it. Wasn't she just a celebrity? What's the big deal? Wang Jiixin came from Qianlin, she said into the microphone with a beaming smile. Today, I hope to have lunch with the warrior who takes first place in the individual competition. I hope you won't mind. Humph. The moment those words were spoken, the entire male audience erupted in excitement. Even Xixia's eyes lit up as she grabbed your arm and shook it. Zhang Yang, it's Wang Jiixin. I want to have lunch with her. You rolled your eyes at her in annoyance. Then the host announced the competition rules and the additional 10 billion prize money, igniting the atmosphere completely. All right. No more nonsense. Battle space rise, the ground beneath your feet instantly transformed, and 30 massive arenas rose from the earth. All contestants came forward to draw lots. Xianxia drew yours and ran back excitedly. Wow, Zhang Yang, look, it's number 11, 2 ones. Does that mean we can get first place? 2 ones clearly means Singlan slang, you know, you teased. No way. I want first place, okay? Xianxia started acting cute. Fine. First place it is, you reluctantly agreed. If it were a male celebrity, you wouldn't have let her have this chance. I knew you were the best. Xianxia happily rubbed the spear on your neck, which woke up the phantom gold sleeping on your back. What? Phantom gold said with a grumpy, just woke up tone. Zhang Ying's about to fight. Come over here to me. Xianxia coaxed and tricked him onto her own shoulder. Soon, you followed Xianxia up to arena number 11. Your opponent, a big guy who looked honest and simple, turned pale the moment he saw you. First match and I run into the top seed from the Divine Demon Academy. This luck is unreal. If I forfeit, that's too shameful. How can I show my face in this circle again? But if I don't, he looked at your icy purple wolf-like eyes, then thought about how you had defeated several spirit beasts in the preliminaries. His mind was in turmoil, cold sweat dripping. You looked at him and asked simply, do you want to fight? That one sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. I forfeit, the big guy shouted with a heart-wrenching cry, as if using every ounce of strength he had. After stepping off the stage, he was still grieving. His instructor came over, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. It's okay, this isn't a life-or-death battle. A tactical retreat to preserve strength. In the challenge match. Getting a good result, the big brother heard this and thought, hey, that's a good point. He instantly regained his confidence. You followed Xianxia, feeling bored as you walked off the stage, but your gaze was drawn to another arena. Oh. Look, that's the strongest guy in the academy. Xianxia covered her little mouth, looking astonished. On the arena, a handsome youth with bangs stood with his hands in his pockets, looking arrogant. He didn't even summon his spirit beast. Just showing off, you said disdainfully. Pursing your lips, you little jealous one, your vinegar jar tipped over again. Xianxia leaned against you, giggling and teasing. What's there to be jealous about? It's early yet, you said stubbornly, though your words were dismissive. Your eyes were fixed on that youth named Fang Yushin. His opponent felt deeply humiliated, his face turning red. You won't even summon your spirit beast. Are you insulting me? Fang Yushin flicked his shoulder length. Bangs and smiled contemptuously. No, this is just a cruel reality. To deal with you, I don't need my spirit beast. His opponent was furious, fuming with rage. Since you're so arrogant then, don't blame me for being ruthless. He summoned a top-tier wind-type leopard, which turned into a blur and lunged at Fang Yushin like lightning, but the next moment, everyone was stunned. Fang Yushin's body erupted with tsunami-like spiritual power. The storm leopard's claws stopped just a few centimeters from him, as if hitting an invisible wall, its entire body frozen in midair. Such dense spiritual power, you noted, your eyes sharpening. This move was exactly like what Wang Meng had shown before. This guy really has some skill, you little leopard. You're not even fit to carry my shoes. Fang Yushin curled a cold, sharp smile. The restrained storm leopard under his fierce control was violently swung through the air, letting out pained impairs. I surrender, stop, I surrender. The storm leopard's master, seeing his beloved pet about to be hurt, finally broke down and shouted desperately. Only then did Fang Yushin, satisfied, release his hold. The storm leopard crashed to the ground with a thud, already weak and feeble. Everyone, Fang Yushin swept his gaze across the crowd, enjoying their odd looks, and spoke, please remember my name, Fang Yushin. After saying this, his gaze crossed the crowd and locked precisely onto you. I came here this time for only one purpose. He raised his hand, pointing straight at him. That was where he swept the entire field. All eyes instantly focused on you. You met everyone's gaze with a blank expression, but inwardly found it somewhat amusing. This guy really knows how to put on a show. I heard you're quite arrogant that you hold my deep blue in contempt. Fang Yushin's voice was icy cold. Today, I'm here to teach you a lesson. To let you know just how formidable the deep people truly are. A tone of condescension, kind of patronizing air. But whether you can even reach my presence depends on your own ability. If you can't even reach me, then you're nothing but a joke. The scene fell into dead silence, everyone watching you, wondering how you would respond to this blatant provocation. You slowly raised your claws, sharp nails extending, glinting under the light with cold gleam. Then under everyone's gaze, you faced Fang Yushin, slowly and clearly made an extremely provocative gesture. The crowd erupted. My god, that brother Lang really has character, so bold. I like it. Fang Yushin's face instantly darkened. Even his bangs couldn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. This guy really is as reckless as Kang Yaoi said, utterly audacious. Facing him, he couldn't even be bothered to speak, responding directly in this manner. Very well, Fang Yushin squeezed out the words through grit teeth. It seems you truly don't know your place. Rest assured, I, Fang Yu Shan, will show you what you're up against. He finally spoke, his voice low yet clearly reaching the entire arena. I hope when you're slapped in the face later, you can still stand up so arrogantly and speak. The match continued, but for him, the verbal sparring with Fang Yushin was nothing. Back on the other side of the arena, Linglong secretly sneered, trash like Kang Yaoi could never win. You're purely because he's too weak, but Fang Yushin is different, he's strong. For real, as long as Fang Yushin defeats you on the arena, even if you have the Jade Emperor backing you, it's useless. Among the younger generation, open contempt. If elders interfere, it'll only make people laugh their heads off. Besides, she's set her sights on Fang Yushin. This man is stronger than Kang Yaoi by more than just one level. I want this person no matter what. Linglong calculated in her mind and swiftly ended her own match. Meanwhile, in the Divine Demon Academy's rest area, the atmosphere was a bit heavy. Why are you all hanging your heads like that? Duan Yang patted the shoulder of a teammate who had just been eliminated by Linglong. Losing to someone from the Lin family is nothing to be ashamed of. You lasted that long against him. That's already impressive. You'll get your pride back in the challenge match. A few words from him actually worked. That dejected guy instantly regained his confidence. That's right, we're from the Divine Demon Academy. We hold 8 spots in the top 30, what's there to fear? Duan Yang really knows how to rally people, coming from an adventuring background. He's got away with words, but Fang Yushin is just too strong. Some people still lacked confidence. We need to have faith in Cixi, and even more faith in Zhang Yang. Duan Yang waved his hand grandly. Just cheer, that's all. That matters, right? Cheer. A bunch of grown men, as if injected with adrenaline, perked up. Again, watching from the side. You thought this guy would be a huge loss if he didn't go into team motivation. You also enjoyed the peace and quiet. Zhang Yang, can you really do it? Cixi, on the other hand, leaned close and whispered, her face full of worry. Fang Yushin's name is truly intimidating. You looked at her and said firmly, I can do it. That's exactly the spirit I like. The corner of Xixi's mouth immediately curled up. But then she quickly put on a stern face and commanded with a tsundere air, but you have to promise me you absolutely won't get hurt, or else I won't forgive you. This girl is tough with her words but full of concern inside. I promise you, you nodded at her, warmth filling your heart. Then the top 30 to top 15 matches began. Fortunately, no one from your academy drew you. Your opponent was also quite straightforward. The moment he stepped on stage, without any hesitation, he cupped his fists and said, please give me your guidance. You returned the gesture, and the match began. His style was aggressive, but you could tell he was holding back, testing your strength. You didn't waste time and directly used your signature move, forcing him to retreat. He was surprised but quickly adapted, countering with a swift kick. You dodged and countered, landing a solid hit on his shoulder. He stumbled back, a look of admiration in his eyes. Impressive. You nodded and pressed on, ending the match with a decisive strike. The referee announced your victory, and the crowd erupted in cheers. You glanced at Cixi, who was clapping enthusiastically, her earlier worry gone. Duan Yang gave you a thumbs up from the sidelines, grinning widely. You stepped off the stage, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The next match was about to begin, and you knew tougher opponents awaited. But with your skills and the support of your teammates, you felt ready for anything. The moment he was about to introduce himself, you cut him off with a single sentence. Get lost, I don't care who you are. He froze for a moment, then flashed what he thought was a handsome smile, stepping past you to look at the one behind you. Cixi, I wasn't talking to you, you spirit beast. I was introducing myself to this beautiful young lady. Oh boy, the fire in your heart shot up instantly. Flirting with your Yang's girl right in front of your Yang. This kid really doesn't know his place. Can we start now? You couldn't be bothered to waste more words on him, so you turned and asked. The referee nodded, and the next second you moved. Lightning clone and lightning flash erupted simultaneously, giving the opponent no chance to catch his breath. That contestant was clearly prepared too, instantly summoning his strongest lineup, 2 top-tier demon beasts and 1 high-tier beast clone. That won't work on me, the contestant roared, one of the top-tier. Raging Bull actually bypassed you and charged straight toward the edge of the arena. At Cixi, summon the Frost Rehearse, you called out without looking back. To Cixi, yes, Cixi obeyed immediately. The Frost Rehearse now was a far cry from what it used to be. After you dumped all kinds of talents and resources into it, it was now among the top-tier demon beasts. A mere bull trying to break through its defense. Dream on, you had absolute confidence in your own work. Go, defeat his 3 spirit beasts. Soon after, you turned back and said gently to Cixi, but the voice was just loud enough to carry across the entire arena, and it also landed in the ears of the opponent. The deep blue academy people's faces turned green. Arrogant, too arrogant. The next moment, his 3 spirit beasts seemed to be injected with stimulant, their eyes turning blood red instantly, a special berserk state. Cixi. Wake up, you called out. Behind you, Xixi's combat power surged by at least 20%. And it felt no pain. Berserk, you let out a mocking laugh. Useless pain, I never planned to make it hurt. I planned to make it lose. Your lightning clone had already entangled the other 2 beasts, while your main body met the charging bull head-on. You didn't even bother using your front claws. The moment you made contact with the bull, your body shifted aside, and a lightning-wreathed iron tail crack, like a giant steel whip, slammed hard into the bull's face. Boom, the bull's massive body was sent spinning. Half a turn by your tail, its head ringing, eyes full of stars. This Strike wasn't even your full strength, like casually flicking. A slap, yet even so in the stands, Fang Yushin frowned. Furrowed his brow. Is this all the power he has? He had just finished his battle, and his opponent had directly conceded. Making him feel bored, now seeing your attack, he felt even more disdain. On the arena, that brute ox recovered from the dizziness and the rage from being humiliated drove him completely mad. He charged at you again like a madman. Lei Duan summoned a lightning shield out of thin air. Blocking his path, the brute ox ignored it and charged straight through. His body scorched in patches, but he didn't care. Yet the moment he passed through the lightning shield, you moved, your palm aimed at the artery on the back of his neck, his vital point. The red-eyed brute ox knew nothing of defense. His mind was filled with only one thought. The result was naturally tragic. With a squelch, empowered by your sharp talent, your iron-hard wolf claws easily tore through his thick skin, precisely severing that fatal blood vessel. Blood gushed out instantly. The charging brute ox didn't even feel the pain, but he could feel his strength rapidly fading. He stumbled forward in confusion for over 20 meters, then with a loud crash, he fell heavily to the ground, losing his combat ability. Here it comes, the beast slayer. The audience, who had long witnessed your skills, erupted instantly. The contestants from Deep Blue Academy were completely stunned. The brute ox, with the strongest defense and greatest strength, had been defeated just like that. Quick concede, Fang Yushin on the spectator stands changed color and immediately shouted a warning. Too late. Your voice was cold as a blade. Before the words faded, your body had already swapped with your lightning clone in an instant, appearing ghost-like beside another top-tier beast. I concede, that contestant's voice rang out instantly, but it was truly too late. Your fangs had already sunk deep into that beast's neck, and with a fierce shake of your head, you severely wounded this spirit beast. You cleanly dealt with your opponent. Standing on the arena with eyes as sharp as lone wolf from the wild, evolution complete, the top-tier beast secured, you shook your head, took small steps, and leisurely walked away, leaving the entire arena with a tall, handsome silhouette. After a moment of silence, the venue erupted in thunderous cheers, wave after wave, as if this place were not Shallow Blue Academy, but your home turf. Damn it, Fang Yushin's face was so dark it could drip water. Your subordinates don't seem to be up to par. You walked to the sideline, your voice soft yet clear as it reached his ears. I hope you can put up more of a fight. Your subordinates don't seem to be up to par. You walked to the sideline, your voice soft yet clear as it reached his ears. I hope you can put up more of a fight. Fang Yushin stared at you intently. Speechless, he knew that anything he said now would be pointless. Only by utterly defeating you on the field could he deliver the most powerful rebuttal. Xianxia pulled you off the field, and behind you the cheers continued unabated. Linglong watched from the side, on the verge of going mad with jealousy. Why should that wild girl bask in such attention? He took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and swayed his hips as he walked over to Fang Yushin's side. Brother Yushin, his voice was sickly sweet, enough to make one's hair stand on end. Fang Yushin was in a foul mood, but seeing Linglong's figure and bold demeanor, his eyes still lit up a little. My name is Linglong, I'm your biggest fan. Could you sign an autograph for me? Linglong said, adjusting her collar. Fang Yushin felt his throat go dry. He picked up a pen, his gaze lingering on her for a moment, then scribbled messily on her clothes. Truly unscrupulous. Not far away, Cheng Wu watched the scene, his eyes blazing with fury. He muttered viciously, "You're heartless, so don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, he grit his teeth and turned, heading toward your Divine Demon Academy's resting area. See that? Birds of a feather flock together. You curled your lip and said to Xianxia beside you, forget about them. You should rest. Xianxia was about to say something when a commotion broke out in the distance. A group of people surrounded a figure, and the sound of arguing grew louder. You frowned and stood up, your gaze sharp. What's going on? You asked. Xianxia shook her head, equally puzzled. I don't know, but it seems like trouble. You walked over quickly, pushing through the crowd. In the center, a young man was being shoved to the ground, his face bruised and bleeding. Stop it, you shouted, your voice carrying authority. The attackers paused, turning to look at you with sneers. Mind your own business, girl. You stepped forward, your eyes cold. He's from my academy, that makes it my business. The leader of the group laughed harshly. Oh, and what are you going to do about it? You didn't answer. Instead, you moved swiftly, disarming him in one fluid motion. The others hesitated, then backed off, muttering curses. You helped the young man up. brushing the dirt off his shoulders. Are you all right? You asked. He nodded, grateful. Thank you, I owe you one. You smiled faintly. Just stay close to me from now on. As long as this guy dares to make any move against you. My claws will teach him a lesson. Stop right there, say it from over there. 3 or 4 meters away, Zai Zai told him to stop. What do you want? 500 million. Cheng Wu opened his mouth like a lion. I'm not just providing this times. Intel, I'll cover all of the Lin family's movements from now on, even selling you off. Wouldn't fetch 500 million. Did you forget to take your meds? Before leaving the house this morning, you couldn't help but speak up. This guy's gone mad from poverty, right? My. Intel is worth exactly that much. Cheng Wu remained firm. The Lin family hired someone from Shenlin City. A cultivation master, the honorary dean of Shenlin Cultivation Academy, specially brought to take down your family's workshop. A cultivation master, that's it. You almost laughed out loud, compared to the system. In your head, not a single cultivator in the entire world could finish the job. That's it. This is just the down payment. You pay an advance of 100 million. As a deposit, and once the rest of the intel comes in, you pay the remainder. Cheng Wu wore an expression of someone who had you cornered. You and Zai Zai exchanged a glance, looking at him like he was a fool. Don't you believe me? This is inside info from the Lin family. Cheng Wu grew anxious. Lowering his voice, inside info, from someone like you who clings to others. You mercilessly switched into mockery mode. How do you think I know? I'm just asking, are you buying or not? If not, then get lost. Your reply was crisp and clean. What you say doesn't count. Cheng Wu turned to Zai Zai. What she says counts. Zai's answer completely shattered Cheng Wu's dream of getting rich. Ding, triggered quest, uphold the sex prestige. Quest requirement, make the cultivation master who came to provoke. Lose all face. Quest reward location, hey if you're fine move aside. You waved casually, or perhaps thought about making a move against Zai Zai. Cheng Wu's mind went blank. This wasn't the script at all. The bragging he'd done to his lover. The future he'd promised, instantly turned into nothing. No, you can't leave. He panicked, rushing forward to block Zai Zai. I've already told you the info. Matyan, you have to give me something, the chance you've been waiting for. Just as he reached out to grab Zai Zai, you suddenly let out a thunderous roar. How dare you lay a hand on Zai Zai? That shout, full of vigor, instantly drew the attention of everyone around. When they looked over, they saw Cheng Wu, face twisted in fury, lunging at Zai Zai, while Zai Zai recoiled in terror. Looking exactly like a frightened young girl. Too much. You bellowed aloud, giving no one any time to react. That powerful iron tail swept out in a wide arc. Cheng Wu was struck by you, and his whole body flew off like a torn sack, crashing over and flipping a large area. The next moment, you lightly leaped and landed beside him, pressing him down with your claws. You lowered your head and, in a voice only the two of you could hear, spoke coldly by his ear. Hell, you'd better take all the blame yourself. Think about it. If Lin Jia finds out what you did, what do you think will happen to you? Chen Wu trembled all over, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. You released your claws and stood up. Soon the academy's instructors rushed over. What's going on? Zai Zai said nothing. You proudly turned your head away. Chen Wu lay on the ground, enduring the severe pain, and shouted with a sobbing voice, it's my fault. It's all my fault. I pursued Zai Zai and was rejected. I lost my head for a moment. It's not their business. The instructor's face turned green with anger. For their own academy, to have someone openly acting like a hooligan like this. Where would his face be? Someone drag this person away. The instructor turned around, his face full of apology, and said to Zai Zai, I'm truly sorry. We will definitely give you a satisfactory resolution. Zai Zai nodded, took your hand and turned to leave. As she turned her head, she playfully winked at you. The two of you coordinated flawlessly. Meanwhile, the few students called over to drag Chen Wu away each kicked him once on the ground, cursing, don't you see what kind of status you have? How dare you have designs on Zai Zai? You've disgraced the academy. Chen Wu ached all over, sweating profusely, but could only swallow his teeth and bear it. In the end, amidst the tears of humiliation, he was dragged away. You didn't care at all about his fate because just then the broadcast sounded, the wheel battle officially began, and Fang Yushin had already arranged it for you. You would be the first to go up. As for the preliminaries, you didn't even need to use them. The people from the Demon God Academy, the moment they saw you, couldn't even be bothered to move and directly conceded. 3 spots were just given away like that, so the ones you actually had to fight were only 5 matches. And among those 5, the only one that could make you take things a bit seriously was Fang Yushin. However, Lu Cheng still had to go first. The first to come up was someone from the Light Blue Academy. This guy was quite polite. As soon as he got on stage, he greeted Zai Zai first. Yu Zai Zai also politely returned a greeting. Honestly, I really want to fight you, the student said, looking at Zai Zai with pure sincerity in his eyes. Even if I lose, I want to know where I fall short. Oh, judging by his tone, it didn't seem like he was here to fight. Yu glanced at him. He indeed hadn't summoned his spirit beast, but I've changed my mind now. He shifted his tone without hesitation, using his chin to point at the spectator stands. At Fang Yushin, we're all Qianlin people, and I look down on those from Qianlin Academy who do this. I know my chances are slim, but I hope to beat Fang Yushin. His face instantly darkened. I came here to win glory for your Qianlin Academy, and this is how you treat me? The student ignored him entirely and continued loudly. In this lifetime, I may never catch up to him, but I'm not afraid. The honor of being number 1 must belong to us Qianlin people ourselves. This guy truly went all out, knowing the consequences of offending Fang Yushin couldn't be unknown to him, so I concede. He gave Xianxia a deep bow, savior strength to focus on him. When I meet him, I will do my utmost to wear him down for you. Please win this honor for Qianlin. Xianxia was stunned on the spot, but you could feel that students will instantly ignite the hearts of everyone present. From Qianlin, I promise you, Xianxia replied solemnly, her gaze unwavering. I will defend the honor that belongs to us Qianlin people. Then, he added, but I don't need you to wear him down. We Qianlin people must win beautifully. After saying this, he felt a heavy responsibility pressing on his shoulders. At the same time, he gave you an apologetic glance because he knew that the one who would ultimately bear this responsibility was not him but you. All right, do your best. The student jumped off the arena cleanly and conceded voluntarily. Next up was the rotation battle. This was how it worked. If the champion didn't rest, the fight didn't stop. You and Xianxia had barely expended any energy, so of course you continued. Xianxia, go for it. I will. Another brief exchange, and the second student also jumped off the arena. Then, whether it was the other academies or the remaining members of Shenlin Academy, everyone chose to concede. Regardless of how noble their intentions were, it was purely out of fear that their spirit beasts would be killed by you. After all, the cautionary example was sitting right there. However, when Linglong stepped up, the atmosphere completely changed. Xianxia, I also hope you win honor for Qianlin. Linglong stared at you, her eyes full of provocation. With me, I don't think I'll lose to you. This honor I can claim it just the same. Of course she wouldn't concede. She and Xianxia were sworn rivals. With you, the curve of your lips was full of mockery, relying on clothes or on Fang Yushin to win. In the end, you still need him to get ahead. Your tongue had always been sharp and vicious, and with one sentence you exposed her intention to rise by relying on others. Linglong had long wanted to tear you mouth apart. You wolf in sheep's clothing. You Xianxia personally. What's a spirit beast doing talking here? You should watch your tongue. He put on an arrogant air. At least that's better than those who only cling to others. Niadan ignored his outcry and kept raising the stakes. You'd only just met and already tried to cozy up to them. Back then, you were the same with Kang Yaoi. You really do throw yourself at anyone. Don't forget you nearly got killed back then. This woman had a hand in that too. I'll fight you. Linglong instantly lost her composure. You're not even qualified. Even that backer of yours doesn't have the skill. You directly defined his relationship with Fang Yushin. And honestly, the way you said it, it sounded like the truth. Quite a few people around believed it. What kind of person Linglong is, the people at Qianlin Academy know well. Now seeing her sitting right next to Fang Yushin, acting intimately, a topic about Linglong's poor character spread instantly among the gossiping crowd. Linglong was about to explode with rage. Humph, who doesn't like an outstanding person? What's wrong with me liking Brother Yushin? She decided to throw caution to the wind and openly admitted it. This was a perfect chance to confess. Sure enough, after hearing this, Fang Yushin's gloomy face immediately broke into a smile. See, clearly there are people with good taste here. This backer setup works. There are plenty of people showing off. Just afraid you like too many. Keep stirring the pot. Wasn't Kang Yaoi also outstanding back then, when you two were acting intimately? Did you ever think about how your brother Yushin would feel? A blatant provocation, I get it, but this time you miscalculated. Fang Yushin and guys like Kang Yaoi playing with a woman who's been with who knows how many men. That's nothing to them. Linglong didn't want you to keep talking, so she directly summoned her spirit beast. If she let you keep going, who knows what worse things you'd say. It was a top-tier dual element. Flying beast, water and poison type. In appearance, it was a large parrot. This is what you're using against me? You looked at that flashy parrot with utter disdain. Too weak. You'll know its power soon enough. Linglong wasn't bluffing. She had full confidence in this breed. Cultivated by Linjiixin. Once you're poisoned, no matter how strong you are, what does it matter? Poison you and still defeat you. With her command, the large parrot fiercely flapped its wings, and countless venom-laced the spirit maidens shot toward you like a storm of arrows. To be honest, with just this much poison, you didn't even bat an eye, but Xixi might not be able to withstand it, so you casually tossed him 2 bottles of antidote potion, one for him and one for his ice crystal horse. That horse definitely had to be the shield. Can't let it get poisoned. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp arrow-like spirit feathers struck your body, making sounds like pebbles hitting an iron plate. Are you tickling me? Your defense was absurdly strong. The parrot's attacks didn't even have the right to break through your defense. The parrot was stunned too. It desperately wanted to break through. Even just a scratch, its poison could take effect, but reality was just so cruel. Following the wrong master is truly a terrifying thing. You looked at it with sympathy. For a moment, unfortunate you followed the wrong master. The moment you finished speaking, you moved. The parrot could fly, and so could you, and you flew much faster than it. There was no place to reason. It was doomed, but the parrot hadn't given up yet. A huge green water curtain appeared before it. The water carried poison. If you dared to cross it, the toxin would invade from your eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. Do you dare to come? The parrot noticed you were actually preparing to charge straight through the water curtain. To chase it, it couldn't help but speak. This guy isn't afraid of poison. Why wouldn't I dare? This little bit of poison, I don't even care about it. With that, you dove headfirst into the poisonous water curtain, like passing through an ordinary layer of rain. The parrot's water sword still shot out, but when it saw you emerge completely unharmed through the water curtain, it completely lost its composure. How could you possibly be fine? This parrot's entire skill set was in poison, now with poison immunity. It directly didn't know how to play anymore, but what was even more unreasonable was still to come. You watched the incoming several poisonous water swords and grinned. Just in time. I was thirsty too. You opened your mouth and directly swallowed several water swords into your stomach. The parrot was completely bewildered in the wind. It had seen unreasonable people, but never this unreasonable. Are you leaving no way for a bird to live? Linglong was below the stage. Grinding her teeth, she knew she had lost. But she wasn't willing, coming up with the confidence of certain victory, only to end up not even harming a single hair of yours. This blow was too much, not to mention you. These water swords are quite thirst-quenching. You carried arrogance to the extreme. Continue, and the parrot actually cooperated, as if it didn't want the water to be wasted, shooting it right at your face. You simply just had to shake your head. Drank it all. Of course, this didn't last long. With a flash of lightning, you accelerated and caught up to him in an instant. The outcome was obvious from the start. You didn't even use your mouth. One claw strike sent the parrot's body slamming into the ground like a cannonball. Right at Linglong's feet, the dust kicked up instantly, making her cover her face. Then right in front of her, you stepped on the parrot's head. It's not too late to surrender now, you said, showing great mercy. Linglong covered her nose and mouth, glaring at you with eyes sharp as poison. With no intention of admitting defeat, a top-tier spirit beast meant nothing to the Ling family. Since it couldn't defeat you, it was a failed product. Keeping it would just waste food. The parrot sensed its master's thoughts and felt a deep sorrow, being abandoned by its master. That feeling was truly unbearable. I told you earlier. You followed the wrong person, you said calmly, looking at the parrot under your foot. See, this is the kind of person she is. Remember in your next life to follow someone good. You showed no more mercy. With a crack, the parrot's head was crushed under your foot. You obtained 2 top-tier spirit cores, feeling quite pleased, following your principle of screwing everyone over. You turned to Linglong. Do you have any other spirit beasts? Bring them all out. What nonsense. Linglong, furious, swung her hand violently, only to fan all the dust around her into her own nostrils. She coughed violently a few times and, full of resentment, jumped off the stage. She walked up to Fang Yushin, looking disheveled. Stop, she said, tears streaming down her face, mixing with the dust on her cheeks, leaving 2 clear tear tracks. Brother Yushin, help me teach him a lesson. Brother Yushin, help me deal with her, okay? Fang Yushin actually fell for it. He stood up, walked over to Linglong, and used his spiritual power to disperse the dust on her. His tone was gentle. Go wash up. By the time you return, he'll already be defeated. Thank you, Brother Yushin. Linglong blushed shyly. The ultimate battle began early. All the Qianlin people held their breath, hoping you would win back the honor that belonged to the Qianlin people. Fang Yushin stepped onto the stage, and the first thing he said was, originally, I only planned to take you severely injured, but the one thing you absolutely shouldn't have done was kill my companions. Spirit hand, so now do you want to kill me? You shot back. Fang Yushin, hands in his pockets, tilted his head slightly, looking down at you with one eye full of contempt. And I intend to make it so this woman doesn't even get a chance to surrender. What a show-off, you thought. If it weren't for your hands in your pockets, you'd definitely be showing off even more than him. Go ahead and start your performance. You wouldn't lose to him in presence. Fang Yushin smiled. You're the Thunder West demon hand, right? Such a stupid question. Do you think I'd answer that? You shot back without hesitation. Fine then. He spread his arms wide and shouted loudly. Come forth, 9 heavens thunder dragon. A resounding dragon roar echoed across the sky. A divine dragon, entirely purple with 3 claws, coiled out. In that instant, all the academy deans, including that old man from the light blue academy, all shot to their feet. The 9 heavens thunder dragon, a divine beast of the 9th rank, a top-tier divine beast. But when they saw the dragon's condition, they all breathed a slight sigh of relief. An adult 9 heavens thunder dragon has 5 claws, but this one only had 3. Roughly equivalent to a 5th rank divine beast. Even so, Wang Meng's brows furrowed tightly. A divine beast's combat power far exceeds that of the same rank. This is a fundamental gap. You also frowned. You'd seen this creature in the system shop before. It was actually one of your evolution targets. Now do you still think I'm boasting? Fang Yushin was thoroughly enjoying the gasps from the crowd. To be the first creature defeated by my 9 heavens thunder dragon. You should feel fortunate, indeed. This was a bit troublesome. You hadn't expected this guy to have such a card up his sleeve. But what you were agonizing over wasn't whether you could beat him, but whether killing this 9 heavens thunder dragon would make the grudge too deep, right? Just a not yet adult 9 heavens thunder dragon. You didn't take it seriously at all. If it were an adult, you'd definitely steer clear, but a cub putting on airs here. You stared at it intently, your eyes seeing through the several flowing red light points on its body. Those were its weak points. Not talking, trying to surrender. Fang Yushin taunted you while calming the 9 heavens thunder dragon in his mind. Honestly, this dragon was forcibly bonded by him, and the contract was very unstable otherwise. With his shabby, his personality would have been showing off long ago. Right now, the 9 heavens thunder dragon was acting very resistant. His noble bloodline gave him the capital to defy human contracts. If it weren't for his past injuries, how could he have been enslaved by this kind of lowly being? He was waiting for an opportunity. Fang Yu Shan made a silent promise in his heart, begging only that he defeat the 9 heavens thunder dragon. The dragon accepted the deal, but when he saw you, his dragon eyes widened. As a fellow thunder beast, he could sense your uniqueness. Most importantly, he noticed there was no contract between you and Xianxia. He grew excited, his body even trembling slightly. Fang Yushan thought he was excited for battle. He received the 9 heavens thunder dragon's response. I agree. Remember your promise. You know what happens if you deceive me. Fang Yushan was overjoyed, but the 9 heavens thunder dragon wasn't paying him any attention. He wanted to create a chance to speak with you alone. The next second, he made his move. His opening strike was his signature ultimate move, the 9 heavens thunder domain. Sky-filling Hunderbolts instantly turned the entire arena into an ocean of lightning. The blinding light made it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. Below the stage, Wang Meng was frantic, about to charge up. Don't rush. The old man from Qianlin Academy stopped him, looking mysterious. That's my nephew. How can I not be anxious? Wang Meng was about to explode with fury. If you go up now, you'll only make things worse. The old man stroked his beard. He's doing just fine. Meanwhile, within the thunder domain, a dragon head faced off against a hammer. You had expected a brutal battle and were fully prepared for it, but the 9 heavens thunder dragon suddenly spoke in a low voice. Human, I have no intention of fighting you. I just want to ask, are you the one who tamed the thunder spirit? I can sense its aura on you. You were taken aback, then nodded cautiously. The dragon's eyes flickered. With a strange light, then I have a request. If you agree, I will willingly submit to you and become your mount, but you must promise to help me recover my former strength and take me back to the Thunder Pool. In the far north, you were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Fang Yushan, who was watching from outside the domain, saw only the lightning and heard nothing. He was growing more anxious by the second. What's happening in there? Why is it so quiet? He muttered to himself. The old man from Kinlan Academy smiled knowingly. Patience, young man. The dragon is not attacking. That's a good sign. Inside the domain. You considered the dragon's offer. It was risky, but the potential reward was immense. You looked into the dragon's eyes and made your decision. I accept your terms, you said firmly. But know this, if you betray me, I will not hesitate to destroy you. Full of disappointment, fine. Even so, I won't help him. Let you all win then. Wait a moment, now it's your turn to refuse. You're quite good at this one-man show. First, tell me how you resist the contract, you ask, relying on my own power. If I could rise 2 more ranks, I could break free completely. Too bad I'm too weak. You rolled a bunch of eyes again. Big brother, if you're weak, then what am I, Yang Yi? The fighter jet among weaklings. So you're saying, as long as you get stronger, you can break the contract, right? That's easy. I'm relieved now. I'm exactly the one who does this. I am a divine beast, the 9 heavens thunder dragon. Let me warn you kindly, a divine beast's strength isn't something that can be improved just like that. I know you're a divine beast. Let's first talk about those 3 conditions. You're confident, good. Speak, as long as I can do it, I'll agree to all of it. Refreshing, you're acting quite generous. I don't want 3, just 1. If I help you break free from the contract, you'll be my underling for 5 years. After 5 years, you'll be free. Powerful underling like this can't be let go. Fine, I agree. Not just 5 years, even 10 is fine. Being an underling is better than being a slave. The 9 heavens Thunder Dragon agreed without a second thought. Good, now eat these. That's fine, you pulled out a huge pile of top-grade, multicolored talent stones, which cost you quite a bit of evolution points. The 9 heavens Thunder Dragon was stunned on the spot. Are you playing house? Just throwing some broken stones counts as helping. You have no other choice but to trust me, you urged. It'll hurt a bit in a moment, eat them. And then stay away from me, all right? The 9 heavens Thunder Dragon grit its teeth, thinking. Might as well try anything, and swallowed the talent stones in one gulp. System-made items had a remarkable effect. As soon as the stones went down, it felt a churning storm inside its body. It still remembered. Remembering your words, he endured the intense pain and desperately flew toward the other side of the arena where Fang Yushan was. The next moment, the 9 heavens Thunder Jade suddenly dissipated. Everyone watched as the arrogant 9 heavens Thunder Dragon writhed painfully in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, convulsing wildly. What did you do to my 9 heavens Thunder Dragon? Fang Yushan flew in midair, completely stunned. He could only think of one possibility. Did you poison it? You saw his lips curl into a dangerous smile. Don't rush, just wait and watch. You stood calmly in place while Xianxia gazed at you with adoration. She thought to herself, this guy really knows how to swindle and deceive. His skills are truly getting stronger. Even the 9 realms divine beast can be fooled by him. Xianxia, what if he doesn't keep his word? Looking at the one writhing in pain on the ground. The 9 heavens Thunder Dragon, Xianxia whispered her concern. After all, this guy is too powerful. Once he regains his freedom and turns his back on you, you won't have any way to deal with him. This guy is way too strong. Once he regains his freedom and turns his back on you, you won't have any way to deal with him. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare. You know full well that this 9 heavens Thunder Dragon, as long as he hasn't lost his mind, should know exactly what level of existence you are. The things you casually pull out can make his strength skyrocket. A boss like this you couldn't find. Even with a lantern, put yourself in his shoes. If you were him, you'd cling to this powerful ally too and never let go. Besides, even if he really is a fool, there's still me as a backup, an underage dragon. How could it cause trouble under your watch? With these 2 layers of insurance, you have nothing to fear. However, Xianxia pouted, her lips looking displeased. You're too carefree. You've emptied out all the good stuff at once. What will you use to keep him in check later? This girl is quite perceptive. She doesn't understand the art of managing subordinates, but she understands that you and this dragon are just temporary partners. Once the benefits are enough, he'll play along. If there's nothing to gain later, with a strong subordinate and a weak master, He'll turn and run, and you'd have no one to cry to. Don't worry, that won't happen. You still just say those 2 words, too lazy to explain. Further, it's just a talent stone. When I have time, I'll go to other realms and farm more. There's no limit to how many I can get. Besides, there's no other choice right now. If you held back, and the dragon couldn't break free from the contract, wouldn't all this be for nothing? Xixi gave you a hard glare, silently cursing. You as a spendthrift, she had no idea you could casually swap talents. She still thought you inherited it from some old antique. Time flew by amidst the house equipaires. Nagging, on the other side, the 9 heavens thundered dragons. Commotion grew quieter and quieter. This got the spectator in the stands. Fang Yushin anxious, what's going on? Keep making a fuss, don't scare me, you're not about to die. Are you? At the thought, Fang Yushin's gaze at you was practically murderous, as if he wanted to devour you alive. Of course you noticed, you even smiled at him. Mouthing silently, don't rush, there's more for you to hate in a moment. But that's fine, plenty of people want me dead, so what's one more? You're in a good mood. Because you know that dragon's enhancement is about to end. Fang Yushin was so furious that the fringe on his forehead nearly stood on end. Just at this moment, Linglang was curled up in the most secluded corner of the stands, not daring to even raise his head. If he were to charge out now, wouldn't that be slapping Fang Yushin in the face publicly? Just earlier, he had boasted to the heavens, saying that once he returned, everything would be settled, but now it was indeed about to end. But no matter how you looked at it, it was Fang Yushin's crushing defeat. He finally understood why he had lost so miserably, because you, of all people, turned out to be a stubborn brat too. And one who could even poison a 9 heavens thunder dragon. Top-tier giant, suddenly a high-pitched dragon roar echoed across the entire arena, shaking the 9 skies. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn over, and the most nervous one was undoubtedly Fang Yushin. You're fine, thank goodness. Just hearing that dragon roar, full of confidence, it didn't sound like anything was wrong at all. Fang Yushin's heart instantly settled back into his stomach. Of course I'm fine. The 9 heavens thunder dragon's voice was filled with wild excitement. Not only am I fine, my power has surged by a huge margin. He could clearly feel the earth-shattering changes within his body. Honestly, he dared to go head-to-head with an 8th-ranked divine beast right now. His waist strength was still lacking, but his physical constitution had reached the standard. In a real fight, an ordinary 8th-ranked divine beast wouldn't even be enough to match him. Power surged greatly. Fang Yushin's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. He immediately tried to recall the 9 heavens thunder dragon into his beast space. Winning or losing no longer mattered. Protecting his own dragon was the key. Yet the next second, Fang Yushin discovered in horror that he couldn't retract the 9 heavens thunder dragon at all. The contract wasn't responding. The 9 heavens thunder dragon instantly regained his composure and shouted in a stern voice. Think clearly about what you're doing. Even if you break free from me, don't forget where you are. You can't escape. Those words were a blatant threat, implying, leave me and a stronger person will come to capture you immediately. Your fate will be even worse then. Better to obediently stay with me. At least I've treated you with some courtesy. Well, that's not something you need to worry about, you said lazily, directly cutting off Fang Yushin's hopes. He had already found his next master long ago. No joke, in this Qianlin sect, with Wang Meng watching over you. Who would you fear, as long as this dragon follows? As a small fry, he could handle it himself. If a real top-tier 9 realms powerhouse showed up, Wang Meng wasn't someone to be trifled with either. He'd already found a new patron. Fang Yushin was completely finished. This dragon had only just made its debut. From its first appearance to now, it had been barely 10-odd minutes, and already someone had stolen him away. That fast, indeed, the 9 heavens thunder dragon was formidable. Turning back, the dragon's eyes were full of contempt. I've already acknowledged you, boss. From now on, I have nothing to do with Fang Yushin. As the words left his mouth, he used the surging blood energy within him to fiercely strike against the contract imprint in his mind. Boom, that imprint, constructed by Fang Yushin's spiritual power, was instantly shattered into pieces. Fang Yushin clutched his head and let out a miserable scream. The contract was broken, and his spiritual power suffered a heavy blow, nearly knocking him unconscious on the spot. Then, the 9 heavens thunder dragon made a graceful tail flick, flew behind you, and respectfully lowered its head. Big brother, I have regained my freedom. From now on, I am your underling. Forget the 5-year pact, I'll follow you for life. See, I told you he was a clever In just over 10 minutes, he had experienced a dramatic shift from being a prisoner to a surge in power. With such godly means, anyone with half a brain would know what to choose. At these words, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned. What kind of divine plot twist was this? Only you nodded in satisfaction. Good, little dragon, you're quite sensible. Since you'll listen to me, why not come over here? You had the air of a big shot, and naturally, you should be lenient with your underlings. Yes, big brother, the 9 heavens Thunder Dragon flew behind you, and when it looked at Xianxia again, its eyes were cold. Devoid of any trace of fear. Big brother, should I kill him? It knew very well that this guy had just harbored murderous intent, wanting to kill it. Boss, can you still tolerate this? No need, this is the humans' territory. Your words carried even more killing intent, implying that if it weren't for this place, Xianxia would already be a dead man. Xianxia naturally understood. He couldn't utter a single word of surrender, clutching his head that felt like it was about to split. He staggered off the arena and left without looking back. He couldn't bear to stay any longer. But before leaving, he still turned back and, with those eyes full of venom, glared at you fiercely. You didn't take it seriously at all. Many people had glared at you. He wasn't the first. Referee, can you announce the result of the match? As the people from Deep Blue Academy left in dejection, the entire arena became entirely yours, and the Divine Demon Academy's stage when the grand finale ended and the old Dean of Light Blue Academy announced the results. The system's notification arrived as promised. Ding, mission complete. Light Blue Academy. First place. Mission reward, 10 million evolution points, evolution. Storage cap raised to 10 million, demonic power cap raised to 5,000. Impressive. You silently praised it. Just that 5,000 demonic power cap alone saved you fortune. Behind you, the 9 heavens Thunder Dragon glanced at you in surprise. In that instant, he felt your demonic power grow even denser. However, he didn't dwell on it. Bosses are supposed to be mysterious after all. Besides, the system reward Xianxia, as the champion, also received generous resources from the academy. Among them, the most important to you was the 1 billion in cash rewards. All right, little ones, the old dean cleared his throat. In half a month, you will be sent to the light blue secret realm to focus on improving your strength. Cherish this opportunity. The moment he finished speaking, Ruxin walked in from outside the arena. Why aren't you going to celebrate? Celebrate what? You rolled your eyes at her. Do you even have a salary? Opening your mouth to treat us. My brother here hasn't even seen his home yet. Going home with not a cent to his name, and you still dare to offer to treat guests. Meteor was choked speechless by you, her beautiful eyes wide, chest heaving with indignation. She turned and aimed her at the 9 heavens Thunder Dragon. Little dragon, look how stingy your big brother is. How about considering switching sides and following big sister from now on? She blinked her electrifying eyes, trying to steal away the little brother you'd just taken in. You still owe 500 million yourself. Are you trying to drag my brother into helping you pay it back? You didn't hold back in rebutting her. This girl really knows how to pick up the spoils. I barely managed to recruit this divine beast, haven't even warmed him up yet, and you. Haha, I barely managed to recruit this divine beast, haven't even warmed him up yet, and you want to poach him. Ruxin was so angry she couldn't speak. All right. Sister Ruxin, Xianxia quickly stepped in to mediate. Let's hurry and leave. If we don't go soon, we'll be surrounded. What's there to fear? You waved your hand grandly and gave the dragon behind you his first command. Brother, clear the way. The 9 heavens Thunder Dragon let out an excited roar, and his body instantly erupted with blinding thunderlight, forming a lethal lightning halo. Sure enough, a large crowd was just about to rush over to cozy up, but the moment they saw this display, they all cowered and backed off. But there are always those who fear nothing, like the head of the Linjing General Bureau. A plump, middle-aged man with a jovial look walked over with a smile. The 9 heavens Thunder Dragon wasted no time in sending out a warning bolt of lightning, yet the fat bureau chief merely waved a hand, and the lightning vanished into thin air. The divine grade 9 heavens Thunder Dragon was stunned and immediately stepped in front of you. Big brother, this man is a divine grade spirit beast tamer. You. I'll go first, I'll hold him off. Little one, don't be so hot-tempered. Before the words even faded, the fat bureau chief had already appeared like a ghost behind the 9 heavens Thunder Dragon and patted its wings. See Ruxin, seeing the newcomer, respectfully greeted him. The fat bureau chief nodded at him, but his gaze fell on you, then shifted to Xianxia. First place in the Xianxia Academy Grand Competition. Xianxia, right? Well done. After graduation, would you be interested in working at our Linjing General Bureau? He's trying to win over Xixi to get to you through her. Can I? Xixi was both surprised and delighted. Of course you can, our bureaus. Benefits are great, just ask Ruxin. It's great all right, he immediately sang a different tune, so great he can't even pay a single cent. Out, one sentence turned Ruxin's face bright red. You couldn't be bothered with the fat man's nonsense and stated your stance directly. If he was willing, so be it. If not, no one could force him. Xixi felt a warmth in her heart and answered obediently. Bureau chief, I'll give it priority consideration, but I still need to go back and discuss it with my family. The family she mentioned was of course you. No rush, you all go ahead and attack, the fat bureau chief said with a chuckle, waving his hand, completely without airs. Only after running all the way out of the academy did Ruxin let out a sigh of relief and complain to you. Do you know who he is? A divine grade, and you talk to him like that? So what if he's divine grade? One sentence from you nearly made him choke on his breath. Forget it, I won't argue with you, Xixi then remembered. She still had to go find Wanjiexin for a meal. Ruxin also perked up with interest, but you shook your head. You two go ahead, I won't join. I need to take my brother home to get acquainted. You had no interest in the big star whatsoever. You two girls out there don't drink, especially you, the bodyguard. Got it? After giving your instructions, you ignored them and patted the 9 Heavens Thunder Dragons neck. Brother, let's go. We'll head back just like this, all flashy. All right, big brother, the 9 Heavens Thunder Dragons. Lightning grew even brighter, like a moving ball of lightning in the night. Xixi watched. Watching your departing figure, she stomped her feet in frustration. Walking home, you looked at the great dragon beside you, so curious about the human world. The dragon suddenly spoke, asking you, do you have a name? A name? The 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon was startled. I call myself Xianxia, I gave it to myself. You grinned. This life is all about being bold and unrestrained, being wild. What about you? The 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon shook his head. He had grown up without father or mother. Where would he get a name? He thought hard, and a flicker of excitement shone in his draconic eyes. Big brother, didn't you say to be bold and wild? You're called Zhang Yang, so I'll be called Zhang Keng. Ha, you laughed. This little brother's got spirit. Very fitting, from now on you're Zhang Keng. Good, I'm Zhang Keng, Zhang Keng roared excitedly. Big brother, stand on my head, I'll fly you back, but you shook your head, your expression turning serious. I won't get on, and I need to correct what I said before. You looked into his eyes and said, word by word. When I made you my little brother, I meant for you to be my brother, not a subordinate, understand? Brother, Zhang Keng's massive draconic body trembled violently. He had thought that given status and background, taking him in as a servant was already a tremendous stroke of fortune, but you not only gave him a name, you wanted him as your brother. Big brother, see, can I really do it? A future guaranteed. Divine beast of the 9 streets, yet at this moment he had no confidence. I say you can, so you can. You patted his draconic claw. Let's go, brother, we're going home. Zhang Keng nodded heavily. The hunderlit on his body shone brighter than ever before, and so, on the streets of this human city, an unconventional wolfman and a 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon crackling with lightning, 2 figures, one large and one small, swiggered toward home. Wherever they passed, all fell silent, leaving only countless gazes of shock and awe. Meanwhile, Ling Long stumbled back to her family's spirit beast shop in despair, collapsing onto the floor, her mind buzzing. It's over. All over, she had thought. The whole way, her head nearly exploding, unable to figure out what method you had used to snatch a 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon right out of Fang Yushin's hands. This was utterly absurd. What's worse? The kind of people gathered around you now, what were they? Even Kang Jia and Fang Yushin working together had fallen. If their Lin family went up against you, wouldn't they just be a massive question mark slammed into her, leaving her dizzy? Just then, a steady voice rang out. Lung'er, what's there to panic about, if the heavens don't come down? Ling Long's old man, the head of the Lin family. The helm of the Lin family walked out from the inner hall. He didn't bother going to the academy to make a fuss. There were plenty of people to run errands for him. The moment he heard his daughter had lost her soul, he rushed over immediately. Dad, this is huge. Ling Long grabbed onto him like a lifeline. But her father was as steady as Mount Tai. That unshakable calm instantly soothed her frantic heart. Ling Long poured it all out like beans from a bamboo tube, spilling everything she'd seen today, along with her own guesses After hearing it all, her father didn't panic. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. So that wolf cub you mentioned really is no simple character. But what are you worried about? He patted his daughter's shoulder. Let him strut around for a few more days. Once you all come out of the Qianlin secret realm, that brat who made you suffer so much will be ruined beyond repair. Dad, what makes you so sure? Kang Yaoi and Fang Yushin from Shenlin City are both here. Linglong still didn't believe it. A little scuffle between kids means nothing. The corner of Linglong's father's mouth curled into a cold, sharp arc. What I've invited is Shenlin's #1 cultivator, Grandmaster Wu Yang. Whatever tricks your opponent pulled. Under Grandmaster Wu Yang's eye of truth, nothing can stay hidden. Grandmaster Wu Yang, Linglong's eyes flew wide, her breath turning ragged. Anyone in the cultivation circle knew Wu Yang, a name registered across the entire Xia kingdom. A true pillar of the craft. Of course it's real. Her father's smile turned inscrutable. Let that little brat have his few days of glory. As long as Wu Yang agrees to come, his beast-taming shop will be the only winning signboard in Qianlin City, better than any advertisement you could buy. Great, Linglong was instantly reinvigorated. She clenched her fists already, imagining the gleeful contempt with which she'd mock you when you fell from grace. Meanwhile, what were you doing? You were bringing your newly recruited lackey, Zhang Keng, to wake up. In front of Aunt Siji, you were bringing your newly recruited lackey Zhang Keng to wake up in front of Aunt Siji. Siji looked at you, her gaze growing stranger and stranger. She felt she really shouldn't have let you go out. Last time you went out, you dragged back a Wang Meng as an uncle. This time, even more absurd, you directly dragged back a 9th-ranked divine beast as a brother. Though, hearing this majestic 9 heavens thunder dragon call her auntie in that childish voice, why did it feel so satisfying? All right, little Yang. Siji barely suppressed her laughter, maintaining her elder's dignity. Take your brother to the shop and have some fun. Eat whatever you want. Eat your fill, just don't tear the place down. That's all. All right, you're straightforward. Thanks, Siji. Auntie Zhang Keng is still a bit reserved. If it weren't for your sake, he wouldn't want to deal with humans at all. Don't mention it. You're Zhao Ying's brother, so from now on, family. Siji smiled ear to ear. Being the head of a household with 9-jointed divine beast was a sweet deal. He pointed at the growing crowd outside the shop. Hurry on in. If you keep blocking the door, Auntie, I'll be gawked at like a rare animal. Then let's go in. He grabbed Zhang Keng and slipped into a battle space. Once inside, you need to ask clearly what exactly this guy's background is. Don't let a fully grown 9 heavens thunder dragon show up later. You're worried about a young dragon? The fun would really be something then. The moment they left, the bamboo dragon beast's figure silently appeared beside Xiji. Xiji, this little one always brings surprises. His tone carried a hint of relief. That 9 heavens thunder dragon, I'm no match for it. In the past, he'd been wound tight, afraid someone would come cause trouble. Now, good. The shop's got a fierce one. He could finally rest. Even you're no match, Xiji was startled. He doesn't even look grown yet. A 30-year-old muscle man can't beat a 15 or 16-year-old youth. That's too embarrassing. Right, he's been enhanced too. The bamboo dragon beast's gaze was extremely grave, and it's the top-tier kind in every way. Siji muttered, you really spared no expense. And that's exactly why we can rest easy letting Xixi follow him. Right, the bamboo dragon beast saw it clearly. True, Xiji nodded, then remembered something. Oh right. Where did that girl Xixi run off to? And why didn't Siruxin come back with you? No worries. With Siruxin along, nothing will go wrong. The bamboo dragon beast was quite at ease about that. Get ready, over the next few days our doorstep is going to be worn down. The 9 heavens thunder dragon is free advertising. The onlookers and customers coming by will definitely make the shop's revenue soar. Meanwhile, in the battle space, you stared with wide eyes at Zhang Keng. What did you say? No father, no mother, an orphan. You were shocked. An orphan dragon with no parents managed to survive this long, and a top-tier bloodline like the 9 heavens thunder dragon at that. How much hardship must he have endured? Thinking about it like that, you suddenly felt that this little brother of yours might be the real protagonist. Motherboard. Zhang Keng looked at you shocked. His expression and eyes instantly dimmed. What he feared most was this. Could it be that big brother also looked down on him because of this? You immediately sensed the shift in his emotions and smacked him on the forehead. What are you ever thinking? You said with exasperation, I don't mean anything else. By that, listen carefully. From now on, with me as your big brother. This place is your home. You have no parents, but you have me as your brother. Your words were like a beam of light, instantly dispelling the gloom. In Zhang Keng's heart, his eyes reddened with emotion, and then his stomach let out a growl. Big brother, I'm hungry. You nearly choked on your breath. The leap in logic was too fast. Weren't we having a heartfelt moment? How did it suddenly jump to something as practical as eating? Hungry. Huh, fine, what do you want to eat? You asked through grit teeth. Is there any divine beast meat? Huh, are you serious? You really want to eat one? Divine beast? Your big brother here has only just achieved demon and freedom. A little brother already wants to eat divine beast. Do you know how precious that stuff is? Even if you could capture one alive, who would kill a divine beast? Don't even think about it. You gave him a helpless glare. Have some demon brew first too. Tide you over. Demon brew works too. Zhang Keng wasn't picky. Divine fruit. Watching him pop them like beans and down over a dozen top-grade divine beasts in one go. Your heart was bleeding. All of this was on your tab. No good. This little brother eats too much. I need to find a way for him to support himself. You mused to yourself, how about starting a photo business? 1 photo for 100, touching the dragon horn for 500. Late into the night, Zai Zai and Siruxin finally snuck back. Quietly, you were about to blow your top. 2 girls out eating with people until the middle of the night. How improper. But seeing that they hadn't been drinking and were chattering excitedly about some new song or music video, looking all thrilled, you decided to play dumb. Women's hearts. You'd never understand them. The next morning, Wang Meng's booming voice exploded outside the shop. Nephew, come out quick. Uncle Wang's got something amazing to show you. You teleport in front of him with a face full of black lines. Uncle Wang, what's all this about? Uncle Wang's got some face now. Wang Meng was beaming, like he'd downed 2 katias of fine wine. He came up and gave you a bear hug. He'd been surrounded by a bunch of old geezers all night, all of them asking about you. Their looks were like they wanted to devour him whole. Just to get a connection. Uncle Wang, let go first, I can't breathe. What about the 9 heavens thunder dragon? How do you plan to handle it, sell it or not? Wang Meng lowered his voice, looking mysterious, and asked him, he's my brother, not for sale. Your attitude is firm, but from now on, I'll need Uncle Wang to cover for me. Cover for what? Your word carries more weight than mine now. Wang Meng patted his head, spit it out. Those old tamers. Business, take it or not. Helping them is fine, you'd already decided, but those who are hostile absolutely won't be helped. I don't want to raise enemies for myself. Good, with those words from you, that's enough. What Wang Meng admires is exactly this clarity of yours. Rare things are precious, who's good and who's bad. Uncle Wang will help you screen them. Watch and laugh, since Uncle Wang has said so. Then today Xiaozi will first give you a little prescription. You pointed at that hall, for you. 5-colored phoenix, also give it a boost. If you can take this chance to break through to the divine level, many things will be much easier from now on. Wang Ming's body trembled. He looked at you, his eyes filled with disbelief. Good, not a single word of nonsense. The 5-colored phoenixes enhancement process was simple and direct. You pried open his mouth, and a pile of talent roots, as if they cost no money, were stuffed in a few breaths. Only the gorgeous great bird awakened in agony and began to release energy. In the battle space, Wang Meng, watching from the side, his eyelids twitched. Bro, was I like this yesterday too? Slightly better than him, don't mind it. You calmly waved your hand, and this powerful force surged through. The contract fed back, without reservation, into the Wang Meng inside the room, so strong. Wang Meng fiercely opened his eyes. He felt the bottleneck that had trapped him for over a decade shatter. The divine threshold was right before him. The next moment, a terrifying wave of energy centered on the pet beast shop soared into the sky. Boom, the entire Qianlin strong practitioners were all alarmed. What's going on? This spiritual power, someone is breaking through to the divine level. Damn, I just saw Dean Wang Meng enter the West Street pet beast shop. Could it be that Brother Wolf is giving him special training? As soon as this guess came out, everyone gasped. Nurturing spirit beasts, feeding back to the master, breaking through the bottleneck. Wang Meng was already at the peak of the 9 realms. If he breaks through, then isn't that my god? Qianlin is about to birth a new divine level spirit beast master, just as everyone was discussing this. 3 figures teleport in: the old dean of Qianlin Academy, the fat director of the Lin Police Bureau, and the top leader of Qianlin City. 3 divine-level powerhouses appeared at the same time for Wang Meng. Protecting Wang Meng, this kid is really lucky. The old dean smiled so wide he couldn't close his mouth. That Zhang Yang. That little fellow is truly interesting, the fat director sighed. Suddenly they Top leader's face changed drastically and he shouted, "Everyone retreat." Before the words even faded, he fiercely waved his hand, and a gentle force swept away everyone outside the pet beast hall. The moment they left, endless 5-colored flames descended from the sky, wrapping the entire pet beast shop into a massive fireball, not even sparing the underground. It was the 5-colored phoenix, using its own way to protect its master. If they had been a step slower, those who were watching the excitement would have been roasted. In the shop, you nudged the Zhang Kung beside you. "How about it, can you take him on?" You nudged the Zhang Kung beside you. "How about it, can you take him on?" Zhang Kung rolled his eyes. "Big brother, when I reach the 9th rank, maybe I can exchange a couple of moves with him." "We can't get out." Xixi jumped in panic. "I promised Jiexin we'd go film a video." You were speechless, thinking how carefree she was. The fire was practically at their eyebrows. And she was still thinking about going on television. For 2 whole days, the 5-colored phoenixes flames burned like that. For 2 days and 2 nights, with astonishing endurance. 2 days later, a piercing cry that split the clouds and stones came from the center of the fireball. Ha ha ha. Ha, it was Wang Meng. He had succeeded. Dean of the Qianlin Academy was so excited his face turned red. A new god-level powerhouse, and he's from our Qianlin, a native strong one. The top leader and the fat director also sincerely said, "Xia country gains another god level. This is a great joy for the nation." The few god-level big shots exchanged a few pleasantries, agreed on a celebration banquet for the evening, and then each went their separate ways. Meanwhile, the Lin family members hidden in the crowd turned ashen-faced and quietly retreated. Wang Meng had become god-level and was still calling you brothers. This was a huge blow to them. Inside the shop, Wang Meng excitedly grabbed your shoulder, his hands no longer trembling. "Nephew, Uncle Wang's life was given by you." Uncle Wang, saying that makes it too formal. You smiled and pushed him away. "Now that you've become god level, I can borrow your authority in the future." You shoved all the matters of screening clients and negotiating prices onto him, only raising one requirement: the fees couldn't be low, they had to be high. Wang Meng agreed without hesitation, laughing heartily as he left. The moment he was gone, Xixi and Ruxin were like birds freed from a cage, screaming and rushing out to film their video. You couldn't understand it and shook your head, then turned to find Sister Zai. It was time to discuss how to completely crush the Lin family, making Sister X's pet beast shop the sole overlord of Qianlin City. With a god-level powerhouse as their backing, what was the Lin family even worth? A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and your business was booming beyond belief. The 9 street big shots Wang Meng had screened were lining up to deliver money to your door. You were in charge of making moves, and that brat Zhang Kung had somehow awakened a talent for business, turning into a golden-tongued salesman who haggled with people without giving a single cent off, embodying the words monopoly business to the fullest. You were over there counting money until your hands cramped up, while Xixi and Ruxin had also gone completely wild, following that celebrity named Wan Jiexin around everywhere and not coming home for days. At the same time, Ling Jia, "Dad, can we still deal with them?" Linglong listened daily to the news from your side, and his heart was nearly scorched by jealousy. "Don't worry," his father's expression was unusually calm, even carrying a hint of cold satisfaction. "Martial Master Wu Yang has already succeeded." He suddenly slammed the table and growled, "From tomorrow, our Lin family will begin mass-producing divine beasts." Mass-producing divine beasts? Linglong was shocked. Speechless. "That's right." His father's eyes shone with firm light. "Dad wants everyone to know that in Qianxi City, only our Lin family is the true heavens. That Kang Yaoi or whoever, when you see him from now on, just crush him right under your foot." "Dad," Linglong was moved to tears. "What are you crying for?" His father wiped away his tears. "Tomorrow the Qianxi secret realm opens. You go with your head held high and tell everyone who the real winner is." "All right," Linglong clenched his fist. The next day, at Qianxi Academy, all the students who had earned secret realm qualifications gathered again. You and Xixi were naturally the center of attention, but today there was another focus. Linglong, the moment he appeared, whispers arose all around. How does he still have the face to come? Their families business is almost completely taken over by Xiji Pet Beast Shop. Linglong heard these taunts, but, contrary to his usual self, didn't get angry. Instead, he revealed a mysterious, unfathomable smile. "Just wait, once our Lin families mass-produced divine beasts come out, you people will come. Begging me on your own. Just then Wang Meng found. You, nephew, you must go to the secret realm. Me, but I'm a spirit beast, aren't I? Calm down, others can't but you can. Wang Meng patted his chest with overwhelming confidence. I agree, and the old dean agrees too, if anyone has a problem, let them come talk to me, this mind realm divine master. All right. Having a backer really lets you do whatever you want, you agreed. When Xianxia learned you could go together, she was so happy she almost jumped for joy. Soon, the old dean of the academy stepped onto the high platform. All right. No more nonsense, the Xianxia secret realm is about to open. Remember you. You only have 15 days. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands formed a seal and he slammed. Downward, on the ground, a pitch black rift appeared out of thin air, as if a pair of scissors had forcibly cut a long, narrow gash in space itself. The secret realm is open, go on in. As he entered, the old man said to Xianxia. After all, he was first in the grand competition, so of course he went first, but Xianxia was a bit hesitant. That deep blue rift before him, no matter how he looked at it, didn't seem friendly at all. Let's go, you gently nudged his back with your head. The moment he saw you, Xianxia's courage surged back. He could be looked down on by anyone, but he absolutely couldn't lose face in front of you. He grit his teeth and charged in with you right behind him. This scene made Linglong's eyes nearly pop out of her head. Are you kidding? You went in too, though she'd never entered this so-called Qianlin secret realm, she still knew the rules. Spirit beasts had no right to enter at all, but no matter what she thought, your Xianxia's figures had already vanished into the rift. The rest had no choice but to follow, filing in one after another. Finally, Wang Meng and the old man also stepped inside. They were here to supervise. Whoa, what is this place? It's beautiful. The moment she entered the secret realm, Xianxia's earlier fear vanished like smoke. It was truly dreamlike. Stars filled the sky. Within reach, dazzling with flowing light. It was exactly the kind of scene that would make a girl scream. But your attention was drawn to the milky white liquid beneath your feet. You immediately sensed that this liquid contained vast, pure energy. You tentatively took a sip, and the next second the system's voice rang in your mind. Ding, absorbed high-grade energy liquid, potential 1, stamina cap 1, evolution value storage cap 1. Oh, not bad. Don't underestimate those, that was just from a single casual taste. If you soaked in here for 15 days, you could hardly imagine how many resources you'd save. Maybe you could even charge straight to divine beast level. The moment that thought crossed your mind, ding, quest triggered, the path of the divine beast. Quest requirement, ascend to divine beast within 15 days. Quest reward, you froze. For a second, barely holding back a complaint. I was just thinking out loud, and you actually took it seriously. Now you're making it a real quest. Just then, the old man's impatient voice rang through the space. According to your rankings, find your spots and sit down. Don't waste time, you only have 15 days. He didn't care what curiosity these brats had. Improving strength was what mattered. However, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Wait, I have an objection. Of course it was Linglong. She stepped forward, chin raised high. Why does his spirit beast get to come in? That's not fair. Is ours spirit beasts can come in too. If it were before, he might not have dared to be so bold. But now, behind him stood a family that could mass-produce divine beasts. He felt his backbone was strong now. Wang Meng frowned. This little girl from the Lin family really had no sense of the situation. Causing trouble right in front of my nephew. Do you think I, Wang Meng, can't swing a blade anymore? If you have something to say, save it for later, Wang Meng said coldly. This is unfair. Linglong refused to back down. Wang Meng's face instantly turned sour. Seeing the tension about to break, the old man from the Qianlin Academy stepped in to smooth things over. Linglong, sit down, this is our decision after discussion. But Linglong still refused to accept it. She now felt like she could challenge the whole world. Humph, I just don't accept it. Why does he get special treatment as the top disciple? A lazy voice interrupted her. It was Xianxia lying beside her, eyelids barely lifted. If you don't accept it, you can come try my claws and see if they're sharp enough. The moment the words fell, Linglong's face turned pale instantly. Provoke him. She didn't have the guts. She huffed angrily and sat down unwillingly, muttering under her breath, there will come a day when you'll beg me. But when she sat down, her face turned even uglier, because she noticed that the energy liquid under each person's feet was completely different in concentration. Under Xianxia's feet was thick pure milk, while what she was absorbing under her feet was as clear as water. This huge gap drove her nearly mad. All right. Everyone quiet down and cultivate, the old man shouted one last time. We will protect you, there's no danger to your lives. As for whether someone greedily absorbs too much energy and causes an energy disorder, that's not our concern. The path is your own choice, face the consequences, with Linglong. Out of the way, you immediately dove into the milky white liquid, like soaking in a hot spring. You began absorbing crazily. As for this stuff, there was plenty of it, no reason not to take it. Listening to the constant ding-ding-ding notifications in your mind, you were so pleased. Your tail nearly curled up. On the other side, Xianxia also entered a cultivation state, but the moment he started, Wang Meng and the old man both gasped and exchanged glances. This isn't the cultivation technique of our demon god academy. Wang Meng frowned. I can see that. The old man said with a grave expression, this technique follows the style of the capital. This girl is connected to that family, never mind that. The technique is orthodox, no danger is fine. As long as there's no danger, they don't care about the rest. At this moment, Xianxia felt unprecedented. Good, previously, no matter how he visualized, it was blurry. The divine spirit's phantom was now in his mind. Extremely clear, starlight from all directions seemed to have found its home, surging toward him madly, making him shine like starlight. The lady glanced over, thinking smugly. As expected of the one I've chosen, seeing his state was good, she stopped worrying and began pondering her own matters. The evolution value storage cap would soon be unlocked, then the level 6 shop would activate, full body enhancement +6, combat power would surely soar. More importantly, she could buy top-tier secret manuals, the 100 million evolution value. Lightning-type top manuals had 3 kinds: lightning aura, offense and defense. In one, lightning acceleration, powerful control, lightning pillar pure brute force output, you barely hesitated. Defense had thunder break, attack had claws, so you chose the control type lightning acceleration. After deciding, you focused solely on absorbing energy. Days passed. Quickly, you were lying down dozing when the system's voice suddenly woke you. Ding, host's demonic power has reached 50,000 years, eligible for promotion to divine beast, would you like to advance? 50,000, you groggily opened your eyes. Of course advance, why keep it waiting? Ding, the promotion began. Instantly, a tearing pain exploded from the depths of your mind. You grit your teeth almost, it felt good. But thinking of Xianxia beside you, you swallowed the scream. Back down, for your woman this pain was worth enduring. The next moment, Wang Ming's figure appeared beside you instantly. He saw your barrier sealed the area and said, focus, don't be afraid of failure. Leave what's outside to me. He waved his hand, and an independent spatial barrier enveloped you. He frantically drew energy from the outside world to supply you. Uncle Wang, you grit your teeth and asked, if I yell a couple times here, can they hear it outside? Wang Meng chuckled, this place is completely soundproof. Release freely. Hearing that, the urge to yell vanished instantly. That phrasing sounded too ambiguous. Not yelling, enduring. Fortunately, the system's efficiency was high. Compressing demonic power, reorganizing the body, adapting to divine power, the whole process was smooth, done in less than 10 minutes. Much faster than those who advanced through natural talent. Ding, promotion successful, body potential cap increased by 10,000. Evolution value storage cap increased by 10 million to activate the second element, awakening qualification. Ding, quest complete, divine beast path quest reward. Evolution value 10 million, evolution value. Storage cap 10 million, ding, evolution value. Storage cap reached on 100 million points, activate. Level 6 shop, activate. You subconsciously responded, second element awakening qualification. This is to make you a dual element divine beast. Will there be 3 or 4 elements later? Ding. Level 6 shop activated successfully. Enhanced derivative. Growth level raised to level 6. A series of notification sounds finally stopped. You immediately opened. Status panel. Host Xiangyang species. Purple lightning. Divine wolf. Divine power. 50,000. Evolution. Value 70,660. 114. Et note, strength has left the passable category and is on the road to decent. I've become a divine beast and still haven't reached decent. You almost wanted to drag the system out and argue. Forget it. I won't quibble with you. Say, how does the second element awaken? Ding, please select a light orb yourself. A panel appeared before you. Without hesitation, you asked, is there a space type 1? Ding, host strength is 2. Low to wield high-level elemental power. you were squeezed by the system into rolling your eyes repeatedly, over and over, just too weak. Fine, you're impressive, you scanned the few basic attribute light orbs. Let's go with wind. Wind and lightning combined, speed and attack can both rise a tier. Ding, congratulations, host. Second element awakened, wind attribute, agility passive 5,000 points. There's such a good thing, your mood was just right, and you were about to use evolution value to strengthen all attributes to max. Ding, host's evolution value is insufficient. What? You doubted, you heard wrong. I have over 70 million evolution value, and you say it's insufficient. Ding, at divine beast level each attribute point costs 10,000 evolution value. You instantly froze, 1.10,000. Then to fill the remaining 100,000 plus attribute point gap, wouldn't that need over 1 billion? Evolution value, you glanced at the spirit bones in your bag, heart sinking halfway. Forget it. No strengthening for now. Absorb all spirit bones in the bag. Ding, absorb top tier demon grade spirit bone. Evolution value 50,000. You almost bit your own tongue. A top tier spirit bone used to be 1 million evolution value. Ding. Host has been elevated to divine beast level. Demon grade spirit bonus effect on the host is now very limited. Deliberate, you're absolutely deliberate. You trembled with rage and finally understood. He had calculated exactly how eager you were to advance, not letting you max out your stats at lower levels. The loss here is more than 100-fold. Nephew, what's wrong? Wang Meng saw you hadn't moved for a long time after advancing, your body starting to tremble. It gave him quite a scare. Uncle Wang, I'm fine, you squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, heart bleeding. Advanced is good, there's still a day left. Quickly consolidate. Consolidate, fine. I'll just have to absorb more free energy to make up for it. 15 days passed in a flash. All right, everyone, this secret realm training ends here. The old man's words fell, and all the students opened their eyes, faces brimming with the joy of harvest. Linglong was happy too. She had successfully advanced to a 4th rank spirit beastmaster, but when she saw Xianxia, all her good mood instantly vanished. At this moment, Xianxia was wreathed in starlight, her aura unfathomably deep. She was already a 5th rank spirit beastmaster. How could she compare? Linglong clenched her fists tightly, silently vowing, just wait, once my father's plan succeeds, I'll make you all admit defeat. Meanwhile, at Xiji Pet Beast Shop's entrance, the show had already begun. Linglong's father, Patriarch Lin, stood triumphantly beside a gaunt old man and announced loudly to Xiji and the surrounding onlookers, this is the renowned Master Wu Yang. Our Lin family is fortunate to exclusively lead Master Wu, Yang's latest bred mass productible 2nd rank divine beast, the humpback beast. As he spoke, behind him, a spirit beast resembling a camel with 2 energy peaks on its back let out a low roar. What? Mass productible divine beasts? Heavens, what about the price? How much? The crowd instantly erupted. Rest assured, Master Wu Yang himself spoke, voice booming. 1st rank humpback beasts sell for on 100 million, 2nd rank for 200 million, quality goods at fair prices. The scene immediately became frenzied, pre-orders rising one after another. Patriarch Lin glanced smugly at Xiji, chin raised so high it could poke the sky. Sister Xiji, do you think this competition is still worth continuing? Xiji's face turned ashen. Just as she was about to speak, an arrogant voice came first from the distance. What so-called divine beasts dare to make a racket here? Arrogant, move this pile of junk aside. The words had barely fallen when a massive dragon tail phantom descended from the sky, with a sound of tearing air, whistling fiercely as it lashed toward that humpback beast. With a thunderous boom, that beast worth 200 million divine beast didn't even have time to react before being sent flying away, the energy peaks on its back shattering on the spot. Everyone was so frightened they didn't dare breathe. You brought Xianxia rushing out, looking relieved. Standing at the pet shop entrance, the Lin family head's face was pale, but he didn't dare lose his temper, so he could only shout harshly, what do you think you're doing? We came to test, not to fight. You casually picked your ear and said lazily, but if your proud divine beast can't even beat the demon beasts raised in our shop, then shouldn't the title of #1 in Qianlin change hands? Demon beast? The Lin family head and Wu Yang both froze. Are you sure? Wu Yang said with a dark face, already irritated by your so-called divine beast. Earlier, of course. You turned to Xianxia and said, go bring out the ice crystal horse and let it stretch its legs. Soon, the majestic ice crystal horse appeared before everyone. You pointed at the ice crystal horse and said to Wu Yang, Master Wu, please Confirm this is a demon-grade spirit beast, right? Wu Yang, stung by your words. Twitched but still professionally. Took a look. Yes, a top-tier demon beast, quite well raised. Good, you snapped. Your fingers, call out your strongest humpback beast. Let's settle this quickly. The battle began soon. The humpback beast used its defensive skill, quicksand, trying to trap the ice crystal horse. But the ice crystal horse didn't bother with ranged attacks and went straight in. End it fast. At your command, the ice crystal horse need. Once, frost forming on its hooves as it ran directly through the air. Above its head, a massive ice spike half a meter long. Condensed, and like a heavy war chariot, it charged straight at the humpback beast. Boom, the ice crystal horse enduring the quicksands. Impact crushed forward, the humpback beast's proud sand barrier under the ice crystal horse's violent charge was like paper. Layer after layer shattered. Finally, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the massive ice spike precisely pierced through the humpback beast's defense from the front, sending it heavily crashing to the ground. The energy mountain on the humpback beast's back shattered with a crack. The whole place fell dead silent. Boss done. The ice crystal horse shook its mane and proudly sought your praise. Well done, extra rations tonight, you nodded with satisfaction, then turned to the ashen-faced Wu Yang and said with a smile, Master Wu, this is your so-called divine beast, 200 million for something this useless thing. I think the value for money isn't as good as coming to our shop and spending tens of millions. Pei Yai can only beat divine beasts with demonic beasts. Wu Yang was so angry. His whole body trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. You put away your smile, your gaze turning cold. Now I ask you who won this match. Wu Yang's lips trembled for a long time, and finally, under the gaze of the crowd, he humiliatingly lowered his head. You won, almost at the same time. Mind echoed with the long-awaited voice. Ding, mission complete. Light blue first pet beast power. Mission reward, evolution value 10 million, evolution value storage. Cap 10 million, ding, mission triggered, deep blue chamber. Requirement, head to the deep blue chamber. Reward, location, you nodded in satisfaction. This reward is far better value than absorbing demon-grade spirit fruits. It saves you so much evolution value. Deep blue chamber, let's go, no time to waste anyway. Fine, since you lost, why aren't you leaving? The shop is busy, no time to look at your sour faces. Your tone was arrogant, directly at Wu Yang. He grit his teeth but could only leave. Linglong's father, a divine beast, actually couldn't beat your demonic beast. He came to Xiji's shop. Demonic beasts here are truly extraordinary. He had to find a way to reward the cultivation master behind this. First step, investigate your background, then buy a slot. What? Anything else? Seeing Wu Yang hadn't moved, you added another line, you're a scoundrel, a total scoundrel. The battle space didn't test his humpback beast. Why is it so thin? Wu Yang's face was ashen, but he knew arguing was useless, so he simply waved his hand and left. The Lin family followed him out. Just one humpback beast. Wu Yang didn't care. He needed to hurry back and study how to fix the humpback beast's weakness. That was the real issue. Xiji appeared at the right moment, smiling as he addressed the crowd. Everyone, the show's over. What? First place, all jokes. Get back to whatever you were doing. Go on. The crowd was excited. They were shaken by the impact of mass-produced divine beasts, and even more convinced that Xiji's shop offered real value. Cultivation slots instantly became more sought after. That very afternoon, Xiji's shop dropped a bombshell announcement. Buy a top-tier demonic beast and get one free cultivation session. No slot required. This was your suggestion because you realized that after advancing to divine beast, money was simply not enough. Spending hundreds of millions wouldn't even make a sound. You needed to earn more. Duan Yang stood before you excitedly, patting his chest and guaranteeing that top-tier demonic beasts were tamed by our adventure teams. Grounds, don't worry, this is their specialty. Catching divine beasts and taming top-tier demonic beasts is a piece of cake. You're delighted to have broadened your revenue streams. As for cultivating spirit beasts for your enemies, you don't worry at all. The system shop leveled up to 6 and released a new item, the talent recall scroll, 100,000 for 1. It can recall talents bestowed by the system. Whoever you dislike, just have their spirit beast beaten back to its original form. With this scroll out with Papa's enemies coming to visit, one scroll down and it's pure bliss. In a few days time, Sister K's Beast Hall firmly holds the top seat in Qianlin City. Buyers of demonic beasts come in an endless stream. You're happy to take it easy, trusting Sister Zai to handle large amounts of talent and spirit beast cultivation. Anyway, with the talent. Recall scroll, you're not afraid of her pulling tricks. Sister Zai has also settled down. Only slightly worried about Xix's cultivation skills and divine cores, those aren't easy to come by. Qianlin City lacks good ones. You need divine cores to boost divine power, but in Qianlin cities pet shops you can't find them, so you go to Wang Meng, whose words carry hidden meaning, letting you immediately catch the key point. Sure enough, Wang Meng picks up the conversation. Shenlin City. It just so happens that Shenlin City has organized an exchange meet in a newly discovered alternate plane, and they want you to lead the team there. What do you think? A newly discovered alternate plane, what's inside? Your eyes light up. The human world is too boring. You've long wanted to roam an alternate plane. Just then, Wang Meng explains, divine beasts are many, dangers are many, but opportunities are also plentiful. This is Shenlin City's chance for you young folks. You ponder it. I'll discuss it with Xixi, since the invitation was for Xixi. Wang Meng waves his hand grandly. Fine. Qianlin can't keep you, sooner or later you'll venture out. Don't worry, even in Shenlin, your Uncle Wang can watch over you grin slyly. Without Uncle Wang's protection, I wouldn't dare be so bold. Wang Meng laughs heartily. Haha, in Shenlin or Qianlin, you can still be bold. A week later, you and Xixi arrive in Shenlin City. This Shenlin City isn't much different from Qianlin. No, Xixi's mad dragon has already been contracted successfully. Over 2 meters long, rivaling high-tier demonic beasts, Siruxin has also come along as your personal bodyguard. You point at Xixi and say, just looking at the buildings won't tell you much. You have to look at the inner substance. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. She immediately hits the sore spot. Do you even have money? Siruxin instantly breaks down. He really has no money, but he can predict things. My salary is very high. He's a bit smug. A monthly income of over 100 million, a strong woman. Xixi covers her mouth and giggles. All right. Stop bullying Sister Ruxin. I'm counting on her to take me out to play. Siruxin immediately raises her hand in alarm. Xixi, look. It's Xixi, those two girls are so close. Like sisters, you snicker and cut off the report. A few more days, during this time it's up to you. Little bodyguard, no need to worry about spending money, I've got plenty. You're just putting on airs. Siruxin blinked and you said, the whole place is on your tab, right? You said with full pride. As if I can't afford it, let's go, it's just money. You have plenty, eating and drinking can't cost that much, but you really underestimated the spending level in Shenlin City. High-end restaurants even have divine beast meat. Not to mention, after processing it's really delicious. You ate with relish, but this stuff is expensive. A meal costs millions, enough to raise one demon beast. You felt a bit of a sting. Siruxin didn't dare to really fleece you. After all, if the boss is unhappy, he as a bodyguard won't have it easy either. The next few days of spending were finally within your tolerance. Originally life was going pretty well, but heaven just wouldn't let you have it easy. On the third day in Shenlin City, Wan Jiexin got in touch with Xixi at the hotel. Xixi had just finished showering, wrapped in a towel ready to hug you to sleep. What a beautiful night. You watched him with wet hair dripping. Your heart surged. He really. When he took Wan Jiexing's call and tossed his head, you were stunned. You didn't even hear what he said. Hey, stunned. Xixi hung up the phone and saw you in a daze. Looking like a husky, mouth slightly open, drool almost dripping out, you quickly denied it. What stunned? You're the stunned one, Xixi called out in his heart but felt a bit lost. You're not human. If only you were human. He dried his hair, the spring light faintly showing before you. But you forced yourself to be a gentleman, only focusing on his words. Going out where to? So late at night, such a pretty girl going clubbing. Xixi acted cute. Jiexin asked me to come. Anyway, nothing to do. Let's go check it out. Come together. He knew you wouldn't let him go alone. Siruxin went home tonight. You gave him time off. Xixi went out to find Wan Jiexin, feeling a bit wary. In Shenlin, Kang Yaoi and Fang Yushin, these two local powers, are both watching you and Xixi. Siruxin also reminded you to avoid going out at night. What does he want with you? You didn't have much good feelings toward Wan Jiexing, though pretty. You always felt actors are heartless. You didn't have the energy to figure out if he was or wasn't. Anyway, it had nothing to do with you, Xixi explained. He just knew I came and wanted to hang out. He's pretty pitiful too, famous but no friends. Let's go play with him. You nod slightly. Going out for some fun is fine, since you need to go anyway. For the sake of face, relaxing a bit now isn't bad. All right. Then let's go see. You haven't seen Wan Jiexin up close yet. Xixi cheers, tosses aside her bath towel, and rushes into the bathroom, leaving you a beautiful silhouette. you swallow hard. Cursing inwardly, this girl sooner or later, I'll make you know my power. You silently recite a calming mantra, but the fire in you refuses to subside. Instead, it grows. You hold back, thinking she's definitely doing this on purpose. This girl is absolutely doing it on purpose. You urge, hey, are you done yet? Cixi coos from inside, all right, almost done. You tease, what's there to doll up? You're already beautiful without it. Cixi hears this and feels pleased. She only put on light makeup, naturally gorgeous, no need for extra adornment. She steps out of the bathroom in denim shorts and a white short sleeve. Her figure smoking hot. Wear more, it's cold at night, you frown. Cixi giggles, not believing a word you say. Cold at night? It's the middle of summer, where's the cold? She knows your little scheme. Stingy. She goes to change, picking an outfit more conservative yet even more figure flattering. Only then are you satisfied and nod. Your woman is too stunning. The skinny jeans highlight her long legs even more. Whatever. As long as she's not showing skin, you can't exactly make her wear padded pants out. Let's go. She takes out her phone and shows you the location. It's not far, so you can walk there. You glance at it, your heart skipping a beat. Isn't he a big star? Going to a place like this? You guessed right, Wan Jiexin really did invite Cixi to a club. Cixi doesn't care. Big stars are people too. They need to unwind. Don't worry, Jiexin booked a private room, just us few. Don't be so petty. You poke her forehead but don't argue. Fine, let's go check it out, though your body can't handle dancing, watching the scene is still fine. Your eyes are sharp, even in the dim light you can see clearly. This isn't being a flirt, it's appreciating beautiful things. The club is very close to the hotel. In less than 20 minutes, you arrive. Wan Jiexin's bodyguard is already waiting, and when he sees Cixi, he greets her warmly. Miss Cixi, our lady has been waiting for you for a while. This way, the club doesn't allow outside drinks. But as long as you have money, it's fine. Wan Jiexin clearly isn't short on cash. You and Cixi get through without a hitch and take the elevator straight up to the third floor. This is the top floor luxury private room, overlooking the whole venue. The people below can't see you at all. You're fairly satisfied with Wan Jiexin's arrangement since you don't want Cixi wandering around the crowd in case some ill-intentioned person tries to take advantage. Cixi is cheerful, clearly enjoying Wan Jiexin's company, but when you and Cixi walk into the private room, Cixi's but her smile froze. As you and Cixi entered the private room, Cixi's smile froze because she saw someone she didn't want to see. Kang Yaoi, you follow Cixi into the room, and the door immediately closed. Cixi, you've finally come over. Here, let me introduce you. Kang Yaoi, young Master Kang. Wan Jiexin looked very charming. Half leaning against Kang Yaoi's chest, she tried to get up but was pulled back by Kang Yaoi into his arms. No need for introductions, we're all old acquaintances. Kang Yaoi held Wan Jiexin and grinned. As he spoke, his hand wandering improperly over Wan Jiexin. Wan Jiexin was stunned. Ah. You two know each other? Cixi's expression was complicated. The scene before her eyes was a huge shock. In her heart, Wan Jiexin was a pure and proper big sister next door, but now how could she be so intimate with this man? Of course we know each other. How could we not, Miss Cixi, don't you think? So, Kang Yaoi wore a smug, petty triumph expression, deliberately showing off in front of you and Cixi, his actions growing more excessive. Cixi pointed at Wan Jiexin and demanded, how could you do this? Wan Jiexin's face darkened, heavy makeup hiding much of it. I just wanted to introduce you two. We're all friends, right? She wasn't stupid. She knew Kang Yaoi inviting Cixi meant no good, but she thought young Master Kang just wanted to meet the genius girl. If she could connect with the Kang family, it would be hugely beneficial to her. The Kang family had money and could be her patron. Kang Yaoi's actions didn't bother her. She'd been through too much of this. You already disliked Wan Jiexin, and now you loathed her even more. Having Cixi meet someone like this, were you trying to corrupt your woman? Cixi's face also turned cold. She thought of that too. Wan Jiexin quickly explained, no. I didn't mean that. I thought young Master Kang just wanted to meet Cixi. Unfortunately, neither you nor Cixi believed her. Even if what she said was true, so what? She was still just trying to benefit herself. Cixi didn't believe she didn't know Kang Yaoi's character. Cixi, trust me, that's really what I thought. Wan Jiexin tried to break free, but how could Kang Yaoi let her go? He wasn't done having fun, and more importantly, he hadn't achieved his goal of angering Cixi. See that? This is power, obviously. I remember what happened in the chamber. But this is Shenlin City, my Kang Yaoi's territory. I can do whatever I want. Kang Yaoi's Actions grew even bolder. Xix's face turned pale. Let's go. He didn't want to look at Kang Yaoi anymore, nor did he care about Wan Jiexin's choice. Leave. Without my permission, do you think you can? There's nothing here. A divine beast tamer has come to save you. The trap Kang Yaoi set up with great effort won't just let you walk away so easily. It seems the last lesson wasn't enough for you. Mission complete. Deep blue reward. Evolution points 1 million. Evolution storage cap 1 million. Divine power martial arts. Mission triggered. Teach Kang Yaoi a lesson. Requirement: make him suffer. Do punishment: at least a month of recovery. Reward: location. You thought to yourself, what a pity. The system mission is only to teach, not to kill. The time to kill him hasn't come yet, but giving him a good beating is absolutely no problem. Once you reach Deep Blue, you still dare to act tough with me. Kang Yaoi sat on the sofa without even the intention of getting up, legs crossed, looking like he was ready to enjoy the show. The next moment, the scene shifted abruptly. Kang Yaoi's figure kept retreating. You knew this was entering the battle space. The old man said, I can't kill you, but a beating is fine. That's why I came for you today. Kang Yaoi still wore that arrogant, petty triumph expression. Young Master Kang, please don't be like this. We are all friends, why go this far? Wan Jiexin, feeling guilty, broke free from Kang Yaoi's embrace and tugged at his arm to plead. If it weren't for that phone call of his, Xixi wouldn't have come here. Shut up, stop being a nuisance here. What right do you have to speak? Kang Yaoi showed no mercy, casually raising his hand and giving her a slap. Xixi couldn't bear to watch, seeing Wan Jiexin like this. It seemed she really didn't know about the grudge between Kang Yaoi and you. Young Master Kang, hit me to vent your anger. You can do whatever you want to me, just please don't touch Xixi, okay? Wan Jiexin cried. Like pear blossoms in rain, a bright red handprint on her face, looking utterly pitiful. Who do you think you are? Do you really think I'd fancy you? Get out of my way. Kang Yaoi shoved Wan Jiexin aside, pushed away. Wan Jiexin no longer begged, just sat there collapsed, crying pitifully. Zhang Yang, why not help him? Xixi's heart softened again. But you didn't soften, not because you're cold-hearted, but because your eyes were too sharp. If Wan Jiexin were genuinely helping, you'd have lent a hand. It was an easy thing, but you clearly saw that when Wan Jiexin was shoved by Kang Yaoi. A barely noticeable smile actually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Smiling at a time like this, he's definitely not a simple person. What a shame he's just singing. You should have been an actor. What great acting. You spoke up, deciding to properly educate this girl. She's too inexperienced, too easily trusting of others. Xixi was a bit stunned. Her schemes were well laid out. She didn't want to offend you, which is why you saw all that earlier. See, you're still soft-hearted, sympathizing with him, as long as she wins your. After gaining sympathy, even if you can't be friends, you won't suppress him, right? Ah, Xixi thought it over, and sure enough, as you said just now, he did sympathize with Wan Jiexin, even felt he was a decent person worth continuing to be friends with. This time was just an unintentional matter. No, it wasn't. Don't wrong me, my feelings for Xixi are all sincere. Wan Jiexin knows Xixi's identity and background, understands that Xixi is a major future patron, and doesn't want to offend her. Sincere. Then prove it to me. You flashed a mocking smile. These days anyone can claim sincerity. Sincerity is such a cheap thing. You're deliberately making things hard for me. Wan Jiexin hated you. If not for you bastard causing trouble, Xixi would have forgiven him by now. Yes, I'm deliberately making things hard for you. So what? I openly admit it. I'm doing it on purpose. What can you do about me? Wan Jiexin was so angry he couldn't speak. Look at that man, he slapped you and pushed you away, yet you don't dare to utter a single complaint. So why now do you dare to shoot me a hateful glare? Is it because my backing isn't as strong as his? Wan Jiexin was speechless, because everything you said was the truth, being lectured by a nobody. He couldn't accept it. If it were Xixi treating him like this, he would only put on a pitiful act. What you don't know is that the person you fear is nothing in Ben Ying's eyes. Kang Yaoi was displeased. Hey, I was enjoying the show just fine. Why did you suddenly drag me into this? How dare you? Look at what occasion this is. The only reason you can speak here is because I'm in a good mood. Got it? Kang Yaoi's fat guard stepped forward at that. Get lost? How did your divine beast die? Have you forgotten? You're poking right at his sore spot. The fat guard's divine beast was lost not long ago, and you're rubbing salt in his wound. Don't be so arrogant. No one here can save you today. The fat guard was tough, though he'd lost one divine beast. The Kang family was wealthy and had already given him a new one. One even stronger than the previous vine snake beast. This is the benefit of being with a great clan. I'm curious if today you fail. To protect your young master, what kind of punishment will you face? The matter of your divine beast. Kang Yaoi definitely doesn't know yet, even if he knew about your battle with the 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon. He wouldn't think you could now go head-to-head with a 5th tier divine beast. It's not that they look down on you, but the time is too short. They only returned from the light blue chamber a little over a month ago. Even if you've grown stronger, there has to be a process. You're too arrogant. The fat guard was about to summon his divine beast, but you never gave him the chance. If you were alone, you wouldn't mind playing with them. But with Xianxia by your side, you absolutely wouldn't allow him to face even the slightest threat. So in the blink of an eye, you were already standing before Kang Yaoi, so fast that even his guards couldn't react. This is your wind thunder speed. The guard cried out in shock. How is this possible? He was right there, yet couldn't move even a finger. Because the lightning around you had completely enveloped Kang Yaoi. He knew that if he dared to make the slightest move, Kang Yaoi would be finished instantly. You crooked your finger at the beast guards and said, "You two are quite loyal. What do you think? If I told them to kneel, would they kneel?" Kang Yaoi, already struck by lightning and paralyzed, sat trembling on the sofa, his consciousness fading, unable to hear what you were saying. The thin guard's eyes turned red with urgency. What exactly do you want to do? Even Wang Meng wouldn't dare harm our young master. You'd better think this through. You curled your lips, your tone dripping with contempt. I said, as long as you kneel before me, I won't hurt anyone. Your words sounded light, but to their ears they weighed 1,000 pounds. They could accept being servants of a noble family. But kneeling before a spirit beast, that was pure humiliation. You raised an eyebrow and increased the electric current. Kang Yaoi trembled even harder, a suppressed groan escaping his throat. Stop, we'll kneel. The fat and thin guards exchanged a glance, no longer caring about dignity. You looked at them with a hint of amusement in your eyes. Kneel further away, and don't have any improper thoughts, or your young master is done for. They were about to rise, but your gaze instantly turned sharp. Your tone icy. Did I tell you to stand up? Did I tell you to stand up? That aura froze them both in place. Well then, they'd have to crawl on their knees. They'd already knelt. What was a little more? Both of them, knees on the ground, awkwardly shuffled backward. Wang Jiexing was completely stunned. These two powerful guards were being controlled by you alone, in this manner. Completely subdued. Only when you called a stop did you slightly reduce the lightning. Kang Yaoi gasped for air, finally finding his voice again. Strength. You stared coldly at Kang Yaoi, asking in a tone that brooked no doubt. Tell me, what exactly did you call me here for? Don't lie to me, you know the consequences. Kang Yaoi was scared out of his wits, stammering. I admit, I just wanted to get that bee dragon. You let out a mocking laugh, your gaze turning icy in an instant. I let you off easy so you wouldn't dare harm anyone, yet you dared to set your sights on my woman's spirit beast. That's going too far. Today, I'll make it crystal clear that my woman, Xianxia, is not someone you can mess with. Before you even finish speaking, you increased the current again. Kang Yaoi returned to his previous state, trembling uncontrollably, face pale, on the verge of losing consciousness. Fat and skinny guards roared in unison and rose again. Did I say you could get up? One sentence from you made them collapse again, kneeling obediently. Your gaze shifted to the fat guard, your tone grim. You can't move now, messing with me doesn't pressure me at all. What do you think? Your fingertips gathered lightning, aimed directly at him. You narrowed your eyes. Thunder shackles. This was the first top-tier technique you'd mastered, and you'd been looking for someone to test its power. This fat guard was the perfect test subject. You wouldn't show him an ounce of mercy. A chain of pure thunder materialized out of thin air, so fast that the fat guard had no time to react before his limbs were tightly bound. The binding force was something he couldn't break free from. What's worse, thunder shackles didn't just bind the fat guard's skin. Wherever the chain touched began to sear with marks, waves of pain surging through him. You nearly hurt me today. If you can break free, you live. If not, your eyes turned cold. Then you'll have to accept punishment. The fat guard's heart sank in despair. Are you kidding? There was no way to break free. Knowing he couldn't escape his fate, he shouted to the skinny guard, Skinny, take care of my family. The skinny guard nodded tearfully. Okay. Without hesitation, seconds later, the thunder chains full power erupted. The fat guard couldn't withstand The impact Anne slowly collapsed, completely losing all signs of life. The skinny guard's face was ashen, head bowed low, eyes filled with rage, but he dared not let you see it, fearing you'd target him next. You even had the nerve to tease, "Skinny guard, you don't seem all that upset." The mission was to have Kang Yaoi rest for a month. Now this. His injuries were far from enough. When the thin guard raised his head again, the anger in his eyes had been suppressed, leaving only deep fear. "This is our fate. What exactly must we do for you to let us go?" "My young master can endure quite a bit," you sneered, Anne said. "Then your young master can wait a little longer. Anyone who dares to mess with my woman deserves far more than this lesson." The moment you said this, Xianxia, standing beside you, felt sweet inside. It wasn't like he hadn't seen such scenes before. Besides, this fat guard had nearly taken your life back then. In his view, receiving such punishment was only fitting. You don't want others to touch what's yours. So when you saw him being beaten, you didn't stop it. Xianxia is the same. Whoever dares to touch her is asking for trouble. The guard was anxious. "No good. If this continues, our young master will be in danger." At this moment, Wan Jiexing, who had been slumped not far away, also spoke tremblingly. "Yes, let it go. Enmity should be resolved, not prolonged." Xianxia quickly persuade him, hurting. "Young Master Kang will do you no good. Where is it your turn to interrupt?" The moment you heard Wan Jiexing's voice, you grew irritated. This woman still thought to please both sides, utterly insufferable. If not for the distance, you wouldn't even want to acknowledge her. Wan Jiexing's face instantly turned pale and ashen, ugly beyond words. To the extreme, Xianxia didn't even glance at her. He wouldn't go against you because of someone like Wan Jiexing, not to mention what you did was right, even if you were wrong. He would still stand by your side. The private room instantly fell silent. The guards and Wan Jiexing dared not speak again. You and Xianxia exchanged a glance, and you gave him a reassuring look, signaling that you knew your limits. Xianxia no longer worried and let you do as you pleased. In the room, only Kang Yaoi's suppressed gasping remained. After a while longer, Kang Yaoi's face began to turn pale, and his breathing grew faint. You knew it was about time. If this continued, the Kang family would surely come looking for trouble. He really would come to deal with me. You withdrew the lightning and then, in a leisurely manner, walked toward Xianxia. As you passed by the beast guard, your tone was indifferent as you spoke. "What's this? Kneeling so long you've forgotten how to stand? Why not go check on your charge? If he ends up in an accident because you were too slow to save him, then I won't be responsible." The thin guard, upon hearing this, immediately got up and rushed to Kang Yaoi, already holding the life-saving medicine in his hand. Although you had withdrawn the lightning, Kang Yaoi was still trembling slightly on the sofa, his legs involuntarily twitching. You came to Xixi's side and let out a light sigh. Seeing him in such a miserable state, it could be said he had learned his lesson. "Are you all right? Shall we continue playing or head back?" Xianxia knowing. You mean Kang Yaoi, the more you protect him like this, the more he won't wake up. "I'm a bit tired, don't want to play anymore." "Let's head back." You nod, then turn to look at the thin guard. "Aren't you going to dismiss this battle space? Is this matter not over yet?" The thin guard, under your gaze, felt his hair stand on end, a chill running from his feet straight to his head. He hastily withdrew the battle space. The private room instantly returned to its previous state. Then you and Xianxia calmly left, without even a farewell. As soon as you left, Wan Jiexing immediately threw himself onto Kang Yaoi, crying, as if heartbroken, as if Kang Yaoi had already met with disaster. But the thin guard showed no mercy, shoving him aside with a cold voice. "Get out of the way." He wouldn't dare speak harshly to you. But toward Wan Jiexing, he wouldn't hold back. He picked up the still trembling Kang Yaoi and hurried away, not even bothering with the fat guard's remains. The thin guard took the still trembling Kang Yaoi and left. Wan Jiexing's bodyguards then walked in with bewildered looks, and the room instantly fell into chaos. One had lost his breath, one was severely injured, and another was in poor condition. They frantically called the Public Security Department, the Lingning Public Security Bureaus. Phones were blown up. Lingning security personnel soon arrived, but before they could even investigate anything, they received a call. "Hey, you're just leaving without handling this." The bodyguards were utterly dumbfounded. What did that mean? They went in and came out in less than half a minute. What kind of act was this? The Lingning security personnel left without a word, quickly withdrawing. Money makes the world go round. The Kang family had made it clear this was an internal family matter. As for whether Wan Jiexing was a Kang family member, that wasn't their concern. The Kang family's people arrived quickly, the fat guards. Remains were taken away, and Wan Jiexing was also sent to the Kang family hospital for treatment. Though he was just a minor figure, with Kang Yaoi injured like this, he definitely couldn't escape blame. Isn't it strange? You, the one directly involved, came out unscathed, while Wan Jiexing, bystander, ended up bearing the responsibility. The Kang family knew where you were staying, yet showed no intention of causing trouble. Back at the hotel, Xixi was still a bit worried. Zhang Yang, will we be in trouble? After all, this isn't Qianlin, and Wang Meng isn't here either. You comforted her. It's fine. As long as the Kang family isn't foolish, they won't come looking for trouble. Kang Yaoi must have acted on his own. We didn't take any lives. If this gets out, people will only say the Kang family has no manners. Xixi came to attend the exchange meeting. And before it even started, the Kang family came knocking. This disrespects everyone. What will other cities think? Not to mention that Siruxing's family has deep connections in the psychic security system. What happened in Diba? Siruxing has definitely already heard about it. With him around, the Kang family wouldn't dare do anything to Xixi. Kang Yaoi is really hateful. Xixi curiously asked him, was he hurt badly this time? The way you dealt with him earlier. Xixi watched happily, but she didn't know exactly how badly he was hurt. Not too serious, you said casually. About a month before he can get out of bed. Xixi covered her mouth after hearing that. My God, these days, being able to put Kang Yaoi in bed for a month is no minor injury. Even for an ordinary family, that's a lot. What's there to be surprised about? You pulled her hand. He dared to scheme against my woman. This lesson is light. Xixi happily hugged you and kissed you hard. Let's go to sleep. Oh. Sleep, that's good. You like sleeping. These two really know how to cause trouble. It's only been a few days, and they've already messed with Kang Yaoi again. Siruxing's words sounded like complaints, but his tone carried an indescribable schadenfreude. Little sister, you can still laugh. Siruxing's older brother frowned at him. I haven't even mentioned you going to be someone's bodyguard. Siruxing's family matters. Being a bodyguard is indeed a bit. I'm willing to. Siruxing didn't give him any face at all. Right in front of him, I earn money with my own skills. What's wrong with that? My monthly salary is 100 million. You, fine. The older brother was already used to it. Growing up, he'd never won an argument with this sister. But the salary was indeed good. After a few years, his sister could save up her own dowry. I don't have any. Don't change the subject. You're not really planning to stay with them forever, are you? Siruxing knew her sister had been brooding over being transferred away from Shenlin. I really do plan to stay with them, Siruxing said without hesitation. My affairs are none of your business, right? Mom. Siruxing went home to find her mother. The only person in this family she cared about was her mother. Siruxing's mother was a beautiful young woman, comparable to Sister Zai. Very well maintained. Yes, my daughter is grown up and can make her own decisions. Siruxing's mom was clearly a doting mother. What happened? No matter right or wrong, it's always someone else's fault, never his own daughter's. Sigeng, you're not allowed to coax your sister. Apologize to her, even if you're his own son. It doesn't work. Sigeng knew it would be like this. Sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have coaxed you, but I did it all for your sake. It's not like we're broke. How much do we owe him? Just pay him back. I just like hanging out with them, so what? Do you think I'm really in it for the money? Sira isn't stupid. A magical little wolf brother like you must be grabbed hold of early. Don't worry, your sister isn't stupid. Forget it. I won't talk about you anymore, since talking won't change your mind. Let's talk about something else. Father, won't you go see her? It's as if Ruxin answered. Just cut ties completely. It's all that person's fault. I can't see my daughter every day. Sira's new mother's heart ached. Watching Siruxin, who seemed about to cry. Mom, didn't I come back? I'm doing just fine. Siruxin quickly tried to soothe her. Her own mother not daring to let her cry. Can't go see her. Siruxin's mother was quite displeased. Listen to Mom, don't go. You sleep beautifully through the night. No one disturbs you tonight. Snuggling together to sleep is very comfortable. Today there's still nothing much to do. You decide to continue leading. Xixi wandered around the city, and you decided to keep leading her. Xixi wandered around the city. With only 2 days left, just enjoy yourself to the fullest. That would be bliss, yet Kang Yaoi was miserable to the point of death. After a night of treatment, he finally regained consciousness. When he came to, Kang Yaoi felt nothing but grievance, recalling last night's ordeal. It was utterly unforgettable. The pain, though he hadn't said a word while being electrocuted yesterday. His mind had been fully awake, able to clearly feel the agony, only finally passing out when he could bear it no more. Now his body was covered in burns, and touching them brought waves of pain. That heartless person actually hurt me like this. As the old saying goes, every spoiled child has an overly indulgent parent behind them. Kang Wei is just like his mother, utterly doting. It's absolutely infuriating. Son, don't worry, mother will definitely get justice for you. When the time comes, they'll face the consequences. Even if they're divine spirit beasts, they can't protect him, I'll make them pay. If they dare act again, they'll pay the price. Kang Wei opened his mouth to shout, but his body wouldn't allow it. He couldn't even cry out, and saying this much had already pulled at the wounds on his face. The pain was excruciating. Good son, don't speak. Mother will make arrangements. Rest assured, mother will definitely get justice for you. No one can bully my son. Kang Yaoi wanted to nod, wanted to express his emotions, but in the end, he held it all back. Mom, I'm fine, you go hurry. He knew the righteous realm was about to open, and if he didn't arrange things now, there might not be enough time. Good son, rest well. Once mother has made the arrangements, she'll come keep you company. Mother Kang left. She was going to arrange some people and had no intention of consulting the men of the household. Mother Kang had been gone not long when Fang Yushin came looking for him. Kang Yushin and Kang Yaoi were sworn brothers. Yesterday, Kang Yaoi had gone to see Xianxia's wind dragon, which was also meant to compensate Fang Yushin, because Fang Yushin, due to his actions, had gone to seize it and ended up losing his 9 heavens thunder dragon. This was something Kang Yaoi felt he should take responsibility for, but he hadn't expected to end up getting himself dragged in. As well, brother, he actually dared to hurt you like this. Fang Yushin did hold some resentment toward Kang Yaoi. If it weren't for Kang Yaoi, he truly wouldn't have lost his 9 heavens thunder dragon. Yesterday, Kang Yaoi had planned to seize Xianxia's wind dragon, and Fang Yushin was well aware of it, but he hadn't participated. Now, seeing Kang Yaoi injured like this, the displeasure in Kang Yaoi's heart instantly vanished. The man went to help us get a better divine beast and ended up hurt like this. What more can we complain about, to be frank? The root cause of losing the 9 heavens thunder dragon was still his own strength being too lacking, and it really didn't have much to do with Kang Yaoi. Kang Yaoi felt truly wronged when he saw Fang Yushin, whether it was from anger or something else. Don't get agitated, that's bad for the wounds. I'm still waiting for you to recover so we brothers can go out and relax. A month, the healer said. I'd have to lie in bed for at least a month. Kang Yaoi's teeth itched with frustration. Kang Yaoi, the young master Kang, when had he ever been hurt this badly? He actually had to lie in bed for at least a month. This was simply unbearable. Brother, rest assured this time I will definitely get justice for you. I have absolute confidence. No one can stop me. My elder brother, I've persuaded him, he'll act and help me. Kang Yushin's gaze was firm. Hearing this, Kang Yaoi's eyes actually lit up as well. The same gleam in his eyes. All right, let them pay the price. Brother, don't worry. As long as we can make them learn their lesson, we definitely won't let them off easy. Then the two exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's meaning, but this glance didn't let Kang Yaoi's mother see it, or she would definitely misunderstand. Mission complete. Teach the wicked young master a lesson. Mission reward, Eva. Lesson value 100. Evolution value storage cap 100. Divine power value warrior. Just this little reward. You, who were shopping with Xianxia, were quite dissatisfied and muttered inwardly, you know, you taught a wicked thug a lesson and beat him so badly he couldn't get out of bed for a month. That indirectly helped how many people? Giving just this little reward is way too stingy. Ding, quest triggered, sinister intentions. Quest requirement, in a not yet fully developed alternate plane, repel all those who attack the host. Quest reward, unknown. Oh, looks like quite a few people. You curled the corner of your mouth slightly. Still not giving up? Are these people arranged by the Kang family? Whoever you are, whoever dares to make the first move, don't blame me for being rude. You thought to yourself. Full of confidence, but your appearance though. That's a bit lacking. Right now, your look is exactly like a shopping expert, with shopping bags hanging all over your neck. Actually, you once wondered. And asked Xianxia, since he clearly has a space to store things, why did he have to hang the stuff on your neck? Xianxia just replied with 2 words that left you completely speechless. Ambience, what's wrong with that? With just those 2 words, you could only accept it. What could you say? You could only willingly enjoy this kind of ambience. But those strange looks from the people around you. What was that about? Are you sure this is ambience? You looked at Xianxia with doubt. Wow, you bought so much stuff. Come on, let me take a look. Oh my. You really worked hard. Such a big boss actually carrying things himself. How thoughtful. Xianxia smiled. As she walked over, her tone teasing. Hey, you're actually digging through it. You got annoyed. Joking is joking, but actually digging through is going too far, right? If you mess it up, I'll have to tidy it again. Boss, don't be so stingy. I'm just looking, not taking you things. Xianxia's hand showed no mercy at all. You helplessly stared at the ceiling. Fine, dig through it. Whatever. Xianxia of course didn't really mess things up. Seeing your resigned expression was already a victory for him. Sister Ruxin, you're here. Yesterday's Xianxia was just about to say something to your bodyguard sister. I know all about yesterday's events. See Ruxin's words cut her off directly. If you want to blame someone, blame us for misjudging the person. It's fine, there's a corpse for the horse. I didn't see it either. As for his matters, don't worry. Someone will handle it. See Ruxin knew Xianxia was about to bring up Wanjiexing. He didn't even want to hear that name. Last night, he had already arranged to revoke the people's housing. From now on, your bodyguard sister is completely done with any connection to Wanjiexing. All right. I understand. Xianxia sighed. She was soft-hearted after all. From Wanjiexing's perspective, he really hadn't committed any major mistake, just selfishness. But who isn't selfish? Yet his selfishness hurt Xianxia. If it weren't for you being there, Xianxia might have suffered greatly. So Wanjiexing really isn't much of a person. Forget him. Let's talk about you two instead. See Ruxin's tone suddenly turned serious. What about us? You're still listless. Anyone with a dozen shopping bags hanging around their neck wouldn't have much energy either. You're in big trouble. Now, the moment you heard that, you immediately understood what C. Ruxin meant. Someone is planning to make a move against you, in the alternate dimension. Who are you? You swore to be the #1 show-off. How could you let a little bodyguard steal the spotlight in front of you? The spotlight. That's something you really wanted to claim for yourself. Huh, you already knew about it. C. Ruxin was surprised. He had only gotten the news this morning. Kang Yaoi's mother had bribed 2 adventure groups to make a move on you. Injuring you, 50 billion bounty. Disciplining the target, 500 billion bounty. Even C. Ruxin's voice carried a hint of temptation. That bounty was truly terrifying. Adventure groups were people who roamed outside all year round. If they pulled this job off, they'd never worry for the rest of their lives. You naturally knew that Lin Jing wouldn't let those 2 powerful ones in. After all, behind you stood a divine level spirit beast, Wang Mang and Shen Lan, the #1 pet of the 9 realms, not to mention that master breeder who had never shown his face. If anything happened to you, these people would go berserk, and Shen Lan would be in chaos. So anything far beyond your strength couldn't even enter this open dimension. Of course I know. Do you think I'm the boss for nothing? You're perking up now. That little wench scared you. Huh? Humph. Let me show you the power of the system. Fine, fine. My boss is the greatest, but do you know who's going to be making a move this time? See, Ruxin admits you're a god, but she doesn't believe you. A god here? He only found out this morning who took the bounty. Who got warned by the police. He had just barely figured it out. See, Ruxin doesn't believe you could know such specifics if the boss knows everything. What's the point of a bodyguard, since you already know so much? Why not go investigate? The way you say that has real boss energy, stating what you don't know with such confidence. That actually makes sense. See, Ruxin rolled her eyes at you but nodded. Still, the info the boss needs, I've already got it figured out. But you cleared your throat. It's a bit beyond expectations, so you've got it. That's more like it, a bit more like a bodyguard. Spill it. What's so tricky? People, not many tricky individuals, but tricky groups plenty, even those hiding in the shadows. Sneak attacks are the scariest. Oh my beautiful bodyguard lady, do you know something? You shamelessly leaned in, your head nearly touching C. Ruxin's face. Now you remember to call her lady. C. Ruxin didn't dodge, hands on her hips as if she didn't notice. Your move. Hey lady. Tell me, if something happens to this Yang, you won't find a better boss. Fine, it's still money that's the root of the trouble. C. Ruxin told you about the bounty Kang Yaoi's mother put out. 50 billion for injuring you, 500 billion for punishing the target. After hearing that, you really considered faking an injury to get the money. 100 billion, that's no small sum. You could buy a lot of nukes, right? I think Uncle Wang's exaggerating a bit. Your mind jumps around fast. C. Ruxin was still waiting for you to ask how to solve this, but you blurted out that one line. She nearly choked, rolling her eyes at you. Even now, you can't be serious. Don't you believe me? You argued your point, Uncle Wang said. Even if I caused trouble in Shenlin, he could protect me. But look at this. Does this look like something he can handle? You felt what you said was right. Protecting someone means letting others put a bounty on your head. With how much trouble you cause, who could protect you? Ruxin couldn't help but complain. Ever since he became your bodyguard, if you don't stir up trouble for a month, it'd be strange if nothing happened to you. How is this my fault? I've always been passive. It's always Kang Yaoi who takes the initiative. You really haven't gone looking for trouble with him. Every time he jumps out on his own, right? Fine, not your fault, Siru pouted. Those adventure groups and such. They'll respect Uncle Wang's authority in town, but some won't give him face. Someone dares to defy Uncle Wang. Now I'm actually curious. Adventure groups and such. They all have families and businesses, so they're tied down. The monk can run but not the temple. So if they want to make a move on you, they'd really have to. They'd have to weigh their options. Of course, do you remember Fang Yushin? Remember him too well. How could you not remember your junior? The arrogant one was Fang Yushin's doing. You rolled your eyes knowing it'd come to this, beat the kid, and the elder shows up. This trip to the alternate plane isn't just for people from your city's academies. There will be young talents from other cities too, including those from Shenlin City. Among the young talents is Fang Yehei. Let's be direct, what's Fang Yehei's strength? An 8-trigram beast tamer with a divine beast currently at the 7th rank. Ruxin already knows Fang Yushin went to check things out. Kang Yaoi also knows Fang Yehei will take part in this. So there's no need to guess. He'll definitely make a move against you, and not for any other reason. But to restore the Fang family's honor, for Fang Yushin to be able to become close friends with Kang Yaoi, the Fang family's strength must be considerable. His younger brother was taken down by someone from a small place, so as the older brother, he's bound to step in. Not bad strength-wise, you said calmly. Ruxin gave you a look. Not bad, huh? Can we not be so arrogant? He's an 8th rank spirit beast master with a 7th rank divine beast. Can you show some understanding? I don't even know. Ruxin is only a 6th rank spirit beast master, though his immortal general is powerful and can match the opponent's divine beast. In terms of spiritual energy control, he's far inferior to Fang Yehei. With the beast Tamer's intervention, Ruxin's immortal general is definitely no match for Fang Yehei's divine beast. As for you, you've got even less of a chance, though you've grown stronger by a lot. Ruxin knows you're still no match for his immortal general. Worrying about that is useless. We'll deal with it as it comes. Is there anything else going on? Ruxin gave you a mental thumbs up. What a carefree heart, nothing else. Then let's go have some fun. Worrying and panicking are all pointless. If it's time to play, then play. Ruxin can't say much. Play it is, like anyone's afraid of you. Xianxia says he'll listen to you, and besides, he's not that weak now. He can help you out. A day of fun passes by. But that night you end up troubled. Your big face rests on the pillow, while Xianxia's pretty little face faces you. He heard what you said, and one hand pressed against your face. Then he suddenly sat up. What are you doing? You're not happy. You were lying. Fine, why suddenly get up? I'm checking how much money we have left. Xianxia is a man of action. The moment he heard you mention putting a bounty on the other party, he immediately got up to check the funds. Man, you're a bit intense, so that's how Master Yang just said it without deciding whether to do it. Little wench, is your thirst for revenge too strong? All right, how much money do we still have? Xianxia is your housekeeper. You really don't know how much they have. Xianxia has a lot. Enough to buy 1.5 of your heads. After Xianxia checked his phone, he reached up, grabbed your cheeks, and yanked hard, stretching your face out long. But you're not one to take a beating. Lying down, you turned and pounced, knocking Xianxia flat. How about we put out 5 billion? Why be so stingy? They took 100 billion. Xianxia is an old hand at this. You wince a bit. With that money, what couldn't you do? You could buy plenty of spirit bones and stack your stats to a decent level. Evolution points are hard to come by now. If it weren't for the fear that buying so many spirit bones at once would raise suspicion, you'd have done it long ago. They want our lives. How can we let them off easy? Xianxia, pinned under you, isn't pleased and pulls even harder. Your face is getting twisted out of shape. Fine, I'll listen to you. 100 billion it is. After saying that, you deflate like a punctured balloon, completely relaxing. The result is that your body fully presses down on Xianxia's. Watch Master Yang crush you with weight. Xianxia isn't scared at all. He slowly wriggles free, then grabs your body and yanks it around. After all that fine fur won't fall off. Let's see who can outlast whom. Ruxin didn't come home that night. he was next door, listening to the laughter and noise. He actually wanted to join in, but his identity didn't quite allow it. It was frustrating. It wasn't until the dead of night that Ruxin's ears finally got some peace. You and Xianxia finally quieted down. Before you could even close your eyes, the door next door was knocked on. Ruxin, it's me. Ruxin immediately went to open the door. After opening it, she frowned. Xianxia was wearing loose Laungawir, her hair a bit messy. Clearly she had just gotten out of bed. Xianxia didn't care about her appearance at all. After all, Ruxin was a woman, so she wasn't afraid of being seen. Ruxin, you have to help me, Xianxia said as soon as she entered the room. Quite indignantly, Ruxin was a bit flustered, thinking, what is this? How am I supposed to help? Have me go through that and reason with him properly? In the end, how come it's always me who ends up at a disadvantage? Thinking of this, Ruxin's face flushed slightly. She quickly shook her head to drive away those messy thoughts. See, Ruxin, you're angry too, right? I knew it, Xianxia saw Ruxin's face turning red and thought Ruxin was resonating with her feelings. So, how do you want me to help? Ruxin asked softly. I'll pay, Ruxin, you help me spread the word. Didn't they offer 100 billion? We'll offer 100 billion too, even if we can't do anything to them. It'll scare them to death. Ruxin was stunned. This, oh my god, so that's what it was about. Ruxin wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. She was so embarrassed. Is it hard? Xianxia had never done anything like this and didn't quite understand. If it was too difficult, she wouldn't put Ruxin through it. Not hard, leave it to me, Ruxin agreed readily. Was she joking? This little thing wasn't hard at all. That's great, thank you, Ruxin, Xianxia smiled and ran onto Ruxin's bed. I'm not going back tonight. I'll sleep with you. She was afraid that if she went back, she'd still be pestered by you. In a playful scuffle, she was too tired and planned to get a good night's sleep. Ruxin looked at Xianxia, feeling a bit envious inside, but she also felt that this envy of hers was quite absurd. She shook that dangerous thought out of her mind. This thought was too dangerous. She wouldn't consider it for now. When she truly couldn't control her feelings anymore, she'd think about it then. The next day, Ruxin easily put out the bounty on Kang Yaoi and Fang Yushin. 50 billion per head. The price wasn't too high, but it wasn't low either. Many people, because of Kang Yaoi and Fang Yushin's background, didn't dare to do anything to them, but there were always those bold and daring people out there. They'd complete the punishment mission, take the reward, and flee far away. The Kang family has ability, but what's the use if they can't find the person? Of course. SR knew this would at most be a nuisance. A nuisance to Kang Yaoi and Fang Yushin. As long as they stay within the city, there basically won't be any problems because they have guards by their sides, and the city also has spirit police, but making them restrain their behavior is certainly achievable. Bang, how arrogant. He even dares to put a bounty on my Yaoi. When Kang Yaoi's mother learned of this, she was so angry her face turned pale, cursing endlessly. For so many years, it's always been him bullying others. Never has there been a situation where he was bullied. What? Just because you're allowed to put a bounty on others, others aren't allowed to put a bounty on Kang Yaoi. Kang Yaoi's father held a teacup. He wore a black long robe, clearly the kind of very old-fashioned person, quite out of place with Kang Yaoi's mother's modern fighting attire. Behind that person stands a divine-level spirit beast and their families. Spirit Beast Shop has recently gained strong prestige. So what? His father won't just let this go. You saw how badly Yaoi was beaten. That's not my own son. Kang Yaoi's mother was unwilling. Her son, whom she herself couldn't bear to lift a finger against, being beaten like this. What does that count for? Arrangements have already been made, rest assured. Take Fang Yahe, for example. I can't trust that woman. She can be let go, but her spirit beast must be defeated. Kang Yaoi's mother wasn't stupid either. She knew how much trouble hurting Xianxia would cause. But defeating the spirit beast wouldn't be too much of a problem. Everything is arranged. Kang Yaoi's father's eyes gleamed with sharp light. He had only this one son. Although he wasn't very accomplished, he was still for carrying on the family line. He was an old-fashioned man, and the more old-fashioned, the more he valued carrying on the line. So he definitely couldn't forgive this. Even if they say you're connected to Wang Mang, so what? A newly promoted divine-level spirit beast master. If the Kang family gives you face, then you have face. If the Kang family doesn't want to give you face, then you have no face. Knowing the master wouldn't sit idly by, Kang Yaoi's mother acted clingy and gentle, massaging Kang Yaoi's father's shoulders. Meanwhile, the newly promoted divine-level spirit beastmaster that Kang Yaoi's father mentioned, had already arrived in Shenlin City and found them. How is it? Are you hurt? Within a single day, 2 major bounty orders appeared in Shenlin City. Wang Meng could tell with his gut that something had gone wrong. Well then, Uncle Wang, weren't you supposed to come tomorrow? Why are you here today? Isn't it because of you, kid? Wang Meng's tone carried an irrepressible edge. Is that Kang Yaoi causing trouble again? Wang Meng had made a promise back then. And he certainly couldn't go back on his word. You had nothing to hide from Wang Meng. So you told him the whole story from start to finish. Fine, I'll go to the Kang family right now. Wang Meng had a fiery temper. The Kang family really didn't take him, Wang Meng, seriously at all. Then they truly needed to see just how much power Wang Meng wielded. Uncle Wang, don't rush, going like this won't get any reasoning across. Humph, what do you mean by shaking your head? It's easier for people to accept things when settled with fists. Just talking won't make them listen. Wang Meng looked puzzled. Uncle Wang, listen to me. Do you have any information on this other dimension? Shenlin is being quite secretive this time. Even now, they haven't released any details about this other dimension. I don't know much either, but I heard this dimension is very mysterious. Shenlin City has already notified us divine-level beast tamers. We all need to be on standby. You looked a bit surprised. A divine-level beast tamer could each suppress an entire region. Humans were quite powerful in this area. Back when Wang Meng was a 9-realm beast tamer, he could already suppress the entire divine demon pet beast paradise. From that, you could see how strong humans were. Yet this time, Shenlin City had summoned so many divine-level beast tamers to stand by, which meant this dimension wasn't all that safe, but that didn't add up either. If it wasn't safe, why would Shenlin City organize so many young talents to go in? I heard that within that world, there's always a heavy breathing sound in any corner of that world. You can hear it, but unfortunately, no one knows who the owner of that breathing is. You widened your eyes? My God, a breathing sound that can be heard across the entire world. That's like on Blue Star. If there were a breathing sound that everyone on the planet could hear, just how powerful a creature would that have to be? But no need to fear. The owner of that breathing sound is clearly in a deep slumber. As long as we don't break the balance of that world, he shouldn't awaken. Once we've obtained most of the resources, we'll proactively close the link channel to this plane. This is also the consistent approach humanity takes when facing powerful planes. Wang Meng also explained a situation that even the higher-ups of humanity have yet to figure out. Those powerful beings never proactively open channels to Blue Star, nor do they ever enslave humans. Instances of descendants of such powerful beings appearing on Blue Star do occur occasionally, as long as you can maintain a friendly relationship with them before things are confirmed. You're sure to gain enormous benefits afterward. But some people like the Kang and Fang families fail to see this. It's human nature's flaw. There are always those who underestimate those powerful beings. You know your own situation well. You have no powerful backing behind you. Currently, the strongest is Wang Meng, so then you can show off a bit appropriately, but you can't get too carried away. Uncle Wang, if I were to defeat Fang Yushin's older brother, would there be any trouble? You already know of Fang Yehei's existence. Sirexin has already told you everything about Fang Yehei. He's someone you need to pay special attention to. Although this Fang Yehei sounds pretty formidable, you don't understand at all. Retreating isn't your style. What you're thinking is to completely defeat Fang Yehei. As for Fang Yehei, if he makes the first move and gets countered and defeated, there's nothing major to worry about. You're arrogant, and Wang Meng is no pushover either. So what if someone from the Fang family goes after my nephew? Then my nephew counters and defeats Fang Yehei, and you still want to cause trouble. Do you really think Wang Meng is easy to bully? If it were you who proactively sought out Fang Yehei and then defeated him, Wang Meng would still tell you to restrain yourself. But in your current situation, there's no need to restrain. Whoever loses just has to accept their bad luck. Wang Meng doesn't believe you'll lose. Any powerful being would give their own descendants very powerful trump cards. If something could easily go wrong, they wouldn't let their descendants come to temper themselves. With Uncle Wang's words, I'm reassured. Get ready if you need anything. Just tell Uncle Wang. Although this matter is not insignificant crisis but also an opportunity. Good, you nodded to show you understand. Oh wow, so many people. When it truly came time to head to the alien plane to face the enemy, you were still quite excited. Mainly, you didn't expect there to be this many People, this clearly wasn't some small-scale affair. The elites from various cities. Young people only made up a small portion, more. Were from adventure groups and major family forces, of course. Officials like the police and such sent out. Even more people. Right now, the alien plane is under official control if the officials didn't open up entry. Permissions, no one could get in. This was also to prevent people from other countries from sneaking in. An alien plane discovered by Xia country belongs to Xia country. Wealth, there's no way they'd let other nations share the resources. Lots of people, right? There are quite a few here who want your life. Ruxin loved pouring cold water on things. This time he was also going to enter, with his families. Power, arranging one person to go to the alien plane, was a piece of cake. But this time, he did it secretly on his own. Without notifying his family, if he really told his family, his mother definitely wouldn't agree, and undeveloped. Alien plane is very dangerous, every time they explore such a plane, someone gets hurt, and it's never anything minor. How precious was the young lady of the sea family? How could she go do something like this? They'd better not mess with me, if only I'd brought Hunjin along. You kind of missed Hunjing. Going to a place like this, Hunjing's talent would be way too useful. Unfortunately, Hunjing was recently breaking through in its cultivation, so it didn't come with you. The deep blue chamber plane passage is opening. Everyone knows the rules, so I won't say much, if anyone breaks the rules, you know the consequences yourselves. The official big shots. Words were very brief. His voice wasn't loud, but it could clearly reach everyone's ears. Go on in. You were a bit stunned. As for the rules and such, you really didn't understand them. The rules are simple. Ruxin very patiently explained to you. Each group had a designated position. People in high-level positions couldn't go to low-level ones, but low-level ones could go to high-level ones. He wasn't new to this kind of thing, so he understood it quite well. Xianxia was a bit excited. It was thrilling, right? Or what? Let's go, we're heading in. You were still thinking. When Ruxin very rudely nudged you, the group of young people they were in had already started filing into the alien plane, one after another. The gate to this dimension had been reinforced by the big shots. It was very safe and also very large, standing tall in the wilderness. The surroundings had already been firmly controlled by the authorities, and those not permitted to enter couldn't even dream of getting in. You brought Xianxia and Ruxin into the other dimension. The moment you stepped in, you felt a sense of coming home. This place was similar to the demon beast continent. The air smelled the same, with much less of the hustle and bustle, and you couldn't see any tall buildings. You sighed with emotion. This kind of place suits me better. Don't sigh. There are plenty of places like this. We'll come often in the future, Xianxia said. He had heard the rumored breathing sound. Quick listen, there really is a breathing sound. Actually, the sound wasn't loud, but it could be clearly detected by all living beings. That was truly powerful. The big shots within the official ranks had similar abilities, but what they could influence was only a small group of people. This powerful existence, however, could affect all living beings across the entire world. Ding, quest triggered. Find the Thunder Yuan Pearl. Quest requirement, find the Thunder Yuan Pearl. Quest reward, location. Is the Thunder Yuan Pearl related to the Thunder attribute? This vague quest, can you give me more hints? Ding, host, please follow your own instincts. Damn, this system is pretty ahead of its time. Saying something so profound, follow my instincts? Seriously. You actually did focus and sense carefully. Oh, this is divine. Honestly, you didn't quite believe in gods or ghosts, but now you were starting to, because you really did seem to feel a voice calling out to you. This was what they meant by instinct. You followed that feeling and walked forward. The surroundings grew quieter, and the air became thicker. You could feel the presence of something extraordinary ahead. Xianxia and Ruxin followed closely behind you, their eyes filled with curiosity and caution. What is this place? Ruxin whispered. You shook your head, not knowing the answer. Suddenly, a faint glow appeared in the distance, pulsing like a heartbeat. You quickened your pace, and the glow grew brighter. As you approached, you saw a floating pearl crackling with electric energy. The Thunder Yuan Pearl. You exclaimed. The pearl seemed to respond to your voice. Emitting a low hum, you reached out your hand, and it flew into your palm, warm and vibrating. The quest was complete. Ding, quest complete. Reward, location of the next clue. What good stuff could there be? You didn't care, so let's just enjoy the scenery. Look, so many plants you've never seen. What's so special about plants? Pretty soon, Ruxin indeed caught up. She was about to curse at you, but suddenly felt the aura fluctuation on you. Her eyes lit up, and she jumped straight Onto you like a curious kid. When did you? Master Wind Force, long ago, making a fuss over nothing. You casually bragged. Such an important thing. And you didn't tell me. Ruxin pointed at her own nose and demanded, why would a bodyguard need to know so much? One sentence left Ruxin speechless, puffing with anger. She yanked a tuft of fur off your back. Annoyed, you did a beautiful drift and flung her off. Luckily, she was quick-eyed and caught her steadily. You suddenly made a shushing gesture. Ruxin immediately shut up. She knew the stakes, knowing not to joke around here. You weren't lying to her, you really saw a strange creature, a monkey sitting cross-legged in meditation. Your eyesight was freakishly good. Through layers of dense leaves you clearly saw a monkey sitting on a branch like an old monk, in deep meditation. The scene was too surreal. What's wrong? Ruxin whispered. Let's go. Take a look. You led the way, carefully creeping over. The monkey was still cultivating, oblivious to the impending danger, hiding behind a big tree. You lowered your voice and asked, see it? A monkey that meditates. In return, Ruxin rolled her eyes. I don't have your freakish eyesight, can't see it. You were speechless. Bad eyesight yet so confident about it. Fine, let's get closer. Keep your voices down, don't scare it off. You felt this monkey was unusual, based on your understanding of the system. The weirder the thing, the better the loot. It drops. Once close enough, Ruxin also saw it and marveled. Is it guarding some treasure? She started scanning around. You thought to yourself, this girl was still too green. This crappy place had pitifully thin spiritual energy. What could be a blessed land? You two wait here, I'll go over, you instructed. This monkey wasn't strong still. At the demon beast level, you didn't want Ruxin stealing your kill. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Observe a bit more. Ruxin stomped in frustration. Too bad you'd already dashed off. You sped off, deliberately making a loud hushing sound just to provoke that monkey. If it didn't run, you'd be a bit surprised. The monkey heard the noise but only slowly stood up from the branch, thinking I, Master Yang, was too soft-hearted to take it down. You kept your speed, claws out, and lunged straight over. Killing such a small beast was as easy as lifting a hand for you. A startled cry escaped your mouth. You actually took a slap. The slap landed solidly across your face, stunning you completely. Hitting a monkey on the face, even a wolf has pride. Right, it didn't hurt, but the humiliation was immense. Wait, no. Wasn't it Master Yang who was supposed to take it down? How come it's the other way around? You hit me. How did you do that? You didn't rush to retaliate, instead growing deeply curious about the monkey's technique. The monkey didn't stand on ceremony, raising its hand for another slap. Coming at you, this time you were prepared, so that's how it works. You tilted your head and easily dodged. Now it was the monkey's turn to be stunned. It was a mental attack when caught off guard. It could make someone lose focus instantly, but once you were on guard, with your formidable mental strength, the monkey's attack was nothing but a tickle. If I, Master Yang, could get my hands on this thing, it'd be incredibly useful. Your eyes lit up. You gave Master Yang a slap, and Master Yang gave you one back. Even before you even finished speaking, you moved. The monkey's mental attack was completely useless against your powerful palm. It didn't last a second. Crack. The battle ended. Ding, spirit monkey slain. Evolution points 50-0. Meditation talent 1, only 50-0. You felt a bit shortchanged. After ascending to divine beast rank, killing small fry like this gave less and less reward, but when you saw the new talent, your mood improved. Deep thought, a special talent that boosts divine power recovery while resting, a bit useless. You glanced at it and lost interest, feeling it wasn't much use, and returned disappointed. Xianxia watched you come back dejected, a little puzzled but smart enough not to ask. She just looked at you with adoring eyes and said in a crisp voice, so amazing, you one-shot it. The girl's acting was terrible. You silently mocked her. Just then, Xianxia suddenly pointed at her. Eyes sparkled as she looked at the talent stone in your hand. Hell, what kind of stone is that? Why do I feel it so attractive to me? You suddenly turned to Xianxia with a serious expression. This is no joke, don't just say that to please me. This is a talent stone meant for spirit beasts. I'm not joking, it's real. Xianxia nodded frantically, her eyes looking like a starving person seeing a feast. You swallowed your saliva. System, can humans use talent stones? Ding, in this system's eyes, there is no distinction between humans and beasts. All are living beings, so they really can be used. You were stunned on the spot. This discovery was astonishing. If humans could also use talent stones, then the people around you would soar. Without hesitation, you Handed the talent stone to Xianxia. Unexpectedly, Xianxia seemed a bit afraid. Is this really? Okay, isn't this for spirit beasts? It's fine, was my thinking too narrow before. Your strength can be enhanced. This way too, you decided not to hide it from her. See Ruxin, this girl, if you gave her benefits, she'd only become more loyal. What are you two talking about? See Ruxin leaned in, confused. Just eat it. And you'll know. You turned around and exchanged an meditation talent stone from the system, handing it directly to see Ruxin. This girl had psychological barriers, so let this carefree one be the test subject first. Where did you get that? Didn't you hand over all your spatial equipment? See Ruxin started her curious baby mode again. Are you eating it or not? You couldn't be bothered to explain. Eat, why wouldn't I? See Ruxin shot you a glare, then tossed the talent stone into her mouth like a candy bean. The stone melted the moment it touched her tongue. Before she could even react, her eyes rolled back and she collapsed stiffly. Ah, Sister Ruxin. Xixia's face turned pale with fright. On the verge of tears. Don't worry, it's fine, she just fainted. This is a good thing, you quickly reassured her. Really? When have I ever lied to you? How about we go find her and check on her? Hearing Xianxia say that, you almost rolled your eyes to the sky. Girl, your strength going up is a good thing, but can your nerve not be so big? Are you tired of living? Even the Xia Kingdom's officials have to treat this thing with caution, and you want to go watch the excitement. Fine. That's what I was thinking too, but what came out of your mouth was the complete opposite. When it comes to nerve, who could ever outdo you? You're being too flashy. Can you two stop being so naive? Ruxin finally couldn't take it anymore. She felt that this bodyguard job she'd taken could cost her her life at any moment. Sister Ruxin, we're just talking. It's not like we're actually going. Don't you want to see for yourself? Xixia's words hit the nail on the head. In this camp, every single person who wouldn't want to see with their own eyes what kind of being that breathing sound belongs to. I really can't do anything with you two. SRXN held her forehead, looking helpless. Just then the official personnel stepped forward, and a booming voice drowned out the camp's noise. All right. Everyone knows the situation. Those who don't can come get the materials. Now follow the guidelines and split into zones. Follow the rules. Instantly the entire camp fell silent. What? Zone assignment? You didn't care and couldn't be bothered to understand? As long as you could stay with Xianxia and SRXN, that was fine. Oh right. If possible, you could bring Duan Yang along too. He'd followed as well. The official personnel began calling out, dividing people into different levels by age, strength, team, and background. There were 5 zones in total, from S rank to D rank. D rank green was the official thoroughly explored safe zone. C rank yellow was where the official was just about to make a move. A bit dangerous. B rank and A rank red areas on the map were full of danger, but at least some known danger zones were marked. As for S rank, pure black. Completely unknown. How big it was, what was inside. No one knew. In the end, you were assigned to C zone, to put it plainly. In the official's eyes, you were just a group of students here to experience life, not adventurers on a quest. Duan Yang and the others had it worse. They were thrown straight into the D zone, that newbie village, being looked down on. You clicked your tongue, feeling that with your strength you should at least be heading to B zone. That's enough. SRXN reminded you from beside. Look at that. Feng Yhi is in C zone too. She paused for a moment, then added, the official is letting us get a feel for the atmosphere. We're still in the training phase. There's no way they'd let us risk our lives. You nodded slightly. True. You swept your gaze around and saw quite a few adventure groups that didn't look all that strong being assigned to B zone. Experience in exploring other worlds sometimes matters more than raw strength. If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd almost have forgotten. You nodded slightly toward a direction. Look at that guy. He's staring at us with fierce eyes. Fang Yehei isn't just staring, he's walking straight toward us. He comes over aggressively. So you're the one who bullied my little brother. He cut straight to the point, voice icy. Bullying, that's not quite it. You say slowly, opening your mouth. Fang Yehei frowns, thinking to himself, this guy wants to beg for mercy? Fine. Hand over the wind dragon and I'll let you go today. Killing you would only satisfy my anger. Getting the wind dragon is the real gain. But then your tone shifts, almost making him furious. If you want to call it something, call it a lesson. Then, like a string of firecrackers, you fire off words without a single curse, but that aura of stay away, don't act tough in front of Master Yang leaves him with no face to save. Fang Yehei, after all, is more composed than his brother. On the surface, he doesn't even lose his temper. Fine, we'll meet again. He throws down a harsh parting line and turns to leave. Bodyguard, your reputation isn't working. You turn to look at Ruxin, deliberately teasing her. He didn't take you seriously at all. Ruxin glares at you. He came looking for trouble with you. Why would he? Give me face. Besides, I really can't beat him right now. Is that embarrassing? By the time I reach his age, I'll definitely beat him. Until he can't fight back, believe me or not, Fang. Yehei had just left when someone else approached. Two beautiful ladies, this expedition is quite dangerous. Would our team have the honor of traveling with you two? No need. Thanks. Xianxia is the first to refuse, clean and direct. She knows your nature too well. If she dared to talk more with another man, your jealousy jar would definitely overflow. No text provided for this id. 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 He even has to hand over his spatial equipment. You're stunned. What kind of move is this? It's not just you. Even the few veterans are first-timers here, all looking baffled. We'll issue you exclusive gear, and you'll hand over 30% of everything you harvest here. So that's how it is. You think to yourself, this rule is actually reasonable. Why would the officials let you freeload? Taking 30% is already generous. If it were you'd take at least 50. Nobody objected, and everyone honestly handed over their spatial equipment. No one dared to hide anything. Don't worry, your gear will be kept safe by us. If you unfortunately meet with danger, we'll make sure to pass it on to your families, if you have any last words. You can record them now. This deathbed-like procedure dragged on for over half an hour, making you feel a bit uneasy. Finally, everything was settled and ready to go. Let's move. Bodyguards, stay close. You let out a loud shout, slung Zai Zai onto your back, and in an instant transformed into a gust of wind. Storm steps and thunder flash fully activated. You charged out in a flash, trying to shake me off. Ruxin refused to be outdone, summoning her immortal general to give chase. You can't escape. Fang Yuhei hadn't teamed up with anyone at all. In his eyes, there was only you. The moment you moved, he immediately gave it his all to chase after you. The others in Zone C saw this and, in a rush, followed along too. 100 billion is running ahead. Maybe they could snag a lucky break, but as they chased, they sensed something was wrong. Damn. Where'd he go? He vanished in the blink of an eye. You ask me, who do I ask? We lost him. 100 billion just slipped right through their fingers. How could anyone let such a fat piece of meat escape? But no matter how much they regretted it, they had no choice but to keep searching. Meanwhile, you had already slipped away with Zai Zai on your back, using the terrain to your advantage. You didn't run far, just found a hidden spot to catch your breath. Zai Zai was still unconscious, her face pale. You checked her breathing. It was steady, so you felt a bit relieved. But you knew you couldn't stay here long. The people from Zone C would soon search this area. You had to find a way out. Just as you were thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind you. Not bad, you actually managed to lose them all. You turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a gray robe standing there, smiling at you. Who are you? You asked cautiously. Me, I'm just a passerby, he said with a light laugh, but I can help you. Follow me. You hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Zai Zai needed treatment, you nodded and followed him. His heart slowly stirred awake, still not understanding what had happened. The next moment, before you or Xianxia could answer him, his mouth also formed an O shape. My God, what did you feed me? Some immortal thing. SRXN jumped up entirely. The first thing he did was rush to you, grabbing your collar with both beautiful hands, his slender fingers sinking into the dense fur at your neck. Hey, watch it, I'm your boss. You're pushing the cool act too far. You let him shake you wildly, staying calm, but soon you started to feel annoyed. SRXN quickly let go instantly, turning from a domineering lady into a flustered little girl, somewhat nervous. I'm just too excited. What exactly was that? Never mind what it was. Tell me what benefits you gained. You knew the benefits of the contemplation talent for yourself, but what it does when others use it, you had no idea. SRXN, as the first to try it, had to provide you with enough intel. My spiritual power surged by 30%, and now the moment I close my eyes, I can directly enter deep cultivation state. before I'd have to struggle for an hour or two. The more SRXN spoke, the more excited he got, his voice trembling. The spiritual power surge meant he had touched the threshold of a 7th rank beast tamer. And deep cultivation at any time was even more heaven-defying. It was like giving him a super accelerator, letting him improve at a speed that would leave others far behind. No wonder he was so eager to test it. How's the effect? Decent enough. You said casually, keeping up the cool act. Stick with me, and there'll be even bigger rewards ahead. Meanwhile, you gave Xianxia a look. Don't just stand there. Eat it quickly. Can't let this girl have all the benefits alone. Xianxia caught your look, grinned, and grabbed that piece of contemplation talent, shoving it into his mouth without any hesitation. No messing around with you. SRXN finally calmed down, his expression turning serious instantly. The secret of this thing you must never leak. This is far more tempting than a 10 billion bounty reward. He knew well that something capable of defying fate like this, once exposed, would trigger how much madness? At that point, law and morality in the face of absolute temptation would become nothing but empty words. No kidding, if it weren't for our good relationship, you think I'd give it to you? You shot back irritably. That remark hit the mark. SRXN felt a warmth in his heart. I admit it, we're pretty tight, and this thing's got me hooked too. With a flick of your hand, you produced another low-grade life-prolonging talent stone. Anything too high-grade you didn't dare use, fearing his body couldn't handle it. Low-grade talent stones reshape the body with less intensity, so the pain would naturally be lighter. And SRXN's heart was shocked once more. This might sting a bit, bear with it. SRXN was truly a tough one, despite her delicate appearance. She was harder than anyone at her core. Pain, so what? To grow stronger, it was nothing. Without a second thought, she swallowed it whole. The next second, agony struck. Within just a few blinks, her smooth forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, but this girl could really endure it, gritting her pearly teeth without making a single sound. Even you felt a pang of sympathy. If it's too much, just cry out. It'll help. SRXN rolled her eyes in irritation. She could have held it in, but with you saying that her stubborn streak was about to crack, yet she refused to show weakness in front of you. Why? Even she couldn't say, get lost. Those 3 words were practically squeezed through her teeth. Good intentions wasted on a dog. You shrugged. Fine, I'll get lost. Who's scared? You turned and went to XX's side. While she was still unconscious, you exchanged for 2 more talent stones and slipped them into her mouth. This was a perfect chance, sparing her the agony of being awake through it. If not for fear, her body couldn't handle more. You'd have used every talent stone on her. When it came to XX, you never held anything back. The way she used her body to shield you from that attack. That image you'd never forget, though XX was unconscious. The pain was no less intense. Unconscious himpairs escaped from her lips, each one tugging at your heart. You gently wiped the cold sweat from her brow, murmuring softly, hang in there. XX, it'll pass soon. Her body trembled slightly, as if she could hear you, and her breathing gradually steadied. You stayed by her side, watching over her without a word. Time crawled by, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, the trembling subsided, and her face regained a hint of color. You let out a long breath, relief washing over you. She's through the worst of it, you thought, turning back. You saw SRXN had also calmed down, though her eyes still held a trace of defiance. You couldn't help but smile wryly. Rest up, we've got a long road ahead. With that, you settled in to keep watch, the night stretching on quietly. He barged in. Fang Yahe actually caught up. Well, it's only natural that he found you after you stayed here for so long. You were actually here when Fang Yahe saw you. His eyes were full of surprise. He originally came to ask around about your whereabouts, never expecting to run straight into the very person. You stepped forward slowly, like a wall, completely shielding the 2 girls behind you. What's wrong with them? They seem to have gone astray in their cultivation. Fang Yahe's gaze swept past you, staring intently at Ruxin and Xianxia. That look made you extremely annoyed. What are you doing? That gaze was so scorching it felt like it could roast someone alive. Fang Yahe's composure was decent, but these 2 young ladies were drenched in fragrant sweat, and their thin robes, soaked through, clung tightly to their bodies, outlining their figures. In that fleeting moment, you activated the thunder step without hesitation. A flash of purple lightning instantly shielded the 2 women, though it couldn't completely block the view. That hazy purple glow was enough to make Fang Yahe unable to see anything clearly. Only then did you feel a bit relieved, as if your own treasure hadn't been coveted by others. You stepped aside, and they began to cultivate. I can help them, Fang Yahe. You saw through his intentions and still dared to block him, so he grew anxious, his tone full of command and displeasure. At this moment, looking at the beauty mattered even more than killing you. The Fang brothers really are cut from the same cloth. Get out of the way, no need for. You, he shot back without any courtesy. We're all men who can't hide our true intentions from each other. What's the point of pretending to be a gentleman? You're harming him. Look at their condition. It's not urgent at all. Still not moving aside, Fang Yahe kept up the act, trying to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could really take advantage of someone's weakness, you're really asking for it. You've completely shown your hand. I've never liked wasting words, so let's just settle this directly. If you won't leave, then I'll beat you until you do, or just take you out entirely. Besides, these two girls will recover in at most a minute or two. Little Xinra wasn't actually unconscious. She was just in too much pain to speak. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to force out 2 words of warning. You don't need to be careful against him. Though her words were dismissive, her tactics were anything but sloppy. Lightning clone, lightning flash, and gale step were all unleashed at once. In martial arts, speed conquers all. Your speed was something Fang Yahe couldn't keep up with at all, even his divine beast was useless against it. Though his divine beast was powerful, it couldn't match your speed either. Though its divine beast rank is higher than yours, your attributes and secret manual boosts give you real combat power that's no less. Moreover, your true body can switch freely among countless lightning clones. Even if the enemy has large-scale area attacks, they can't catch your main body. This puts you in an undefeatable position. Since you can't lose, then the one who loses can only be Fang Yahe. The problem now is how to deal with him. Fang Yahe was furious. You wolf, who do you think you are? Before 2 beauties drenched in sweat, being looked down upon by a wolf, this was an insult he couldn't swallow. When someone gets hot-headed, they tend to act rashly. Sure enough, Fang Yahe roared and commanded his divine beast to strike first. A grown man like you actually keeps a cat, and a white one at that. Are you deliberately trying to humiliate me? The moment that cat appeared, its aura was extraordinary, a 7th-rank divine beast of the extremely rare 9-tailed spirit cat, which had already grown 7 tails. The moment that cat appeared, its aura was extraordinary, a 7th-rank divine beast of the extremely rare 9-tailed spirit cat, which had already grown 7 tails. A wolf that just entered the 7th rank of divine beasts dares to judge me before Fang Yu He could speak. The 7-tailed spirit cat exploded first. Its voice was crisp and clear, clearly female. Oh, a female cat, quite the unique taste you have. Your gaze turned somewhat amused, seeking death. The 7-tailed spirit cat completely erupted. 3 of its 7 tails instantly lit up, a wind ice composite secret technique. Careful, Ruxin's voice came again, full of worry, but in an instant he understood. The ice cones were wrapped with stones to increase penetration, and wind energy accelerated to push speed to the extreme. Let me see how powerful this thing is. You'd never seen this kind of technique before and suddenly sobered up. As if you could dodge it, the 7-tailed spirit cat sneered. Can you dodge? Of course I can, but you can't. Behind you are Xianxia. Ruxin, if I dodge, this attack would land right on them. I don't have any other talent, just a hard head. When you used your head to take the ice cones head on, you dropped this remark. The spirit cat was about to mock you, but the next second its eyes nearly popped out. The ice cones struck your forehead with a dull thud, then cracked and shattered into ice shards. You were only pushed back 2 steps by the impact, with a needle-point-sized drop of blood on your forehead and a few hairs lost. Caught it. The spirit cat was stunned. Not bad power, you shook off. He shook his head and remarked, let's see how many times you can block. The scent spirit cat, furious and humiliated, unleashed ice cones, fireballs, and lightning bolts at you like a machine gun, sweeping across in a dazzling array of colors. Quite a sight. All flash, no substance. You remarked precisely, just as one of its attacks shattered one of your clones, and a smug look crept onto its face. Your ghostly voice already sounded behind it. Breaking a clone, are you proud of that? The lightning clone flickered, and the moment you appeared behind it, the 7-tailed spirit cat, seasoned and experienced, raised a tricolored light shield of yellow, mail, and gold, but with you closing in. A shield breaker, you think that'll work? You underestimate me, seeing how cocky you were. I can't stay too low-key either. Truth is, I'm quite handsome, just usually too lazy to turn on the effects. With a thought, you activated full enhancement effects, a burst of orange-red. Flames instantly erupted from within you, enveloping your entire body, while your power claws burned with a deeper blue flame, now it's full body enhancement plus 5 claw. Enhancement plus 6, who knew plus 5 and plus 6? Had different light effects. You even had time to marvel. Before the words faded, your blue flame sharp claws had already slammed onto that tricolored light shield, with a sound like a finger poking through an eggshell. The light shield shattered with a crack. The scent spirit cat was utterly stunned. How could its proud defense be so fragile? It couldn't, but you could. You had long seen through this cat's weakness, besides the usual vital points. There were its 7 tails, each tail's tip corresponding to a life orb. Without hesitation, you clawed one down. With a stomp, meow, the cat whose tail was stepped on instantly bristled, and a violent flame shockwave, a ring of repelling fire, erupted from its body with power comparable to a grenade. You were already sent flying by the blast, but the tail under your claws flew out with you, forcibly tearing off one of its tails. Bastard, how dare you hurt my spirit cat? Xianxia's heart was bleeding, not out of pity for the cat, but for the money. Raising one tail cost how many resources? He knew better than anyone. Are you insane? You're trying to kill me, and you won't let me fight back. You gave him a contemptuous look, worried for his intelligence. Wow, so handsome. Just then, Xianxia woke up. The moment she opened her eyes and saw you blazing with flames, her eyes instantly turned into starry shapes, and Xianxia had the same expression. Of course. You said with a smug grin, kill him, kill him. Xianxia, provoked by the scene, frenzied and unhinged, the two beauties woke up and ignored him, instead staring at a wolf with infatuation. How could he keep any face? He frantically empowered the 7-tailed spirit cat with spirit techniques, and the severed tailed cat grew even more. Compound secret manuals were thrown out like they cost nothing. Be careful, he used a spellburst spirit technique that has a chance to double power. Srxing quickly warned. Don't worry, just protect yourselves, you said while strolling leisurely through the storm of skills, closing in on the tailed spirit cat. That cat was going mad. Its attacks couldn't even touch you, only when you got close did it wildly hurl a barrage of skills to force you to tank them, but even if it occasionally hit, it couldn't deal any real damage. Get lost, stay away from me, the 7-tailed spirit cat shrieked, unleashing another dense wave, though you really wanted to experience what a spellburst felt like, you said lazily while dodging. But it seems that wish won't come true. You were done playing this game of cat and mouse. Thunder shackles, you raised a claw, and a top-tier secret manual erupted. Without warning, the 7-tailed spirit cat never expected you to have such a move hidden. To save divine power, it hadn't even activated the most basic defense, so the thunder shackles bound it tight and solid, still a bit slow. Looks like this skills level needs upgrading. You muttered to yourself, already at the 7-tailed spirit cat's side. Bound by lightning chains, even a 7th-rank divine beast couldn't break free instantly, and that time was enough for you to do anything. Like snapping off tails one by one, and with each tail snapped, Xianxia's heart twitched, the muscles on his face twisting. Damn you, I'll fight you to the death. Xianxia finally lost his composure and launched an attack on his own. Unfortunately, his pitiful spiritual energy packed less punch than his cat's normal attacks. You didn't even bother turning your head. A thunder shield rose above you and blocked all his attacks. Kung Hu Fall, I was going to deal with you later, but since you're so eager, I'll oblige. You casually cast another thunder shackles, binding Xianxia as well. Done with this troublemaker, you returned to the 7-tailed spirit cat's side, and under its despairing gaze, completed the final steps. Soon, a majestic 7-tailed spirit cat became a tailless cat, looking both ridiculous and pitiful. Its vitality was quite tenacious but useless. You brought a foot down and ended it. He killed the 7th-rank divine beast, the 9-tailed spirit cat. Evolution value increased by 700. Evolution value storage cap increased by 700. Playful god and home clothes not bad. You revealed a satisfied smile. You collected the cat's corpse. This was a good item. Then you slipped over to Xianxia. What do you want to do? Xianxia stared at you, his whole body trembling like a sieve. Where was the earlier arrogance? What do I want to do? Don't you know? You asked back. I'm from the Fang family, the first heir of the Fang family. If you kill me, the Fang family won't let you go. He could only use his family to pressure you. I say, are you stupid? You sneered, deciding to let him die with clarity. Why? You're going to die here. Don't you have any idea in your own heart? Fang Yahe froze, then his eyes bulged wide as if he'd thought of something. Right. Looks like you've figured it out. You leaned in close, using a voice only the two of you could. Here, if you weren't around, wouldn't the second heir step up? If I'm not mistaken, that second heir is your younger brother, Fang Yushin, right? These words struck like daggers to the heart. Fang Yushin, it's you, Fang Yushin, I hate you, angry. Curses erupted wildly from Fang Yahe's mouth. His face, twisted by rage and unwillingness, contorted grotesquely. You rubbed your chin, suddenly thinking that letting him go back to watch the brothers turn against each other might be interesting too, but the thought only flashed by. What if these two brothers pulled off some act of false reconciliation? How would that go? You didn't have time to watch them every day. Forget it. You might as well let him go in peace. You couldn't be bothered to waste more words on him. You dare scheme against me, all of you. Will come to no good end, no good end. People who want me to suffer are plenty, but you'll go first. A palm strike came down, ending the conflict. Wait, I have a secret to tell you, Fang Yahe's voice was shrill and piercing, filled with a desperate will to survive. Seeing you truly about to strike, he was scared out of his wits. A secret, you sneered inwardly. This guy's secret was nothing but a stalling tactic, but you were in no hurry now. Oh, a secret, you stopped looking at him with interest, like a cat that always observes its prey after catching a mouse. I do love hearing secrets. Go on, let's hear it. After all, he was already fish on your chopping board. How to deal with him and when was entirely up to your mood. Squeezing out his last bit of value wasn't bad either. Speak. Fang Yahe's mind raced. What could he say? He had no real secret. You hesitated. You spoke calmly, each word like a hammer striking his nerves. Sweat rolled down Fang Yahe's forehead. I know who paid for the murder, he shouted out of desperation. You almost laughed at that, rolling your eyes. Was this guy seriously underestimating your intelligence network? Bodyguard, you couldn't be bothered to waste words, so you nodded to see Ruxin. Go ahead. Explain it to him. See Ruxin understood and stepped forward, clearing his throat, ready to begin his little lecture, but Kang Yoi didn't give him the chance. Wait, he called out again. What you know is only the surface. The one truly targeting you is Kang Yaoi's older brother Kang Woi. See Ruxin blurted out, his eyes instantly sharpening. Kang Yaoi, Kang Woi, you chuckled. These brothers' names were quite distinctive. One Yaoi, one Woi. Woi meant doing nothing. You couldn't help but laugh. That's right, Kang Woi. Fang Yahe, seeing your reaction, grew bolder and started fabricating wildly. He didn't know a thing, but as long as it kept you from making a move, he'd say anything. Now, sure enough, the moment C. Ruxin heard that name, he grit his teeth, his jaw tightening. So it's him. You have a grudge with him. Your curiosity was instantly sparked. Come on, tell me what's going on. Your mind was already spinning with possibilities. Could C. Ruxin have some kind of feud with this Kang Woi? If that guy really was targeting him, things could get troublesome. Though you hadn't officially considered C. Ruxin one of your people, he was still your partner. His face, figure, strength, and family background all barely met standards. Whatever. Even if he was just a partner, no one else had the right to mess with him. You'd deal with that when the time came. In that instant, the name Kang Woi was etched into your memory. A grudge, more than that. C. Ruxin's tone turned icy. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have gone to rob you, nor would I have come to test you. You asked this guy. I really don't recall him. He's not in the capital. C. Ruxin's lips curled with a hint of disdain. He's a live-in son-in-law. A live-in son-in-law? You felt a wave of sympathy for this fellow. That choice was a path in life too. Hey, where are you going? You were still musing when you caught sight of Fang Yahe trying to slip away. That couldn't be tolerated. You'd already decided to deal with him, and he dared to run. That was a slap in the face, and for those who slapped your face, his way of dealing with things has always been simple. Though I know you're spouting nonsense. Your voice drifted over slowly, and Fang Yuhe's steps froze instantly in place. But before being eliminated, seeing you in such a pathetic state is somewhat entertaining. Tell me, if your family knew that the heir they take such pride in was like this, would they feel disappointed, pathetic? Fang Yuhe was nearly furious. I can't beat you, so running is only natural. What's wrong with that? Forget it, you can't even explain yourself properly. You suddenly lost patience. You're out. The moment the words fell, he moved without warning. Just a second ago, he was chatting cheerfully. And the next, his aura shifted completely. The speed of his change in demeanor was worthy of a grandmaster. Fang Yuhe wanted to say something more, But all that remained in his world was a final flash of white light. Your claws struck his vital point. In an instant, he lost all ability to move and collapsed to the ground. Zai was so startled she covered her eyes. She had seen demons and beasts defeated before, but seeing a living person taken down so cleanly and swiftly was a first for her. The visual impact was too strong. Ruxin, on the other hand, remained unfazed. After all, with her background as a police officer, she had seen plenty of such scenes. I said, bodyguard, you flicked the dust off your claws as if nothing had happened. She teased him, you're not going to arrest me for this, are you? This isn't the city. Out in the wilds, I can't be bothered to care about that. Ruxin replied with a hint of irritation, clearly still affected by the name Kang Wu-wei. Fine then, you're the chief inspector. Forget about him. How did you two do? Amazing, really. Amazing. Before Ruxin could speak, Zai bounced over to you like a little rabbit, stepping over the person on the ground, and stood on her tiptoes to plant a kiss right on your wolf face. Though she got a mouthful of fur, she was overjoyed. The talent of deep thought is certainly powerful, but the ability to regenerate severed limbs, that talent is a nuclear-level blow to any woman's heart. Stay calm, stay calm. You lowered your voice and whispered in her ear. Don't tell him about that, it was only given to you, not him. Zai's eyes lit up even more at that. And she turned to plant another kiss on your other wolf cheek. Look at this is favoritism toward oneself. If she didn't kiss you again, it would be a crime against heaven. Thank you. Ruxin also realized she had gotten quite a bargain. A huge advantage. His tone was unusually somewhat shy, the blush on his face unclear if from anger or embarrassment. No need to thank me, you waved grandly. This all counts toward your wages. At this rate, looks like your vacation will have to be extended. Even if you work another 6 months. The faint gratitude that had just risen in Ruxin's heart instantly vanished. This tactless bastard, anger flared in his heart, and just as he was about to erupt, a finger nearly poked into your face. How dare you? Your gaze sharpened, full of authority, pointing at your boss. Believe me, I'll dock your pay. Right now you can't tell he's joking. Who's the boss? Before you couldn't beat him and he gave you some leeway. Now no matter how strong you are, you still have to listen to the boss. Humph. Ruxin finally withdrew his hand sullenly. He shot you a dissatisfied glare, muttering inwardly, clearly doing a good deed, yet acting like a debt collector. No wonder you're single. You didn't care what Ruxin was cursing in his heart. You were pondering, you had just defeated Fang Yehei, yet the task still hadn't shown as complete. Interesting, that meant those targeting you hadn't all shown up yet. Good. Let them all come out. You were just itching for a place to train. A few more like Fang Yehei, and you'd be satisfied. That last fight alone had earned you 7 divine cores. It was practically a moving treasure trove. For you, divine cores, the more the merrier. You'd take whatever came. What do we do now? Xianxia asked, seeing Ruxin obediently eating dust before you, speaking cautiously. In this place he had no ideas at all. Everything was up to you. Wait a moment, you said, signaling him not to rush. Before leaving, you had to digest the spoils first. Divine cores were such good stuff, you hadn't properly absorbed one yet. System absorb divine core. System absorb divine core. You chanted inwardly. Ding, absorption started. Ding, absorption complete. Divine power cap increased by 7. Ding, congratulations, host on successfully advancing to divine beast first rank. All attributes increased by 10-0. Origin power increased by 10-0. Damn, excellent, my system. In an instant, you felt the 2 divine cores in your mind become more solid, and your body filled with explosive power. Your build hadn't changed, but your strength had definitely multiplied. Several times over, you broke through. Ruxin's voice was full of shock. He felt his own. His worldview was shaken. What the joke? He could understand someone breaking through at a life or death moment in battle, but you just stood there after a fight, spaced out for a moment, and broke through. Could post-battle reflection really increase cultivation? Of course. You smugly swung your hammer. His excellence is something you can't comprehend. At your level, your bragging unsurprisingly earned you a big eye roll from Ruxin, while Xianxia looked at you with pure admiration, already used to it and immune to your lack of gentleness. Ruxin shot you another eye roll, silently, noting that next time he fought, he'd also space out for a bit, just in case. He walked off. Gentleness, can you eat that? Nothing beats the thrill of getting stronger. Anyway, besides, his feelings towards Ruxin were genuinely pretty good. After all, who was it that scared him back at the Forest General Bureau? Where are we going? Xianxia asked. Somewhere good. Your attitude toward Xianxia. Did a complete on 180, turning gentle enough to drip water when your own companion was this. Clingy and adorable, of course you'd treat her well. Xianxia, true to form, didn't ask more and obediently. Followed by your side, Xianxia, watching, felt like he'd been force-fed. A huge bag of dog food. How awkward, being shown up by a wolf showing affection. How infuriating. Hey, can you not be so flashy? Xianxia, seeing you take Xianxia along and leave him out, grew sulky again. He hurried to catch up, reminding you, in your current state you're a walking beacon. Your body's enhancement glow hasn't faded yet. It's cool, sure, but way too eye-catching. In this danger-filled place, whether you run into people or native creatures, you'll definitely be the first target spotted, but he had no idea what you were thinking. You wanted exactly this, to be flashy, to shine so bright that every enemy would come straight to you. Hiding and skulking wasn't your style. I like a challenge. You turned back and grinned at him. You coming or not, you're something else. Xianxia gave you a thumbs up, then resignedly followed along. He was the bodyguard after all, paid to do the job. You didn't rush to other areas, deciding instead to clear out the hostile people in Zone C first. Hey, look at that. With your glow fully blazing, you flew slowly through the sky like a beacon in the dark night. A searchlight, hard not to be spotted. Soon, people below took notice. Isn't that the guy Fang Yahe is looking for? Heads up, the bounty's huge. This news hit like a potent dose, instantly making countless eyes burn with greed. Such a high bounty, really think you can take him? Dream on, Fang Yahe's strength. Do you know if you can outfit him? Let's just follow and watch. I'll keep an eye on him. You go find Fang Xing and have him come over. A self-aware man immediately made arrangements. You stay close. I'll go find Fang Xing right away. You hovered midair, a slight smile curling at the corner of your mouth. These fools thought that being far away meant you couldn't hear them. Too bad they didn't know your hearing was far beyond normal, within a few hundred meters. Even the faintest sounds you could catch clearly. They're planning to make a move on us, you said to the girl beside you, reminding her. Then what are we waiting for? This time the one speaking was Xianxia. Xianxia still lacked that kind of decisive, ruthless awareness. No rush, you looked relaxed. The people haven't all arrived yet. Fly slower, don't lose them. What are you going to do? Xianxia's tone was calm, but her heart inexplicably stirred with restlessness and excitement. Gather them all and take them out together. You guessed it. That's exactly what you were thinking. In other zones, you wouldn't dare say it, but in this C-zone, you could play however you wanted. So you activated six-wheel mode, flaunting a burst of light effects, drifting around above C-zone. Aimlessly, your speed was neither fast nor slow, just enough to keep the group behind you hooked. Soon, the crowd trailing you grew longer and longer. Most of these people harbored dreams of claiming the hefty bounty. Just defeat you and immediately return to the official camp to get a rich reward to improve their lives. Everyone thought they'd be the lucky one. With numbers on their side, how could they fear not taking you down? Before long, those sent to find Fang Yahe all came back. Didn't find Fang Yahe. Did he go to B-zone? C-zone is this big, they searched everywhere and still found nothing. If they could find him, that'd be a miracle. Fang Yahe would have been eliminated long ago. Of course, if you're willing, you could lend a hand. And send them off too. All right, about time. You glanced back and saw dozens of people trailing behind you in full force. Their fervent gazes, were they fixed on you as the high value bounty target, or on the one beside you? The two great beauties are being led by Xianxia through the western district. Flying through the air, the two beauties naturally drew countless gazes from below. With so many people, all right. Xianxia was a bit worried. Being assigned to Zone C, none of them are weaklings. Everyone has a divine beast by their side. There are dozens of divine beasts waiting for you down there. Drop the waiting part, you're domineering. Presence alone is enough. It's not that you're arrogant, it's that these lot down there really aren't worth much. The highest level divine beast probably hasn't even exceeded 5 Jin. With your speed, they can't even touch a single hair on you. Be careful, don't be careless. And don't hurt them. Hurting people will cause public outrage. Xianxia reminded him. He knew that in this other dimension, while ordinary conflicts aren't pursued, hurting too many people would leave a bad impression on those big shots. You will eventually have to live among humans. No need to ruin your reputation over these small fries. Fine, I won't hurt them. You're being reasonable, but their divine beasts won't be going back. You used to be human too, so you understand this logic. Causing public outrage will make business hard later. Go on. I'll protect Sixi. See, Ruxin was very confident. Sister Ruxin, how about we help him? Sixi was eager to try. He now had a divine beast too. It's hard to say if someone might act recklessly. We'll just watch from here. See, Ruxin refused. He'd be fine on his own, but Six's wind dragon hasn't grown yet. Summoning it would just be feeding it to them. All right. Sixi felt a little disappointed, but quickly adjusted. Watching you perform is pretty good too. Go on, show them what you've got. With the dives, you hovered in front of that group. You're powerful. Aura made them all stop in their tracks. What? I gave you all a chance. And you can't even use it. Your words were full of provocation. Or does anyone think they can take me one-on-one? That was very blunt. Everyone present instantly realized that without unity, whoever went up would lose. In an instant, the light of summoning divine beasts rose one after another. Dozens of divine beasts of various forms appeared on the field. It was quite a spectacle. You looked at all these divine beasts on the ground, your eyes gleaming. These are all evolution points, all divine boxes. If you gathered the divine boxes of these beasts together, it would be enough to push you to the second realm of divine beasts. Wait a moment. Seeing them stir restlessly, you raised your hand to stop them, giving them hope. You didn't want to be disappointed halfway. What if they withdraw their divine beasts mid-fight? That would be such a letdown. So the rules must be made clear beforehand. I'll let you all attack together and give you a chance. I won't harm you, but the rules need to be stated first. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure what you were up to. My rules are simple. Your tone suddenly turned icy and stern, a complete contrast to the earlier carefree demeanor. None of your divine beasts may flee. Your divine beasts are not allowed to run either. Whoever dares to withdraw their divine beast, don't blame me for being ruthless. Understood? The overwhelming aura made many people tense up, especially those who had merely come to watch the excitement, now regretting it deeply. Wait, I'm out. Finally, someone couldn't bear the pressure. I want to quit too. Too late now. You gave them no chance at all when they summoned their divine beasts. Earlier, they had no such hesitation. Since they made their choice, they must pay the price. Don't think about running. Trust me. Speed is no match for mine. As you warned them, you split off tree-like clones, instantly occupying every direction, sealing off all escape routes. It's over. He's not bluffing. Seeing this, if anyone still thought you were putting on a show, they'd be truly foolish. Since it's come to this, everyone don't panic. If we work together, we still have a chance to defeat him. We'll split the reward evenly. Whoever's divine beast gets defeated gets double compensation. A level-headed man in the crowd stepped forward, trying to lead the others. We need to unite, or he'll pick us off one by one. Hong Yi, you watched coldly as they banded together, showing no intention of stopping them. Fine, if we all surrender together later, at least we won't be lonely. Done discussing. Then we can begin. You even politely reminded them to attack together. At that man's command, various spiritual lights burst forth instantly. Dozens of divine beasts roared and charged at you recklessly. The sky was instantly dyed by colorful energies. In a dazzling display, let the battle begin. You muttered to yourself, your figure flashing like a black bolt of lightning as you charged straight into the midst of the divine beasts. What a sight. It was like a starving wolf charging into a flock of chickens, a complete one-sided domination. No divine beast could withstand your strikes. You were that wolf among the chickens, and everyone you touched met the same fate, defeated. The group that had been so confident watched in just a few minutes as 7 or 8 divine beasts were taken down, and panic truly set in. This wasn't how the script was written. Was this guy just abnormally strong? A bit monstrous. When you casually defeated a dozen more divine beasts, someone finally broke down. I'm done playing, a man screamed, calling to his surviving divine beasts to flee. Expecting this rabble to follow the rules was pure fantasy. One tried to run, and immediately others wanted to mimic him, but before they could even move, they instantly fell back in line. Because you appeared like a ghost behind the runner, your voice ice cold. If you're going to run, just run, but you had to shout it out. Did you really think you're faster than me? Before the words faded, a flash of white light, you struck, and in front of everyone, cleanly and decisively subdued him. Anyone else want to break the rules? You slowly swept your gaze over the crowd. The nearest one was barely a meter or two away. Some people's legs were already trembling, barely able to stand. Looking at these cowering people, you curled your lip in disdain. With this little courage, you dare to come out and rob bounties, since no one's stepping up then. Let's set some rules. You left one final sentence. Anyone who runs again, the consequences won't be this easy. With that, you turned and charged back into the flock. What do we do now? Still run? Run my ass, the leader. Couldn't stay calm either, cursing loudly. They racked their brains, but could think of no solution. Meanwhile, your efficiency was terrifying. The remaining chicks were practically lining up for you to defeat in less than 10 minutes. All the divine beasts, without exception, lay fallen on the ground. You looked at the field of divine beasts, satisfied. This haul was enough to push your strength to divine beast 3rd rank, and you'd also raked in nearly 10 million evolution points. Delighted, why are you still watching the show? You turned to look at the dejected group. Wait for me to hand out your rewards. In their hearts they felt nothing but grievance. You hadn't said they could leave, so who dared to move? Go, you can go. With your permission, they fled as if pardoned, scrambling and rolling out of your sight. You watched them leave, waiting quietly for the mission prompt. 1. The mission wasn't complete yet. Interesting. Why are you so kind, just letting them go like that? Xianxia and Xianxia flew over, their tones full of surprise. Ah. You didn't understand his meaning. They're all quite wealthy. Xianxia wore a look of how can you be so dumb expression. Although we can't convert them here, we can have them righty ours. Oh. Why didn't you say so earlier? You suddenly felt a pang of heartache, as if your heart was bleeding, recalling the way that group ran off. They weren't people at all. They were walking piles of resources drifting away from you. Why didn't you say so earlier? You demanded angrily. Xianxia replied, I thought your kindness had gotten the better of you. Xianxia shrugged, her expression clearly gloating. Chase or not, you hesitated for a split second. Forget it, it's just some resources. Who cares? Forget it. You forced yourself to stay composed and headed to Zone B. Nothing fun here. Chasing after them would be beneath you, and besides, you still had important matters. That thing calling out to you in the void was your current top priority. Maybe it's the very thing the system is looking for. The Thunder Source Pillar. Zone B might be dangerous, Xianxia warned. Are you scared? Me scared? Not a chance. Good, you're not scared, you nodded. Let me clean up the battlefield first. Such a waste to leave all these divine beasts lying around. Xianxia thought you were just going to harvest the divine cores, unaware that the divine cores inside these beasts had already been absorbed by the system the moment you defeated them. What you really needed to do was fuse all these divine beasts together. Would doing this be too shocking for the world? You pondered. Forget it. Let Xianxia see something amazing and blow her mind. The system's fusion function was absolutely earth-shattering. With so many divine beasts vanishing in an instant, aren't you scared? Even official storage equipment couldn't hold this many, let alone you having none. System fusion activated. This fusion requires 5 million evolution points. Success rate 35. Do you wish to fuse 5 million? You felt a bit of a sting. Success rate increased to 70. Fusion activated. This fusion requires 8 million evolution points. Fusion begins. This fusion requires 8 million evolution points. Fusion begins, but the next second the system's cold prompt hit you like a bucket of ice water. Fusion failed. What the hell? You couldn't believe your ears. Are you kidding me? A 70 success rate, and I prepared everything perfectly. And this is what I get. At least give me a few dialogue boxes telling me which ones succeeded and which ones failed, but now the system just gave me this one cold. Fusion failed, and that's it. Your anger flared up instantly. What do you mean all failed? This fusion failed. The system with no emotion repeated it. This is a huge scam, definitely rigged. You were so furious you nearly wanted to drag the system out and argue with it. It wasn't like this before. Successes and failures were normal, just as you were about to keep questioning it. The system calmly added one more line. Ding, fusion system evolved. Large-scale fusion saves evolution points, but if it fails, it's a complete failure. Ding, fusion system evolved. Large-scale fusion saves evolution points, but if it fails, it's a complete failure. You suddenly felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in your chest, wanting to curse but unable to. Why didn't you say this earlier? Being a Monday morning quarterback isn't heroic. Couldn't you have said it in advance? You, what did you do with those corpses? Kixing's shocked voice interrupted your anger. He watched as the mountain-like divine beast corpses vanished before his eyes in an instant, his entire worldview shaken to the core. None of your business. You were still fuming, so why would you give him a good face? Hearing your tone, anyone would think you'd done something strange to the corpses, but just talking wasn't enough. Embarrassing as it was, strength was what mattered. System absorbed the divine cores, you grit your teeth and gave the order. If these dozens of divine cores got called by the system again, you'd have to have a serious talk with it about life and ideals today. Ding, absorption started. Ding, absorption successful. Divine power increased by 45,000. Divine power cap increased by 4,000. Ding, congratulations host, divine power value has reached 50,000. Divine beast rank promoted to 3rd rank. Next rank requires divine power value reaching 100,000. Ding, host. Rank increased, all attributes increased by 10,000. Potential cap increased by 10,000. Phew, you let out a long breath. Good, at least this time the system didn't pull any tricks. A series of notification sounds exploded in your mind, finally washing away the earlier frustration, and reaching 4th rank only requires 100,000 divine power, not hard. If you get another wave like this, you can save up enough divine power to exchange for a top tier secret manual like the 9 Heavens Thunder Jade. How did you improve again? Sirura had originally wanted to argue with you and ask what kind of attitude that was, but before the words left her mouth, she keenly sensed that the aura on you had grown much stronger again. That's right, you'd killed again. Kill a monkey, rise a rank. Finish off a pile of corpses, rise another realm. Bro, can we at least be a little scientific? How could you possibly understand the excellence of your big bro? You immediately started showing off, and the resentment you'd felt toward the system just moments ago was instantly cast to the 9 clouds. On the other side, Xing's eyes were full of little stars. He felt he'd truly struck gold. With your leveling speed like this, even without him leading the way, you could walk sideways in the human world. Let's go, time to head out. You waved your hand, not wanting to waste any more time. So tell me. Sirura stubbornly leaned in. We're friends, don't be so stingy. She was too curious. This kind of unreasonable promotion method, who wouldn't want to learn it? Even picking up a fraction would be enough to brag about for a lifetime. Friends are friends, but this is my exclusive secret, no comment, even if you wanted to tell. He couldn't learn it anyway. Stingy, Sirura put on a coquettish pose. Unfortunately, you spent every day with Xianxia now, and against this level of flirtatious glance, you already had considerable resistance. In the end, Sirura still couldn't pry open your mouth. She huffed and secretly resolved that your little secret would be fully dug out by her sooner or later. Zone B, this place was officially marked as a red danger zone. Some areas were occupied by powerful creatures, some were shrouded in toxic mist, and some even the officials didn't know what was inside. The territories of those powerful creatures. You had no plans to go die there for now, but the toxic places you were quite interested in braving a visit. After the system shop upgraded, high-grade antidote potions were now available for purchase. System products, top quality goods. Ahead is the poison zone. Are we really going in? Sirura held the map and studied it together with Xianxia, but after confirming your route, she immediately spoke up to warn you. Of course, places they'd never been were where the good stuff was. You answered as if it were only natural, but there's poison over there. This time it was Xianxia who spoke. She didn't want you to take the risk. Waste. Words from him worked better than from Sirura. After all, he's a bit full of himself lately, always liking to mess with Siruxin. It's fine. We have antidote potions. Both girls were stunned. Where did the antidote potions come from? Their storage equipment only had standard official supplies, nothing this advanced. Just as the words left his mouth, several bottles appeared out of thin air at your feet. A few bottles of green, oily potions, glowing faintly in the dim environment. Where did you pull those out from? Siruxin quickly ran to your side and bent down to pick up the potions. As she bent over, her loose collar revealed a bit of skin. You suddenly felt a little uneasy. You couldn't help but admire inwardly. This figure really wasn't bad. No wonder she could be a candidate. Her qualities were indeed outstanding, but never mind that, I'll just drink it. Zai, call out the ice crystal horse. Your throat tightened and you coughed lightly, quickly turning your head towards Zai to hide your awkwardness. Siruxin picked up the potions and didn't pay attention to your words. Instead, you saw her expression of extreme satisfaction, the corner of her mouth curling into a barely noticeable smile. Little brat, still daring to play games with this young lady. That's right, she had done it on purpose just now. See, you fell for it. You ignored Siruxin's smug little expression. Your attention was entirely on the bewildered ice crystal horse in front of you. This guy had been eating really well lately. as Xianxia's old companion, even after Zai became a sealed dragon lieutenant, she hadn't mistreated him. Every day in the storage space, he ate until full, slept, and when he woke up, he ate again, living the good life. So this sudden summoning left the whole horse dazed. But professional instincts remained. The confusion only lasted a moment. The ice crystal horse's muscles tensed instantly, entering a combat stance. Don't be nervous. You stepped forward and patted his neck. With me here, it's not your turn to charge into battle. The ice crystal horse was truly worried about you from the bottom of its heart. Boss, then why did you call me out? It asked in a low, cautious voice. Others didn't know how terrifying your strength was, but he knew perfectly well. After all, as Xianxia's spirit beast, he knew far more secrets than Xianxia did. Come on, drink this. You handed over a bottle of antidote potion. The ice crystal horse didn't hesitate at all, opening its mouth. With a crunch, it swallowed the bottle and the liquid together. The glass, with its digestive ability, would turn into nutrients in no time. Go clear the path ahead. You pointed at the area filled with poison, the poison zone marked on the official map. The ice crystal horse still didn't hesitate and obediently walked forward. Of course, this wasn't you trying to set him up. To be honest, you yourself walked in front, even if it was poison, although you had confidence in the systems. Potions, what if you couldn't hold out? You would be fine, but if it were Xianxia, that wouldn't be worth it. Your constitution was several streets ahead of theirs, no contest. Some poisons wouldn't affect you, but for them, who knows? So you needed a reference. The ice crystal horse's constitution was much weaker than yours, and only slightly stronger than theirs. Using it to test the poison gave the most accurate data. Of course, the best candidate would have been Wind Dragon. That guy's constitution was about the same as the two girls, but that was an 8th tier divine beast after all. If it actually died,